As night fell, the man sat alone at the railing of the bridge, tightly clutching the heartbreaking bill in his hand. 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. After 30 years of being a bootlicker, he finally reached the peak moment of his life, marrying the goddess of his dreams. However, at the wedding, the goddess suddenly raised her request for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, which was like a slap in his face. What made him even more sad was that his parents were so angry when they saw this that they were sent to the hospital. The man felt deeply ashamed and his heart collapsed. The man felt ashamed to live in this world, so he plunged into the icy river. However, just when he thought he would disappear forever in the darkness, a sharp break sound suddenly rang in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find himself lying on the bed in the university dormitory, and the screen of his mobile phone showed the year 2010. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. This was the day when he was humiliated in public by the school beauty in his junior year. And all this was the starting point of his miserable career as a bootlicker. Ding! Honk system activated successfully. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. As long as you spend money on goddesses with a score of 90 or above, you can get 100 times cash back. Can you become stronger by spending money on goddesses with scores above 90? Jiangchu touched the remaining money in his trouser pocket, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the school beauty with long black hair who was being bullied by a group of people in the cosmetics store. In the store, the proprietress had already taken out her cell phone and was ready to make a call. She said coldly, "What's wrong with the school beauty? The school beauty can buy things without paying. Don't think I dare not call the police." Just then, a voice came from the crowd. "Wait a minute. I'll pay for her." Everyone turned around and saw a skinny boy who was nearly 1.8 meters tall. His hair was messy and even had a leaf stuck in it. There was an advertisement of a store printed on the back of his clothes. He looked like he had just come from a part-time job. This man was Jiangchu. Someone in the crowd laughed in a low voice. "Fuck, someone actually dares to do this, whose general is so brave? This guy looks poor. He probably has never heard of the horror of the iceberg school beauty. Wait and see the joke. I bet the school beauty will definitely reject him and throw money in his face. Ha ha ha." Although Jiangchu was nervous, he still did not hesitate. He did not think too much and rushed over, but he did not expect that the other party was the cold school beauty Li Wenjing. After many years, Jiangchu slowly recalled these past events. Li Wenjing had always been cold and arrogant, and all the boys who pursued her were rejected harshly, even the most ordinary ones. After hesitating for a moment, Jiangchu made up his mind that since he had already made up his mind, he had nothing to fear. The lady boss didn't care about that, as long as someone paid. She sighed and asked impatiently, "You said you would pay for her?" "Yes, how much?" Jiangchu Dao. 750 yuan, said the lady boss. 750. Jiangchu frowned slightly. This amount was not much, not even 1,000. However, the iceberg school beauty Li Wenjing did not refuse, which made him a little excited. He also began to feel a little confident, but his expression made others think he was poor. "Why are you pretending to be rich when you don't have money, and you're rushing to pay the bill? Do you think you can attract the attention of the school beauty like this? Who is this guy? He's wearing work clothes and his hair is a mess, and he actually wants to hook up with the cold school beauty. What a joke. His face is red, as if he drank too much. Alcohol makes people brave, and when their heads are hot, they dare to do anything. I bet this guy must have drunk too much. If he can pay $1,000 for the bill, I will call him daddy." The students around began to whisper, and the laughter came one after another. However, Xianghua, who had just arrived, knew that Jiangchu did have money, but it was his. Xianghua felt sad. Jiangchu actually used his 1,000 yuan to pick up a school beauty, and the cold school beauty, Li Wenjing at that. He was really crazy. His heart bleeds. However, when Li Wenjing saw Jiangchu for the first time, she was shocked. She was stunned, her eyes filled with complex emotions, surprise, memories, and even a touch of emotion. It turned out to be him. She whispered. The system's prompt sounded in Jiangchu's mind, which made Jiangchu stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. This cold school beauty actually had a good impression of him, and it increased by 5 points. Jiangchu originally thought that increasing the favorability would be a hellish challenge, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. He also began to wonder how the initial high favorability came about. "Do you have any money?" The proprietress was a little impatient. Jiangchu casually glanced at the shelf and saw a product priced at 250, which was just enough. He didn't pay attention to the English signs that he couldn't understand. Anyway, this was a women's store, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Jiangchu took the merchandise without hesitation and slapped a wad of money on the counter. "Exactly 1,000. Take it." The proprietress took the money and quickly counted it. Her expression suddenly became gentler, and she smiled even brighter. "You are a good young man. I am optimistic about you." The students nearby started to get excited. "Fuck, This guy is really trying hard to attract the school beauty, even ignoring his work clothes. Anyway, the money is out. Where's the person who just said, call me daddy? Damn, you want to run? Call daddy quickly. Xianghua is over 1.8 meters tall and has a huge body. When a 1.6-meter tall student tried to escape, he was grabbed back by him. The student said, it was just a joke. Fuck you. Can you joke with my brother? Hurry up and yell, or I'll fuck you. Xianghua said. Under Xianghua's threat, the student whispered, Dad. The people around him couldn't help laughing, and Xianghua let him go. Xianghua said, ha ha ha, that's great. This 1,000 is worth it. Jiang Chu stood there stupidly, his heart filled with excitement. He heard the system's voice again in his mind, and at the same time, a light screen flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the system. The system is called Hong. It is so powerful that it is unimaginable, and it can generate everything. You can get points by spending money on goddesses with a beauty score of 80 or above, and you can get attribute points when the favorability reaches 90. The current system level is ton. The points you get can only generate money. Attribute points can be used to enhance your own attributes or to purchase items provided by the system store. When you get 5 goddesses with a favorability of 95 or above, you will automatically upgrade to Ming, unlocking more system functions. Jiang Chu, age, 20, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 68 kilograms, appearance, 90, system points, 1,000, attribute points, Tinding. The current points are 1,000 points. You can follow the prompts to generate the corresponding money. Jiang Chu immediately followed the system's instructions. Buzz, buzz, the Huawei phone that came with the phone recharge suddenly vibrated. Jiang Chu immediately took out his phone to check. It was a text message. 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account. Please check it. He stared at the screen, and he didn't expect the system to be successful. It was sent, and it was returned at a ratio of 1 to 100. Jiang Chu's breathing became rapid, his heartbeat accelerated, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. I've been a bootlicker for 10 years, and no one cared about me. But once I become famous, the whole world knows me. Ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh wildly in his heart, and his face showed some excitement that he couldn't suppress. Are you okay? Li Wenjing asked gently, her tone soft and her eyes full of concern. He's fine, probably because he was too hungry before, plus he drank too much just now, so he suddenly got high. Xianghua stood aside, covering his eyes, wishing he could drag Jiang Chu away. It was really too embarrassing. It took Jiang Chu a while to calm down. Although his heart was in turmoil, he couldn't help but get excited. After all, he had been depressed for decades, and after his rebirth, he got this heaven-defying system, which really made him feel crazy. Damn, I thought you were really going crazy. Xianghua patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally stopped worrying. Little brother, these are your things. The lady boss handed over a bag, smiling meaningfully, her eyes full of teasing. You really understand women too well. This is a newly launched imported product, using the most advanced super wave technology. It is a must-have for pretty girls like her. Those who have used it all say it's good. Here you go. The girl next to her reacted immediately, walked towards the shelf, and looked at the same product. The boyfriend whispered, isn't this a facial massager? It's quite normal. The girl blushed and put it back in a hurry, muttering, rogue. Jiang Chu didn't notice any of this at all. He was just immersed in his own excitement. He handed the bag to Li Wenjing with both hands and said, here you go. You're welcome. The students watching began to whisper, fuck, this guy actually dared to give it to her. Guess if she will be so angry that she will throw it in his face. Of course, it's fine if he helps the school beauty pay for it, but he actually dared to give this kind of thing to her. He's really courting death. I wonder if there are any buyers who have experienced and reviewed it, hee. Xianghua didn't dare to look any further and turned away. It's over. I can't save you now, brother. Li Wenjing took the bag, and Jiang Chu saw her slender jade fingers, white, natural, and elegant. He was stunned for a moment, and his heart was excited. Her fingers had no nail decorations and looked extremely fresh and natural, exuding an irresistible beauty. Li Wenjing took the bag without any dissatisfaction, but showed a shy expression. Thank you for helping me out. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. It's nothing, to be able to do it for the school bell. He almost blurted out his usual dog-licking lines, and quickly stopped. Jiang Chu cursed himself inwardly. The habit of bootlicking over the past few decades is so deeply ingrained that he almost let the cat out of the bag. When Xianghua saw this scene, his eyes were filled with black lines, and he gritted his teeth and said, fuck you. That money is mine. Li Wenjing didn't pay attention to what Jiang Chu just said. She kept her attention on Jiang Chu and didn't notice what he just picked up. There was not much expression on Li Wenjing's face. She just lowered her head slightly, showing a hint of shyness. Jiang Chu was shocked by Li Wenjing's beauty at this moment. The pure and otherworldly face in front of him, the slender eyebrows, the dark and bright pupils, the straight nose and the plump lips. All these perfect details were like an unrepeatable painting, making him lose himself in an instant. Li Wenjing lowered her head at this time, with a faint blush on her face, looking a little shy. The crowd watching were all whispering, "Fuck, the school beauty actually took it and didn't get mad?" Yes, I also saw the school beauty was shy. The cold school beauty, Li Wenjing, actually accepted something from a boy, the same thing. She didn't scold him, but showed a shy expression instead. One of the boys suddenly shouted, "I know, the school beauty must like that boy, but she is too embarrassed to do so. It just so happened that he gave her that gift, and that's why he won her favor. I think that makes sense. Which girl doesn't want a caring boy? Yes, the school beauty may also have needs. If it were me, I would be shy too." Other boys also began to rush to buy this product, and the boss lady was very happy. After all, this product had been gathering dust in the store for half a year and no one bought it. She didn't expect that it would cause such a warm response as soon as it was taken out. "Hello, Li Wenjing. I also want to give you a gift. This is my little token of my appreciation." The first boy who grabbed the product was a good-looking guy. He confidently handed Li Wenjing a box, took off the packaging bag, and handed the product over. Li Wenjing was a little displeased by the sudden interruption, and her face turned cold when she saw that it was a boy she didn't know. Li Wenjing looked at the cover of the box. Although it was just a normal facial massager, the boy's dirty expression made her angry and filled with disgust. Li Wenjing threw the box back at the boy's face without hesitation. "Pervert. Get out." The whole place fell silent instantly, and the atmosphere froze for a moment. After being hit in the face, the boy looked aggrieved, picked up his things, and ran out. The other boys who were still buying swallowed their saliva. This was too violent and really embarrassing. Jiang Chu was completely shocked when he saw this scene. She was indeed an iceberg school beauty with a strong aura. Li Wenjing then turned around and said to Jiang Chu with a smile, "Thank you. Can you give me your phone number? I will pay you back when I find the money." There was some subtle expectation in her eyes. When they heard Li Wenjing offer to leave her phone number, everyone around was stunned, with surprise on their faces. "Oh, okay. My phone number is 1XX. Jiang Chu said. "I've got it. Are you free tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal," Li Wenjing said. Everyone was shocked, as if the sun was rising from the west. "Of course. I'm a little busy tomorrow morning. Let's talk about it after I wake up naturally," Jiang Chu said. Everyone was shocked again, almost gritting their teeth. Li Wenjing didn't expect that the first time she took the initiative to ask a boy out, she would be politely rejected. Li Wenjing was slightly disappointed, and then she smiled faintly again. "I'll call you tomorrow. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Bye." "Bye." Jiang Chu watched her leave, sighing in his heart. Xianghua asked, "Why, are you reluctant to part with the school beauty?" Jiang Chu shook his head, then nodded. "I swear I won't be a bootlicker, but that doesn't mean I don't like beautiful women, especially school beauties." He thought he had been a dog licking women for decades in his previous life and got nothing, so he had to be a different man in this life and give every goddess a warm home. "It's only 1,000 yuan. It would be better if it was more." Jiang Chu muttered in his heart. "Oh, why is it so little?" Xianghua looked at him with gnashing teeth. "My heart is bleeding. You actually used my money to pick up the school beauty. By the way, how did you think that the school beauty would like that thing?" Jiang Chu looked at him in confusion. "What is that?" Xianghua pointed at the merchandise he had just picked up. "What did you pick up? Didn't you see it?" Jiang Chu looked down and his expression changed instantly. "Fuck. It's over." At the same time, in a private basketball court in Shanghai, a 3v3 bullfighting match was going on. Su Kuan was controlling the ball, and his opponents were 3 players who were 1.9 meters tall. A group of girls on the sidelines shouted crazily, Su Kuan, you are the best. Su Kuan, I love you." Su Kuan used a beautiful turn to deceive the defense and scored a slam dunk. The girls on the sidelines screamed one after another, with pink bubbles in their eyes. "Su Kuan is so handsome. So handsome." Just then, a man in sunglasses and a black suit raised his cell phone and shouted, "Su Kuan, there's a call over there." Su Kuan took the bottle of water and said nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" The man whispered, "Master Kuan, there was a call just now." Li Wenjing agreed to a boy to pay for her and accepted the gift. "I have already inquired about the boy. He is a loser and a big bootlicker. His family is a farmer." Su Kuan snorted coldly. "You bother me with such a small matter? What kind of threat is a small-time farmer? As for what to send, tell me so that I can send something too." The man suddenly hesitated. That thing. Tell me. Don't be so hesitant, Su Kuan said. Chapter 4. Song Chingching with long legs and black stockings. Yes, Master Kuan, that gift is for girls. The man said. Fuck. How dare this country pig defile the woman I, Su Kuan, want? When Su Kuan heard this, his face turned green instantly, and he burst into anger. Su Kuan said, Why didn't you tell me earlier? Arrange for me to transfer there immediately. I can't wait for her to graduate. Li Wenjing is the apple of the eye of the Li family in Magic City. She absolutely cannot go to that kind of rubbish university. The man said, But Master Kuan, you are the future successor of the Su family. Your family will definitely not agree. That place is poor, with many bad people and poor conditions. What's more, if they find out, they will restrict your funds. I don't care. Half a semester is enough for me. I don't believe that I can't beat her within half a semester. Su Kuan said firmly. Su Kuan said, Don't expose my whereabouts and identity, and don't let others know Li Wenjing's true identity. If someone from other big families intervenes, I will be passive. She hates the second generation of rich people the most. I must conquer her with my almighty skills. The Magic City Li family will eventually belong to me, Su Kuan. Yes, Mr. Kuan, I'll arrange it right away. The man immediately agreed and turned to leave. After Su Kuan left, the man transferred 500,000 yuan to each of the three foreigners. After receiving the money, the other party was so happy that they couldn't stop grinning. Haha, that's awesome. You didn't take anything, but took that thing. It made me laugh to death. Xianghua was laughing from beginning to end, but Jiang Chu's face was full of black lines. Jiang Chu couldn't help but whisper to himself, I finally found a school beauty who has a high favorability, but I guess there's no hope if I go back. Fortunately, the system has been activated and Jiang Chu has received the first batch of funds. Do you have any more money? Jiang Chu suddenly asked. Xianghua was stunned. There are only 80 left. What are you going to do? Give it to me. Jiang Chu stretched out his hand. Fuck, give it back to you. Xianghua was stunned. Jiang Chu stood at the school gate, carefully observing the girls coming in and out. He found that most girls' looks were around 50 or 60 points, while those with 70 to 80 points were considered beauties in the school. Any girl with more than 80 points could almost be considered a campus beauty. He waited for a long time, and finally found a girl who met the criteria. What he did for Li Wenjing before might have been a coincidence, but now he was a little hesitant. After all, the long-term inferiority complex cannot be eliminated all at once, especially now that he only has 80 yuan in his hand. When he walked in front of it, he couldn't help but give up several times. Jiang Chu, what do you want to do? Xianghua couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Jiang Chu laughed at himself and thought, In my last life, I licked for more than 10 years and lost all my face and dignity. Now that I have money, I should be bolder. Hi, pretty girl. Jiang Chu greeted a girl who scored about 80 points enthusiastically, but was ruthlessly avoided by her. You're sick. The girl couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Hello, do you want to have a midnight snack? I'll treat you. Jiang Chu did not give up and continued to try. Eat your sister, get out of here, the girl said to him directly. Jiang Chu smiled slightly, still not giving up. Hello, classmate. If you can spend this 80 yuan in 10 minutes, I will give you everything you buy. Really? The girl was a little curious. Of course, the money is here, take it. Jiang Chu handed her the money. The girl and her bestie ran to the stall and spent all the 80 yuan. Okay, we've finished spending, they turned around, smiling. Well, the things are for you. Thank you very much. Jiang Chu replied with a smile. Xianghua was stunned the whole time, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Fuck, you actually used my 80 yuan to give someone away? Jiang Chu said casually. No, I gave it to the goddess. Xianghua said, You are really awesome. Before, you would be shy when you saw a sow, but today you not only dare to help the school beauty, but also dare to chat up a strange goddess. Liang Jingru, did you eat it? Jiang Chu said. Well, I did hesitate at first, but then I thought, the worst case scenario is that I will be rejected, and they won't even remember it afterwards, so what's there to be afraid of? Xianghua asked, What if we meet again? Then I'll say we are destined to meet. Jiang Chu answered without hesitation. Awesome. Xianghua gave a thumbs up. At this moment, a scornful voice came from the side. Hey, look who is this, standing at the gate begging. It really makes me laugh to death. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? Jiang Chu looked back and saw a girl with a high ponytail walking towards him. She had an innocent smile on her face and was wearing a black miniskirt and black stockings. Her pair of slender thighs were particularly eye-catching. Although her breasts were not big, Jiang Chu recognized her at a glance. Song Chingching. Song Chingching, 20 years old, height 164, weight 45, appearance 80, power bank 1, favorability -20. Jiang Chu couldn't help but sneer in his heart after seeing the data in the system. For her, he had licked her for so many years and paid so much, but her reaction to him was as cold as ice. Ding! The system has detected a person who meets the requirements. Jiang Chu's heart was filled with cold sweat. Impossible. I will never improve her favorability again, even if I don't earn points. Song Qingqing walked closer and suddenly saw Jiang Chu. She immediately showed a disdainful expression. Fuck you. Have you seen enough? Zheng Hao shouted angrily. You are that bastard, right? Before he finished speaking, Zheng Hao rushed over, but was knocked to the ground by Xiang Hua in 2 moves. Xiang Hua clapped his hands and sneered. That's all, what arrogance. Jiang Chu's eyes were calm. The scene next to him was nothing to him. Xiang Hua has always been a little impulsive, but he also knows that Jiang Chu has changed a lot in this regard and is no longer the cowardly boy. Song Qingqing was stunned when she saw this. She hurried to Zheng Hao and asked with concern, Brother Hao, are you okay? Then she turned around and looked at Jiang Chu with an angry face. Jiang Chu, I know you like me, but you can't do such a dirty thing. You only know such bad friends, and you actually hit someone. You disappoint me so much. If it was the Jiang Chu of the past, he would definitely bow his head to apologize and try his best to please her, but now his mentality has changed greatly. Huh. A slap hit Song Qingqing's face without hesitation, and a clear 5-finger mark appeared. Are you qualified to call me brother? Jiang Chu said coldly. Song Qingqing covered her face, her eyes full of astonishment. You hit me for him? Are you worthy of being compared with my brother? If you dare to say a bad word about him again, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chu's tone was cold, and he showed no mercy to Song Qingqing. Song Qingqing's favorability actually increased by +5, but Jiang Chu did not feel happy in his heart. Xiang Hua was also shocked. He knew very well how much Jiang Chu valued Song Qingqing in his heart. He had even quarreled with him for her. But today, Jiang Chu actually slapped Song Qingqing in the face because of what Song Qingqing said. This touched Xiang Hua's heart deeply. Thinking back to when he and Zheng Hao had fought just now, he couldn't help but feel that he had been too lenient. Song Qingqing's expression became extremely complicated. She stared at Jiang Chu's cold eyes, her heart filled with unwillingness. She pretended to be pitiful and said in a wrong tone, Jiang Chu, when did you become such a person? How could you be so? Chapter 5. Mo Yutong, the third most beautiful girl in the school. Jiang Chu's expression was as cold as ice, and he laughed silently in his heart. In his previous life, he had been fooled by Song Qingqing's innocent eyes countless times, and every time he felt like a fool. Pretend, keep pretending. He sneered in his heart, as if he saw through it all. Let's go. Jiang Chu's tone was straightforward, and he had no intention of looking at Song Qingqing again. Seeing this, Xiang Hua hurriedly caught up with Jiang Chu, who was walking very fast. Obviously, he knew that Jiang Chu's determination at this moment could not be changed. Song Qingqing stood there, watching Jiang Chu's back gradually walking away, with a hint of pride in her heart. Song Qingqing believed that she had seen through Jiang Chu completely. You just pretend, you obviously can't let me go, you just want to save face. She laughed softly. In 2 days, or even tomorrow, you will come back and beg for my forgiveness. But Jiang Chu's attitude just now surprised Song Qingqing. He used to be shy, but today he seemed a little different, like a real man. But a loser is still a loser. Song Qingqing sneered, full of disdain. Not long after Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua left, Zheng Hao dared to shout loudly. Remember this. I will find someone to kill you. Song Qingqing came to her senses and found Zheng Hao still lying on the ground, so she hurried back to comfort him. Zheng Hao pushed her hard. Get out. I can get up by myself. Although Zheng Hao spoke harshly, he was a little weak in his heart. His anger had not yet subsided, and he turned around and threatened again. I'm very angry now. Let's talk about buying a bag tomorrow when I'm in a better mood. Song Qingqing looked around, and after confirming that no one was around, she pulled Zheng Hao to a corner and squatted down. She knew that what happened tonight seemed to have not been completely resolved, and she felt a little complicated. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Chu couldn't help but feel emotional. Seeing the familiar buildings and the school roads full of memories, he didn't expect that he could be reborn like the hero in the novel. He came to the dormitory 302 of Building 11. When he opened the door, he heard a lively voice. Ultra kill. Fuck. Brother Jing is awesome. Phantom Assassin is invincible. That's a must. If that Shabi hadn't been AFK, we would have won a long time ago. Let's push the tower quickly. They haven't bought any lives. You two idiots. Why didn't you wait for us? Xiang Hua complained as he pushed open the door. The familiar dormitory scene came into view, and Jiang Chu couldn't help but shout, Sons, Dad is back. Fuck. What are you talking about? Brother Jing, you pushed the tower. Jiang Chu is too pretentious. I'm going to kill him. Xiaoyi threw away his headphones, stood up, and pretended to pounce on Jiang Chu with an angry face. Xianghua also attacked from behind. In an instant, Jiang Chu was carried to the bed by the two of them. Fuck. You have no martial ethics. Hiki, Rice will serve you. Ha ha ha. Wait for me, wait for me. How can I be left out when it's Rice's turn? Lu Jing couldn't help but join the fight. I'm your father. You still dare to be stubborn, hee. There was laughter in the dormitory and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. That night, Jiang Chu lay exhausted on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he became a billionaire, surrounded by women who had rejected him before. They were dressed in all kinds of seductive uniforms, white silk, black silk, gradient colors, high heels, JK uniforms. Everyone was courting him and vying to please him. Huh? You only earned a small amount today? That's too little. Godfather, don't be angry. Being angry is bad for your health. CC will help you put out the fire. Dad, have some fruit. These are grapes that were just airlifted in. They are delicious, brother. These are seafood shipped back from Antarctica. They're absolutely pollution-free. Try them. Jiang Chu was just about to enjoy these wonderful moments when suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted his sweet dream. He glanced at the screen and saw a number with no notes. He was almost furious. Who is it? There was an extremely beautiful female voice on the other end of the phone, with a hint of familiarity. Good morning, did I disturb your sleep? Jiang Chu sobered up a little. Excuse me, who are you? I'm Li Wenjing. We met last night. Her voice was soft and sounded somewhat friendly. Jiang Chu was startled and immediately came to his senses. Fuck, you are not here to question me about that matter, are you? He asked softly. What do you want from me? Well, I want to return the money to you and treat you to a meal at the same time. Li Wenjing's tone was a little hesitant. Oh, sure. Of course I'm free. You don't have to pay me back. We can have dinner together. Jiang Chu was overjoyed and secretly thought that he could finally have a date with his goddess. Li Wenjing said, my best friend is coming too. You don't mind, right? Is she as pretty as you? No, I just mean she's nice. Jiang Chu responded quickly. Li Wenjing said, her name is Mo Yutong. She's prettier than me. Mo Yutong? Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. Why, it sounds familiar. Li Wenjing said, well, we've made an appointment. Let's meet at 10 o'clock. I'll send you the location. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chu lay back on the bed, his mind full of thoughts. If it was him in the past, he would have jumped up excitedly, but now he has experienced too many things. He knows that women's minds are unpredictable. The appointment was at 10 o'clock, and he was afraid of being late, so he hurriedly got ready to go out at 9:30. However, until he changed into neat clothes, he still couldn't calm down. He quietly went to the bank to withdraw 20,000 yuan in cash, threw it into his backpack, and secretly looked forward to the next date. Even though his phone reminded him that the time was approaching, he still decided to check his bank card balance again to confirm that everything was correct. At the same time, Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong had arrived at the agreed location in advance. Li Wenjing looked around nervously. It's been 20 minutes and Jiang Chu hasn't come yet. Could it be that he let us go? Maybe he has something urgent to do. Let's wait a little longer. Li Wenjing comforted herself, but she was worried. It was her first time to date a boy, especially Jiang Chu, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Okay, I know you're the best. Mo Yutong complained impatiently. Look, he's here. Li Wenjing waved happily. When Jiang Chu saw them from afar, he was surprised. Man proposes, God disposes. The school beauty is so punctual. Various excuses immediately emerged in his mind, but were quickly disrupted by reality. Why is Li Wenjing dressed so conservatively today? He muttered to himself. Li Wenjing was still wearing the pink SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt, but her huge eyes and slender legs still made Jiang Chu's heart beat faster. Mo Yutong, who was standing next to her, was also particularly eye-catching. She was wearing a white belly-bearing top and a black miniskirt that outlined her perfect figure. Her perfect proportions, snow white and smooth skin, and high heels undoubtedly made Mo Yutong the focus. The charm she exuded almost stunned Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong, age, 20, height, 171, weight, 53. Appearance, 87, power bank, 0, favorability, -10. Jiang Chu recalled the school beauty rankings he had learned about last night. Mo Yutong ranked third with a beauty score of 87, and Li Wenjing ranked second. It was obvious that Mo Yutong was much more beautiful. Mo Yutong looked him up and down and said with disdain, Are you Jiang Chu? I didn't expect you to be like this. You made us wait for so long. She looked Jiang Chu up and down, her face full of disdain, and it was obvious that she was not optimistic about him. Favorability -5. Jiang Chu was a little annoyed by the system's prompt. How could he lose points after just meeting her? It doesn't matter. I'll go shopping later and try the power of money. Jiang Chu thought to himself. Chapter 6. The beginning is a visit to a lingerie store. Mo Yutong has a reputation as a gold digger who looks down on ordinary rich second generations. Mo Yutong's arrogant attitude and disdainful look made Jiang Chu realize that he must be classified as a loser by her. I wanted to get a haircut, but most barbershops in Nan City open late, and there are almost no barbershops before 10 o'clock. Jiang Chu thought to himself that he couldn't go there in person. Li Wenjing saw that the situation was a bit awkward, so she quickly spoke up to resolve it. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Mo Yutong. She's also a school beauty. Isn't she pretty? Yeah, it looks good. Jiang Chu already had a plan in his mind. He thought of many excuses, but in the end he didn't use any of them. Gold diggers are good. Now that he has this system, he wants to spend money happily. Is he afraid that she won't spend it fast enough? Mo Yutong was furious. After all, she was ranked 3rd on the school beauty rankings, and boys lined up to pursue her every day. Yet, the boy in front of her was so perfunctory towards her. Mo Yutong was already feeling unhappy, and her favorability rating dropped again. Mo Yutong, favorability -5. Will your girlfriend be unhappy if you go out with us? Li Wenjing asked cautiously. Jiang Chu answered without hesitation, I don't have a girlfriend. Haven't you always liked Song Qingqing? Mo Yutong sneered and turned away, obviously with some disdain. No, she's not even 1/10 as pretty as you. Jiang Chu spoke the truth, but he didn't expect that this made Li Wenjing very happy. Li Wenjing, favorability +5. Hearing the compliment, Li Wenjing smiled and felt that Jiang Chu really liked her. Mo Yutong was dumbfounded when she heard this. It was unbelievable that her arrogant best friend would defend a boy she just met. She was very angry and resented Jiang Chu in her heart. The car is here. Jiang Chu waved to stop a taxi and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. Jiang Chu understood that he couldn't let the other party feel too defensive, so he had to be ruthless when spending money later. The car drove towards Yang Square, which is the city center with various department stores, pedestrian streets, and food streets. In the car, even without looking back, Jiang Chu could clearly feel 2 scrutinizing eyes behind him, accompanied by whispers from time to time. Jiang Chu looked out the car window, feeling a myriad of emotions and thoughts in his heart, recalling the changes that had taken place in himself after he came back to life. Although the journey was not far, it took half an hour to get there because the city roads were under repair. Jiang Chu couldn't help but laugh. This system actually requires even the fare to be shared in half. They arrived at Nanshi department store, where many big brands have settled. As soon as they entered the store, Jiang Chu followed them into the store. He took a look at the name of the store, Victoria. Damn, this is really a big move. These were all women's underwear, with all kinds of colorful goods that made people drool. From a distance, he saw Mo Yutong's smug expression and Li Wenjing's somewhat uneasy look. Yutong, why did you pull me in here? How could a boy like Jiang Chu have the nerve to come in? Li Wenjing said a little uncomfortably. Why? Didn't we agree yesterday to come and look at the underwear? Mo Yutong sneered, teasing him. It's better if he doesn't come in. Let him also have a taste of what it's like to stand and wait. Mo Yutong was a little flustered. By the way, what's wrong with you today? I've never seen you being interested in any boy before. Do you really like him? He's not handsome and has no money. There are probably as many boys chasing you in the school as a class. Yutong, you are not allowed to talk about Jiang Chu like that. Li Wenjing suddenly became serious and said angrily. Mo Yutong looked at her in shock, with some disbelief in her eyes. She had never seen Li Wenjing refute her like this to a boy she had just met, and her dissatisfaction in her heart deepened. Oh, what a coincidence. I actually run into your bootlicker here. A contemptuous voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Chu turned his head and saw Song Qingqing and Zheng Hao walking towards him. This time Song Qingqing didn't even say hello to him, and the contempt on her face was completely undisguised. Zheng Hao looked like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. His face was still swollen from being hit by Xianghua. Seeing him like that, Jiang Chu almost laughed out loud. Alpaca, I'm laughing at you, hiss. Zheng Hao was so excited that he pulled the wound on his face, and he couldn't help but cover his face in pain. Brother Hao, are you okay? Song Qingqing asked with concern, then turned to Jiang Chu and said in an even more vicious tone, Jiang Chu, you are a man and you actually ran to the door of a women's lingerie store. You are simply a psychopath. I have known you for so long, but I didn't expect you to be so dirty. Zheng Hao looked at Jiang Chu viciously. You bastard, have you never seen underwear? I know what kind of underwear the person you like wears. Zheng Hao sneered again, with a look of victory in his eyes. If you're not going in, don't block the way, idiot. Zheng Hao cursed in a low voice, then turned and walked into the store. However, He had just taken 2 steps inside when his eyes suddenly stopped, as if he saw Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing, whose figures and looks directly surpassed Song Qingqing. Zheng Hao's eyes could not help but stay on them. Zheng Hao raised the corner of his mouth, pushed Song Qingqing aside, and walked towards them, intending to tease them. Although Song Qingqing was standing aside, her eyes unconsciously swept towards Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing, with a hint of viciousness flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chu saw all of this, but he found it quite funny. Hello, isn't this Mo Yutong, the campus beauty of Shida University? This is. Zheng Hao looked very handsome and spoke in a familiar tone. Jiang Chu laughed inwardly. So you came here for Mo Yutong. Oh, let me introduce myself first. My name is Zheng Hao. People outside call me Brother Hao. I'm from M University. My family runs a company with a market value of tens of millions. I'm very happy to meet you. Zheng Hao said proudly. Mo Yutong looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Not bad, quite impressive. Zheng Hao puffed out his chest proudly, not caring at all about Li Wenjing's cold eyes. Zheng Hao said, but that's just the hard-earned money of my family. I'm still a student now, and my family usually gives me 20,000 to 30,000 yuan for living expenses. Mo Yutong's eyes widened slightly, and she said softly, I only make a little over 1,000 a month. I can only dream of buying a bag. Zheng Hao laughed even more proudly. Haha, you're really humorous. The things in this store are not cheap, right? I just came in to take a look. Where can I afford it? Mo Yutong said unhappily. Seeing this, Zheng Hao was in a good mood and puffed out his chest. Meeting his fate. Pick anyone. I'll pay for it. Really? That's great. Although Mo Yutong was smiling, it didn't look genuine. Jiang Chu sneered in his heart, knowing that this little money didn't matter to Mo Yutong at all. Looking back, I was also impulsive in my previous life. I thought that someone treating me to an ice cream was a gesture of goodwill, and I thought I could win their sincerity with a casual compliment. But in the end, I got nothing. Song Qingqing was choosing sexy underwear, obviously to attract Jiang Chu's attention, but she pretended not to care about him. Jiang Chu didn't even look at her. His eyes were always focused on Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing. Seeing Zheng Hao suddenly intervene and offer to treat him, Jiang Chu decided that he would never let this opportunity slip away. He no longer hesitated and stepped into the lingerie store, ready to make his own decision. However, just as he was about to walk in, Song Qingqing suddenly stopped him. Chapter 7. Beating Song Qingqing can increase her favorability. Song Qingqing said, Jiang Chu, are you planning to pay for me? I'm telling you, Brother Hao will pay for me. You won't be needed. Jiang Chu almost laughed out of anger. Which eye of this man saw that he was going to pay the bill? But think about it. He often did such stupid things in his previous life and couldn't help wanting to please others. Now, he was too lazy to care about these things. But Song Qingqing actually stepped aside and blocked his way. Song Qingqing said, Jiang Chu, I know you like me, but we are not the same kind of people at all. Jiang Chu was speechless, frowned slightly, and said unhappily, Please move aside. I have not liked you for a long time. Song Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Obviously, she didn't expect Jiang Chu to say it so directly. She snorted disdainfully. Humph, playing hard to get with me. You are a little naive. In the distance, Li Wenjing's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think you can attract my attention by using those radical means and acting cool? Can you please not be so childish? Song Qingqing said sarcastically. Jiang Chu was about to hit someone and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why did I fall in love with this idiot before? At this time, the waiter in the store came over, looking at Jiang Chu's cheap clothes, and then comparing them with Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing's high looks. The waiter did not hide her dissatisfaction. This is a women's lingerie store. If you don't need it, please leave and don't disturb other customers. Jiang Chu's brows tightened, and he felt that everything was against him. Song Qingqing turned her head away indifferently, pretending not to know him. Zheng Hao, who was far away, was so delighted when he saw Jiang Chu being humiliated that his face turned red. He looked extremely smug, and even raised his chin with a look of provocation and contempt. Mo Yutong, on the other hand, watched all this quietly. She had become a spectator and was clearly in a complicated mood. The atmosphere in the entire store became subtle because of Jiang Chu's appearance. Jiang Chu stood there, not wanting to admit that he was familiar with Mo Yutong and the others, but not daring to speak rashly. Once the other party denied it, wouldn't he be even more embarrassed? What should I do? Should I take out the 20,000 yuan in cash to pretend? This method is really too low, Jiang Chu thought to himself. If he did this, others might think he was stimulated and his mentality collapsed. Just when Jiang Chu was in distress, Li Wenjing walked over quickly, without saying a word, directly took Jiang Chu's arm, and said coldly, Jiang Chu came with me. Why should I kick him out? Everyone in the room was stunned. The waitress' mouth was still open, almost speechless. The waitress was indignant. Such a loser actually has such a beautiful girlfriend? She could only snort coldly and walked away with a stern face. Song Qingqing's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing Li Wenjing and Jiang Chu being so close, she felt more and more unhappy. Song Qingqing had pursued several rich second-generation men, but she never won the favor of Li Wenjing. Instead, she always saw Li Wenjing looking superior. This made her feel inferior, especially because Li Wenjing's figure was better than Song Qingqing's from any angle. This gap made her particularly unwilling. And now, Jiang Chu was so close to Li Wenjing, which made Song Qingqing's jealousy and anger burst out all of a sudden. Song Qingqing, favorability +5. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment after seeing the system prompt and seemed to realize something. It doesn't matter if you're not handsome or have no money. As long as you're surrounded by beautiful women, you'll arouse the curiosity of other women. This is women's desire to win. Even if they don't like a man, they will want to snatch him away just to prove that they are better than others. Zheng Hao's expression in the distance became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten shit. He originally planned to get close to Li Wenjing, but she ended up getting intimate with that loser Jiang Chu, and he felt extremely unwilling. Mo Yutong saw all this, quietly walked to Li Wenjing's side, and whispered, "Wenjing, what are you doing? Brother Hao is a rich second generation, richer than those I met before." Li Wenjing replied coldly, "What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Chu was a little confused by Li Wenjing's sudden intimate behavior. For a moment, complex emotions intertwined in his heart. The fragrance hit him in the face, and the warmth on his arms made him feel overjoyed. "Jiang Chu, is this what you mean by liking me? It turns out that you have secretly found someone else a long time ago." Song Qingqing suddenly roared, shaking with anger. Jiang Chu glanced at Song Qingqing, frowned, and said impatiently, "Like you? With your level, even putting a screen protector on your phone might cause bubbles." Jiang Chu's words were double entendres, and Song Qingqing obviously understood what he said. Her expression instantly became even uglier, but Li Wenjing couldn't help laughing. Puff hee. Li Wenjing's laughter was like opening a floodgate. Her smile was like sunshine shining on Jiang Chu, which made him a little stunned. Zheng Hao almost exploded, feeling anxious. How could that loser win the favor of the school beauty? Song Qingqing was furious for a moment, pointing at Jiang Chu, her eyes full of anger. "You." Li Wenjing's smile disappeared in an instant. Beneath her icy appearance, there was an anger that could not be ignored. At this moment, Mo Yutong also heard Song Qingqing's vicious words. Her face suddenly darkened. She moved her feet, raised her hands, ready to stop. However, Jiang Chu was faster than her. Snap! A loud slap landed on Song Qingqing's face, knocking her unconscious. "What qualifications do you have to say that about her?" Jiang Chu said coldly, his hands stained with foundation, and he patted his pants in disgust, causing the powder to fly. "You actually hit me?" Song Qingqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This was the second time she was beaten. The palm print from yesterday hadn't disappeared yet, and she was beaten again today. She couldn't believe it. "You beat me just because you had a school beauty?" Song Qingqing's eyes were full of anger and confusion. Song Qingqing, favorability +5. Jiang Chu was somewhat stunned when he saw the system prompt. Was Song Qingqing trying to attract his attention? Li Wenjing beside him turned her head slightly and looked at Jiang Chu's profile with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. Her arms involuntarily hugged him tighter. Li Wenjing, favorability +5. Jiang Chu was excited. He never thought that this slap was worth so much. "Brother Hao, the girlfriend you brought here is not very polite." Mo Yutong couldn't help but sneer. Li Wenjing was her best friend, and Song Qingqing had no right to speak rudely. Chapter 8. Competition in the underwear store. Zheng Hao said, "No, Qingqing was just angry and didn't mean that. It's all this loser's fault." Zheng Hao was so angry that his eyes twitched, and he thought to himself. He had been fantasizing about making love with Mo Yutong and enjoying the exciting scene, but Song Qingqing went crazy and had to say bad things about Jiang Chu. Zheng Hao was a little furious, but in the end he blamed everything on Jiang Chu. He started muttering and cursing at him, and even wanted to hit him in excitement. But he found that Jiang Chu was half a head taller than him, and his sharp eyes were even more vicious than Xiang Hua's yesterday. Thinking of his slapped face and the pain in his stomach, Zheng Hao felt a little timid, thinking to himself, "Damn, a good man never suffers a loss in front of him. If he can't fight with force, then let's compare money. I can crush him in this aspect." "Brother Hao, he hit me. You have to stand up for me." Song Qingqing threw herself into Zheng Hao's arms, acting like a wronged kitten. "Bitch." Mo Yutong muttered in a low voice. "A grown man actually hits a woman at every turn." Really? It's a good thing that you didn't go to Qingbei back then. If you had gone there, you would only bring shame to your parents. Zhang Hao said sarcastically. Zhang Hao said, Qing, let's not bother with the bumpkins from this village. You can pick whatever you want here, and I'll pay for it. Okay, thank you, brother Hao. Song Qing's expression instantly turned sweet, as if the pain from the slap just now had completely disappeared. Aren't you a couple? If you have the guts, buy her something too. How can you be in a relationship when you can't even afford underwear? Song Qing sneered and glanced at Jiang Chu. Just now, Song Qing looked at the prices of underwear here. Generally, they cost several hundred or even more than 1,000. Of course, she knew that Jiang Chu's monthly food expenses were only that much, so she couldn't help feeling a little proud. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to save face. By the way, Qing, I heard you say that his family seems to only do farm work, right? Can they afford 500 yuan a month for living expenses? Classmate Li Wenjing, don't make the mistake. If you are with someone like him, you might even have to pay for meals. None of your business. Li Wenjing responded coldly, still holding Jiang Chu's arm. Jiang Chu smiled inwardly, thinking, you want to compete for money? This is exactly what happened. Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing and said with a smile, Wenjing, this Victoria brand is pretty good. Since you are here, you can also choose a few sets. Huh? Li Wenjing was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Jiang Chu actually asked her to buy it too? Could it be? Li Wenjing said, okay, but the ones here are too small, AC up. How can anyone wear such a small size? The innermost one should be suitable for me. I think I have to be size. Jiang Chu almost couldn't help laughing. Li Wenjing's words were so nice. Mo Yutong couldn't help laughing too. She almost slapped her thigh when she saw Song Qing gritting her teeth. Zhang Hao said, Humph, I'll see if you want a girl to pay for you later. Yutong, what I just said still counts. If you see anything you like, just pick it and I'll pay for it. Okay. Thank you, brother Hao. Mo Yutong smiled with her eyes curved. When it was time to choose underwear, everyone had their own thoughts. Zhang Hao returned to Song Qing. After she picked out 2 sets of daily styles, she went to the XX area and picked up a bright red suspender suit and a black lace suspender suit, gesturing and looking at them. Zhang Hao, who was standing next to him, had a twinkling look in his eyes and a lewd smile on his face. He liked the contrast of Song Qing, who seemed innocent and well-behaved on the outside, but actually harbored desires. Even Jiang Chu couldn't help but imagine what she would look like wearing that sexy lingerie, but then he shook his head and told himself to calm down. Jiang Chu turned around and began to browse the various lingerie styles in the store, from daily styles to sexy styles, from black lace to bright red embroidery, to white suspenders and butterfly designs. Victoria's lingerie is really varied and full of temptation. Mo Yutong watched Jiang Chu repeatedly looking at the underwear and whispered in Li Wenjing's ear, look at him, he's a pervert. He's staring everywhere. Also, are you crazy? Are you going to buy it for him even if you have to pay for it yourself? These underwear are worth hundreds of dollars. Li Wenjing calmly replied, I can't watch Jiang Chu being laughed at by others, so just leave me alone. Mo Yutong's eyes widened, obviously dissatisfied. You are going to piss me off to death. Mo Yutong, favorability -10. Although the voice was very soft, Jiang Chu still heard it clearly. He couldn't help but feel moved and swore to himself, I am a man who is determined to save thousands of girls, so I must be firm in my will. Li Wenjing was holding a set of white lace embroidered bras and a set of pink invisible bras. She suddenly turned around and said, Jiang Chu, which one do you think looks better? Jiang Chu's eyes almost widened. Are you asking me? Yes, take a look. Li Wenjing said as she shook the 2 bras under the light. The bras themselves were seductive, and now they were held by the top school beauty, Li Wenjing herself. Jiang Chu was almost out of control. Jiang Chu's heart beat faster, and he swallowed. You are Xiong Er's brother. You look good in anything you wear. Who is Xiong Er? They all look good, but I can only choose one set. Which one should I choose? Li Wenjing asked with a smile, with an undisguised temptation. Not far away, Zhang Hao's eyes almost fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, his neck almost stretched out. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to show off his towering chest, but he didn't expect to be blocked by Jiang Chu. For a moment, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Jiang Chu pretended to think seriously and said, Don't worry, take both sets. I also think those are good. Buy them all. I'll pay for them. Zhang Hao laughed immediately. Ha! You've paid for everything. You're so pretentious. If you can pay more than me today, I'll crawl out of this store. If you lose, you crawl, do you dare? Jiang Chu, if I were you, I would just leave in disgrace and disgrace myself. Song Qing said sarcastically. Hey, he's a rich second generation. You're obviously going to lose, so don't ask for trouble. Mo Yutong said coldly. Li Wenjing was also a little angry. Do you have any shame? Aren't you obviously bullying me? Also, did you earn that money yourself? It was given to you by your family. Jiang Chu said. I promise you, don't regret it when the time comes. Jiang Chu said with a little excitement. It's okay. You can buy later. I may not lose. Ha ha. Everyone saw it. I didn't force him. Zheng Hao's pride is evident. Li Wenjing stared at Jiang Chu in amazement, obviously not expecting him to accept the challenge. Ching Ching. Hee hee, got it, brother Hao. Song Ching Ching smiled with pride on her face. Chapter 9. Mo Yutong increases favorability. Seeing Zheng Hao and Song Ching Ching's faces getting uglier and uglier, Jiang Chu was simply overjoyed. Being able to slap those annoying people in the face while enjoying such a pleasant shopping experience was a win-win situation. He took whatever he liked without hesitation. After all, he didn't pay for it himself, so he didn't feel bad at all. The waitress thought to herself, you two can compete. As long as you buy, I can get a commission. So, she entertained Song Ching Ching warmly, and did not forget to stab Jiang Chu occasionally when recommending her. Li Wenjing just stood aside, watching but not buying anything. She still seemed a little worried that Jiang Chu could not afford it, and even felt that Jiang Chu should not be richer than her. Jiang Chu smiled at Li Wenjing with a firm look in his eyes. Wenjing, believe me, okay? Li Wenjing looked up and looked at Jiang Chu for a long time. Seeing the confidence and determination in his eyes, she finally nodded and chose to believe. Yes. Jiang Chu didn't notice her slightly shy look, and only wanted Li Wenjing to pick a few more sets. Pick a few more sets you like. Don't worry, I'll pay for them all. Li Wenjing hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and agreed. Okay then. She took down the few sets of underwear she had just chosen. You're really going to piss me off to death. Mo Yutong said helplessly. Obviously, she didn't understand why her best friend would trust such a loser. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smile when he saw Mo Yutong's expression. How about you pick a few sets too? I'll give them to you. Mo Yutong shook her head disdainfully. No. Thank you. I don't have the money to pay for you. Her cold attitude made Jiang Chu understand that it was normal to distrust him. After all, she didn't know him, and he had to slowly prove his strength. Hey, have you guys finished choosing? We've been waiting here for half a day. Zheng Hao urged impatiently. Obviously, he couldn't wait to see Jiang Chu suffer financially. Jiang Chu didn't hesitate and called the waiter over. Hello, I bought all of these. The waiter took a look at the list and was slightly surprised, but she didn't say much. Li Wenjing was still a little worried, but she was relieved when she saw Jiang Chu's soothing eyes. The waitress was reluctant, but there were surveillance cameras in the store, so she could only follow the rules and took out the new models from the inventory. She thought to herself, I will ridicule you when you can't pay. Soon, all the goods were put on the counter, and Song Ching Ching took 5 sets directly, and almost every piece cost more than 1,000 yuan. When Zheng Hao saw the price, he felt heartache and thought to himself, these everyday underwear, except for the 2 sexy ones, are such a waste of fabric. But he understood that he had to bear it for the sake of face. Brother Hao, didn't you say you would pay for me? Look, I don't want much, just 3 sets. You won't be reluctant, right? Mo Yutong said coquettishly, with a hint of flattery in her tone. Of course not. It's just 3 sets, just a little bit. Zheng Hao said as he reluctantly took out his card. He just said it was just 1 set, but now it seems that he has been made a fool, so he can only hold on. Mo Yutong said, Thank you, brother Hao. Let's add each other on QQ and leave your phone number. Zheng Hao smiled happily, finally getting something out of it. He knew that leaving a contact number meant that they could have further contact. After all, they were all adults. Zheng Hao asked, How much for the 2 of them? Pay the bill. The waiter said, Hello, after the discount, the total is 9,300. Hearing this price, Zheng Hao felt a sharp pain. Zheng Hao thought to himself, the food expenses are 10,000. If you say 20,000 or 30,000, it's just bragging. Plus, the money I usually spend on showing off is spent like water, so how can there be so much left? So he took out the card without hesitation, mentally prepared to bluff. Jiang Chu probably couldn't take out so much money. Swipe the card. After a long time, the card didn't swipe through. What? Swipe the card. Zheng Hao frowned and urged. The waiter replied awkwardly. Sorry, our store hasn't installed the POS machine yet, so we can't swipe the card for the time being. Do you have cash? Zheng Hao was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He immediately yelled, Are you kidding me? You can't even pay with a card for something worth tens of thousands of dollars. Who can carry so much cash? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chu took out 2 stacks of cash from his bag and put them on the counter. This scene was a perfect slap in the face for Zheng Hao, and even the next words he was about to say were stuck. Pay the bill. Count both of them together. Jiang Chu finished speaking, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. At this time, Zheng Hao's face turned livid, his eyes fixed on the 2 stacks of cash, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Pay the bill, Jiang Chu repeated, with a hint of provocation in his tone. The waiter also fully reacted and quickly started to pay the bill. His eyes were no longer contemptuous, but full of apology and flattery. Jiang Chu, how come you carry so much cash with you? Li Wenjing asked in surprise, her worries just now swept away, replaced by an excited expression. Mo Yutong also looked at Jiang Chu with a hint of confusion in his eyes. After the discount, the total is 12,000. The waiter quickly told them the total price. When Jiang Chu heard it, he was secretly proud of himself. It was so cool. Brother Hao, what should I do with these things I picked? Song Qingqing asked tentatively, full of expectation. After hearing this, Zheng Hao finally couldn't help but burst out. Fuck you. Ask me what to do? You have cash to take out. Or you can give it to me. Song Qingqing was scolded and tilted her head a little, and the angry expression on her face was clearly written. Especially when she saw Li Wenjing carrying a pile of battle results, and Jiang Chu's eyes full of admiration and love, she was almost mad. Jiang Chu looked at Song Qingqing with a sneer on his face. How about I help you pay for it? Sure. Song Qingqing's heart moved, and she was just excited to agree. Song Qingqing, favorability +5. Jiang Chu was stunned, thinking to himself, this can also be added? Can her favorability increase when I taunt her? Well, thank you, but no thanks. Song Qingqing quickly reacted, and when she saw Zheng Hao's green face, she stopped immediately. Li Wenjing, favorability +3. Mo Yutong, favorability +10. Jiang Chu was delighted. It turns out that the power of money is so great. How about it? I have 12,000 yuan, and I've given it to you. You have more than 9,000 yuan, but you still don't have any money. Am I the winner? Jiang Chu said proudly. Zheng Hao's face turned livid, and he was silent for a long time with gnashing teeth. Finally, he said unwillingly, this doesn't count. This crappy store doesn't accept credit cards, and I have money. This is not fair. Let's go to a place where credit cards can be used and compete again. How can you be like this? Aren't you being shameless? Do you have any shame? Li Wenjing cursed angrily, her tone full of contempt. The waiter turned his head and cast a look of contempt at Zheng Hao without any disguising, muttering in a low voice. You look like a decent human being, but you are so arrogant even though you have no money. You are wasting my expression. The veins on Zheng Hao's face almost popped out. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Chapter 10. Excited Mo Yutong. I know I can't win the argument in this situation. I can only turn a blind eye. He continued to shout stubbornly. Jiang Chu, just tell me if you dare to compete again. Jiang Chu also straightened his back, an expression of someone who has been provoked. Okay, let's compete. You choose the store later. Don't make excuses when you lose. Zheng Hao was overjoyed. Just agree to it. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get out of this door. Wait, that's not fair. Li Wenjing said. You obviously lost, and Jiang Chu has already spent more than 10,000 yuan here. You want to compete again? How shameless. Zheng Hao's inner thoughts were spoken out to him. It's a bit embarrassing. That's fine. Let's compete again. I want him to crawl with conviction. Zheng Hao was disdainful. You're just pretending. I don't even know if the 20,000 yuan you stole was from home. But since you want to be bullied, you can't blame me. I'll show you what it means to be rich. Oh, really? It's still unclear who will win or lose. The more Jiang Chu looked at Zheng Hao, the cuter he became. How come you were so sensible? She even stretched out her face to him and slapped him. I'm afraid you won't spend it. Open the system. I have already seen the 12,000 points returned. I immediately chose to exchange. A text message came in with a deposit of 1.2 million. I was so happy. At this rate, reaching the peak of life is just around the corner. This time Zheng Hao and Song Qingqing walked in front. They knew Jiang Chu still had several thousand in cash. So I picked a place where things cost over 10,000. LV store? Jiang Chu laughed at himself. I had dealt with this brand a lot in my previous life. No matter how good the green tea is, in the end, everything will point to here. He is poorer than a loser and would retreat or even be afraid when he sees it from afar. Now we have a system. Snort? It depends on whether you were stepped on or not. Qingqing, you have always wanted that new bag, so let me satisfy you today. Wow, I just said it casually, but I didn't expect that you, Hao, have always taken it to heart. You were so nice to me. But that one is a bit expensive. I'm with you, Hao, because you're a good person. You've already given me one before, so I don't need this one. Zheng Hao sneered inwardly. This sounds so real. For those who don't know, I really thought Song Qingqing was a sentimental person. But who is Zheng Hao? He has seen many women like this. But now I'm making a bet with that guy. Let her take advantage of it. I'll make up for it by sending you something else later. Song Qingqing was excited. Although I am a little reluctant to throw away the brand underwear I just threw away. But compared with the bag, it is simply unbearable to mention. She loves bags like her life. Last time, it was because Zhang Hao bought her a bag worth 20,000 yuan that she threw herself into his arms without hesitation. This new model of bag is worth nearly 40,000. I really want to get it. I really have to thank Jiang Chu. Haha. He did not forget to look back provocatively at Li Wenjing. Humph, it's just a few sets of underwear. Brother Hao bought me a new LV bag. No matter how good your underwear is, you can't wear it and show it off. Song Qingqing couldn't wait to drag Zhang Hao into the store. But after taking a few steps, Zhang Hao stopped him at the door. He just looked down. This floor is too clean. Hi, Achui. Oh, sorry, I have a cold and a lot of phlegm. I think someone will clean it up in a while. After saying this, he did not forget to glance at Jiang Chu, as if he had won the victory. Stand up straight. He walked in proudly. Disgusting. Li Wenjing hated Zhang Hao to the extreme. Even Mo Yutong frowned. Jiang Chu remained calm. My heart is already filled with joy. I don't know who will wipe it later. The shelves inside are mainly filled with bags. A dazzling array of. Wenjing, come here quickly. This is the bag I mentioned to you before. Mo Yutong was also very excited when she saw the bag. I immediately forgot what just happened. It really is true that it can cure all diseases. No woman can resist the temptation of bags. He took Li Wenjing's hand and ran over. It's really nice, especially for you. Li Wenjing praised. Really? She had been in a stable mood in the lingerie shop just now. But if it touches the bag, it will be exposed. Pick up the bag and hold it in front of your chest. Put your feet together and stand on tiptoe. The high ponytail swung up and down. The excitement on his face could not be concealed at all. Yutong, if you can give me a chance, I will buy this bag for you. How about it? Zhang Hao put his hands in his pockets. With a proud look. It seemed as if this bag worth more than 30,000 yuan was a trivial matter in his eyes. Mo Yutong instantly showed excitement. But she smiled again. Of course she understood what that meant. I want to take her down with just one bag. I'm afraid I'm too naive. There are many rich second generations around her who want to give her bags. It's just that those people are just like Zhang Hao. They're all human beings. Don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. Some even ask to book a room before buying. Who do you think she is? But then again, she really likes this bag. But when I think about the few $1,000s in my card, it also includes my living expenses. Don't mention how disappointed I am. I like this. Li Wenjing picked up another bag. The love in my eyes cannot be hidden. But he was not as excited as Mo Yutong. You have a good eye. This is the latest Petite Series handbag this year. It just arrived yesterday. It looks great on you. One of the waitresses, a beautiful lady wearing white gloves, recommended it with a smile on her face. And these models are also the latest models. You can all take a look at them. He took out a few more and placed them in front of Jiang Chu. This waitress surprised him a little. Most people would be lucky if they didn't chase him out when they saw him dressed like this. Treat everyone equally. That's a good attitude. I couldn't help but look at this young lady twice. Oval face with high ponytail. Cute but a little shy. A work uniform and black leather shoes outline a graceful figure. Of course, I can't compare with Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing. The system shows 75 points. That's pretty good too. The name tag read, in turn, Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling, how can you just take out your bag? If you damage it, will you pay for it? Not far away, a woman with a nice figure and also wearing a uniform walked over quickly. He had a stern face and looked very unhappy. Sister Zhang. Zhao Xiaoling was like a child who had done something wrong. A bit overwhelmed. But he still argued for it. I see he came with them. So what? I accept everyone, but you want to become a regular employee. That's right, Xiaoling, you have to listen to Sister Zhang. Not everyone can be treated as a guest. He has to have the ability to do so. Wu Li, the shop assistant serving Zhang Hao said. She has an average appearance, but she would wink at Zhang Hao from time to time. Zhang Hao's tail is almost up in the sky. Almost laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand. That's it. Pack it up for me. Okay, this bag is 30,000. Please swipe the card over here. Song Qingqing was so happy. With this bag. When I go back, I will definitely make my roommates and friends envious. Wu Li's eyes were full of smiles. She and Zhao Xiaoling came in at the same time. It is also the internship period. But Zhao Xiaoling is prettier than her. There were a few times when customers came and rejected her, insisting on looking for Zhao Xiaoling. She held a grudge against him because of this. Now she sold a bag in just a short while. There are 3 more. She has met the criteria for becoming a regular employee. Zhao Xiaoling was not only scolded by Sister Zhang. The one serving me is a poor loser. Today's performance is definitely a failure. Your name is Zhao Xiaoling, right? How much performance do you need to become a regular employee? Zhao Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. This boy who looks younger than me. Suddenly, I asked her this question. Chapter 11. To be honest, I'm a hidden rich second generation. We still need 100,000 in sales. I don't know why he asked this. Jiangchu didn't answer her. Instead, he looked at Li Wenjing. How is it? Do you like it? Li Wenjing thought he was just asking casually. I like it, but I'll just take a look. It's okay, as long as you like it, I'll pay for you. No, Jiangchu, I know your family's situation. You just spent so much money. That guy is just cheating. There's no point in getting on his nerves. I won't buy it. Let's go. Walk? Jiangchu suddenly became anxious. WTF. This is a bag worth tens of thousands. How many points? You actually said you were leaving? Wait a minute, Wenjing, to be honest, I am a hidden rich second generation. I am rich, very rich. Li Wenjing covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Jiangchu, you are really good at joking. What you said sounds like the truth. Come on, Wenjing doesn't mind, so stop pretending. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. It won't hurt to admit it honestly. A bag here costs at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It's normal that you can't afford it. Mo Yutong would occasionally glance at Zheng Hao to tease him. Make the other person very happy. How about this, Wenjing? I really want to give you a bag, and I can see that you like it very much. Can you listen to me once today? If I really don't have money to pay for you later, then we can go, okay? But, looking at Jiangchu's burning eyes, Li Wenjing couldn't help but feel touched. All right, then I'll take that one. The one Li Wenjing pointed to was the cheapest in the store, because she remembered that Jiangchu still had a stack of cash. That plus her own should be enough. 10,000 yuan? It's an old style. Jiangchu was shocked. Don't save money for me. Zheng Hao at the side couldn't help but slap his thigh and laugh. Ha ha ha, after hesitating for so long, I finally chose one that costs over 10,000 yuan. Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. Over 10,000 yuan is also your annual food allowance, right? TSK. If I buy a bag as a gift, I'll have to eat dirt later. Jiangchu, if I were you, I wouldn't buy it. Your family may not be able to earn back 10,000 yuan even if they sell the land for a year. Song Qingqing did not forget to add insult to injury. Yutong, I know you like that bag. It's only over 30,000. As long as you agree to my small request, I will give it to you. Really, do you want to consider it? Zheng Hao didn't care at all that Song Qingqing would be jealous or anything like that, because he knew that the other party was only after money. Now that I bought her a bag, she should know when to act and when to retreat. Don't ruin his good deeds. Mo Yutong felt itchy inside. But the other party said it was a small request. You can guess what that is. Jiangchu shook his head slightly. There is no other way. In that case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. He waved to Zhao Xiaoling. Hello, please come here. Zhao Xiaoling came over. Jiangchu pointed at the bag that Li Wenjing just mentioned. This. You want to buy this? No, I mean, except for this one. I want all the other 5 latest models. Wang Defa. Everyone present was shocked. Everyone is petrified. It seems I heard wrongly. A look of disbelief. Ah, you want all of them? These 5 together cost 283,000. Zhao Xiaoling stuttered when she spoke. Jiangchu was surprised. That's pretty fast. Yes, all of them, by card. Jiangchu, what are you doing? You don't need to buy so many, right? And where do you get so much money? Li Wenjing was a little anxious. I thought Jiangchu was impulsive. Her hands unconsciously hugged Jiangchu's arms tightly. Who knew Jiangchu just turned his head? Use your other hand to give her a pat on the head. Look into her eyes. In a gentle and powerful voice, he said, I want to buy it because you like it. If you like all the bags in this store, then I will buy them all. How can I have money if you don't buy a few more? Li Wenjing was stunned. I was deeply moved. His face turned red to his ears. Li Wenjing, favorability 3. It's rising. It's rising. It went up another 3 points. Why is Li Wenjing different from others? If you praise it, it will go up. Jiangchu was excited. It seems I will have to praise this more in the future. Ha ha ha, you're so fucking funny. You bought all of them for 280,000 yuan. What are you pretending for? Do you have any hair? You don't have any hair at all. Zheng Hao laughed and slapped his thigh. Humph, Zhao Xiaoling, you should think it over carefully. This kind of person is obviously here to cause trouble. Wuli said sarcastically. The person present was actually Sister Jiang, who had just scolded Jiangchu. With a serious expression. He squinted his eyes and looked Jiangchu up and down again. She had already developed a pair of eyes that knew how to judge people. This ordinary-looking boy in front of me. How can you be so calm? But if the other party really has the ability to buy 5 bags at once. In just a few seconds, many possibilities flashed through her mind. finally make a decision. Xiaoling, just pack for this guest. Oh, okay. Then he extended his hand as a gesture of invitation. Please go to the counter over here to pay. Zhao Xiaoling didn't know that Sister Zhang, who just looked down on others. Why did he suddenly change his personality? Wu Li was also confused. Then she seemed to have thought of something. Become happy. This is probably to deal a trick on Zhao Xiaoling. Let her know. This kind of person is not worth talking to at all. It would be nice to teach them a lesson. This is 280,000 yuan. How could a student come up with so much money at once? Everyone's eyes turned to the cashier. By card, huh? After a while of operation. Please enter your password. Jiangchu shook his head slightly. And sighed slightly. Only 280,000. Too little. But not too obvious. Take your time. Humph, you're still pretending. Soon you'll probably say the card is broken and you can't swipe it. Just wait and see. Zhang Hao snorted coldly. Drop. Payment successful. Click, click, click. The order from the POS machine was automatically printed out. This proves that the payment has been successful, although I was prepared. But Sister Zhang still looked at Jiangchu with a slightly open mouth, a little bit unbelieving, immediately showing a flattering smile. Fortunately, I didn't offend anyone completely just now. Hello, please sign. Handsome guy, you are so nice to your girlfriend. This is the first time I have seen such a generous customer like you in this store for so long. Your girlfriend must be very happy. Besides, you are handsome and elegant, and your girlfriend is also very beautiful. You and your girlfriend are really a perfect match. Have a look. This old lady speaks differently. As long as you don't praise it to the sky, just praise it as much as you can. Jiangchu felt a little bit dizzy. This is the effect of having money. The others were completely shocked. So much so that you could hear a pin drop in the store. The payment was successful. I don't know when a few female customers came into the store. Oh my god, this guy must be a super rich second generation. He gave me 5 bags at once. They're the latest models. All of them are my favorites. I wonder if he still needs a girlfriend. That's so cool. Let alone 5. If he could give me one of them, I would be his tonight. Did you notice that this guy is dressed very modestly, and his hair is low-key but not ostentatious, especially when he was swiping his card, he didn't even blink. Wow, he's so handsome. Come on, look at the 2 girls next to them. They are both pretty and have great figures. It's not your turn to daydream here. No. It's okay to put yourself in such a perfect boy's shoes in your daily life. Zhang Hao's face turned green. 280,000. How is this possible? How could this loser possibly come up with 280,000? Is he going to lose? Even if he shamelessly takes a few more bags now. He doesn't have that much money. 280,000. It's not 28 yuan. Someone will wipe it dry in a moment. The words I just said echoed in my ears. Chapter 12 Mo Tong's change of attitude. Do you really want to crawl out of this door? Song Qingqing looked at Jiangchu again, with eyes shining. It turns out that he is not a super big licker, but the hidden super rich second generation. So rich. But he had always pretended to be poor in front of her. The most I can give myself as a gift is no more than 1,000. Now, I'm willing to spend 280,000 yuan on a bag for a girl who's leaving. You can buy an Audi or BMW. The bag in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. How hateful. Wouldn't it be better to say it earlier? Don't talk about girlfriend. Even when playing poker, I don't hesitate for a second. Any posture or movement is fine. I am willing to do so. No. After all, Jiangchu had been pursuing me for several years. I must like myself in my heart. I must take back everything that belongs to me no matter what. Song Qingqing had already forgotten about Brother Hao in her mind. Song Qingqing, favorability 60. Jiangchu saw that his favorability was rising like a rocket. It's unbelievable. This is the terrifying influence of money. But so what? He has no interest in Song Qingqing at all now. Even spending money on her feels like a waste. Sister Zhang walked up quickly, this time with a very friendly smile. I'm sorry, handsome man. I was rude before. I apologize to you. Please forgive me this time. To express my apology, here is a VIP card. You can get a 5% discount at any chain store nationwide. This Zhang Jie is very flexible. This made Jiangchu look at him with new eyes. Take the card. It's okay. I didn't worry about it. Also, I think Zhao Xiaoling's service is very good. Is it enough to be a regular employee now? Of course it's enough. In fact, I have always been optimistic about Xiaoling. She is not only beautiful, but also sincere. I will apply for her to become a regular employee. I sincerely welcome you to visit our store again in the future. Zhao Xiaoling, who was standing by, was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. He cast a look of great gratitude towards Jiangchu. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I could have successfully become a regular employee. Your girlfriend must be super happy to have a boyfriend like you. Li Wenjing lowered her head shyly. They are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Jiangchu also touched his nose embarrassedly. Wu Li, who was not far away, gnashed her teeth and looked grim. How so? How could Zhao Xiaoling be so lucky? It's a great pleasure to meet such a rich second generation who is so generous that he can buy a house for 280,000 yuan at once. Boss, these are your bags. Well, give it to her. Li Wenjing took the pile of bags. It's not very heavy. Are you really going to give them all to me? Li Wenjing looked surprised. Originally, I asked Jiangchu out to treat him to a meal. As a result, I haven't eaten yet. On the contrary, the other party bought her a bag worth more than 200,000 yuan. Happiness really comes too suddenly. It left her a little overwhelmed. Mo Yutong on the side no longer had a look of hostility and disdain on his face. The Jiangchu in front of him was a super rich second generation with unlimited potential. She was even a little jealous. There are so many rich second generations chasing after her. There has never been a person who spent 280,000 yuan at once like Jiangchu. And so far no conditions have been mentioned. Now I realize. The boy in front of me seems to be quite handsome. Height is about 1.8 meters. Dressed in a low-key and unobtrusive manner. Hair has so much personality. Li Wenjing, favorability 3. Mo Yutong, favorability 25. Jiangchu is a wimp. Mo Yutong's favorability increased very quickly. But the strange thing is, Li Wenjing doesn't seem to be particularly interested in money. After all, it is 280,000. If he didn't have a system, he himself couldn't stand the bombardment. But even so, only increased by 3. It's better to praise her a few words before. Mo Yutong's performance was more in line with expectations. It seems the rumors are true. Jiangchu, I want to ask for your opinion. I want to give this bag to Yutong. She is my best friend, and she loves it very much. Of course, the bag is yours. You can give it to me if you want. That's great. Thank you. Li Wenjing is very happy. He handed the bag that Mo Yutong had taken a fancy to her without hesitation. Yutong, I know you've always wanted this bag, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, Wenjing. We are sisters, you're welcome. Mo Yutong held the bag in her hand with an expression of unbearable surprise on her face. She has always wanted this bag. Today, I finally got what I wanted. And it doesn't cost anything. Glancing at Li Wenjing with gratitude. But more eyes were cast towards Jiangchu. At this moment, beating him has become the focus of the store. Biting the crystal-clear lips. Complex expression. Why does this boy in front of her have a unique temperament that attracts her? Heart rate increases. And she discovered that. When I saw Wenjing looking at Jiangchu with happiness in her eyes, she admitted that she was jealous. Huh? Did I let you go? Jiangchu's cold voice suddenly shouted. Just beyond the door, Zheng Hao took Song Qingqing and tried to sneak away when no one was paying attention. Unexpectedly, Song Qingqing seemed reluctant. I kept dragging my feet and looking back. Then Jiangchu discovered it. Zheng Hao was immediately in a dilemma and became angry and humiliated. Jiangchu, what do you want? What do I want? You were the one who proposed this bet. You said you couldn't pay with your card when you lost just now. You were allowed to choose the store, and you lost again this time. What? Are you trying to cheat? It's 10:30 now. This is when the mall is busiest. People come and go. He was asked to crawl out of the house and endure this humiliation. What's more, the saliva he spit out is probably still there. How is this possible? Zheng Hao gritted his teeth. The veins on my forehead are about to burst. Okay, kid, remember this. It's absolutely impossible for me to do this. Stop me if you have the guts. After saying that, he turned around and took Song Qingqing away. You lose a bet and refuse to pay. How shameless. Li Wenjing complained with her little mouth pouting. However, Song Qingqing was thinking about how to win back Jiangchu. After being pulled for 2 steps, her hand slipped. Zheng Hao subconsciously looked back. As luck would have it, I stepped on that lump of saliva. Plus the floor tiles are slippery. He was thrown to the ground with his hands thrown to the ground. And pressed on that mouthful of water. Fuck you. Song Qingqing was also dumbfounded. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. There were a few people standing at the door, pointing and laughing at the show. Zheng Hao quickly got up and ran out with Song Qingqing. Jiangchu, I won't let you go. Ha ha ha. This is what you call getting what you deserve. Mo Yutong has now unknowingly stood on Jiangchu's side. Li Wenjing also covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiangchu just shook his head and smiled. He already knew that Zheng Hao would not easily make routine promises. But I didn't expect this to happen. His main goal today is to spend money. The goodwill between Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong was an unexpected gain. And he found that getting along with the so-called goddess was not as difficult as he had imagined before. If you feel you don't dare, or you are not handsome enough. Either you have no money. If you have low self-esteem, are shy, dare not look directly at others, and feel socially anxious. There is only one reason: not enough money. Yes, look at those millionaires worth millions. Wear a slippers vest. Still pick up goddesses. Are they handsome? No. Even if he is short and ugly, there are still all kinds of beautiful women flocking to him. Because they have money. With enough money, they will have enough confidence. Let's go. It's not time for dinner yet. Let's continue shopping. Okay. You can see that Li Wenjing is very happy. Hello. I forgot to mention that we can provide door-to-door service within the city. It depends on whether you need it. There is also such a good thing. Of course it is necessary. Li Wenjing initially refused. It's not heavy actually. But Jiang Chu said it was inconvenient to walk around in the back. In the end, I listened to him. What Jiang Chu was thinking was, I'm planning to buy more things later. If you don't consume because you can't finish it, that would be a big loss. But Li Wenjing thought that Jiang Chu was thinking about her. I was also touched. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Next, Mo Yutong deliberately walked among them when he was walking on the road, just to get close to Jiang Chu. Chapter 13: Mo Yutong's Little Thoughts. From time to time, I actively find topics to chat about. Jiang Chu just answered one question at a time, absent-minded. This made Mo Yutong even more curious. It seems that the other party is really a super rich second generation. He is totally different from the rich second generation I met before. As soon as he spends a little money on you, he starts bragging about how rich his family is. Hinting this, hinting that, even using your hands and feet. Now I don't care about her at all. This aroused her possessiveness even more. Jiang Chu really didn't know how to answer. The other party was asking him indirectly about his family background. His parents are farmers. How to explain? I could only make up an excuse to get away with it. Then the three of them went to various brand name stores. Gucci, Chanel, Hermes. From belts to shoes. From various accessories to skincare products. The shops I saw along the way. Jiang Chu asked them to go in and buy without saying anything. That attitude is even more positive than that of girls. Li Wenjing refused at first, but Mo Yutong always pulled her in. He also said all kinds of good things for Jiang Chu. I think he does this because he likes you. How can you let him down? When she said this, even Mo Yutong herself felt a little sour. But Li Wenjing was quite happy. As Jiang Chu watched the points continue to come in, I was quite depressed. Although I was buying things later, Li Wenjing was obviously helping him save money. He wants to buy a lot. But Li Wenjing showed some disgust. The favorability dropped by 3 points on the spot. This made Jiang Chu feel a little confused. Later I promised her to buy some things. Li Wenjing nodded happily. The goodwill returned. Jiang Chu was helpless. I visited several stores and spent only 200,000 Chinese yuan in total. But if the points were converted into money, it would definitely be tens of millions. At least I have entered the ranks of multimillionaires. I still couldn't help but feel excited. In the previous life, I couldn't even imagine that. Mo Yutong, favorability 10. At last, they went to a designer clothing store. Wenjing, let's not talk about what happened before. You have to buy a few more sets of clothes. You are the least clothed person in the dormitory. And are you going to dress nicely in front of him from now on? Mo Yutong whispered the following sentence into Li Wenjing's ear. Li Wenjing couldn't refute it, and even smiled the sweet smile of a young girl in love, and accepted it happily. Mo Yutong looked puzzled again. Then by 3 sets. You are not allowed to exceed this number. Jiang Chu's money didn't come from the wind. Okay. Mo Yutong made an okay gesture towards Jiang Chu. I mean, I'm helping you. It's up to you. Jiang Chu secretly gave Mo Yutong a thumbs up. Make her very proud. 3. When Li Wenjing took a set of clothes into the fitting room, Mo Yutong happened to come out from another room. At this moment, she, wearing a white ultra-short pleated skirt. The length is above the knee. I guess you can just lower your head slightly to see the beautiful scenery. Mo Yutong had his back to him, striking various poses in front of a full-length mirror. I have to say, she has a really great figure, with a slim waist and a nice butt. That damn skirt is dangling there. I wish a force 10 gale would suddenly blow. Jiang Chu's attention was fixed on Mo Yutong's pair of extremely long legs. He didn't notice that the other person had been secretly looking at him in the mirror. Mo Yutong suddenly bent down. It seems that he is tidying up his shoes. Normal people just bend their legs and squat down. But she is not. Those long legs don't even need to be bent. Keep it straight. This shows how flexible his body is. As expected, she has practiced dancing. Jiang Chu suddenly widened his eyes. Almost spurted blood. Just came down that moment. He could clearly see the flash of black. No fuck. Mo Yutong must have done it on purpose. At this time, Li Wenjing came out of the fitting room. He immediately drew Jiang Chu's gaze over, feeling a little guilty. But then his eyes widened. Take a deep breath. This is so beautiful. Her dressing style was quite conservative before. So many details are not visible. Now she is wearing a pink tube top with off-shoulder short sleeves and white shorts. That skin is so good that I can't describe it. Delicate, smooth, and white, glowing slightly under the light. On both sides of the exposed shoulders are very slender and exquisite collarbones. Plus the unique temperament. Like a princess. Even the other girls in the store were stunned. The store manager praised. Wow, my God, you look so good in this, much better than those celebrities like Mina and Na. Besides, the last time I met a daughter of a listed company, she didn't have as much temperament as you. I would have thought you were a princess. Li Wenjing smiled shyly and stuck out her tongue, looking extremely cute. Jiang Chu, do you think it looks good? You look beautiful, so beautiful. You are simply a fairy that fell from the sky. Also, the shoes on your feet look great, very suitable for you. Jiang Chu was telling the truth. In fact, he had always felt that the system's ratings were unreasonable. Because compared with Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing, the former is better looking. If Mo Yutong scored 87 points, then Li Wenjing should be 88 points. But now I have changed my clothes. After seeing the other party's hidden devil figure, 90 points is absolutely correct. Really, Li Wenjing was very happy. Jiang Chu actually carefully observed the new shoes she had put on. This proves that you are getting a lot of attention in the other person's eyes. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Although Li Wenjing's legs are not as long as Mo Yutong's, but it is absolutely superb. The skin is smooth and slightly radiant. Perfect proportions. Straight with a little bit of ladle-like flesh. Because I was wearing boat socks. Even the exposed instep is white and tender. Slightly bony. It made him unable to help but look at it a few more times. Let me tell you, Wenjing, you usually dress so conservatively, but you actually have a better figure than me. Look, some people are almost staring at you. Mo Yutong couldn't help but praise him, and at the same time, a sour feeling rose in her heart again. She had just spent some time to attract Jiang Chu's attention, but now the other party was completely focused on Li Wenjing. I think this set is also good. I'll go change it. Li Wenjing happily ran to the fitting room again. Mo Yutong pursed her lips, walked up to Jiang Chu and asked in a low voice. Look, Wenjing is almost drooling. Tell me, how do you like me in this outfit? Well, it's pretty nice. Jiang Chu turned his head away and didn't dare to look into her eyes. Just because I felt guilty about what I did just now. You were just staring at my legs. No way. And you just peeked at the white I was wearing, right? No, it's obviously black. Finished. When Jiang Chu saw the other party's cunning eyes, he realized that he had been tricked. Humph, you guys are all perverts. Don't worry, I won't tell Wenjing. Mo Yutong said with a little pride. Jiang Chu reacted. Use this to control him? Thinking too much. Whatever you say, you clearly did it on purpose just now. I can also say that you were deliberately seducing me. Mo Yutong was stunned. I didn't expect that the other party was not afraid at all. He leaned close to Jiang Chu's ear. I'm just kidding, you do my legs look good? I bought some black stockings. I'm going to take a walk at the Pavilion of Thoughts by myself at 9:30 tonight. The numb voice is full of teasing. Isn't this obviously an appointment with him? The best long legs in black silk. And the other party is a school beauty. WTF. Just thinking about it is extremely tempting. He actually has a slight leg control. At that time, Song Qingqing had a good figure and her long legs were the reason. It makes up for the shortcomings of the airport above. And now, Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong's 2 pairs of superb long legs are many times more beautiful than Song Qingqing's. Especially Mo Yutong. In fact, he just looked over there. That's simply speechless. If Li Wenjing's is the kind of slightly plump long legs, Mo Yutong is the type who has practiced gymnastics and dance. Not only slender and straight, and it's very solid, with a hint of explosive power. There is no extra fat, besides the whiteness and tenderness of the pair of jade feet. Even with shoes on, you can still see the perfect arch of your foot. If I could see Mo Yutong wearing black stockings, this is simply the best in the world. Walking on the road is absolutely 100 sure to kill. What are you guys talking about? How about this thing I'm wearing? Chapter 14. The Charming Princess Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing wore a red suspender-waisted silk long dress this time. One side opened a high fork, revealing a pair of long, white legs. Wearing a pair of high heels, the whole person's temperament is completely up, like 1,000 gold. It turns out that beautiful people look good in anything they wear. Jiang Chu also praised him from the bottom of his heart. Li Wenjing was very happy. Even Mo Yutong looked envious. Jiang Chu then realized that, although Mo Yutong had said before that Li Wenjing didn't seem to have much money on her, I thought he was from an ordinary family. But the feeling she gave Jiang Chu was not simple. Just the temperament and calmness when he paid the bill. This doesn't seem like a normal family. Because Jiang Chu himself was born in a peasant family. If it is not the system, even if he earns over 10,000 yuan a month, he can't be so calm. In addition, it is quite rare for two top school beauties to become best friends. Especially someone like Mo Yutong, who worships money. Having a competitor like this around you would be very disadvantageous to you. Jiang Chu, try these clothes. For me. Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing in surprise. Well, don't always think about buying for us. You should also be nicer to yourself. This is the first time I'm helping a boy look at clothes to see if they're suitable. Jiang Chu nodded thoughtfully and took the clothes into the fitting room. Mo Yutong, who was standing aside, had no idea what he was thinking, and his eyes were looking back and forth between Li Wenjing and the fitting room. Wow, I didn't expect that she has such a good figure. Wenjing's taste is as good as always. Mo Yutong's eyes sparkled when she saw Jiang Chu changed his clothes, and his whole temperament changed a lot. I didn't expect that the hidden super-rich second generation is actually a handsome guy with potential. Song Qingqing is simply blind. I didn't expect it to fit so well. It's more accurate than what I saw myself. Jiang Chu's praise made Li Wenjing purse her pink lips slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness. Hi, I want all of these. Jiang Chu directly said to the two shop assistants. They stood there for a long time without reacting. All. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong were already used to Jiang Chu's extravagance. The sales lady was so excited and happy. Altogether, it's more than 100,000. The commission alone is enough for their 2-month salary. After packing, there are a bunch of big and small bags. Fine. These big brand stores offer door-to-door delivery services if you shop a lot. This actually saves them a lot of worry. It's getting late, and I'm sure you're hungry. I'll treat you to hot pot. Li Wenjing said. His face was filled with happiness. Mo Yutong was also in a good mood. Touching his belly, he shouted that he wanted to have a good fight. Only Jiang Chu had a slightly bitter face. I only spent this little money this morning. Even the donkeys in the production team are not so slow. Okay, then you guys go up first. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, what kind of soup base do you like? Whatever. Order the most expensive lobster, abalone, or shark's fin. Li Wenjing? Well, I'm asking about the bottom of the pot. The soup base, spicy, right? Well, let's go up first. The third floor above the mall is the dining area. The reason why Jiang Chu said he wanted to go to the bathroom was because he saw a jewelry store not far away. Why didn't I think of it before? He wants to try to buy it himself first. Then I gave it to Li Wenjing and the others. See if the system recognizes that the consumption is successful. Come to Zhou Jufu Jewelry Store. Jiang Chu was ignored as expected. No clerk came to talk to him. He doesn't mind. This saves trouble. Because he wanted to choose for himself. He quickly glanced at all the goods. Finally, his eyes stopped at a pair of necklaces. Those are 2 platinum dolphins set with diamonds chasing each other. 200,000. This price is considered to be more expensive in the store. The other more expensive ones are jade bracelets. But it is somewhat inappropriate to wear it on a college student's hand. That's it. Beautiful lady, can you show me this? Jiang Chu called out. Several shop assistants turned their heads to take a look. His eyes showed contempt. Judging from the shape of his lips, he even made a sound. Turn your head. Pretend not to see. The last busy lady saw it. Without thinking too much, I ran over. Her action was met with mocking sneers from the other shop assistants. I'm sorry, there are too many people in the store and I can't handle it all at once. I'm really sorry. Jiang Chu took a look. This young lady was sweating profusely. Some of the other shop assistants would pounce on those customers who looked well-dressed with a flattering smile on their faces. Some just play with their phones and send messages. I'm afraid she is the only one who is really busy. Are you sure it's this? The young lady couldn't believe it. This is one of the most expensive items in the store. But he still took it out and displayed it for Jiang Chu to see. And introduced the name of this necklace as Heart of the Ocean. Because the 2 dolphins are surrounded by a heart-shaped space in the middle. This name is quite descriptive. I bought it. Please help me pack it. And the 2 bracelets. Oh. The young lady was stunned on the spot. You said you wanted it? Hello, the total is 260,000. Direct card swiping is successful. When Jiang Chu left, the group of shop assistants who had just laughed at him were extremely regretful. And watching that young lady blossom with joy. All kinds of stamping feet, jealousy, and hatred. Then he went to the Omega store and picked out 2 watches. I bought these 2. The waitress hasn't responded yet. Bought it. Yes, swipe the card. Just a few minutes. Another 160,000 was spent. Until Jiang Chu put the things into the old black backpack, the young ladies were still shocked. Oh my God, I didn't even notice him at first. He had a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. but he didn't even blink an eye. He didn't even hesitate. Yeah, when I go to the market to buy cabbage, I have to pick it out and ask if I can order less. Did you leave his phone number? Ah, no. It's on the deposit slip. Add it quickly. Arriving at the restaurant upstairs, Jiang Chu saw their location from afar. I have to say, the two school beauties appeared together. The men and women sitting next to me were all secretly watching me. When walking by, he could hear people at a table talking about Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong. Look, both of them are top-notch, and they look like they are still college students. Fuck, I like the one on the left. It's so big that it's hard to grasp with one hand. Hey, I like the one on the right. Those legs are enough for me to play with for 10 years. Boss Wong, didn't you say there's no such thing as a girl you can't get? Humph, these kind of student girls are the easiest to get. Believe it or not, I can ask them out tonight and get a room. Jiang Chu walked over and sat opposite them. Immediately, I could feel dozens of sharp gazes coming from all around. Various taunts could be heard faintly. Why did you take so long? We ate a lot. I went to do something and was delayed for a while. Then eat quickly. I boiled these for you. I permed some for you too. Jiang Chu looked at the bowls in front of him that were piled up as high as 3 stories. I simply can't let it go. This is called some. Thank you. I'm hungry too. I'll be welcome then. Seeing Jiang Chu pick up the food she had prepared carefully and put it into his mouth without any hesitation. With relish, Li Wenjing's face was filled with a happy smile. Just then, an unexpected guest came. A young man who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a middle-parted hairstyle. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose. He was wearing a white slim-fitting shirt and black trousers, wearing a gold watch. He is dressed like a successful person. He stretched out his right hand with a watch on it. He also deliberately turned his hand upside down. The Rolex logo is very conspicuous. Seeing that the 3 people's eyes were smoothly transferred to the top, the corners of the man's mouth curled up inadvertently. Hello, excuse me for interrupting you. My name is Wang Hai, and I'm the general manager of Haiti Company. I just came here for dinner, and I was shocked to see your fairies-like looks. I really want to make the acquaintance of you two. Neptune, Jiang Chu blurted out. What is Aquaman? Mo Yutong asked doubtfully. Oh, a promiscuous sea creature. Hee hee. Li Wenjing rarely covered her mouth and laughed softly. The so-called beauty that makes fishes sink to the bottom of their bodies, geese drop to the ground, and the moon hide in shame on the flowers is just like this. The people around him, including Wang Hai, were stunned. Then he realized that the words were mocking his promiscuity. It just hit his soft spot. Looking at Jiang Chu, his face instantly darkened. Li Wenjing. Chapter 15. Poaching people in front of him? Boy, you think you're funny, don't you? I make $1 million a year, and my monthly salary alone is more than your annual living expenses. What can you compare with me? You even have to ask a girl to pay for a meal. As a man, I'm really ashamed of you. Are you still thinking about picking them up? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. A loser like you is better than any other employee in my company. Beautiful girls are meant to be cherished, not abused by you, understand? I don't know, just continue. Jiang Chu seemed to be listening very seriously. Wang Hai was slightly stunned. Boss Wang is right. A loser wants to pursue such a pretty girl. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's really hilarious. Our CEO Wang is the general manager of the company at a young age, earning millions a year. He may even take over as CEO in a while. He can give these 2 beauties everything they want. What about you? After graduation, you may have to beg us for a job, huh? Some of them were probably with Wang Hai. I don't know when he ran to the next table and started mocking Jiang Chu. Wang Hai became even more arrogant. Boy, you don't know what a famous brand is, right? Look at what they are wearing and the bags they are carrying, LV, Gucci, Chanel. Any one of them is something you can't even dream of. Even if you don't eat or drink for 4 years in college, you probably can't afford it. How can you have the nerve to stay with them and eat with them? Jiang Chu looked down at his clothes in confusion. These were the clothes that Li Wenjing had just picked for him, but the style was as low-key as ever, so it was no wonder that the idiot didn't recognize them. But Li Wenjing was different. Wasn't this slandering her vision, especially in front of someone she liked? Her face became increasingly colder, and it was obvious that she was very angry. Mo Yutong also thought that Wang Hai's achievements at such a young age were not bad. But when it comes to earning $1 million a year, she turned to Li Wenjing and said, how much did our morning shopping cost? About 600,000. That's not enough. I bought too little. Mo Yutong was nonchalant, still unsatisfied, and seemed unsatisfied. But Wang Hai and the others were stunned. Especially Wang Hai. My eyes are already narrowed as I think. We all know that these girls worship money. He has encountered many. But most people just spend a few $1,000s to buy some gifts. A few of the best ones can definitely buy bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. These 2 in front of me. The opening price is more than 600,000. He said he made $1 million a year. In fact, it depends on the company's performance. But maybe these two people said this on purpose. Look at them, except for the branded bags, there is nothing else on them. Make the loser on the other side give up? That must be the case. After all, they are classmates and it would be difficult to turn against each other directly. Thinking of this, he regained his confidence. She spent over 600,000 yuan in one morning. My goodness, only Mr. Wang can handle a girl like this, right, Mr. Wang? Yes, Mr. Wang. This is just a piece of cake for you. Did you hear that, you stinky loser? The girl said that to you. The consumption in the morning was over 600,000 yuan. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't make up the money. I don't understand how you still have the nerve to sit here and eat. Several people each said one sentence. So proud. Jiang Chu's face was full of helplessness. Yeah, just over 600,000 in the morning. This touched the pain in his heart. Too little. It's only over 60 million. No small goals were achieved. Ha ha ha. Now you feel ashamed, right? You know you are not worthy of that girl. Be smart. You are still young. Work hard after graduation. Maybe in a few decades you can achieve the same success as our President Wang now. That's enough of you. Li Wenjing couldn't help but get angry and said, I'm the one treating you to a meal. I can treat whoever I want. But you're not invited? Please go away and don't disturb us from eating. Huh. Sorry. I was just too excited and couldn't help myself. I wanted to teach this little brother some social studies lessons that weren't taught in college. I was actually doing this for his own good. It's not a bad thing to be ambitious, but you can't be too ambitious. This is all our family's money, right? I just happened to buy some small gifts at Zhou Jufu Jewelry today. Let me use them as a gift for meeting two beautiful ladies like you today. Wang Hai smiled. This was all within his expectations. After all, he disturbed people's meal. Take out the 2 gift boxes you prepared. Put it on the desktop and open it. Inside are 2 distinctive gold bracelets. The style is novel and youthful. Looks great. This time, in order to show off in front of his subordinates, he had invested a lot of money. In the past, when picking up girls, you wouldn't spend tens of thousands of dollars on things. That is at most the price in the future. For this reason, he is now full of confidence. His eyes lingered on the expressions on the 2 girls' faces. Soon he was disappointed. One of them took a look and immediately moved away. His expression was always cold, and he seemed to be disdainful. The other one is okay. Eyes slightly widened. Seems quite interested. But she actually looked at the hanging silk opposite. Seems to be looking at the other person's face. What is going on? Ahaha. This chain only cost me a little over 10,000. Although it's not very expensive and not worth mentioning, it's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. At this time Jiang Chu spoke. It's really not very expensive. You make $1 million a year, and you're just giving me these things. I wouldn't even want them. Boy, Wang Hai was instantly furious and almost wanted to hit someone. This guy is so pretentious, walking around with his legs crossed, saying such sarcastic words. I wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Who the hell are you? How dare you look down on our CEO Wang? His meeting gift is worth tens of thousands of dollars. And what about you? All you have is your dog mouth. That's right, you have to ask girls to pay for meals. I don't understand where you get the confidence to look down on our President Wang's gift. If you have the guts, you should show some sincerity and let us see the world, haha. Don't just take out a cheap item or something you made yourself and say that the price of the gift doesn't matter. What matters is the sincerity. Don't make me look down on you. Several people each said one sentence. He was deliberately trying to provoke Jiang Chu and blocked his way back. It's obvious that they want to compare prices. Of course Li Wenjing and the others could hear it. In the morning, Jiang Chu went shopping with them and paid the bills. What gifts did he have? I originally wanted to say that Jiang Chu paid for the hundreds of thousands of items I bought this morning. But those things were sent directly to the school by the store. I didn't bring it with me. Even if I bring it, I'm afraid those people won't believe it if I tell them. I couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, you don't have to compare yourself with this kind of person. We don't want his gift. Compared to what you gave me, this gift is nothing. Li Wenjing didn't give Wang Hai any face when she spoke. Make the other party hate it so much that their teeth itch. Yes, Mr. Wang's gift is nothing. He doesn't even have anything. Jiang Chu seemed to suddenly remember something. Speaking of gifts, I was so hungry when I came back just now that I just focused on eating. I went to the bathroom and came back and saw a store. I casually browsed around and saw something pretty good, so I bought it and planned to give it to you. I wonder if you like it. He took the worn black backpack, opened it, and took out several small bags from it. Chapter 16. Gift-giving competition? What a coincidence. I also bought one. By the way, I didn't even have time to look at the name of the store just now. What a coincidence. It belongs to Zhou Jufu, just like you. Jiang Chu, you want to buy us gifts. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong both showed expectant expressions. Wang Hai tried hard to keep a gentlemanly smile. The corners of his mouth twitched. Gnashing of teeth. Why didn't they even look at the two people he sent? Really? It's also Zhou Jiufu. The store has items ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Are yours worth a few hundred or tens of thousands? Wang Hai turned his head and pretended to be disdainful. But the corner of his eye was always observing the movements here. He was expecting the other party to open it and find out it was a thing worth several $100s so that he would be embarrassed. But the next second he was stunned. I saw the 3 exquisite boxes being opened one by one. First, 2 bracelets. It is also made of gold. But the 2 of theirs look twice as thick as his. And the ornaments on it are also bigger than his. He often buys these things. At a glance, I can guess that the price of one is at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. After the last larger box was opened, the 2 girls present were amazed. Wang Hai and his men were also stunned. Isn't this the heart of the ocean? It seems to cost 200,000. One of them blurted out. After saying that, I realized something was wrong. I quickly looked at Wang Hai's expression. Sure enough, his whole face had turned from white to blue. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Are these 2 necklaces? They can be put together like this. Jiang Chu, you are so thoughtful. Why don't you give one to each of us since we are best friends? Well, I just happened to see it and thought it was pretty good. I wonder if you guys like it. I like it. Of course I like it. I like it very much. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing put on the necklaces directly. Originally, both of them were school beauties. Now it is more beautiful when worn around the neck. The 2 of them were sizing each other up. He was full of praise. Jiang Chu, how are you so good at choosing gifts? They are so beautiful and suitable for us. Ah, there are 2 more gifts. Besides, Mo Yutong couldn't hide the expectation on his face. Wang Hai also narrowed his eyes. They were all watching Jiang Chu take out 2 exquisite cube-shaped boxes from the black backpack and open them. This is a pair I bought for you too. I hope you like them. Wow, it's an Omega watch. Mo Yutong's face showed excitement again. I took one of them and put it on Li Wenjing. My temperament improved all of a sudden. It looked so good. I bought everything I said, but it seemed like something was missing. It turned out to be a watch. Jiang Chu, you are very attentive. Li Wenjing, favorability 3. Mo Yutong, favorability 10. We are having fun here. But only Wang Hai was left aside. He's not leaving. If you don't leave, you'll be slapped in the face. Before, I mocked people for not being able to give gifts. Now the other party not only took it out, it is dozens of times more expensive than his chain. Send it as you say. How can you pretend to be cool? His gifts had long been pushed into a corner. The bracelet pales in comparison. Not to mention the heart of the ocean and the watch worth 200,000. Wang Hai tried hard to keep smiling, but it was very stiff. At this time, a fly came into their sight from nowhere. It just stopped at the gift Wang Hai placed on the table. She even stuck out her buttocks proudly and rubbed her 2 rear legs against each other. It's like a naked mockery. Slap Wang Hai in the face. Jiang Chu waved his hand. It scares the flies away directly. Ah, they say flies like to hang around garbage. Mr. Wang's gift is made of gold. He is so tactless. If I had a swatter here, I would definitely swat him to death. Puff, giggling. The 2 school beauties opposite couldn't help but burst into laughter like silver bells. Wang Hai's face had turned the color of liver from anger. He pounded his fist on the table and stood up suddenly. He looked at Jiang Chu with a vicious look. Don't be so proud, kid. Is it a big deal to have a little money? I can buy 2 of these with my annual income. I forgot to tell you, Mr. Wang, we bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of things this morning, but he paid for them all. We didn't spend a penny ourselves. Mo Yutong did not forget to add another blow. Wang Hai almost vomited blood. I can't even stand steadily. I knocked on the stool. Fortunately, he was helped by a few lackeys behind him. Boss Wang, are you okay, Boss Wang? You're done. Do you know who Mr. Wang is? He's the 3rd prince of the Wang group. If you offend him, you'll suffer the consequences. Let me go. Wang Hai pushed the left and right away. His eyes were full of viciousness. Very good. Remember this. Don't kneel down and cry for mercy when the time comes. Let's go. After Wang Hai and his companions left, Jiang Chu ate hot pot as if nothing had happened. But the brain is thinking. Wang Group. I seem to have heard it in my previous life. One of the 8 major fruit groups in the province. According to strength, it should be ranked 6th. The senior executives in Wang Group are all very arrogant. At the same time, the means are also cruel and ruthless. Especially when it comes to construction projects. I have my own construction team. In the following decade of real estate boom, the family was ranked 1st among the 8 major families. Don't underestimate it. It seems that money alone is not enough. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Want to survive, or even climb up in this world where the strong prey on the weak? Money is important. At the same time, you must have power and status. Your own strength must not be weak. In times of crisis, you still have to save yourself. The quick way he can do this is just use attribute points. We need to meet the system requirements as soon as possible. This little incident did not affect their continued enjoyment of the meal. Li Wenjing happily paid the bill. They all have classes in the afternoon, so we took a taxi back together. Let's go back to class first. Well, go ahead. At the school gate, Li Wenjing gave Jiang Chu a charming smile. Jiang Chu was stunned for a long time again. Jiang Chu checked the 260,000 points that had arrived in his account. This system is really powerful. Giving gifts to the goddess can also be included. This brings us one step closer to our small goal. It's time to go talk to Teacher Tony. Building 11, Room 202. Girls' Dormitory. Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, and the others heard screams and discussions inside before they even opened the door. Open the door. Two figures in loose pajamas rushed over. Wow, you guys are finally back. Tell me quickly, there are so many things. All of them are brands. Which big boss did you rely on? Li Wenjing and the others looked inside the dormitory. As long as there is space, it is already filled with things. I didn't expect it to be delivered so soon. No wonder Chen Meili and the others were so excited. No, let me sit for a while. I'm exhausted after a day of shopping. Me too, my legs are sore. Li Wenjing cleared out a chair and sat on it. There was a happy smile on his face. Mo Yutong threw the shoes on her feet aside, revealing the delicate feet wearing boat socks. Changed into slippers. Ah! A scream startled the two people who had just returned. Mo Yutong. What are you doing, Lele? Why are you screaming so loudly all of a sudden? What did I see? An LV bag, the latest model. Quick, show me. I want to see it too. Chen Meili and Zhang Yunla snatched the bag from Mo Yutong. I turned it over and over in my hands. Praise again and again. I can't bear to let it go. This made Mo Yutong feel extremely satisfied. At the same time, she became more determined to take down Jiang Chu, giving her such a gift for no reason. The other party must have a good impression of her, although it was not revealed. Okay, Wenjing has several others. Go and see hers. Chapter 17. Handsome and rich, just so confident. Where is it? The two girls turned their heads at the same time. His eyes scanned around Li Wenjing as if he was looking for some prey. I guess the stuff must have just been delivered. They haven't found out yet. Seeing the 4 bags with LV logo on the bed. Ah! He pounced forward with the same posture and movement. Their family backgrounds are actually similar. Not very rich. Those bags cost 50,000 or 60,000 yuan each. And a bunch of other stuff. Each one is a brand that girls dream of. Now it's all in front of us. How can I not be excited? It wasn't until Li Wenjing agreed to lend them her bag for a while that they calmed down. What followed was a relentless questioning of Li Wenjing and the others. Oh my god, you two were not cheated by some rich guy out there. Keeping a sponsor? What are you thinking? How could we possibly do such a thing? Of course they knew what kind of personality Li Wenjing had. But Mo Yutong. Everyone looked at her. Mo Yutong felt a little embarrassed. That's right. She said if there was a rich man willing to give her money, if it suits her taste, she would probably agree. This is partly due to her family reasons. On the other hand, I was also influenced by some poisonous chicken soup. So she thinks money is the most important thing. Although there are many rich second generations coveting her body, even those uncles and old men try to get her. But she's not stupid. I'm not the kind of person who would sell myself out for a little money. Knowing that those people are just playing around, I still attach great importance to my first time. Don't make blind guesses. Yutong is not that kind of person. Jiang Chu gave it to us. Li Wenjing finished speaking. She quickly covered her mouth with her jade hands. But those two people were gossiping together. I won't give up until I get to the bottom of it. His eyes curved into a cunning look. Who is Jiang Chu? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? That's right. I've known you for so long, but I've never heard you mention any boy. Whose son is this? He's so rich, but you don't introduce him to us. The two of them were talking to each other. Finally, Li Wenjing had to tell the whole story. It's only a matter of time before you know it. No way. He is actually from the same school as us. How come I've never heard of this person? It doesn't make sense. Even the top 10 of the school idol list and the second generation list don't have this person. You must be lying to us. Yeah, I haven't heard of it either. At this time, Mo Yutong spoke. That's normal. With his appearance, if you bump into him on the street, you probably won't even look at him twice. It's really incredible to think about it. Jiang Chu looked like a poor loser at the beginning. I didn't expect he was so rich. Even she misjudged it at the beginning. He is actually a low-key, super rich second generation. Don't say that. Brother Jiang Chu is actually quite handsome. You just haven't seen him. Li Wenjing realized immediately after she finished speaking. Hurry and shut up. The other three did not think anything was wrong. Mo Yutong just thought that Li Wenjing was telling them. Spread your hands. He's handsome? I admit he's rich, but if he were handsome, all the boys in the school would probably be called handsome. Wenjing, I really don't understand what you like about him. Mo Yutong felt a little guilty when he said this. Yutong, you can return the bag to me if you don't want it anymore. Li Wenjing put her hands on her hips and said, pretending to be angry. Hee. Handsome. He is handsome. He must be handsome. That's more like it. Hurry up and pack up and get ready for class. School gate. A height of 1.82 meters. A young man wearing a slim-fitting white shirt, gray trousers, and shiny leather shoes. Standing tall, with his hands in his pockets, he looked up at the tall school gate. That unique Peng Yuan 3:7 backparted hairstyle. With that clean face and confident eyes. It's like a walking hormone. Many girls passing by couldn't help but cast their eyes over to look at him. Who is this guy? He's so handsome and has such a good temperament. I like him so much. Yeah, I've never seen this hairstyle before. It turns out boys can be so handsome. Oh my god, I really want a boyfriend like this. He is simply the real-life version of the male god in the novel. I really want to be pinned down by him. The favorability of those girls with a face value of 60 or 70 directly soared to 80. Let him sigh again. Being handsome is indeed an innate advantage. With the aura of picking up girls. The corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of confidence. This hairstyle has only been around for a few years. Those celebrities like it. Even now there are still many shamat hairstyles. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. That's right. The man is Jiang Chu. It cost $300. Teach that teacher Tony step by step. After it was done, even the other party was full of praise. Stride into school. Being rich and handsome means you are more confident. Look, that handsome guy has entered our school. Yeah, is he in there too? Why have I never heard of such a handsome boy in our school? A woman who looks like a pig looks disgusted. TSK handsome? He doesn't have any branded clothes on. I think my Wu Shaoqian is still more handsome. He's not called the school hunk for nothing. Besides, he's not only handsome, but also a rich second generation. If I could be his girlfriend, it would be worth dying for. Wu Xiao signed. Jiang Chu thought of a person who operated a sewing machine in his previous life. Building 5, room 301, male dormitory. Who are you looking for? Xiang Hua sat in front of the computer. Raise your gaming earbuds with both hands. He looked at the person who walked in front of him with a confused face. Lu Jing and Xiao Yi had the same expression. Fuck, Jiang Chu. What else? Oh my god, this hairstyle is awesome. Let me touch it. Xiang Hua threw down his mouse and keyboard and ran out. His computer screen. The teammates were cursing. CNM, hang up there in the team fight. If you don't want to play, get out of here. 4 people are protecting 1, and a FW is AFK, damn. Jiang Chu didn't know what kind of outrageous thing Xiang Hua had done. Don't do it. The head can be broken, but the hairstyle can't be messed up. What's this on my bed? I saw a few bags of things on my bed. Didn't you buy this outside and have it delivered to you? It's fine. You're rich now. You bought a brand name. When I took them down, I saw that they were all clothes. Then I remembered what Li Wenjing and the others had bought. Why is there still some for myself? Could it be that this little girl, Li Wenjing, secretly chose it for herself? I also asked why the points I spent in the store were not fully returned. I didn't have time to think too much at the time. Now I know what happened. By the way, speaking of money, no? Jiang Chu took out a stack of $100 bills and gave it to Xiang Hua. Fuck, 5,000. I didn't lend you that much, did I? It seems like only a little over 1,000. Hey, the extra one is from me. Fuck, did you win 5 million in the lottery? Well, you can say that. Just give it to you. Awesome, I won't be polite then, haha. Took out those clothes. They are all casual clothes. Tried it. Every piece fits perfectly. Li Wenjing's vision is quite accurate. Knows more than he does. I used to go out and try it myself. I can't remember any code numbers at all. Damn, I've never worn branded clothes before. Pick a set, and I'll give it to you. Fuck, is this true? Don't take it back. Fuck, only a fool would not want something that's given away for free. Took a shower. Xiang Hua washed and dried all the clothes. That means he didn't take it for nothing. Let him go. After walking around for most of the day, I was exhausted. I've never been shopping with a girl before. Even if it was Song Qingqing. He would just go and buy whatever she wanted. I went back to bed and looked. There are several text messages on the phone. Song Qingqing actually had more than 10. Why is she still looking for me? Chapter 18 Photos sent by Song Qingqing. Jiang Chu, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings. You still have me in your heart, right? Why don't you reply my text message? Are you mad at me? Jiang Chu, You have been very kind to me over the past few years. I have always remembered it in my heart. Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to a meal. Jiang Chu sneered. Do you still think he is the same bootlicker as before? Just skip it. Next. Li Wenjing. If you don't have classes in the afternoon, take a good rest. Thank you for giving us so many gifts today. I am very happy. Mo Yutong. Thank you for the gift from Jiang Chu. I like it very much. At 9:30 p.m., at the Xinyan Pavilion, I might go there when I have time. I will wear black stockings. In the previous life, he had already replied to the message. But now he is not free. Give money as gifts. The other party should be grateful. Missing the lake? A date spot for couples at night. Every university has some corners that are dimly lit or even unlit. There are many hidden corners. Those places often become dating destinations for college students. Talk about love, kiss, or even play poker. Besides, as a former senior lick dog, it can be seen that Mo Yutong's words have many meanings. It was obviously she who wanted to date me, but I found another reason, and I just said that I might go and sit down when I have time. It won't seem deliberate, and even if the plane was released, he couldn't say anything. No one said they would definitely go, but Jiang Chu believed that. Mo Yutong will definitely go, because she saw money in him. If it's a dog licker, maybe it will be a false happiness. Moreover, Mo Yutong could find any excuse to explain it to him, and it would move him, thinking that the other person still cares about him. Otherwise, why explain it? All he needs to do now is to have a good sleep. As for what date? Let's talk about it after you wake up. Around 5 in the afternoon. The phone call woke him up. I took it and saw it. I was so angry. It was Song Qingqing calling. I never called him before. At most, I'll send a message. When you excitedly return to the past. Even after I replied to more than 10 messages, she only replied with 1 or 2 words. It's either or oh. Now, Jiang Chu hung up immediately. Continue sleeping. But the phone calls kept coming in. It is troublesome to set the mobile phone to silent mode now. When the phone rang again, he answered. Very angry. What are you doing? You keep hitting me. It's never going to end, right? At this time, a weak female voice came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, Jiang Chu, did I disturb you? Jiang Chu heard the voice was Li Wenjing. The tone suddenly softened. No. I just kept getting harassing calls and didn't notice it was you. I see. I thought you were mad at me. What do you want from me? Well, I want to invite you to have dinner together later, just the 2 of us. I wonder if you are free. Dinner date? Just 2. That's good, of course. Another opportunity to consume. It can also increase favorability. At this time, Xiang Hua's loud voice came from below. You kid, wake up, get ready to finish the game. What time do you leave? You promised to treat us to a big dinner. Have you made plans to have dinner with your friends? Yes. I'm going to treat a few people in our dormitory to dinner tonight, so. It's okay. I'll make an appointment with you another day. Li Wenjing's voice sounded a little lost. Oh. If it was Jiang Chu in the previous life, he would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. But now, his choice was to go out for dinner with his brothers. Come on, sons, Daddy will treat you to a feast. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. This works too. You've already rejected it, but you're still adding it? How's it going? Didn't Jiang Chu agree to have dinner with you? Mo Yutong asked with concern, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Well, he made an appointment with his roommates to go out for dinner. What a fool this guy is. You are the campus beauty after all. It is such an honor for you to ask him out for dinner, but he actually refused. Yes, Wenjing, if I remember correctly, I've known you for such a long time, but this is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to ask a boy out for dinner. He's so lame. Do you think it's so great to give a gift? There are so many people who like you. The 2 roommates stood up for him. Mei Xiao and the others are right. You are not really into him, are you? Anyone who can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on gifts must be a super rich second generation. People like him are basically playboys. Just accept the gifts they give you. Don't get emotional. I know, don't worry, I didn't think much about it. That's good. Went to the most expensive restaurant. I ordered the most expensive dish. There is also mitai that I have not tasted, although there is no rebate. But Jiang Chu didn't care at all, just because I was having dinner with my brothers. It didn't end until 9 o'clock, because everyone has something to do at night. So I didn't drink too much. Damn it, these 2 guys go on dates every night, but they can't even get a baby together. Xiang Hua pointed at the 2 guys' retreating backs and cursed. I'd better be nice to you and accompany you, a single dog. By the way, didn't you say you were going on a date with a junior named Wang Wei last night? She even treated you to ice cream. She looks pretty nice in the photo. Hey, you don't have to accompany me. She's here. I'm leaving first. You can find someone too. You're single. Ha ha. In the distance stood a cute girl wearing a long Lolita skirt. She was carrying a doll bag. Jiang Chu remembered that genuine clothes like this should cost several thousand yuan. He was worried that his brother would encounter the same fate as himself. Unfortunately, the distance is too far. The system did not show the girl's situation. When Xianghua left, he did not forget to make a sarcastic remark. Jiang Chu was in disarray in the wind. Fuck you. Ding dong. At this time, the phone rang. Take it out and take a look. It's Song Qingqing again. What on earth does she want to do? It was a multimedia message. After opening it, he was stunned. There were several photos inside. In each photo, Song Qingqing is wearing a set of sexy lingerie and posing in various seductive poses. Bright red suspender stockings and black high heels with red bottom. Kneeling on a big bed. Sink your waist and lift your hips. Open your mouth slightly. A sweet tongue in the mouth. Sitting on the sofa. Lifting her hair with her hands. Black high heels and long legs open up the pattern. Use your other hand to hold the small pillow to block the middle. Extremely tempting. Kneeling on the bed with your back to the. One hand pulled the hair behind her back to the top of her head, revealing a beautiful white back with only one cross line. And that plump peach butt. Jiang Chu, Dihao Hotel XXX, I'll wait for you. Jiang Chu cursed inwardly. Song Qingqing is really good at this. He almost got his blood boiling. Finally, I held back. You ignored me before, but now you are out of my reach. Now I just showed my financial strength a little bit. She can throw herself into his arms. The hotels have been booked. Do you think this can save it? That is impossible. Though resolved to do a great and difficult work, inevitably, you have to endure all kinds of sugar-coated bullets. Also sent millions of love to the goddesses. But he won't accept everyone. What's more, it's Song Qingqing. Oh, what a narrow road for enemies to meet. What happened to those two campus beauties during the day? They were disliked. Haha. Jiang Chu didn't expect to meet Zheng Hao. Chapter 19, the school beauty ran to the boys' dormitory. You dress up like a decent person, but you are still a single guy. You have been chasing after a girl for several years, but you have never kissed her. You are so pitiful. You are such a licker. In the end, you will be mine, he. Zheng Hao seemed to want to ridicule all the previous humiliation. Be as proud as you want. Jiang Chu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Look what you have on your head. What? The Hulumber grassland is a green expanse. Zheng Hao then realized that he had been tricked. You're kidding me. Jiang Chu took out his cell phone, opened the photo, and held it in front of him. Look how sexy it is. Zheng Hao stared at the photo in amazement, his face full of disbelief. His face turned from white to green in an instant. He reached out to grab the phone, but Jiang Chu took it back even faster. Emperor Hotel, water bedroom. Sounds pretty cool. Song Qingqing, this bitch. Why didn't she show up when I asked her to book a room for tonight, and she even rejected me? Damn it, I'm going to make her pay. Zheng Hao gritted his teeth, strode away angrily, and got into a taxi. Jiang Chu shook his head. He didn't bother to know what happened next. Directly blocked Song Qingqing's contact information. Great revenge has been taken. In one word, awesome. The smell of sweat and alcohol. Decided to go back and take a shower first. On the other side, girls' dormitory. Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong both took a shower early today, and I changed into clothes for going out. I put on a simple makeup. The difference is, Li Wenjing dressed slightly conservatively. Tight off-shoulder white t-shirt and denim trousers. The explosive effect of the upper body remains. The two eyes of the cartoon pattern above are stretched wide. Mo Yutong was wearing a black t-shirt, a super short pleated skirt, and black stockings with pointed high heels. Those long legs matched with black silk high heels. There are more deadly temptations. The two roommates were amazed by their beauty. Yutong, are you going out? Well, Wenjing, you're dressed like this, are you going out? Oh, I'm going to the library. The two had different thoughts, but they went in different directions after leaving the house. Mo Yutong thought, as long as I don't go to find Jiang Chu, I believe that the other party will definitely go to the agreed place to find her tonight. She is extremely confident about this. Even thought about it. I'll go eat something slowly. Then wait till 9:30 before going there. Give the other party some time to think about it first. How many boys waited for her? Even if I could stay there all day. I dressed so sexy tonight. If he waited half an hour longer, he would have gained the advantage. I can imagine Jiang Chu drooling at her beautiful figure. See if we can catch him. At the door of the boys' dormitory downstairs, a very beautiful girl stood there with a cold and shy look on her face. Like a beautiful and unique landscape. All the boys passing by were amazed by her angelic looks and amazing figure. Isn't this the cold school beauty Li Wenjing? She actually came to the boys' dormitory alone. Am I seeing things? Fuck, looking at her like that. Is she here to meet some boy? Isn't it said that she always makes friends with the opposite sex? I don't know who is so lucky to have a school beauty waiting for him downstairs of the dormitory. I know I have to kill her. Come on, maybe he's here to look for that rich second-generation Lu Zixiang. It's said that he's Li Wenjing's #1 fanatical admirer. Stupid, that guy isn't in our dormitory. He lives in a double room, okay? Li Wenjing moved. I came over and stopped a boy who wanted to dodge. The boy saw that he was stopped by the goddess. I suddenly became nervous. I didn't dare to look at Li Wenjing directly. Hello, classmate. I want to ask which dormitory Jiang Chu from the Communication Engineering Department, Class 3, 2008, lives in. Are you looking for Jiang Chu? He and I are in the same class, and he is. Thank you. No, you're welcome. After Li Wenjing left, the boy immediately jumped up excitedly. The school beauty actually chose him to ask questions. It's so blissful. School belle is school belle. She is so beautiful. Even the air I breathe in is fragrant. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Chu just came out of the shower, wearing a pair of large flat pants. Go out with an umbrella. The system suddenly rang. Song Ching Ching, favorability 2. 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 What the hell? At this time, the door was pushed open. Jiang Chu thought one of the three of them had come back. I'm back. Did you pack some milk tea for me? I haven't finished talking yet. The person who appeared at the door was not my roommate, but it was Li Wenjing who had already walked in. She seemed frightened by what she saw. Stop immediately. The two headlights were still shaking due to the brakes. Jiang Chu couldn't help but shift his sights to the high ground. The parasol that I was about to fold up suddenly opened again. Oh! Li Wenjing screamed and covered her eyes with her hands. How could this be? I didn't see anything. Jiang Chu finally reacted. I looked at my lower body. Look at Li Wenjing. Isn't this just trying to cover up one's own faults? Jiang Chu couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. In a hurry, I pulled off the clothes I had just bought and put them on. Fortunately, the weather is hot now. The clothes are dry. During the process, Li Wenjing secretly opened her eyes a little with her fingers. He couldn't help but find it funny. I have put on my pants. While putting on the shirt, he said, Okay, you can open your eyes now. I didn't know you would come in so suddenly. Li Wenjing finally let go of her hand. His face was red all the way to his ears. I should be the one to apologize. I rashly came to you. Wow, did you get your hair cut this afternoon? You look so handsome. Haha, really? I think I'm pretty handsome too. Does this dress fit you? I just roughly estimated your body shape, and I don't know if it will fit you. It fits perfectly, better than what I bought myself. Thank you. After Jiang Chu put on his clothes, slightly raise your head. Use the 5 fingers of one hand to scrape upwards to the back. The corners of his mouth raised with a touch of confidence. Li Wenjing's big eyes were immediately mesmerized. Li Wenjing, favorability 2. It seems that being handsome is still useful. Jiang Chu was a little excited. It just rose a little less. Will it be harder to increase favorability as time goes on? Why did you suddenly come to the dormitory to find me? Well, I just wanted to come here to thank you for those gifts. This reason is too far-fetched. I ran straight to the boys' dormitory just to say thank you. Jiang Chu, I just heard you say you want to drink milk tea. How about I treat you? Li Wenjing had a look of anticipation on her face, her fingers pinching each other at her waist, as if she was a little afraid of being rejected and looked a little nervous. Chapter 20, New Campus Beauty Zhou Sini. Okay, wait for me while I change my shoes. Li Wenjing? On the school road, a man and a woman were walking on the road. It attracted the attention of people around. Big news. Isn't this the cold school beauty Li Wenjing? She's actually walking with a boy. Is he her boyfriend? I guess she actually has a boyfriend, but they are long distance, so she doesn't talk to other men at school. Who is that boy? He's so handsome and all branded clothes. He must be a rich second generation. There are girls who are crazy about it? Jiang Chu was secretly pleased. In the past, no one would look at him when he walked on the street. It turns out that when you have money, you feel like you are walking with the wind. There is a milk tea shop outside the school gate. Boss, a cup of signature milk tea. Jiang Chu, what would you like to drink? Lemonade will be fine, thank you. There happened to be a window seat on the second floor. The two sat facing each other, watching the people coming and going downstairs. The breeze lifted Li Wenjing's long black hair. Beautiful. The delicate clavicle and the fair and round shoulders were slightly gleaming under the light. She suddenly lowered her hands. Her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The perfect angle allowed him to look down into the valley between the towering mountains. It's simply a deadly weapon. What's wrong? Is this a mosquito bite? Well, I guess he got bit on the way here. It's okay. Wait for me. Jiang Chu remembered that there was a drugstore nearby. I quickly bought a bottle of cooling oil. After much difficulty, I opened the anti-human design. Handed it to Li Wenjing. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. This can all go up. Jiang Chu was excited. Jiang Chu, do you think I'm a very cold girl? Oh no. Jiang Chu didn't understand why he suddenly said this. Suddenly, I thought of the dozens of favorability points I had at the beginning. Have we met before? Li Wenjing was stunned for a moment. She blushed and pursed her lips. You guess. I said this because I didn't want to answer. Jiang Chu didn't force it. Anyway, his goal now is to spend money and improve his favorability. The two chatted about other topics casually. I don't understand why. Li Wenjing was very curious about his life in junior high and high school. Jiang Chu also told a lot of embarrassing things that happened to him in the past, making the other person giggle. I have to say, Li Wenjing is so beautiful when she smiles. A couple came in and sat at the next table. Look at other people, learn from them. Why can't you be more humorous? You're like a blockhead. You can't do anything. Jiang Chu turned his head and looked. The girl's appearance is also very cute. Baby face, big eyes, double ponytails. There is a bow hanging on the pink and white sexy Lolita dress. The figure is also very good. Under the straight white long legs are white high socks and black round-toed leather shoes. Zhou Sini. Age, 18. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 10. Ding. Meet the system requirements. Achieving 90 points of favorability will earn you 20 attribute points. Isn't this the new school beauty that is rumored? Ranked 5th. She's a new freshman. Zhou Sini. The boy next to him also looks like a freshman. He is handsome. He is about 1.7 meters tall. It just looks a bit thin. Following behind obediently. After Zhou Sini said that, she didn't feel unhappy at all. He just bowed his head and whispered an apology. Seeing Zhou Sini's eyes lingering on Jiang Chu's face, he cast a hostile look towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu saw it all. It's fun too. This can attract the hatred of little brats. Senior Wenjing? It's really you. Zhou Sini's eyes curved when she smiled. 2 small canine teeth were revealed. I even jumped on my toes. Very cute. Good evening, junior sister Zhou Sini. Although they are not from the same class, but they are all from the same department. And they are all school beauties. Naturally, I know. Good evening, senior. Is this boy your boyfriend? He's so handsome. I've never seen him before. I just saw him running to the drugstore to buy some cooling oil. He must be using it for you. How thoughtful of you. Zhou Sini spoke very quickly. While saying this, he also danced. No, Jiang Chu and I are just friends who just met. Li Wenjing glanced at Jiang Chu. There was a slight hint of shyness and embarrassment on her face. Hello, Senior Jiang Chu. My name is Zhou Sini. A white and slender hand stretched out. A Hello Kitty bracelet was dangling on her wrist. Hello. Under the boy's hostile gaze, Jiang Chu held it lightly and then pulled away. Not because of fear. It's out of courtesy. Seniors, I won't disturb your love relationship anymore, After saying that, he jumped back to his seat. I scolded the boy again. The other party just kept apologizing. This reminded Jiang Chu of his past self. It seems so humble sometimes. Be careful. Afraid of being disliked for doing something wrong. Now he feels that doing so will only backfire. Be more free and easy and be yourself. The other person will think you have personality. But it is very difficult for people who are trapped to extricate themselves. He can only rely on himself. Ding dong. Another MMS message. This time it's an unremarked number. I opened it while sipping lemonade. A photo is slowly refreshed. Almost made him spray water. Those are some overhead shots of the best high-heeled black stockings and long legs. Very tempting. Jiang Chu, I'm here, look good. It's Mo Yutong. Thinking of the text message she sent today. When I look at the time, it's 9:30. Jiang Chu, what's wrong? Do you have anything else to do? Li Wenjing noticed that there was something wrong with Jiang Chu's expression. It's okay, cough, cough, cough. A guilty conscience was choked. Are you okay? It's okay, cough, cough, cough. It took a while before it calmed down. Well, it's getting late, let's go back. When I returned, the school gate was still very busy. Many BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi cars were parked not far away. Some cars have mineral water or drinks on the front. Those who understand will understand. But Jiang Chu never cared about these things. He and Li Wenjing attracted the attention of many car owners when they walked on the road. Sudden, he saw an acquaintance. A white Lolita skirt with a doll bag on her back. Isn't that the person his brother Xianghua is going to date tonight? She carefully looked around. Then he walked to a Mercedes-Benz. He opened the car door and got in. A middle-aged man was sitting in the main driving seat. The first thing they did after they got up was kiss each other. Then he drove away. Jiang Chu frowned. What's wrong? Li Wenjing asked. Nothing, let's go. There are a few people on the school road. The two of them were soon approaching Li Wenjing's dormitory building. It was an area with dim street lights. There are several big trees next to it. Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing suddenly stopped. Turn around. He raised his head slightly and stared at Jiang Chu with his big eyes. Chapter 21. Lakeside Pavilion, Private Meeting with Mo Yutong. Didn't you ask me tonight if we knew each other before? Jiang Chu waited for her to continue. Do you remember the braces girl? Braces girl. She was the girl with braces in the class next to you when you were in junior high school. Come to think of it, there was one time when that girl with braces was bullied and mocked by a few people, and you beat them up, although, in the end, you were the one who got beaten black and blue. Li Wenjing hid her hands behind her back. It seemed as if the past events were vivid in my mind, and I couldn't help but want to smile. Jiang Chu fell into memories. This seemed to be true when I was in junior high school. Because he was beaten badly. After returning home, his parents gave him a beating with a stick. It is still fresh in my memory. You're talking about this. It seems like there is such a thing. You wouldn't say you are. Yeah, I'm her, the girl with braces. Jiang Chu was also speechless for a moment. No wonder I had a 55 favorability rating when I first met Li Wenjing. The goddess-like face in front of me. I thought of the fat girl with braces in junior high school. I can't believe it's the same person. But Jiang Chu knew. Some girls who looked inconspicuous in junior high and high school. After growing up and dressing up, there are definitely a lot of boys who will regret not discovering these treasure girls before. Besides, he suddenly discovered that. It is said that Li Wenjing never interacts with the opposite sex. Is it because of him? How is this possible? He just happened to pass by and speak up for justice. Besides, how long has it been? No. Jiang Chu. You're the first boy I've ever wanted to understand since I grew up. Do you think I'm pretty? Good, it looks good. Li Wenjing is very happy. Cross your hands in front of your waist. She turned from side to side in shame. Sudden, she took a step forward. Stand on tiptoe. Raised his chin. Closed my eyes. He quickly kissed Jiang Chu on the cheek. I'm going back, bye. After saying this, she hurried away. He turned around and looked at Jiang Chu, who was standing there in a daze, and chuckled. Left happily. Li Wenjing. Favorability 5. Oh shit. Jiang Chu was struck by lightning. Petrochemical site. This. Kissed by the school beauty? That feeling. Soft. Wet. The fragrance remains. Beautiful face. Perfect explosive body. This is the school beauty that many boys dream of but cannot catch. Now she took the initiative to kiss him. It's just around the corner. No. Can't get stuck in it. He is responsible for the system. You need to reach 95 satisfaction of all 5 goddesses to unlock the next level. It was obvious that he was determined to be the king of the sea. Ugh. Be a beautiful man who loves everyone. This is just the beginning. You have to stay calm. At this time, the phone buzzed. Who called? Take it out and take a look. It's Mo Yutong. Hang up immediately. I saw that he had sent 4 or 5 messages before. What took you so long? I am angry if you don't reply my message. Jiang Chu, there are so many mosquitoes here. I got bitten so many times. Oops. It's 10 o'clock. That Mo Yutong. You wouldn't be so stupid as to wait for me there, right? After thinking about it, still decided to go and have a look. After he left, not far away at a corner, a clenched fist and a pair of angry and vicious eyes appeared in the darkness. School beauty Li Wenjing. Do you like her? Miss Lake. One of the school's dating sites. Even at this point, you can still see couples holding hands and talking about love. Jiang Chu glanced at the dark pavilion in the middle of the lake from afar. There is no light over there, but it can still be seen that no one seemed to be there. It seems that if Mo Yutong hadn't seen him coming, he should have left long ago. 2. A school beauty. How could she wait for him for such a long time? Just as I was about to turn around, a person suddenly appeared in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, where no one had been seen just now. The lower body is blocked. Long flowing black hair. Beautiful face. Just looking at her back, you can tell she is a beauty. WTF. Could it be Mo Yutong? Still there? I walked over and took a look. It was indeed her, relying on the faint lights in the distance. She can be seen wearing a white slim shirt and a black tie. Under the super short pleated skirt, there is a pair of exquisite black silk legs and black pointed high heels. I wanted to enjoy it for a while longer, but I saw the towering mountain that kept rising and falling. It seems that he must be very angry. Why are you still here? Suddenly I heard someone talking. Mo Yutong raised her beautiful face and looked at the person who came with her big eyes. His eyes lit up. There are such handsome boys in the school, and the clothes he wears are all branded. That bastard actually let her go. I'll settle accounts with him later. It would be nice to flirt with this handsome guy in front of you. Your way of chatting up girls is so old-fashioned. Huh. Sigma. This guy couldn't recognize him. 2. There's no light here. Now he has his back to the distant light. The corners of his mouth curled up in a playful manner. He sat directly next to her. I took a whiff of the scent that was different from Li Wenjing's. What are you doing here alone at this hour? A beautiful girl like you. Are you waiting for your boyfriend? Speaking of which, Jiang Chu could see from the corner of his eyes that the other person's white jade-like fist was also clenched tightly. Her pretty face was twitching slightly. I guess he's gritting his teeth. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Didn't he promise to come? Mo Yutong said viciously. Well, I was waiting for someone, but the agreed time has passed. I guess that person fell into the lake and drowned. Oh shit. Jiang Chu touched his nose with his fingers awkwardly. This girl is so cruel. Or should he leave? You look familiar to me. Mo Yutong's big eyes looked at him carefully at this time. I almost jumped up while sitting. Fuck. You're Jiang Chu. Hey, it's me. How did you? Has he become more handsome? Mo Yutong looked incredulous. This is different from the unkempt and casually dressed Jiang Chu during the day. It's the same person. Suddenly, I thought of what Wenjing said before. Actually, brother Jiang Chu is quite handsome. This is more than handsome. That chic and flowing hairstyle. Confident eyes. And there is a special temperament that college students don't have. Looking at the school, and even the outside world, whether it is the school Hunk Wu Xiaoqian or those outside playboys, none of them can compare to Jiang Chu in front of me. Plus today's spending was so generous. He is definitely a super rich second generation. Isn't that the perfect person you're looking for? Mo Yutong's eyes lit up. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow Jiang Chu alive. Mo Yutong, favorability 10. No. Thinking about how I was left on hold for so long tonight. I was bitten by mosquitoes. You can't give him a good look. The other party is a rich second generation. You have to play hard to get to catch him. His gaze suddenly changed from gentle to angry. Why did you come just now? It's been an hour and a half. There are a lot of mosquitoes here. I've been bitten more than a dozen times. Chapter 22. Want him to tear his stockings by hand? Such an excessive request. This is not false. The South is not only small and powerful, but also has big rats. Even mosquitoes are extremely scary. I am not afraid of mosquitoes that are big. I am afraid of mosquitoes that have spots on their bodies. Even black silk can get in. Poor Mo Yutong tried to scratch her itch. But through the stockings. No matter how hard you try, you can't find the key point. I really couldn't stand it anymore and even scratched my black stockings in several places. Hey, I forgot about it for a moment. Mo Yutong was almost so angry that he lost his temper. The school beauty takes the initiative to ask you out. I actually forgot. I brought some cooling oil. Humph, you still have some conscience. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. Jiang Chu took it out of his pocket and handed it to her. The other party didn't answer. You made me wait here for so long. I'm very angry. Come and help me apply it. Mo Yutong said bitterly. Jiang Chu was stunned. Did you hear me right? Help her apply it? Why? If you don't help me apply it, I won't forgive you, humph. But how do I know where to apply it? I'll show you the location, and you paint it. Before I finished speaking, Mo Yutong actually made a very bold move. He lifted up her long legs, which were more than 1 meter long. It rested on Jiang Chu's thigh. Straight, slender, and perfectly proportioned. With high heels and black silk. It's just a pity that I just raised my leg. Missed some of the scenery. But even so, Jiang Chu was still stunned. Mo Yutong. What are you looking at, pervert? Mo Yutong adjusted her skirt, folded it, and tucked it between her legs. You were the one who insisted on putting it up there. Jiang Chu said unhappily that he was forced to endure it. He also said, it itches so bad. Help me apply it quickly. How can I apply it when you're wearing stockings? Are you a pig? These stockings are one piece. Do you want me to take them off here? Just tear them apart. I won't need them anymore after wearing them once. Tear it apart. Jiang Chu was shocked. I go. Hand-dripped stockings. This kind of thing seems to have only been seen in small movies. Now it happened to me. This request is a bit too much. Mo Yutong took in Jiang Chu's expression. He showed a proud look. Tonight, I will expose your true colors. Don't you want to change places? Hurry up, stop dawdling. I'm not afraid of you. So why should you be afraid? Who would come here at this hour? Jiang Chu was helpless. You forced me to do this. Once again, I lowered my head and looked carefully at the exquisite black silk long legs in front of me. Long and straight. Without a trace of fat. The black temptation extends infinitely to the abyss. This? Should I tear it up? Yes, tear it up. That's the area above the ankle. My fingers touched the silky and slightly rubbing stockings. At the same time, there was a smooth and firm rebound. Kuan almost wrapped. Use a little force with your fingers. Oh, it can't be torn. This thing is so sturdy. I used up most of my strength again. Tear. A big hole opened up. revealing fair, smooth, and bony skin. Very tempting. He secretly glanced at Mo Yutong from the corner of his eye. I saw the other party's expression as if he had succeeded in his evil plan. I see. This little girl is deliberately seducing him. All right. Who is afraid of who? Jiang Chu took courage. Don't be nervous. Open the ointment. Help her put it on. Still spinning gently on it. I have to say, this skin is really good. As smooth as baby skin. And this. With the sound of tearing. There were holes of different sizes on the stockings. Jiang Chu carefully applied medicine to every spot. Mo Yutong didn't lie to him. There are big hills on top. This is obviously the work of the mosquito, a specialty of the South. Don't mention wearing stockings. You can still fit in even if you're wearing yoga pants. What he didn't notice was, as the area painted later gets higher, Mo Yutong's face had turned red without her knowing when. The pink lips are bitten lightly. She emitted a faint sound that only she could hear. It's a wonderful feeling. Make her feel shy and comfortable. Revel in it. Okay, it's all done. Jiang Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. These vicious mosquitoes actually bit me 7 or 8 times. No wonder Mo Yutong scolded him. Just when Jiang Chu wanted to cover the medicine. Wait, there's another one. Besides, why didn't you say it just now? Jiang Chu looked confused. Mo Yutong, who had been so proud just now lowered her head in embarrassment. The long, smooth hair covers most of the face. I can't see his expression at this moment. Tell me, where is it? That place is a bit embarrassing. Jiang Chu probably understood. It can only be at the base of the thigh. Sorry, just apply it yourself. No, you help me apply it, or I won't forgive you. Jiang Chu was stunned. No way. Is he trying to seduce me to the end? Mo Yutong changed direction and moved his legs back to the ground. The pattern opens. Here, look where her finger is. Internal testing is not software. WTF0. But, you pig, what are you thinking? I'm wearing safety pants. I'm a girl and I don't mind. Why do you mind? Come over. Mo Yutong lifted up a corner of her skirt. At the same time, his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I don't believe you can bear it like this. Jiang Chu took a careful look. 2 long legs and torn stockings with high heels are placed on both sides, which is very tempting. Sure enough, there are black safety pants. No wonder she dared to seduce me so blatantly just now. But even so, which cadre can stand the test of this scene? But Jiang Chu can. No reason. Because he just stood up and saw 2 girls in white clothes coming from a distance. He wouldn't dare act like a hooligan in such a place. But this temptation is also an extreme test of willpower. From time to time, I secretly glanced at him. In my heart, I cursed those guys who invented safety pants and mosaics. Hurry up, it's itchy. Jiang Chu reached over and pulled hard. It didn't pull apart. I tried a few more times. Still no use. The main reason is that it is difficult to exert effort in that place. No way. I can only squat down. Kneeling on one knee. Use both hands to exert force. Tear. Finally tore it apart. He doesn't know. Mo Yutong's face was already red all the way to her ears. Their chests rose and fell. Is this Jiang Chu pretending? I'm already like this. How could you resist not to do anything to her? Mo Yutong, favorability 5. Good. It has risen again. Break through that relationship. It's just around the corner. Jiang Chu took the medicine and applied it. I could feel the other person visibly tremble the moment my fingers touched him. No. Hurry and make a quick decision. He couldn't bear it any longer. At the same time, the 2 girls coming from a distance also happened to look over here. Mengshi, look over there. What are they doing? The girl who was speaking opened her mouth into an O shape. A girl next to her slowly turned her head. It was a beautiful oval face with peach blossom eyes. The straight black hair was casually thrown aside, revealing those delicate, tender, and lovely ears. Following Tang Xiaodan's gaze, in the pavilion in the center of the lake, a girl in a short skirt lies on a stone chair with her legs spread open, and a boy actually knelt on the ground. Bury your head in. That is not a shameful thing to do. It's really too bad. This is at school. Just a kiss or something. Surprisingly, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing when I went for a walk after reading in the library. The boy suddenly raised his head and stood up, looking around furtively. Ji Mingxi turned away in disgust. I don't want to look at it again. I don't even want to know who that boy is, so that I won't feel sick every time I see you next time. Xiaodan, let's go back. There are not only a lot of mosquitoes here, but also disgusting people. Wait, isn't that girl Mo Yutong? Chapter 23 First Kiss Taken Away. Ji Mingxi stopped. Looking again. The 2 people over there are coming this way. The woman is really Mo Yutong. After all, she is the most beautiful girl in school. Mo Yutong is also a school beauty. And now they are all vice presidents of the student union. Often work together. It's just that the division of labor is different. Most of the time, it's a relationship of rivalry and dislike. She felt that. Mo Yutong is a typical gold digger. Whenever I meet someone rich, I'll post all kinds of stuff on him. No principles or sense of shame. She hated this very much. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong walked over here. Soon they came to Ji Mingxi and the others. Ji Mingxi. Age, 20. Height, 167. Weight, 47. Appearance, 88. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 30. Tang Xiaodian. Age, 20. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 46. Appearance, 78. Power bank, 1. Favorability, 10. Ji Mingxi, the most beautiful girl in school? In just 2 days, I met 4 of the top 5 beauties in the school. In my previous life, I didn't know what they looked like until I graduated. But then again, how come the appearance score is only 88? This is not as high as Li Wenjing's. Suddenly, I remembered that day when I was trying on clothes. After Li Wenjing changed her equipment, she became a completely different person. I guess they usually dress conservatively at school, so I was ranked second by those people. But looking at Ji Mingxi's appearance, clear outlines, high and beautiful nose. Under the willow-shaped eyebrows are a pair of eyes that seem to be full of wisdom and depth. Sure enough, she is more beautiful than Mo Yutong. Certainly, because the other party was wearing a long skirt. Can't compare those long legs. But even so, this also made Jiang Chu stay and look at her for a long time. In addition to Li Wenjing, the hidden boss, she deserves the title of #1 campus beauty. If Li Wenjing is as cute and beautiful as a girl next door, Mo Yutong is sexy and seductive. The Ji Mingxi in front of me. It can be said that she is the white moonlight in the eyes of most boys. It gives people a spotless feeling. Bright eyes hide wisdom. It is said that she always ranks first in her grade in every exam. I also participated in many competitions and won awards on behalf of the school. She can be described as a talented woman with both beauty and wisdom. It is said that he is very unfriendly to poor students. It is obvious that he is the type of person who is a poor student. Only, they should have never had any intersection before. Not to mention offending. How come the favorability level is -30? Why is the talented Lady Ji strolling around the rendezvous lake so late at night? Are you feeling lonely, empty, and cold? Mo Yutong spoke without any hesitation. I just happened to be walking by. If I had known I would see such a disgusting thing, I would have taken a detour. Ji Mingxi said coldly with a straight face. Dirty? Mo Yutong and Jiang Chu were a little confused when they heard this and looked at each other. Mo Yutong immediately became angry. Put your hands on your hips. Unlike you, a talented girl like you who only reads books every day, you must have never been in love, right? Oh, you can only sneak here to see couples and then go back to fantasize about them. By the way, when you buy those cute little things online, remember to change the name. Be careful not to be discovered by others, After saying this, he left with a smug look on his face. What little thing? Ji Mingxi frowned and thought about what the other party said, until Tang Xiaodian said something in her ear. Her face turned blue with anger. Shameless. What are you looking at? He's quite handsome, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert. Jiang Chu just took one more look as he left. He was scolded by that Tang Xiaodian. Perverted man? Say about him. Baffling. The two walked on the school road. Isn't it beautiful? I'm talking to Ji Mingxi. She's the most beautiful girl in school. Oh, beautiful is beautiful. It seems like he has some deep hatred. Do you want to pick her up? I can help you. He just turned his head and glanced at Mo Yutong. Pursed her lips. I'm serious. Seeing that Jiang Chu was really not interested, he continued. By the way, who do you think is prettier, me or her? Her. Jiang Chu blurted out. The system gave her a score 1 point higher than Mo Yutong. There's nothing wrong with that. Mo Yutong suddenly became quiet. There was obvious unhappiness on his face. For a long time, neither of them spoke. She suddenly stopped. He asked gloomily, Jiang Chu, am I not as good as Ji Mingxi in your eyes? Jiang Chu was stunned. His mind had just been thinking about the time Li Wenjing kissed him. No, you are beautiful too. Speaking of which, Jiang Chu unconsciously glanced at the other person's long legs and torn black stockings. The tempting scene just now is still vivid in my mind. Mo Yutong keenly caught that look. I soon understood what was going on. A smile appeared on his face again. There was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Really? That's what I said. Ji Mingxi is usually cold and doesn't have any femininity except for her good grades. Only Wu Xiaoqian and the others praised her as a bullshit fairy. It's just that her family has some money. Jiang Chu, you must like me more, right? Jiang Chu didn't answer. Just smiled. The other party seemed to take it as a tacit agreement. On the way back, we started talking and laughing again. Certainly, most of the time, Mo Yutong was just talking and laughing to himself. Jiang Chu nodded in agreement. On the way, her cell phone received several calls. I don't know which dog it is. After taking a look, she hung up on me. Once again, we arrived downstairs of their dormitory. It stopped at the same position as before. As expected, she is my best friend. The standing place is the same. I want to go back. Don't you feel reluctant to leave? Jiang Chu touched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Even if I tell you, can I still go out and get a room? Seeing Jiang Chu didn't speak, Mo Yutong waved to him. It means to tell a secret. Jiang Chu tilted his head in confusion. I could feel her coming closer. A fragrant aroma wafts into my nose. It was a magnetic and seductive voice. My mouth is dry. What? Dry mouth? Jiang Chu hadn't reacted yet. A pair of arms wrapped around his neck and held him tightly. The lips were sealed with two delicate and smooth pieces. He was unexpectedly attacked. The same place. Different girls. Twice a night. But this time it's different. Mo Yutong directly took away his first kiss in this life. The other party is very proactive. Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment and then responded with a smile. Hugging Mo Yutong tightly. Put your hands on that slender waist. Through the thin clothes. Feel the silky smoothness inside. At first it was gentle. He tried to cross the line, but it was guarded by the fragrant teeth. But what about this? With unremitting efforts. The other party finally couldn't hold on any longer and was pried open. The exploration ended after 20 minutes. Isn't this your first kiss? Mo Yutong asked. What do you think? I'm so shy at first, I guess. By the way, my kissing you doesn't mean I like you. I'm just giving you some compensation because you gave me bags and gifts. Don't think too much about it. Mo Yutong, favorability 5. Jiang Chu smiled knowingly. If there was no system, I would really believe you. Did you see that guy in the convertible BMW behind me? He's here to chase me. We've been kissing for so long, so you better be on your own. Hee, I'll let you stand me up. Chapter 24. You just have to listen to me. After saying that, Mo Yutong ran back to the dormitory triumphantly. Jiang Chu looked over and saw a young man in flowery clothes standing next to a convertible BMW. A bunch of flowers were thrown on the ground. The man glared at me with a dark face. Then he got in the car and drove away. WTF. I was actually tricked by this guy Mo Yutong. I must give her a good whipping when I get the chance next time. Back to the dormitory. The three guys inside were playing a fierce game. Spectre uses his ultimate. Woo. A shrill sound came from Lu Jing's computer speakers. Then came the triple kill. For kills. Pentakill. God like this. It was not until Jiang Chu took another shower that they noticed he was back. Fuck, Jiang Chu, you're finally back. Xiang Hua ran over impatiently. The other two also came over. What are you doing? Come on, stop pretending. We all know that the school beauty Li Wenjing came to your dormitory to look for you. Yes, tell me quickly what's going on. Pregnant? Forced to be the father. The three of us talked one after another. Jiang Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Go away. I met her by chance during the day and gave her a little gift. I came here just to say thank you. The three of them turned their heads together. A look of contempt. It says I don't believe it. Brother, I've seen Li Wenjing, the school beauty. She's much prettier than your previous Song Qingqing. They're simply not on the same level. She's even come to our dormitory. How the hell can you hold back? That's right. Maybe they'll fight for 300 rounds while we're away. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Lu Jing raised his head and took a breath of air. The air is filled with the breath of spring. Many small targets are running in the air. Jiang Chu couldn't listen any longer. I quickly begged for mercy and climbed onto the bed. The three people below got the desired result and laughed mercilessly. I was wondering how you suddenly came to your senses and dared to slap Song Qingqing in the face. It turns out that you were secretly trying to get the school beauty. Isn't that right? I think Li Wenjing is pretty good. Song Qingqing is a bitch and is not worth your efforts at all. Speaking of which, Jiang Chu suddenly thought of what happened tonight. Xiang Hua, how was your date with that girl tonight? How was the date? It was good. She's cute, simple, and considerate. She even treated me to milk tea. It's her birthday soon. What gift do you think I should give her? It can be seen that Xiang Hua seems to be a little concerned. Isn't this the initial state of his being a bootlicker in his previous life? I didn't expect that this time it would be my brother's turn. But as long as he is here, Xiang Hua will never suffer any loss. I'm not good at giving gifts, but I suggest you understand it clearly first. Okay, I know. Do you think I'm you? If that woman goes too far, I'll turn my back on her and leave immediately. Well, I just don't want you to make the same mistake I did. Oh, by the way, what's her name? Wang Wei. Jiang Chu took note of it. By the way, Xiang Hua, Didn't you say your family runs a clothing factory? How's business going? How would I know? My family is in charge of this. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? No, I feel that online shopping has a huge impact on physical stores. It would be better if you can give me a call when you have time to check on the situation at home. If you encounter any problems, maybe I can help. Ha, don't worry. As long as there are people here, they need to wear clothes. My dad has been in this business for more than 10 years. He knows a lot more than me. But thank you for your concern, brother. It's really hard for you to fight with the school beauty for hundreds of rounds. Go to sleep quickly, hee. Jiang Chu exchanged a few insults with him again. There's no rush for this kind of thing. I guess what's going to happen will still happen. The current priority is to improve your own strength as quickly as possible. When Xianghua needs help, I will try my best to help him solve his problems. Lying on the bed, taking out the phone. Good fellow. A bunch of unread text messages. Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu. Today is the happiest day of my college life. Thank you. If possible, my roommate and I would like to invite everyone in your dormitory to have a meal together tomorrow at noon. Asshole Jiang Chu. You left me alone for so long and went out to drink milk tea with Wenjing. What else did you do to her? You were grinning foolishly all night. Did you bully her? I let you take advantage of me tonight. How about it? Do my long legs look good? Are my high heels and stockings sexy? How about you give me a bag or something and give me a chance to touch you again? Heo degree omega degree O. There is also a photo of beautiful legs and torn stockings. This little devil. She even sent him photos late at night to seduce him. But thinking of those long legs and black stockings and high heels, it really makes people feel uneasy. Italian artillery rises. When replying to the message. Although he bought the latest Nokia N86, it's a bit hard to get used to the sudden change from a smartphone to a button. If I remember correctly, the 4th generation of Fruit was released this year. By then, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to key-operated phones like Nokia. How to plan the next step? Now is the era when the two horses are taking off and are at their peak. There are also the flourishing media platforms such as Weixin, Chengdu, 58 Oil Depot, Douyin, and Facebook. In the mobile phone industry, various brands such as HTC, led by Fruit, have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. And the most terrifying thing is real estate. Many male protagonists in novels will choose this as their first choice after rebirth. But does Jiang Chu need money? No. He has plenty of money now. But money must be spent on other things. For example, power. For example, status. For example, resource influence, and so on. In fact, in China, the most patriotic people are the lower class people. Because this is where they will stay from the time they are born to the time their descendants stay. This is their root. Some rich people. I thought I had some money. I think that even if a war breaks out, I can just flee to another country with money. Even surrender to the enemy. This is what it feels like when I think of the love I had during those years. Since 2017, the United States has begun to suppress and block the country in various ways. And the control of capital is the most terrifying thing. As a Chinese, of course he wants to do something for the country. Breaking the technological blockade. Plan ahead for each industry and take control of it in your own hands. That is the way of the strong. One night, I thought a lot. Gradually, I had a clear idea. At the same time, under a big tree in the middle school in the dark night, a beautiful figure looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he answered the phone. The voice on the other side was a man's, majestic and unquestionable. Tell me about her situation. I wasn't with her at night, but I heard that I went out for milk tea with that Jiang Chu tonight. The other party hesitated for a moment. Don't forget your mission. Keep an eye on her. Report any disturbances to me immediately. Otherwise, forget about your father's kidney source. The girl said tremblingly. Yes, I have done what you said. When can my dad have a kidney transplant? The man did not answer her, but continued. There is one more thing. Someone will be transferred to your school the day after tomorrow. You must obey his orders unconditionally. Remember, it means any request. Chen Ying's whole body visibly shook. Did you hear me? Listen, I heard. Don't worry. We have found a cellar now, and your father will be able to undergo surgery soon. Remember, I am the only one who can help you, so you just need to listen to me. Chapter 25. The rich second generation Lu Zixiang finds trouble. The next day I had to go to the big devil's class. I finally managed to read a novel until the get out of class was over. Fuck, the iceberg school beauty Li Wenjing. The others had already left. Of course, the person who shouted was Xianghua, who was following Jiang Chu. She didn't come here just to wait for you, did she? Jiang Chu. Li Wenjing saw it from afar and waved excitedly. It's true, God is so unfair. Xianghua TT. The two walked over. Today, Li Wenjing still has long straight black hair. A few strands of hair fluttered in the breeze. She was wearing a white jumpsuit. Even if it is loose, it can't hide the hugeness that is about to burst out. Under the straight long legs are white socks and a pair of Gucci shoes. It looks pure and natural. Xiang Hua felt a little uncomfortable when he approached. He didn't dare to look Li Wenjing in the eye at all. Jiang Chu thought, if Li Wenjing were to unseal herself and put on those sexy clothes, the first and second places on the campus beauty list could probably be rewritten in an instant. You wait for me. Well, didn't we agree yesterday that we should go eat together at noon? Oh, I almost forgot about that. You guys chat, I'm leaving first. Xiang Hua tried to escape, but was caught by Jiang Chu. You can come too. Xiang Hua wanted to say that he was not a light bulb. It's okay, because I also called our roommates, who are also very pretty. I'll introduce them to you later. By the way, where are the other two classmates? Those two are going to have dinner with their girlfriends. Don't bother with them. Jiang Chu put his hand on Xiang Hua's shoulder without saying anything and pulled him along. They first stopped by the girls' dormitory to meet up with Li Wenjing's roommate. The two were already waiting downstairs. Wow, so handsome. Chen Meixia suppressed her excitement and whispered in Zhang Yunla's ear. No wonder Wenjing has always refused to find a boyfriend. It turns out that she has had her heart set on this handsome guy for a long time. Yeah, I was so happy after coming back with the handsome guy last night. Don't talk nonsense. Li Wenjing looked shy. There is happiness and joy. A bit proud too. When the person you like is praised by her good friends, it is also a recognition of her vision. They are my roommates. Her name is Chun Meixia, and her name is Zhang Yunla. Hello, my name is Jiang Chu. My name is Xiang Hua. Compared with Jiang Chu's generosity and decorum, Xiang Hua seemed a little immature and shy. Li Wenjing is right. The two roommates in front of her are indeed beautiful. They are all about 1.6 meters tall. She has a nice body shape. Chun Meixia has shoulder-length hair, a t-shirt, denim overalls, and a pair of sneakers. Zhang Yunla has long hair, a SpongeBob t-shirt, white shorts, and white sneakers. The system gave a score of 77 and 78. This appearance is enough to make many boys admire her in school. You know, not everyone has the courage to hit on the school beauty. On the contrary, it is the prettier girls like them that make most people feel they have a chance. More people like it. Where's Mo Yutong? Isn't she in the same dormitory with you? Jiang Chu looked at Wenjing. Yutong has something to do today, so I'm asking for leave. Yeah, she got a call early this morning, and then she felt down. I don't know what happened. I guess something happened at home. I only heard that her family came to look for her. Whatever, let's go. Not long after they left, I saw 5 people squatting on the school road ahead. 4 of them were big guys with dyed hair, wearing a black vest showing off his strong muscles and tattoos. It's obvious that he's a gangster. The leader was a tall and thin man, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses, wearing a Versace t-shirt and AJ shorts. He looks very arrogant. It can be said that he came with ill intentions. Jiang Chu, do you know him? Xiang Hua said with a serious expression. Fighting since childhood. This doesn't look right. No. Lu Zixiang, the rich second generation, Wenjing. Zhang Meixia's words immediately made Jiang Chu and the others turn their heads to look at Li Wenjing. I saw disgust rising in a frown on her face. At this time, the 4 thugs had already approached. Not only did the other party show no intention of giving way, the 5 men were still scattered. It was obviously aimed at them. Lu Zixiang, what do you mean? Li Wenjing said coldly. Wenjing, you know I like you, but you have always been so cold to me. I thought you just didn't want to fall in love in college, and I could even accept that you liked girls. But I didn't expect you to find such a weak and pretentious loser. Besides, I investigated yesterday. His family is just 2 villagers. I don't know where they got these cheap goods from, but they think they are rich second-generation people. They are obviously trying to trick you. Don't worry. What happened today has nothing to do with you girls. I won't hurt you. Jiang Chu, do you see the brothers behind me? I'm giving you a chance. Tell them that you lied to Wenjing, or don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Chen Meixia and Zhang Yunla's eyes widened. Could it be that Jiang Chu in front of me is really that kind of person? Cheating Wenjing? But these hundreds of thousands of gifts. Isn't this price too high? Do you have any right to interfere in what I do? You and your people get out of my way right now. Li Wenjing said firmly. Wenjing you. Lu Zixiang gnashed his teeth in hatred. He turned and glared at Jiang Chu. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good at tricking Wenjing. If you don't leave her on your own initiative today, I'll have people beat you up every time they see you. Are you fucking sick? You want to fight? Come on. Xiang Hua rolled up his sleeves and was ready to start working. Lu Zixiang was so frightened that he took a half step back, thinking about how he later hired 4 big brothers. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wenjing, I'm doing this for your own good. The 4 brothers behind me are all from outside the school, and the school can't control them. Jiang Chu, I gave you a chance. After saying this, he waved his hand. The four thugs behind him came over with their fists clenched and cracked. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Chu certainly would not be timid. In his previous life, he and Xiang Hua were chased and hacked by more than a dozen people. It can also accommodate 7 or 8 people. Only. Although young now. But this body has not been tempered. A little thin. The 4 people on the opposite side are obviously old hooligans. There are girls here. Can't run. You can only force it. That's right. Isn't there a system here? As long as the favorability reaches 90. Can I get attribute points then? Li Wenjing is already 89. It's almost 1 o'clock. Give it a try. If that doesn't work, then you can only try your best. The worst that could happen is that you'll get beaten up. Just when the 4 men were about to attack, Jiang Chu suddenly made an unexpected move. He turned to look at Li Wenjing beside him. Lend me some strength. Wenjing? Jiang Chu hugged her and kissed her. Those are a pair of soft and tender cherry lips. In front of everyone. A deep kiss. Li Wenjing's eyes widened with shock. Then comes sweetness. Slowly closed. My body went limp and I enjoyed the moment. The 4 hooligans also stood there in a daze. WTF. It's already this time. He even didn't forget to take advantage of others. Even if I get beaten and sent to the hospital, it's not such a big loss. Why hadn't they thought of this before? Lu Zixiang's face turned from white to green in an instant. Chapter 26 Achieve 90 points of favorability and unlock the system mall. Li Wenjing was the woman he had always wanted to win over. Now, I was kissed by someone else in front of him. How the hell is this tolerable? I almost wanted to kill him. While everyone was confused, Li Wenjing felt a burning love. She took the initiative last night. That was her first kiss. Yes, she has been keeping an eye on Jiang Chu since that incident in junior high school. Although we didn't study in the same school, but she still hasn't forgotten the boy who stood up for her. Later I found out that he gave up Tsinghua and Peking University and applied for this place for a girl. She chose this without hesitation, but I never said it out loud. So, they had never known to each other until yesterday. She wasn't sure whether Jiang Chu liked her, but now being kissed in public, she had the answer. At least, Jiang Chu has a place for her in his heart. A feeling of happiness and sweetness arises from the bottom of my heart. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Ding. The system has detected that Li Wenjing's favorability has reached 90. You can get a 20-point attribute bonus, which can enhance your various attributes: strength, agility, physique, talent, and mental strength. The corresponding improvement of the first 3 items will improve your appearance. In addition, the system mall will be unlocked. After the favorability exceeds 90, each additional point before 95 can gain 3 attribute points, and each additional point after 95 can gain 5 attribute points. System Mall. The System Mall is open, and you can use attribute points to purchase corresponding personal skills. Fighting, talent, technology, etc. There is no time. Click on the fighting chapter. Ma Baogua's 5 whips, Kuan Kuan's shoulder push, Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, IP Man's Wing Chun, Hui Yuanjia's mysterious fist, Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi. WTF. Too many. Jiang Chu took a look and directly chose Strength +5, Agility +6, Constitution +, and also MMA Skills Ultimate. Primary. Consumes 2 attribute points, requires Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 7, Talent 5, Mental Strength 5. Intermediate. Consumes 4 attribute points, requires Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 8, Talent 8, Mental Strength 8. Ultimate. Consumes 6 attribute points, requires Strength 13, Agility 13, Constitution 10, Talent 10, Mental Strength 10. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu. Strength 885. Agility 786. Constitution 783. Talent 108. Spiritual power 108. Note: the values in brackets are the average values for normal people. Obtained. Ultimate mixed martial arts skills. In just a moment, Jiang Chu's mind was flooded with all kinds of fighting information. I can feel myself integrating into the whole process immediately. Instantly possessed the abilities of a super special forces soldier and a combat expert, including various proficiency in the use of bare hands and cold weapons. At the same time, there were also noticeable changes in the body. I can feel my strength increasing significantly. The hands and feet seem more flexible and sensitive. Even a slight breeze is extremely sensitive. Here, he's already full of confidence, let alone dealing with those 4 thugs. It would be easy to capture him even if there were a dozen thugs armed with cold weapons. Careful! Li Wenjing in my arms suddenly shouted. Jiang Chu could see someone rushing towards her from behind through her pupils. as expected of a gangster. Even if they knew that there was a huge disparity in strength, they still launched a sneak attack. Street fights are like this. Who would tell you so many rules of the underworld? Jiang Chu's mouth curled up slightly. Holding Li Wenjing, he easily dodged the opponent's attack with a sidestep. But there is more than one person coming. They didn't seem to expect that Jiang Chu could dodge with his back to them. This must be luck. One of them failed to break in time. He rushed directly towards Zhang Yunla behind him. Seeing that the big fist was about to hit her face, she couldn't dodge in time. The force was originally intended to hit Jiang Chu. But she is a girl. If the wound is severe, I will probably have to stay in the hospital for a while. Not to mention the possibility of disfigurement. Even Jiang Chu hadn't expected this situation. It was too late to rescue him. Zhang Yunla just stayed there. Pale face, dilated pupils. Zhang Meili, who was standing next to him, even turned her head away subconsciously, not daring to look at the violent scene. Just then, a figure blocked the way from the side. The fist hit his chest hard, and there was a dull sound. You can see how powerful the force is. Fuck, it hurts. You actually dared to attack a girl. I hate people like this the most in my life. Damn you. The figure that just flashed by turned out to be Xianghua, because he happened to be right next to me. At that time, I instinctively blocked it. Although it hurts. But he grew up fighting. But the skin is rough and the flesh is thick. Before he finished his curse, he raised his fist and punched the man. Both of them have some experience. Suddenly, they both got injured. On the other side, no need to speak. Jiang Chu had already taken the initiative to bully others. A big guy was closest to him, and laughed with pride. Oh, you actually dare to deliver it to me? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chu, who was only 2 meters away from him, seemed to be in front of him in an instant, and has stretched out one foot. He was kicked directly in the stomach and fell to the ground. The 2 people next to him were stunned. They are clear about the fighting power of Shabiao. He fell down in 1 round. It must have been a fluke. They both rushed forward. Bang! Each of them gave a roundhouse kick directly to the head. The 2 fell to the ground and wailed. It looks worse than the previous one. Clean and neat without any drag. Do you want me to help you? Fuck you. Just take care of yourself first. Xianghua just noticed that Jiang Chu had defeated 3 of the other team members by himself. Fuck, you've got them all down. The man who was fighting with Xianghua turned around in disbelief when he heard no movement from behind. It turned out to be true. I haven't even said the word fuck yet. Xianghua was not willing to let go of this golden opportunity. 2 punches knocked the guy unconscious, and he fell to the ground. Hey, that's not bad. I want to show off. But he found that Jiang Chu had already walked towards Lu Zixiang. Are you okay? You're hurt. Zhang Yunla, who was standing next to him, looked at Xianghua's swollen face and expressed his concern. It's okay, half a bottle of safflower oil will do the trick. Xianghua's eyes were on Jiang Chu, but he didn't notice that Zhang Yunla was looking at him with a strange look. Lu Zixiang, I heard that you are a rich 2nd generation. Are you rich? Jiang Chu joked lightly. Yes, as long as you leave her, I can give you 100,000 yuan. No, 300,000, 500,000. 500,000. For an ordinary college student, this is a huge amount of money. He felt that no one could refuse. Jiang Chu didn't say anything, but just raised his lips and moved closer step by step. What do you want to do? Lu Zixiang saw everything that happened just now. On the surface, he was still calm. Now I feel panic in my heart. Chapter 27. Mo Yutong is on a blind date? The Jiang Chu in front of him easily knocked down the 3 thugs he hired. How could he be an opponent? Even thinking, did those 4 guys already know Jiang Chu? I deliberately released the water. How else would this be possible? Each person has 1 move. It's too fake. Silly Biao, hurry up and get up. Lu Zixiang became anxious. Silly Mark. Jiang Chu seemed to be thinking about something. Is your name Wu Biao? How do you know my name? Wu Biao asked while lying on the ground, gritting his teeth and bearing the pain. Oh, I just suddenly remembered something. You seem to have a girlfriend named Nini, right? Wu Biao's eyes suddenly widened. How do you know Nini? Nini is his favorite girlfriend. I have a friend who told me during gossip that there's a guy called Sha Chong out there, and his girlfriend Nini is having an affair with a rich 2nd generation guy named Lu behind his back, and it seems like they often go to that Dihao hotel to spend the night together. Night? Lu Zixiang. Am I remembering the name of the hotel correctly? Bullshit. That's called the Imperial Hotel. Lu Zixiang let the cat out of the bag because he was too nervous. After saying this, I realized that something was wrong. Because he saw Wu Biao's angry eyes looking at him. Brother Biao, don't listen to his nonsense. That's easy. There's surveillance there. Just check it out and you'll know. Lu Zixiang didn't expect Jiang Chu to have this trick. As the saying goes, a thief has a guilty conscience. He couldn't help but run away. But in Wu Biao's view, This proved that what that guy did was true. Wu Biao, who was lying on the ground, felt the pain and stood up to chase after him. Stop right there, alpaca. I'm going to kill you. When the other 3 thugs saw the big brother running away, they quickly got up and followed him. Boy, we'll remember you. Looking at the backs of the gangsters going away, Li Wenjing hurried over and took his hand to check. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. I didn't expect you, Jiang Chu, to be so powerful. You can knock one down with one kick. Chen Meixia's eyes were full of pink bubbles and admiration. Li Wenjing also smiled sweetly. Jiang Chu was also very satisfied. For the first time, I experienced the power of attribute points. After the actual combat, I realized that this ultimate fighting skill is stronger than I imagined. As long as you don't encounter those with hot weapons, fighting masters can easily defeat him. Xianghua, can we still go out for dinner? Eat, why not? I'm injured. I need to eat at least 3 bowls of rice. I'll eat you out of money. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. They went to a high-end restaurant outside the school. A private room was opened. Ha ha. I've always wanted to come here for a big meal, but never had the guts to do so. Today I'm going to give you a good meal. Xianghua said bluntly. Whatever you want, you two. It's our first meeting, so there's no need to be polite. You can order whatever you want. If you miss this village, you won't be able to have this restaurant anymore. Didn't I say this meal is my treat? It's okay. Jiang Chu has a lot of money. I don't dare to spend your money. Ha ha ha. Everyone was happy. Then we won't be polite, hey? Where is Yunla? Chen Meishia asked. Didn't you just catch up? I guess he went to the bathroom. Li Wenjing said as she ordered dishes with Chen Meishia. Not long after we ordered the dishes, Zhang Yunla pushed the door open and came back. I have something in my hands. She sat down next to Xianghua and took out something from the bag. It's a bottle of safflower oil. You were beaten for helping me. Thank you. Hey, why are you being so polite? I have them in my dormitory, and you bought them for me. Xianghua said carelessly. Do you want me to help you apply it? Zhang Yunla asked gently. Li Wenjing and Chen Meixia looked at each other with a knowing smile, but Xianghua was unaware of it. He waved his hand and said, No, I can do it myself. Do you dislike me? Zhang Yunlexiang said angrily. No, it's such a simple matter. Why do I need you to help me? Straight man of steel. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Yunla being humiliated, Li Wenjing and the others all laughed out loud. What's wrong with me? Xianghua looked at Jiang Chu, who was confused and begging for explanation. After all, Jiang Chu has been through decades. Seeing the look Zhang Yunla gave Xianghua, I guess she is interested in Xianghua. That guy just didn't know. It is also possible to know, but he had already been influenced by the girl named Wang Wei. You blocked a punch for someone, so I want to show some concern for you. Just then, serve the food directly. This speed is very fast. What lobster? Abalone and shark fin are all served. I just had a meal yesterday, and I still feel unsatisfied. Xianghua was the first to take action. Several people started fighting without any hesitation. After all, we just met. And after what just happened, the character of Jiang Chu and Xianghua was recognized by the 3 girls. Eat and chat. We quickly became familiar with each other and had a lot of fun. Towards the end, Li Wenjing went out to the toilet. He was gone for a long time before he hurried back. What happened? Chen Meixia asked doubtfully. Guess who I saw? Li Wenjing said nervously. It's Yutong. I walked over and saw a man sitting opposite her and her parents. I secretly listened for a while, and it seemed that Yutong's parents were introducing that uncle to a blind date because the other party was a senior executive of a listed company and had money or something. But Yutong had been strongly opposed to it and was even made to cry by her parents. I didn't know what to do, so I came back to find you. Oh my God, what era is this? There are still forced marriages? And this person hasn't even graduated from college yet. Xianghua spoke up for the injustice. You don't know? She and I are best friends, and I know her best. Her parents are very snobbish, and their family is not well off. Yutong's grandmother is paralyzed in bed and needs care all the year round. Anyway, her family often brainwashes her, saying that with her looks, she must find a rich man. I just saw that uncle. I think he is in his 30s. He is short and fat, and looks like a LS. Jiang Chu, you must find a way to help Yutong. Jiang Chu was confused. Help? How to help? This seems to be a family affair. For no reason. Even if I ruin this time. But what about next time? Li Wenjing seemed to see Jiang Chu's dilemma. Jiang Chu, don't you like Yutong too? Just go over and tell them that you are her boyfriend, and let that LSP give up on that idea. Everyone? Is this what Li Wenjing said? Incredible. Everyone can see that she is interested in Jiang Chu. Is it fake? Or, this is a multiple choice question, just to test who Jiang Chu really likes. But there was no sign from Li Wenjing's expression that she had that intention. Now everyone's eyes were on Jiang Chu. Brother, you're on your own. I can't help you with that. Xiang Hua was already sighing. Sometimes having too many beautiful women around you is not necessarily a good thing. Chapter 28. Jiang Chu helps Mo Yutong save the situation. Jiang Chu, please help Yutong this time. Li Wenjing didn't care at all that other people were stunned. He held Jiang Chu's arm, shaking him and begging. Jiang Chu was actually just slightly surprised at first. I can't figure out what Li Wenjing wants to do. But then he just stopped thinking about it. Because he is a man with a mission. He is a light. When the goddess needs it, the light will shine on them. Okay, I'll try. I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. After all, it's someone else's family matter. Yeah, I believe you can do it. In the box not far away next door. Yutong, just listen to me. Manager Wang will be promoted to vice president in a while, and $1 million annual salary is not a problem. You are young and beautiful now, which is an advantage. But if you follow those people of similar age at this time, how many years will it take to achieve the same success as Manager Wang now that you have agreed? It is already a step to heaven. If you don't miss us, you should think about your grandmother. Okay, she has loved you the most since you were a child. You know that. Mom, I know Grandma loves me and I love her, but can't we wait until I graduate from college to talk about these things? I beg you, Mom. Mo Yutong was almost crying, but she didn't dare to refute her mother too much. There is also a father who is silent beside. No, Mr. Wang is so busy, he came today just for our sake. There are so many women who like him, and they all want to throw themselves into his arms but have no chance. You have to agree even if you don't want to, unless you find a boyfriend who is richer than him. Mom, you're forcing me. You know I don't have a boyfriend. Who said no? You kissed me last night. Why are you denying it today? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chu pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone inside was stunned. When Mr. Wang heard the beautiful student girl in front of him who was about to be captured by him. I was kissed by someone else. I don't know what else he did. You know. Mo Yutong's mother, Ma Dongmei, had solemnly assured him that her daughter was a virgin. So he also privately agreed that if the deal was successful, just give the other party 300,000 yuan as a gift. I didn't expect to be intercepted by this guy in front of me. And he's younger and more handsome. The sparse eyebrows on the fat face suddenly twisted into an 8 shape. He snorted neither coldly nor heavily. Ma Dongmei is a smart person. I immediately noticed that Mr. Wang was unhappy. That 300,000 will be wasted. He shouted angrily at Jiang Chu. Who are you? Who allowed you to break in? Get out now. Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong didn't expect to run into someone familiar here. And I was caught doing this kind of thing at her home. I was at a loss for a moment. Didn't I just say that I'm Yutong's boyfriend? Jiang Chu still had a smile on his face and his tone was quite polite. I found an empty seat and sat down confidently. Yutong, these two must be your parents that you always mention to me, right? Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Jiang Chu, and I go to the same school as Yutong. Who is your aunt and uncle? You said it was Yutong's boyfriend? We didn't agree with that. Ma Dongmei folded her arms, turned her head, and snorted coldly. However, Mo Wujia looked at him with a bit of surprise. At this time, Mr. Wang also spoke, with a look of condescending disdain on his face. You are a college student who studied in a crappy university. What can you do after graduation? Do a miserable job and get paid more than 2,000 yuan? And you want to learn how to find a girlfriend? With my current ability, I can even buy a house and a car for Yutong in a few minutes. Can you do it? You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Ma Dongmei's eyes lit up when she heard these 2 words. If Mr. Wang could buy them another apartment or car, then you don't have to stay in the village. Not to mention driving a broken motorcycle and being exposed to wind and rain all day long. Oh, Mr. Wang, your strength is really beyond words. If our Yutong follows you, she will have a happy life for the rest of her life without worries. Actually, you don't have to worry about this guy. He has no sense of propriety and doesn't know how powerful you are. You don't have to bother with him. After saying this with a flattering smile, he turned and glared at Jiang Chu. You're done? You can leave now. You're not welcome here. Jiang Chu was surprised. Oh, I've thought about buying a house before, but I haven't asked for your opinions yet. I actually mentioned to Yutong that I want to buy her a car, and I'm planning to go and see it today, right, Yutong? Buying a car? Mo Yutong didn't react immediately. Buy a car? Today? When did Jiang Chu say such words to me? Is it to deal with the current situation? In fact, I just saw Jiang Chu stand up for himself in this situation. She was touched. Especially the one about her boyfriend. Isn't the one he likes Li Wenjing? Since it cannot be exposed, then just follow his wishes. Yes, Jiang Chu told me that he was going to look at the car today. Ha ha ha, Ma Dongmei, if you don't want to marry your daughter to me, just say so directly. Why bother to find someone to do this? You can't even make up a lie. You're a college student who hasn't even graduated yet, wearing ragged clothes, and you're actually saying you're taking me to buy a car? Humph, I don't have time to play with you. Although he said so, he just turned his head to the side with a gloomy face. There was no intention of getting up and leaving. Joke. Now that you are here. This Mo Yutong is indeed prettier than any other girl he has ever seen. If it's not finished, then it's not finished. Anyway, I'll just get it and play with it for a while. At that time, just say it is not in good condition and return it. If things get out of hand, I can just give you 1,000 or 2 as a token of my appreciation. The pressure was put on Ma Dongmei. She panicked immediately. No, Mr. Wang, we really don't know him. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a college student. How can he compare with you? Boss Wang. Jiangchu suddenly became emotional and slammed the table. Didn't you say that buying a house and a car would only take a few minutes? I don't believe you. If you have the ability, let's go buy them now. Who can't do it? I also said that I can buy $1 million luxury car for Yutong in a few minutes. Oh, $1 million luxury car. You are so arrogant. Go ahead. If you can buy $1 million luxury car for Yutong, I, Wang Jigang, will kneel down and call you daddy. If you can't buy it, you also have to kneel down and call me grandpa, and stay away from Yutong from now on. Do you dare? Funny. Even the money he opened was only over 300,000 yuan. Million? He can't afford it. Not to mention a college student who has not graduated yet. He doesn't believe it. I wanted to scare him into giving up. I want to be beautiful. Do you think he is a 3-year-old child? Okay, but I don't have a son as useless as you. If you lose, just kneel down and call Yutong it. Humph, that's all you can do with your tongue. Now go. After Wang Jigang finished speaking, he slammed the door and walked out. Boss Wang, Yutong, look at the kind of people you know. It makes me so angry. Ma Dongmei quickly chased after him. Jiangchu paid the bill. I sent a text message to Li Wenjing to say hello and asked them to go back later. Downstairs. Wang Jigang drove a BMW. Seeing Jiangchu standing there, he asked contemptuously. Boy, you were so arrogant just now. Where's your car? Chapter 29 Jiangchu, you're not really going to buy me a car, are you? I'll take a taxi later. Ha ha, take a taxi? I guess you don't even have a car of your own, right? Wang Jigang's guess was further confirmed. The other party just wants to scare me. Yutong, look at what you have done. We were just having a nice meal, but now you have upset Mr. Wang, and he doesn't even have a car. And you were satisfied with this. Ma Dongmei said with a bad look on her face. Mo Yutong bit her lips and dared not make a sound. He glanced at Jiangchu suspiciously. She knew Jiangchu's strength. At first, I thought he looked ordinary. What I wear is still street stall goods. But yesterday's move cost millions. And it's just a gift. A hidden super rich second generation. Is he really going to buy himself a car? He totally has the ability. But why did he help himself? Why don't you get in the car? Are you going to wait for a taxi with that guy? Mo Yutong looked at Jiangchu. The other party just smiled and nodded to her to indicate that it was okay. No way. She must sit with her parents. When leaving. Worried that Jiangchu would not go. Mr. Wang didn't forget to laugh at me. My name is Wang Jigang. I'll be waiting for you at Lunching Auto City. Of course, if you want to run away, you still have time. I will never look down on you, ha ha ha. The car started moving at the first accelerator. Jiangchu also stopped a taxi. After all, at the university gate. It's quite easy. Lunching Auto City. This is actually one of the industries of Ming Group, which ranks second among the 8 major groups in the Fruit Province. It specializes in selling various imported high-end luxury cars, from BMW and Mercedes-Benz to Porsche and Ferrari. When Jiangchu arrived, Wang Jigang was leading Ma Dongmei and her family to talk about a BMW worth more than 400,000 yuan. He said he had been driving the car for several years, planning to buy one more. The fact is that the car belongs to the company. He is only now starting to save enough money to buy one of his own. Of course, I can't say such words. It just so happens that today I can show off in front of Ma Dongmei and the others. A beautiful saleswoman wearing a black silk uniform also caught my eye. I actively introduced it to Wang Jigang. Mo Yutong noticed that this LSB size were staring at her long black stockings legs from time to time. It was so vulgar that she felt disgusted. Her legs are so much prettier than that salesperson's. But when I found out it was a blind date, she deliberately found a very casual outfit to wear. Not even any makeup. This place full of luxury cars naturally made Ma Dongmei and the others' eyes sparkle. I became more and more envious of Wang Jigang and wanted to curry his favor with him. Replace them with their usual. Don't say you bought it. I guess you would feel guilty if you were stared at for a few more seconds by a beautiful waitress like this. As soon as Jiangchu walked in, another beautiful sales lady came to greet him. He saw the other person's eyes slightly widen with a hint of surprise. Hello, this way please. I'm Xiao Fei, the sales consultant here. How can I help you? He briefly looked at the other person. High heels, black stockings, gray uniform. She has a good figure and good looks. The system gave a score of 82. It is worthy of being an industry under the Ming family. An ordinary salesperson can have this appearance. I'm here to see my girlfriend and buy her a car. I wonder who your girlfriend is. Is she here yet? Xiao Fei's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He actually has a girlfriend. Following Jiang Chu's gaze, Xiao Fei found out that it was that group of people. He immediately led the way from the left front. The high heels clicked on the smooth floor. People can't help but take a look at the high heels and black stockings. The posture is very elegant. The temptation of a young, mature woman. Wow, you really dare to come. Wang Jigang didn't expect the other party would dare to come to his door. Since someone is willing to kowtow to me, I can do nothing about it. There are plenty of luxury cars worth millions here. I will just watch you show off. After Wang Jigang finished speaking, he told the beautiful saleswoman next to him what had just happened, as if it were a joke. She was so amused that she covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Fei, it turns out that the guy next to you is a sophomore. He's quite handsome, but unfortunately he's dressed a little too cold. Jiang Chu shook his head and smiled. Li Wenjing bought him 2 sets of clothes, but 1 set was given to Xianghua. I just washed what I wore yesterday. So today I just wanted to have a meal. He just put on a random outfit. Xiao Fei is also a materialist. But seeing that Jiang Chu is young and handsome, she doesn't mind having someone to talk to. Anyway, I'm free anyway. But now that Pan Meifeng had said this, she felt a little unhappy instantly. Well, I won't waste any more time. I'll reserve this car. Wang Jigang waved his hand. Consciously, I am very rich. Ma Dongmei and Pan Meifeng beside him smiled at him. Okay, I'll prepare the contract for you right away. Please wait. Pan Meifeng did not forget to look at Xiao Fei provocatively. Xiao Fei was so angry that her teeth itched. She hasn't opened an order for several days. This is an important moment for selecting the supervisor. Also a little anxious. This handsome boy in front of me can't be relied upon. It seems that I can only continue to call those LSPs to test the waters. I said I could afford a car in no time. Was I lying? The words were meant for Ma Dongmei, but his eyes looked at Jiang Chu with contempt. Yes, Mr. Wang, you are really generous. You bought a car worth more than 300,000 yuan without blinking an eye. It's amazing. It is definitely a blessing for Yutong to be able to follow you. Ma Dongmei smiled flatteringly. Yutong, look, is your boyfriend any better than Mr. Wang? Let him go and apologize to Mr. Wang. Mom, you don't know Jiang Chu's ability. If he says he can do it, then he can do it. I believe him. Mo Yutong said impatiently. You really want to piss me and your dad off to death. No, Mom. Ma Dongmei pushed Mo Guijia hard. Are you mute today? Don't say a word. Try to persuade your daughter. Jiang Chu saw Mo Guijia's reluctant expression. It seems that Mo Yutong's father should be on Mo Yutong's side. 2. Which father would want to marry his young daughter to an old man? A car worth more than 300,000 yuan? Why does it look a bit tacky? Jiang Chu suddenly spoke. How can you talk like that? You call a car worth more than 300,000 yuan a piece of dirt? Do you think you have the nerve to take a taxi? Don't you agree, Mr. Wang? Ma Dongmei directly acted as a forward. Wang Jigang smiled contemptuously. This woman has a powerful tongue. Fortunately, I was on his side. No way. Who made him rich? In front of everyone, Jiang Chu. He immediately took Mo Yutong's hand and started walking around. Asshole, let go of my daughter's hand. Ma Dongmei roared after she realized what was happening. Jiang Chu, you're not really planning to buy me a car, are you? Mo Yutong's face was filled with surprise. Chapter 30, I want to order another Ferrari. What do you think? Jiang Chu held the soft and boneless hand and came to the front of a car. Xiao Fei followed behind politely. It's just that the distance is a little farther than before. How about this? Do you think it looks good? Of course it looks good. Porsche 911 is the most popular car in the hearts of all girls. It costs more than 1 million. Jiang Chu, I'm talking to you. Don't get involved in my family affairs. It won't be good if when Jing finds out. She was the one who asked me to be your boyfriend. We were just having dinner in the box next to you, and your roommates were all there. What? Then they all know it. And you said when Jing asked you to come over? Mo Yutong looked shocked and flustered. She knows Wen Jing very well. I never joke easily. Could it be that Wen Jing could see that she also liked Jiang Chu? Although we are best friends. But Jiang Chuan is young and handsome. He is also a super rich second generation. To be honest, she also tried every possible way to get him. Xiao Fei, who was not far away, was even more shocked. This handsome-looking boy. It seems like he already has a girlfriend. His girlfriend still supports him in picking up his bestie? Did she hear it wrong, or what is wrong with the world? You don't want to marry that old man? Jiang Chu asked back. Mo Yutong fell silent for a moment. I am still so young. No matter how rich the other person is, he is still an old man, as old as her father. She looks older than her father. My hair is all bald. Ugly as hell. Marry him. What kind of life would you have to face every day? If you don't want to get married, then listen to me. Jiang Chu's lips curled up with a hint of confidence. We kissed last night. Don't you think you don't have to take responsibility? Mo Yutong turned her head shyly. She kissed me last night just to play hard to get. Just to make Jiang Chu fall in love with her. But she found that she was the one reminiscing after returning. And told myself that I must never let this super rich second generation go. This car is good, but it only has 2 seats. It will be inconvenient to bring your family along. Huh. Jiang Chu looked at the Maserati president next to him. You girls should like this one too. It seats 4. Mo Yutong saw that Jiang Chu was speaking very seriously. It seemed as if he was really choosing a car for her. Xiao Fei began to introduce herself professionally. After all, the store is equipped with surveillance cameras. Whether people buy it or not, she has to follow the corresponding procedures and professional ethics. That sounds good. Jiang Chu doesn't know much about cars. Not bad. This is a car worth more than 2 million, and you actually said it's not bad. Mo Yutong was stunned. That's it. Do you have a car in stock? I want to get a car directly. Ah. Xiao Fei opened her mouth and eyes wide. Once again, I wondered if I had heard it wrong. Is it because I didn't have breakfast that I had auditory hallucinations? Mo Yutong was equally shocked. Is Jiang Chu kidding? Why, there's no car in stock. Then change one. Ah, yes, we have a car in stock. A female boss happened to order one of this model, but later she breached the contract for some reason and didn't come back to take it back. Do you really want to buy it? The car we have now is the top model, including the license plate. Even if we give you a discount, it will cost 2.7 million. Of course, we can support installment payments, including down payment. At this time, Wang Jigang and his team also came over. I can hear those words just now. Ha ha ha, kid, do you know how much this car costs? Do you think it's a toy worth $12? You buy it just like that. Or are you trying to find a loophole and sign an agreement? Anyway, you can pay the deposit later. He just found out about this from what Pan Mei Feng had just told him. But then he became mute. No, just pay the full amount. Zhang Chuqing said calmly. Installment. What period? Nearly 3 million points converted into cash would be 300 million. You actually said installment. Are you kidding me? It's still fun to buy a car. Do you want to buy one for Wenjing as well? Never mind. Just bring her here when the time comes. Yutong, just wait for someone to kneel down and call you Annie. Wang Jigang gnashed his teeth in anger. Boy, don't be so arrogant. If you really pay the full amount, I won't believe it. Jiang Chu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Sister Xiao Fei. Oh, is it okay to put this car in my girlfriend's name? Of course. Xiao Fei glanced at Mo Yutong beside her. The other party still hasn't reacted to what happened. Hello, Ms. Mo. Do you have your ID card with you? Yes, I did. Please come over here and complete the formalities for me. Oh, Jiang Chu, this can't be true. Nearly 3 million, and it's under my name. Mo Yutong was extremely shocked. Her mother would give her to someone else just for a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Now it's 3 million. Just give it to her without any conditions? Of course, I said I would give you a car. You are my girlfriend. Ma Dongmei, who was standing by, had long lost her previous arrogance. Because she couldn't tell that Jiang Chu was just pretending. Just now, Wang Jigang only signed an agreement. The car is still under his name. But now, the boyfriend of Mo Yutong in front of me. He actually planned to buy the car worth more than 2 million yuan in full. And it was named after his daughter. How is this different from giving it as a gift? More than 2 million. I guess their whole family couldn't earn that much money even if they worked their entire lives. Ma Dongmei was already trembling with excitement. No matter. If this is true, the young man in front of me is much more attractive than that old bastard. Not only Ma Dongmei. Everyone was waiting for the moment when Jiang Chu swiped his card to pay. The hall, which was originally sparsely populated, suddenly became quiet. I don't know when there were already a lot of passers-by. They probably came to look at cars and buy them. Seeing that there are melons to eat here, I can't help but feel curious. Let's see who can buy a car worth more than 2 million yuan in full. You know, that's 10 years. Being able to afford a BMW or Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars can attract countless women. Not to mention this luxury car worth more than 2 million. Hello, sir. Please enter your password. Wait a moment. Oh, Xiao Fei was stunned. This matter has just alarmed their supervisor. A handsome middle-aged man stood next to her. Unexpectedly, there was a problem when I swiped the card. Is it going to fail? This is so embarrassing. You might get scolded by your supervisor afterwards. I want to ask, are there any cars worth more than 1 million yuan available here? I'm sorry, we usually import this kind of car and need to reserve it in advance. It just so happens that we have this Maserati President in stock today. Jiang Chu frowned. I want to buy him one. After all, you can't always take a taxi. Every man has a super running goal. He is no exception. Now that I have the money, I must get one. And this is the society now. No matter how poor you are, if you drive a supercar around the street, you can definitely bring a beautiful girl home to spend the night. And it's voluntary. Jiang Chu used to be extremely envious. I almost wanted to go back to the village to get some iron sheets and weld one myself. And with a luxury car, his chances of meeting high-scoring beauties in the future will definitely increase. He didn't have to go looking for it everywhere. Completing system tasks has become easier. I want to order an extra Ferrari F458. Can I pay the deposit in one go? And when can I get the car? Jiang Chu's words shocked everyone present again. Chapter 31. Young man, I actually liked you as soon as you walked in. He remembered that an F488 model should be released this year. That was the sports car that Newland drove in the movie Mercy, directed by Stephen Chow. The moment he appeared on the stage, everyone was paying attention. But later there was a rumor online that the product was recalled due to spontaneous combustion. He has nothing to lose now. I wouldn't buy a time bomb to start using. The handsome supervisor took over the conversation directly. Hello, sir. I'm Mingcheng, the supervisor here. The price of that car, including the license plate, is about 5 million. If you want a better license plate, you need to pay separately. The deposit is 20 of the car price, which is 1 million. We have a batch of goods ready over there, so it will take about a few days. Okay, then help me order one, and we can check out together. Yes, sir. Mingcheng personally reoperated the bill. Everyone behind was stunned. Before, paying full price for a car worth nearly 3 million was scary enough. Now you have to spend a deposit of 1 million to buy a car worth 5 million. The crowd watching nearby were mostly wealthy people with a little capital, but still couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, I thought I was awesome for working hard for half my life to buy a Porsche Cayenne, but I didn't expect there is always someone better than you, and someone so young spent millions at once. It seems I haven't worked hard enough, and there is still room for improvement. Fuck, at least you can afford a Cayenne. I was the first person in our village to buy a 400,000 yuan Mercedes. I thought it was the pinnacle of my life, but now compared to this guy, I'm nothing." That's right. But he is so young. Can he really come up with so much money? It's unbelievable. Just now, it seemed like they were making a bet. Whoever loses gets to call him dad. Haha. You are all rich people. I am just here to watch the show. Xiao Fei only discovered at this time. Although the boy in front of her looked younger than her. But I don't know why. The feeling of making the move was like seeing their boss. Smiling like a spring breeze. He also has the aura of a billionaire president. In fact, it was not only Xiao Fei who felt it. Mingcheng, the supervisor next to him, rarely met such a young customer who spent millions at a time. He has already hinted to his subordinates to inform the boss Mingluan. I have explained it before. Anyone who can spend millions should tell him. He will come in person to express his gratitude and make acquaintances. Ding card swiping successful. As the receipts were printed out, Xiao Fei felt relieved. At the same time, a burst of ecstasy. This is more than 2 million in full. And later he ordered a car worth 5 million. I took over the responsibility of being in charge. If there are no accidents, then it is a foregone conclusion. And the commission alone is about 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. What about the next one? I almost couldn't help but jump up. On the other side, Pan Meifeng's face turned pale, as if I had lost my soul. My body went limp and I had to rely on the handrails beside me to stand steady. How could this happen? This boy wearing a street stall goods. He actually bought a 3 million car and ordered a 5 million Ferrari. He is simply the richest among the rich. Suddenly, I remembered what my boss said before. When you're in sales, never judge a person by their appearance. Now she regrets it so much. Everyone else present was shocked and confused. I really bought it. And it's paid in full. Also ordered a Ferrari worth 5 million. Ma Dongmei's body shook. I could barely stand. Mo Guojia was quick to support her from behind. Are you okay, wife? Mom. Mo Yutong was also worried. I'm fine. Am I dreaming? No, Jiang Chu is actually a rich second generation. Mo Yutong himself was also shocked. Knowing that Jiang Chu is rich, I didn't expect he was so rich. The hundreds of thousands she spent yesterday already made her feel that it was Jiang Chu's savings. I spent so much just to compete with Zheng Hao and Dately Wenjing. Now it has refreshed her cognition again. What kind of person can come up with millions of dollars? He actually gave a car worth nearly 3 million to your daughter. Mom. Mo Yutong didn't know how to explain it for a moment. In my heart, besides the shock, the rest is full of emotion. Jiang Chu not only helped her out, he also gave her a car worth several million. Her name is on her alone. That shows a lot of trust. This is something that many girls dare not even dream of. Those overbearing CEO novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Now it happened to her. You know, she had only known Jiang Chu for a few days, even though we kissed last night. But she just wanted to tease a rich second-generation guy she had a crush on. She has seen many beautiful girls who even gave their bodies to. At most you can get a bag worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. And Jiang Chu, I have been sending it all the time, but never asked for it. Does he really like her? Ma Dongmei suddenly took Mo Yutong's hand and put it in Jiang Chu's hand and held it tightly. Looking at Jiang Chu, his face was instantly filled with smiles. Jiang Chu, right? Actually, I've been attracted to you since you walked in. You're tall, handsome, and low-key and polite. The reason why I said all that just now was to see if you were sincere to Yutong. You really lived up to my expectations. Yutong, you have such good taste. You have found such a good boyfriend. You must cherish him in the future. If you lose him, I will hold you accountable. Ma Dongmei, what's your attitude? Don't you want the 300,000? Wang Jigang got anxious and blurted out the answer. What 300,000? What bullshit are you talking about? When did I ever say I would ask you for 300,000? You keep bragging to me about how awesome you are. You want to pay in installments for a car, and it's in my daughter's name. Do you think I'm stupid? My daughter is so beautiful. If she marries you, she'd be marrying a pig. Ma Dongmei didn't give him any face. Puff. Wang Jigang was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He stumbled and fell. I almost fell to the ground. I was so angry that I was fuming like a volcano erupting. You are such a good woman. You don't keep your word. Remember this. Remember it. Come on. Come on. Everyone, take a look. He made a bet before, saying that if someone bought $1 million car for my daughter, he would kneel down and call my daughter aunt. Now you see it. You lose. Why don't you kneel down quickly? But you are old and ugly, so just kneel down to me. I can bear it. Chapter 32. Do you have a next step? Puff. Wang Jigang was attacked again. Just now I was secretly happy that this woman was on my side. Now I'm going to turn around and attack him. This is really cruel. Let him kneel down in public. Impossible. What have I said? It's all nonsense. I don't want to argue with you psychopaths. Wang Jigang turned around and left without finishing his words. Otherwise, why would you stay and make a fool of yourself for them? Yet when a person doesn't keep his word, he will refuse to pay if he loses. Of course, if it's a pig, there's no need to do that. Plop. Wang Jigang, who had just run a short distance, was once again so angry at Ma Dongmei's words that he fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Look at him really kneeling down, prostrating himself. It makes me laugh to death. Ma Dongmei was laughing. The onlookers around were also mocking. Who is this guy? He bought a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and dared to bet with the super rich second generation. He doesn't even have this much sense and is still a senior executive. If an executive of my company did this, I would fire him immediately when I got home, to avoid the embarrassment and offending the mysterious boss for no reason. Everyone nodded. At the same time, Jiang Chu, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, was the focus. Seen as the son of some super family. Only people like this can have such courage. Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu with eyes full of love and confusion. Good looking. Spend money like water. Still young. Wenjing. I'm sorry. No matter what, I will not let go of this kind of exquisite product. Mo Yutong. Favorability 10. In the following period, some other procedures for picking up the car will need to be completed. That was for Mo Yutong and Xiaofei to handle. Her parents were surrounding Jiang Chu. All kinds of good things to say. Until Jiang Chu asked them to try the car. Then they ran to the car and marveled at it. Jiang Chu also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ma Dongmei is too talkative. I found a Ferrari and sat in it to experience it, touching the racing-like steering wheel. It's so exciting. Mr. Jiang, excuse me for interrupting you. A seductive voice sounded softly in my ears. Jiang Chu turned his head and looked. What immediately caught my eye was a white expanse of snow, hiding a murderous intent. I go. This is naked temptation. Looking up. It was Pan Mei Feng who had just been serving as a shopping guide for Wang Jigang. He remembered that she hadn't opened the third button of her collar. I really didn't realize that this scale is so huge. What are you doing? The snow-white hands handed over a business card. When Jiang Chu took it, the other party gently touched the back of his hand. As if accidentally. This is my business card. If you are free, you can ask me out in the evening to discuss car knowledge. After all, I am an expert in this area and I will definitely satisfy you. Well, I'll call you if I need you. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. A meaningful smile. Pan Meifeng buttoned up her clothes immediately after turning around, leaving behind a swing and graceful back. Jiangchu smiled and sighed. That's the power of money. I remember a sentence. Money is not for women, but for them to see. As long as you're rich enough. Even if you don't spend a penny, there are still a lot of beautiful women who will throw themselves into your arms. That's what I said. System score, 75 points. Power bank, 5. He probably knows a little bit about this power bank. In his previous life, he couldn't even ask for a woman with this kind of beauty. But now, better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. He's not a stud. Every woman wants to have sex with him. The business card was thrown into the trash can. The formalities were completed in no time. Look, Yutong, your mom was right to ask you to get a driver's license. Now you not only have a car to drive, but it's also a luxury car. Don't be fooled by Ma Dongmei's money-worshipping face. But he forced Mo Yutong to get a driver's license early in the morning. It was relatively easy to get a driver's license in the early years. Mo Yutong was also very excited sitting in the main driving seat, looking around the interior of the car, full of luxury. This is a multi-million-dollar luxury car. In the past, I only drove BMWs worth hundreds of thousands of yuan that belonged to the rich second generation. But even so, driving on the road also makes many people envious. Now at this moment, let her feel a little bit dizzy. It's still hard to believe this is actually happening. By the way, Yutong, he said before that you kissed last night. So did you take the next step later? Did you wear it? What's the next step? Oh my God, what are you thinking? Nothing like that happened to us. Mo Yutong's face turned red. How can I tell her this here? Fortunately, I was in the car. Jiangchu was also standing at a relatively far distance. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if he heard it. What? It didn't happen? If it didn't happen, he would be willing to buy you a car worth millions? This is definitely true love. I tell you, no matter whether he has a girlfriend or not, every rich man has several lovers nowadays. You have to hurry up and win him over, understand? You have to grab a good position in his heart first. Ma Dongmei was so angry. I wish I could take Jiangchu's place on the spot instead of my daughter. Mom. Mo Yutong didn't dare to continue. But those indescribable images appeared in my mind. I always feel that I am the third most beautiful girl in school. It would only take a few minutes to take down Jiangchu. Now I suddenly feel a little inferior and even lack confidence. Because there is also Li Wenjing. They have a gentle temper and a large scale. I originally thought that my long legs would be able to charm him. But last night he tore my stockings by hand. There was no deviant behavior at all. She was the one who took the initiative to kiss him. If he hadn't moved his tongue when we kissed, I felt a headache. She even suspected that the other party had no intention towards her or was gay. After all, they are super rich second generation. There should be a lot of beautiful girls chasing after him. Think again about why I didn't stick close to him at that time. The distance was at least 10 centimeters. Still wearing pants. The true scale of that. Provoke. What are you thinking about? Yutong? Mom is talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Jiangchu felt a little bored after walking around outside. At this time, a man in a blue tailored suit with horizontal stripes. A rather handsome young man strode in. At first glance, there is a strong aura. A young woman in a beautiful uniform followed behind, holding a folder, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. She should be a secretary or something like that. The sales ladies all bowed and addressed him. Hello, Mr. Lun. The other party just nodded slightly. Mingxing also went to meet him, whispered a few words in Luan Xiao's ear. Luan Xiao looked towards Jiangchu. Then she came up to him with a smile on her face and held out her hand. Hello. I'm Ming Luan, the boss here. Hello, Jiangchu. Jiangchu saw Ming Luan in person up close. Big back hair, high nose bridge, deep eyes. She looks to be in her 20s. Rumor has it that Ming Zilong, the head of Ming Group, has 3 sons. The eldest son Ming Lu, the second son Ming Zhi, the third son is Ming Luan in front of us. I heard that you like playing more. Sure enough, it gives people the feeling that the prince is unruly. Although Ming Luan was laughing, my brain is thinking fast. In the fruit province, there are millions of people who can wave their hands. He thought it was the prince of one of the other 8 groups. Now I don't seem to have any impression. But he was so young and generous. Neither humble nor overbearing. Dressed very modestly. Could he be the prince of one of those big groups or families outside the province? Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your support. I, Ming Luan, like making friends, especially young talents like you. Chapter 33. How do you want me to reward you? Mr. Luan, you are too kind. Jiangchu was actually a little nervous. In the previous life, I would probably stutter when speaking. But after experiencing life and death, plus now that he has money, he has the confidence. No matter what group you are in the near future, he will become someone they look up to. Macedonia. Mingxing brought over an exquisite wine box with both hands. This is a bottle of red wine I brought back. It's a small token of my appreciation. It's not a compliment, but just a gift to celebrate our acquaintance. Jiang Chu took a quick glance and accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Luen. Ha ha, since we're all friends, there's no need to be so polite. I'm happy today. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Sorry, I think I'll have dinner with my girlfriend's family later. Yes. How about this? I don't know if you are free the day after tomorrow, Mr. Jiang. I will treat you, and I will also invite my good friends to come along so that we can get to know each other. Jiang Chu thought about it and agreed. Ming Group has a lot of resources. It is what he needs to borrow for his next development. And he knew that the Ming family would lose the upper hand repeatedly in the subsequent real estate competition. It was taken away by the Wang family. As a result, the capital chain broke and the company almost collapsed. Now he is reborn. Let's try to see if this can change history. This also determines what choices he will make in the future. Last time, I had a grudge with the Sea King of Wang Group because of a meal. It would be nice to be able to borrow some of the power here. Then we'll go first. Sitting in the driving seat of the new Maserati, Jiang Chu said hello to Ming Luen and drove out. Ming Xiao, this guy took the wine and didn't even look at it for a second. He really doesn't take you seriously. Ming Luen frowned and glared at Ah Cheng. The other party immediately lowered his head, knowing that he had talked too much. Make arrangements and call them all over the day after tomorrow to discuss their affairs. Yes, Master Luen. Sitting in a Maserati worth millions. Mo Yutong's family was still a little dizzy and couldn't believe it. In order to hide her inner excitement, Ma Dongmei, I took the bottle of wine and looked at it over and over again. All in English. I don't understand it at all. You bought a car worth several million, and you gave me this bottle of stuff? And who was that just now? Why would someone just make friends with someone so casually? He definitely has bad intentions. Jiang Chu, you better be careful. Jiang Chu said calmly without even turning his head. This bottle of wine is 1982 Lafite. It should be worth tens of thousands. What? This thing costs tens of thousands of dollars. Ma Dongmei and her husband looked at each other in shock. Hands tremble. I almost couldn't hold it firmly. You damn bitch, be careful. Just now I was holding it casually. Now become cautious. Doesn't this mean that I can drink thousands of dollars in one gulp? Oh my god. Well, you can take it back. I don't like drinking wine. It's not as refreshing as the rice wine brewed at home. In his previous life, he was a wine salesman. I don't know why. I just don't like the taste of wine. Jiang Chu, you said that on purpose. You actually compared this tens of thousands of dollars worth of wine with the few dollars worth of rice wine in the village. But since you said you were giving it to us, we'll take it back. Mom, Jiang Chu was just being polite, but you took it seriously. Are you going to drink the tens of thousands of dollars worth of wine, or give it to Dad? Mo Yutong said unhappily. It's okay. I'm telling the truth. I really don't like drinking red wine. Take it back and find a cool place to put it. You can collect it, and it will increase in price. Ha ha, then we won't be polite. Ma Dongmei held the wine in her arms as if it were a treasure. Also, the guy just now was the third son of the Ming family. He owns the car city. His net worth must be tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Oh my god, this kind of person actually took the initiative to come to you, Jiang Chu, to make friends. Not bad, not bad. You have to curry favor with him. Mom, Jiang Chu is also a man who makes millions of dollars with his hands. Does he need to curry favor with him? Hee, that's right. Jiang Chu smiled politely. Really? The heights he can reach in the future. Why should we flatter others? Maybe the entire Ming family will come to curry favor with him in the future. Jiang Chu drove Mo Yutong and his family directly to the department store. A stroll takes 1 or 2 hours. From beginning to end, I kept repeating one sentence. If you like it, buy it. I'll pay for it. This made Ma Dongmei and her husband so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Although she worships money. But the clothes and daily necessities I wear are all very frugal. I guess only people who are afraid of being poor will go to the other extreme. Jiang Chu could also understand it. Finally, they returned with full loads. It wasn't something particularly expensive. This made Jiang Chu look at Ma Dongmei and the others in a different light. Finally, I invited them to dinner. Yutong, your boyfriend is so nice. Mom and Dad are relieved now. Mom was a little anxious before and even thought of introducing such an ugly fat pig to you. I hope you don't get angry with Mom. Mom, don't say that. I know you are all doing this for my own good. The conversation between the mother and son turned out to be somewhat sad. Jiang Chu took the initiative to say that he wanted to go to the toilet. Leave some space for them to talk. I went to buy the bill. After waiting for a while, I felt that the time was about right. Just when I was about to go up, I saw that they had already come down. Jiang Chu, you just drank with my dad. Let me drive. Well, But I think your father doesn't look very well. Is he feeling unwell? Mo Yutong looked a little flustered, not knowing where to put his hands. Nothing much. I guess I'm a little tired after a day of shopping. Jiang Chu didn't want to get entangled in it. After all, it was someone else's business. In the end, it was originally planned that Mo Guojia would drive back. But he refused. He said that he was going to drive this multi-million-dollar car back to the village. Maybe the wheels won't even be there the next day. Just kidding, of course. Finally, under Jiang Chu's strong request, I found them a taxi. I plan to ask the driver to take them back home. This journey is estimated to take 2 to 3 hours. But as long as there is enough money, everything is easy. Yutong, come here for a moment. Ma Dongmei, who was sitting in the back seat, waved. Mo Yutong walked over and lowered his head. We've already kissed each other. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and get him. You know, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. You are still my real mother. This is for your own good. Listen to me. Mo Yutong ran away shyly like a rabbit. Watch the car go away and wave goodbye. What did your mother tell you? Jiang Chu looked curious. Nothing. Just say that you've been busy accompanying them all day today, and I'll reward you when I get back. After saying this, Mo Yutong's face flushed. That's great. I can't wait to go back now. Seeing Jiang Chu's excitement, Mo Yutong's eyes curved in a smile, but there was a hint of evil in them. Why? Do you want me to reward you in some way, like massage your feet and back? You're just wishful thinking. That's what you said again. It was already 10 o'clock when I drove back to school. The security guard saw the Maserati and let it in without asking any questions. There were no people on the school road. They found a parking space and parked the car. Mo Yutong got out of the car and ran to the back seat. Jiang Chu, please go out for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Aren't you going back to the dormitory? Why are you changing clothes? Don't worry about that. Jiang Chu was speechless. I could only stand outside the car. Girls are so troublesome. After a while, the rear window was lowered a little. Jiang Chu, come in for a moment. I have something to tell you. Chapter 34 Mo Yutong is a little devil. Jiang Chu looked puzzled. But I opened the door and sat in. Closed the door and turned around. The scene inside stunned him. With the dim light coming in from the window, he could clearly see that Mo Yutong was using her slender jade hand to push one side of her hair behind her. The red lips are slightly parted. The eyes are charming. A pair of top-quality white silk long legs now sit cross-legged on the back seat. The other half of the shoe is slightly bent and placed on the foot pad. What are you doing? Am I beautiful like this? Come closer. Mo Yutong's voice was numb, and he raised his index finger with his other hand and hooked it. Very tempting. Jiang Chu wanted to pounce on him like a hungry wolf. But I still held back. If you don't tell me, I'll go back. As he spoke, he put his hand on the car lock switch. Mo Yutong didn't expect that she would fail even after all this. I couldn't help feeling a little discouraged and said quickly, Don't go, wait a minute. Jiang Chu just turned his head. A burst of fragrance hits you. At the same time, and that beautiful face and sexy red lips. Jiang Chu didn't react in time and was pushed against the car door. Mo Yutong also moved his center of gravity forward, supporting himself on the chair with his hands. Jiang Chu had no way to retreat and was forced to endure it all. The streetlights outside are bright and bright when you squint. A bit dazzling. Jiang Chu couldn't help but stretched out his hand to block one of them. It turns out that just this feeling. Mo Yutong's hand softened. Unable to hold on any longer, she fell into Jiang Chu's arms. The absolute domain was placed side by side on Jiang Chu's thighs. Jiang Chu felt that the quality of this brand of stockings was good. Enjoy the silky smoothness. I don't know if the feel will be different compared to Balenciaga. Mo Yutong had his hands tied behind his back. The blush on her face had not completely faded. It's getting late. I should go back. Do you want me to ask when Jing to come down and make out with her too? Okay. You're such a jerk. You're thinking about other girls when you're with me. The little fist fell on the chest and pounded. I heard about Song Qingqing's story. This woman is really blind. She actually let a super high-quality man like you run away for nothing to be with that bastard rich second-generation guy. Are you insulting me or praising me? Of course I'm praising you. How can that Zheng Hao compare to you? He's not as handsome as you, and he doesn't have as much money as you, but he has such strong capital. The most important thing is that you are willing to love me. Tear it. Last time it was black. This time I'll let you try white, hee. Jiang Chu saw from the corner of his eye that the school security guard was walking towards him with a flashlight in the distance. Mo Yutong was unloading his equipment. Another temptation. Hee, you have the desire but not the courage. I'll think about it next time when I'm in a good mood. I'm leaving now in vain. Just go. Jiang Chu thought it was time to go back. Just got up. I found something dropped from the back seat. This little devil won't take it away even if I take it off. He wouldn't leave this thing in the car. The next day, he was discovered by others. The brain will definitely not think about anything random. I picked it up, put it in my pocket, locked the car, and went back. Not long after Jiangchu left, Zhou Sini, wearing a black short dress, came out from a corner not far away. Seeing the surprise in the eyes of the Maserati president, I looked around the car. Finally, he rolled his eyes. He gave a sly smile. The next day was the daily skipping of classes for the Three Musketeers. Jiangchu woke up naturally after sleeping. After breakfast in the cafeteria, I went straight to the library, because he wanted to check some information. Although I have memories of my past life, but he still lacks knowledge in many industry fields. After gaining attribute points, his body became stronger. He doesn't look that thin anymore. The system gave his appearance a score of 91. With that unique hairstyle, after entering the library, it became a handsome landscape. It's not an exaggeration to call him a male god. This caused pink bubbles to appear in the girl's eyes. Make various low calls. So handsome, he's from our school. Which department and class is he from? Yeah, look at him. He's so sweet when he smiles. There's actually a boy who's this cute, domineering, and handsome. He looks a lot like Tang Yu Xiaobao. He's just a replica of the handsome male protagonist in the novel. I really want to be pressed against the wall by him. Tisk, I think Korean oppa is still handsome. Come on, those Korean oppas of yours are all sissy. They are not as handsome as the boy in front of you. No, I can't help it. I want to go over and ask for his phone number. A girl plucked up her courage. Holding a book, carefully walked towards Jiang Chu, who was looking for a book. Jiang Chu felt someone was looking at him. Turning his head to look, the girl immediately shrank her head, covered her face with a book, and passed by quickly. Failed to pick up a girl. Autumn. Several girls waved their hands in disdain. You don't even dare to speak. If you can do it, go ahead. Several people were pushing each other. In the end, no one dared to go up. Not far away, in a corner, sat an equally handsome boy who saw all this. His sword-like brows were tightly knitted together. Short hair, oval face. The nose is high and straight. Wearing earrings. There is a rich chain hanging around her neck. Wearing white Versace. Tall and handsome. A bit like characters in anime. Xiao Qian, that person's appearance has seriously threatened you. What should we do? Wu Bo, who was sitting in the back, was from the same hometown as Wu Xiaoqian. He has a good-looking appearance. I often follow Wu Xiao to sign this school honk. I have dated many girlfriends just by selling information and picking up bargains. He is also a second-generation rich petty bourgeois. How can he compare to Xiao Qian? Look at the clothes he wears. You can find a lot of them on Taobao. A pretty girl sitting next to Wu Bo said with disdain, but her gaze still lingered on Jiang Chu's face for a while. After all, he is really handsome. Wu Bo lifted the girl's long hair with one hand and pinched her face. Bow, what about me? The girl smiled coquettishly. You are my dear, so of course you are more handsome than him. Since you are good at talking, I will take you clothes shopping this weekend. Really? That's great, thank you, dear. Ahem, Xiaoqian, your Mengxi is here. Wu Bo touched it with his hand and whispered. Chapter 35 Super Transfer Student, Su Kuan from the Magic City, is coming. Hearing this name, Wu Xiaoqian immediately looked up. I saw a girl walking towards me not far away, holding a book. A colorful ribbon is tied behind her long, straight black hair. With light steps, beautiful oval face, and goose neck. The off-shoulder floral dress reveals the exquisite clavicle. Slender and graceful. Especially the pair of eyes full of wisdom and depth are fascinating. Fresh and refined, like a spotless fairy. He is always stunned. I thought to myself that I must get her no matter what. That's right. This is Ji Mingxi, the most beautiful girl in school. And he himself is the #1 school idol. Only he is worthy of being her boyfriend. I have already imagined Ji Mingxi looking at him with admiration. I am fascinated by his singing at the upcoming school anniversary. Then it was a night of dating, kissing, playing poker. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Oh no, she walked towards that guy. Wu Xiaoqian suddenly woke up from his fantasy. His dream goddess actually walked towards the boy. They wouldn't know each other, right? His brows were furrowed tightly. The fists on the desk were clenched, the teeth were gnashed. Ji Mingxi walked to the side of the man and stopped. Then he turned and raised his hand to put the book on the shelf. He didn't even look at the other person. Wu Xiaoqian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I come to the library every day to watch Ji Mingxi. This guy seems to be the first time I see him. There was no way they knew each other. Slightly shook his head. Curling up the corners of his mouth, he smiled self-deprecatingly. He is confused because he cares too much. Jiang Chu was looking at the information carefully. He found that after improving his talent, understanding of knowledge in books, many of them can be understood at a glance. And the memory is also strengthened exponentially. This made him very happy. Suddenly, a faint fragrance came. He couldn't help but turn his head slightly to take a look. Long eyelashes and deep eyes. The high and beautiful nose and cherry red lower lip. It's a perfect profile. The figure is also excellent. She tiptoed gently and raised her hand to look for a book. Jimingshi. I heard someone calling me. Jimingshi also turned around and recognized the boy in front of him at a glance. Isn't this the guy she saw doing dirty things with Mo Yutong in the pavilion in the middle of the lake that night? It's you. Pervert. Jiang Chu was confused. In the distance, Wu Xiaoqian's brows were instantly furrowed. They really knew each other. Wu Bo, I want all the information about this person within 1 minute. Okay, this guy is Jiang Chu, from the Department of Electronics, in the same class as us, from a rural family. I heard that he was dumped by a girl named Song Qingqing some time ago, and he was so shocked that he went out and got a haircut to make himself look more handsome. Don't worry, he's not as rich as you. Wu Xiaoqian then smiled with satisfaction and nodded. It turns out he is just a poor loser. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. This Jimingshi. Why do you call yourself a pervert as soon as you see me? Could it be that she looked more like a boy in junior high school? Have you ever been bullied by yourself? After all, there is the precedent of Li Wenjing. So he couldn't help but think of this with evil humor. This is the second time we've met, right? How come I've become a pervert? You know what you have done. Baffling. Is this the #1 campus beauty? After these two encounters, he suddenly lost all interest. What a talented woman. Speaking without thinking. Jiang Chu was too lazy to care about her. At this moment, the alarm of the mobile phone in my pocket suddenly rang. You know, this is the library. He quickly took out his cell phone. I got even more angry when I saw it. It is 100,086. This thing comes every few days. Complaints are not an option either. Hang up immediately. However, when I just took it out, he didn't notice that 2 white things fell to the ground. And Ji Mingxi, who was standing next to him, saw it clearly. You say you're not a pervert, but you actually carry around girls' stockings. You're sick. After saying this, he turned and walked away with a look of disgust, leaving Jiang Chu in a mess. I was so embarrassed that I had to dig out a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with my toes. Ji Mingxi, favorability 10. I forgot to take this thing out last night. He picked up the stockings on the ground, put them back in his pocket, and walked out. On the other side, Wu Xiaoqian and the others almost slammed their hands on the table and laughed so hard. Ha ha, this idiot turned out to be a pervert and was discovered by Ji Mingxi on the spot. I am dying of laughter. You should be relieved now. Your Ji Mingxi should hate this kind of people the most, so it is absolutely impossible for them to do that. Alas, it's a waste of a good-looking face to have such a habit. The girl shook her head and sighed, while looking down at the black stockings on her legs. At this moment on a road in Nan City, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was blocking the city road. The people around looked sideways. This is a car worth more than 10 million. The decoration inside the car is full of luxury and extravagance. There were 3 men and 1 woman sitting inside. One of them was a young man wearing dungarees and with his hair parted in the middle. At this moment, his face was full of anger. What are you doing? This road has been blocked for hours. Call someone to clear the way. Sitting opposite him, he was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and a straight tailored suit. Master Cohen, we are facing road construction and it is rush hour. This is not the Magic City and our resources are not here. It will be difficult to deal with this. Then throw money at it. I don't believe that even if we spend tens or even hundreds of millions, we won't be able to fix this broken road. Yes, we're almost there. Master Cohen, there's something I must tell you. Su Cohen waved his claws impatiently. Explain. Your identity will be kept secret during this transfer, and since you are in school, I cannot protect you 24 hours a day, so I hope you can keep a low profile and tell me in advance if you encounter anything. Su Cohen frowned and glanced at Uncle Hong opposite him. I'm so handsome. Do you think I can be low-key? In order for you, Master Cohen, to successfully win over Li Wenjing this time, I specially spent 5 million to hire the most famous overseas pickup expert, David Smith, also known as Wulong. Su Cohen glanced at a young man sitting diagonally opposite him. Black hair, yellow skin, wearing a leather jacket, wearing earrings, and even a nose stud. He is quite handsome and almost catches up with him. Isn't this guy Chinese? He has a foreign name and a Taoist name. He's called Sleeping Dragon. So who is Phoenix Child? David. Respected Master Cohen, I consider myself the Zhuge Liang of the world of picking up girls. With one trick, I can seduce all the girls in the world. Besides, spreading the seeds of Chinese people throughout the United States is my ultimate goal, David Smith. Wow, you're so arrogant. I don't know if you've ever said it as awesome as you think. Uncle Hong interjected. Master Cohen, This David Smith just dumped Obama's daughter, and she's still pestering him to death. As soon as the words fell, David's phone rang. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Just hung up the call. Why did you hang up? Su Kuan looked puzzled. David held up his index finger. Don't worry, she'll call again. I'll answer the third time. Sure enough, he didn't answer until the third call. A very urgent female voice begged immediately from the other side. Oh honey, I am sorry for you. Please, come back to me. I can't live without you. Honey, I will die without you, honey. Humph, your father signed the agreement to send troops to invade Afghanistan. That's so inhumane. I won't forgive you unless you ask him to withdraw his troops. No, honey, I'll make him withdraw his troops. David hung up the phone before she finished speaking. A very arrogant look. Su Kuan swallowed his saliva. Is it so hanging? Chapter 36, Su Kuan's military David, Taoist name Wulong. Of course, no matter who I am, David. But why did Obama's daughter speak Chinese the whole time? She speaks better than me. That's because under my guidance, she deeply understood the profoundness of the Chinese language. From the simplest to the most advanced, she was deeply addicted and fell in love with the Chinese language completely. Bang bang bang. Su Kuan clapped and nodded. The others followed suit and clapped. Awesome. With someone like David as my military advisor, I won't have to worry about not being able to take down Li Wenjing. Thank you very much. As long as you listen to my instructions, Master Kuan, I guarantee that she will be completely devoted to you and will ask you to continue even if you hit her. Ha ha ha, then I'll wait and see. If it works, I'll give you another 1,000,000. Then I would like to thank Master Kuan for the 1,000,000. Su Kuan tilted his mouth with a confident and determined look. If I can win Li Wenjing, not only can he become the successor of the Su family smoothly, maybe we can even take down the Li family. By then, it will be hundreds of billions of assets. A few million is not worth mentioning at all. Master Kuan, we're here. In order to avoid exposing your identity, you have to walk this section of the way. Don't worry, David will go in with you. School gate. Su Kuan and David, who were pulling their suitcases, put their hands in their pockets and looked up. He shouted as if he was the king over the world. My magic city Su Kuan is here. The girls inside are about to tremble for me. Ha ha ha. David stopped it quickly. Master Kuan, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. A boy who was about 1.6 meters tall and a bit skinny passed by and was stopped by David. Hey, wait a minute. Our tall, handsome, powerful, wealthy, and romantic little Prince Kuan Shao has transferred to this school. How do I get to building 8 of the boys' dormitory? The boy showed displeasure on his face. Go straight here, then turn left, turn right, turn a corner, go straight, turn left again, turn right, turn a corner again, and go straight again. And then, are we there yet? David pointed the direction with his fingers, trying to remember. Yes, we are at the school gate. School gate? David looked up. Isn't this the school gate? Where are you coming from and where are you going? When I wanted to ask again, the boy had already walked away and left a word. 2 locks, they didn't even call the pretty boy, and they asked for directions. What kind of quality is this? If you have the guts, challenge me. Sing, dance, rap, or play basketball. You can choose. Su Kuan was so angry that he couldn't help but chase after him. David held one of his hands tightly. Master Kuan, keep a low profile. There's no need to bother with this kind of person. Don't let me see him again, or I'll throw money at him until he calls me grandpa. Su Kuan and his friends walked into this huge campus with their suitcases. What do you mean by remote and poor place? Is this a university? The elementary school I attended had a better environment than this one. Also, why are there so many roads here? Which way should I go to the dormitory? Master Kuan, judging from the information, Li Wenjing doesn't like rich second generations, so we have to go the route of strength. In the next few days, we will build your invincible personality in school and shape your influence. With your looks, Master Kuan, you will definitely make countless girls scream for you. David had just finished speaking. There were all kinds of exclamations and screams coming from afar. Ah, so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome boy before. Which class is he from? Yes. That perfect height and figure, that unruly demeanor, and the confident way he walks are simply stunning. No, I want to ask him which class he is in, his phone number, his QQ number, and I want to be his girlfriend, marry him, and have kids. Su Kuan lifted his brown middle-parted hair with one hand. There was a hint of pride at the corner of his mouth. It was just as I imagined. With his appearance, coming to this kind of place for those girls who have never seen the world, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. But it's just too barbaric. I also want to marry him and have a baby boy. Thinking too much. David gave a thumbs up and praised. When Master Kuan came, many girls went crazy for him. I guess Li Wenjing is the same. It seems that I made these millions too easily. They didn't show my true strength. By the way, Master Cohen, we'd better not have any contact with Jiang Chu these days. He is in the light, and we are in the dark. You know, unknown enemies are the most terrifying, hee. David put his finger under his chin like a gun and smiled smugly with a crooked mouth. I'll go ask for directions. Su Kuan walked quickly in front, because the group of girls were already rushing towards him from a distance. Military David said, Li Wenjing likes loyal boys, so it's best not to talk to girls during this period. There were rumors spreading about him that were not good. Just then he saw a boy of about the same height standing in front of him with his back to him. This is a good opportunity to ask for directions. By the way, I will show my handsome side in front of those girls. Hello, classmate. I would like to ask how to get to building 8 of the men's dormitory. It's so handsome. I'm number 1. Seeing the group of girls dressed up in fancy clothes rushing towards me frantically, Su Kuan shook his head slightly and sighed. Being too handsome is also a sin. He struck a pose that he thought was the coolest. The girls just rushed over here. They surrounded him, and suddenly there was a crowd of people. The waves are rough. Long legs standing in a forest. Even David was blocked out. I could only stretch my neck and try to see the situation inside clearly. Handsome guy, which class are you from? My name is Zhang Wenwan. Can I have your phone number? QQ is fine. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Why didn't you choose me? I'm the most beautiful girl in my class. I like boys like you. You're my dream girl. I'm a freshman. I'm pure and sexy. Senior, you're so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? I'm very obedient. I'll obey whatever you say. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to be so crazy in public. It makes me feel embarrassed. Su Kuan sighed, pretending to be helpless. Who the hell are you? You look like a chicken, have a traitorous middle-parted hair, and wear overalls in such hot weather. Are you sick? Su Kuan raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and looked around in confusion. Is this talking about him? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. A college student dyes his hair. You are definitely a delinquent. That's right. You look so ugly even with a suitcase, a grown man with a Hello Kitty sticker on his face, and you put on makeup and use a powder puff on your face. You look like a sissy. Get out of here. Don't get in the way of us flirting with handsome guys. Su Kuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The limited edition suitcases from Hermes and Hello Kitty. Hundreds of thousands each. You actually said it was ugly. Besides, what happened to makeup? Don't sophisticated men need to wear makeup? Can you go out without makeup? Didn't the handsome guy say who else he had? At this time, the boy who had been silent next to him spoke. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to be so crazy in public. It makes me feel embarrassed. Oh shit. Su Kuan's eyes widened. Isn't this the line he just said? No word missed, okay? How shameless of you. Everyone be quiet. Senior is right. There are too many of us here. We need to be aware of the situation. The girls present suddenly became quiet. Su Kuan was stunned again. Damn, this is blatant double standards. By the way, were you asking me how to get to building 8 of the boys' dormitory? Chapter 37. Jiang Chu and Su Kuan's encounter. The boy turned his head. Su Kuan's face showed shock again. As soon as he entered the school, he met a boy whose appearance was not inferior to his. First of all, my skin is so good. No need for makeup at all. The facial features are distinct. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. High nose bridge. Lips are red. And that damn unique hairstyle. Even he felt a little moved when he saw it. Ugh, he's not bad, okay? It's these country girls who don't understand aesthetics. But now the girls around him were staring at him like a black pot. It's so barbaric. It is not advisable to stay in a place of controversy for long. If you don't want to be low-key, I have to give them money until they call me daddy. For Wenjing. I can bear it. Gnashing his teeth, he said. I just transferred here, and I don't know the way around here. Oh, I see. Your middle-parted suspenders are quite unique. Really? I think so too. Su Kuan had a crush on the boy in front of him. There are still people who understand him? Is this the mutual admiration between super handsome guys? Building 8, just walk straight along that road to the end. Thanks. Su Kuan pulled the suitcase and walked out of the encirclement. Suddenly turned back. My name is Su Kuan. May I ask your name? I will thank you in the future. No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. My name is Jiang Chu. Bang. Su Kuan, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stumbled. I almost fell down. Fuck, he is Jiang Chu. This is so different from the photo in the profile. Su Kuan stood there with his fists clenched, looking very angry, thinking that the person who was courting Li Wenjing was right in front of me. I was so angry that I wanted to go over and start fighting. David also slapped his head. I secretly cried out in bad luck. This is a fucking start that gave away a blood. I quickly caught up with him and stopped him. Master Kuan, Please keep silent. Fuck, do you know any idioms? What does it mean to swallow one's anger in silence? Well, that's what I mean. You saw the attitude of the girls just now. Now they are at their most angry. Let's go back and carry out the plan. Be patient and act like a ninja turtles, but be cautious and stand still. Su Kuin's eyes twitched as he looked at David's flattering face beside him. I have the urge to hit him twice as hard. Jiang Chu was surrounded by a group of girls. I turned around and looked at the two guys pulling the suitcases away. Su Kuin, such a familiar BGM. Hello everyone, I'm Idol Trainee XXX. I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Urgent, 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 Taiwanese girl, hold it in. I finally used Xianghua's phone and QQ to get rid of the group of girls. Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Being too handsome can also be a problem. No wonder those celebrities have to hide themselves even when they go out. It's only more terrifying to think about those fans going crazy. But he discovered a problem. There were quite a few girls in that group who were 80 points in appearance. However, the system said that because the initial favorability exceeded 80, it was directly judged as an invalid object. It seems that I should keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a goddess to consume. After dinner, Jiang Chu was walking on the school road. He took out his cell phone and continued his lovemaking work. Strike while the iron is hot. See if you can earn some more favorability. Wenjing, are you free tonight? Jiang Chu, what's up? Well, I have to practice the piano tonight to prepare for the school anniversary party next week. Nothing, just asking, go ahead and do your thing. Yutong, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. If you want to date me, just tell me. I'm not free tonight because I have to rehearse my dance. You can go find Wenjing. Oh, by the way, she seems to have to rehearse too. You can find Jimingxi. She's the most free among all the beauties on campus. That's it. But, school anniversary party? Yes. Next week is the school anniversary. But if he remembered correctly, in the previous life, Li Wenjing did not go up to perform piano. Senior, you are alone. A lovely voice followed behind. Jiang Chu turned his head and looked. It's Zhou Sini. He was amazed by her outfit today. A dark Lolita skirt. Black lace collar. Under the long black legs is a pair of black, thick-soled leather shoes. Even the wrists are covered with translucent black lace sleeves. But it makes her skin look even whiter and tenderer. Carrying a black cat bag. This is completely different from the last time she wore a cute white Lolita style. This is too lustful. Hee hee, what a coincidence, I'm alone too. Zhou Sini walked quickly beside Jiang Chu. Senior, do I look good in this today? Jiang Chu couldn't deny it. Where's your boyfriend? As for him, we broke up. He is handsome, but he is not good at talking. He is a taciturn person. He just sticks to me all day long. I am so annoyed. Jiang Chu pursed his lips and smiled. That means you are treating others like a bootlicker. Speaking of handsome, I find that the senior is much more handsome than him. Senior, that Maserati president is yours, right? Jiang Chu stopped, turning to look at her. Did you see that? He only drove it once. I came back that night. It couldn't be such a coincidence that she saw it. Senior, can you be my boyfriend? Jiang Chu was surprised again. You, let me be your boyfriend? What? This is too direct. Is it because he is too handsome? Zhou Sini's two delicate hands suddenly grabbed one of his arms. The cute twin ponytails and head are slightly tilted. The little mouth pursed. Very cutely said, I like you, senior. Is that okay? Jiang Chu frowned. Joke. The system shows that her favorability is only 20. What does she want to do? Sorry, not interested. Whatever the purpose. Just ignore it. Jiang Chu pulled his hand away and put it in his pocket and continued walking forward. Zhou Sini ran after him and grabbed him again. Senior, do you think I'm not pretty enough? Actually, I'm very good and obedient. The big eyes blinked, so charming. Jiang Chu sneered. If there was no system, I would believe it. How good and obedient are you? Senior, I can do whatever you want me to do. Zhou Sini lowered her head shyly. Really? Then I'll tell you to go back where you came from now. Don't follow me. Jiang Chu said coldly. He pulled his hand out again and walked away without looking back. Senior. Zhou Sini's voice was filled with anger. Do you hate me so much? You don't even look at me. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Senior Wenjing about what happened between you and Senior Mo Yutong in the car? Jiang Chu stopped, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, he got the answer he wanted to know. As expected, she saw it. But so what? He is not afraid. But I want to see what Zhou Sini's purpose is in blackmailing him. What do you want me to do? Zhou Sini heaved a sigh of relief. I thought Jiang Chu couldn't be controlled in this matter. After all, if he is a super rich second generation, I don't know how many girlfriends I have. Nothing really. I don't really want to blackmail you, senior. I just want you to be nice to me. Zhou Sini looked pitiful again. It was as if she had suffered a great injustice. Just state your conditions. He didn't have time to act with her. Chapter 38. Taking Zhou Sini on a shopping spree, the overbearing senior. Zhou Sini found Jiang Chu's face was indifferent. She simply stopped pretending. She jumped over and hugged his arms again. Senior, can you drive me out for some fun in your car? Wu, I am sitting in a Maserati President. Zhou Sini, sitting in the passenger seat, was extremely happy and let herself go. Jiang Chu glanced at him. She was lying there. Put the pair of long black legs directly on the co-pilot's seat. With his arms spread wide, he seemed to be flying in the wind. She didn't care that her skirt had already slipped down. The thigh root is faintly visible. He almost couldn't hold himself back. He immediately reduced the speed to 100 miles per hour. I say, can you please sit still? This is too dangerous. Hee, this is my first time riding in such an expensive car. I'm so happy. Thank you, senior. You've driven so far. Can you at least tell me where you want to go? Zhou Sini pondered for a moment. Senior, I saw the photos posted by my senior sister's roommate on QQ Space. She has a lot of beautiful bags. I know they must be given by you, right? Can you give me one too? I really want a bag. Jiang Chu frowned. This is a lot of names. Just to get a bag? You should have said it earlier. He was worried that he didn't get any points today. I feel empty inside. Zhou Sini saw that Jiang Chu's face looked strange. I thought he was unhappy. After all, I was being threatened. Don't worry, I will never mention that matter again after I ask for a bag. I won't tell anyone. Really, I can swear. Soon, they came to the department store in Chaoyang Square together. Jiang Chu was already familiar with this. Took Zhou Sini straight to the LV store. Welcome. The one who spoke was Zhao Xiaoling. Now she has changed into a uniform. The whole person is full of energy. Even the temperament has improved a bit. I guess it was affected by the last time I was converted to a regular employee. Zhao Xiaoling saw that the person who came in was a couple. The first time I saw it, I couldn't help but marvel. The guy is so handsome too. Just like a star. No, more handsome than those stars. The woman next to him is also very beautiful. Just a dark style suit. It made her feel a little different. I can't help but think, is this the type that handsome guy likes? Hello, this way please. Can you tell me which bag you like? Or let me introduce you to the latest model on the market? Jiang Chu smiled slightly. Why, you don't remember me. Zhao Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. Such a handsome boy. Have you seen it yourself? Look carefully again. It overlapped with a person in my mind. It's you. Zhao Xiaoling recognized Jiang Chu. He was the lucky rich man who bought 5 bags at once last time and helped her get a permanent job ahead of schedule. But last time Jiang Chu. Obviously, he looks very ordinary and even a little bit rough. It's hard to believe that this is the same person as the super handsome man in front of me. Well, I brought my friend to look at the bags. Zhao Xiaoling discovered that Zhou Sini was not the 2 beautiful girls from last time. Did he change again? But it's normal to think about it. Handsome and rich. There must be a lot of beautiful women around him. You want a bag? Go pick one yourself. Zhou Sini was actually very nervous along the way. Because Jiang Chu didn't give her the feeling of being a person under control. The tone of the conversation with her was completely fearless. There was no sign of worry at all. On the contrary, trying to threaten such a person. It makes me shudder just thinking about it. After hearing Jiang Chu's words, she walked happily towards her goal. It seems that it has been selected for a long time. Soon she had 2 more cute bags in her hands. Compare them in front of you and decide which one to choose. Don't look at it, I bought both. Zhou Sini was a little bit unbelieving when Jiang Chu suddenly appeared next to her. Senior, these 2 bags, one black and one white, match your clothes perfectly, don't they? Xiaoling, these 2, and these 3 over here, pack them all for me. Jiang Chu pointed out that there were 3 newly launched display cabinets of similar cute style. Okay, I'll pack it for you. Zhao Xiaoling was no longer surprised. Didn't show too much surprise. Instead, Zhou Sini showed disbelief and shock on her face. She thought Jiang Chu was angry and was deliberately making trouble for her. The whole person was a little panicked, and his voice was a little tearful. No, 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 senior. I said I only want one, or I don't want any. Yes. She wanted to back off. Jiang Chu frowned. Don't want. How can this be possible? This is tens of millions of dollars. Who do you think I am? You can say yes or no. You must accept what I bought. Zhou Sini was completely stunned by Jiang Chu's seriousness and domineering attitude. It's over. I really offended my senior. You will definitely be punished soon. Will it be scary? The kind with tied hands and feet. Hello, the total price of the 5 bags after discount is 230,000. Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Zhou Sini. A little confused. But she doesn't want to interfere in other people's affairs. Jiang Chu swiped his card and signed readily. What are you standing there for? Go get your bag. Oh. Zhou Sini silently picked up the packed bag in her hand. Like a child waiting to be punished. Jiang Chu was suddenly amused. Isn't this the bag you've always wanted? Is this your expression after I bought it for you? Zhou Sini's two big eyes are watery. It felt like I was about to cry. Senior, are you very angry? I will never dare to do that again. Don't dare? That's good. But I tell you, I won't worry even if you tell others. Maybe she already knows it. Jiang Chu raised a hand. Gave her a pat on the head. Since you are so well behaved, I want to give you these bags. Senior, are you telling the truth? Certainly. Seeing Jiang Chu smiling, it instantly made her feel less scary. Zhou Sini wiped her nose and burst into laughter. Show a happy smile. Senior, you are the best. Thank you. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Jiang Chu on the cheek. This made Jiang Chu a little shy. After all, there is still Zhao Shaoling in the store now. Zhao Shaoling smiled, but she felt very sad. 1 kiss equals 5 bags. She can do that too. Don't even mention 1 kiss. I'd kiss you all night long. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Senior, you are still shy? So cute. I like it so much. Jiang Chu was so embarrassed that he ran away from the store. Actually said he was cute. Senior, what are we going to do now? It's a rare opportunity to come here. If you have anything you want or like, go buy it. Senior will pay for it for you. Zhou Sini stood on tiptoe, clasped her hands together, and her eyes lit up. Really? After saying this, she lowered her little head with twin ponytails and her hands fell to her waist. But you have given me a lot of bags. I am very happy. I have plenty of money. Think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get it next time. Is it really possible? Zhou Sini grumbled and pointed her index finger at the next moment. Chapter 39. The spy is actually her. A lovely Zhou Sini was jumping and skipping in front of Jiang Chu. Very happy. I went to a famous brand clothing store and tried on several sets of Lolita dresses worth thousands of dollars. It's much better looking than what she's wearing. It made her so happy. Try each set on. All kinds of styles can be mastered. One moment you can be a lovely princess. The next moment she turned into a gentle and well-behaved maid. Then there are the dark little demons, and so on. Especially Zhou Sini. She has a good figure. Sized. Cute face. She looks good in anything she wears. The lady boss was full of praise. I want to invite her to be the spokesperson for our store and to be a Taobao model. But she refused. Senior, does it look good? Zhou Sini even turned around on purpose. The skirt suddenly rose up. Jiang Chu clearly saw the white color. Directly choked. Ahem, this looks good. I quickly drank a glass of water to cover up my embarrassment. Zhou Sini revealed a hint of sly pride when she was changing clothes in the fitting room. Finally, I picked 3 sets of different styles. Jiang Chu paid the bill. More than 10,000. Next is the genuine COS clothing. Empress, Nami, Robin, Hatsune Miku. Senior, I used to like coming here, but I could only look at it. It's okay, just buy whatever you like. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Sini once again let herself go. I tried on all the clothes I had always dreamed of. But I just tried it on in the fitting room. Didn't come out. Because there were many other people in the store besides Jiang Chu. Those COS uniforms are more or less revealing. Zhou Sini chose to be reserved. Finally, I took a set as suggested by Jiang Chu. Asked the boss to deliver the things directly to her at school tomorrow. After visiting the shoe store. See, it's almost done. Jiang Chu took her directly to the jewelry store and the watch store. Finally, Jiang Chu chose a necklace worth 80,000 yuan and a bracelet worth 30,000 yuan. And a 100,000 yuan Omega watch. Jiang Chu later checked the area. There is no Vacheron Constantin Patek Philippe store yet. But even if he had one, he wouldn't buy it for her. These things may attract attention and bring you trouble. Senior, no, we already have enough. These things are too expensive. Zhou Sini was a little flustered and didn't dare to accept it. Jiang Chu doesn't care. He said very domineeringly. You must accept what I give you. In the end, Zhou Sini was forced to accept all of them. In fact, she really liked everything Jiang Chu picked for her. The senior is so domineering. But she likes it. At first I just wanted a bag. Now the total amount of things I have obtained is at least 500,000. Like a dream. What kind of person is the senior? This is too extravagant. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Jiang Chu saw the rising favorability. Not bad. I had a great harvest tonight. 500,000 points. Half a goal. I felt very good for a moment. On the way back, she was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Chu's profile. Strong and handsome outline. Focused eyes. Oh my God. How can there be such a perfect boy? Hold your hands together in front of your chest. She could feel her heart beating. Will the senior like her? But whether it's senior sister Wen Jing or Mo Yutong, they are prettier than her. She has no confidence at all that the senior would like her. Zhou Sini, favorability 10. Why aren't you talking? What are you thinking about? Jiang Chu turned his head and glanced at her. Ah, senior, I didn't think anything. Zhou Sini lowered her head with a bit of inferiority. I have something to tell you. Don't post these things I gave you online. You know the principle of not showing your money to others. Well, thank you for the reminder, senior. Are you caring about me, senior? That's really thoughtful. Zhou Sini, favorability 5. The favorability level has reached 85 in an instant? Sure. If I work harder, maybe I can break through 90 tonight. Jiang Chu suddenly thought of a place. There is still time. Step on the accelerator to accelerate. Zhou Sini Lolita. At the same time, there is no one somewhere beside the school missing lake. Su Kuan, wearing a Versace casual t-shirt and shorts, sat on a stone bench with his legs crossed. David stood behind. Standing in front of them was a beautiful girl with extremely long legs. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly and remained silent. I don't know where to put my hands. It seemed that he was a little afraid of Su Kuan in front of him. Are you the school beauty, Mo Yutong? Su Kuan looked the other person up and down. Mo Yutong was the spy that Uncle Hong had planted beside Li Wenjing, just to get to know every detail of Li Wenjing's life and time. Collect useful information. It also prevents boys from attacking Li Wenjing. The person I was looking for at the beginning was not her. It's another one. But Li Wenjing completely ignored the girl. They later found out that Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing had a good relationship. I decided to look for her. It starts with money. Later, when Mo Yutong wanted to quit, he used his father's illness as a threat. She had to give in. Fortunately, Li Wenjing didn't know why. I have never had any contact with the opposite sex since college. This made him feel at ease. Until Jiang Chu appeared. Yeah, she looks pretty good. Mo Yutong couldn't help but feel nervous. My heart is hanging in my throat. She was afraid that the other party would ask her to do something she didn't want to do. Su Kuan nodded secretly. I didn't expect that in this remote place. There is actually such a beauty. With some packaging, she will definitely surpass most female stars. If you are in Magic City, he didn't mind spending some money to have her call him daddy. But now his target is Li Wenjing. Power, status, money and women. Which is more important? He can still tell the difference. What's more, she is Li Wenjing's best friend. Then you can't move easily. You know who I am. Hello, Master Kuan. Tell me all the information about Li Wenjing, especially about her and Jiang Chu. When I heard the name Jiang Chu, Mo Yutong couldn't help but tremble all over. Fortunately, the other party did not notice anything unusual. Okay. Mo Yutong briefly talked about what happened in the past few days. The only thing they didn't say was that Li Wenjing was kissed by Jiang Chu. Yes. After accompanying her parents in the car purchase incident, she found that she seemed to like Jiang Chu. If young Master Kuan knew about this, maybe he will do something bad to Jiang Chu. She chose to conceal it, even if the other party heard it from somewhere. She could also lie and say she wasn't there that day. Despite this, she still feels guilty. One is her best friend. One is the boy she likes. But I betrayed them behind their backs. Have you ever thought about confessing to Jiang Chu that he has so much money? But money can be found. Kidney sources are not easy to find. I don't know how long her father's body can hold out. So she didn't dare to gamble. Biting her crystal lips. His eyes looked a little dazed. A year ago, someone found her. He said that as long as he was given Li Wenjing's information, you can get a sum of money every month. Her family was so poor that she couldn't even afford the tuition. Everyone has a love for beauty. She envied those who could buy whatever they wanted. I don't think it's just sending a message. I agreed to the other party immediately. Chapter 40 Zhou Sini was moved. But later I found out that Li Wenjing was a very good girl. I often think about her. Lend her money to satisfy her little vanity. Li Wenjing herself is very frugal. Until one day she felt guilty for doing those things. Tell that person to quit. As a result, her father was diagnosed with kidney failure. She was the one who received the results of the medical examination. So even her father himself didn't know about it. The doctor said that the best option is to find a suitable kidney donor within a year for surgery. But the hundreds of thousands of dollars in surgery fees made her feel like the sky was falling. Not to mention the extremely low probability of finding a kidney donor. Even if we find it, it will be a huge sum of money. I don't know where the other party got to know about this. Use this to threaten her. Finally, there is no other way. I can only accept it. After all, no matter what, her father's life is the most important. To this end, even if she will be cursed by everyone in the future. Is that all? Yes, I have told you everything I know, Master Kuan. May I ask, where is my father's kidney? Before she finished speaking, Su Kuan waved his hand a little impatiently. Tell Uncle Hong about this. I don't care about this matter. You can go back now. I'll call you if I need anything. Mo Yutong frowned. The little fist is clenched tightly. The other person looks like a decent person. Unexpectedly, I ignored her feelings. A face full of numbness. But who can blame them for being rich and powerful? Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Watching Mo Yutong walk away, David put his head forward. Master Kuan has great self-control. He can remain indifferent when seeing such a beautiful woman. Su Kuan snorted coldly. She is beautiful, but as long as you are rich and powerful, you can have any woman you want. The unruly attitude broke the defense in an instant, bending down and stretching out his hands to scratch his thighs. What the hell? This is a lousy place. Why are there so many mosquitoes? It itches me so much. I have rashes all over my body. David also squatted down and scratched. I thought I was the only one bitten. Are you happy that I was bitten? No, Master Kuan. It's the mosquito that's biting you that's making you happy. Guy, you can talk. Thank you for the compliment, Master Kuan. Ah, Master Kuan, why did you hit me? Well, don't hit me in the face. I make a living from this. Looking at Longjiang River. That is a big river that runs across the entire Nid city. Legend has it that people on the shore saw a strange phenomenon of a dragon rising in the sky opposite. Soon there was a big city. Hence the name Dragon. Jiang Chu brought Zhou Sini to the riverside. There are no lights in this area, but on the other side are tall buildings with bright lights, plus the moonlight, so it doesn't feel dark. Despite this, Zhou Sini still stood behind Jiang Chu with an uneasy mood. There is no one around here, and it is in the suburbs. I don't know why the senior suddenly brought her to this place. What do your family members do for a living? Oh, why did the senior suddenly ask this? My mother worked as an accountant in a factory, and my father passed away when I was a child. Forehead. Jiang Chu was just looking for a topic. I didn't expect to ask something I shouldn't ask. He glanced at Zhou Sini next to him. His eyesight is excellent. I could see a hint of sadness on her face. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question. It's okay. It's been so many years. I've already accepted the reality. The two fell into silence again. There is only the sound of the river hitting the rocks. There is also the sound of ship whistles from time to time. Zhou Sini discovered that. She never dared to go to such a place alone since she was a child, especially at night, because I always feel like something terrible is going to happen. But now she is staying next to the senior. I feel very safe. You can enjoy the scenery you have never seen before without restraint. I was actually fascinated for a moment, although it is June, but the cool breeze from the river still made Zhou Sini fold her arms. Suddenly a white shirt was put on her, and she felt much warmer. Ah, senior, you gave me your clothes. You'll catch a cold if you don't wear them. That's right. Jiang Chu took off his shirt, exposing the upper body. It's okay. I still feel hot. Look at my body shape. Do I look like someone who would catch a cold easily? Zhou Sini was suddenly warmed. The senior is handsome and rich, and there are beautiful girls like Wen Jing and Yutong around him. He still cares about her so much. It's so touching. Zhou Sini, favorability too. Do you know why I brought you here? Zhou Sini? Because today is a special day. Special day? Jiang Chu took out a delicate little cake, like a magic trick. Then he put in the windproof candle and said, Today is your birthday, right? Zhou Sini's body trembled. There was an expression of surprise on his face. Senior, how do you know today is my birthday? Speaking of which, when you were changing clothes, I accidentally saw the ID card in your bag. Senior, did you get off the bus just now to buy a cake? Well, I didn't make a reservation, so I can only take what's available. It's a little small. Jiang Chu placed the small cake on a protruding rock. The candle has been lit, swaying in the wind. At the same time, the faces of Jiang Chu and Zhou Sini beside them were also dyed with flames. Jiang Chu took out 2 bunches of fireworks sticks and lit them. The dark night is instantly filled with beautiful sparks. Happy birthday to you. Jiang Chu sang very poorly, but Zhou Sini's big eyes were already wet. I have been without a father since I was a child. My mother is busy. She basically hasn't celebrated any birthdays since high school. I didn't expect that on my first birthday in college. It was actually a senior student whom she had just met for less than 2 days who helped her pass the exam. My heart is filled with emotion. Zhou Sini, favorability 3. Senior, did you give me so many gifts because you knew it was my birthday? Jiang Chu didn't answer. At first he didn't know either. You can't say it's just for points. In fact, everyone who has been a dog licker. This kind of little surprise experience is so rich. Unfortunately, what I got was the other party's lack of appreciation. Now that I have money and become handsome, the same little thing can move a goddess-like figure to great heights. Make a wish. Cross your hands in front of your chest. Zhou Sini closed her eyes and could see her long eyelashes in the firelight. Phew. This windproof candle is quite humane. It only protects on all sides, but can be blown out from above. Thank you, senior. Just be happy. Here are some sparkler sticks for you. Ding. Zhou Sini's favorability has reached 90. You gain 20 attribute points. Before 95, you will gain 3 attribute points for each increase in favorability. After dividing the small cake, the tissues are in the car. Jiang Chu wiped the cream off the corner of Zhou Sini's mouth with his hand. Once again, she was so shy that she called out Demei. The two waved sparks in the night. Zhou Sini once again switched back to her cute and happy mode, talking and laughing with Jiang Chu. Senior, I didn't realize you have such a good figure and 8-pack abs. Jiang Chu just smiled. He achieved his goal tonight. It can be said to be a pleasant surprise. Burn the last firework stick. It's almost time to go back. Let's go. We have to go back, otherwise the school will be closed. Jiang Chu stood up and turned to leave. Senior. Jiang Chu just turned around. Zhou Sini rushed over. Chapter 41 Su Kuan's Super Slam Dunk. She put her hands around his neck and kissed him with her eyes closed. Onaji? Free? No. This time it's not the cheeks. He could feel the wetness and softness of the other's lips. I thought it was just a kiss. I didn't expect it to last for several minutes. Free Epsilon. The two had just taken a few steps. Oh, what's wrong? Did you sprain your ankle? There are many rocks and reefs here, Jiang Chu asked worriedly. No, my shoes are broken. I'm glad you're okay. Come on up. I'll carry you. This is not good. A hint of cunning and complacency flashed in Zhou Sini's eyes. It's okay, come up. Jiang Chu bent down. Zhou Sini stood on the reef and jumped lightly, riding on Jiang Chu's back. Don't mention how happy your face is. The twin ponytails are swinging. The feet are shaking. Jiang Chu, with his upper body naked, was enjoying the soft massage on his back. Hello, I am fine too. Are you going to sing at the school celebration party next week? Yes, senior. How did you know that? Jiang Chu knew about this through his memories from his previous life. Zhou Sini's voice is very nice. But then I chose that song and it didn't fit. So it didn't cause much response. I still don't know what I'm going to sing. My instructor said I have a nice voice and told me to just sing any song, but I don't want to be so casual. Let me write a song for you. He was reborn. If you have money, you will not take the path of plagiarism. Especially when you become a celebrity, there are always a bunch of paparazzi following you wherever you go. This is too troublesome. But it's still possible to write a song for her. Oh my God, senior, you can write songs? That's fake. I only know a little bit. I'll give it to you when I finish writing it in the next 2 days. Write a song in 2 days? Senior, you are not lying to me, are you? I know you are doing this for my own good, but I am only taking music as an elective. Even a great composer can't write one in 2 days. Jiang Chu stopped explaining. Because we have reached the parking location. Hold on tight, there's not enough time. I have to drive faster. Boom. In the night, only the afterimage of the taillights remains. Early the next morning, it was just dawn. Su Kuan was still half asleep. David had already started mumbling in a small notebook. Master Kuan, let me tell you about the next plan. The first step is to build a personal image so that you can have super high popularity in a short period of time. Based on your own strengths, I plan to give you a few programs at the school celebration, including singing, rap, dancing, piano, violin, eru suona. Wait a minute. Su Kuan woke up almost instantly after hearing the latter part. The singing and dancing in the beginning is fine, but what the hell is that in the end? How can I know how to do that? There's even a suona. Are you sending the audience away or the principal away? David was confused. I looked down at the information about Su Kuan above. But Master Kuan, your information clearly states that you have level 10 piano, level 10 violin, level 10 eru, level 10 suona, and there are a lot more behind it. Su Kuan waved his hand. Pigs. They were all bought. Who the hell can learn such a thing? Unless you are a monster. David's eyes twitched. You're just using fake stuff to cheat people. I have written so much about his information. Who the hell understands? Okay, then just report these 3 things. As long as we become famous, our goal will be achieved. Your mission this morning is to dominate the basketball court. I will hire some internet users to help you promote the slam dunk prints on the school website. However, regarding basketball, don't worry, I'm a talented candidate for NBA. I can definitely beat them in a rural area like this. The sun has risen. This is when there are more people playing. There is a new handsome shadow with a middle part on the basketball court. Humph, today's goal is to dominate the basketball court. Watch out for the ball. A shout came from a distance. What? Su Kuan turned his head when he heard the voice. A basketball hit him directly in the face. I'm sorry. The man picked up the ball and ran back. I'll fuck you. Master Kuan, don't get excited. David quickly stopped Su Kuan's impulse. Let me go. I'm going to kill him. It took a lot of effort to calm down my anger. I looked at several basketball courts and saw that they were full of people fighting bulls. But in this half, there was no one there. He just arrived and didn't know anyone. I am even more disdainful to lower myself to join. At this time, a group of girls in tight sports shorts from the PE class were just about to jog over. Many of them are pretty. This caused a bunch of boys on the basketball court to stop dribbling and look over. Yes. Su Kuan's mouth twisted. Then let me show you what a super slam dunk is. David, hold the camera. I'm going to dunk in a moment. Pay attention to capturing all the details. If you don't, I'll hold you accountable. Yes, Master Kuan. This is the latest camera on the market. I will turn on the continuous shooting mode to ensure that everything is crystal clear. Su Kuan nodded. Looking at the worn-out basket not far away, I squinted my eyes slightly. I can't bear to buy a new basketball hoop for this shabby place. Never mind. Just make do with it. When you are ready. A long dribble from midcourt to one step behind the free throw line. About to take off. And those girls just happened to run to the side. Perfect. Su Kuan's mouth curved up with a hint of pride. Suddenly shouted. Look at my super slam dunk. Master Kuan, wait a minute. David's shout was heard at the moment of taking off. Su Kuan doesn't care. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Plus, he's already jumped. I have shouted it out. If he gave up halfway, wouldn't those girls make fun of him? And just now he had seen all the boys looking at him. Have you ever seen a slam dunk? Then you should open your eyes and watch. Perfect jump. Perfect posture. Highly perfect. Finally, he smashed it in with one hand. The ball goes in. Before Su Kuan could feel proud, I found that the hoop also collapsed along with the ball, and the whole basket behind it was shaking. Squeak. Wong Defa X. Boom. The whole basket fell down. A large cloud of dust rose from the ground. Su Kuan was not hit, but I was totally confused. Master Kuan, are you okay? Su Kuan turned his head silently. Why did you just shout stop? David pointed to a large sign on the side of the road. The basket is in disrepair. Please do not use it. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Kuan grabbed David by the collar, his eyes erupting like a volcano. There were all kinds of laughter coming from afar, not only from the boys. And those girls. I don't know where they got the cell phone camera. Taking photos one after another. Soon there was a hot headline on the school's online forum. Su Kuan became the little prince of collapsed basket. As a result, he didn't dare to leave the dormitory for the whole afternoon. Damn it. Whoever named this little prince of a basket, delete all his posts, find that person, and pay him to kowtow and admit his mistake. A Master Kuan, this is not our Demon City territory after all. Uncle Hong was also speechless after learning about this over the phone. David also advised. Master Kuan, think on the bright side. You are at least famous now, right? As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. Fat pigs are easy to kill. Ah, Mr. Kuan, don't hit me in the face. Chapter 42 School Bells Gathered. David touched the swollen face and comforted him. It's okay. I have arranged a basketball game tomorrow. It happens to be your class against Jiang Chu's class. And I have investigated. Jiang Chu has never been exposed to basketball since he was a child. It can be said that he is a complete novice. When the time comes, you can crush him with your strength and make him cry. This will damage his image and also improve yourself. Ha ha ha. That's great. You did a great job on this. But are you sure he will play? Hey, don't you see who I am? I'm not called Wulong for nothing. Jiang Chu. Xiang Hua rushed into the dormitory. What? After Jiang Chu got up in the morning, I spent 3 points to improve my talent. Then I used 5 attribute points to buy the ultimate comprehensive music creation skill pack from the mall. I selected a few songs based on my memories from my previous life. I plan to give it to Zhou Sini to sing. I'm currently writing the lyrics and composing the music. I'm looking for you to top it off. What? We have a basketball game going on right now. Our class will play against another class from another department tomorrow morning. Delu is injured and there is no one to take his place, so we can only ask you for help. Guess which class it is? It's Li Wenjing's class. I heard there's a super handsome transfer student here who's really good at playing basketball. Speaking of this, I can't help but laugh. No, isn't our class's competition scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow? How come it's moved up to tomorrow? Xiang Hua couldn't help it. He slapped his thigh and laughed. Didn't you read the forum? This morning, the transfer student was so crazy that he insisted on dunking on that broken rim, and he collapsed the rim. He was even nicknamed the Little Prince of Collapsed Shooting, which made me laugh to death. But he's quite rich. He immediately paid for a new pair of hoops on both sides of the court this afternoon. I heard that each one costs tens of thousands of dollars, and is comparable to those high-end basketball courts. We have to thank him for this. We have one more court to use, so our game will naturally be moved up. Jiang Chu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. There is actually such a weird thing. But I'm not that good at it. I only touched it once in middle school, and I haven't touched a basketball since high school and college. You know, it doesn't matter. The opponent is very strong. Even with Lu, it will be hard to win. We are just looking for you as a substitute. If there is a shortage of players, you can fill in. You are tall, so just stand there to grab rebounds and guard the opponent. Leave the rest to us. Okay then. By the way, get me a jersey. Oh, the next morning, the weather is fine and sunny. The game went on as scheduled. This is actually just a knockout match to reach the top 8. It's not even the finals yet. But the atmosphere at the scene seemed to have arrived at the finals in advance. It's just strange that several basketball courts are playing games at the same time, but only one has the most viewers. There were already huge crowds of people surrounding the game before it even started, and most of them are beautiful women. Places where there are beautiful women will naturally attract countless boys who want to feast their eyes. Why are there so many people here? Is today the final? And there are so many beauties. No, this is just a 16-8 elimination match. Didn't you read the school forum? School forum? Yes, the transfer student, nicknamed the Little Prince of Slam Dunk, posted videos of his various slam dunks on the school forum. Plus, he's handsome. So many girls came to see him. Suddenly, a girl crossed her arms and interrupted with disdain. Just because of him, it's not enough to attract all the beautiful girls in the school to watch the game. You missed one thing. The opponent class of the transfer student today has a more handsome guy. He is so handsome. We girls call him the walking hormone. Do you know what that means? We just run when we see him. I'm so embarrassed. When it came to the end, the girl covered her face with her hands, feeling extremely embarrassed. At a glance, sure enough, those beautiful cheerleading girls who organized themselves split into two sides. One team was wearing white short skirts with red edges, white long cotton socks and sneakers. There was a banner behind them. The middle-parted suspenders are adorable. Singing and dancing rap and basketball are handsome. The other team was wearing red short skirts with white trims, red stockings and sneakers. Holding the same banner. Jiang Chu's walking hormones. Kuan turned into a tapeworm when he saw it. In addition to the cheerleading team, the girls outside the field are also divided into two camps. Before the game even started, some people started yelling at each other. It's comparable to a fight between celebrity fans. Fuck, is there really such a handsome guy? How come I have never seen him? Isn't Wu Shaoqian the most handsome guy in our school? Also, how good is that handsome guy you mentioned at playing basketball? Why do you care how well others play basketball? Just look good and that's it. If you can score a goal, that's even better. Girls, Lu Chuanfeng, aren't you supposed to sleep in the dormitory all day? Why are you here to watch the game? A handsome boy who is about 1.8 meters tall, but looks cold. There are earphones hanging on his ears. Idiot, I'm here to see the beauties. I heard there are a lot of beauties in this competition. In addition to those campus beauties, the school beauties are also here. The man looked incredulous. That's not right. Shouldn't your character be that you are not interested in girls? Girls will only affect your ball speed, right? Lu Chuanfeng glanced at him coldly. Damn, the one you're talking about is Rukawa Keed from Slam Dunk. I'm Lu Chuanfeng. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Look, it's Mo Yutong. I didn't expect a real school beauty to come. She's so sexy, especially her long legs. I feel like I can play with her for 5 years. The boys stretched their necks to look over. Today, Mo Yutong is dressed as sexy as ever. A peaked cap, a LV off-shoulder tight t-shirt, and super long legs under short jeans look even whiter in the sun. She killed the girls behind her instantly. At this time, the crowd behind Mo Yutong made way. Another top-notch goddess came out. A cap, a loose white t-shirt, and a pair of slim-fitting jeans. In comparison, she is not as stunning as Mo Yutong. I didn't expect that the cold school beauty Li Wenjing would also be here. Although it is said that she never pays attention to us boys, a school beauty is still a school beauty. With that figure and that perky butt, just looking at it can nourish your kidneys. And it can also increase your appetite. Isn't it normal for her to come? Today is their class's competition. And I heard that the Iceberg School Beauty accepted a gift from a boy a few days ago. It was Jiang Chu, their class rival. Does she have a crush on Jiang Chu? Do you think Li Wenjing is cheering for Su Kuan from her class today, or for Jiang Chu, her rival? One of the girls who supported Su Kuan said, Of course I'm cheering for our boy Kuan. Not only is he handsome, he can also dunk. Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect boy? If I were Li Wenjing, I would also support Su Kuan. After all, he is in my class, and I also play basketball. Looking at the video, Su Kuan is indeed quite good. There is also an all-around master Chen Rongji in their class, who is even more likely to win the championship. On the other hand, I heard that their top scorer Lu De was injured, and Jiang Chu was called in temporarily to replace him. I have never seen such a person in the competitions in recent years. All he has is height, and he probably just makes up the numbers and has no intention of winning at all. Look, the freshman school beauty Zhou Sini is here too. Oh my god, she's so cute in that Lolita outfit. I like this kind of pure and sexy schoolgirl. School Belle Li Wenjing. Chapter 43. Jiang Chu has many love rivals. Look who that is. Ji Mingxi, the most beautiful girl in school, is here too. Isn't she always known to go to the library? I've never seen her come to watch a competition. Are you stupid? She's the vice president of the student union, in charge of this area. Look, the leaders of the school next to her are here. How could she not come? It's crazy. 4 of the top 5 beauties on campus are here, and one of them, He Shiyun, is going abroad as an exchange student. Otherwise, if all 5 goddesses were together, it would be such an awesome competition. Sure enough, my Yutong is the most beautiful. A tall and mighty boy with pink bubbles in his eyes was Liang De Quan, the minister of the sports department. Brother Quan, I heard someone saw Mo Yutong kissing Jiang Chu at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Liang De Quan's face suddenly darkened. Jiang Chu, that brat. I came here today just to see how his class lost. Humph. I'm here to see Jiang Chu lose. This guy actually wants to attack my dream goddess Li Wenjing. Sooner or later, I will find someone to kill him. The rich second generation Lu Zixiang also came. He was cheated by Jiang Chu last time and was almost beaten by Sha Chong. Fortunately, he had money and gave him 100,000 to calm the other party's anger. Jiang Chu, someone who has never been on a basketball court, it's best if he gets 0 points. Liang De Quan and Lu Zixiang turned their heads away. He was a boy who looked younger than them and quite handsome. It was a big threat to them, and he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Friend or foe? Who is your goddess?" "I'm Wang Erbua, Zhou Sini's ex-boyfriend. After she broke up with me, she immediately found Jiang Chu. I have a grudge against him." "Ha ha ha, you're good enough. At least you've been the boyfriend of a school beauty. Let alone the 2 of us. We haven't even touched her hand." "But, even though I'm her boyfriend, I've never touched her hand." Wang Erbua, a grown man, actually started sobbing. Liang Daquan and Lu Zixiang looked at each other in bewilderment. "I think I know why they broke up. Humph, the 3 of you all regard Jiang Chu as your opponent. But who does he think he is? An extremely handsome tall boy with a crew cut, wearing a platinum rich around his neck, with his arms folded and his head held high, with an arrogant and disdainful expression. Following behind were Wu Bo and his girlfriend Bai Xiaoling, who was wearing white stockings. Even this, it still caused the girl next to her to exclaim, "School hunk Wu Xiaoqian is here too. Oh my god, so handsome." Yes, today not only is the school beauty here, but also Su Kuan and Jiang Chu who are about to perform. There are already 3 male gods. Oh my god, this class was not missed in vain. Liang Daquan and Lu Zixiang also smiled kindly after seeing Wu Zhao's signature. He is the school hunk, and he is a super rich second generation, driving a Porsche 911. Most importantly, they have always kept their distance from each other. "I didn't expect you to be here, Xiaoqian. Did Jiang Chu offend you as well?" Wu Xiaoqian snorted coldly, showing disdain. "Who is he? A perverted man. He is not even worthy of being my opponent. I am here to see Ji Mingxi. Of course, I also want to see what Jiang Chu looks like when he is tortured to tears." Ha ha ha, so we are all on the same front. Look, I brought a high-definition camera with me. I will record the whole process of Jiang Chu and then put the video online so that everyone in the school can watch him make a fool of himself every day. Lu Zixiang was extremely proud. Liang Dequan gave a thumbs up. "It's really high. Why didn't I think of it? I'll ask more people to leave mocking comments in the comment section. From now on, no matter if it's Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini, or all the girls in the school, they will definitely dislike Jiang Chu, a loser." "Xiao Qian, I know your target is only Ji Mingxi, but no matter what, Jiang Chu will definitely be embarrassed. On such a happy day, I will treat you at noon. Let's open a bottle of 82 Lafite and celebrate." Wu Xiaoqian smiled and said, "Since you, Master Lu, have spoken, I will obey your orders. Ha ha, I'll book the most luxurious perfume pavilion restaurant in Nan City right now, and we'll meet at noon." The game is about to start. The players went to their respective half to warm up one after another. With a group of girls screaming, Su Kuan, wearing a white hat and a blue number 24 jersey, entered the stadium. "So handsome. Su Kuan, I love you." Su Kuan has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. It will only get crazier in the Magic City. The corners of his mouth tilted high. Then came a 3-step, powerful one-handed dunk. This once again caused half of the girls in the audience to scream. "Wenjing, which side are you going to cheer for? Your class is already very strong, And now this transfer student looks pretty strong too. While Mo Yutong was speaking, she stared at Su Kuan with complicated eyes. Li Wenjing didn't answer, but kept looking at the opposite field. Strange, Jiang Chu is going to play. Why is there no one here? Mo Yutong helped her to ask out the doubts in her heart. Seniors, are you guys going to cheer for Senior Jiang Chu too? Strange, where is Senior Jiang Chu? Zhou Sini ran over and stood with the two of them. When the three campus beauties stood together, they immediately attracted the attention of the boys around them and caused exclamations. I don't know if the senior can play basketball. I asked the boys in his class, but they never seemed to have seen him play. Li Wenjing also showed a little worry. Jiang Chu knew it best. I have never heard of him playing basketball in middle school, high school, or college. It would be best if he didn't come. After all, he is not on the class basketball team and no one will blame him. Besides, their class was really strong at basketball, and she didn't want to see Jiang Chu lose too badly. Why are you so interested in Jiang Chu? Do you like him? Mo Yutong frowned. He asked defensively. Yes, I like Senior Jiang Chu. He is handsome and rich. Not only me. I just came over there. Those girls are all fans of Senior. Zhou Sini looked at Mo Yutong proudly after she finished speaking. I mean, I'll snatch it from you. What can I do? Although Mo Yutong was smiling, but his eyes showed dissatisfaction. Come if you have the guts. Sini, you like Jiang Chu too. He's a very nice guy, and I like him too. Li Wenjing rarely spoke, but Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini were both stunned. They looked at each other, as if they had heard it wrong. It was obvious that she had a crush on Jiang Chu, but he behaves very calmly when other girls like him, or even tease him, as if it had nothing to do with her. With a whistle, the game is about to begin. The players who played in the first round did not see Jiang Chu. Where's Jiang Chu? Where is our idol? Jiang Chu's fans and cheerleaders all looked at a loss. They came to see Jiang Chu. Now no one is around. That's a bit meaningless. One of the pretty girls stood up. Chapter 44 Jiang Chu is here, the scary score. He put his hands on his hips and said angrily, I'll go ask them. This is ridiculous. They must be the ones who don't want Jiang Chu to play. Ha! I didn't dare to come. I just became a deserter. I am dying of laughter. Lu Zixing laughed as if he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. Liang Dequan also smiled secretly. I have to say, Jiang Chu is pretty smart. He knows he can't play basketball. With so many people watching today, his image would be damaged if he were to play. So he might as well find an excuse not to show up. He could say he has a stomachache, a cold, a fever, or his period. Ha ha ha. All right, stop talking. I can't stand it anymore. My period is coming out. Wu Xiao signed, and they didn't say anything. But there was a sneer on his face. Boom. The first ball on the court was a slam dunk by Su Kuan. The blue players immediately became more motivated. A group of girls who supported her screamed in various ways. Ah, Kuan, you are so handsome. The white cheerleaders raised their legs in a row. I don't mind showing off my white leggings. Kunkin is the best. You are the MVP of the game. Facing various provocations from the opponents in the communications squad. Let Jiang Chu come out. Come out if you have the guts. The game seemed to be in full swing as soon as it started. On the other side, the two were walking slowly towards the basketball court. Among them, Xianghua looked anxious. Fuck, can you please walk faster? The game has already started. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say I'm a substitute? Maybe I won't even be on the court. That was what I said yesterday. You have to play today. Why? Look for yourself. Jiang Chu looked from a distance. Several basketball courts. Their dark place is full of people. I was stunned. Fuck, is this a school competition? I'm afraid it's not the school BA. There are so many people, what's going on? Fuck, it's all because of you. Me? What's wrong with me? Those girls heard that you would be playing today, so they formed their own cheerleading fan club. You see, they are usually waiting for you to appear. And the group on the opposite side are supporting the little prince of basketball. The four most beautiful girls on campus are all here. How can it not be crazy? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to your request. Say something like that. This is for the class as a whole. It's not just my business. Hurry up and go over there, and we'll talk. Jiang Chu just appeared in the substitute seat. It immediately caused a sensation. The girls screamed crazily. Ah, my idol Jiang Chu is here. He's finally here. So handsome. I knew he would come. Jiang Chu would never have the heart to abandon us. Jiang Chu, I love you. The red cheerleader girl finally came to life. She even choreographed a magical and sexy dance. It is somewhat similar to Subject 3 that appeared at the end of the previous life. Jiang Chu, you are the most handsome. You can love any girl in the school. Fuck. Look, are they talking like human beings? They are all girls in the school. Lu Zixing's face was full of anger. Liang Dequan snorted coldly. These girls are too crazy. What can they do with their looks? This is a basketball game. Can they score a goal with their looks? It's unreasonable. Wang Erbo saw Zhou Sini looking at Jiang Chu waving happily. I was even more furious. It must be this Jiang Chu who used some means to separate them. He said viciously, I want to see if this bitch dares to go on the court and how many points she can get. Wu Xiaoqian still looked cool and seemed disdainful, but his eyes were roaming back and forth among the cheerleaders. Occasionally look at Ji Mingxi. It's just that the other party just sat next to the school leader. There isn't too much action. I didn't expect that perverted man would come too. Ji Mingxi just glanced casually and then looked away. Jiang Chu just sat down and took a look at the scoreboard opposite him. He was so scared that he almost stood up. Fuck, it's only the first quarter and the score is 30-6. What the hell is going on? Xianghua scratched his head in embarrassment. Hee, there's nothing we can do. Basketball is not our strong point. Your Wenjing's class is the favorite to win. Look at their average height. All of them are over 1.8 meters tall, and they have a little prince who can slam dunk. Our class can't even grab rebounds. We didn't expect to win anyway. With a whistle, the first quarter is over. 36:6. It's just unbearable to watch. But I have to say, Jiang Chu and his classmates all tried their best. I didn't say anything about giving up. Rest time. Of course, it's time for the cheerleaders to quarrel with each other. Kuan is awesome. He scored the highest score of 16 points. Kuan is the best. You are the MVP of this game. Jiang Chu's cheerleading team was not to be outdone. Continue to shout their previous slogans. A tonnage-level girl stood out from nowhere on Su Kuan's side, coaxing with a loud voice. Shut up, you guys. Look at the score. You've been beaten so badly. And Jiang Chu, maybe he can't even play basketball. Unlike our Kuan, who is handsome and good at basketball. Jiang Chu's fan club immediately came out with a new one. She is a girl with a score of 80, with 2 small braids. Wear a white tube top inside. He was wearing the Huron team's Kobe 24 jersey, a pair of long white legs. Compared with the woman opposite, she is simply a one-hit kill. She is beautiful but never shows weakness. He picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Jiang Chu is just more handsome than Kuan. So what? Is that right? Prince Talon is already giving him face, and the suspenders maniac is almost the same. The two sides were arguing with each other and were almost fighting. Hey, Master Kuan, how was it? You stole the show this time, didn't you? Didn't you feel good? David stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Su Kuan, who was drinking water, and said proudly, Humph, that's my beauty and talent. You haven't seen the scene when I was in the Magic City, but you did a good job. Not only did you avenge my previous shame, but you also made that guy like a stray dog, and he didn't even dare to go on stage. Yes. Across the street, Jiang Chu's class. Lao Gua, this is not possible. The opponent is too strong and tall. We can't even grab the rebound. How can we play this game? Yeah, and I feel like their score could have been even higher. I don't know why, but they always pass the ball to that transfer student and let him shoot. If I were taller, I would have blocked him. You've also noticed that the guy's skills aren't that great, and he often commits offensive fouls. Every time I defend him, he uses his shoulder to butt my chest. Damn, the referee is blind and doesn't care. It's definitely a black whistle. I don't want to lose so badly. My girlfriend rarely comes to see me from another province. She's right across from me right now. It's so embarrassing. Me too. The girl I like is here too. Otherwise I wouldn't have fought that guy even though I knew I would lose. Okay, no more talking. Let's get started. Lao Gua is the captain and issues orders. Xianghua, you go this class. You're tall enough. Keep an eye on that Kuan. Okay, leave it to me. Come on, everyone. The game begins again. Jiang Chu still didn't go up. Now the other side's cheerleaders even more aggressively started their mocking mode. Lu Zixiang and the others almost laughed their heads off. Chapter 45 Jiang Chu versus Su Kuan, Ultimate Basketball Skills. You coward. I thought you were so great. That's right. I don't even have the courage to go on stage. I don't know what I'm doing here. Ji Mingxi frowned slightly. I feel like the blue team is a bit of a bully. Just win. There's no need to be so disrespectful to the other party. Jiang Chu's fans can't stand it anymore. The game can be lost. Jiang Chu must play. Huang Yao, no matter what method you use, Jiang Chu must be allowed to play. I really can't stand the arrogance of the opponent. You don't have to tell me. I know what to do. Huang Yao ran to the substitute bench with great momentum and arrogantly asked the captain, who had just come off the bench, to call a timeout. Guomubai, I ordered you to let Jiang Chu play. Did you hear me? What? But he doesn't know how to play basketball. I don't care. If you don't let him play, I'll break up with you. No. Guomubai ran to Jiang Chu with a wronged look on his face. Jiang Chu, you will be on stage later. Jiang Chu was confused. Didn't we agree that I would be a substitute and fill in if there was a shortage of players? Aren't you guys playing well? As soon as the words fell, all I heard was Guamubai screaming. It hurts, it hurts. Huang Yao actually started fighting with Guamubai. Now he's injured and can't go up. Jiangchu, you can go up. I'm counting on you. After saying that, he didn't forget to give an okay sign to the cheerleading team on the opposite side. Jiangchu. This is all fine. Time is up and the game continues. After a while, the score expanded to 42-6. Look, Jiangchu is here. I don't know who shouted there. The Jiangchu cheerleaders couldn't wait to raise their legs high. While shouting loudly, they used all their might. Jiangchu, Jiangchu, you are the most handsome. You can love any girl in the school. Jiangchu is so handsome. He has a great body. I love him so much. Senior, the senior is on stage. Zhou Sini's two big eyes were full of expectation, and she was even more fascinated by Jiangchu's handsomeness. I feel even more embarrassed when I think about what happened last night. Mo Yutong and Li Wenjing both showed a hint of worry on their faces. This is the situation they least want to see. Mo Yutong was worried about Su Kuan's unfriendly attitude towards Jiangchu. Li Wenjing was wondering whether Jiangchu's inability to play basketball would affect his self-confidence. Beep. As the whistle blew, Red Team number 10 is moving. Number 10 is Jiangchu. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. That guy really can't play basketball. Lu Zixiang and the others laughed so hard that they couldn't stop. Ha. He really dares to do that. He is really going to the toilet with a lantern. He is really looking for death. Hurry up. Turn the camera lens to him the whole time. I want to post the video on various websites and enjoy it for the rest of my life. Ha. Wu Xiaoqian just shook his head slightly. You don't know your own limits. Mo Yutong couldn't bear to watch and covered her eyes with her hands. I didn't expect Jiangchu knew nothing about basketball, but Jiangchu's fan club cheerleaders didn't mind at all. Still comforting Jiangchu. Just be handsome. Don't worry about anything else. Jiangchu, it's okay. Just defend the rebounds. Xiang Hua encouraged. On the field, the blue team takes the ball and attacks. Su Kuan controls the ball. The person defending him in front of him was Xiang Hua. Jiangchu just stood at the free throw line waiting to grab a rebound. Jiangchu, you're finally on stage. Su Kuan, want to give you a big surprise. Su Kuan narrowed his eyes, lowered his shoulder, and pushed Xiang Hua in front of him. Fuck you. You're using this trick again. You're not going to stop there, are you? Xiang Hua was furious, but the referee seemed not to see it. Su Kuan took this opportunity to get rid of his defense. He dribbled the ball towards Jiangchu. Fuck, what is he going to do? Jiangchu, guard him well, and don't let him get a layup. Good. Jiangchu just followed his teammates' instructions and took a safe defensive stance. Cross your hands under your hips. Su Kuan's mouth curled up with a hint of pride. Then when he got in front of Jiangchu, he actually planned to jump high. Fuck. This guy actually wanted to do a face dunk on Jiangchu. That's right. I just want Jiangchu to endure the humiliation of having his crotch slapped. Jiangchu, prepare to die. Although I have never played basketball, but I also watched a lot of basketball games. Knowing that this dunk on the face is a great insult to the opponent. This Su Kuan was clearly trying to embarrass him, and in front of so many people. Whatever the purpose, Jiangchu felt that he had been irritated. It's too late to open the system now, but he has already added attribute points and learned the ultimate fighting. This reaction still exists. Want a slam dunk, huh? Jiangchu jumped up instantly, even if it's later than Su Kuan. But that strength and agility weren't added in vain. An astonishing force burst out directly. A powerful hand visibly exceeded the height of Su Kuan's dunk. Flap it like you're slapping a fly. Bang. Boom. The ball was slapped hard, and Su Kuan was also smashed to the ground. Fortunately, nothing happened. The audience, which had just been quiet, suddenly burst into madness and cheers. Jiangchu, you are so handsome. You are actually covering the hot pot. You covered that bastard. So handsome. Jiangchu, you are awesome. You must beat him hard. Mo Yutong couldn't help but scream out, but she quickly stopped talking after that. After all, it was Su Kuan who was covered. Fortunately, there was a lot of noise at the scene and the other party didn't hear it. Zhou Sini doesn't care. Put your hands together in front of your chest. The long white silk legs and white leather shoes bounced up and down. The Lolita skirts swayed up and down. Senior, you are so handsome. Yeah. A bunch of LSPs were all bent 90 degrees and drooling. So cute. Coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. Jiangchu can't even dribble the ball. He just has better jumping ability. And Su Kuan is really too careless. Yes, it's a pity. If that slam dunk just now had succeeded, Jiangchu would definitely not be able to hold his head up in school. Lu Zixiang and the others clapped their hands and sighed. Lu Chuanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Chu's reaction and jumping ability are comparable to top-level A players. Even I can't do that. Fuck, didn't you say you don't play basketball? Idiot. You damn fox, say it again if you dare. Beep. Number 10 of the red team committed a foul. Number 24 of the blue team took a free throw. Su Kuan stood up from the ground. I patted my clothes and stood at the free throw line. You can see the corners of your eyes and mouth twitching. It seemed as if fire was about to burst out of his eyes. Shit, I almost succeeded just now, but you ruined my slam dunk. You won't be so lucky next time. Jiang Chu's brows were also tightly furrowed. If it was not obvious that the other party was coming for him at this time, that would be stupid. Very good. To compare, right? I just wanted to be a rich man in silence. Now you are forcing me to do this. Ultimate Basketball Skill Pack. Ultimate. Consumes 5 attribute points. Requires Strength 14, Agility 14, Talent 9, Mental Strength 9. Then add 1 point of Strength and 1 point of Agility. Click buy. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu. Strength, 1381. Agility, 1381. Constitution, 88. Talent, 13.8. Spiritual power, 10.8. Remaining points, 28. Note, the values in brackets are the average values for normal people. Obtained, Ultimate Mixed Martial Arts Skills, Ultimate Music Creation Skills Package, Ultimate Basketball Skills Package. Chapter 46, The Male God, Who Dominates the Whole Place. In a moment, all kinds of information about basketball skills flooded into my mind, and let the whole body adapt. Directly promoted to a being as powerful as Flying Man and Kobe. Even more awesome, because Jiang Chu has a tribute points bonus. Neither of them can guarantee that every ball will go in. But now Jiang Chu is 90 sure about his mid-range and long-range shots. Whoosh. 1 penalty hit. Do you want to win? Jiang Chu, who was crouching outside the 2-point line, turned to look at Xiang Hua next to him. The corners of his mouth curved up in a hint of confidence. Xiang Hua and the others were all confused. I don't know where Jiang Chu gets his confidence from. Of course I want to. These bastards are too arrogant. They are obviously playing with us. But there is a huge gap in our strength. How can we win? Don't ask so many questions. If you want to win, just pass the ball to me. Several people looked at each other, not understanding what Jiang Chu was planning. Don't you know how to play basketball? Why should I pass it to you? Who said I wouldn't? I just want to keep a low profile. Disbelief was written on Xiang Hua and the others' faces. Forget it, we're going to lose anyway, so let's just pass the ball to him. There are so many girls cheering for us off the court just to see this guy, so it's good for him to get some attention. Haha, that's a fine explanation. I have no problem with that. That's fine with me. Okay, then it's settled. Jiang Chu, you have to treat everyone to a big meal at noon. We can order whatever you want. No problem. Su Kuan heard everything they said. Humph. You guys are just a bunch of FW, and you still want to win? You're just dreaming. With this score, even if Kobe comes, there's no way he can turn the tables. Just as Su Kuan was about to take a free throw, he heard Xiang Hua muttering. Wearing makeup just to play ball, what a sissy. My hand shook and the throw went astray. Grasp. Rebound. Xiang Hua used his height to break in first. But the opponent's Chen Rongji also rushed in. Seized the advantageous position first. And the height of 1.9 meters. He is a top scorer on the school team. There is a legend that he has been spotted by the domestic Huabiye. They both jumped high at the same time. Xiang Hua is still a bit shorter. Chen Rongji was disdainful. Humph, you're still a little naive if you want to grab the rebound from me. Yeah. A ruthless voice suddenly sounded from behind. Chen Rongji saw someone jumping higher than him from the corner of his eye. Stare. My eyes suddenly widened. This also includes Lu Chuanfeng and everyone on the basketball team off the court. So fast, so high. It's Jiang Chu. How is this possible? Chen Rongji couldn't believe it. Huh. Boom. Jiang Chu held the ball with both hands and landed steadily on the ground. Without any hesitation, he immediately took the ball and launched a fast break. The speed was so fast that Xiang Hua and the others were still stunned. Jiang Chu grabbed the rebound. So cool. What school team? What little prince of basketball? They're all trash. Jiang Chu is the best. The cheerleaders were not to be outdone. Jiang Chu, I love you. Who said Jiang Chu can't play basketball? Look at the speed at which he dribbles the ball. He's definitely a professional player. Defense, quick. Stop him. Su Kuan and his companions rushed back desperately. I can't catch up no matter what. He's going to dunk. Jiang Chu took off perfectly from outside the free throw line. Super high altitude. Like a flying man. The finale was a ruthless one-handed windmill slam dunk. Boom. The ball slammed into the basket. The whole moment was silent. Then there was a roar like a volcanic eruption, and those girls screamed at the top of their lungs. Did you see that? Jiang Chu dunked the ball. It was so cool. I'm going crazy. Jiang Chu, you are so awesome and handsome. From today on, you are my idol. Jiang Chu, I love you. Oh my god, what did I see? A windmill slam dunk from outside the free throw line. Holy shit. It's incredible that there is such a genius in our school. Many boys who know basketball are confused. Li Wenjing and the other three just stood there with pink bubbles in their eyes. I'm speechless. Oh shit. My Yutong must have fallen in love with that guy. She stared at him without blinking. How hateful. Lu Zixiang was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground and stomped on it. But it's Noki. The phone is not broken. Instead, it hurt his foot. My Wenjing is the same. She is always cold to everyone. I have never seen her with this expression. It breaks my heart. Bang sound of glass breaking. Jiang Chu. Wang Erbo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Wu Xiaoqian has been looking at Ji Mingxi. Fortunately, there was only a slight surprise on her face. There's nothing wrong with that. What a pity for those cheerleaders. It was his goal. Now I only have Jiang Chu in my eyes. It still made him very unhappy. Su Kuan also saw Li Wenjing's expression outside the court. I was so angry that I was fuming. She's actually looking at you, a country pig. Damn it. Don't be so proud. Jiang Chu followed Su Kuan's gaze and looked over. It turned out to be Li Wenjing and the other three. No wonder this guy embarrassed him so much. It turns out that he was here to poach our talents. Snort. Then we can't let it go. Fuck. How did you defend? How did you let him dunk by himself? Su Kuan yelled angrily. The others didn't say anything. One of them muttered, who can I blame for not making the free throw? Chun Rongji comforted. It's okay. The other team only has 8 points. We can't win. Just pay attention to defense. Beep. Blue team serves. The ball arced. The blue team player was about to catch the ball. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side as fast as lightning. Then he jumped high, with everyone's mouths wide open in an O shape. Just cut the ball off. Then he shot the ball from outside the three-point line without hesitation. Lu Chuanfeng's expression was solemn. What a beautiful shooting posture. The ball was in midair. Jiang Chu raised his hand and clenched his fist to celebrate and ran back. Just that confident. Whoosh. It went in. The three-pointer was valid. The three-pointer went in. So cool. Jiang Chu. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Jiang Chu's fans are screaming like crazy again. Many boys have even begun to turn their attention to Jiang Chu's class and cheer for them. He kept banging the rice bowl or even the iron pot. New beer. Damn, you're so awesome. Xianghua high-fived Jiang Chu, who ran back to defend. It's no big deal. There are still a lot of points left. Come on, everyone. Good. Jiang Chu and his men regained their morale. On the other hand, the other team's cheerleading team has been overshadowed by Jiang Chu's team. Shout. Keep shouting. The donkeys in the production team won't be so lazy even though they've been paid. Uncle Hong disguised himself as an ordinary citizen and came in to watch the game. For this competition, he bought a bunch of Navy soldiers and cheerleaders, as well as referees and players from Kuan Xiao's class, just to give young Master Kuan the spotlight. Li Wenjing and the others still maintained their pink bubble state. Even Ji Mingxi stood up. I didn't expect this perverted male basketball player to be so powerful. If he could be recruited to the school team to play in the national college competition, maybe I could get a better ranking. Even a champion? This way she also has a big part to contribute. Hateful. Wu Xiaoqian frowned, clenched his fists, and wished he could go down for a onion fight. The ball was in Su Kuan's hands again. This time Jiang Chu will defend. Don't be complacent. I just helped you find an opportunity. Do you think you're the only one who can do 3 points? I can do it too. As soon as Su Kuan finished speaking, he jumped up and planned to shoot a three-pointer. Pay attention to the rebound. Xianghua shouted. Boom. Su Kuan hasn't reacted yet. The ball in his hand has been blocked. Chapter 47. One-sided crushing. Another one reaches 90 favorability. Chen Rongji suddenly opened his eyes wide. What an amazing explosive power. Defend quickly. Jiang Chu had no intention of running to the basket. Direct three-point shot from outside the bounds. The action is clean and neat. Whoosh. Entered again. So handsome. Jiang Chu, I love you. The female fans outside the venue shouted until their voices were hoarse. Holy crap. How come this guy's shooting is so accurate? He shoots without hesitation. It's amazing. Yeah, I didn't expect that there is such a dark horse in our school. No, I should say he is a genius. He is even more powerful than the BAs on TV. With this burst and speed, if he came to our boxing club, he could definitely be trained to be a top-notch player. Wrong. Jiang Chu is so handsome. Why would he need to go to your boxing club? Come to our badminton club. I guarantee that he can surpass Dan Wang. What are you doing? Jiang Chu belongs to all of us girls, and she is so flexible. If she comes to our gymnastics club, everyone is a beauty and can do any moves. A group of boys had nosebleeds. Can we go? Jiang Chu and the masters who read this book can do it, but you can't. All of you get out. Jiang Chu is such a great basketball player. He is definitely China's rising star. How could you think of letting him join the gymnastics club? Don't even think about it. He is on our school team. If you don't agree, do it. Jiang Chu, you country pig. You actually stole my Su Kuan's limelight. I can't stand it. Su Kuan was going to dunk. Once again, he was overtaken by Jiang Chu. Obviously, I didn't touch the other person's body. But the referee still called a foul. Black whistle. Definitely a black whistle. What a lousy referee. I've been disliking you for a long time. That's right. That Kuan kept using his shoulder to butt people and didn't call any fouls. But now he dares to slander our idol. Sisters, let's kill him together and make sure he has no descendants. Etc. Jiang Chu spoke out in time to stop it, because a violent incident is no joke. Listen to me. I will win this game. Thank you for your support. Jiang Chu, so handsome. We'll listen to you. Jiang Chu controls the ball. Su Kuan defends. Jiang Chu, don't shoot three-pointers if you have the ability. Whoosh. Three-point shot, effective. Fuck. Are you deaf? Su Kuan was furious and furious. Why should I listen to you, S13? The last two words are lip shapes. The other party can see it at a glance. I was so angry that I wanted to take action. Being dragged by teammates. The second quarter is over. The score is 50-46. It's unbelievable. They're almost tied. And the score is like this in the second quarter. Is this a school game? What's even more terrifying is, did you notice that Jiang Chu scored 38 points by himself? Holy shit, this is fucking amazing. I just realized it when you said that. It's incredible. How come I haven't heard of this genius before? Mengshi, this Jiang Chu is pretty good. How come I didn't notice him before? See if you can find a way to recruit him into the school team. If he's willing, I can agree to any conditions he asks. A middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a jacket said with a little excitement. Yes, principal, I will try my best. Ji Mingxi felt very conflicted. Do we really have to go find that perverted guy? But the principal has spoken personally, so I have to go. Oh my god, this senior is so amazing. He's actually a hidden basketball expert. He's also good at fighting. I heard that he took on 3 thugs alone that day and knocked them down with just a few moves. Is that right, Wenjing? Mo Yutong looked at Li Wenjing with a little selfishness. Jiang Chu is the best. Li Wenjing simply said a few words. But the look in his eyes couldn't hide his love. Ji Mingxi, favorability 10. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Mo Yutong, favorability 2. Zhou Sini, favorability 1. Song Qingqing, favorability 5. Ding. It has been detected that Mo Yutong's favorability has reached 90. Congratulations on receiving 20 attribute points as a reward. Li Wenjing and Zhou Sini both added 1 point, gaining 6 attribute points. Current remaining attribute points, 54. The system's prompt made Jiang Chu very happy. It was an unexpected bonus. Crap. How can this guy be so awesome? How can you be the Minister of Sports and you still say he can't play basketball? Lu Zixiang has already used his cell phone as a brick to smash the floor. What hatred is in my heart? I don't know either. The information clearly says that he has never played basketball. Liang Dequan's face turned blue with anger. There seemed to be endless resentment in Wang Erbo's eyes. UFWS, are you scared already? You are too incompetent. Wu Xiaoqian was also trying hard not to explode. Later, Ji Mingxi's eyes stayed on Jiang Chu. I even stood up and applauded him excitedly. It was like a slap in his face. The third quarter officially begins. In just a dozen seconds. Boom. Jiang Chu gave Su Kuan a face-to-face slam dunk. Offensive foul. Jiang Chu had expected to be called a foul. But, so what? Jiang Chu, I'm going to kill you. Su Kuan clapped out 3 fingers, wanting to catch the other person to death on the spot. Master Kuan, control it. David and Uncle Hong were shouting. Others also went up to pull him up. Ha ha, who was it that wanted to target our Jiang Chu in the first place? That's right. Now he's being ridden in the face. There are so many powder puffs. I don't know if he has soiled our Jiang Chu's pants. The girls outside the venue all laughed so hard. The next part is basically Jiang Chu's solo show. Defend, don't let him make the layup. Are you guys FW? You can't even defend this. Why don't you jump higher? You're just hitting the air. Su Kuan complained about all kinds of dissatisfaction. All the teammates were holding back their anger. Fuck. I'm done with this. If you can do it, come on. That's right. I'm a rookie who keeps talking nonsense all the time. What the hell do I think I am? Alright, stop talking, everyone calm down. Be more restrained. That Jiang Chu is really powerful. Even professionals are not that fierce. Later, even the cheerleaders went on strike. Pay more money, or we'll quit. That's right. I can't go against my conscience. Jiang Chu is so handsome. I want to stand on his side. Me too. He's so handsome. I called out his name several times. No, no, no. Can't I just give you some extra money? Uncle Hong was also a little anxious. It didn't matter if he lost, but this matter couldn't be missed. After all, young Master Cohen didn't know. No, I don't agree. I have a conscience. 2,000. A big conscience. 5,000. Uncle, you are really good at judging people, hee. Finally, the cheerleaders continued to shout weakly. But this can't change the result of losing. The game is over. 65:98. Even though his teammates later asked them to vote for their girlfriends, Jiang Chu gave some wonderful assists. He still scored the highest score of 76 points. The well-deserved MVP of the game. Even if the referee received the money, he would not dare to refuse to pay it. He still wants to go home alive. However, the sponsor temporarily gave Su Kuan an SMVP. That medal is bigger than Jiang Chu's. Chapter 48. Do you need a boyfriend? Let's play basketball together. The whole audience booed loudly. Can you be more disgusting? What the hell is SMVP? This is a fucking advanced on-demand broadcast, and SMVP, it's hilarious. That's right. After Jiang Chu came on the court, that guy didn't score a single point. He was a fighter among the garbage. Su Kuan almost couldn't help but want to grab the trophy and fight. Stopped by David and others. Jiang Chu was surrounded and couldn't get out. The girl in the front is wearing a cheerleading uniform. All kinds of rough waves, sticking and hugging, even forcefully slapping her face. Jiang Chu, you are so handsome and good at basketball. Can I be your girlfriend? Black and white silk miniskirt. If you like me to wear it for you to see, I will be your little lover. I have a big butt, so I can have children. I'm a gymnast. I can do whatever pose you want. Jiang Chu, I'm Lu Chuanfeng. Are you in need of a boyfriend? Let's play basketball together. Fuck. This is even possible. Get lost. Jiang Chu is ours. Don't turn him gay. That's it. Go to hell, you faggot. Finally, Jiang Chu returned to the dormitory to rest, surrounded by the boys in his class. The bolder girls all wanted to go directly to the dormitory. As a result, they were stopped downstairs by Huang Yao and a few others. He said that he wanted Jiang Chu and the others to have a good rest. Jiang Chu accepted their love. They said they would treat their fans, cheerleaders, and their classmates to a big meal at noon. He paid the bill. Once again, everyone exclaimed. In the dormitory, Jiang Chu, you are so awesome. How come I didn't know you were so good at basketball before? Damn, you can even participate in the draft. Yeah, especially that fadeaway shot. His ability to stay in the air was amazing. Even Michael Jordan didn't have that long of a shot. Fuck, you're handsome, rich, and you can play basketball. Look at how crazy those girls are outside the court today. They can't be driven away. They just cling to you. I dare say that as soon as you open your mouth, they will immediately open up. Ha ha. Why are you so happy, you single guy? Jiang Chu has already raped all the girls in the school. Who are you going to find? Hey, I have my Wang Wei. She will never betray me. Xianghua scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Jiang Chu smiled with worry. It seems that Xianghua is a little bit trapped. This is not good. As for talking to girls about that kind of thing, although he is a rich man, but this first step was not taken. Originally, his plan was to take down Li Wenjing. But sometimes it seems that the other person is also worried. At noon, Jiang Chu fulfilled his promise. We hired a large group of people to book the lobby of the most expensive restaurant across from the school. It wasn't a weekend or a special day. When the manager first received the call, he thought it was a wedding. I didn't expect that hundreds of students would come here for a dinner to celebrate. No, this is a high-end restaurant. What will the other guests think if we let them make trouble here? Absolutely not. Manager, the other party has already paid the deposit of 500,000. What? You said 500,000? Yes, it is. Why didn't you tell me earlier? What's wrong with college students having a party? Having a party is good. Youth is overflowing, lively and cute. It brings a positive image to our restaurant. Arrange it immediately. Also, call back all the chefs who are on vacation and triple their salary today. Oh, and these college students can have fun however they want. They can even smash things up. Go ahead. Yes. Come on, let's have a toast to our basketball genius Jiang Chu. Go, go, go. This meal took 2 hours. Originally, Jiang Chu's table was occupied by members of the basketball team. In the end, all the people at the back were girls. Only Jiang Chu was left. All the boys were taken away by their girlfriends or something. I'm single. It's okay. Come and sit here. I'll give you a chance. Really? Jiangchu? Thank you, brother. And there is also a new Jiangchu fan group on QQ. Jiangchu originally thought that he would not have to worry about not finding goddesses to spend money with. But everyone's favorability rating is around 80. Does not meet system requirements. It was all in vain. It seems I have to keep a low profile as much as possible. I went back to the dormitory and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. I didn't even read a bunch of text messages. There are still many missed calls. After all, he was the one who took the ball and shot the entire court. Even an Iron Man gets tired. During this period, a video of the entire game soon appeared on the school's website, and it quickly became the top headline. After watching it, everyone exclaimed that Jiangchu was awesome. Good looking, that's enough. He is so good at playing basketball. Perfume Pavilion. Known as the most luxurious restaurant in Nan City. Lu Zixiang and the others are here. There is only one reason. Jiangchu. It was supposed to be a time of joyful celebration. Now, several people have stern faces and keep silent. I wasn't even interested in taking a look at the 1982 law fight that was parked there. Liang Dequan clenched his fist and suddenly slammed it on the table. The veins on his forehead showed his anger. Fuck. Lu Zixiang, didn't you say you were going to take a video of Jiangchu embarrassing himself? Now that he's in the spotlight, what the hell do you mean by putting the video up there? That's right, doesn't this make him even more proud? Wang Erbo said indignantly. Lu Zixiang's face was very calm. Instead, he looked at Wu Shaoqian. Shaoqian, what do you think? Wu Shaoqian smiled crookedly. Praise to death, am I right? Bang bang bang. After the applause, Lu Zixiang gave a thumbs up. As expected of our school hunk, I'm planning on praising him to death. You all saw his performance today. It was totally unexpected and amazing. It's impossible to suppress him at this time, unless you can find some dirt on him. So I thought, instead of suppressing him, it's better to praise him. Jiangchu wants to be in the limelight, right? Then let him be in the limelight more. It would be best if all the girls in school and outside the school flirt with him. He is just like us. After all, he is still a college student, young and energetic, who doesn't have some impulse, right? Oh, Liang Dequan slapped the table and understood immediately. If a beautiful woman throws herself at him, he will definitely not refuse. If we can take some photos to prove it. No, there's no need to do such a lowly thing. As long as there are too many women, he won't be able to hide it no matter how hard he tries. By then, Li Wenjing, Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini and the others will know that Jiangchu is a scumbag. It will be exposed without any attack. And then we can exaggerate it and ruin his reputation. Let him fall from the altar. Ha ha ha, the one who knows me best is Shaoqian. The one you like, Ji Mingxi, hates this kind of person the most, right? At that time, the one who will be most at ease should be you. Come on, the good wine is ready. It would be a shame if you don't drink some. Ha ha, okay. Wu Xiao signed a smile. I wonder if I am so innocent. We still have to find a chance to take down that group of cheerleaders. Lu Zixiang and his friends underestimated the popularity of the video. At one time, both boys and girls forwarded it. It was also very popular on the oil depot bucket. The comments section was full of people asking where this competition was held. Who is that person? It even alarmed many basketball forces. Chapter 49 Uncle Hong's Mission to Mo Yutong. President of the College Basketball League. Check. Check which university in the country is holding a basketball game recently and who that person is. Although he has a slight height advantage, his ball control and shooting skills as well as his amazing explosive power are amazing. If we train him well, he will definitely be a talent. Huaxia Huaba Fruit Province Professional Basketball Association. Right now, immediately, I want all the information about this person within 1 minute. And I'll contact the principal of that school right away and make sure to sign him before anyone else. Our fruit army is known for its fast breaks, but we're missing a scoring expert. This college student is so young, but he ran the entire court by himself, and even his shots at the end were incredibly accurate, with some extra strength left. His stamina is simply abnormal, and it's tailor-made for our army. We have to get him. Maybe this year we can make it to the Chinese BA and even win the championship. After seeing the video, Mo's son, a scout from the BA Hurin team, contacted the headquarters immediately. China is indeed full of talented people. I didn't expect that such a genius could be found in an inconspicuous university. Mo-san, go there immediately. No matter what the conditions are, you must sign this person. By the way, you can contact this guy Great White Shark if necessary. He is a good friend of China's Dio Ming. So far, scouts from other teams also heard the news. The school's senior leaders also received various calls to understand the details of the competition and Jiangchu's information, for the safety of students and to respect Jiangchu's rights. The principal quickly issued a gag order. You must not tell anyone. Check it out yourself. Then he called Ji Mingxi, asked her to recruit Jiang Chu into the school team. Otherwise, when they come, they will find out that a genius like Jiang Chu didn't even make the school team. Wouldn't that be laughable, saying that their school is burying or even excluding talents? 8 dormitories. Bang. A cup worth several thousand yuan was thrown to the ground by Su Kuan. What? He definitely did it on purpose. Look at what you filmed. I only had a few shots, but what about his? Look at this video, it's super high definition. After he came on stage, he was the only one facing him. It's obvious that he came prepared. He was planning to target my Magic City Su Kuan. David was waving a paper fan. His expression was calm. You will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Su Kuan frowned. Who are you talking about? Why do I feel like you are talking about me? Of course I'm not talking about Master Kuan. I'm talking about Jiang Chu. He's so high profile, he's bound to suffer backlash. David explained briefly. It coincides with Lu Zixiang's approach. Su Kuan slammed the table. The gloom on his face disappeared, revealing a proud look. Oli Wenjing's personality will definitely not accept the image of a scumbag like Jiang Chu, so we won't have to do anything at that time. That's right. So your main goal now, young Master Kuan, is to win the favor of Miss Li Wenjing. The school anniversary party is coming soon. This party will definitely be more grand than any other party in the past. Your Uncle Hong has invited several TV stations and media to broadcast the entire event live. By then, young Master Kuan will be famous and Miss Li Wenjing will definitely fall in love with you. Then we can create a few chance encounters between you and Miss Li Wenjing and win her over in one fell swoop. Haha, you are worthy of being the Wulong military. I listened to you and didn't chat with girls in class. I greeted her normally. She actually nodded to me this morning. I asked her, and she never paid attention to those boys before. She definitely has a crush on me. Yes, open a hole, and then you can go in easily. Ha. Great. In that case, let Uncle Hong tell Mo Yutong to go find Jiang Chu. It would be best if she could take some photos and videos. You know what I mean. I understand. I didn't expect Master Kuan to have the heart to give a school beauty like Mo Yutong to someone else. What's the big deal? To achieve the goal, you have to use any means necessary. This is what my father always taught me. She's just a woman. Then her father's kidney. What kidney source? Do you think it's easy to find? Unless you make a deal with those people. But am I crazy to let myself take risks for a country pig? I'll give her a few 100,000 yuan and let her do whatever she wants. It's just a few pieces of information, and she didn't pay anything. Even if I have a lot of money, I won't give it away to anyone for free. Mr. Kuan is right. Master Kuan, you should rehearse while these few days. Here are some songs and choreography I selected for you. Kuan and I made. In the practice room, several girls in tight dance costumes are rehearsing a dance. Each of them has a graceful figure. Under the tight clothes, it looks curvy. And those long legs wrapped in white socks are even more attractive. Especially Mo Yutong. No matter her figure or appearance, she crushed the others. So no one else had any objection to her being in the C position. Okay, I'll take a call. You guys take a break. The instructor spoke. The girls breathed a sigh of relief. They all went to find water to drink. Yutong, your phone number. Oh, okay. Mo Yutong picked up the phone in the corner. When I saw the caller ID, my eyebrows instantly twisted up. Come outside. After seeing that there was no one around, he answered the phone. Hey, I was just practicing dancing. I'll give you a task. Within 1 week, no matter what method you use, capture Jiang Chu and take photos or videos of him. Mo Yutong's face changed drastically. What? You mean, let me find Jiang Chu? Yes, don't worry. You don't have to show your face, but you must see his face. Do you understand me? But didn't you just ask me to provide you with information? Why now? I'll only say this once. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else, but forget about your father's kidney. Remember, it's within 1-star device. Beep beep busy tone. Mo Yutong's hand holding the phone fell limply. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul. She had thought about taking Jiang Chu before Li Wenjing. But that happened with your consent. Now I want her to take pictures. Don't even think about it. It will definitely be disadvantageous to Jiang Chu. It might bring ruin to his reputation. What to do? Yutong, come back and gather together. There is an urgent announcement to be made. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. All the girls who were rehearsing stood in a row. I just received a call from my superiors, saying that the provincial TV station will broadcast the evening party live, and there will also be a lot of mainstream media. After discussion, they think that there are too many folk dances in the evening party, and we need to add a more lively point. The most important thing is to have an innovative dance. Unfortunately, our class's dance was cut, so we need to re-edit it. What? But there are still a few days left. We need to re-edit and practice. There is not enough time. Yeah, and we don't even know how to choreograph. Teacher, this is too difficult for us. The teacher sighed. I don't want to either, but this is not my turn to decide alone. But on the other hand, this is also an opportunity for you to try boldly. Now there are so many media outlets broadcasting live. If your dance becomes popular, it will be very beneficial for your personal fame and finding a job after graduation. Anyway, now that we have encountered difficulties, we can only work hard to overcome them. I will find a few more choreographers to see if they can help. Okay, that's all for today. You can go back and rest. Chapter 50. Zhou Sini is shocked that Jiangchu can actually write songs. After the dissolution, the girls were still discussing. Mo Yutong was still in a trance. But I listened. When it rains, it pours. How come so many bad things happen all of a sudden? Outside the school's singing room, Zhou Sini ran out from the door happily. Senior, are you looking for me? Well, I didn't bother you, did I? Jiangchu looked at Zhou Sini. Today, she still has long twin ponytails. She was wearing a blue JK sailor skirt, white cotton socks, and black leather shoes. Full of the breath of youthful girls. Are those your classmates? Jiangchu saw a few equally cute little heads sticking out from the door. They all looked at the situation on their side. I heard their discussion clearly. Hey, this is Senior Jiangchu, he's so handsome. Yes, he's not only handsome but also rich. Sini brought back a lot of gifts last night. Oh my god, I'm so envious. I also want a boyfriend like this. Also, I went and watched the basketball game this morning. He's really good at basketball. He's so handsome. Zhou Sini also heard the envy behind her. I lowered my head shyly but felt very happy in my heart. No, we are still discussing what songs to sing. They are here to help me choose songs and arrange them. Jiangchu took out a notebook. These are 2 songs I wrote. I don't know what style you like, but I think you should be able to handle both of them. Zhou Sini showed surprise on her face. Oh my god, Senior, you really wrote a song for me. You wrote 2 songs in one morning, and you even went to the basketball game. It's a bit unbelievable. Zhou Sini then turned to the first page. Everything from the song title to the score and lyrics is included, and written neatly, except for the signature. Look more carefully. She was immediately shocked. The pair of eyes, which were originally big, seemed to have seen something incredible. She took a look and immediately was able to hum most of it. Even Jiangchu admired Zhou Sini's musical skills. If so, then the time should be no problem. Is this really written by you, Senior? Well, I'm a bit rushed, otherwise I would write a few more for you. Oh my god, how is this possible? I've never heard this song before, and the melody is so good. I want to dance while singing. It's incredible. Then turn to the next song. She was also shocked. A completely different style of music. After humming a few lines, she immediately regarded it as a classic. If it hadn't happened right before her eyes. I can't believe these 2 songs were written by the same person. And this person is a senior. College students majoring in electronics who have never studied music. I guess no one would believe it if I told them. Senior, are you really going to let me sing these 2 songs? I dare say that if these 2 songs are sent to those celebrities, they may become a big hit and make a lot of money. Jiangchu reached out and touched the little head with twin ponytails. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Do I, your senior, look like someone who is short of money? I'll leave the song to you. If you're not satisfied with it, it's fine if you don't want to sing it. But we have to agree that my name cannot appear on it. You can write your own song too. But Senior. Zhou Sini looked up and saw a pair of unquestionable eyes. Thank you, Senior. I will try my best. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Goodbye, Senior. After Jiangchu left, the group of girls inside immediately rushed out and surrounded Zhou Sini. Wow, Senior Jiangchu is so handsome. What did he just give you? Let me see. The music book? There are songs in it. Oh my god, I've never heard of this song before. The arrangement and lyrics are so amazing. This must have been written by a great artist. Girls learn to compose music. Of course I understand the value of this song. Yeah, I haven't heard it either, but it sounds catchy if you hum it casually, so it should sound good. Of course, because the senior wrote it himself and said it was for me to sing. What? Senior Jiangchu wrote this. He can also write songs? Several girls were shocked. Oh my god, is this true? This is so well written. I can get addicted just by humming the melody. There's another one later. Besides, several people were even more shocked. Oh my god, Senior is so good to you. Maybe you knew you wanted to sing, so he spent several months writing a song just for you. You are so blessed. Yes, you can definitely make a lot of money if you submit these 2 songs and sell them. I actually gave them to you like this. That's so nice of you. Zhou Sini was happy but also a little embarrassed. But I've only known the senior for a few days, and he just said he would write songs for me last night. These 2 songs were written in less than a day. I couldn't believe it when he told me, but I didn't think he had any reason to lie to me. What? You wrote these 2 songs in less than 1 day? Are you crazy? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. But both songs are good. Cindy, just pick 1 inch. I heard that this party will be broadcast live on TV. Oh my god, I can imagine how surprised those people will be that night. Joe Cindy, maybe you will become famous. Take away the first 3 words. It must be popular. Ha ha ha, Cindy, hurry up and sign a few more autographs for me. I want one too. I want to be your agent in the future. Several girls hugged each other and jumped for joy. Joe Cindy is happy and sweet. Joe Cindy, favorability 2. Ding. The system detects that Joe Cindy's favorability has increased by 2, currently 93, and rewards 6 attribute points. Jiangchu, who had just walked a short distance, received a prompt from the system. I didn't expect that it could increase my favorability by 2 points. The further you go, the harder it is to improve. I thought only 1 point would be good. What a pleasant surprise. It seems that writing a song for her is the right thing to do. The goal of 95 is almost reached. Just then, he saw a familiar figure walking out from downstairs in the distance. A cap, a tight t-shirt with off-shoulder design, and short jeans that hug the hips. The best long legs are her trademark. Mo Yutong? Shouldn't we be rehearsing at this time? And he kept walking with his head down, looking distracted. Jiangchu deliberately walked a few steps faster. Bang! Mo Yutong bumped directly into someone's arms. Who are you? Don't you have eyes? After saying that, he looked up, seeing a very handsome face. At this moment, he was looking at her with an evil smile. Jiangchu. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Are you okay? I should be the one asking you this. Are you okay? You look like you're worried about something. Mo Yutong turned his head slightly to the side. I dare not look directly at Jiangchu. Of course I'm worried. It's all because of you. Tell me, maybe I can help you with something. You can't help me. Thank you, Jiangchu. The dance that our class originally planned was cancelled, so we were asked to find a more lively one. But now we are in such a tight time schedule. Where can we find one? That's it. Jiangchu, you don't understand. It's very difficult to re-choreograph, and it has to be presentable. If we just choreograph one, it might not even pass the audition. We are planning to give up now. Jiangchu took her hand and walked towards the practice room without waiting for her to finish. The practice room is in this direction. Chapter 51. Ambiguity in the Dance Studio. The 2 of them came to the practice room, but everyone had left. Just the 2 of them. Jiangchu, what do you want to do? Mo Yutong saw that Jiangchu actually locked the door. I couldn't help but feel flustered. A man and a woman are alone in a room, although she likes him. And I kissed and hugged her. But this is the school's dance practice room. Thinking about that incident again. Tell me what I want to do. Jiangchu came over. Mo Yutong took a step back uncontrollably. I just didn't notice. I didn't expect there was a wall behind me. There is no way to retreat. Jiangchu pressed forward directly, one hand on the wall. With the other hand, he took off her cap and threw it aside. Then he gently pinched her chin with his fingers. Is she going to be pushed against the wall by Jiangchu? There is a faint desire in my heart. But then I thought of that incident. If Jiangchu knew about this, he would definitely not forgive her. But on the other side is her father. What to do? Jiangchu carefully looked at the beautiful face in front of him. After tasting the sweetness, Jiangchu certainly wanted to relive it again. Pretending to kiss. Mo Yutong didn't hide, but closed his eyes tightly. But after waiting for a while, what was supposed to come didn't come. She opened her eyes. What I saw was Jiangchu's evil smile. You just want me to kiss you so much. Mo Yutong was not happy. It was obviously he who wanted to do the wall dong. She wasn't going to kiss him. You want to kiss, but you don't dare, you coward. Oh, he's very stubborn. Jiangchu really wanted to kiss him. But I felt that something was wrong with Mo Yutong. 2. People are upset. Let's help her solve the problem first. I came to talk to you about serious matters. Business. Well, I made up a dance when I was bored. I wrote a few songs randomly. And since you just wanted to find a dance, that's perfect. I'll dance it for you. Mo Yutong's eyes widened. You? Choreographer? And you wrote a song? You're just bragging. I know you're good at basketball, but that's different from writing a song and choreographing a dance. Mo Yutong's reaction was within Jiangchu's expectations. He took out his cell phone. Back to the middle of the practice room. Ahem, watch carefully. I will only dance once, and then I will let you do it. If you don't know how to do it, I will teach you again. By the way, don't laugh. What is Jiangchu going to do? Dance? Oh my god. No way, Jiangchu can dance? Mo Yutong couldn't imagine it. But I'm looking forward to it. In the morning, Jiangchu, who was so handsome that he was snatched up by everyone, danced for her. The music started. That was a prelude she had never heard before. Sounds high. It started with the electric guitar. Then there are beats accompanied by electronic music. Jiangchu began to wave his hands and twist his feet to the music. Mo Yutong couldn't believe the scene before her. Oh my god. This guy dances really well. That flexibility, that musical touch and rhythm. Like a natural-born dancer. And this dance is just amazing. It seems to be created specifically for girls, because every movement is very gentle and very tense. But Jiangchu, a grown man, jumped out without any sense of disobedience. On the contrary, it is more vital. The music ends. Mo Yutong even forgot to applaud. I was shocked for a long time. Mo Yutong. Favorability 1. Okay, it's your turn next. What? Hurry up, don't waste time. Jiangchu, did you really create this choreography? And this music is really great, but it seems to be missing the vocal part. That's right, I'll let you sing the vocal part. It's okay if you're good at recording it, or you can sing it live when the time comes. It's up to you. Here's the music sheet. No, I really can't sing. Let's find someone else to sing. By the way, what's the name of this song? Let me see. Jiangchu frowned. Can't sing. He doesn't want to sing either. This song was originally meant for women. Pure Land of Bliss? What a nice name. Oh, by the way, I met Josini this morning. She said she was from the music department. I can just ask her to help with the recording. Jiangchu, you are familiar with her. Why don't you go ask her for help? Okay, but now you have to learn this dance first. Mo Yutong is indeed a dancer. I danced almost the entire dance after watching it only once. There are just a lot of details to talk about. Jiangchu stuck behind her, teaching step by step in front of the mirror in the dance studio. Feeling the hot hormones coming from Jiangchu, Mo Yutong was very shy. Jiangchu was already trying hard to control himself. Such a top-notch school beauty is posted here. Big pervert. Seriously, you think I'm normal? Okay. Bang. Slapped mercilessly on one side of the buttocks. Mo Yutong's face turned red all the way to her ears. The action that could have been described in 10 minutes. It took half an hour. Certainly. Mo Yutong is also very powerful. You'll remember it almost completely after you've experienced it once. I have to say that this dance is simply amazing. The teacher is absolutely satisfied. Maybe I can get one of the top 3. No, I still can't remember a lot, Jiangchu. Just dance again for me just once. You wish. Don't think I don't understand your little thoughts. Haha, you closed the door just to prevent others from seeing you dancing, right? I understand. Jiangchu didn't answer, but gave her a meaningful smile. Come, I'll teach you again. Okay. Mo Yutong actually already knows how to do it. Just want to punish Jiangchu. Embarrass him. The music starts. Mo Yutong danced very seriously. Jiangchu, who was behind, changed his teaching method. Point out her 2 key mistakes. Especially the huge full-length mirror opposite. Let her see clearly. A blush instantly appeared on her face. Don't stop. Keep dancing. It's rare that I have time to teach you alone. She cursed Jiangchu in her heart. But what the other party said was also correct. It is indeed giving pointers. I don't know when the music stopped. I heard footsteps outside. Jiangchu, someone. Fortunately, I was just passing by. But this also made Mo Yutong's heart beat fast, thinking of the difficult problems that were easily solved by Jiangchu. Mo Yutong's liking for him deepened. Mo Yutong. Favorability 1. Blushing face. My hair is a little messy. It was as if I had witnessed some of the madness that had just happened. I hate it so much. You're taking advantage of me again. Really? Who took the initiative later? I think I am the victim. Humph, you rascal, and you smell like alcohol. Huh? No, I just drank a little at noon. Jiangchu was still not satisfied. But that's all we can do in a place like this. Thinking of the various doors in later generations. He also specifically looked to see if there were any cameras or anything like that. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. After Mo Yutong's lovemaking, the sweetness that originally rose. Suddenly I thought of that thing. I immediately hit rock bottom. His face suddenly looked bad. What's wrong? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Well, I guess I'm too tired today. It's getting late. Let's go back. On the way back, Jiangchu also gave some suggestions on how to match clothes to look better. Halfway through the walk, Mo Yutong suddenly stopped. Jiangchu. Hesitant to speak. Mo Yutong suddenly smiled. The eyes are curved. I didn't expect you could choreograph, dance, write songs, and be so good at basketball. Are you a freak? Haha. What do you think? There's nothing I can't do. Chapter 52. Hishuryun, the 4th most beautiful girl in school. Just blow it. You will feel like the sun shining brightly when you get a little sunshine. Now that we are ready, there is no need to send you off, and you should go back early as well. Looking at the prompts on the system, Mo Yutong's favorability has reached 93. 6 more attribute points. It was indeed worth the trip. Jiangchu was walking back to school. A big red Porsche 911 roared past Jiangchu like lightning. His brows tightened. This speed is at least over 80 miles per hour. This is the school road, where people come and go. Who is so arrogant? After walking for a while, I found that the Porsche was parked in a roadside parking space. There is also a convertible BMW next to it. Bang! A beautiful woman with an amazing figure got out from the driver's seat of the Porsche. A big wavy high ponytail, the hair is long enough to fall down on the black belly exposing vest. From the side you can see that powerful pride. The scale is comparable to Mo Yutong. The exposed abdomen slightly reveals 2 mermaid lines and abdominal muscles. Under the shredded denim shorts is a pair of slender, straight, and explosive long legs. White high socks with Nike. Looks cool and full of energy. After getting off the car, every move was very neat and tidy. It can be seen that he is not training in the gym. But I have practiced some kung fu. But her skin is very white. It's not the weak color you imagine. That means I practice more indoors. There was also a boy in a casual suit standing in front of the BMW. After adding points, Jiangchu's vision and hearing were enhanced. I recognized him from a distance. It was that night when he ran into him kissing Mo Yutong at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. And the boy who left the flowers. I could hear their conversation too. Mo, why did you come to our school? Which girl are you trying to pick up? Yun? Didn't you go abroad as an exchange student? When did you come back? There was a hint of fear in Mo's voice. I got bored after playing abroad for a while. Those guys took advantage of their family's money and spent all day playing sex parties or taking drugs. They used their own country's money and cursed China every day. I couldn't stand it, so I came back. I'm asking you a question. Which girl in our school do you like? Jimingshi? Or Mo Yutong or Li Wenjing? Mo. A talented girl like Jimingshi, who has a good family background and is aloof, is not suitable for me. I'm looking for Mo Yutong. She likes money, which I have a little bit of. Besides, she has a stubborn temper, which I like. If you, the second prince of the Mo group, say you have some money, then many people will just bang their heads against the wall. Speaking of being rich, who dares to compare with your he group? You Yun are the apple of your grandfather's eye. You have bought several Ferraris. Why did you only drive this 911 out today? Hey, keep a low profile. Although I just came back, I remember this isn't the only way to the girls' dormitory, right? Don't mention it. The night before last I found Mo Yutong kissed by someone. If I hadn't been busy at the time, I would have gone up to him to get him. Yesterday, I asked someone to find out who that boy was after a day of searching. I'm waiting for him here now. Jiangchu is stunned. Isn't this talking about him? Just walk to the side. Hey, there's actually such a handsome boy in our school. I like this hairstyle. Fuck, that's him I'm looking for. Jiangchu sighed. This trouble always comes to me on its own initiative. Mo rushed out angrily and blocked his way. Jiangchu, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me? Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Haha, this guy is so funny. Yun, who was standing beside him, folded her arms across her chest and looked at him with great interest. And he also ignored Mo. I took a closer look at Yun. Yun. Age, 19. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 46 kilograms. Power bank, 0. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 10. It turned out to be Yun, who was ranked 4th in the school beauty ranking. The score for appearance is as high as Mo Yutong's. Yun. Speaking of the fruit province Ho group, the 7 major groups account for half of the commercial industry in the fruit province. The He group alone directly accounts for nearly half of the total. Just because the He family not only has a group, he also has unrivaled influence in the political world. Our ancestors made important contributions to the war of resistance against Japanese aggression during a certain period. He is considered one of the elders. Its status has been basically unshakable for hundreds of years. For those high-class people, ordinary people without roots and power want to go up. Unless you have supernatural power or luck. Although it sounds cruel, but it's true. So he understood. Why is it that Mo, the prince of the Mo group, you should also be courteous in front of Yun? Hey, you seem to be walking quite steadily. Have you practiced a few times? Hey, Yun is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Also, what is your relationship with Mo Yutong? Mo said angrily. Are you familiar with him? Fuck. Mo glanced at Yun beside him and didn't finish his curse words. But he rushed straight over. He threw a straight punch at Jiangchu's face. The pace is steady. The punch speed is also fast. Probably practiced it a few times. But now it's like child's play in front of him. He tilted his head slightly and seemed to have just dodged it. The opponent found that his punch, which he was so confident in, was luckily avoided. Can you do it? If not, I'll do it. He Yuan is not afraid of making trouble and adds fuel to the fire. Mo, you didn't want to be looked down upon by a girl. Then he used all his strength to throw a combination of punches. But he still didn't even touch Jiang Chu's clothes. Mo was furious. A kick came towards his lower abdomen. He frowned slightly. It's quite cruel. This time he dodged sideways and kicked directly at the supporting leg behind Mou. Due to inertia, the center of gravity is forward. He easily made the opponent do a split. There was only a click. Mou's wailing was heard. Fuck, it hurts so much, wait till I get up. That being said, but he couldn't stand up on the ground. Are you kidding me? You don't believe me when I tell you that you can't do it. Let me do it. He Yuan said disdainfully. There is no intention of helping at all. After he finished speaking, he walked in front of Jiang Chu with a fixed look in his eyes. Suddenly he kicked out. A high side kick with long legs. Jiang Chu took a step back and dodged. What are you doing? I didn't provoke her. Look how good you are. The attack did not stop while he was speaking. All side kicks. Otherwise, I want to use a crotch-kicking kick. As a girl, it's not bad to be like this. But this has no lethality at all. And there are flaws everywhere. Just poke it. It would be easy to knock her down. But you can appreciate these beautiful legs slowly. I didn't care at all. He dodged it easily with his steps. Until she was so exhausted from kicking that she stopped. Are you a man? Why do you just hide? He Yuan's face was full of anger. You're worse than him. Chapter 53. Pure fragrance, definitely a beauty. He Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he became angry. Don't hide if you can. Take a breath. The whole person was spinning in circles. Then he suddenly kicked Jiang Chu's head with a powerful spinning kick. Well, it's not bad this time, it's a bit stronger. Facing a seemingly powerful kick, Jiang Chu didn't hide either. He raised one hand and easily caught the opponent's kicking calf. Then gently pull. The opponent immediately lost his balance and rushed over. Bumped into Jiang Chu's arms. The result was that He Yuan split one leg over Jiang Chu. Lift high. And he also hugged her waist. The back of my hand felt wet and smooth. The whole face was only 1 centimeter away from touching Jiang Chu's chin. He could see that He Yuan's flawless little face was already covered with a thin layer of sweat. An indescribable abyss was left along the chin and neck. Yeah, that's good. What are you talking about? Rascal, let me go. I said you have a good foundation, but it's a pity that you only practice fancy moves. What fancy moves? I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Taekwondo? No wonder. Jiang Chu lost interest instantly. Release your hands. She took a step back and lowered her leg, which had been raised high. Boy, do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the He family. I tell you, you are doomed. Mo, you didn't know when he had already climbed up and was holding his lower body in pain. He stood aside with his body hunched. So what? You were the first to do it. Jiang Chu put his hands in his pockets. He left without looking back. Yuan, are you okay? Did that kid do anything to you? You should take care of your balls. He Yuan's pretty face was full of anger. There is also a hint of curiosity. You actually said it was just fancy moves. Wait, I'll go back and call my master, Humph. After saying that, he ran to the car without looking back. Soon it rushed out with a loud roar. Just wait, kid. I'll be back soon. Enduring the pain, Mou got in the car and drove away. Jiang Chu shook his head. I walked back to the dormitory. At the downstairs staircase, he saw an extra sign. Please go to room 302 to find Jiang Chu. What the hell is this? Back to the dormitory. Just entered the door. His computer desktop was full of stuff. There is also a large cardboard box of 1 square meter underneath, and I don't know what it contains. Whose things are left here? Fuck, you're finally back. I'm so tired from running up and down the stairs. I had to put up a sign behind me before I could take a break. What happened? Look at these things, they are all for you. For me? Fuck, I finally understand how happy those celebrities are. So many girls come to give you gifts. You must be so lucky in love. You must be so happy. Jiang Chu ignored him. But to see what they are. Don't look at the top. I've helped you check it out. Books, mouse, keyboard, razor, tie, Kirby jersey. Check out what's in the box. Let me see too. Didn't you put this in there? Don't you know? Fuck, look at what you said. It's true that I put the cardboard box there. The girls came and couldn't find you, so I asked them to put it there. You can see what's on the table without opening it. I don't know what's inside the cardboard box. I'll tell you when you come back. You still have some morals. Hey, look quickly. There are so many. Please help me dismantle them. Really? I'm welcome then. It feels so good to open a blind box. The two of them opened the gifts together. It's a suit, a white shirt. Game console. This is fine. Lend it to me to play with later. What the hell? What did I see? Men's underwear with a nose. Who gave this to me? Jiang Chu picked it up, looked at it with squinted eyes, then put it back. Jiang Chu, what do you think those girls are thinking? They don't even leave their names when they send gifts. How the hell would anyone know who sent it? Fuck, what is this? 6 boxes of Adu brand balloons. Jiang Chu, they are planning to book every night of your college career. Would you like to get one for yourself? I don't have a girlfriend. But I'd better take it first. It can be used for self-defense. Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at Xianghua. Xianghua opened a box out of curiosity. They're super thin. No, take a few and keep them with you. In your current situation, the risk is very high. Take them with you just in case. Xianghua stuffed it directly into Jiang Chu's trouser pocket. Why? Don't worry, my self-control is not that bad. Well, you're wrong. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about those girls. Didn't you see the way they looked at you today? They were all like wolves and tigers. It seems that it's not illegal for a woman to be strong against a man. You'd better be careful. Grass. Xianghua yelled, pulling out a set of sexy white bras from a bag. The two looked at each other. Jiang Chu was about to reach out his hand. Xianghua snatched it away. Hey, let me see. It's E-cup, it's okay. And it has a pure fragrance. She is definitely a beauty. Jiang Chu shook his head. Take it. The bag in my hand shook. A bunch of stockings fell out of it. There are white and black ones. In addition, there is also a red triangle. Fuck. This time, even he was surprised. Oh my god. This has never been washed. There's still. I don't want to read it anymore. Please put it away for me. Jiang Chu Shui left. Because his phone rang. Mingluan called. Jiang Chu then remembered that he had agreed to go out for dinner tonight. Said the time and place. And probably some other people who went there. By the way, brother Jiang Chu, did you just run into He Shiyun and MOU? How many moves did you exchange? I didn't expect the news to reach him so quickly. I couldn't tell Mingluan's attitude over the phone. Haha. MOU told me that the guy just likes to pick up girls and cause trouble everywhere. He shouldn't care about it for my sake. As for Denise Ho, although I have a good relationship with her, you have seen that I can't figure out her personality sometimes. I can only say that I will try my best to say good things for you. Thank you, Mr. Luan. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks to you. I couldn't have invited He Shiyun to come, but knowing that you were coming, she took the initiative to ask to come. Don't worry. She's not a stingy person as far as I know. See you later then. What a narrow road the enemies meet. I didn't expect to meet them both while having dinner. 6 p.m. The weather suddenly turned cloudy and drizzled. Jiang Chu felt a headache. You can't drive after drinking. Although he felt that he was drunk, but he was still very conscious. Let's go out and take a taxi. There is no Didi yet. He knew that in this kind of weather, people would have to wait a long time to get a taxi at the school gate. It is true that man proposes, God disposes. No way. I can only go out and try my luck. I opened an umbrella and went out. When we were almost at the school gate, I bumped into an acquaintance. Jiang Chu. Chapter 54 He Shiyun. Yes, he is the one I support. Song Qingqing saw the handsome Jiang Chu in front of her. Even if I saw it this morning. But let's compare the poor and ugly one from before. Now he is truly tall, rich and handsome. And basketball is so popular. In the morning, I saw him steal the show. Hundreds of girls were screaming for him. This should have belonged to her alone. If Jiang Chu was her boyfriend, then she will definitely get the envious looks of many girls. Yes, she regretted it. I regret so much that my intestines are turning green. That night she was beaten by Zheng Hao. She proposed a breakup. The other party agreed very readily. Called her a bitch and said all kinds of nasty things. She was even asked to return the bag she had given away. It's just shameless. How did I like him before? After thinking about it all night, she realized. Jiang Chu is the one who has always been good to her. Can it be saved? Now Jiang Chu is someone she looks up to. It made her feel inferior. No. A few years. I even gave up Tsinghua and Peking University for her. I still have her in my heart. Can't give up so easily. Jiang Chu is hers. As long as Jiang Chu is taken back, those bags will also have. Those envious eyes will be cast on her. Everything is hers. All hers. Song Qingqing narrowed her eyes. His eyes were firm again. Jiang Chu didn't expect to meet this person. Pause. I don't even bother to care. He turned sideways and walked over. Wait a minute, Jiang Chu. I broke up with him really. I broke up with him for you. You are the one in my heart. You have to believe me. Jiang Chu didn't stop. I thought to myself what bad luck. Sudden. With his sharp ears, he heard the roar coming from behind again. I looked at the water under the sidewalk. Subconsciously, I took a few steps back from this area. Sure enough, a big red car drove over unceremoniously and stopped at the side of the road. The stagnant water naturally splashed up into the air. Song Qingqing was soaked before she could react. Even the face was not spared. Half of the hair was against the face. As she got angrier, she looked even more ferocious. After reacting, he wiped his face with his hands in disgust. Then he started cursing. How do you drive? Don't you have eyes? The car window was rolled down, showing a beautiful face with a smile. But no guilt at all. Sorry, I did it on purpose, he. When Jiang Chu saw the big red Porsche 911, he knew who was inside. You. Song Qingqing wanted to continue to curse her for 18 generations. But it turned out to be a Porsche sports car. She seemed to lose her confidence instantly. I don't know you. When did I offend you? He Shiyun grinned. You didn't offend me, but you did offend him. Jiang Chu, get in the car. Song Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chu, as if I understood something. You are such a jerk, Jiang Chu. I didn't want to bother with you and wanted to make peace with you, but I didn't expect you to let others deliberately humiliate me. Jiang Chu frowned. Is this guy's last name Lai? Oh, I see. I was wondering how you suddenly became so rich. It turns out you're being kept by someone. No wonder you dress like this. You're really shameless. Song Qingqing, favorability 10. Do you need it? Yes, he is the one I support, he. Jiang Chu was helpless. Who came up with the name He Shiyun? There is no poetic meaning in this. It's just a little devil. See, you still refuse to admit it. That's all you can do. After Song Qingqing understood the truth, I feel even more that it is right to get rid of Jiang Chu. What's the difference between this stuff and the ones that are squawking outside? Song Qingqing, favorability 10. This woman, I just said those words. In a blink of an eye, the favorability dropped by 20. It doesn't matter. Too lazy to explain. It's best not to bother him in the future. What are you thinking about before you get in the car? If you don't ride a car, you'll lose money. There are also professional drivers. I opened the passenger door, folded the umbrella, and got in. Song Qingqing didn't forget to say one more thing before she left. The man you support used the money you gave him to buy hundreds of thousands of gifts for his other girlfriends. The car has already driven out. Hey, I didn't realize you had a girlfriend? He Shiyun joked. Isn't he sitting next to me? Who said he would support me? Jiang Chu looked at her and said with a smile. Hey, if you want me to be your girlfriend, just dream on. Isn't this the direction to the Prince Club? Although so many years have passed. But after adding some points, Jiang Chu's memory is very good. Of course not. Why go so early? It's only 6 o'clock now, and dinner is not until 8 o'clock. It's boring for a group of people to sit there and chat awkwardly. So where are we going now? Go to my master. Didn't you say Taekwondo is just fancy moves? Hee, let me show you how powerful Taekwondo really is. Shenglong Gym. It occupies an entire floor in the commercial center building. You can see how big the scale is. Jiang Chu followed He Shiyun in. I saw many kids in white robes doing leg exercises in front of me. It also made a babyish horse sound. The back is the adult area. The innermost ones are professionals. At this moment, a young man wearing a black belt. He has a standard Korean face. Eyes narrowed. Using very non-standard Chinese. He was teaching several women in their 20s with dignity. Doing high kickboard. Various 360-degree roundhouse kicks. 2 people clasped their fists and lifted one person up to kick the board from a high altitude. A group of students nearby were clapping crazily. Show a pleasing worship. Jiang Chu shook his head helplessly. These are all Chinese children. What our ancestors have passed down is the essence that is truly useful. Learn from those sticks to steal some of the fur from our ancestors. It's just stupid. Master. He Shiyun suddenly waved and shouted. Senior sister, you are here. Many students saw this and greeted He Shiyun. Shiyun, come over. Who is this? I saw a handsome guy who was taller than He Shiyun next to her. There was obvious hostility on his face. Master, this is what I told you on the phone. The guy who said Taekwondo is just fancy moves. His name is Jiang Chu. This introduction is not polite at all. The Korean man's face darkened after hearing this. How dare you say that my country's Taekwondo is just fancy moves? The other party pointed a finger at Jiang Chu. I, Jin Junhui, challenge you. Down with him. Down with him. The students next to him were cheering for Jin Junhui. This also fueled the other party's arrogance. The chin was lifted higher. Jiang Chu just uttered 2 words softly. Boring. Shit. Are you looking down on me? Men from China are so cowardly. Jiang Chu's brows tightened instantly. Originally, I had no interest in this fancy thing. But now it is no longer just his business. Chapter 55. Do you like Lolita or Queen? The sentence just now. It seems that even He Shiyun is a little unhappy. But Jin Junhui didn't see it and kept shouting. Okay, I promise you, but fists and feet have no eyes. What if you get hurt? It's normal for martial artists to get hurt, but you can't be as cowardly as you are. I won't let you take responsibility. You can all testify to this. Jin Junhui crossed his arms across his chest, looking extremely confident. Ha ha, this guy actually wants to beat our master. He's the runner-up in National Taekwondo. He won't know how he'll die in a while. That's right, our Appa is the best and he's handsome. I'll look for a boyfriend from abroad. The men here are nothing like us. They don't have any masculinity at all. I've already told my parents that I'm going to study abroad in South Korea next year. There must be a lot of handsome guys and beautiful girls there. Jiang Chu sighed slightly. Having experienced the last life, he knew that. There are many people like this in the country now. Most of them are highly educated. We need to make these weak-kneed people who worship foreign things stand up. The only way is to make the motherland strong enough. It is so powerful that other countries have to praise and even worship it every day. Jiang Chu took off his shoes and walked to the center of the field. Although he doesn't like Taekwondo, taking off your shoes is a sign of respect for the other person. Jin Junhui's face darkened and he wanted to start. Wait. Why? Are you scared and want to admit defeat? You must have been scared when you saw the coach's aura when you first went up there. Hey, you look pretty good, but don't piss yourself in our venue. Ha ha. Jiang Chu seemed not to hear it and said calmly. If I beat you, you must apologize for what you just said and shout out loud that the Chinese are the best. Okay, you still want to win? Watch out. Before Jin Junhui finished speaking, he rushed over. Jiang Chu snorted coldly. In martial arts? There is no basic courtesy. Jin Junhui started the game with a side kick towards Jiang Chu's face. After all, he is a professional male athlete. But not a girl like He Shiyun. The force is also quite great. But Jiang Chu, who was angry, didn't want to hide this time. One hand is lifted up just when the foot is about to be lifted. He easily unloaded the opponent's force. He stood there without moving. The other party was also quite surprised. He didn't use his full strength in this kick. But it's tough enough for ordinary people. It was expected that he would hide away. I didn't expect the other party to catch it, and he was not hurt at all. Jiang Chu raised his lips slightly and snorted coldly. When it comes to using your legs, the Chinese are your ancestors. After finishing speaking, Jin Junhui wanted to pull his foot out, but found that the other party had held it tightly with one hand. And my center of gravity has shifted forward. I want to retreat, but it's still too late. He changed his strategy instantly. Jump up on one leg and spin sideways in the air. The next step was to use the momentum to push forward and hit Jiang Chu in the face. You should know that Taekwondo mainly uses the legs. If the opponent grabs one of your feet, this is one way to break it. It's called taking advantage of the situation. He used this move with pure passion. If you kick the opponent, it is possible to KO the opponent directly. The feeling of inner satisfaction is just like this. But the next moment, everyone saw Jiang Chu's foot being lifted up slowly. But when I kicked out, it was as fast as lightning. That is, at the moment when Jin Junhui was suspended in the air, the sole of his foot has already touched the opponent's waist. Boom. Poor Jin Junhui was kicked several meters away before he even had time to kick. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd outside the venue, it forms a parabola. He hit a sandbag hard and fell down. He tried to get up and found that when he was kicked, the other party even used his hands to dislocate his leg joints. That is, fractures. He was experienced and knew that the other party was holding back. This kind of fracture can be healed by finding someone who knows how to twist it. But now he is no longer able to stand up on his own. Quite a useless person. Oh my God, our master actually lost. And it only took 2 moves. Am I dazzled? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could our master lose, and lose to a college student? Even my master lost. Does that mean even if I get a black belt, I still can't beat a college student? What's the point of learning all this? No, Appa will not lose. That person must have used some shady means. It must be like this. Bullshit, everyone saw it clearly. He didn't use any tricks. I think his Taekwondo is just too bad. He even said that we Chinese have no guts. I immediately told my parents that I don't want to learn it anymore. Me too. I won't learn anymore. Jiang Chu nodded secretly. It seems that there are still many people with backbone. Looking at Jin Junhui, who was still on the ground, he said coldly, "Why, are you still fighting? You win, hiss." Jin Junhui immediately gave in. I just said, what should you do if you lose? I apologize. Chinese people are brave. Chinese people are the most powerful. Is that okay? Jin Junhui cried out in pain. What did you say? You were so quiet. I didn't hear you. Okay, Chinese people are all brave. Chinese people are the most awesome. This time it was shouted out. That's more like it. Jiang Chu snorted coldly. These people seem to be very powerful. In fact, it is a paper tiger. He will become very cowardly when you are stronger than him. Let's go. I don't have time to talk bullshit with you guys. Wait a minute. Still want to fight? No, it's not me. It's my senior brother. He will come here to find me in a while. He is a world-class champion. I hope. Not interested. Jiang Chu didn't even listen to the end and just left. Wait for me, Jin Junhui, right? I've decided to quit my mastership and find a new master. You should apply more safflower oil. I'm leaving. Bye. He Shiyun also chased after him like flying. My senior sister has already quit, so I will quit too. That's right. Don't learn this kind of thing that slanders us Chinese people. Just go and get a refund. Many students present actually asked for a refund on the spot and stopped studying. Jin Junhui screamed in pain, gritting his teeth and cursing. Wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? I'm hungry. Jiang Chu really didn't lie. My stomach also growled a few times to express its protest. After adding this. In addition, today's exercise is heavy. The food I ate before was simply not enough. If you become my master, I will treat you to a meal. We are just going to have a meal now. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Don't worry. I am a school beauty after all. It would be great if you had a school beauty disciple. No. You can take advantage of me while you teach me kung fu. That's something you can consider. Rogue, pervert, bad guy. Do you have a girlfriend? What kind do you like? What are your hobbies? How tall and how much do you weigh? Is it 20? Jiang Chu was speechless. Got on the bus. I saw He Shiyun took a bag from behind. Turn around. What? Forget it. You can still see it in the rearview mirror even if I turn around. I'll give you a break this time. After all, you're my master. Before Jiang Chu understood what she said, he quickly turned his face away. What comes back from abroad is unrestrained. Wang Defa, don't think that I won't beat you just because you are my master. She put on a Versace t-shirt. He punched and kicked Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu grabbed her long legs, and she couldn't move. You bastard, let me go. You can let me go, but drive carefully, or I will beat you even if I am hungry. Pervert. I will drive well, please let me go. Jiang Chu then let go of her feet. It took another half an hour to drive. When we arrived at the luxurious box in manhwa, everyone is seated. All the dishes have been served. When the two of them pushed the door open, the room suddenly became quiet. Chapter 56. Jiang Chu, the Gigolo King? Mingluan came out from his seat to greet them. Ha, you guys are finally here. Sorry, I was dragged by someone to kill a turtle on the way, so I was delayed for a while. Jiang Chu said apologetically. This is the first time someone invites you to dinner, and you are late. You should at least show some appreciation. Hey, you bastard, that's a good insult. He Shiyun has no awareness of being late. Still doing my own thing. Ha, it's okay, we just got here too. Jiang Chu, who had sharp ears, heard a familiar voice muttering not far away. You've made us wait for more than half an hour. This is a great honor. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is my new friend, Jiang Chu, whom I just told you about. Jiang Chu nodded slightly. This made some people think he was a bit arrogant. Except for Wang, Huang, and Luo's men. The five of them are all the daughters and princes of the five major groups. If anyone reveals their identity, a group of company bosses will look up to them. They found out Jiang Chu's identity easily. My family is a farmer in the village. What kind of attitude is this now? I don't know what Mr. Luan likes about the other person. And this one? You don't need to introduce them. If they don't know me now, they can just get out of here by themselves. He Shiyun is so domineering. I went straight to find an empty seat and sat down. Mingluan laughed. Briefly introduced the five people present. After he finished speaking, he realized that there are only 3 vacancies over there. He Shiyun sat directly in the middle. Of the remaining 2, one is the main seat. Mingluan originally wanted He Shiyun to sit. But now it was a bit difficult for him to sit. Although He Shiyun is carefree. If he really sat down, who knows what she'll say when she gets home. Her grandfather heard that Mingluan didn't let Shiyun sit at the main seat at his dinner party. Wouldn't that be looking down on the He family? He couldn't afford to be accused of such a crime. Ha, Shiyun is still so unique. No way. I can only let Jiang Chu down a bit. He can choose to sit in the empty seats opposite. But those locations are a bit far away. Seems to be excluded. Mingluan sat in another empty seat. Jiang Chu also knew everything in his heart. The Chinese are the most disciplined people. This also shows Mingluan's attitude towards himself. 2. Meet by chance. There is no need for people to offend such a huge He family for their own sake. Why are you standing? Sit down. Didn't you say you were hungry? He Shiyun seemed to know nothing. He stood up, pulled Jiang Chu, and pressed him to the main seat. Brush. Several sharp eyes shot over at the same time. As if to crush him. Jiang Chu seemed not to notice. I sorted out the tableware by myself. There should be a group of waitresses here. But he was called out by Mingluan. Some of their previous conversations involved business secrets. Snort. A cold snort broke the silence. What did I say before? You're just from the same village, you don't know the rules. You don't need to look to know that it is MOU's voice. MOU? You didn't listen to what I said, Minglun, did you? I've already said that we should only talk about business tonight and not talk about other things. Besides, you were the one who attacked Jiangchu first. Minglun scolded with a serious face. I'm sorry, Jiangchu, he just talks like that. Just ignore him. Chengming, Master Luan, actually what Brother Imo said is not wrong. Your friend seems to seldom attend dinner parties. It's okay if he doesn't know the rules. I just want to ask, we are here to talk about business today? What can he, a college student who hasn't even graduated, understand? Guyan, yes, Master Luan, I didn't mean to look down on him. It's just that you invited him to this dinner, and he doesn't know anything. We are also worried that we won't be able to chat together, and your friend will be left out. It will be a big sin for us. Jiangchu glanced at Guyan. 37 points. Gold-rimmed glasses. He kept smiling. What I just said seemed to be for his own good. But on the other hand, people still laugh at him as a college student who knows nothing. At this time, a sexy and enchanting female voice came again. Zhou Jiqing. But speaking of which, this little brother you met, Mr. Lun, is quite handsome. Leave me your contact information later. I have a few nightclubs, and you can come and play for free. Jiangchu glanced over. Long black wavy hair. A pair of charming eyes were also looking at him. Wearing false eyelashes and contact lenses. Big red lips. Low-cut silver strapless neck skirt. A lady's cigarette is held between her slender fingers. It exudes intelligence and elegance from top to bottom. Zhou Jiqing. Age, 24. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 46. Appearance, 85. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 20. So young. The number of power banks in several bars and nightclubs is 0. Maybe she herself has some outstanding qualities. Or maybe her family is wealthy. That's enough. Are you guys done yet? Are you going to let us have a good meal? He Shiryun suddenly said angrily. Now everyone shut up. This is the halo that comes with status. He, Jiangchu, is now my master, He Shiryun. If you are dissatisfied with him, you are dissatisfied with me. Of course, you can also scold me as well. Everyone was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect He Shiryun to speak up for Jiangchu, a college student. Is it a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? If so, that's really not good to offend. You know, with He Shiryun's personality, she can do anything. Mou was even more confused. Just seeing the two of them like that. Obviously they just met. How did it develop to this point in just half a day? Is it just because he looks a bit handsome? This is such fucking luck. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Listen carefully, Jiangchu is a friend brought by Minglun. I failed to take good care of him, so I will drink 3 cups as punishment. Minglun poured himself and drank 3 cups in a row. I spoke too harshly just now. Brother Jiangchu, I apologize to you, and I will also drink 3 cups as punishment. Those who had just made sarcastic remarks took the initiative to drink 3 cups as punishment. Jiangchu could see that they were just afraid of He Shiryun. I still have a deep prejudice against him. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will teach them how to behave. He certainly wouldn't be so stingy. Let's raise our glasses and drink together. At least pretend to do it. How about it? Is it okay for you to accept me as your apprentice? He Shiryun said proudly. So you agree to accept me as your disciple? Come on, master, eat more. He Shiryun kept picking up food for Jiangchu. Jiangchu was going to refuse. But it's totally useless. Just ignore it. Eat by yourself. He was indeed hungry. He Shiryun also wiped Jiangchu's mouth from time to time. Everyone was stunned. You should know that He Shiryun used her own chopsticks. It's like an indirect kiss. He said he was a master. But aren't Xiaolong Nu and Yanghua also master and disciple? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Some cast envious eyes. Jiangchu was so lucky to be noticed by He Shiryun, who just returned from abroad. Some only regarded Jiangchu as a gigolo who lived off him. Full of contempt. Chapter 57 Minglun's shock. After 3 rounds of drinking, the rest of them continued to talk about some business topics. He simply ignored Jiangchu and He Shiryun. Because they were eating. It was like I hadn't eaten for days and never stopped. Jiangchu listened to what each of them said. As expected of an upper-class person, the information we learned is simply not accessible to ordinary people. You know, in today's society, as long as you seize the opportunity, there will be endless opportunities to make money. Shiryun, why don't you also express your opinion? In terms of resources and information, we are not as good as your He family. As for me, I'm just a college student. How can I understand what you're talking about? But someone just mentioned mobile phones. I saw a pretty good fruit brand mobile phone abroad. It's now in its 4th generation. I've never heard of a fruit phone. Now there are Nokia, BlackBerry, and Samsung. Is there any difference between the fruit phone you're talking about? I just happened to bring one back with me, but it's not available in China. He Shiryun took out a mobile phone from her Hermes bag. The styles are very different from those sold outside now. It immediately attracted everyone's attention, but she gave it to Jiang Chu first. Jiang Chu took it and looked at it. Good fellow. This He Yuan is okay. If I remember correctly, this machine. It was just launched in the US in June. It's only May now and she has it. It was not listed in China until 2011. Then it got out of control. The Chinese rushed to buy it. Later, there were people who did something outrageous, such as selling their kidneys in order to buy a Fruit 5. Even more terrifying is that directly monopolized the domestic high-end mobile phone market. No matter men or women, they all show off by holding a Fruit phone in their hands. The situation was not broken until the emergence of self-developed systems and chips for Huabin mobile phones. Jiang Chu handed it over. Everyone started to read it. It doesn't look like anything special. It doesn't even have a keyboard, so it's hard to type on it. But the screen is really big, so it should be great for watching movies. We are not professionals. This is something that Master Mo has to do. How does it compare to the Nokia phone you represent? Mo frowned. In fact, he had known about this Fruit brand mobile phone for a long time. But the 2.3 generation is very expensive and works like a brick. There is no agent in China. He is just an agent dealer, not a professional technologist. But he is upstream of the first-tier Magic City. That is to say, the national general agent believes that Nokia is the current king. What Fruit phone? That group of people don't even look down on it. So he didn't care about it. After all, he is now the agent of Fruit Province Nokia. The money keeps coming. There is an upward trend. And I heard that these two brands are rivals. If you take a Fruit phone, the power of attorney in his hands could be lost in a minute. Now he is begging others. I can't say much about this phone. You only said one sentence. From the expression, it seems a bit disdainful. But Jiang Chu knew that this Fruit would become popular all over the world starting from the 4th generation. In just 2 or 3 years, the giant Nokia was brought down. I couldn't help but say something. Yuan has a good vision. Perhaps this type of mobile phone is the trend of future development, especially those with large screens, or even those without keyboards taking up space. After such a long time, Jiang Chu suddenly spoke. This left everyone stunned for a while. Well, it looks pretty good. Everyone can understand what MOU means. What's the use of looking good? This is still for He Yuan's sake. Otherwise, he would have called the other person an idiot long ago. Jiang Chu didn't mind. No one could have imagined that the aircraft carrier Nokia would sink. Actually, I think real estate is a good option if you want to make money. Brother Lewin, I suggest that your Ming family acquire more land from now on, even if it's in the suburbs. Jiang Chu remembered that Nan City would be the capital of the Fruit province in the next 10 years. Real estate development is also very scary. Several new areas have emerged, especially the establishment of East Mongolia. The Wulong district has directly become a golden area. Ming Lewin remained calm on the surface when he heard this. But inside, there are stormy waves. Because he heard the same words last night. That was He Yuan's elder brother, and it was also what He Tianwen, the future successor of the He family, said to his elder brother Minglu. He happened to be there. You have to know that the He family can be the head of the 8 major groups. The information they know is much better than that of the main group. That is, his elder brother Minglu has a good relationship with the other party. So I just revealed it briefly. But so far, his elder brother was still a little confused. Because this could also be a smoke bomb released by the other party. He wants the Ming group to cooperate in raising the land price. But no matter what, this Jiang Chu is just a college student who has not yet graduated. If you just agree and say that the real estate market has a good future. But the land in the suburbs was added later. Is it a guess? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that brother Jiang Chu would care about outside world affairs in college, but we are just chatting casually now. I want to hear why you want to buy land in the suburbs. Good fellow. I accidentally dug a hole for myself. Jiang Chu smiled helplessly in his heart, with a slightly awkward smile on his face. I'm just saying this casually. I just think that the country's economic strength is developing rapidly. We just successfully held the 5 rings in the WT. The message released is obviously to open up to the world. Nan City is the capital of Fruit Province, and there are several Asian countries next to it. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, right? When the time comes, we can set up a few locations for those countries to come and work and live to show our country's enthusiasm. He deliberately talked about it casually. Some people present had disdainful expressions. Some were lost in thought. Ming Lewin belongs to the latter. What people didn't realize was. He Yuan's eyes flashed brightly. He looked at Jiang Chu with a bit of surprise. Then he looked indifferent again. Jiang Chu saw all of this. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll go too. Jiang Chu was surprised that Ming Lewin wanted to go to the toilet together. This box is very big. Not only toilets. There is also a small tea room. Jiangchu, who had just come out, was pulled over by Mingluan. Brother Jiangchu, tell me the truth. Did you think those things just now, or did someone tell you that? Jiangchu smiled slightly. Is it important? Your second brother is in a good position now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get some land in the suburbs. It will be too late if you're late. After saying that, he walked back to his seat. Mingluan was left alone with a look of shock on his face. Jiangchu's short sentence contained so much. He actually knew his second brother. That's right. His second brother is indeed the head of the Land and Resources Bureau now. What does it mean that it's too late? I couldn't help but feel flustered. He immediately called his second brother. After saying a few words, he hung up. But the news he received shocked him again. Listen to my second brother. It is possible that his position will change next year. Could it be that Jiangchu had already? Chapter 58. The kind where a wheel rolls over your face. Take a deep breath. Getting land is not a trivial matter. I'll have to talk to my brother when I get back later. Mingluan returned to the dinner table. His attitude towards Jiangchu obviously improved a lot. Everyone here is a smart person. I can see it at a glance. Mingluan seems to like playing around. He also speaks in a cheerful manner, but never do useless things easily. For a moment, people's minds were divided. Master Luan, since you consider Master Jiang your own, I would like to return to the previous topic. My overseas investment has failed, and now I have some problems with my capital chain after acquiring a few plots of land. Even the bank has heard some unfavorable news. Master Luan, you have a big family and a big business. Can you help your brother? Mr. Gu, I also have funding issues here. I was the one who contacted Mr. Luan first. I started investing money in the OO Group buying software this year. Who knew that dozens of group buying software companies suddenly appeared, each with a huge amount of capital behind them? They are all burning money and can't hold on now. But I believe that as long as we survive this winter, this group buying will definitely make money. Jiangchu glanced at Cheng Ming in slight surprise. The vision is good, but he knew that. There are not dozens of companies coming out later. Thousands of them. This is the famous 1,000 Regiments battle. In the end, Wang Xing's rice ball won. Then it was divided into two parts with Bao Ma. But since Jiangchu had encountered it, Omega. Master Luan, I also have funds. All right. Mingluan raised his hands and called for a stop. To be honest, everyone, it's not that I don't want to help you. I have already discussed your matter with my eldest brother and father. We are about to launch several very large projects, which require huge funds. Therefore, I can't help you here. Everyone frowned. For a moment, his face was solemn and he fell into deep thought and distress. They knew Mingluan's personality. As long as there is a little hope, I will not reject it directly. It seems that I am really out of money now. They haven't really inherited the family business yet, but they all have various tasks to fulfill. Not only are there elders watching over us, there are also major shareholders who are watching closely. If there is no outstanding achievement, how could such a huge group be easily inherited by them? Master Luan, if you are willing to inject capital into my real estate company, I am willing to sell you some of my shares. Otherwise, I really won't be able to make it to the new year. Now I can't even pay the workers' wages. I can't just watch those construction sites become unfinished buildings. Master Luan, I am also willing to transfer my shares in the OO Group. This is the first battle I, Cheng Ming, have ever fought, and I must win it. MOU, who had been silent the whole time, also sighed heavily. To be honest, the shareholders of my group now think that being the agent of Nokia is a sure win, and even regard it as a fixed source of capital inflow. Not to mention paying me. They have also withdrawn most of the funds from me. Unfortunately, the national agent in Shanghai has asked for a huge commission, and the agency fee is much higher than in previous years. If you are willing to borrow some money to get through this difficult time, you know that you will never lose money. Zhou Jiqing took a deep puff of the cigarette. Slowly spit it out. Let me say something. You all know that it's not easy for a weak woman like me to support these bars and nightclubs. An important partner who was working well with me suddenly said he wanted to withdraw his investment, and said it's okay if he doesn't withdraw, but he wanted me to marry him. You all know my character. I'm fine with playing around, but I won't do such a thing if you want to threaten me, even if the bars and nightclubs really don't want to be together. But to be honest, I can't bear to abandon the son I raised. Master Luan and the few of you present here, we have known each other since childhood. You are the only ones I can trust, Zhou Jiqing. If you are willing to help me, I will definitely repay you. After Zhou Jiqing finished speaking, she glanced around. I saw those people all turn their heads to the side helplessly. Look at Mingluan again. The originally laughing expression now turned into smoking a cigarette. Mingluan put the cigarette he had just smoked twice on the ashtray. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. You guys wait. By the way, Jiangchu is actually a very good friend. You can communicate more. Before getting up and walking out, He deliberately glanced at Jiang Chu. The scene fell silent again. I was anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Everyone is waiting for the final result. The ones who were most relaxed were Jiang Chu and He Shiyun. Jiang Chu held his phone with both hands and kept clicking on it, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Master, what are you doing? So serious. He Shiyun stretched her head over and curiously wanted to see what Jiang Chu was looking at. Everyone also looked at He Shiyun. It's not that I haven't thought about asking the He family for help, but their relationship with the He family is not that serious yet. It can be said that the He family is not on the same level as them. Don't bother with them at all. And He Shiyun is still studying. At present, I can't control these things. Unless you ask her elder brother He Tianwen. But they don't want to. I have tried every method. I can't even meet him in person, and I just say a few perfunctory words over the phone. Just give up. Wow, Master, you are reading a novel, and it's a super rich type, with a lot of school beauties, with snow-white colors. I want to read it too. He Shiyun stretched out her hand to grab it. How could Jiang Chu let her succeed? Go away. Let me take a look, stingy master. I like to read novels on tomatoes, the kind where wheels roll over your face. The ones reading the books will also add pictures. I love big white rabbits and long legs. Jiang Chu felt a headache. This guy was really outspoken and said everything. Everyone else's eyes fell on Jiang Chu. There was a hint of anger and contempt in his eyes. Everyone present was worried about the survival of their careers. He is fine. Come here to read novels. Just say whether it is infuriating or not. If it weren't for giving He Shiyun face, they had kicked Jiang Chu out long ago. I say, college students, if you must read novels at this time, there is a tea room over there. Wouldn't it be better to read while drinking tea? Guyan couldn't help but speak impatiently. Jiang Chu saw that everyone's faces looked as pale as pig livers. A smile appeared on his face. Ah, that's right. I'll go over there and take a look. It won't interfere with your conversation. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the tea room. Master, I'm going too. When He Shiyun stood up, she looked back. A bunch of pigheads. The rest of the people looked at each other in bewilderment. Guyan, is she scolding us? After a while, Mingluan finally came back. Everyone looked up with eager anticipation. Hope it's good news. But Mingluan came back and glanced at the empty seats of Jiang Chu and He Shiyun. His face darkened. Where are they? Guyan waved his hand and said disdainfully. He likes to read novels. I asked him to go to the tea room to read. It's quiet over there. Mingluan immediately became anxious when he heard this and scolded. You are so confused. What are you doing? I am giving you a chance. Chapter 59. I am still a college student, and I like to be straightforward. Everyone was stunned. Guyan, opportunity? What do you mean, Master Lin? Mingluan slapped his head and said, There's something I forgot to tell you. This Jiang Chu bought a Maserati President in full and also ordered a Ferrari 458 in my car city the day before yesterday. Looking at his appearance at the time, if there was a car in stock, he would have paid for it in full. And you know, he only used the president to pick up girls. I checked later and found that he and the girl were not even in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Tell me, what kind of person is so generous? If it were you, would you be willing to do that? The other's mouth dropped open when Mingluan was halfway through his speech. The one behind was even more shocked. Master Lin, what you mean is, when you went out to make a phone call just now, you also deliberately gave us the opportunity to talk to him. Mingluan glanced at Gu Yin unhappily. Otherwise, you all know the tempers of my old man and eldest brother. What they have decided cannot be changed by just a phone call. I invited Jiang Chu to have dinner together because I wanted to help you. Who knew you? Alas. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and they looked at each other. I am calculating in my mind. They learned that Jiang Chu's family was indeed just farmers. But what Luan Xiao just said, he can actually spend millions of dollars to pick up girls in one go. Obviously, there is something wrong here. Or, they found out. It's just what others want them to see. In fact, they have a large family and a large business. Maybe it's a family with a history of hundreds or even thousands of years. This is done to hide the identity and ensure personal safety. Very likely. Thinking back to when He Shiyun just called them pigs. I didn't expect He Shiyun to see it. Instead, they are stubborn and refuse to change. Gu Yan's eyes suddenly widened. The decision was made instantly, holding a cup in hand. After thinking about it, I put it down. He simply picked up the measuring cup filled with wine and went to the tea room. Just walked in. Then he saw a scene that made him extremely embarrassed. In the tea room, Jiang Chu was seen pressing He Shiyun against the wall. That posture. He Shiyun stood on one foot, and Jiang Chu held her other leg by the ankle and hung it above her head. He did a split leg. He Shiyun blushed. Ahem, excuse me for bothering you. Gu Yan quickly turned his head to hide his embarrassment. Are you still making trouble? Jiang Chu said bluntly. No, stop making trouble, put me down now. Jiang Chu then put her legs down. Then he looked at Gu Yin with a smile and walked out. Haha, well, you guys chat, I'm going out. Wait. Gu Yin stopped Jiang Chu. Mr. Jiang, I'm here to see you. Looking for me? Jiang Chu was a little confused. I looked at He Shiyin. He thought the other party was here to see He Shiyin. Well, Master Jiang, I was wrong just now. Some of my language was offensive. Please forgive me. I'll drink this bottle of wine. After Gu Yin finished speaking, he drank the wine in one gulp. That measuring cup should hold at least 2 taels. Flying 53 degrees. It's quite choking if you drink it all in one breath. Really? After Gu Yin drank it, he relaxed for a long time. Jiang Chu didn't quite understand the other party's intention. Mr. Gu, you are too polite. I don't take it to heart at all. Why bother? Just say it directly if you have anything to say. Oh, Master, I have something to ask of you, right, Master Gu? He Shiyin suddenly interrupted with a smile. Yes, I do have something I want your help with, Mr. Jiang. Gu Yin glanced at He Shiyin gratefully. It would be difficult for him to speak up. Oh, Jiang Chu still didn't quite understand. He was invited to the table again, still sitting in his place of honor. This is roughly what happened. Please help us, Mr. Jiang. Yes, Master Jiang. Since you are Master Luan's good friend and Shiyin's master, we all trust you, Master Jiang. Jiang Chu pretended to be in deep thought. That's right. This is the moment he's been waiting for. It's just money. He is so poor that he only has money left. I need to find an opportunity to turn money into reality. It's delivered to your door. But don't agree too readily. All the conditions that need to be negotiated must be discussed. Everyone saw Jiang Chu's expression. I'm not afraid of you pondering. I was afraid you would refuse on the spot. Silence represents hope. Before, they were not sure whether Jiang Chu could really come up with the money. Maybe it's just some pocket money from my family. They are all second generation. Who doesn't have some spare money to go to college? But it is simply impossible to spend tens of millions. At one time, everyone increased the shares or conditions they wanted to give up in the negotiation. Seeing that the time is ripe, Jiang Chukai pretended to be difficult and said slowly, Okay, even though my family doesn't give me much money, it should be enough to invest in you. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all came to life with spirits. It's just like being given an injection of chicken blood. It's okay, Master Jiang. As long as you invest, no matter how much, it means you recognize our group of friends. Jiang Chu glanced at Cheng Ming. What an old fox. What this means is that if you treat them as friends, you should invest more. Jiang Chu could see that. Mingluan knew it clearly. His face darkened, and he scolded. Cheng Ming, don't try to play tricks on me. Young Master Jiang can do whatever he wants with his own money. Since we've had dinner together, we're friends now. Don't talk nonsense. You guys, if you want my master to pay, just be direct. You are so young, but you talk like an old antique. He Shiyin expressed her dissatisfaction. Yes, Master Luan was scolding Shiyin. I didn't mean anything else. I was just excited at the moment. Master Jiang, I'm sorry. Jiang Chu waved his hand. It's okay. You're all older than me. I'm still a college student. I like to be straightforward. Zhou Jiqing suddenly smiled charmingly and said, I like people who are straightforward, especially college students. They are energetic and strive to be the first among the millions of soldiers. Jiang Chu touched his nose. It's a bit embarrassing. Why can he understand it immediately, just like the big guys who read books? Everyone laughed. Suddenly the atmosphere became lively. Not so boring anymore. Jiang Chu finally understood why no matter what was discussed at the dinner, you have to bring 1 or 2 pretty girls who are good at talking and drinking. Because some words coming out of their mouths don't sound out of place at all and can liven up the atmosphere. If a man says it, I guess everyone thinks this guy is a LSP. Okay, let's get back to business. Young Master Jiang, you don't have to be too embarrassed. There are so many of them, and it's definitely unrealistic to want to help every one of them. Even our Ming family doesn't dare to let go of this promise. Just invest in the projects they just mentioned that you think are good. After all, this is an investment, not a donation, and businessmen still prioritize profits. I believe they will understand, right? Ming Luan has said everything he needed to say, and what he said was true. Yes, Mr. Jiang, just make your own decision. I just said that as long as Noki continues to get the agency, you will definitely not lose money in terms of profits. Master Jiang, my real estate business also has a very good prospect. You also said before that you are optimistic about the future of real estate, and there will be an upward trend. Investing in my business will definitely make money. Mr. Jiang. Okay, stop talking and listen to Master Jiang's opinion. At one time, the princes and daughters of several major groups. He was actually waiting for a college student to speak like Partier. Jiang Chu glanced at the people present. Put these into the previous life. Those were the beings he looked up to. Now I have something to ask of him. At last, under everyone's eager expectation. Chapter 60. Not much, 100 million. Jiang Chu's gaze fell on MOU. MOU was extremely excited for a moment. I thought that Master Jiang would have some grudge against him after the fight they had before. I didn't expect that he would be the first person chosen. This made him feel like he had won the lottery. My favorable impression of Jiang Chu increased a little. Others saw that it was indeed so. Replace them. I will also vote for MOU. After all, the profit is solid. Normally there is no big risk at all. As for real estate, these are unknown factors. Zhou Jiqing's bar and nightclub also made relatively little profit. Mr. Mo, you just said that as long as I add another 20 million in funds, I can continue to get the agency, and then give me 35 of the shares, right? Yes, I already have mature distributors under me. Jiang Xiao, you only need to invest money. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just wait for the dividends and make money. MOU was overjoyed. From Jiang Chu's tone, 20 million is not a big deal at all. It seems to be a done deal. Jiang Chu looked at MOU with a smile on his face and said nothing. This made MOU feel a little panicked. Master Jiang, are you dissatisfied with the conditions I proposed? Do you think 35 is too little? The others looked at each other. Even Mingluan felt that 35 was too much. Could it be that Jiang Chu wanted to ask for too much? Yes, I want to change the conditions. Jiang Chu said calmly. He now found the money in his hands. Whatever you say, you can handle it with ease. I also understand why those in high positions used to speak with such confidence. Because money is their strength. For example, Ma Yun. When he was in his prime, he showed up every day to brag. No one would question whether what he said was right or not. Anyway, they succeeded. Whatever you say is praised as a textbook. After being invited to drink tea, the image immediately plummeted. Rarely shows his face. Hearing Jiang Chu personally say that the conditions had changed, MOU was stunned for a moment. The others also looked confused and didn't understand what Jiang Chu was trying to do. Jiang Chu ignored everyone's puzzled expressions. Said lightly, I plan to invest 100 million in you. MOU's eyes suddenly widened. The buttocks of the people sitting on the chairs were lifted up and hung in the air, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. 100 million. Others were also shocked. But Jiang Chu waved his hand, signaling him to finish. I'm investing 100 million in you, but not in Nokia. I want you to get the agency rights for fruit machines, and not just in one province, but in the whole country, and even abroad. You can get as much as you can. MOU was shocked. This time I jumped from Nokia to the fruit machine. And he also wants to win the national general agent. This was too bizarre for him to believe. And he is now doing well as an agent for Nokia. The profits are considerable. Suddenly put down the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. This is too much of a joke. I was already wondering if Jiang Chu had never been out in society. So we take things outside for granted. But if you don't accept, Jiang Chu didn't give any money. Your own agent can't get it either. Or you have to pay a higher price and ask someone else to take it. This is to make him choose between the two. I was in a dilemma for a while. Even the people around him didn't understand what Jiang Chu meant. Are you so optimistic about the future market of fruit machines? But Jiang Chu asked for 100 million. This was enough to shock them. Even when they did not encounter difficulties and the group was going smoothly. It's not so easy to come up with 100 million. And what they need now is tens of millions of funds. If Jiang Chu had 100 million, if MOU doesn't agree, then don't they all have a chance? Only He Shiyun looked at Jiang Chu with a sidelong glance. The big eyes hide a lot of surprise. What surprised me was that Jiang Chu could come up with 100 million. And they dare to invest in the future market of fruit machines. Although she is also optimistic about the fruit machine. But compared with the profits brought by giants like Nokia, you definitely can't just let it go. The pressure returned to MOU again. I saw that his forehead was already slightly sweaty. This shows how much he is struggling inside. Master Jiang, I want to know why you insist on playing the fruit machine. Isn't it delicious? Mr. Lewin helped MOU to express his doubts. Nokai has indeed created an era, but I am young and I prefer younger things instead of following the old ways. Jiang Chu has already given his answer. How about it, Mr. Mo? Let's not talk about how much shares I will get later. If you think Nokia is good, I won't force you, but I will consider them first. The others immediately perked up when they heard it. Guyan, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about it. I believe that as long as you go there a few more times, someone will definitely invest. Mr. Jiang, if you invest your 100 million in me, I will give you 40 of the shares of the 5 real estate projects under the company's name. Chengming, Mr. Gu, you have too big an appetite. Although you have many real estate projects, you can make them all work with just 50 million. The bank will also give you money, so you don't have to worry about the future. On the contrary, Mr. Jiang, a software only needs 30 million to last for half a year. If it takes off, the group buying market will be a blue ocean. Zhou Jiqing swayed her hot body and walked to Jiang Chu to pour him a glass of wine. The fragrance from her body hit me in the face. The long wavy hair swayed in front of him. The slightly lowered body just happened to give a good view of the snow-white breasts through the neck. And the bottomless ravine. The green, onion-like jade fingers with bright red nails gently pinched the wine glass. It has a unique style. The voice when she spoke was charming and decisive. As a woman, I am embarrassed to compete with you grown men. After all, I am the last in the group. I'll give this small business to you. Mr. Jiang, while I still have those bars, you must come and support me and leave me some good memories. A good move to retreat in order to advance. Mingluan knew that although these girls were all princess daughters, but when it comes to smoothness, no one can compare to Zhou Jiqing in front of me. You couldn't bear it any longer. Mr. Jiang, can't we talk about it again? Jiang Chu tapped his fingers on the table a few times. No, if you insist on being the agent of Nokia, then I can only go find someone else. I am like this. Once I have made up my mind, I will never change it easily. Mou gritted his teeth. Clench your fists. He suspected that Jiang Chu was using him to take revenge and play tricks on him. If you don't do it, let me do it. He Shiyun suddenly interrupted and said, and more interested, Master, can you let me do it? I think there are several channels selling mobile phones under my house, such as Huawei Xiaxin Broadcasting Director, but they are all small-scale operations. Oh, that's not impossible. If you dare to do it, I dare to invest. Jiang Chu smiled. If this were He Shiyun, he could have skipped the middle step and invested in her directly. And you can get rebates directly. Okay, my eldest brother will definitely agree to this. Wait, Mr. Jiang, can you let me think about it again? Mou became anxious. Jiang Chu didn't answer him. Instead, he asked He Shiyun for a bank account number. Master, what are you doing? 1 minute later. Buzz. Suddenly, a message came to He Shiyun's phone. Chapter 61. What's yours is mine, isn't it? She picked up her phone and opened it. It is a transfer message. 123. 8 zeros. 100 million. Everyone in the room jumped up from their seats when they heard this. I ran to He Shiyun's side to see what was going on. He Shiyun was completely stunned. Everyone was shocked when they saw the message. Even Mingluan opened his mouth in disbelief. This is 100 million Chinese yuan. It can be transferred at will. Is this just the little money given by my family? Where's the contract? What about the details? WTF. This is the vegetable market to buy vegetables. They stared at Jiang Chu in amazement. This is the first time I've seen people talk about business like this in my entire life. And it was written by a college student who has not yet graduated. Who dares to believe it? And it transfers 100 million in 1 minute. Even if I change to their group account, I can't do it. You must make an appointment with the bank in advance. How strong must the family's financial resources be to do this? Does your family own a bank? Jiang Chu also knew that mobile banking had not been fully implemented in recent years. But he has a system. You just need to change the account number for redeeming points. In order to conceal the truth, he even deliberately waited a minute before operating. Soon after, the bank called He Shiyun. After all, it was a transfer of 100 million yuan. The general manager called directly to confirm whether there was any mistake. He Shiyun turned on the hands-free mode. Everyone confirmed again that it was not fake. His face couldn't hide his shock. Master, you're just going to give it to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? Jiang Chu smiled. Will it? Oh, by the way, I just talked about taking the agency. I want to think about how to distribute the equity better. How about Shiyun? Can you give us some advice? The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Paralysis. I didn't even think about equity. Just transfer the money directly. This rich guy is so good at pretending. But they have the confidence to pretend. It was He Shiyun who was in trouble. To be honest, they have some sales channels. But compared to Mou's side, it's nothing. I don't understand why Jiang Chu chose her. Master, to be honest, Mou has better resources than I do. Why didn't you choose him? Mou also nodded fiercely, looking a little aggrieved. Mr. Jiang, are you blind? If you don't choose me, choose her. There are no channels to expand. But if you take the wrong path, there is no way back. Shiyun, since you won't say it, let me tell you 2 requests. You set up an independent company, and you own 100 of the shares. Then you put the money I give you into it, and invest it in another mobile phone company. You own at least 51 of the shares. You can decide the rest by yourself. You can give it to whoever you want. Also, the mobile phone company is currently only an agent for fruit machines. We will take as many provinces as we can. If you don't have enough money, ask me for it. He Shiyun and the others were all stunned by what they heard. Master, all the shares are given to me. What about yours? Why don't you ever talk about yours? Jiang Chu smiled evilly. What's yours is mine, isn't it? I will give you 100 times return for investing in you. Just 100 million. I made 10 billion. You can spend it however you want. It doesn't matter if you lose all. And how can a fruit machine lose money? Yun rarely lowered her head shyly, although she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. But a boy I just met for less than a day. I directly transferred 100 million to her. I don't even have a share. What a great trust this is. Because of this, my favorable impression of Jiang Chu increased rapidly. Yun, favorability 20. Yun, favorability 20. Yun, favorability 10. 50 was added immediately. Jiang Chu was excited. Even a rich lady can't resist spending such a huge amount of money. Mou's hesitation had turned into regret. If you agree to it sooner, maybe it will be his. No shares at all. Give away 100 million for free. WTF. Even a fool would do it. Yes. Others now looked at Mou as if he were a fool. Master Jiang, is it too late for me to join now? Mou didn't know where the confidence came from when he suddenly said this. Jiang Chu wondered if he had finally taken the bait, and smiled calmly. I'm sorry, but now I've invested my money in Yun. Mr. Mou, you can talk to her about anything. I think the sales channels you have can make Yun give you some shares. And I can assure you that you will never regret it in the future. Okay, we're almost done eating. Wait a minute, Mr. Jiang. You should drink a cup of tea to digest your meal. Yin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately ran over to pour tea for Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu pretended to be surprised. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about your real estate, Master Gu. I can invest 100 million in you, and the shares will still be 40, but there is only one requirement. The quality of the buildings must be higher than the standard. If any shoddy construction or failure to meet the standards is found later, I will not only withdraw the funds, but also compensate for breach of contract. What do you think, Master Gu? Do you think you can do it? Yin was stunned for a moment. I immediately slapped my thigh with excitement. 50 million becomes 100 million. That can do a lot more things. Of course, you don't need to tell me, Master Jiang. The real estate under our Gu group has always been famous for its high quality. If we did the same as those other Blackheart real estate developers, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Well, that's good. I will transfer the money to you, but not through me. I will set up an investment company later and transfer the money in the name of the company. Okay. Everything is easy to talk about. Jiang Xiao, you are really my Guyan's benefactor. Master Jiang, your tea is cold. I'll get you a hot cup. Cheng Ming poured Jiang Chu a cup of hot tea with a flattering smile on his face. Oh, Mr. Cheng, I'm a rather blunt person. Please forgive me. I'm not very optimistic about your OO group. Of course, it's not that I don't think highly of the prospect of group buying, but your OO group can't spend as much money as others. Cheng Ming's face darkened. Master Jiang, let me tell you, those other group buying apps are just small fry and will be eaten up sooner or later. Jiang Chu waved his hand to stop him from continuing. I won't say anything else, but do you know who Meituan is relying on now? It's Taobao. Are you confident that you can beat my yen? In fact, there is one more thing I haven't said, which is that after Meituan left Taobao, it was taken over by Penguin Group, both of which are giants. This, young Master Jiang, you even know this. Cheng Ming was stunned. I didn't expect that this college student in front of me. You even know this. It took him a lot of effort to find out about his opponent. That's right. His biggest rival now is this rice ball. But as far as he knows, Ma Yun was not very willing to take over. Are you planning to have another one? But that was not something he could contend with. To be honest, he is now also holding on to a glimmer of hope that he can get a place in the group purchase. Well, I didn't expect you, Master Jiang, to be so powerful. What do you think, Master Jiang? Chapter 62 My sister's cat can do backflips. You can invest, but I must have absolute control, which means more than 51 of the shares. You must listen to me on how to fight this war. Of course, you, Master Cheng, are still the commander-in-chief of the army, and you are still in charge of deploying troops to fight. Also, change the name to Happy Group. OO Group is too ugly. If you agree, I will consider investing 100 million in you. This is the first investment, and there is no bottom line. The loss will be mine. I heard Cheng Ming was a little unhappy at first. Isn't this the same as handing over the child you raised to someone else? But later I heard that I was still the boss. And there's no need to take risks. This is so cheap, isn't it? Isn't Jiang Chu afraid that he will run away with the money? You know, this is easy to do with a little trick. The other party seemed to see through his thoughts. Of course, you can also take the money and run away, but I don't care about this 100 million. At worst, I can just find someone else when the time comes. No, absolutely not. I have spent so much effort waiting for that day. I am willing to accept your conditions, Mr. Jiang. The investment. Don't worry, the money will be in the company's account in the next few days, and someone will contact you then. Jiang Chu looked at Zhou Jiqing. Sister Qing, you are older than me. Can I call you Sister Qing? Zhou Jiqing nodded happily. Of course I can. I am very satisfied to be called sister by Master Jiang, even if I cannot borrow money today. Ha ha ha, since I can call you sister, of course I won't just stand by and watch your bar change hands. Send me your account number, sister. Zhou Jiqing's beautiful eyes lit up. Of course I know what the other party is going to do. Tell me your bank account number. Mr. Jiang, I only need 20 million. Buzz. 50 million. Master Jiang, you. Someone wants to bully my sister Qing. If you have an extra 30 million, you should fight back as hard as you can. Don't let people think that my sister Qing is easy to bully. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you so much. I will make the share transfer agreement and give it to you tomorrow. Zhou Jiqing had actually been holding back. How can I bear it now? Excited. If I hadn't seen He Shiyun there. Maybe she even wanted to kiss Jiang Chu and pledge her love to him right there and then. Don't worry. Wait until you're done. Young Master Jiang is so generous. Ha ha. Although it's a bit sour. I think Jiang Chu gave the woman money directly into her account. But they have to transfer from the company. But no matter what, prove that they really have this ability. The stone in my heart can finally fall. Ha ha. Seeing that all of you have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, I regret that I didn't come up with a project. Otherwise, I could have taken advantage of Master Jiang, the god of wealth. Mingluan joked. In fact, I was shocked for a long time. I originally thought Jiang Chu could only come up with 10 or 20 million at most. I didn't expect that a meal would cost hundreds of millions. Even his eldest brother didn't have the courage to make the decision on the spot. This Jiang Chu. Could it be some prince from the Magic City? But why did I come to this fruit province to study in university? I just can't figure it out. Hey, actually, we are also grateful to Master Lin. If it weren't for your introduction, how could we have met a young talent like Master Jiang? Yes, the flood almost washed away the Dragon King Temple. Come on, let's toast to Master Jiang together. The following time is naturally a happy one. He Shiyun looked at Jiang Chu with a lively look. It was as if she saw her boyfriend being so happy that he was the center of attention. Jiang Chu was using the toilet. While the whip was cracking, the toilet door suddenly opened and a beautiful figure flashed in. It startled him. Because I wanted everyone to know there were people inside. Usually the door won't be opened. So he didn't lock it. Zip up your pants quickly. Sister Qing, why are you? Yes. It was not someone else who came in. It was Zhou Jiqing. She was smiling, her eyes were charming, and she walked towards him leisurely. Finally, a hand pulled Jiang Chu and pressed him against the wall. She also stretched out her arms to support the wall. He pressed that delicate face in front of Jiang Chu. One hand gently pushed the big wavy hair in front along the ear tip to the back. A big golden earring was hanging under the pink little ear. The red lips slightly opened, exhaling fragrant orchids. Don't be afraid. I just want to thank you, Brother Jiang. After saying that, he pushed Jiang Chu against the wall. Jiang Chu, who had drunk a little, didn't think too much at this moment. Let the other party come to your door and plunder it. Brother Jiang, are you going to my sister's house tonight? My sister has a cat that can do backflips. Well, how about another day? Zhou Jiqing covered her mouth and chuckled. To avoid suspicion, Jiang Chu washed his face and left the toilet. Fortunately, everyone had drunk almost everything. No one paid special attention. You can drink quite well. He Shiyun was sitting in the driver's seat while driving and glanced at Jiang Chu, who was blushing beside her. Jiang Chu doesn't want to talk now. He was already well fed and never thought of drinking. Unexpectedly, people came to pay tribute to him one after another. He drank 2 kilograms of matai in one go. In his previous life, he could only drink 1 pound of alcohol. Now, thanks to the added points, I'm physically stronger. But after eating 2 kilograms, I still felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. Put me off in front. The car stopped at the end of a bridge. The wind was blowing hard by the river. Jiang Chu couldn't help but vomited at the side. I felt much better now. I took the bottle of mineral water handed to me by He Shiyun and rinsed my mouth. Look at how considerate I am. I brought you some water. Jiang Chu remembered that there were several bottles thrown behind her car. And they have all been opened. Too lazy to expose. You're so nice to say that. Pick me up a bunch of food. How can you talk like that? It's not normal for an apprentice to pick up food for his master. Besides, only my grandfather has had food picked up by me. You should feel very lucky. By the way, I use the chopsticks. Picking up food for you is like an indirect kiss. You are getting a great advantage. He Shiyun clasped her fists and said proudly. It was an indirect kiss, and I just felt a mouthful of fat. You're asking for a fight. She instantly became angry and ashamed. The long legs can kick whenever they want. Even though Jiang Chu felt a little dizzy, but he still subdued her in 2 moves. He Shiryun blushed a little. You like this? Jiang Chu quickly put it down. You always use this trick. Hee hee. I didn't realize you would be shy. At this time, Jiang Chu's cell phone rang. Take it out and take a look. It's Li Wenjing. Hello. Jiang Chu, where are you? I'm still outside. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. I was worried that you were drunk. Jiang Chu remembered that he had told Li Wenjing about going out for dinner tonight. It's okay. I'm fine. I'll be back to school soon. But the school is closed at this time. Jiang Chu took a look. It's already past 11 o'clock. The school gate closes at 10:30. It's over. Chapter 63. Okay, let's go to the hotel. I like hotels the most. Jiang Chu, why don't you get a room outside and sleep for one night? Check in a room? Who is he checking in with? This was the sound of Mo Yutong shouting. No, Jiang Chu, I'm hanging up first. Bye. Bye-bye. Hang up the phone. Girlfriend? Who? Do I know her? Is she as pretty as me? You care so much. Jiang Chu jumped directly onto the railing at the bridge head and sat on it. What are you doing? You are so depressed. It's dozens of meters below. He Shiryun was shocked. What do you mean by dozens of meters? This is the bridge head. Look carefully. Bring me your cigarette. What cigarettes? I'm a good girl. Why would I smoke? You. In the car, Marlboro. He Shiryun muttered a few words to Jiang Chu's back. I went to the car and got some cigarettes. She also climbed up and sat on it like Jiang Chu. Sitting in a row with Jiang Chu. Looking down. The grass below was only about 2 meters high. He wanted to take out a cigarette, but Jiang Chu snatched the whole box away from him. Just smoke one. You're just a girl. Jiang Chu imitated her tone and spoke. Click. The windproof lighter instantly lit the cigarette in Jiang Chu's mouth. A burst of white smoke was blown away by the strong wind by the river in an instant. Then he took another sip, and He Shiryun next to him forgot to light the cigarette in her hand. He just stared blankly at Jiang Chu's profile looking into the distance. Hair fluttering in the wind. Deep and somewhat melancholy eyes. Strong and firm outline. The mysterious temperament on him. At this moment, she actually felt the same sense of security as when she was sitting next to her father as a child. My heart is pounding. He Shiryun, favorability too. A hand handed over a lighter. What does your family mainly do? Oh. He Shiryun didn't expect Jiang Chu to ask this suddenly. He quickly took it and lit a cigarette. To cover up her panic. Electricity, communications, hotels, real estate, etc. I haven't graduated yet, and my family doesn't allow me to get involved in these things. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. Good fellow. The first one is a monopoly. The second future is also developing rapidly. No wonder the He group's position is difficult to shake. Electricity alone is unmatched by other groups. Master, who is your girlfriend? So many, which one should I ask? Don't give me a shit, you're just a 3-year-old kid. But, you guys seem to like to have multiple mistresses when you have some money. My dad has more than one woman, but I rarely see them. They're all strong women who can stand on their own and don't have time to play tricks. I admire my dad for that. Also, my dad and grandpa love me the most, hee hee. At this point, they suddenly fell silent. Jiang Chu took a look. There was a hint of sadness in He Shiryun's eyes. She didn't say. Jiang Chu didn't ask either. Just sit there quietly. Hate it, can't you see that I'm sad? Why don't you ask me why? You'll say it naturally if you want to. Tisk, you're a straight man who doesn't understand romance. At this moment, if you can comfort her with a few words and give her a hug, maybe this girl will fall in love with you. Jiang Chu smiled. He also misses his parents a little bit. The next day after his rebirth, he called back. Although they are in the countryside. But I have always been optimistic and content. It's enough to hear their happy voices. Later I told them that I made some money outside. I sent back tens of thousands of dollars. They were so happy. Of course it's not that Jiang Chu is stingy. But some things cannot be accomplished overnight. It's late at night. Where there are beauties, the probability of encountering hooligans increases. Boss, look, there's a pretty girl over there. Oh, it's true. She has a nice face and figure. Brothers are so lucky, hee. Hey, pretty girl, our dog brother likes you. Want to hang out with me? I'll take you to eat delicious food and fly a plane. He Shiryun looked back. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed. There were actually 7 or 8 people in this gang. They all wore black floral clothes. She even unbuttoned a few buttons on her chest to reveal the tattoos inside. It's not some wolf, tiger, leopard, blue dragon, white tiger, etc. At first glance, he is not a good person. Walking unsteadily. I guess he drank a lot of wine. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Do you know who I am? I am from the He family. He family? What He family, or who family? I, black dog, don't buy seafood. I only eat seafood, hee. I like licking. Ha. The group of people laughed and didn't take her seriously at all. I was about to use my cell phone to call someone. but I found that I left it in the car and didn't take it. This is trouble. Master, they teased me, your disciple. He Shiryun wanted Jiang Chu to take over. She wanted to get a phone to call for help. You called me by my name when you beat me, but in this situation, you can just call me Master. Jiang Chu teased calmly without even turning his head. Hey, don't you see how many people they have? See if you are scared or not. You deal with them first. I'll go make a phone call to get some help. He Shiryun jumped down, one hand on waist. He pointed at the gang and shouted, You want to be friends with me? Bah, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you look like? Ask my boyfriend if he agrees. After saying that, he ran towards the car. The gang was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the man on the railing. Are you her boyfriend? Boy, your girlfriend is so awesome. She ran away and left you here alone. If you're smart, call your girlfriend over so we can have some fun with her. Otherwise, if you lose any limbs, don't blame us for being too ruthless. Jiang Chu sighed slightly. He turned and jumped down. He lit a cigarette again, took a deep puff, and exhaled. Then put the cigarette on the railing. Then he took the initiative to walk towards the group of thugs. He Shiryun ran back with her phone. I called someone, and they will be here soon. She didn't finish her words. Seeing it in the distance, I was shocked and stopped where I was. I saw the gang of hooligans lying on the ground wailing. There were even a few machetes scattered on the ground. The leader, named Black Dog, was stepped on the back by Jiang Chu and begged for mercy. Jiang Chu clapped his hands in a relaxed manner. Didn't you just say you were awesome? Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. Please forgive us this time. We will never do it again. You just said, what kind of Black Dog gang are you? No, absolutely not. We are all good citizens. We reject gambling and drug gangs. We have a great conscience. Jiang Chu let go of his feet. Let's go. Do you want me to buy you some tea? The Black Dog quickly climbed up from the ground with great pain. Thank you, big brother, for sparing my life. Thank you. A group of people disappeared in a flash. Your people don't need to come. I don't have the stomach for another midnight snack. Jiang Chu walked a few steps and stopped. Come on, I've been drinking and I need you to drive. Oh. He Shiryun finally reacted. He ran over and hugged Jiang Chu's arm, looking at him with admiration. Oh my God, Master, you are so awesome. You defeated them all by yourself. Hurry up and teach me those martial arts. I want to learn them. Drive. Where are you going? The school is closed. Just help me find a hotel so I can take a nap. Jiang Chu is really a little tired. Add alcohol to the mix. Fell asleep immediately. Okay, let's go to the hotel. I like hotels the most. There was a hint of cunning in He Shiryun's eyes. Chapter 64, Can you help take down the bath towel? On the other hand, time goes back to after the dinner. Mingluan went home to find his elder brother Minglu as soon as possible. And he repeated every word Jiang Chu said tonight. Minglu's eyes suddenly widened, then narrowed slightly. A junior boy actually has such foresight and is so generous, spending hundreds of millions of dollars at any time. Who is he? Brother, do you think we should buy more land now? Mingluan's elder brother Minglu is nearly 40 years old, but he has a big black back hair. The whole person is handsome and calm. The skin is also very good. She looks like she's 30 years old. I have been thinking in silence for a long time. Little brother, most of the current funds of our Ming family have been invested in the computer city and the wholesale market. The remaining money must be kept just in case. The winery, the villa, the car city, and the construction team also need huge cash flow. I am not very optimistic about buying land. Although there is room for appreciation, it may be too slow to pay back. If there is no policy, the land we take over may be worthless. For the sake of safety, I think it is better to invest the money in the field that our Ming family is familiar with. I have discussed this with my father and your second brother. This is the conclusion we came to together. But big brother, I just made some inquiries. It is rumored that Wang's group has decided to hoard land and invest in real estate. Now that the second brother is still in office, if we miss this opportunity, I am afraid that our group will have no future. Mingluan obviously has his own ideas. Unfortunately, he is not the only one who makes the decisions in the group. It's natural for Wang's group to hoard land. They already have their own construction team and building company. They spend a lot of money to get the land. If they want to build a building, I'm afraid no matter how much money they have, it won't be enough. But, Mingluan, I know you are also worried about the family. You have worked hard, but we have already decided, and the other shareholders have agreed today. You just need to run Chaching well. You have achieved good results recently. I am optimistic about you. Mingluan sighed helplessly. But in my heart, I thought of Jiang Chu, who is generous. This is a rare opportunity. He doesn't want to miss it. While Jiang Chu was asleep, He Shiryun secretly went out to make a phone call. It's for her eldest brother. I also told him roughly what Jiang Chu said tonight. The other party was shocked when he heard it. He said all these words? And he spent hundreds of millions. Yes, brother, I feel that what he said is similar to what you said, so I called you specially. No, he knows more than I do. Do you know his background? Forget it, I'll check it myself. If it wasn't the middle of the night and you said he was drunk, I really wanted to run over to see him right away. Brother, he is just a college student in the same grade as me. As for you, you are the successor of the He family. This is what He Shiryun said. But the look she gave to the boy sleeping in the car was full of admiration. But she knew that her elder brother never praised anyone easily. Since he trusts you so much and gave you 100 million, it seems that he really has confidence in this fruit machine. Shiryun, just do as he says. You can ask Uncle Gene for help in setting up a company and investing. His words gave me some inspiration. I will discuss it with my dad. I'll hang up now. Looking for Dad in the middle of the night. This must be something important. She didn't know that an unintentional phone call could actually help her family a lot. I don't know how long it took. Wake up, we're here. Jiang Chu squinted his eyes and opened them. I got off the car directly. I looked up and saw that it was a hotel. Just walked in. Aren't you going to the front desk to handle the formalities? No, this is the hotel my family runs. Jiang Chu, who was originally doing okay. I didn't expect that after I closed my eyes for a while, my head became even more dizzy. This system doesn't have any way to make you drunk, or a skill that can force out the smell of alcohol. Found the room. Push the door open and go in. Go directly to the balcony. It turned out to be a king-size bedroom with river view. Well, the location is not bad. Thank you. You should go back early too. Bang. The door was closed by He Shiryun. It's also locked. Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment. What are you doing? What else can I do? Get ready for bed. He Shiryun said this with her hands crossed under her clothes. You actually want to take off your clothes? Wait a minute. Jiang Chu sobered up instantly. He Shiryun stopped her hand. Looked at him with a questioning look. Didn't you give me this room? Yeah, I live here too. But there's only one bed. This is a single room. Hey, there's nothing we can do. There's no room left. This is a king-size bedroom, so just make do with it. As he said that, he actually took off his clothes. Under the sexy neon lights is a small vest that shows off her abdominal muscles. Then he bent down. This pose requires taking off pants. Jiang Chu quickly turned around. Hee, I'm not afraid of anything, so why should you be afraid of anything? I'll go in and wash first. Jiang Chu turned around only after hearing the sound of splashing water. I saw on the ground, besides t-shirts, jeans, shorts, shoes and socks, there was also a black lace bra and that little piece of fabric. This guy really took it all off. Jiang Chu? If it was Mo Yutong, he wouldn't mind taking a look. After all, they have done almost everything except the last base. But this He Shiryun is not like that. And she is the daughter of the He family. Some boats are easier to get on than to get off. Go out and get a room for yourself? I found out I didn't have my ID card with me. I can only give up. It's better to sleep on the sofa. Frosted glass and bathroom. Although I can't see through it. But you can see a beautiful, bathing happily in it. Jiang Chu had never been tempted like this before. After admiring it for a while, I felt that the other party was about to come out. He quickly pretended to run to the balcony to smoke and wait. I'm done, it's your turn. Jiang Chu looked back. He Shiryun came out barefoot wrapped in a bath towel. The smooth skin and delicate collarbone are revealed on the shoulders and chest. Then think of the black lightning on the ground just now. There is no barrier inside now. It makes me feel overwhelmed. But Jiang Chu is not as unrestrained as her. I took off my clothes inside, reeking of alcohol and sweat. After taking a bath, I felt much better. But when he wanted to put on his clothes, he realized that he didn't even take a bath towel. I was used to it in my previous life. I have always lived in a hotel by myself. After taking a shower, I ran out naked. Now I remember that there is also He Shiryun out there. What to do? Should I put back on these changed clothes? But just now for convenience, I washed and dried it. It's already soaked in water. Never mind. Let her help get it. Hello. What? Can you do me a favor and take down the towel? He Shiryun's eyes lit up, showing a little pride. Omega? Chapter 65. I promise not to look at you. What? You didn't take a towel? Can't you come out wearing your previous clothes? I soaked my clothes. Do I need you to tell me if I can wear them? I won't take it. You come out and get it yourself. I promise not to look at you, hee. By the way, there are some clothes I've worn outside the door. You can try them on and see if you look cute in women's clothes. Jiang Chu. You don't need to look to know that guy is smirking, deliberately watching him make a fool of himself. I don't dare. If you don't dare, then just sleep inside. Ha. He Shiryun. Believe it or not, I will fuck you when I go out. Bring it to me quickly. Oh, I'm so scared. I won't take it, then don't take it. If you have the guts, come out. In fact, you don't have to wear anything. I'm a campus beauty and I'm not afraid of her. Don't you want something to happen tonight? Don't worry, I won't blame you, She was sure that Jiang Chu would not dare to do anything to her. All kinds of random teasing and ridicule. Jiang Chu was very angry. My mind raced through various solutions. Got it. When he came in, he remembered that the card slot and switch were next to the bathroom door. Just reach out, and you can reach it. He thought about just turning off the switch. But then I thought that the bedside could also be controlled. What if Shuyun wants to mess with him and starts from that side? So, just take the card away. The power will go out after a while. No matter how you turn the switch on and off, it doesn't work. He took the opportunity to go across the street to get a towel. It's such a small place. Bath towels are also hung outside. He could find his way and put it on even in the dark. That's it. He immediately reached out and pulled out the card. How about it? Have you thought it through? It's just women's clothing. Sima, he wore it back then. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. Brush. All the lights in the room suddenly went out. Jiang Chu walked out boldly and successfully touched the bath towel. But at this moment, Shuyun, who was very proud just now, there were sounds of fear and crying. Oh, Jiang Chu, where are you? I'm so scared. Where are you? You can tell it's not fake. He's already trembling a little. This guy actually has claustrophobia? Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment. She cried even harder. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Chu, where are you? It's so dark. I'm so scared. Woo woo wah. Judging from the sound, it should have hit the table. Don't move. I'm right next to you. I'm going to find you. I've got a bath towel. I originally planned to put the card back first, but it takes some time to get there. After thinking about it, I decided to go and comfort her first. I followed the sound and touched over. She was crying uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Soon. I just wanted to apologize. The other party didn't seem to notice. I just smelled the aroma. Then a soft body fell into his arms. The body was held tightly by a pair of smooth and delicate arms. Shuyun felt relieved. Stopped crying. But he still couldn't stop sobbing, and the hammer hit his chest. Jiang Chu, you bastard, why are you so slow? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were afraid of the dark. He placed one hand on her waist wrapped in a bath towel. One hand stroked her hair to comfort her. After a while, Shuyun slowly calmed down. Better. Then I'll go insert the card and turn on the light. No, you can't leave. Wait a moment, hug me again. The sound has regained its wildness. I guess it's okay. You are a guy who is not afraid of anything, but you are afraid of the dark. You take care of me. When I was a child, I had nightmares. I was afraid that those big monsters would come and catch me as soon as I turned off the lights. So the happiest thing for me every day was to sleep holding my father's hand. But suddenly one day he was on a business trip, and my mother was busy until very late, so I could only sleep alone. But I didn't dare to turn off the lights. As long as it was dark, I would be very afraid that those monsters would come to catch me, so I slept with the lights on. Even if my mother knew about it and slept with me, it wouldn't work. Only my father could make me turn off the lights without being afraid. But after I grew up, I never had that again. Jiang Chu, will you laugh at me for being timid? Won't. You actually want to laugh at me, don't you? No. Who is your girlfriend? Ask again. I know it was Mo Yutong, right? You both kissed. What do you like about her? Her long legs? I have those too. Stop it. No, you called Li Wenjing before. Isn't she also your girlfriend? You peeked at my phone records. I just took a look. Also, you lied to me. You actually have 2 girlfriends, and they are both campus beauties. When did I lie to you? I've told you many times before. A lot. How many? Probably dozens. Go ahead and brag. There are still dozens. Do you mind if you add one more? Who you? Otherwise, I'd better go turn on the light. No. Do you know where the bed is? Then, carry me over. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment. Or picked her up as a princess. According to my memory, I put her on the bed very easily. When I pulled my hand out, Shuyun suddenly hugged tightly. No, you can't leave. I'm scared. The Lord can tolerate it, but Guan Yu cannot. I'd better go turn on the light. I'll sleep on the sofa for a while. No, come up and talk to me first, and then we'll open it later. Jiang Chu was helpless. I had no choice but to go up and lean against the head of the bed with the pillow. Shuyun hugged his arm and rested her face on it. What do those giant monsters look like? Those monsters are scary. Some of them open their mouths like bottomless pits. Some of them have long claws and can pick me up. Some of them have long fur and can't see their faces. They can also pretend to be old ladies and speak human language, and then take children away to eat. Jiang Chu felt like laughing when he heard this. I guess many children have heard these stories from adults when they were young. I didn't expect this guy to be so scared when he grows up. It's strange. Why aren't you so scared when I hold you and tell you this? I guess because I know martial arts. The monsters will be killed by me, Barbie, as soon as they come. disgusting, and eating monsters. As we chatted, in less than a moment, He Shiryun seemed to have fallen asleep. Jiang Chu himself was already exhausted. I fell asleep quickly after closing my eyes. He Shiryun secretly opened her eyes. Feel Jiang Chu's breathing, with a sweet smile on her face. He Shiryun, favorability 10. You still don't want to eat it. Hee. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow morning. Morning. Jiang Chu woke up slowly. This is going to cost lives. Chapter 66. Ji Mingxi took the initiative to find him? I didn't expect He Shiryun to have woken up already. He came over with a mischievous look on his face. She even smoothed back her long hair with her hand. Wake up, hee. When did you wake up? I just woke up too. I'm telling you, are you Lu Xiaohui? You had such a good opportunity last night, but you didn't do anything. Am I not pretty enough to attract you? No, you're beautiful. Then why don't you touch me at all? I don't want to be on a sewing machine at such a young age. Coward, I won't blame you. Jiang Chu. I would be surprised if I believed you. It was obviously her who wanted to be kissed or touched last night, but she refused. Jiang Chu thought of an unlucky guy in his previous life who was convicted of a crime even after he had his wedding night. Anyway, if you don't take the initiative, I won't take the initiative either. We, the rich man, have no shortage of women. He Shiryun looked at Jiang Chu's upper body, eyes wide open in surprise. I never realized that he, who usually looks skinny and weak, actually has 8-pack abs. I have to say, this body is much better looking than those big lumpy guys I've seen lifting weights. Look at him. He looks very explosive. Of course you can last 10 kilometers fully armed and punch 10 times per second. How awesome is that? Give it a try. Jiang Chua. Just blow it. Although He Shiryun said this, her eyes were still full of excitement and appreciation. Jiang Chu saw He Shiryun suddenly put her hand on her waist and tried to untie the towel. Eyes widened. What is this for? Brush. Slightly disappointed. I don't know when this guy put on clothes inside. A white tube top and a pair of super short hot pants. He Shiryun was very pleased to see Jiang Chu's frustrated and disappointed expression. You never expected that, Master, you big pervert. Did you think there was nothing, hee. Master, you have dozens of girlfriends, and you are so fickle. Can you please them all? Just talking, of course, I don't mind if there are so many. You're dreaming. You think women are all fools. If they see that you have 3 girlfriends, they would have run away long ago. Have you ever had sex with Mo Yutong and the others? No. Really? Then I want to be your first woman, or now. He Shiryun actually rushed over. That beautiful face leaned down and kissed Jiang Chu on the mouth. Jiang Chu is a wimp. Just woke up this morning. Bloody and vigorous. Which cadre can bear this? At this moment, all the dangers of the He family were forgotten. This was the other party's initiative. My hand rests on something. Jiang Chu was confused. You came for that. He Shiryun's face was already red to her ears, and she nodded weakly. Jiang Chu is a wimp. You guys, you did this on purpose. I forgot all of a sudden. He Shiryun looked at Jiang Chu's face and smiled helplessly. I'm sorry, are you angry? Jiang Chu rolled his eyes at her. It's not obvious. He Shiryun bowed her head and apologized. 3. Jiang Chu chose to forgive. He Shiryun was very tired and fell asleep again with her face pressed against Jiang Chu's chest. I don't know how long it took. The phone call woke them up. Not his. He Shiryun picked up the phone, said a few words, and then hung up. Jiang Chu, my brother said he wants to see you. Your brother? Why do you want to see me? Jiang Chu thought. Could he be captured alive so soon? However, this hotel belongs to the He family, so this is not impossible. Don't worry, it's not about us. My brother won't interfere with me if I date. I told him about what you said at the dinner last night. He just went abroad, and he will ask you out when he comes back. I have something else to do, so I have to go home. It's all your fault. I hate you so much. Can't you just leave it outside? I'm going to brush my teeth. Well, be careful next time. There will be a next time. You wish for it. Huh. A woman who says one thing and thinks another. He put on his clothes in front of Jiang Chu. I don't have any clothes. How can I go out? Who am I? I've already asked someone to bring you several sets of clothes. They're on the sofa. Jiang Chu looked up. Sure enough, there were several bags there. Good day. Jiang Chu took a taxi back to school. At this moment, he has become the talk of the school, especially girls. When I saw him on the road, my eyes lit up. I just said he was so handsome. From a distance, I saw a crowd of people gathered under the dormitory building. Not only are there people holding cameras and a video recorder, it's professional at first glance. Jiang Chu looked puzzled. Is this some big star coming? Sudden, a hand reached out from the side. Jiang Chu reacted instinctively out of ultimate fighting. He immediately grabbed the other person and pulled him over to subdue him. When I saw it, I was shocked. It turned out to be Ji Mingxi. Why is it you? Let me go, pervert. Ji Mingxi struggled to break free in disgust. Jiang Chu let her go. What do you want from me? Ji Mingxi looked at the group of people with displeasure. He rolled his eyes at Jiang Chu again. Come with me. Jiang Chu still followed. Ji Mingxi took him into an empty classroom and locked the door at the back. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Chu's nervous expression, Ji Mingxi pursed her lips and tried to hold back her laughter. This perverted man can do such things. I'm actually afraid of her. Jiang Chu was stunned for a while by her charming smile. Today, Ji Mingxi wore a white short-sleeve shirt and a black tie. There were 2 bulges and wrinkles in the middle of the shirt. Below is a knee-length pleated skirt. A proper college style. It's rare to see those straight and smooth long legs. Below is a pair of white shoes. It looks incredibly fresh. You saw those people just now. They were all here to see you. Jiang Chu pointed at himself. Looking for me? What else? Didn't you go online? Your basketball game has been posted online in its entirety. Now, scouts from provincial and national teams, as well as foreign NBA teams have all come to look for you. You've become famous now. Jiang Chu, Omega, LL. I didn't expect a football game to have such a big impact. I don't know which bastard uploaded his video. Don't worry, the school has already notified the police. They will probably come and ask those people to leave soon. This is a school after all. Jiang Chu breathed a sigh of relief. If those people keep blocking there, he really had no choice. It seems that I have to consider buying a house. So what is your purpose in looking for me? Shouldn't you thank me for calling you here first? Otherwise, you will definitely be besieged by those reporters and outsiders if you go over here. Jiang Chu smiled knowingly. Let's count the merits first. There must be something I need to ask him for next. This little trick is trying to trick him. Turn around and walk away. You're not going to tell me, right? Then I'd better go back. I haven't experienced the feeling of being interviewed by a reporter yet. It must be very nice. Chapter 67 Ji Mingxi's First Kiss. Ji Mingxi didn't expect that the other party would rather go back than talk to her. After all, she is the most beautiful girl in school. How many boys want to be alone with her but don't have the chance? This Jiang Chu is really ungrateful. But thinking of the task assigned by the principal, she had to force a smile. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm looking for you because I want you to join the school team and become the captain of the school team. Jiang Chu was stunned. Isn't this the same as what those people outside are asking for? It turns out that she was the one who came here first and intercepted the opportunity. Jiang Chu, think about it, this is good for you. You will become the captain of the school team and will definitely represent the school in competitions. You are such a great basketball player. I'm sure you will make a big splash on the court. Is this a sugar-coated bullet? Jiang Chu was a little confused. Why must he join the school team? Just because of this? That's too much of a stretch. I'm not interested. You said it yourself. Those people out there are either from the provincial team or the national team. There are even NBA scouts. Wouldn't it be better for me to join them? Why join a school team? Ji Mingxi didn't expect Jiang Chu to be so difficult to deal with. Her eyebrows furrowed. The temper that had been suppressed finally exploded. Jiang Chu, this is an order from the principal. You must join the school team. Take a piece of paper in your hand. Just sign it. Jiang Chu probably knew the other party's purpose. I just wanted him to join the school team. I'm afraid of losing face for the school. If you talked to him nicely at the beginning, there was no way he would refuse for such a thing. But now this Ji Mingxi is actually blackmailing him. What is he? The corners of his mouth curved into a wicked smile. The principal's order is for you, right? If I don't sign it, what can you do to me? You. Ji Mingxi felt that Jiang Chu in front of him was a psychopath and a hooligan. Which boy has not been polite to her? How shameless. For a moment, the big white rabbit was so angry that it moved up and down. Jiang Chu waved his hands and walked away. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back first. Just as I reached the door and reached out to unlock it. Wait a minute. What do you want me to do in exchange for signing? Jiang Chu turned around and sneered. With your attitude, I won't sign it no matter what. Ji Mingxi put her hands down in front of her waist, lowered her head, bit her lips. For a moment, I burst into tears. This made Jiang Chu stunned. WTF. This school beauty is the most talented girl. Why do you cry just like that? Actually, this can't be blamed on Ji Mingxi. She is also a second-generation rich girl with a lot of money. But she never relied on help from her family. His personality is also extremely arrogant. During the college entrance examination, I forgot to bring my admission ticket for one class. I just missed the exam. But her grades still allowed her to be admitted to this first-class university. Her pride made her feel that repeating a grade was a shame. As long as you work hard. It doesn't matter which university she goes to. She is both beautiful and intelligent. She was admired by many boys. Because her family has a great influence in the local area, no one had ever ridiculed her like Jiang Chu did. especially since this was the first time the principal assigned her a task. I thought I had to do it well for him no matter what. I didn't expect to meet a bastard like Jiang Chu who is so unwilling to eat or drink. For a moment, she actually felt extremely wronged. Why? You're going to cry if I don't sign. Don't try that. Jiang Chu was also speechless. What do you have to do to sign it? Jiang Chu pretended to think about it. Look, you are the most beautiful girl in the school, right? So many boys like you. If you kiss me, I will sign it immediately. You, what did you say? You want me to kiss you? Ji Mingxi opened her eyes wide on her tearful face. There seemed to be a hint of anger. Jiang Chu thought he had offended the other party. Open the door quickly and run away. Jiang Chu, wait a minute. I kiss. Jiang Chu's body was already halfway outside. I couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. She actually agreed. Oh, day. Come in and close the door. Lock it. Jiang Chu followed his instructions step by step. Very well behaved. Ji Mingxi walked up to him, looking at him with determination. If I kiss you, will you sign? Of course, I keep my word. She took a deep breath, closed my eyes tightly, seemingly unwilling, slowly raised his head and stretched his neck to kiss her. But suddenly I came up empty-handed. Open your eyes. Jiang Chu was no longer in front of her. I've signed it. Don't bother me if you have nothing else to do. Jiang Chu said as he opened the door and walked out. Ji Mingxi was the only one left in the huge classroom. She was stunned and still hasn't reacted. This Jiang Chu. He actually left. She is the most beautiful girl in the school. How many boys gave her gifts and flowers to pursue her? Even crazier things have been done. Finally, she rejected it. But now, the first time she took the initiative to kiss a boy, the other party actually left. Was her first kiss so cheap that he didn't care? Yes. Thinking of the craziness of those girls in yesterday's basketball game, he really has no shortage of women. Even her mortal enemy Mo Yutong was cheering for him. There is also Li Wenjing, who is just as good as her in never having any contact with the opposite sex. A cute freshman girl named Zhou Sini. The three school beauties all seem to have an unpredictable and ambiguous affection for him. What is the charm of this Jiang Chu? I wonder if she can take down Jiang Chu if she takes action? Damn it. Why think about this? A poor student. And he's a perverted man. Looking at the agreement with the two crooked characters, Jiang Chu signed on it. So ugly. Whoever likes it can go. But he actually despised her first kiss. I will definitely make him pay in the future, Ji Mingxi, favorability 10. Ji Mingxi, favorability 10. Jiang Chu came out of the classroom and thought to himself, what a pity. The kiss of the school beauty Ji Mingxi. Maybe it was our first kiss. It was a difficult decision at that time. But he doesn't like to force things. So I gave up. I didn't expect that this would increase the other party's favorability so much. What a pleasant surprise. In fact, I should have kissed him. They are all perverted men anyway. What does it matter if 5 points are missing? Never mind. They are all very rich. There is no shortage of women just waving your hand. Back to the dormitory downstairs. Those people are still there. What a headache. Everyone look. Isn't that Su Kuan, Jiang Chu's opponent in that match? It would be nice to interview him about how he felt after being crushed by Jiang Chu. Yeah, let's go. Dormitory Building 8 is not far behind Jiang Chu's dormitory. Because of that video yesterday, Su Kuan also became famous. Just famous in school. I hid in the dormitory for a day. I thought today's storm had passed, so I went down with David military, getting ready to practice dancing. Su Kuan's face was full of anger. Even if I put on a layer of powder on my face, it couldn't hide the liver color. Jiang Chu, this country pig, made me stay in the dormitory for a whole day and dare not go out. If it weren't for David telling you to keep a low profile, I wouldn't be afraid of what those idiots say. Master Kuan, hold on for a few more days. The school anniversary is coming soon. We should keep a low profile these days. Jiang Chu can be the only one to be in the limelight. A tall tree attracts the wind, and the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. He won't be able to jump around for a few days. I asked around, and he didn't come back last night. I guess he has started to live a romantic and unrestrained life, accepting everyone who comes. Hee. Humph, this country pig is lucky. I haven't had meat for several days. I heard that Ji Mingxi is the most beautiful girl in the school. Su Kuan was walking with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Before he could finish his words, he saw a large group of people rushing towards him aggressively. Quick, capture this Su Kuan alive and make sure he gets the headlines. Chapter 68. Maybe Jiang Chu likes my type. Su Kuan's eyes widened. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Hurry, Master Kuan, go back to the dormitory and hide. Once it's reported to the media, your family will know that you are here. Fuck. Whoever is trying to trick me, I will never let him off. Su Kuan turned around and ran away. And David followed behind without hesitation. Military advisor, you are awesome. I'm leaving now. You must hold on. David, in tears. It seemed as if we were saying goodbye forever. Su Kuan turned his head and took a look. Seeing the media army about to bury David, I felt a little touched. The 5 million was well spent. Then came David's cry. He lives in building 8. Hurry up and chase him. Phew. Su Kuan almost stumbled. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Old man Wulong, just wait for me. I'll settle the score with you later. Jiang Chu almost burst out laughing when he saw it from afar. Fortunately, there was no one downstairs in the dormitory. He can finally go back. The reporters who surrounded Su Kuan blocked him for a long time. Later, he was asked to leave by the uniform team that followed. Su Kuan later found out the cause of the incident. It's all that country pig's fault. Su Kuan threw the cup with 2 sips of water into the ground. He was furious. Then he grabbed David by the collar with both hands and shouted, "How could you betray me just now?" David calmly argued. At that moment, I suddenly thought of a way to kill someone with a borrowed knife, so I asked those people to go find you, Master Kuan. What do you mean by borrowing a knife to kill someone? Are you going to let them kill me? No. What I mean is that those people are here to look for Jiang Chu. Master Kuan, you've seen it too. Even foreign NBA scouts are here. If that guy is interviewed, it will cause a huge sensation. It might even make the national headlines. Wouldn't that make him famous? And maybe Miss Li Wenjing will also develop a cult following him, which is very bad. So, I used a trick to kill with a borrowed knife and let you, Master Kuan, lead those people away. Now Jiang Chu must hate us to death. Isn't this just a trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? What a bullshit killing with a borrowed knife. Su Kuan let go of David's collar. His complexion looked much better. I'll show you what it means to kill someone with a borrowed knife. I've already told Mo Yutong that the mission must be completed within 2 days. I don't have the patience to wait for a week. Master Kuan, that's called a honey trap. Su Kuan, hey Mr. Kuan, don't hit me. Magic City, on a 100-story building. A middle-aged woman wearing a high-end custom suit, black stockings, high heels and long legs. Her thick hair was tied into a bun. It was combed meticulously and exquisitely. The classic oval face. The skin on your face. Even in her 40s, she still looks as radiant as she did in her 30s. She must have been an extremely beautiful woman when she was young. She wore a string of top-quality South Sea pearls around her neck. There are 2 crystal-clear rubies on her fingers, showing her extremely high status. Behind her stood a very beautiful young secretary, wearing a pair of half-frame glasses. She has a slim and graceful figure, plus OL black silk uniform. Standing still, very professional. Madam, there is news from the young master. Uncle Hong arranged for him to transfer to Shida and Fruit Province in order to get close to a girl named Li Wenjing. Do you think we should call the young master back? The middle-aged woman shook the red wine glass in her hand. The blood-red wine was creating waves inside, but he could never escape from the cup. She said slowly, "This guy is making me, as a mother, worry. In fact, he can inherit the huge Su family as long as he quietly serves as the crown prince. His useless brother Su Kai thinks he has a safe seat, but as long as I am here, he can forget about the position of heir. Li Wenjing, I didn't expect that old man would let his beloved run off to that remote place alone. Since Kuan-er has this goal, let him do it. If he can get her, that would be a good thing. But if the Li family finds out the young master's intention, they must get him back as soon as possible. Chanqian, what about those websites and media?" "Yes, ma'am. I asked them to delete the video about the young master. Don't worry." "Well, I know you won't let me down. I trained you. In fact, I hope Kuan-er will marry you and make you my wife." Chanqian looked terrified. "Bow down." Chanqian was originally an orphan. "Madam, you rescued me from that evil place. Chanqian will belong to you all my life. As for other things, Chanqian never dares to dream. Even if I never get married, it is enough for me to be with you." The middle-aged woman nodded. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes. "I only have this one son. If anyone dares to bully him, I will make sure he knows my methods." School dance studio. Several girls dressed fashionably and sexy were watching Mo Yutong dancing to Pure Land of Bliss, including their instructors. Everyone's eyes revealed excitement and joy. "Oh my God, this dance is so well choreographed. Yes, I dare say that if we perform this dance, we might win first prize. Not only is the dance great, but the music is tailor-made for me. It's just amazing. That beauty from the music department, Zhou Sini, is also amazing. She recorded the song in just 1 day. The instructor didn't expect that she would be so anxious. It was actually solved by a boy. Mo Yutong was sweating profusely after dancing. Even with a high ponytail, there are still a few black hairs on the forehead. The sweat from the neck flows down on the white chest. But two parts encountered the towering mountain and merged into the endless crack. Thank you for your hard work. Yutong, drink some water. It's okay, teacher. This is what I should do. Come on, let's gather together. All the girls lined up in a row. Now that the matter has been resolved, we have to thank Mo Yutong for her efforts. If this performance is successful, she will definitely be the one who deserves the most credit among all of us. Everybody applauded. According to the regulations, both the choreography and the song must be signed. Since Yutong said that Jiang Chu didn't want to use his own name, you can just write a pseudonym first. Also thank him for me. I heard that he is very good at basketball, and I didn't expect that he can also write songs and choreograph. He is really a rare talent. Yes, teacher. Mo Yutong was very happy. The image of Jiang Chu dancing that day came to my mind. I almost couldn't help laughing. You guys take a break first, and then continue practicing. Dismissed. Several girls immediately came over to praise Mo Yutong. Yutong, does Jiang Chu like you? He's so nice to you. If any boy can write such a good song and choreograph it for me, I will immediately agree to be his girlfriend. Yeah, and he's super handsome. If you don't want him anymore one day, remember to tell me, and I'll go get him, hee. Go away, Jiang Chu likes you, no matter how good you are. Maybe they will like my style. Many readers also like A-cup breasts. How cute. When Mo Yutong was happy, the phone rang. I'm going to answer a phone call. When I got the phone and looked at the caller ID, his originally happy face suddenly darkened. Chapter 69. Mo Yutong wants to massage his shoulders and back. His originally happy face suddenly darkened. I took the phone and walked to a place where there was no one before answering the call. Hello. Our Master Kuan can't wait any longer. You must complete what we talked about last time by the day after tomorrow at the latest. But, beep beep, before the day after tomorrow. That means there are only 2 nights. The phone rang again. Why is Mom calling? Hello, Mom. Yutong, your dad just fainted at work. His colleagues took him to the hospital. The doctor said he had kidney problems and that he'd better get a kidney transplant. What's going on? Didn't you say he was fine during the physical examination? Mo Yutong's face turned pale. Mom, it's okay, Mom. How is Dad now? Is he awake? Well, he's awake, but he can't be discharged from the hospital yet. The doctor said he needs to be observed. Mo Yutong's expression improved slightly after hearing this. My daughter, I know that Jiang Chu is very rich, and I can see that you are not yet in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But your father is in this situation now, and he will definitely need a lot of money in the future. Do you think you can ask him for help, or can you sell the car he gave you, and then? Mom, don't worry about the money. I'll find a way. Tell Dad to have a good rest, and don't worry too much. Okay, your dad is fine. Mom is taking care of him. Okay, then Mom won't bother you anymore. I'll hang up now. After Mo Yutong hung up the phone, he immediately called the previous number back. Hey, I want to know when my dad will get a kidney. My dad is in the hospital now. I'll tell you when you've completed your mission. You have no choice now. Toot. Mo Yutong dropped the phone helplessly, struggling inside. Finally, I chose to pick up the phone again and dial the person's name and number. Hello, Jiang Chu, are you free tonight? Nothing, I just wanted to thank you. Didn't you want me to give you a massage last time? It just so happens that I'm free tonight. Otherwise you'd have to wait a long time for rehearsal later. I'm fine, I just finished dancing and I'm a little tired. Okay, see you tonight. I hung up the phone. Mo Yutong was in a very low mood. Silently recite. I'm sorry, Jiang Chu. Yutong. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Jiang Chu was extremely excited after hanging up the phone. Mo Yutong wanted to give him a massage. This happiness should not come too suddenly. I might as well talk to her about setting up an investment company. At 9 o'clock in the evening. The agreed time is coming soon. Jiang Chu happily prepared to go out. Jiang Chu, what are you so happy about? Ah, is there? Hey, I know even without you telling me that the hundreds of text messages you receive every day are all from girls asking you out, not to mention all those phone calls to me. You must be going on a date, right? I have one too. My Weiwei asked me out for milk tea. Xianghua looked very proud. Jiang Chu frowned. This guy is a little stuck. Why? You can't stand me having a date with a girl, huh? No, let's go down together. The two had just walked out of the dormitory door. They saw a huge monster running towards them with aftershocks. Jiang Chu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Chu swallowed his saliva. The girl in front of me is huge. Weight should be measured in tons. The two pigtails bring out the contrast of innocence to the extreme. Xianghua couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Even a little bit of gloating. Fortunately, it wasn't for him. You wait for me. Yeah, did you receive the gift I gave you? I wore it before and never washed it. Oh, gift, what gift? It's that bra. I'm wearing an F size. Phew. 0 ugh. Xianghua thought of the bra. He took a deep breath and smelled it. It was still lying in the drawer. I didn't expect it was this product. Of course I couldn't help but retching. Xianghua, are you okay? Sorry, I need to take him to see a doctor. That's all for now. Jiang Chu took 2 steps and then ran. Fuck you, this patient is still here, wait for me. The two of them ran a long way before they breathed a sigh of relief. Shit, this is not a good start. I almost got sent away. You must be hiding her bra, huh? Don't laugh at me. I'll throw it away when I get home. I won't bother with you anymore. My Wei Wei might be waiting for me. After Xianghua left, Jiang Chu also came to the parking lot, thinking that Mo Yutong should give herself a massage in the car tonight. Then kiss and do something. Come on, get in the car. Jiang Chu saw Mo Yutong actually sitting in the driver's seat and started the car. He got on the passenger seat with a puzzled look on his face. Are you going out? Yeah, I can't give you a massage in the car. Jiang Chu? No. Didn't we have a massage in the car last time? It's just that he pressed it. Boom. Half an hour later. Mirror flowers and water moon. After arriving, Jiang Chu discovered that this was actually a luxurious riverside BB. Moreover, Mo Yutong also booked a king-size bedroom. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment after entering the room. The Tumterlong bed has a jungle-like theme. Even the bathtub is set up to look like an outdoor hot spring. What are you doing? Why did you bring me here? Mo Yutong actually looked shy. Didn't you say you wanted me to massage your legs and back? You can't ask me to go to your dormitory. 2. Jiang Chu had no doubts about him. I looked around. There is a big balcony. You can see the river view outside. No wonder it costs more than 800 per night. This was 10 years ago. The average wage in the fruit province is only 2,000 yuan. It's quite expensive. I didn't expect Mo Yutong to book a room specifically to massage his legs and back. I couldn't help but feel excited. This is absolutely serious. Because they all brought their ID cards. I'm not afraid even if Uncle Hat comes. At this moment, Mo Yutong had already taken a bath and put on a bathrobe, surrounded tightly, except for the arms and collarbones. I can't see anything. This made Jiang Chu secretly curse the hotel for being dishonest. Bad reviews X2. Chapter 70. The world with light is beautiful. She spread her black hair, which had just been blown dry, to the sides with both hands. One turned his head and threw his hair aside. Extremely soft and sexy. She looked a little shy and nervous. Maybe he just came out of the shower. Red. Charming and attractive. Jiang Chu, go take a shower first. I'll wait for you. Jiang Chu nodded. He walked into the bathroom with steady steps. After closing the door, I began to quickly remove my equipment. He swore that he had never taken such a quick and clean shower in his life. She ran out wrapped in a bath towel. This startled Mo Yutong, who was standing outside next to the TV cabinet. He looked a little flustered. You, how come you wash so fast? Hey, no hurry, no hurry. I promised to wash it cleanly. What are you doing? No, I was going to find the remote to turn on the TV. Mo Yutong held the remote control in his hand and turned on the TV. Jiang Chu had already jumped onto the bed consciously. Pull up a pillow. I lay down honestly. Facing the TV, Jiang Chu thought, there will definitely be some great TV tonight. The girls who practice dancing walk without making any sound. He added some and realized it after his keen perception. A scent came over. I didn't expect that you look skinny on the outside, but you're actually so strong and muscular on the inside. Of course, I also have 8-pack abs. Jiang Chu didn't panic. After adding strength points, the body will automatically adjust. Naturally, you will have 8 abdominal muscles. Blow it. How did you train it? Teach me. If you exercise with me every day, I guarantee you'll get it, hee. Rogue. What? It's over? It took less than 2 minutes. Jiang Chu was shocked. My hands are tired from pressing so hard. I really can't do it anymore. Oh. The two of them lay on the bed watching TV together. Mo Yutong occasionally looked around secretly. I found that Jiang Chu looked very unhappy. Finally, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Unhappy? No. It's almost written on my face, ha ha ha. Jiang Chu thought. This is nonsense. Just a gentle touch is enough. They also cut corners and reduced working hours. Who wouldn't be angry? I'll make it up to you. How to compensate? Jiang Chu looked puzzled. Then Jiang Chu's eyes gradually widened. It was as if I saw a ray of light into his eyes. No wonder the bath towel is so tightly wrapped. It turns out there is something special inside. A set of full-level white equipment. How much attack speed and crit will this increase? Mo Yutong was very satisfied with Jiang Chu's gaze. I felt as happy as if I had won first prize for my hard work. Let's play a game, hide and seek. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. Hide and seek. Mo Yutong crawled into the thin sheet. He hit himself. Hiss. I was just bitten by a cat. Yeah, what should we do then? Mo Yutong looked very proud. with your chin held high. She even deliberately opened her mouth slightly, revealing her sexy little tongue, and licked her lips. Jiang Chu's mouth corners slowly rose. With a wicked smile. The cat must be vaccinated just in case. No, shouldn't you fight back if you get bitten? Mo Yutong's face showed dissatisfaction. I want to get the shot, but do you have a needle? Hee hee. No, your needle is too. Ah. Do you want to turn off the lights? No, don't turn it off. Mo Yutong's face was obviously a little nervous. He glanced towards the TV cabinet. Jiang Chu certainly didn't want to turn off the lights. A world with light is a beautiful world. That was something I never dared to think about in my previous life. Now I have achieved my wish. At that moment, the system. Mo Yutong. Age, 20. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 54. Appearance, 872. Power bank, 1. Favorability, 95. This is all fine. It can also improve your appearance. I don't know if it will continue to rise if I come a few more times. And Mo Yutong, whose favorability had already reached 93. Because of his heroic performance for more than an hour, it broke through to 95 in one fell swoop. He knows now. This adds the effect of attribute points. Not only can it strengthen your body, it can strengthen the kidneys. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the system conditions and obtained 9 attributes. There are still 4 goals to be achieved before upgrading. In addition, I must remind you that if the target's favorability reaches 100, the consumption on the target can only be returned at a rate of 100:1. Jiang Chu was stunned. Isn't that equivalent to spending $100 to get 1 point? That is a 1:1 cash refund. Originally, I just wanted to get some points from a goddess. He doesn't want to be a sea king. It's all forced by the system. Looking at the plum blossoms on the bed, gently stroke the hair in your arms. At this time, Mo Yutong was already exhausted and fell asleep. But the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing satisfaction. Early the next morning, Mo Yutong slowly opened her eyes, thinking of the madness of last night. Her face was flushed. Wake up. Why wasn't the camera on? Mo Yutong's eyes fixed. Suddenly I thought of something. He sat up suddenly. I found Jiang Chu playing with a camera in his hand. It was exactly what she hid in the tissue box on the TV cabinet last night. How did you find out? Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu, who was silent in front of him. His face was a little pale. I was indescribably flustered. I was rubbing the quilt with my hands, feeling helpless. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. What to do? He must hate himself. Are you hiding something from me? Mo Yutong frowned, biting my lips. I dare not look into Jiang Chu's eyes. Finally, she chose to speak out. Why didn't you tell me earlier about this happening? Chapter 71, Mo Yutong's Choice. I'm sorry, Jiang Chu. They are the only ones who can help my dad find a kidney. I'm worried that we don't have time. We really can't wait any longer. Mo Yutong's eyes were already watery as he spoke. Why don't you take a picture of it then? I can't do it, Jiang Chu. I like you really. They definitely have bad intentions towards you. If I take a picture and give it to them, it might ruin your reputation. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong stared at each other for a while. Finally, he took Mo Yutong into his arms. Caress your hair. Fool, with these things, they are not capable of ruining my reputation. But I want to ask you, are you sure they have found a suitable kidney source for your father? I don't know. They said they would arrange it for my dad as long as I complete this mission. Jiang Chu's eyes turned cold. Maybe they didn't even look for it, and were just lying to you. What? No wonder they never told me. What should I do, Jiang Chu? Well, you listen to me. There is a cafe outside the school. Mo Yutong sat in a seat near the window. Opposite her is Uncle Hong. Hey guys, here's your coffee. The waiter put down the coffee and left. Uncle Hong took a sip before slowly speaking. I didn't expect him to act so quickly. This young man really can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. Where's the stuff? Mo Yutong took out a camera memory card. Passed it over. When Uncle Hong wanted to reach out to take it, she pulled back. I want to know where my father's kidney came from. There was no change on Uncle Hong's face. With a smile on his face, he said, Don't worry, the kidney source has been found, and it will be delivered as long as I make a phone call. Mo Yutong frowned. Call first, and I'll give it to you. Ha ha. Classmate Mo Yutong, I don't think you are qualified to negotiate with me. Believe it or not, I can leave now. At worst, I can find another girl. As long as the money is enough, there are many girls who are prettier than you who are willing to do it. Mo Yutong's eyes were struggling. Finally, he reluctantly gave the memory card to the other party. Can I make the call now? Hey, do you think I'm stupid? How would I know if it's in the memory card? Of course I need to verify it before I know. Mo Yutong's eyes suddenly widened. No. What kind of place is this? Do you want to watch it here? Uncle Hong noticed Mo Yutong's performance. I felt certain in my heart. Get out a camera. Insert the memory card. Then open it and see. There were indeed 2 people doing exercise inside. And that guy looks a lot like Jiang Chu. The sound was also released. I took a look, confirmed it, and then closed it. Good. You did a great job. Uncle Hong was very satisfied. Telephone. Mo Yutong repeated the 2 words again. Uncle Hong picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, transfer 100,000 to her card, and then clear all the transfer records. What? Mo Yutong opened his eyes wide and stood up. His expression was like that of a madman. I don't want money. You promised me a kidney. Uncle Hong gave a wicked smile. What are you talking about? This kind of thing is illegal. How could I possibly do it? Giving you 100,000 is already giving you face. I'm leaving first. Before anything happens to your Jiang Chu, you can ask him for some money. Otherwise it will be too late, huh? After Uncle Hong left, Jiang Chu walked out of the coffee shop. I guess they definitely didn't find a source of kidney for your father. Jiang Chu, what about my dad? We are only looking for a kidney donor now, and I don't know if we can make it in time. Mo Yutong was about to collapse. She fell into Jiang Chu's arms and sobbed. Don't worry, maybe I can help your dad get well. Mo Yutong pushed herself into his arms when she heard that, grabbing Jiang Chu's arms with both hands. With tears in her eyes, she looked up at Jiang Chu's face. With an excited look, Jiang Chu, do you know any miracle doctor who can cure my father's illness? You know, Jiang Chu is so rich. His family must be unusual. Maybe you know some amazing doctor. If he could cure his father's disease. That's just great. But then she was disappointed. No, I don't know any miracle doctor. But I can do a little bit myself. However, I want to go check on your father first. Is Jiang Chu trying to comfort her? There is no miracle doctor. He knows a little bit of medical skills. How could she possibly cure her father? But now there is no other way. I can only go back and tell the truth. Ask the hospital to help find a kidney donor. Everything is left to fate. But it all costs money. Jiang Chu, you know my dad is in such a situation and needs money. I wonder if he can give up the car. I want to exchange it for money. Jiang Chu was stunned. Is this to sell the car? Touched her head. No need. I have plenty of money. Thank you, Jiang Chu. But wasn't the memory card empty? How come there were those things in it? Well, it's just a short film. The camera screen is small, so he can't see it. This old guy, after drinking my special coffee, I guess he can squat in the toilet all day. Let's go and check on your dad first. Uncle Hong had only walked a few steps when his stomach started to growl and all kinds of gas came out. He looked miserable. Damn, I knew I couldn't drink the coffee from this crappy place. Drive back quick. As soon as I got in the car and closed the door, there was a crackling sound. The driver began to dry heave and couldn't help vomiting, cursing Uncle Hong in his heart. Because Mo Jiangwo is seriously ill. So I was transferred to the largest hospital in the city. This saved Jiang Chu and the others a lot of time. Mo Yutong was driving the car. Jiang Chu opened the system. In the medical skills, I chose the Chinese quintessence. A bunch of dazzling system panel prompts popped up. Bian K's medical skills, Zhongjing's medical skills, Hua Tuo's medical skills, 18 ghost needles, Guhong's full skills, Sun Simiao's full skills of the king of medicine. Finally, Jiang Chu chose the ultimate Chinese medical skills package with the highest points. It costs 9 points in total. Oh my goodness. Suddenly, I felt that last night's work was in vain. Hope it's worth the money. Ultimate. Consume 5 attribute points. Require strength 11, agility 11, constitution 10, talent 12, mental strength 12. Note, some medical techniques, such as acupuncture, will consume your personal physical fitness. The probability is that saving 1,000 lives will consume 1 point of physical fitness, but the base number of minor illnesses and pains can be ignored. Please pay attention to your physical fitness value at any time. WTF. There is also this saying. No wonder I've seen people say online that giving acupuncture to save lives can be very draining of one's own energy. It seems to be true. But he has a system. I'm not afraid of that. Then add 2 points of physique, 2 points of talent, and 2 points of mental strength. Click buy. Ding. Allocation successful. Purchase successful. Jiang Chu. Strength, 14.8. Agility, 14.8. Constitution, 8.82. Talent, 10.82. Spiritual power, 10.82. Remaining points, 36. Note, the values in brackets are the average values for normal people. Already acquired. Ultimate Mixed Martial Arts Skills, Ultimate Basketball Skills Package, Ultimate Music and Dance Creation Skills Package, Ultimate Chinese Medicine Skills Package. A lot of information flooded into my mind all at once. The duration is actually longer than those previous skill packs. Fortunately, he added points. Otherwise, my body and brain would be in trouble. After the import is completed, Jiang Chu felt that the knowledge in this area was as vast as the ocean. If there is no system, I probably would never have thought that there are so many places that break conventional wisdom. For example, there is a kind of chicken manure called chicken shit white, which is a very good medicine. Children's urine can cure lumbar sprains, etc. P.S. The miracle doctor is only needed for the plot. Just like basketball, I won't write too much, just to introduce the medical school beauty Qingqianma. I said before that I would add more chapters if there are comments or small gifts. Today I will add 2 more chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 72 Medical University Campus Bell, Qingqianma. Everything can be used in nature. There are different understandings of the so-called renal failure. In conclusion, if you were not sure before, now that he understood this, Jiang Chu was completely confident that he could cure the disease with medicine and acupuncture. It took more than half an hour to drive there. Mo Zhengwo has been transferred to the general ward. Ma Dongmei was feeding him white porridge in small sips. Dad, Mom. Mo Yutong saw it from a distance and rushed over. Ma Dongmei and his wife looked over when they heard the noise, their faces showing surprise. Yutong? Why are you here? Mo Yutong leaned over to the bed and held her father's hand. Dad, are you okay? Mo Zhengwo looked a little pale, but still smiling. Dad is fine. He's doing fine. It's just that his health is not good. He is a burden to you too. Dad, why are you saying that? We are all family. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Jiang Chu greeted him. Jiang Chu, come, sit down. Ma Dongmei had already given up her small bench. No, I'll just stand. Auntie, you sit down. You must be tired from taking care of Uncle all the time. I can see from your face that you must have not had a rest all night. Now that Yutong and I are here, why don't you go to sleep for a while? Alas, how can I sleep well when Zhang Wo is like this? Thank you for coming to see us. Mom, it's okay. Jiang Chu said he promised to help us. You don't have to worry about the money. Ma Dongmei looked at Jiang Chu in surprise. In fact, she could tell at first sight that her daughter had grown up. I guess it was given to Jiang Chu. Normally, in today's society, if you know that someone has such a bottomless pit of sickness at home, most people would choose to stay away. Even if a rich man like Jiang Chu made such a choice, she would not blame him, because she would do the same if she were in his shoes. The only thing we can hope for is, that car was given to Yutong. He did not take it back. Even if we sell it, we still have to use some money to give to Zhang Wo for his medical treatment. Now, I didn't expect Jiang Chu to know about it and come along. It seems that the other party is not one of those heartless people. As the saying goes, one can know a person's heart when he is in trouble. My fondness for Jiang Chu reached an incomparable level. Thank you, Jiang Chu, but now your uncle. Are you also members of the Mo Zhengwo family? At this time, a middle-aged doctor wearing a white coat and glasses came over. Jiang Chu saw that the former's name tag read Zhang Hongliang, the attending physician. Behind them followed a young man and a young woman who were also wearing white coats. The man is of average appearance, but there was pride on his face. Dr. Zhang Tao. The young woman was wearing a white coat and her figure could not be seen, but her appearance was quite beautiful. Ding. The system detected a matching object. Cheng Qianmao. Age, 21. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 10. She actually has a face value of 87 points. The score is the same as Mo Yutong and He Shiyuan. I guess the figure under the white coat is also extraordinary. Perhaps he noticed that Jiang Chu's eyes were fixed on Cheng Qianmao's face. A hint of displeasure flashed across Zhang Tao's eyes. Director Zhang, this is our daughter, and this is her friend. Zhang Tao saw Mo Yutong in a flash. The pupils suddenly dilate, as if seeing some delicious prey. I have already told your mother about your father's condition. Our suggestion is a kidney transplant. Another option is long-term dialysis, but based on his condition, we still hope you can choose the first option. But it is hard to say how long it will take to find a suitable kidney source. If you are willing to do so, make a decision early, and then we will submit it. As for the cost, we have also talked about it before. It depends on your actual financial situation. When the other person is speaking, Jiang Chu checked Mo Zhengwo's pulse. After looking at his complexion and physical condition, listen to the end. Eyes slightly narrowed. There was nothing wrong with what Zhang Hongliang said, but his tone was unusually cold. It's like talking about a trivial matter. This made Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong, who were already sad, look even paler after hearing this. After Zhang Hongliang finished speaking, he saw Jiang Chu standing beside him. He frowned. What are you doing? Are you studying medicine too? Oh, I haven't learned it, just taking a look. Don't touch the patient if you haven't learned it. Also, Chinese medicine can't cure this disease. The only way is to replace the kidney to make the patient live longer. Do you understand? So, even if you replace the kidney, It's not a cure, it's just prolonging life. How dare you talk like that? Master is a senior expert in this field in the Fruit Province. His kidney transplant surgery has a 90% success rate. I don't know how many patients with kidney failure he has saved. Giving them an extra 10 years of life is simply a great deed. How can you, an outsider, give him instructions? Zhang Tao couldn't wait to point his finger at Jiang Chu and curse. Cheng Qianma, favorability 5. Jiang Chu shook his head slightly. As a scholar, you should be modest and keep making progress. As a doctor, it is your duty to save the dying and the wounded. But it is ridiculous to show off your achievements by curing diseases and saving lives. What's more, a person who could have recovered to normal can only live a few more years after your treatment, and it costs a lot of money. How can this be considered saving lives? Zhang Hongliang frowned. His face darkened. Looks very unhappy. Zhang Tao was immediately furious when he saw this. Who do you think you are? My master just came back from a national expert medical conference and was awarded the title of provincial academician. Do you know how rare this title is? The next level up is the highest level, the national famous doctor. Even so, this is an existence that many doctors need to look up to. Also, for the same kidney failure patient, if he doesn't undergo dialysis, most expert doctors predict that the patient's survival time is only 5 years on average, but my master predicts it's 10 years. That's twice as long as theirs. Zhang Hongliang waved his hand and said, "Hey, those false reputations are not worth mentioning. Our original intention is to keep the patients alive." That being said, but the word arrogance was clearly written on his face. Cheng Qianma spoke at this time. "You are about my age, and you said yourself that you are not a professional doctor. I don't know where you get the confidence to talk nonsense like that. Junior sister, how can he compare with you? You may be the school beauty, and besides, doctors usually need to spend 5 years in college before they can start working. Not only have you completed both Xia and Qi courses, but you have also completed all the courses at the age of 21. You are also a disciple of the famous Dr. Go. Your future is limitless." Zhang Tao flattered him promptly, then turned to look at Mo Yutong with narrowed eyes. "You are their daughter, right? You should know that only my master can save your father now. But you brought this man here. Not only does he not cooperate with us, but he is also rude here. If you want to change a doctor, I can help you now. After all, my master is very busy, and you are not the only patient." Ma Dongmei was anxious. "No, Jiang Chu didn't mean that. Director Zhang, young people are bound to be blunt. I hope you don't take it to heart. I beg you to save my Jiang Wo, no matter how much money it costs." Chapter 73, I Can Cure My Uncle's Illness. Zhang Hongliang snorted coldly. "Is this a matter of money? Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Without a kidney, how can I treat you? Your daughter's friend looks down on my master, right? Then let him cure her. But don't blame me for not reminding you that my master's number won't be so easy to get in the future." Pride was written all over Zhang Tao's face, and he looked very proud. "Humph, do you know what you are doing? Not only are you harming yourself, but you are also harming your girlfriend's family." Cheng Qianma said coldly. "Junior sister is right." Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong couldn't help but look at Jiang Chu. It's true that he has money, but this is different from curing the disease. Little did Jiang Chu know that this was the sentence he was waiting for. Otherwise, it would be a lot of trouble to get the other party to let go. "Okay, I'll treat it, but I'm worried about you treating me." Jiang Chu you. Ma Dongmei didn't expect Jiang Chu to say such a thing. I didn't react for a moment and stood there in a daze. "Humph, that's unreasonable. Let's go." Zhang Hongliang put his hands behind his back. He left angrily. Zhang Tao gave them a hopeless look from behind. Cheng Qianma also frowned, looked at Jiang Chu, and left with him. "Director Zhang, wait a minute, it's not like that." Ma Dongmei ran out in a hurry. The stools were knocked over. "Mom." Mo Yutong hurried over to support her. The two complained for a long time. Then he looked at Jiang Chu. "Jiang Chu, thank you for helping us. I know we need your money, but you..." Although Ma Dongmei was anxious. "But I know that I can't offend either side now." And to be honest, she was also very unhappy when the doctor said those words. "But he is a doctor. The lives of my family members are in their hands. What can I do? I have to bear it no matter what. Auntie, don't worry. I just checked Uncle's condition, and it's not as bad as I thought. I'm sure I can cure him." Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong's eyes lit up. "It's unbelievable. What did you say? You said you can cure Jiang Wo?" "Yes. When I was a child, I learned some medical skills from a master. It just so happens that I can treat this disease." "Really? But that kidney source..." "Don't worry, you don't need a kidney transplant. In fact, your own kidney is the most suitable for you. You can't just get a new one if there is something wrong with it." Jiang Chu looked at Mo Jiang Wo and talked about some situations that usually occur in daily life. Mo Jiang Wo and Ma Dongmei were both shocked. "Really? What you said are common problems. Jiangchu, how did you know? I couldn't help but trust Jiangchu a little more. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I need to go out and buy some medicine. When the time comes, I will give you an injection. If you think you are okay, I will arrange for you to be discharged from the hospital. So fast. Ma Dongmei couldn't believe it. Jiangchu didn't intend to explain too much. Yutong, your mother must be tired too. You stay here to take care of your father and let her have a good rest. I'll be back soon. Mo Yutong still stood up worriedly, grabbing Jiangchu's arm. Jiangchu, can you really cure my dad? Jiangchu placed his hand on the back of her soft hand. Give a confident smile. Believe me. I'm sorry, we don't have the medicine called aconite here. It's poisonous and you are not allowed to sell it. I didn't expect that a few simple medicines would. It's so hard to buy. He has traveled to several places. The medicinal materials in those so-called big pharmacies. It's obvious that it was grown with chemical fertilizers. Looks good, but not useful. Some were simply not sold. Excuse me, I want to ask, if I need to buy the best medicinal herbs, where is the best place to go? Jiangchu took out a pack of huazi and handed it over. Pretend to accidentally take out the car keys. The man smiled flatteringly after seeing this. When it comes to buying herbs, you've got the right person to ask. Go to Tongutang. The herbs there are the best in the entire Nan city, and they have everything you want to buy, but they're not open to the public. Go find someone there. He's a good friend of mine, so just go find him. Tonggu Hall. There are huge pillars on both sides of the ancient gate. The interior is also antique in design. Jiangchu walked in. There are a wide variety of medicinal materials in it. After a quick look, sure enough, most of the medicinal materials are of better quality than those in pharmacies outside, but it still didn't meet his requirements. Also planted. It's just that no fertilizers or pesticides are used here. It is still a long way from being wild. In addition to the ingredients, the most important thing is to use their medicinal properties. The same is true for rice. Rice that has been harvested throughout the year is definitely different from rice that has been harvested twice or even 3 times a year. It seems that we still have to find that person. Jiangchu randomly found a waiter and asked him to tell the man's name. The waitress was a woman. From the moment I saw Jiangchu, I was struck by his handsomeness. She was wearing all branded clothes and had a constant smile on her face. Looking for Brother Ming. I'll call him over for you right away. Okay, thank you. Soon, a middle-aged man came out. Seeing Jiangchu's unfamiliar face, he couldn't help but frowned. Hello, are you looking for me? Yes, it was Brother De who asked me to come to you, saying that this is the only way to buy good things. Meng Kashi suddenly realized. Oh, come on, please come in and have a cup of tea first. After entering, Jiangchu directly stated his purpose and took out the written prescription. Meng Jueming took a look. Smile. You're lucky. This aconite root is authentic wild aconite from Yujiang. We just got some of it. There are also just enough other herbs. But the price. Money is not an issue. It's 10,000 in total. Don't worry, I won't charge you more. Jiangchu directly took out a stack of cash. This is what the man just taught him. Only cash is accepted. Meng Jueming counted them. That's 1,000 more. Let me make friends with you, Director Meng. I will come to you if I need anything in the future. Meng Jueming's eyes lit up. Take the money. My heart is overjoyed. Be a good person. Okay. Just call me in advance, and I'll keep all the good stuff for you. After that, I packed the herbs. Jiangchu glanced over. They are indeed rare wild good medicines. Some are even vintage. Yes, Manager Meng's stuff here is really good. Haha, that's right. According to your request, I have asked someone to boil the medicine according to your request. Your prescription should be for treating kidney disease, but the dosage is a bit too high, and I have never seen the combination before. Meng Jueming hadn't finished speaking yet. The waitress just ran in a hurry. Brother, someone is looking for you outside. Looking for me? Ahaha, there are quite a few rare customers today. Boss Jiang, I'll go and do some work first. When the medicine is ready, they'll pack it for you. Okay, thank you for your help, Director Meng. Meng Jueming smiled and waved his hands, then walked out. Inside the drugstore, an old man with a childlike face and white hair, wearing a Tang suit, sat on the sofa with a cane in both hands. Stand straight. The eyes are bright and sharp. Bring your own aura. When people look at him, they can feel that his status is not low. Next to him is a middle-aged man. 37 points hair back hair. Square face. Looks majestic yet friendly. Just a little dark complexion. He was wearing a black jacket without a brand name. Trousers and leather shoes. At this moment, he was very respectful to the old man. I have been looking forward to your visit to the fruit province for a long time. Chapter 74 Zhang Tao's hint to Mo Yutong. The old man nodded. Minhai, your father and I are good friends, and you are also a deputy governor, so I will just speak frankly about some things. You can speak frankly. I know my own body well. The hospital suggested that I get a kidney transplant, but it's not easy to find a kidney. You are a traditional Chinese doctor who knows both Chinese and Western medicine, so I have to invite you to come and see me no matter what. Well, I've seen your condition. In Western medicine terms, you are in the late stage. There is no hope. The only option is a kidney transplant. I can write you a prescription. You need to take the medicine on time every day. I'll also use acupuncture to open up some of your meridians. Although it can't completely cure you, it can at least reduce your pain and allow you to live another year while waiting for a suitable kidney. Sun Minhai originally thought that he would be able to cure his illness by inviting the famous Dr. Gu Hui. I didn't expect it would only extend my life by 1 year. Can't help feeling lost. Alas, if Western medicine doesn't intervene, it's good to be able to live 1 more year. Looking at the current situation, only you, Mr. Gu, dare to make such a guarantee. Well, I did my best. I heard that the medicinal herbs here are good, so I came here specially to take a look. At this time, Meng Juoming came out. When I first saw the middle-aged man's face, I felt very familiar. I saw the license plate of the car parked outside the door and a middle-aged man standing with a briefcase. He immediately contacted this person and found out that it was Sun Minhai, the deputy commander of Fruit Province. This frightened him. I hurried over to meet him. Sun Minhai waved his hand to stop him from speaking. I am just an ordinary citizen, accompanying this old man to buy some medicine. There is no need to make it public. Yes. What kind of herbs do you need? I'm Meng Juoming, the director here. I can definitely give you the best. Sun Minhai took out a list and handed it to Meng Juoming. Meng Juoming took a look and suddenly opened his eyes wide. The medicines above are similar to what Boss Jiang wanted just now, but he gave all the inventory to the other party. This is a difficult situation. Now he is the deputy governor. Sun Minhai saw Meng Juoming's dilemma. Why? It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 herbs are missing. I can just look for them somewhere else. Meng Juoming said awkwardly. It's not just 1 or 2 flavors missing, they're all gone. A boss just came in and bought them all. Such a strong medicinal aroma. The herbs inside must be quite old. Gu Hui suddenly said. Then I saw a young man walking out from a distance carrying a lot of bags. I glanced at them when I passed by. The person who came out was Jiang Chu. He only took a glance to see that the old man and the middle-aged man were both ill. But what does it have to do with him? It is important to go back and treat Mo Yutong's father. He walked without stopping. You just said that a boss bought the medicine. Was it that young man? Meng Juoming was stunned when he heard Gu Hui's words. Looking in that direction, he slapped his thigh. Yes, it's him. How did you know? Minhai, let's not buy the medicine yet. Let's go and take a look. Good. Sun Minhai didn't understand Mr. Ji's purpose. But in this case, just do it. I told the driver. Follow them in your car. Jiang Chu drove for a while, and then he realized there was someone following him. But he didn't think too much about it. Because those 2 people had something wrong with their bodies. Most likely he went to the hospital. After arriving, I took the medicine and went straight to the ward. But he found that Mo Jiangwo, who originally lived in the room. Now the person and the bed were pushed out to the corridor. And he was the only one there, so he couldn't help but frown. Uncle, what's going on? Why are you pushed here? The doctor said that the ward is for those who need it. If I don't want to be treated, then I won't take up the space. So he pushed me out. Yutong went to argue with those doctors. Jiang Chu, you should go and take a look. I'm afraid she will be bullied. Jiang Chu nodded. Uncle, drink this medicine first. I'll go take a look. I went to the office immediately, but found no one. When I came back, I heard Mo Yutong's voice coming from the corridor. How could you do this? We have enough money to pay for the hospitalization. What do you mean by pushing my dad out? We are following the regulations. Since your father doesn't want treatment anymore, other patients also need treatment. This is not a hotel. If you need to be transferred to another hospital, I can handle the procedures for you now. Zhang Tao. Jiang Chu remembered his voice. According to the procedure, there are some things I shouldn't tell you. The friend you brought has angered my master, Director Zhang. If you still want to cure your father's illness, you'd better apologize to my master. Of course, I am his favorite disciple. As long as I say a few good words for you, my master will definitely forgive you. What do you want? No, don't get me wrong. I just thought we could be friends. If you're free tonight, how about coming over to my place and I'll buy you a drink? Humph. I think drinking is not the purpose. The real purpose is to let me play poker with you. Don't say such harsh words. This is a matter of mutual consent between young people. I'm not forcing you, am I? What are you doing? Don't touch me. Jiang Chu took a big step forward when the other party reached out his hand. He kicked Zhang Tao, who looked confused. He kicked him down the stairs. If I hadn't put in some effort, he must be crippled. Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong didn't expect Jiang Chu to show up in time. I rushed over and hugged him, finally unable to hold back my tears. They are too bullying, boo-hoo. It's okay. I'm here, Jiang Chu said domineeringly. Mo Yutong felt it. What a blessing it is to have a reliable man. Zhang Tao was wailing in pain. Alpaca, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you for assault. Jiang Chu sneered. Okay, report it quickly, and I'll tell them about your abuse of power to intimidate and blackmail you. I took out the recording and played it for him. Zhang Tao looked pale. Boy, you are so cruel. Let me tell you, except for my master, no one can save your father. After saying this, he left with great pain. Jiang Chu, my father. It's okay, your dad will be home soon. Let's go back. After Jiang Chu and the others left, another staircase door was pushed open. The ones who showed up were Gu Hui, Sun Haimin, and others. How could such scum exist in a hospital that saves lives and heals the wounded? It's lawless. Gu Hui was so angry that he cursed loudly. Sun Minhai also had a sullen face. He is in charge of the hospital. There is no light on the face. Have someone investigate Zhang Tao right away and check if there are other people who are doing the same. If they are found, they will be dealt with severely. Yes. The secretary following behind immediately made a phone call. Let's go and see if this young man has any means to allow a patient with advanced renal failure to go home today. Gu Hui walked in front. Chapter 75, he really stood up. Jiang Chu and the others returned to the corridor where Mo Zhangwo was. At this moment, Mo Zhangwo had already drunk the medicine. His face looked a little rosy. Jiang Chu, what medicine did you give me? Why is my tongue numb after I drank it, but my entire waist feels warm and comfortable? Dad, you mean you feel better now? Mo Yutong hugged Mo Zhangwo's arm and asked excitedly. Well, I can even feel myself sitting up. Yutong, you see. Mo Zhangwo tried hard. I sat up slowly. According to what Director Zhang said before, he will have to lie in bed for at least a week. Hey, Zhangwo, you can actually sit up by yourself? Ma Dongmei just came back from a break. When I saw Zhangwo sit up by himself, I forgot to ask them why they got outside. He was so excited that he ran over here. Wait, uncle, lie down first. I want to give you an acupuncture. Now. Well, maybe you can go back by yourself later. Mo Zhangwo and Ma Dongmei opened their eyes wide. You mean, I can walk back by myself later? Mo Yutong couldn't believe what she heard. But I don't know why. Just believe in Jiang Chu. Okay, I'll do it now. When Mo Yutong was leaving, there were 3 people standing at the intersection. I didn't think too much about it, thinking it was a family member or something. Umph, you are so arrogant. Although those drugs are good, it is too arrogant to let a patient who has been hospitalized for a few days with advanced renal failure get out of bed and walk home on the same day. Yes, you are an expert in this area. Just now you said that you couldn't cure it. I think the young man is just giving them some psychological comfort. Jiang Chu had already noticed those 3 people, and I can hear their conversations, whatever their purpose. Anyway, just don't disturb him. Unbuttoning Mo Zhangwo's clothes. Take out the needle you just bought. His eyes narrowed slightly. Act quickly. Accurate and fast entry into the acupoints. Without any hesitation. All in one go. Gu Hui on the side originally had a look of disdain on his face. But after seeing the amazing needlework, my eyes widened. Could this be the long-lost 9-needle acupuncture method to restore yang? Sun Minhai doesn't understand these things. I only know that the person lying on the hospital bed has the same disease as him. If the other party can really be cured, then he, with hope in my heart. But I feel it is impossible. Could it be that that young man is more powerful than Gu Hui? Okay, wait 10 minutes. Jiang Chu, I can feel a lot of air flowing in my body, but it makes me feel very comfortable. Well, that's because the blocked meridians have been unblocked, and the body is regulating itself. Ma Dongmei doesn't understand anything. But seeing that his wife's complexion was getting better little by little, it certainly won't be that bad. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Chu just put away the needle. The uninvited guest arrived. You have already completed the discharge procedures, so you shouldn't stay in this bed. Leave now. Zhang Tao walked in front. Zhang Hongliang and Cheng Qianma walked behind. It would be fine if you didn't come here to see a doctor, but you actually used such dirty and vulgar means to seduce Dr. Zhang and even beat him up. I, Zhang Hongliang, would rather save a pig than save people like you. Zhang Tao had a cunning look on his face, as if he had succeeded in his evil plan. Cheng Qianma was also indignant. You can't judge a person by his appearance. You look good, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. You even did such a disgusting thing in a sacred place like a hospital. Is there still law in this world? Zhang Tao immediately agreed. Especially you. You are ignorant and speak wildly. You have no manners at all. I don't know which school has such a terrible student. You will be a cancer in society. Of course, it refers to Jiang Chu. Bullshit. It's you, a scoundrel, who wanted to do something bad to me, and yet you're crying, "Stop, thief." Mo Yutong was so angry that he was burning with rage. He wished he could go over and tear Zhang Tao, who had such a filthy and treacherous smile on his face, to pieces on the spot. Have you said enough? The hospital is not a place for you to make trouble. Security, ask them to get out. Zhang Tao was very impressive and finally got revenge for the kick he had just received. One can't get out of bed. There is no wheelchair. It seems you have no choice but to carry it away. No need. I can walk by myself. Mo Jiangwo suddenly shouted. Humph, what a shitty chief doctor. It's true that the top beam is not straight and the bottom beam is crooked. Mo Jiangwo sat up, then put both feet down on the bed. Jiangwo, let me help you, Yutong. Ma Dongmei said hurriedly. No, I can do it myself. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Mo Jiangwo, who was lying half dead in bed. Now he actually stood up. I took 2 slow steps. To the back, striding forward. His face showed great excitement. I can walk by myself. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Uncle, you are just fine now, and you still need some time to recover. Don't get too excited. Okay, thank you, Jiang Chu. I don't believe anything others say. I will trust you from now on. I don't care about kidney replacement. Yutong, it's done, right? Let's go home, haha. The whole person feels extremely refreshed. Ma Dongmei and Mo Yutong were both overjoyed. Hurry and pack up. Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao opened their mouths wide, looking shocked and confused. Holy shit. He really stood up. And walked by yourself. Could it be that the twins have been replaced by someone else? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Master, am I dazzled? I saw him stand up, and I also saw Master go. Zhang Tao rubbed his eyes and said, Master, why are you here? Cheng Qianma showed surprise on her face and immediately trotted over, acting cute like her own granddaughter. Mr. Gu, I'm Xiao Zhang. You still remember me, right? I took a photo with you at the medical conference not long ago. Zhang Hongliang had a flattering smile on his face. Gu Hui didn't answer him, but looked at Zhang Tao beside him. Xiao Zhang, is this your apprentice? Zhang Hongliang was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Master Gu took a fancy to his apprentice? Yes, Zhang Tao has close contacts with Cheng Qianma, and Mr. Gu treats Cheng Qianma like his own granddaughter, so he will definitely ask about her. If Zhang Tao can be appreciated by the traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he will also become famous. Yes. Zhang Tao is a disciple I trained. Although he is not as good as your disciple, he is also a very good student. Zhang Tao, come here quickly. Zhang Tao came running over happily with the same flattering smile on his face as Zhang Hongliang. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Zhang Tao, a junior. I have long heard of your great name. I have always taken you as my role model and strive to be a doctor with excellent medical skills, good medical ethics, and good medical ethics. Zhang Hongliang had a smug look on his face and didn't notice Gu Lao's ugly expression at all. Master, you haven't told me why you are here. You didn't even tell me. Cheng Qianma said coquettishly. As for me, I was invited by Xiao Sunday. Little son. When everyone was confused, Sun Minhai walked out of the crowd with his hands behind his back. You are Sun Shengzhang. Zhang Hongliang's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 76. You call this knowing some medical skills? The others were shocked when they heard this. I didn't expect that this ordinary middle-aged man was actually Sun Xingzhang. Sun Xingzhang, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Zhang Tao, quickly notify the dean and the others to come over. Sun Minhai waved his hand and said, No need to make a big fuss. I am here today as a patient only. However, I did not expect to encounter some very unhappy things. Zhang Hongliang shuddered, and his pupils suddenly dilated. It must be the trouble caused by this young man and Mo Jiangwo's family that angered these two big guys. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Gu, this matter is my fault. I will deal with it seriously immediately. Sun Minhai and Gu Hui were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Zhang Hongliang to be so decisive and put the interests of the country above his own. This was good. They nodded immediately. Zhang Hongliang had an expression that said, as expected, his face darkened and he waved his hand. Security. Take this family out immediately. Several security guards immediately walked over aggressively. Jiang Chu frowned and stood in front of the security guards alone. His aura was so strong that it seemed like no one could stop him. He immediately intimidated the security guards. We can go on our own. Mo Jiangwo said helplessly. Zhang Tao was extremely proud. He never expected to meet important figures like Gu Lao and Sun Shengzhang, whom he might not meet in his lifetime, and who stood by him and spoke for him. Humph, this is what happens if you offend me, Zhang Tao. Jiang Chu and the others turned around and left. Gu Hui and Sun Minhai felt a pang in their hearts. I was so angry about Zhang Hongliang's behavior. They all reached out their hands and shouted, "Young man, wait a minute." Unexpectedly, the other party didn't even look back and walked straight out. There was no choice but for the two of them to chase after him in a hurry. "Master, wait for me." Cheng Qianma chased after him. The others followed closely behind the boss. After spending half his life to stop Jiang Chu and the others, he was out of breath and spoke after a long while. "Senior, why are you walking so fast? I am so tired." "Master, this guy is not a good person. He and this woman conspired to frame the senior." "Wait, Master, what did you call him just now?" "Senior." Cheng Qianma opened her mouth and eyes wide, looking confused, wondering if she had heard it wrong. "How dare you? How can you be so rude to your senior? What did your teacher usually teach you?" In addition to technical skills, studying medicine also requires you to know how to distinguish right from wrong, be open-minded, and be humble and low-key. "What about you?" "You. Oh, it's my fault that I spoiled you. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive my ignorant disciple. I will definitely punish her severely when I return." Zhang Hongliang, Zhang Tao, and the others were all shocked. They looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering, like Cheng Qianma, if they had heard it wrong. How could such a great man as Mr. Gu call a college student senior? Jiang Chu didn't seem surprised at all that the other party addressed him like that. In the Chinese medical community, whoever has excellent medical skills can be honored as a senior, regardless of age. I have no grudge against her, so I won't be angry. But you are right. At least you should know how to distinguish right from wrong. "You." Cheng Qianma frowned tightly. "I am so angry that I want to lose my temper." But when he saw his master glaring at him, I didn't dare to make a sound. Gu Hui smiled. "I wonder who your teacher is, senior? Who is the master?" "I'm sorry, my master told me not to reveal any information about him." Jiang Chu thought to himself, what kind of master do I have? The system and the big guys who read books are my fathers. "I see. Your master must be a hermit master. It doesn't matter if I don't tell you. I am Gu Hui, the 36th generation descendant of Gu Han. Today I saw your miraculous acupuncture technique. Could it be the long-lost 9-turn acupuncture technique to restore yang? Excuse me, I don't even know what this acupuncture technique is called. Anyway, my master just taught it to me casually." Casual. The corner of Gu Hui's mouth twitched. This acupuncture method that is so popular in the medical field is actually taught casually. What is this serious teaching? Isn't it terrifying to the sky? "Mr. Gu, this kid is too arrogant. He simply doesn't take you seriously," Zhang Hongliang said angrily. Zhang Tao immediately stood up and agreed. "Yes, Mr. Gu, he was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse and happened to know some medical skills. The fact that Mo Jiangwo was able to stand up might just be a temporary flash of brilliance." "Shut up." Gu Hui was so angry that he almost fainted. "Is it your turn to speak now? What do you know? Did you see the way the senior inserted the needle just now? You call that knowing some medical skills? Then you are nothing." Zhang Hongliang and Zhang Tao looked more miserable than if they had eaten ass. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. If someone scolds him, he can scold back. But this is Gu Lao. He is a leading figure in the medical field. The disciples were all famous. Offended him. You will have to bear the consequences in the future. But he was also depressed. What kind of needlework is this? He is a Western doctor who only knows how to perform surgery and suture. Why tell him this? Gu Hui's old face actually showed a flattering expression. "Senior, I wonder if you could teach me the needle technique you just used. Of course, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Jiang Chu shook his head. "I see that your liver qi is stagnant and has become an illness over time. It has already blocked the bridges of life and death. I'm afraid you won't survive this year. It's useless to learn anything." Cheng Qianma said sternly. "How dare you? My master is in good health. He looks as young as 50 at the age of 70. How could he be sick? Stop talking nonsense." Gu Hui's eyes suddenly widened. A look of shock. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Jiang Chu. Everyone was shocked. "Master, what are you doing?" Gu Hui said bitterly. "Senior, save me." Jiang Chu sneered. "I have a way to cure this disease, but why should I save you?" Everyone was shocked and petrified. A distinguished traditional Chinese medicine doctor actually knelt down when he was told to do so, and was rejected by the other party. Zhang Hongliang rubbed his eyes to make sure if he was dazzled, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Sun Xingzhang, is Mr. Gu feeling unwell?" He almost asked if Mr. Gu had gotten old and his brain had gone crazy. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave first." Jiang Chu said coldly, turning around and leaving. "Xiao Sun, what are you waiting for? If you want to cure your illness, then it has to be the senior, etc. Master, please save me too." Sun Minhai pushed away the confused Zhang Hongliang. He hurried to Jiang Chu. "I don't care about my face image. This is not as important as life. Who are you?" Jiang Chu pretended not to know. In other novels, the male protagonists always encounter mayor-level opponents at the beginning, but he saves energy at the beginning. Although a little surprised. But now he is also a rich man. The key is that the other party still needs him. Not square at all. Oh, it's Sun Shengzhong. Sorry, I didn't recognize him at first. Zhang Hongliang and the others slapped their foreheads. I almost lost my balance. He spoke so loudly just now that everyone in the audience knew that the person in front of them was Shengzhong. He did it on purpose. I see your face is dark, you have kidney problems, and they are in the late stage. Sun Minhai nodded suddenly. A master is a master, and you can tell at a glance. Jiang Chu smiled. I recommend this man, Director Zhang, a renowned nephrologist who is first-rate at transplanting kidneys. If you go to him for a kidney transplant, you will definitely have a 10-year survival rate. Chapter 77. This time, I will wear white silk for you. Sun Minhai's face darkened. Zhang Hongliang waved his hands quickly, looking flustered. No, 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 Sun Shengzhong. With Master Gu here, how dare I claim to be first-rate? At this time, Chang Qianma suddenly interrupted. Master, so what if he is a skilled doctor? You said that a doctor should put morality first. He and that woman framed Zhang Tao together. How can such a person be qualified to be a doctor? Zhang Tao felt guilty and thought something was clearly not right, so he wanted to run away. Of course Sun Minhai knew what Jiang Chu was trying to do. Speaking of Zhang Tao, he was furious. Xiaolu, why haven't they arrived yet? Are they just here to eat and do nothing? As soon as the words fell, several uncles in uniforms and hats ran over. Panting, two of them held Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao, you are suspected of abusing your power and forcing women to have sex with you. We have found videos on your computer, and several victims have come forward to identify your previous illegal behavior. Please come back with us for investigation. What? Everyone was shocked and indignant. So he's a beastly doctor. People like him should be shot. That's right. I don't know how many girls have been defiled by him. He is worse than a beast. Gu Hui's face was filled with anger. Zhang Hongliang, this is the talented disciple you taught. Humph. Zhang Hongliang's face turned pale, and then he looked at Zhang Tao, his eyes like a volcano erupting. No, Master, you must save me. Zhang Tao was anxious, with a panicked look on his face. This is his biggest secret. I didn't expect it to be discovered in just a short while. Zhang Hongliang's face turned blue with anger. He never expected that the disciple whom he had just praised to the sky was actually worse than a beast. I don't want you as my apprentice. You're making me so angry. Take him away. Take him away quickly. Zhang Tao fainted immediately after hearing this. Take away. Sun Sheng. Sun Minhai waved his hands and didn't want to listen to Zhang Hongliang at all. The latter looked as pale as death. Cheng Qianma was speechless throughout the whole process. I didn't expect that Zhang Tao, who had been so good to me these past few days, was actually a beast in human clothing. And just now she even spoke up for him, wrongly accusing a good man. He glanced at Jiang Chu, who was calm and composed. I was wrongly blaming others. But who made him so arrogant? Not explaining it clearly. He glared at Jiang Chu fiercely. Master. No, don't call me master. You are the provincial governor, and I am just a college student. You can call me Jiang Chu. This is a hospital after all. Can we talk somewhere else? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiang Chu immediately put on a smile. After all, the other party was a high-ranking official, so he had to give him the face he deserved. Yes, or big. No, Jiang Chu, you think it through. Little brother, I am also anxious. Jiang Chu asked Mo Yutong to take her parents and the medicine back to have a good rest. He told her some things to pay attention to when boiling the medicine and gave her the car. Even the traditional Chinese medicine doctors Gu Hui and Sun Shengzhong believed in Jiang Chu's medical skills. Ma Dongmei and the others were even more certain that Mo Jiangwo's illness could be cured. They were so happy. When Mo Yutong left, she whispered in Jiang Chu's ear, "Get a room and wait for me tonight. I'll wear white silk stockings for you this time, hee." 3. Jiang Chu nodded happily. Coming out of the office, Sun Minhai and Gu Hui both laughed heartily. He was very respectful to Jiang Chu. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I have benefited a lot from it. It has suddenly become clear. From now on, you will be my master. Jiang Chu did not refuse, thinking back to when he had just given them acupuncture and then wrote a prescription, promising to cure them. What followed was the classic apprenticeship scene, which he had only seen in novels before, but now it was actually happening to him. Master, he is your master, so what am I to him? Should I call him Grandmaster? Cheng Qianma pouted and said angrily with an unwilling look on her face. Gu Hui's face darkened. Why, Master's medical skills are the best I've ever seen. You should be happy that he can be your master. If you don't recognize me as your master. No, That's not what I meant. I have been learning medicine from you since I was a child. If you don't become my master, who will? Only then did Gu Hui nod with satisfaction. Cheng Qianma, your master can definitely cure your illness. I just pleaded for you, and he didn't refuse. You must follow him well in the future, okay? Who wants him to cure my illness? Cheng Qianma's face turned red in an instant, thinking of my shameful illness. If Jiang Chu knew about this, she would definitely make fun of her. But the master said he could cure it. If this is true, the long legs couldn't help but clamp and twist. Sun Minhai shook hands with Jiang Chu. Brother Jiang Chu, you saved my life. I am in a high position, but I cannot be partial to you. But if you need anything in the future, please find me, and I will do my best. Then thank you, Sun Shengzhang. Master, I'm leaving your disciple's illness in your hands. We have other things to do, so we'll leave first. Jiang Chu nodded. Master, Cheng Qianma wanted to catch up, but Gu Hui stared at him, and he stood there. Listen carefully to your grandmaster. Of course, you are of similar age, so there is no need to address him as grandmaster or call him old. Gu Hui smiled and looked at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu felt a little creeped out by the stare of this cheap disciple. Master, you are so handsome, just like me back then. Qianma is the school beauty. I have loved her the most since childhood. I support you. I am leaving first, haha. Jiang Chu. Cheng Qianma turned away angrily. Humph. There were only two of them left at the scene. Jiang Chu shook his head, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out. Cheng Qianma didn't expect that the other party would leave her, a school beauty, alone without saying a word. She stomped her feet in anger, thought about it, and decided to chase after him. Outside on the roadside, Jiang Chu had just hung up a call from the car city. The Ferrari he ordered had arrived, and it was originally said that it could be sent to the school, but he said he would go pick it up directly now. Can you really cure my illness? Unexpectedly, Cheng Qianma caught up with me. You're not sick at all. It's obviously you who can't do it. Men hate it most when people say no. It just so happens that Jiang Chu is a man among men, he said with a gloomy face. You'll know if I can do it if you try. Also, I am your master now, and there is a hierarchy. Do you understand? Cheng Qianma stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back and pouted. Master must have gotten old and was confused for a while, so he accepted you as his master. You only know a few needles. I can also do anatomy. Jiang Chu smiled. Speaking of anatomy, Xia doctors are the ancestors of Western medicine. Since we have nothing to do with each other, then don't follow me. The taxi is coming. Jiang Chu got on the back seat. Cheng Qianma actually came in and sat down with them. Jiang Chu frowned. What do you want? Cheng Qianma didn't even look at it. I will leave if you cure my illness. Boring. Jiang Chu said unhappily. Master, let's go to Lunching Auto City. On the way. I'm asking you to take off that white coat. You're still wearing it even after you've left the hospital. People who don't know me might think I'm your patient. Cheng Qianma looked down at herself, pursed his lips embarrassedly, then started unbuttoning. Jiang Chu shook his head speechlessly. Just wanted to turn my head. Crash. Cheng Qianma unbuttoned her white coat and was wearing a pair of jeans, which actually concealed a pair of wavy jeans. Jiang Chu was stunned. Chapter 78. The middle road is a bit big. Jiang Chu was stunned. It should have been a loose short-sleeved white shirt. Now it is held high. It has become a tight-fitting model. From Jiang Chu's direction, it can even be between two buttons. Big. So great that even Teacher Song is willing to admit defeat. Can you see where you're standing when you walk? Jiang Chu couldn't help but ask. Suddenly, the whole car made a sharp turn and braked to correct it. It turns out that the driver was also stunned by Cheng Qianma's perfect figure in the rearview mirror. Drive well. Jiang Chu wanted to kick the driver out and have the place all to himself. Phew. Cheng Qianma puffed out her chest, a proud look on her face. Humph, haven't you ever seen a girl with big breasts, pervert? Of course, the one being scolded was Jiang Chu. Why didn't Jiang Chu scold the driver? I heard you're some talented medical student, but I don't think you are. Cheng Qianma thought for a moment, then became angry and said, Are you saying I have big breasts and no brains? You said that yourself. You bastard, I can't kill you. After saying that, he subconsciously raised the small hammer and wanted to swing it over. But he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly it stopped in midair. Humph, I don't want to bother with you. Jiang Chu looked confused. Arrived at the Motor City. Mingqing and Xiao Fei were already waiting outside the door. Seeing Jiang Chu coming over immediately, the people who were buying cars and other sales ladies thought that the boss Ming Luan was coming. Otherwise, he is some big shot. I didn't expect it to be two young people. But I have to say, the man is so handsome. Female, so big. The men and women inside were stunned. You look so poor, but you still have money to buy a car. However, the service in this car city is really good. Managers and supervisors have to stand outside the door to receive customers. This is the highest standard I have ever seen. Qing Qianma said self-righteously. Mingxing waved his hand. You too, please come in. Xiaofei dressed up very exquisitely today. I put on all the necklaces and jewelry that I usually don't want to wear. I just want to leave a good impression on Jiang Chu and win his favor. But seeing that there was such a big-breasted girl next to him, her appearance is even better than hers. Does young Master Zhang like big ones? Look at your own. Not even half as much as others. Although there is a smile on the face. But I couldn't help feeling very lost. Wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. I've asked someone to pick up the car. Please sit down and have a cup of tea first. This is special grade Longjing tea. Mr. Lewin specially ordered it to be brewed for you. Wow, it's really special grade Longjing tea. So fragrant, Master, that stingy guy, never gave me some to drink. I didn't expect to be able to drink such good tea in a car city. Qing Qianma took a sip and sighed. What car did you buy? Audi, BMW, or Mercedes? I think it must be a BMW. I tell you, you can drive it to the gate of our medical university to wait for girls. Maybe someone will come to you on their own initiative. Jiang Chu was a little surprised. I didn't expect Qing Qianma to suddenly say these words. Even Xiaofei, who was standing next to him, frowned. Isn't she much prettier than those schoolgirls? So you went looking for it, too? No, I heard it from my roommates. I'm busy studying and taking clinical exams every day, so I don't have time to go out. I'm teaching you now. You're quite handsome. If you go there with a BMW, you'll definitely be very popular with the girls. Why don't you thank me right away? 3? Xiaofei covered her mouth. I almost didn't laugh. Is it really true that she has big breasts but no brains? Is it necessary for young Master Zhang to do such a thing? If he is willing to speak. Without saying anything else. She agreed on the spot. Whether it's a girlfriend or what you think. Alas, you are younger than me, but you can actually afford a BMW, which costs hundreds of thousands. I wonder how many patients you have cheated to make so much money. Jiangchu? My main identity is a super rich man who can seduce goddesses. Being a miracle doctor is just one of my hobbies. I also want to buy a car of my own, but my master is so stingy that he won't give me a penny more. He's a Chinese doctor, but he's so poor. You want to buy a car? Just call me master and I'll give you one. Qing Qianmo rolled her eyes at Jiang Chu. I know you can afford a BMW, but I am Qing Qianma, the second most beautiful girl in the medical university. If I want, many rich second generations will drive a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW to pick me up. Maybe one day they will even give me one. Cheng Qianma? 3? Hey, who is so generous and gives you one as a gift? Cheng Qianma turned her head immediately when she heard the voice. His face suddenly darkened. He Jian, Pan Mingfang. Jiang Chu had already heard the sound and looked over. They are about the same age. Female Pan Mingfang. Good appearance. The system gave 84 points. I guess she is either a school belle or a college belle. Wearing a sexy halter neck low V-short skirt. A deep invisible gap was squeezed out between the snow-white chest. Although it looks similar to Cheng Qianma's at first glance. But Jiang Chu, with his sharp eyes, still noticed that there were props inside. Below are black silk high heels and long legs. The middle road pattern is a bit big. The power bank shows 8. This is more than 7 seats. Jiang Chu immediately lost interest. The man has a big round face. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The eye bags are a bit dark. At first glance, it's obvious that he's been staying up late and overindulging himself. At this moment, both of them had an expression of arrogance. Look at Qing Qianma again. Her eyes were fixed on the boy named He Jian, full of complexity and more anger. The relationship between the three people is almost clear. When Pan Mingfang saw Jiang Chu's handsomeness, her eyes lit up. But he shook his head slightly, showing disdain. Cheng Qianma, is this your new boyfriend? Not long ago, you kept saying that you liked our He Jian, but I didn't expect you to find a boyfriend right away. How shameless. He Jian, I've already told you. You can't just judge Qing Qianma by her appearance. She looks innocent, but she's actually a bitch. You've been chasing her for so long, but she never even let you touch her hand, and now she has a boyfriend. He Jian looked at Cheng Qianma with eyes full of hatred. Cheng Qianma's eyes trembled, as if she was still hoping that the other party would say something nice to her. He Jian turned his head. He kissed Pan Mingfang on the cheek. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Of course I know she's a bitch. She even said she's sick and can't be touched. It really made me laugh. We're both studying medicine, but she actually found such an excuse. She really took me for a fool. Fortunately, you let me get away in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a wonderful life like you, Mingfang, for several years in college. Bang! Jiang Chu seemed to be able to hear the sound of heartbreak beside him. At this moment, Cheng Qianma looked like she had lost her soul. With a smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this your ex-boyfriend?" "No, it's just a scabby dog." Cheng Qianma's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she said coldly. Jiang Chu nodded. "The image is quite fitting." Cheng Qianma burst out laughing. "I didn't expect Jiang Chu to be so smart. Who are you calling a scabby dog?" He Jian was furious. "He Jian, she is deliberately trying to irritate you. Don't be angry at such a bitch. She is just attracted by your status as a rich second generation, and she is both rich and poor. You see, now that she has lost you, she can only fall into the trap of finding such a poor loser as her boyfriend." Jiang Chu looked down at the clothes he was wearing. "That's right. In order to prevent those girls who could have made money from you from having 80 favorability ratings when you first meet them, exceeding system requirements. He is more casual in his dress. I don't want to be so high profile. I didn't expect that I would be immediately put into the ranks of poor losers." Chapter 79, accidentally mistaking the brake for the accelerator. "Who said my boyfriend is poor? He and I are here to buy a car, and he said he wants to give me one." Cheng Qianma stood up without knowing when. Hands on hips, with your chest held high. This is a posture ready for a fight. But to outsiders, it has no deterrent effect at all, because everyone's attention is focused on 2 points. "Hem, he's giving you a car? I'm afraid you'll make me laugh. Cheng Qianma, look at what your boyfriend is wearing. Our He Jian's pair of shoes is worth all his assets. To tell you the truth, He Jian is going to give me a BMW today. The car has arrived, and we're here to pick it up. What do you think? There's no need to be envious. If your loser boyfriend works for more than 10 years, he might be able to buy you one." Pan Mingfang hugged He Jian's arm tightly with both hands. With his head tilted, his eyes were full of provocation and disdain. Cheng Qianma hesitated for a moment. He actually hugged Jiang Chu's arm. Not to be outdone. "Humph, that's just right. My boyfriend is also going to give me a BMW." Jiang Chu pretended to be stunned. "Ah, when did I say I would give you a BMW? I am very happy inside. I can get money for another car." It's another scene of pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face. It's endless fun. Cheng Qianma didn't expect that Jiang Chu, who had just cooperated with her. Now they are actually taking the initiative to dismantle the stage. I was so angry that my teeth itched. Put your hands on Jiang Chu's thighs and twist them hard. Unfortunately, it's too strong and is just a tickle. Ha ha ha. See, your boyfriend has denied it. Indeed, if you don't have money, don't try to be cool. Not every boy can be as good as He Jian. He Jian, you see, didn't she keep saying that she was sick and wouldn't let any boy touch her? It's obvious that she was just trying to fool you. Now you understand. He Jian saw the prey he had been chasing for so long. Hugging another boy. My steel teeth were almost broken. There was not only burning anger, but also viciousness in his eyes. "You stinky bitch, if I hadn't made a bet with Wang Chong and the others, and they said you were still a novice, and I said I would kill you in a month, do you think I would be so nice to you? I couldn't stand your arrogant and bad temper a long time ago, and you actually said you wouldn't let me touch you, and now you're still hugging a poor loser." Jiang Chu could see that Cheng Qianma's eyes were almost filled with tears. Holding his arms tightly with both hands, he looked at the two people who were feeling proud. Said coldly, "Have you said enough? My woman is not someone you two bastards can insult." Cheng Qianma turned her head and looked at Jiang Chu. There was a little surprise in his eyes. "Then I got a little angry. When did she become his woman?" What did you say?" Pan Mingfang hates it most when people say she is a piece of shit. Because she did have sex with all kinds of people, and often without wearing a mask. Until now, she is still being kept by a middle-aged fat uncle. In addition, He Jian is playing both sides. Anyway, it's for others. What's wrong with getting an extra salary? You are a slut, and your whole family is a slut. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. This means that his family has hit a bottom line. "Mingfang, don't bother with this poor loser. I'll give you the car. I've also completed the paperwork. Let's go." Pan Mingfang shook off He Jian's hand and said stubbornly, "No, Cheng Qianma, didn't you say your boyfriend would buy you a car? Go ahead and buy it. I'll just wait and see if he has the guts to do it." "Xiao Fei, do you have a car in stock?" Jiang Chu said coldly. Xiao Fei immediately bowed and said, "Mr. Jiang, there is a Porsche 911 and a Porsche Cayenne. I'm going to pick up the car soon and put it in my woman's name." Xiao Fei called a colleague over. The other party nodded. "Ha ha ha, just brag. You said Porsche 911. Do you know how much that car costs? Over 1 million. You are probably buying a toy." He Jian and Pan Mingfang laughed as if they had heard some joke. Then they were dumbfounded. A brand new red Porsche 911 was driven out by the staff. "The formalities can be handled later. You can pick up the car now, Mr. Jiang." The two were stunned and shocked, directly petrified on the spot. "Qianma, you just said you wanted a BMW. I think since you've already bought those two lousy cars, you can just switch to this Porsche 911. Jiang Chu said with a smile. It's like buying some cabbage at the market. Cheng Qianma's eyes widened. It's unbelievable. To the two people opposite, it looked like a surprise from their boyfriend. Really? You're really going to give me a car? Yes, if you don't like it, you can change it, but it may take some time. No, that's not what I mean. I like it. This is a 911. Only Qian Hao, the richest man in our school, has one. But the words are not finished yet. Another car drove out. It was a Ferrari. Then a dozen beautiful saleswomen in uniform came out. They stood in 2 rows. They bowed and shouted in unison. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on getting a Ferrari. Congratulations, Ms. Cheng, on your purchase of the Porsche 911. Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment. He didn't plan this. Glancing at Xiao Fei, she just smiled and nodded. I guess she arranged it this way on purpose. Jiang Chu nodded in appreciation. Then I looked at the two people opposite me who were completely stupid with their mouths wide open. The corners of his mouth curved up in a playful way. Yes, I am a poor loser, but what are you, beggars? Never mind, I don't want to insult beggars, so you should just be sluts. By the way, did your girlfriend tell you how many times she had a miscarriage? But you are all doctors, you should know. It's no big deal. He Jian looked at Pan Mingfang with a frown on his face. No, don't listen to his nonsense. That was the first time I talked to you. You saw it yourself. Pan Mingfang was obviously nervous. Since you are studying medicine, you should know that there is a technology called artificial repair. It only costs a little money. Maybe you can do it yourself. He Jian, he is a lunatic, a psychopath, let's go. Pan Mingfang couldn't wait to pull He Jian's hand and get into the new BMW. Want to leave? Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes. Xiao Fei, that big Zong is yours, right? Lend it to me. Xiao Fei nodded, took out the key, and didn't understand what Jiang Chu was going to do. Jiang Chu took the key. He smiled at Cheng Qianma. Just watch and see how I avenge you. Cheng Qianma was still in a daze. I was given a Porsche 911 for no apparent reason. I dare not even dream of it. Now you say you want to avenge her? The next scene. Everyone present covered their mouths, stunned and shocked. Boom. A Volkswagen seemed to be out of control. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards a new BMW not far ahead. Then there was a loud bang. He Jian and Pan Mingfang were halfway there. I witnessed their new car being hit by the Volkswagen from the middle, and a large dent was left in it. Even the A-pillar is deformed. It can be said that it was scrapped on the spot. The front of the large longitudinal car is also broken. The airbags popped out. But Jiang Chu walked down from the driver's seat as if nothing had happened. When passing by He Jian and the others, the corners of his mouth curved up in a dandy way, and he waved his hand. I'm sorry. I accidentally used the brake as the accelerator and hit your new car. You can't drive it back. But I have plenty of money. I'll pay you back. It should be usable after some repairs. Cheng Qianma? So handsome. Cheng Qianma, favorability 20. Cheng Qianma, favorability 20. Cheng Qianma, favorability 20. Cheng Qianma, favorability 20. Chapter 80. This process may be a little. WTF. This favorability is so strong. Jiang Chu walked up to Xiao Fei, who was still in shock. With a smile on your face. I'm sorry for damaging your car. I'll give you the Porsche Cayenne as a replacement. We can use the credit card to pay for it later. Also, any compensation they want will be deducted from me. Okay, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. We will help you with this matter. Xiao Fei couldn't hide her happiness at all. That Dazong has been open for several years. I didn't expect to get a Cayenne. It was like a dream. Just like the super rich second generation like Jiang Xiao, who can give away things whenever he wants. If I could be his woman, doesn't that mean you can have whatever you want? He Jian and Pan Mingfang's faces were as pale as pig livers, and their back teeth were almost broken. He was cursing there. But Xiao Fei coldly rebuked. If you yell at me again, I will call the police and file a complaint against you for disrupting our normal business operations. The two of them shut up unhappily. Is it good? It's good for you, isn't it? Cheng Qianma was originally filled with gloom and unhappiness. Just in that loud bang, all of them disappeared. Excitement on his face. Holding Jiang Chu's arm, he said happily, "It's so cool." Jiang Chu's pupils suddenly shrank. I found that Cheng Qianma, who was fine just now. Now his face is flushed. Moreover, the heat transmitted from the arm can make you feel that the other person's body temperature has risen significantly. You are. Cheng Qianma's face was filled with shame. The long legs are restless. It felt like being crawled by ants and all kinds of discomfort. Jiang Chu, help me find a place. Jiang Chu's eyes suddenly widened. Suddenly, I remembered that she said she was sick before. And you can't let boys touch you. Could this be? I looked down and saw that Cheng Qianma's jeans had turned darker. His thoughts were instantly confirmed. Xiao Fei, do you have a room where we can rest? Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. Why does young Master Jiang suddenly want to find a room? Yes, we have rooms for VIP guests. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. They are kept very clean every day. Okay, ask someone to buy me a few more sets of clothes for me and her. Just buy a few more sets of ordinary brands. We'll settle the payment later. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I'll arrange it right away. No, I'll go buy it myself. There's a pedestrian street nearby. Okay, thank you. I'll take her to rest. Jiang Chu had already picked up Princess Cheng Qianmo while he was talking. She didn't want anyone to discover her embarrassment. Jiang Chu, don't say anything. I know everything. Cheng Qianmo had to bury her head deeply in Jiang Chu's arms. Grow up this big. It was the first time she was so close to a boy. I feel extremely comfortable and safe in my heart. Cheng Qianmo, favorability 1080. But the strange feeling coming from below made her feel ashamed. It hasn't happened in many years. I was so angry just now that I forgot about this matter. Fortunately, there is Jiang Chu. Not only did he help her keep the secret, in order to avoid her being discovered, he picked her up. Yes, she didn't dare to walk at all. I didn't know she had this disease until I was in elementary school. It was during the physical education class when a boy held my hand and played a game with me. She made a fool of herself and became the laughing stock of the whole class. From then on, I never dared to have contact with the opposite sex again. Even her master Gu Hui was helpless. She gave up hope of seeking treatment. Therefore, I chose to study medicine. And what touched her was that Jiang Chu said he was buying clothes, but he bought his as well. Then others won't just think about her problem. He seems rude. I didn't expect him to be so attentive. It's all for her. Watching Jiang Chu carry her into a bright large room. Put it on the sofa. I drew the curtains and locked the door. There's something strange in my heart. His actions. Wouldn't it make outsiders misunderstand that they were doing those things in the room? Thank you, Jiang Chu. You do this for me. Aren't you afraid that they will misunderstand you? Jiang Chu glanced at the other party. The situation was more serious than he expected. Fortunately, I entered the room in time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Cheng Qianmo turned her head to the side, extremely shy. I told you. Jiang Chu was speechless for a moment. What the other party said is also correct. This is a rare hypersensitive physique, but it is not a disease. How long will this situation last? I don't know. I haven't touched the opposite sex for many years. Forget it. I'll give you the acupuncture. Cheng Qianmo's eyes lit up. Jiang Chu, you mean you can cure my illness, right? Let me stress to you that this is not a disease. It is just a hypersensitive constitution, so there is no question of whether it can be cured or not. Cheng Qianmo lowered her head in disappointment. If it's not a disease, then there's no cure. Jiang Chu was not happy. I just said it's not a disease. I never said it can't be cured. Hope rekindled on Cheng Qianmo's face. So, you can help me fix it? Jiang Chu frowned and hesitated for a moment. Why? It's difficult, isn't it? No, I can help you recover. It will only take some time. However, the treatment process and method, I don't think you will accept it. As long as this disease can be cured, I can accept any conditions. For this disease. For many years, she didn't dare to make friends casually. I don't dare to play with everyone. I was worried that someone might accidentally touch me when I went out to play. Then, he made a fool of himself. Even in clinical practice, she can only accept same-sex physical contact. For her, who was studying medicine, this was more painful than killing her. We'll talk about this later. Now, take off your clothes. Jiang Chu turned around and took the needle from his bag. After learning the ultimate medical technique, he always kept a pile of silver needles in his big wallet, just in case of need. I didn't expect it would come in handy so soon. When he turned around, that scene made him stunned. Stunned on the spot. Open your eyes wide. I dare not even blink. Afraid of missing any scene. Until it is deeply imprinted in my mind. Then I turned my head away. Certainly. For Jiang Chu, who had added some. The other party looked like just a moment. I only asked you to take off your outer clothes. Why are you? Cheng Qianmo's shy voice came from behind. You just told me to take off my clothes. I thought. Puff, giggling. She couldn't help laughing. Aren't you an expert in medicine? Why are you afraid of seeing this kind of situation? Jiang Chu. He even started teasing him. Who is afraid of who? Turn your head. I was amazed again. Can it really be cured? Jiang Chu burst out with superhuman willpower. Tell him that I am just a doctor at the moment. Don't move. I'm about to start. This process may be a little painful. Just bear with it. Jiang Chu pulled out silver needles one by one. Zhongting acupoint, Guanyuan acupoint, Sugu acupoint. How do you feel? Numbness, swelling, and pain. Well, this is caused by the qi. Cheng Qianmo felt like she was on cloud 9, unable to extricate herself. She also knows acupuncture. but she has never felt so strange and comfortable. Facing that blazing gaze, she has nowhere to hide. Outside the room, two young ladies were eavesdropping at the door. His face flushed. What are you doing? Xiao Fei came back with clothes and saw the two of them sneaking around. Supervisor, the manager asked us to watch here, saying that if young Master Jiang needs anything. I understand. You guys go out first. I'll be here. Yes. The two ran away in shame. After Xiao Fei saw them leave, I couldn't help but put my ear close to it. Chapter 81. He and Mo Yutong are going to do serious work. In less than a moment, it was all red. This Jiang Xiao is indeed a romantic and unrestrained person with a passionate temperament. I just sent a card to him. That's coming soon. I thought of giving her one too. If young Master Jiang made that request to her. That. Xiao Fei didn't dare to think about going down, but with a hint of expectation. Only, is it really that comfortable? I couldn't help but imagine how handsome and naughty Jiang Xiao was. It would be better if Jiang Xiao lived outside by himself. Who says women can't fix plumbers? Is that Xiao Fei outside? Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's voice calling him was heard from inside. Ah, yes, Mr. Jiang, I have bought the clothes back. Branches. The door suddenly opened. Jiang Chu was shirtless. Reach out and take the clothes. Thank you, why are you so red? Xiao Fei touched her face and found it was hot. She was a little flustered. Oh no, nothing. I guess I'm a little hot just now. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to milk tea some other day when I'm free. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Bang. The door was closed again. Oh my god. Jiang Xiao's figure is simply amazing. There are actually 8 abdominal muscles. And he said he wanted to treat her to milk tea. Does this imply something? Milk tea, shopping, and watching movies. Then, Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with pink bubbles of shyness. Here, these are your clothes. Jiang Chu handed the clothes to Ching Qianma. At this point, the other party had completely let go, but her face was still flushed with shyness. He couldn't help but take in the beautiful scenery again. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Your acupuncture technique is amazing. I thought it would be a little painful, but I didn't expect it to be so comfortable. Generally speaking, practicing to the level of flying needles can reduce the pain. Also, I can only help you temporarily, and I can't solve the fundamental problem. Turn around. I need to change my clothes. Cheng Qianma suddenly gave a wicked smile. I've shown you everything. What are you afraid of as a grown man? Jiang Chu. Are medical students so open-minded? Jiang Chu didn't care anymore. Play the show to the end. He must change his clothes. Otherwise, why ask people to buy it? Just take off your pants. Just receive the stimulus. I had to put up a parasol. Oh my god, your Guan Yu is even better than those foreign specimens I've seen. Also, your figure is so great. It's a pity not to be a model for those painting students. Jiang Chu, are you praising him? Can you speak? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cheng Qianma smiled radiantly, shaking all over. Cheng Qianma, favorability too. Jiang Chu's blood boiled again. Urge her to change her clothes quickly. You said you could cure my illness. How? Cheng Qianma has now recognized Jiang Chu's medical skills. I felt that since he said it could be cured, it must be possible. Jiang Chu hesitated to speak. Tell me, I've shown you everything. Believe it or not, I'm molesting you. Go ahead, shout louder. Cheng Qianma didn't expect Jiang Chu to not be afraid at all. The little mouth pursed. If you don't cure me, I will follow you and make it difficult for you to find a girlfriend. Jiang Chu looked at. She didn't seem to count herself in. This kind of physique is troublesome to her. But for every man, it is simply the ultimate dream product. But that's an ordinary man. Who is Jiang Chu? The rich man is responsible for the system. To deal with the male protagonist of thousands of goddesses. How could I be held back by her? Are you sure you want me to treat you? Listen to what I say first. How about it? Do you still want me to treat you now? Jiang Chu smiled triumphantly. Cheng Qianma had never expected to receive acupuncture treatment during exercise. This method is totally unheard of. Could it be that this guy was deliberately deceiving her? But if he really has such improper thoughts about me, he was actually fine just now. There's no need to beat around the bush. But that's too embarrassing. And they weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Well, besides this method, is there no other way? Yes, I have. Cheng Qianma was overjoyed. What is it? You change someone, your boyfriend, or someone, and then you guys go about your business while I give you the injections. Jiang Chu thought, how could this be possible? He would never do such a thing even if he was beaten to death. What? Jiang Chu smiled and ignored Cheng Qianma, who was so angry that her teeth were itching. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Then he opened the door and walked out. Xiao Fei bowed and nodded with a smile. Master Jiang, the meal is ready. You said you wanted to eat here, so I asked the kitchen to make it for you. I don't know if it suits your taste. It's okay. I'm not picky. Jiang Chu said that he was not picky about food. After all, he is a child who grew up in the countryside. But Xiaofei wondered if Jiang Xiao was hinting at something. That's right. Her looks and beauty are not as good as those women brought by Jiang Xiao. This made her a little insecure. Now that Jiang Xiao said this, is it to prove that you still have a chance? Suddenly, I felt very confused. When seeing Jiang Xiao eating with relish, Xiaofei lamented that she had met so many rich second generations. But none of them is as straightforward and unpretentious as Jiang Xiao. They also enjoy their work meals so much. But Cheng Qianma beside him was also eating voraciously. It surprised her. This is too delicious, isn't it? I've already had 2 bowls of rice. In order to maintain her figure, I don't even eat a bowl of rice in a day. Just some fruit salad or something. Is it because I just did strenuous exercise? Jiang Chu was also a little dumbfounded. You are such a big eater, but think about it. Otherwise there would be no big granary. Xiaofei couldn't help but look down. High heels and black stockings. The view is completely unobstructed. Do I usually eat too little? What are you talking about? I didn't even have breakfast. You don't know how busy it is to be an intern in a hospital. As he spoke angrily, he kicked Jiang Chu on the table. Pa, I'm full. Take your time eating. I saw that you have a driver's license in your bag. You can drive back by yourself later. I have already paid for the car. You just need to complete the paperwork with Xiaofei later. Cheng Qianma was still chewing a mouthful of rice. Where are you going? Why should I tell you? Cheng Qianma curled her lips. I know it even without you telling me. It must be Mo Yutong who called you just now and asked you to go to Jinghua Shuiyue to treat her father. Aren't you going to come out of retirement? Having this kind of medical skills is a blessing for patients all over the world. Why did you tell Master not to reveal it? Maybe you can even win a Nobel Prize or something. Jiang Chu looked at Cheng Qianma as if she were a fool. Come out. Be a miracle doctor? If you don't make a lot of money, you won't be able to pick up goddesses. What kind of miracle doctor? Besides, who would go to a BB to get medical treatment? He and Mo Yutong have serious business to do. Who cares? Jiang Chu threw down the words. Walking in a hurry, Ferrari roared like a wild beast and rushed out like a rocket. Cheng Qianma stamped her feet in anger. Chapter 82. Isn't this going to kill me? Leaving her and running so fast. He must be afraid that she would follow him to get treatment. That's just the way it is. Anyway, I have shown him and touched him. I'm so angry. The procedure is actually not very complicated, just a few simple signatures. Cheng Qianma felt an unreal excitement as she sat in the Porsche 911. It's just awesome. I never thought that I would have my own car one day. And it's a super luxury car. A class reunion soon. If they see me driving this 911, I don't know how envious I would be. I didn't expect Jiang Chu to be so handsome and have such unfathomable medical skills. Even the master wanted to worship him as his teacher. Still so rich. Cheng Qianma suddenly thought of the words, mirror flower, water moon, that came from Jiang Chu's phone. She just happened to know that place. Because it was not far from the hospital where I was doing my internship. Presumably for convenience, Mo Yutong settled his family there. With a cunning and proud look on his face. I don't want to follow you. I want to follow. Let's see how you treat others. The school has 8 dormitories. Fuck. What the hell is this? It's fine to just make a small piece to fool around. But they even mosaicked it. It's gone at the critical moment. I'm so pissed. Bang. A camera worth tens of thousands of dollars was smashed to the ground by Su Kuan and was scrapped on the spot. Uncle Hong gnashed his teeth, his face gloomy. The veins on his forehead popped out. How dare this bitch use these things to deceive me? Uncle Hong, I tell you, if it was in the Magic City, I would have someone bring her here immediately, and then I would have them one by one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to vent my anger. Calm down, Master Cohen. Our top priority right now is Miss Li Wenjing. There's no need to mess up for an ordinary girl. Besides, a mere 100,000 yuan can't save a patient with kidney failure. She'll cry someday. David consoled. Now that Mo Yutong knows we are lying to her, she will definitely not help us anymore. But it doesn't matter now. Uncle Hong can just bribe another classmate of Miss Li Wenjing. We just need to get some information about her movements. Master Cohen, you are almost ready for the school anniversary. Your performance can be said to be perfect. You will definitely be able to invincible and make Li Wenjing look at you with new eyes. Su Kuan then raised his chin and smiled triumphantly. Don't you care who I am? Just for a school anniversary, I can get first place by spending money. Of course, I don't want to use such means. David and Uncle Hong looked at each other. They saw the tacit understanding between each other. Also, as you said, I go to the cafeteria to eat every day. Today, I finally ran into her by chance, and we even sat at the same table to eat. This is the first time I have seen Li Wenjing in person so closely. She is indeed the jewel in the crown of the Li family. She is much prettier than those female stars I have seen. I think I am tempted and must win her over to become my Su Kuan's woman. If she doesn't want to in the end, don't blame me for forcing her. David waved his hands quickly. Of course, with you, the military Wulong, here, I am naturally full of confidence. David nodded with a smug look on his face. This is your own charm, Master Kuan. Even without me, you can still win Miss Li's heart. Ha ha ha, you can talk. Jiangchu drove his Ferrari at lightning speed. Just because Mo Yutong called me while we were having dinner. She said she had taken her parents to a relative's house and settled them there, living in the city temporarily. If there is any emergency, Jiangchu can be asked to deal with it. At the end he suddenly said, "It's still a mirage. I've already booked a room and I'm here. I'm taking a nice bath in the bathtub, waiting for you." Jiangchu was feeling very upset because he was giving Cheng Qianma acupuncture, especially after enjoying the passion and pleasure brought by sports. He quickly finished his meal in big mouthfuls. At the same time, slightly excited. Ferrari and Porsche 911 in Cayenne. More than 6 million in rebates. These are 6 small goals. Because he was the one who crashed the BMW. So I didn't get any rebate for the money I paid out. But what's that little drizzle? Who made those 2 bastards curse his family? Besides, Mo Yutong is indeed a dancer. This recovery ability is really fast. White silk. Tub. I am coming. The Ferrari had just parked in the parking space at the door. A young lady with yellow hair and sexy clothes came to us. She has a nice body. Tight look at red skirt, black stockings and high heels. Beep. Just knock on the car window. Jiangchu got out of the car instead of driving it. Seeing Jiangchu's handsome appearance made the other party's eyes bloom with peach blossoms. Why, you're so handsome also, your car is so beautiful. Are you staying at this BB alone? Do you mind if I join you? Jiangchu didn't expect the other party to be so direct. But think about it. Handsome Ferrari. There is no need for others to be secretive and play ambiguity with you. That is for ordinary hanging wires. Because they want to raise fish for money. As for the tall, rich and handsome, they also want to ask for it. You just use your body and then ask for something in return. Sorry, the fish pond is full. I refused because the girl in front of me had a system score of 75. Power bank 3. Without any hesitation, he locked the car and left. The young lady looked unhappy. But there was nothing I could do but reluctantly leave. Just walked a short distance. Another Porsche 911 came and caught her eye. But then she was disappointed again. The person who came down was actually a woman, and her beauty and size are beyond her reach. Moreover, the other person was driving a luxury car, and as a woman too, she could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred in her heart. The person who came was Cheng Qianma, seeing the Ferrari license plate. She got out of the car. A smug look appeared on his face, and he put his hands on his hips and pouted like in TV dramas. Humph, let's see how you can escape from my grasp. Hello, I need to get a room. I'm friends with them. Just help me get a room next to theirs. Good. Cheng Qianma asked around and looked puzzled. How come Mo Yutong is the only one here? Where are her family? Jiangchu found the room and knocked on the door. I am coming. Soon I saw the door open to crack, hear a voice and run away quickly. After he went in and closed the door, he heard Mo Yutong's voice. You are not allowed to come over here. Take a shower first. I put the towel in there for you. Oh. Jiangchu guaranteed that this was the fastest bath he had ever taken. He ran out wrapped in a bath towel, seeing Mo Yutong in panic. At this moment, her hair is tied up in a bun, wearing a set of silk robe pajamas that I bought myself. Cover it tightly. You're too fast. Jiangchu frowned, then smiled evilly. You think I'm too fast? Do you want to try it for 2 hours later? What? That's not what I meant. I meant you take a shower for 2 hours, you bad bastard. I couldn't stand you for an hour last time. 2 hours again? Isn't that going to kill me? Chapter 83 The result of Mo Yutong's efforts? While she was talking, Jiangchu had already gone over and picked her up. The other party did not resist. Even a pair of smooth and slender arms took the initiative to hook around his neck. This is just a polite opening. Jiangchu laid her down on the bed. When the next step of land reclamation was underway, Mo Yutong sat up, gave Jiangchu a tight hug. Jiangchu, thank you for saving my father. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Mo Yutong. Favorability 1. Jiangchu held her beautiful face with both hands and said with a wicked smile. How do you want to thank me? Hate it you are making fun of me. Bad guy, I will punish you on behalf of the moon. Punish? When Jiangchu is stunned. The other party has surrendered. Fine. I had the vaccination last time. Jiangchu. Let me show you the results of my hard work. Jiangchu was confused. What results will we see at this time? But then I was shocked. This achievement. It's really beautiful. Mo Yutong stood under the bed facing Jiang Chu. A blush appeared on her face. A little shy. She practiced for so long. That was the dance Jiang Chu choreographed for her. Today, she wanted to dance alone for him to see. She turned on her phone. Music came from the speakers in the room. It turned out to be the Pure Land of Bliss that Jiang Chu wrote for her. Now I understand what she is going to do. Dance for him. And he was wearing a white top raid suit. Oh shit. Which cadre can withstand this test? As the music begins, Mo Yutong began her graceful dance, even wearing high heels. It didn't stop her from dancing to the Pure Land with great liveliness, especially the leg-crossing movement. There was also a creaking sound on the floor. Two long legs in white silk are full of movement. Her exquisite figure made him stare at her, just like the exercises written by the teacher on the blackboard before the final exam. The key points must be paid close attention to. In my previous life, I have seen countless versions of the Pure Land dance, including the most classic one danced by CK Brother. There are also versions with electronic anime characters. This is the first time I've seen this version, and it's real people on the scene. Thinking of Boss Sue's dance troupe. Finally, I understand why rich people do so many things. Finally, I understand why the ancient kings were so happy that they didn't miss their homeland. This is what we call an imperial enjoyment. The music was halfway played. Mo Yutong continued to dance. It just moved to another place. The high heels on my feet no longer make any noise, especially since Mo Yutong's legs are beautiful, slender, well-proportioned. The palm of your hand can hold it against a white background. The black and red high heels form a strong contrast, full of temptations. The dance moves have also become much simpler. And the hair has been let down. I guess it hindered the dancing movements. From time to time, I put my hands behind my back and pulled my hair up, shaking with the dance movements. Charming, moving. Cheng Qianma secretly booked a room next door. At first, she observed the environment inside, because the balcony is for viewing. So from her side, she could see the balcony of the room next door. I stretched my neck to see what was going on, but I found that the door to the balcony opposite was not closed, but the curtains were drawn. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing to be found. I was thinking whether I should agree to Jiang Chu's request. After all, he is the only one who can cure her disease now. For her. This symptom really made her feel very uncomfortable. Others are allergic to seafood and eggs, so it's not that difficult. She can't be touched by the opposite sex. This forced her to be cautious in her life. Even if you're picking up a parcel, you should ask the other party to put the item on the ground first. Then she went to get it. In addition, her stinky master actually pushed her to Jiang Chu. He unexpectedly became her master's master. What a messed up relationship this is. But Jiang Chu's medical skills are indeed excellent. I gave her a few injections and her symptoms were relieved. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, she will pester him to help her get better. Cheng Qianma waited for a while. Suddenly, I heard a beautiful song coming from the side. It's strange. I've never heard this song before. It's quite nice. Is this the legendary music therapy? That's not right. Shouldn't it be soothing? This kind of music is so exciting. It's more like having a party. Halfway through the song, there were some other sounds. Branches and branches. She didn't hear it until the song was over. Only then did I know what it was. Oh, Jiang Chu, that bastard, thought he was here to treat Mo Yutong's father. When Cheng Qianma wanted to take a bath. Oops, the clothes are still in the car. 3 times 2 divided by 2. The clothes were left outside. Then I ran into the bathroom. I took a cold shower. By the way, quench that restless heart. Then he cursed Jiang Chu. But the scene of Jiang Chu giving her acupuncture appeared in her mind. It was a handsome yet focused face. Especially those deep eyes. Clear and bright. When I joke with him in a lewd way, he is like 2 different people. That magical needlework. Quick, accurate, ruthless. She loves medicine, so she has met many famous doctors including her master Guhui. But none is as good as him. And still so young. This kind of person has a huge destructive power on her. If they are placed in the same school, maybe she will take the initiative to pursue him. When I think about the other person changing clothes later, the exposed abdominal muscles are like a macho figure. This alone is enough to charm a large number of girls. She is one of them. I don't know how much explosive power is hidden in the 8 abdominal muscles. I really want to experience it myself. This guy is also a super rich second generation. A Porsche 911 is a gift for myself. The pleasure of driving that car to hit that BMW today to avenge her. Is there any guy more perfect than him? Hit the heart directly. I don't know when. Keep washing the same spot. Take a cold shower on a hot day. It turns out it can be so refreshing. Water. The flow is loud. At last, she overcame her fear. I dried myself and bravely lay down on the bed. I turned on the TV to watch. There's a variety show playing on it. That's Supergirl. Listening to the moving voice coming. Cheng Qianma's eyes gradually became blurred. There is a sense of satisfaction on the corners of his mouth. Fell into a sleepy sleep. Chapter 84. The latter part is the key point. Hate it. I made such a loud noise just now. What if someone next door heard it? It's so embarrassing. Mo Yutong shyly pressed her face against Jiang Chu's chest. The smile expresses satisfaction and happiness. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. What are you afraid of? I almost got hung up on you. My body was about to fall apart. Mo Yutong hit Jiang Chu's chest with the hammer. Jiang Chu laughed evilly. I can't help it. The main reason is that you are so beautiful today, Yutong. I can't help myself. Do you want to do it again? Mo Yutong quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy. No, 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 go find someone else. By the way, Jiang Chu, why haven't you won over Wen Jing yet? She's a good girl, prettier than me, and you can tell that she really likes you. Why are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? I knew you were such a cunning person the first time I saw you. I can't control you. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough. Also, when I want to buy something, you have to pay for me, hee. The latter is the key point. Because there is a system, that real 97 favorability rating is not fake. So he was just joking. Of course Mo Yutong could see it too. However, Wen Jing's identity is indeed very suspicious. I can feel her noble aura when I am with her. I guess she is not simple at all. Even a rich second generation like Su Kuan has to hide his identity and chase her. Jiang Chu, tell me, are you worried about this? So you haven't dated her these 2 days? Worry about that? Don't worry. Wen Jing is my woman. No one can take her away from me. Jiang Chu thought that he only found out about those things later. Although we have been in touch through text messages these days. But we chat occasionally. It's just because he knows 6 school beauties including Cheng Qianma now. Busy. I'm simply too busy. But it's time to take the initiative to ask Li Wenjing out. One is that the other party had always had a good impression of him before he became a super rich man. Second, someone is plotting something bad against her. Jiang Chu has already decided that Li Wenjing is his woman. And it must be, no matter what rich family she is from. The rich are afraid of no one. Jiang Chu looked into Mo Yutong's eyes after he finished speaking. Said arrogantly, you are my woman too, and no one can take you away from me. Mo Yutong's lips curled up into a sweet smile. I felt so happy. 2 snow-white and tender arms hugged Jiang Chu's waist. He put his face on my chest and said, you are my man too. No matter what choice you make, I will stand firmly by your side and support you. Jiang Chu nodded. Speaking of which, suddenly, I thought of starting a company under Mo Yutong's name. Jiang Chu suddenly showed a wicked smile on his face. Yutong, when you called me before, you said you were taking a nice bath in the bathtub. That bathtub is really big, so it should be big enough for 2 people to lie down, right? Mo Yutong's face flushed with shyness. Hate it. I can help you take a bath, but please tell me first that I can't do it again. I really can't stand it. Okay. Then I'll go drain the water first. Give him a bath? He didn't say that. I just wanted to take a bath together. I didn't expect to receive such treatment, Mo Yutong got out of bed with some difficulty and put on his shoes. You have to hold on to the wall for the first few steps. He did not forget to turn around and glare at Jiang Chu. It means look at what you have done. Jiang Chu smiled in response. Obviously, I was extremely happy. Soon, the bathtub is full of water. I have to say, this BB has given so many bad reviews. The bathtub is really big. We also prepared disposable bags. Eliminates certain worries and troubles. Lying in a bathtub filled with bubbles. Jiang Chu put his hands behind his head as a pillow. Enjoying the treatment like an emperor. It's so comfortable. Yutong, you will graduate in a little over a year. Do you have any plans on what to do after graduation? Mo Yutong didn't stop moving. I don't know why Jiang Chu suddenly asked this. Well, I haven't thought about it specifically. I used to think about finding a rich, handsome, and reliable second-generation guy, and then working in his company after graduation. Otherwise, with my looks, I would definitely be exploited if I went to work. Besides, as you can see, my parents were already eager to find a rich man to marry me off. Jiang Chu, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Let me tell you something. I want to open an investment company for you, and you can be the CEO. Mo Yutong stopped what he was doing. With eyes wide open and mouth opened into an O shape. It was as if I heard something incredible. I started a company, I became the CEO, and it's an investment company. He waved his hands quickly. No, Jiang Chu, do you know what my major is? I studied dance, which has nothing to do with investment, let alone being a CEO. The reaction was within Jiang Chu's expectations. Then what should I do? My Jiang Chu's women will have to stand on their own feet in the future. If you want to lie down and enjoy yourself, that's fine. I can spend as much money as you want, but you and Wenjing have always been good friends. I'm sure you felt the aura and pressure she brings to you, right? Mo Yutong narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in deep thought. Really, Li Wenjing has always put a lot of pressure on her, although they are very good friends. But she also envied the aura and indulgence of those who treated money as dirt. I'm afraid this is only the case for people whose families are never short of money. Plus, the other person's appearance is actually much better than hers. As a roommate, she knows it best. But she can only hook up with those rich second generations who look rich every day. At that time, I wanted to buy bags and famous brands to live an enviable life. We also need to find a way forward to make life better for ourselves and our families. She knew that her materialism would conflict with social moral theories. But looking at the girls around her who are uglier than her, because there are some wealthy people on the list, he showed off in front of her all day long. She couldn't bear that breath. Even her mother is that kind of person. So money has always been the first thing for her. Now that I have money, as long as we tie up Jiang Chu, the super rich second generation, we don't have to worry at all. But what is the next thing to be needed? There will definitely be all kinds of women around Jiang Chu in the future. If nothing else, just talking about the top 5 campus beauties. Li Wenjing's identity is mysterious. Ji Mingxi is a talented woman. That He Shiyun is from a big group. Only Zhou Xinyi's family background is better than hers. But she is a freshman. Young and cute are there. The singing is so beautiful. Perhaps there will be more in the future. She was just learning dancing. In conclusion, she, Mo Yutong, didn't want to just be a vase for them to laugh at. Chapter 85, taking the initiative to date Li Wenjing. Now her advantage is that she is the first to arrive, becoming Jiang Chu's first woman. If you want to continue to gain Jiang Chu's trust and love in the future, the most direct way is to help him do something. Keep in touch often. Jiang Chu, I know what you mean, but do you think I can do it? Jiang Chu's lips curled up with a hint of confidence and dominance, looking at the other person with a firm look. If I say you can, then you can. Mo Yutong's eyes were filled with emotion. Then he nodded vigorously in agreement. Okay, I'll listen to you. I want to be the best woman around you. 3. Jiang Chu smiled. He took that smooth body into his arms. Don't worry, I'm your man and I have plenty of money. Don't be afraid of losing it. Spend it boldly. If you don't have it anymore, ask me for it. Mo Yutong nodded. You asked me to open an investment company because you think I'm materialistic? Ha ha ha, isn't it good to like money? Who doesn't like money? I opened an investment company for you because you are my Jiang Chu's woman. I believe in you. It's that simple. This sentence touched Mo Yutong deeply. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. When the favorability reaches 98, Jiang Chu found that he was not at all. It's full. There is also a 1:100 return. If you convert it into money, you won't lose money. But if you find a person with a favorability of 100, it's not easy to find someone you can trust 100. Besides, he still has the advantage of rebirth. The development trend in the next decade or so is well known. What small goals are easy? His main goal is to infiltrate various industries, become a dominant existence in the future. You don't have to worry about the procedures for setting up a company. Someone will take care of everything for you. Gu Yan and his friends have already called quite a few times to ask about investment matters. Of course, Jiang Chu wanted to delay it because he didn't want to give it so readily. You can't just take the money and not do the work. Later he talked about building a new company. The other party said he could help on the spot. Gu Yan's uncle is in the Industry and Commerce Bureau. This is how you can use your connections to get things done after you get to know a lot of people. This is also true in real life. Whether it is a hospital, a certificate, an audit, or something like that. Just find a scalper and add some money. What would normally take you a week might be done in just one day. Not to mention those who hold positions of power. The speed will only get faster. Well, then, should I start hiring a secretary? Preferably one with a major in investment. Haha, I just wanted to be lazy at the beginning. No, I'm thinking of finding an expert by my side, so that I can learn something and recharge myself. Don't worry, I won't find a man. I'll find a super beautiful woman, and then I'll help you train her when I'm free, so that when you come to see me in the future, I won't be so tired alone. Hee hee, look how good I am to you. 3. Not bad, not bad. You are already starting to act like a queen. Jiang Chu felt that it was an extremely wise decision to accept Mo Yutong first. I don't dare to be the queen. I know Wenjing is the most suitable one, but I will try my best to be your beloved concubine. Okay, then, my beloved, what kind of reward do you want me to give you? Jiang Chu had a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his claws. A bad guy. This caused Mo Yutong to cry out. After taking a nap, the two had dinner together. During this time, Jiang Chu told Guyan about Mo Yutong and the company. The other party agreed immediately, and he talked about a friend of his from out of town. There is a 12-story building in Shangxin district, Nanshi. Now I need funds urgently and want to sell it. Jiang Chu thought, isn't this just right? But I said I would go and have a look first. The new district is still under planning. In the future, it will be the base camp of all countries in East Mongolia. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It's definitely not a bad place to have a company. It's best to buy it. He doesn't want to have to look at the landlord's mood in the future. Yutong, take a day off tomorrow morning, and I'll go with you to see the new company's address. Good. When I came out, Cheng Qianma's Porsche 911 is gone. So Jiang Chu and the others didn't know she had been here. Mo Yutong also drove here. She said she had to go back to school for rehearsal and left. Jiang Chu returned to the Ferrari by himself. I took out my cell phone and called Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing has been busy with piano performances these days, apart from classes. But I rarely receive messages from Jiang Chu, let alone phone calls. Mo Yutong did not return to the dormitory after going out last night. Although I was prepared. But now, holding a mobile phone, seeing the words Jiang Chu on the screen, I couldn't help feeling a little lost. Hello, motorcycle. The phone suddenly rang. It's Jiang Chu calling. I rubbed my eyes. Yes, I read that right. I immediately pressed the answer button. Hello? Do you have time tonight? I miss you. Li Wenjing felt deeply moved by these words. Eyes flickering. Almost cried. Well, I have time. Arrived at the appointed time in the evening. It's the 15th day of another month. The moon in the sky is particularly round. The moonlight spread all over the ground. With the roadside lights, Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing in front of him. That is a kind of unworldly beauty. Tonight, she has long, straight black hair. Like a waterfall, it falls behind and in front of the chest. Even without makeup, her face is indescribably beautiful. Because Jiang Chu said he wanted to take her out to play. So she was wearing the black slim-fit t-shirt and jeans that Jiang Chu had bought for her. Add a pair of sneakers. Very ordinary equipment. But because of her superb figure, people can't help but praise her and even salivate. Especially the huge and tall is-shaped one. And the jeans wrapped around the slightly raised peach buttocks. There is also the faint fragrance coming from the other person. It's really tempting. Is this the new car you bought? Just as imagined. Li Wenjing was only slightly surprised when she saw Jiang Chu's Ferrari. Most of it was uneventful. Well, I just mentioned it today. You don't seem surprised at all. If you're surprised, you're probably just curious about where you got so much money. Of course, I won't ask. Li Wenjing smiled and stuck out her tongue slightly. Jiang Chu was stunned for a long time by this sudden cuteness. Open the car door for her. Jiang Chu sat in the driver's seat only after she got in the car. I just wanted to drive. But she wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He had to untie his own first. I stood up and went to help her fasten her seatbelt. The fragrance coming from her body became stronger. You can also overlook the huge white beauty and the unfathomable ravine. Looking up, I saw the tall and beautiful nose and a pair of affectionate eyes. Pink lips. Jiang Chu couldn't help but kissed her. Li Wenjing opened her eyes slightly wide in surprise, then slowly closed it, feeling the tenderness and dominance from Jiang Chu. Yes, she had no defense. Let the other party get in easily. A tingling sensation rose from within the body and then spread throughout the body. Chapter 86. Good times are always short. Her hands could not help but wrap around Jiang Chu's neck. The last time I was kissed was very short. Now I enjoy the smooth and mellow taste. Make her fall in love. When Jiang Chu wanted to take action, she gently pushed it open. It's not a rejection. Don't stay here, someone might see you. Jiang Chu nodded. You are so beautiful today, so I. The onion-like jade fingers sealed his next words. With a smile on your face. I don't blame you. Where are we going later? Jiang Chu smiled mysteriously. The car then sped out. There is a saying on the internet. If she is inexperienced, take her to see the world. If she is experienced, take her to ride a merry-go-round. Tonight, Jiang Chu took Li Wenjing to the largest amusement park in Nanshi City. What brought you here? The excitement on Li Wenjing's face meant that Jiang Chu's choice was right this time. To be honest, I've never been to a place like this before. I've always wanted to come and have some fun, and I just happened to meet you. Jiang Chu said the truth. In the past, few children in rural areas had the opportunity to go to amusement parks in big cities. Many entertainments are in the mountains and fields. After entering university, I had more time but lost some of my childishness. The most important thing is that I am single. Come on, let's have some fun tonight. Jiang Chu took the initiative to hold Li Wenjing's hand. They started their journey to the amusement park. Pirate ship, roller coaster, pendulum, bumper car, haunted house, etc. I have basically played all the projects. I almost want to squeeze into the train with the kids. No one could have imagined that. Li Wenjing, the iceberg school beauty who is usually serious in life. I was smiling happily all night. Extremely happy. Handsome men and pretty women. Wherever he went, he attracted a lot of attention. There was also a little girl about 7 or 8 years old running over holding a balloon. I have to give it to Jiang Chu. Brother, you are so handsome. Can I be your girlfriend when I grow up? Jiang Chu scratched his head in embarrassment. In the end, it was Li Wenjing who helped him accept this special gift. Jiang Chu, I can accept everything else, but you can't harm the children. Jiang Chu nodded repeatedly in agreement. He couldn't do such a thing that was worse than that of an animal. But Li Wenjing's words are very meaningful. Jiang Chu was so happy. Finally, they held hands and got on the Ferris wheel. Li Wenjing also held a strawberry ice cream in her other hand. It's so cold I can't finish it. Please help me. The delicate hand was not given to him. Instead, he handed it to Jiang Chu's mouth. Then he watched Jiang Chu eat it bite by bite, with happiness on his face. You finished it in just 2 bites. You're such a big eater. Jiang Chu smiled, held her hands with both of his, and leaned closer to her. It's not over yet. There's more. I kissed the cream on the corner of her mouth. After taking a look at the shy Li Wenjing, a blush appeared on her face. Kissed again. This time it's for that red lip. The Ferris wheel took them all the way to the top. They looked at the night scene in the distance. But Jiang Chu's hands did not let go and enjoyed himself. He also told Li Wenjing seriously that regular massage can prevent some diseases. She was so soft that she could only let him do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, good times are always short-lived. The Ferris wheel quickly returned to the ground. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. After they got back to the car, there was another passionate kiss and massage. Jiang Chu, it's getting late. Let's go back, or the school will be closed soon. Li Wenjing's eyes flickered, but her face was calm. If it was Mo Yutong, or even Zhou Sini or Jiang Chu, he would try to find out whether to get a room outside tonight. But the person in front of me now is Li Wenjing. Even though she is open-minded and proactive. But Jiang Chu understood her character. If you can, she will definitely take the initiative to hint. But not now. Well, it's just 10 o'clock. There's still half an hour left. It should be no problem to go back. Jiang Chu agreed without hesitation. Boom. The car rushed out. I went back to school and found a parking space. The two of them kissed each other again. Jiang Chu, thank you for accompanying me to the amusement park tonight. I am very happy. Just now, you could have left me outside for the night. Jiang Chu held her exquisite and beautiful face in his hands, looking into her bright eyes. With a smile on your face. I like you, so I will respect every choice you make. Li Wenjing pursed her lips, her eyes showing deep emotion. Thank you. Li Wenjing, favorability 2. Ding. The system has detected that Li Wenjing's favorability has reached 95, and she has obtained 6 attribute points. There are still 3 people left who can meet the requirements for upgrading the system. Jiang Chu saw the prompt. I was even more convinced that my previous decision was correct. Neptune Real Estate. In the large and luxurious president's office. A huge calligraphy painting with the words, "Virtue holds all things," hangs on the wall behind the desk. A young man with a shiny back-combed hair was sitting on the leather boss sofa. He looks to be around 30 years old. His eyes were narrowed under his thick eyebrows. Hooked nose and pointed chin. He was wearing a custom-made blue twill suit. The name on his work badge reads CEO, Wang Jiang. At this moment, he crossed his fingers in front of his chest. Chin held high. With a defiant expression, he looked at a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa opposite him. He spoke slowly. Mr. Luo, I know your funding chain has been cut off, and you are in urgent need of money. I sincerely want to help you, so I am willing to buy your building for 200 million yuan. You see, if you had someone to take over, it wouldn't have been sold at a loss twice, right? Luo Chiliang has a 37-point back hair. He was also wearing a luxurious custom-made suit. But now his face is etched with haggardness and unwilling anger. The masseter muscles on the face appear and disappear from time to time. Mr. Wang, my building is worth 300 million even at normal cost. If you give me more time, I might be able to sell it for even more. You're asking for 200 million in one bite, and you want to pay it in 4 installments. Isn't that a bit too much? Wang Zhang's head and mouth corners tilted at the same time. You can't say that. Most of the land there is still wasteland. If I buy your building, I have to consider renting it out. This has to be considered as a cost, right? You know what I do. With 200 million yuan, I can definitely get more income faster and more by buying land and building buildings. I still say that I sincerely want to help you now. Of course, to express my sincerity, I am willing to add an extra 10 million. Please don't hesitate, Mr. Luo, while I still have some funds. Otherwise, I might use it to bid for land tomorrow. Wang Jiang was certain that Luo Chuliang would not be able to find anyone to take over. Among the 8 major groups in the fruit province, currently, only the He family's He group has this strength. Other groups are now in a state of confusion. A large amount of funds need to be invested in their respective fields. He even rigged the auction held by Luo Chuliang, threatened several wealthy businessmen from other places who wanted to take the building, resulting in the other party failing to sell. As for this building, whether it is the area or the future development trend, he is determined to win. Chapter 87 Wang Zhang's Anger. Mr. Luo, I have an important meeting in 10 minutes. You may be able to wait, but I'm afraid your family business can't wait. Wang Zhang broke through the opponent's defenses step by step. Sweat even broke out on Luo Chuliang's forehead. The pretty female secretary standing next to him smiled at Wang Zhang across from him. Wang Zhang also narrowed his eyes and gave her a victorious smile. 5 minutes passed, but this was a torment for Luo Chuliang. Wang Zhang has already stood up. He adjusted the tie around his neck with both hands. Act as if you were going to a meeting, but his eyes always stayed on Luo Chuliang. He just breathed a sigh of relief. The whole head seemed to droop a little weakly. Wang Zhang's eyes flashed with brilliance. The corners of his mouth curved up in triumph. It seems that he won. Mr. Wang, I have decided. At this time, Luo Chuliang's phone rang. He looked at the incoming call. It's Gu Yan. He had visited this old friend many times before. The same is true for real estate. But he is looking for funds himself, not to mention saving him. After a moment's hesitation, I still answered it. As soon as I arrived, I heard Gu Yan hurriedly say, Mr. Luo, I heard that you are now with Neptune Real Estate. Let me tell you, don't be in a hurry to sell your building. I know a friend here who can definitely give you a satisfactory price. Of course, Luo Chuliang would not believe it so easily. He visited all the people he knew in the 8 major groups. He just ignored him. In the end, only Wang's company said it had the funds and expressed its willingness to take over. Who is that friend you're talking about? Do I know him? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? I'm just about to agree to Mr. Wang's request. His offer is 210 million to be paid in 4 installments. What? Only 200 million. And you have to pay it in 4 installments. Lao Luo, are you crazy? Your building is worth at least 300 million. Isn't this selling at a low price? You know my situation now. You are with Wang Jiang now. There are some things I cannot tell you in detail. I have only just met that man, but he is definitely from a prominent background. Not long ago, he bought 3 cars from Luan Xiao at once, totaling more than 8 million yuan, all paid in full. 2 of the cars were given to girls as gifts, just for picking up girls. He told me last night that he wanted to buy a building to set up a company, and I immediately recommended you. I was thinking of telling you later, but it happened that my old man was in the hospital, so I didn't have time. This morning, someone from your company told me that you came to Haiwang, and I called you right away. Believe me, that friend can definitely give you a better price. Guyan spoke very quickly. I was afraid that Luo Chuliang would get impatient and hang up. But he didn't tell Jiang Chu that he had agreed to invest. This involves commercial secrets. It made him anxious. Luo Chuliang struggled internally. Wang Jiang also realized that this call was not good for him. I can't tell them anymore. His face darkened, and he took a step forward to walk out. Mr. Wang. Wang Jiang paused for a moment, but did not look back. But there was a hint of pride on his face. After careful consideration, I still think the price you offered is too low. I need to go back and discuss it with the board of directors. I'll take my leave first. Mr. Wang, since you have a meeting to attend, you don't have to see me off. After Luo Chuliang finished speaking, he strode out. The beautiful secretary following behind him looked at Wang Jiang and frowned and shook her head. She said she didn't know what was going on. After the door is closed. Bang! Wang Jiang's face suddenly darkened, and the anger in his eyes erupted like a volcano. He threw the phone in his hand to the ground. The busted secretary in black stockings and high heels who was holding a folder behind him was so scared. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Who is the bastard who ruined my good deeds behind my back? Yes, Mr. Wang, I'll check it out right away. Wait, let Ahai do this. Tell him that if the other party is not from one of the 8 major groups in our fruit province, he will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Okay, I'll go inform Manager Wang right away. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Wang Zhang's narrowed eyes. Luo Chuliang sat in a Rolls-Royce with his phone in his hand. Guyan, I choose to believe you this time. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, I'm with them right here in your building, so come over quickly. On the other side, Guyan put down his phone, looking at Mo Yutong, who was wearing a slim-fitting OL uniform and holding Jiang Chu's arm with both hands. I felt that the woman next to Jiang Xiao was so young and beautiful. There is already a daughter of the He family, He Shiyun, and he blatantly hooked up with someone else. Either he ate fish liang, either you have the confidence. Obviously Jiang Xiao is the latter. And Jiang Xiao handed over 100 of the company's shares to the other party. This is too trusting. Even his own mother. His father only gave him some shares. Master Jiang, President Mo, are you satisfied with this building? President Luo is on his way here. I have told you the details of his situation. He is indeed facing some difficulties now. Jiang Chu was quite satisfied with this place. According to his memory, the road in front of the building will be widened in the future. And directly opposite is the embassy of various countries in eastern Mongolia and the convention and exhibition center. There is also a relatively large commercial plaza nearby. The building had only been in the hands of Wang Group for more than a year. Because the future plans revealed directly raised the price to 1 billion. The land alone is worth 700 million. Let them make a fortune. But now he is about to intercept it. He was not worried at all that the Wang Group would do something bad to him. If they dare to offend me, don't mind spending a little more money to bankrupt them. Well, let's wait for Mr. Luo to come and see his sincerity. In less than 2 minutes, the Rolls-Royce was parked nearby. Luo Chiliang, who was about 1.6 meters tall, got out of the car after the driver opened the door. Following behind was a beautiful secretary in an OL uniform. There was a faint smile on her face all the time. When he saw Jiang Chu and the others, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked them up and down. Luo Chiliang forced a smile on his haggard face, and wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Reach out your hand and greet Guyan. Hello, Mr. Gu. After shaking hands with him, Guyan introduced him with a smile. This is President Mo. She is the one who has taken a fancy to you, President Luo. This is her boyfriend, Mr. Jiang. Luo Chiliang was stunned for a moment. At first, he thought that the young man in front of him wanted to trade with him. Unexpectedly, it was this young and beautiful woman. He also reached out and shook hands with Mo Yutong first before moving on to Jiang Chu. Hello, I'm Luo Chiliang. Mr. Gu's friend, nice to meet you. Mr. Mo and your boyfriend are such a perfect match, haha. Mo Yutong also smiled. Mr. Luo, you are too kind. Haha. Come on, I'll take you in for a tour, and we'll talk while we walk. Feel free to ask any questions you have. Luo Chiliang and the secretary took a step forward and were about to go in. Guyan also thought he should go in and take a look. Who knew that Jiang Chu and the other two stood there without moving? Chapter 88. Buying a building for 300 million. Mr. Luo. Mo Yutong spoke. Luo Chiliang and the others all stood there in a daze. No need to go shopping. Our time is precious. Let's just talk. Talk directly? Luo Chiliang was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, Okay, let's talk directly. President Mo is really straightforward. They chose a tea house next door. I found a private seat on the second floor. The graceful beauty in Chong Sam performed the tea ceremony for them with her delicate jade fingers. Jiang Chu and Mo Yutong watched with great interest. On the contrary, it was Luo Qitian. For the first time, I felt that drinking tea was so troublesome. But I had to keep the smile on my face. After finally pouring the tea, Luo Qitian quickly waved his hand to ask the waiter to leave. Boss Missouri, I'm sure Master Gu has also told you that I'm in urgent need of money. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell this building at such a low price. Mr. Luo, just give me a price. 300 million. This is the loss-making price I offer, and I can accept 3 installments within 6 months. I don't want to waste everyone's time by beating around the bush. I wonder if you, Mr. Mo, can accept this? I remembered that I had talked for a long time in Wang Zhang's office. He didn't even get him a glass of water. Luo Chiliang picked up the teacup and gulped it down. I'm not in the mood to drink tea at this time. Okay, 300 million, one-time payment. Phew. Luo Chiliang finally managed to gulp down a big mouthful of tea, but it all came out in one spurt. Fortunately, he lowered his head in time and sprayed it on the ground. The secretary's eyes suddenly opened wide. He looked at Mo Yutong in shock. It took me a while to react. Boss Luo, let me wipe it for you. The female secretary hurriedly pulled out a tissue and reached over. But Luo Chiliang blocked it with one hand. Mr. Mo, what did you just say? Luo Chiliang was confused. This is a business that I have been doing for so many years. This is the first time I've encountered such a straightforward. Especially after talking with Wang Jiang all morning. All kinds of roundabout excuses. It felt a little unreal to him now. Mo Yutong couldn't help but chuckle just now. She is still a college student after all. With this kind of boss who is also a business veteran, tension is inevitable. It's just that Jiang Chu transferred 500 million to her this morning. There was also a phone call from the bank president to confirm and flatter her. It gave her unlimited confidence. At the same time, he also had infinite longing for Jiang Chu's family background. Not 500, not 50,000. That's 500 million. Yesterday Jiang Chu said one thing, but the shock after actually receiving the money is unimaginable. On the way here, I couldn't help but shiver a little. From a net worth of a few thousand to holding hundreds of millions of dollars. Who can stay calm? At the same time, his love and trust for Jiang Chu reached an incomparable level. Mo Yutong, favorability 1. I said, 300 million, paid in full at one time. When can Mr. Luo sign the contract? Contract, yes, contract. Zhao Ting, go get the contract. Oh, okay, Mr. Luo. Zhao Ting was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked out quickly. I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Chu also stood up and followed closely behind. After he went out, he found that Zhao Ting did not go downstairs directly to the car, but in the toilet. The tea house has several separate toilets. The other doors are closed. He could only go to the empty seat next to Zhao Ting. If you have a choice. He didn't want to go, just because. After he added some, his hearing became very sharp. Really, even through 2 doors I could still hear. To avoid embarrassment, Jiang Chu accelerated his efforts. Just then, he heard Zhao Ting talking. Boss Jiang, Boss Luo is here to meet a woman named Boss Missouri. She directly promised 300 million yuan, and it must be paid in full in one lump sum. Then the money you promised. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jia door opening sound. Then came the sound of high heels clicking away. Jiang Chu then opened the door. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back in the room, Mo Yutong and the others were having a great conversation. We started talking about other topics. Guyan, don't worry, Mr. Mo. I have already asked someone to take care of the new company's affairs this morning. All that's left is to find an address. Once the contract is signed, I will have someone send all the relevant information over right away. Luo Chiliang. Boss Missouri is truly a woman who is as capable as any man. I, Luo, am impressed by her. She is so young, but has made such an extraordinary move. Thank you for the compliment. I still need to learn from you, Mr. Luo and Mr. Gu. In their eyes, Mo Yutong was not arrogant at all and kept a low profile. You know, the party they had met before who had huge sums of money in their hands. Which one is not awesome? He spitted out his nose when he spoke. Only Mo Yutong herself really wanted to accumulate more experience. Why has Zhao Ting been gone for so long? Luo Chiliang frowned and complained. This is a matter of 300 million yuan. He was extremely anxious. Da-da-da? Zhao Ting ran in breathlessly in high heels holding a folder. Mr. Luo, this is the contract you wanted. Luo Chiliang read it himself first. After confirming that it was correct, it was handed over to Mo Yutong. Jiang Chu nodded secretly, as expected of an old veteran. Even your personal secretary cannot be trusted completely. Learned it. Mo Yutong took it in his hand and read it carefully. Jiang Chu thought that she probably didn't understand much. But everything has a beginning. At least that serious attitude made him feel a lot more at ease. Then he passed it to Jiang Chu. Although he had never been a boss in his previous life. But I have learned a lot of knowledge in this area when I was working in the company. A few important numbers and names are listed below. After confirming that there was no problem, he nodded to Mo Yutong. The contract signing went smoothly. Mo Yutong and Luo Chiliang shook hands and were very happy. Guyan's people quickly completed the formalities and brought the information over. He also asked the bank to help transfer the 500 million yuan from Mo Yutong's personal account to the company account and gave it permission for large-scale transactions. So Mo Yutong just needs to sign again. Luo Chiliang will be able to get the 300 million Chinese yuan. Seeing Mo Yutong write his name without hesitation, Luo Chiliang finally felt relieved. I'm so happy. With these 300 million, the headquarters can definitely handle this crisis. Even more brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Mo. This is really a timely help to me. In the future, if you need any help from me, please feel free to contact me. Our group is headquartered in Sioux City. You are also welcome to visit us when you are free. We will definitely treat you with the highest standards. Then thank you, Mr. Luo. Mo Yutong completed the first transaction in his life, and it was a huge sum of 300 million. My head is still a little dizzy. It's unbelievable. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Gu. You stopped me in time, otherwise I would have almost lost 100 million. And you also introduced me to such an outstanding, beautiful, and generous person like Mr. Mo. I will remember this favor in my heart. Chapter 89. Shopping mall is like a battlefield. Don't be so polite. We are old friends. It's only natural for us to help each other. Guyan was also in shock for a long time. But not to Mo Yutong. Instead, he looked at the calm and composed Jiang Xiao. Because he was the funder behind Mo Yutong. We agreed before that his information cannot be disclosed. So he didn't say anything. Every time he makes a move, he impresses. Each time he was shocked more than the last time. This is 300 million. It looks like I spent other people's money. Even, there was a hint of pride on his face. Happy. Guyan already felt that he could no longer see things from the same level as Jiang Xiao. Jiang Chu was indeed laughing secretly. Because he saw the 300 million points returned by the system, adding the remaining 2 million accumulated previously. If converted into money, it would be more than 30.2 billion. It's much faster than buying a car or a watch. If I wasn't afraid of making too much movement. He wanted to withdraw the huge sum of money to the bank at once. Let yourself feel great. At the same time, one thing was confirmed. Just transferring money to Mo Yutong will not earn you any rebates. Only when she spends money can it be considered as spending money on the goddess. Luo Chiliang said he had to rush back to the headquarters. I'll have someone take over the building from you, President Mo. If there's anything that needs your help, just give them instructions. I'll have them listen to you. Well, thank you Mr. Luo for your thoughtfulness. When it was finally Jiang Chu's turn to shake hands with Luo Chiliang and say goodbye, he looked at Zhao Ting who had already gone down to drive the car. He smiled and said to Luo Chiliang, Boss Luo, is there a Boss Wang in your company? Luo Chiliang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Chu meant. Oh, when I was in the bathroom just now, I accidentally heard your secretary talking on the phone about Mr. Wang, and it seemed that he was reporting on his work. Luo Chiliang narrowed his eyes. A gleam of light flashed across them. The corner of his eye twitched. It seems that he thought of something. His face suddenly became gloomy. Jiang Chu patted his shoulder with one hand. Boss Luo, I'm sure you know what kind of person Wang Jiang is. You're from another province and he can't do anything to you, but I'm worried that he will deal with Boss Missouri. After all, she helped you, right? Yes, I will always remember President Mo's kindness. President Luo, please help me. If Zhao Ting wants to find a job, please ask her to come to President Mo's company. She's already like this. Why is President Mo? Luo Chiliang suddenly thought of something. This Wang Jiang is ruthless. Since I can bribe his secretary, I guess they will also send people or bribe people from the future Mo company. Rather than being passive, it is better to take the initiative to accept one. As long as you control it in your hands. Maybe you can even achieve a surprise victory at a critical moment. After all, the mall is like a battlefield. Previously, I thought Mo Yutong looked awkward and inexperienced. I didn't expect that I would think further than him. If she hadn't pretended so well, that means there is a master behind the scenes. 2. The investment is worth several hundred million. The background couldn't be any worse. I know what to do. Please rest assured, President Mo. I will make sure it is flawless and she won't be able to see it. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Luo. It's really fun to deal with smart people. After Luo Qitian and the others left, Gu Yankai looked for Jiang Chu eagerly. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at my investment. Jiang Chu gestured. Oh, yes, you should ask President Mo about this. Look at my memory. Guyan ran to Mo Yutong happily. A flattering smile. Jiang Chu poured himself a cup of tea. Smell it. Really delicious. Jiang Chu originally wanted to go back directly. But Mo Yutong said excitedly that she wanted to go inside the building to see her company and future office. I can't wait to become the domineering female CEO in the novel. I said hello to Luo Qitian. He immediately arranged for the guard inside to come out and open the door. This was also the first time Jiang Chu saw it. The contract states that the total area is 5,000 square meters. There are staff canteens, gymnasiums, small warehouses, etc. outside. Although the main building has only 12 floors. But the area is more than 2,000 square meters. And it was built only a few years ago. It includes 2 underground parking spaces. Previously, it was rented to a telecommunications operator for company use. Now they have moved away. You can start a company with the above. You can open a shopping mall below. 12th floor, the highest floor. They came to the office of the former head of Xindian. Wow, floor-to-ceiling glass windows. This must be at least 10 meters wide. Is this where my office will be from now on? I love it so much. As soon as Mo Yutong entered the room, he raised his hands high and let himself go. The total area is more than 200 square meters, with a rest room of several dozen square meters, a bedroom of more than 20 square meters, a bathroom of more than 20 square meters, and an independent study room. Many things are still there and have not been moved away. Luo Qitian just said on the phone that he would hire someone to take care of this place every day. After all, there is a place to entertain guests. Jiang Chu couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. This boss really knows how to enjoy himself. Jiang Chu, tell me quickly, are you dreaming? Mo Yutong ran over excitedly, jumping up and down, and put her hands around Jiang Chu's neck. If you want to know, it's not that simple. Jiang Chu had a wicked smile on his face. When I picked up Mo Yutong early this morning, I saw that she was wearing an OL outfit that I had never seen before. It is said that she ran out to buy it herself last night. The small suit jacket had been thrown aside by her in Woohoo just now. Now she was wearing a fitted white shirt with the hem tucked into her black skirt. 2 round rabbit heads stand up. You can vaguely see the outline of the bra inside. A slender waist that can be held in one hand. And those iconic long legs are wearing black stockings and high heels. Very tempting. No, not here. Hate. Bad guy, what if someone sees us? I locked the door, and as you can see, there was only one security guard. I just asked him to go out and buy some things for us. In fact, Jiang Chu just looked around to make sure there were no cameras or anything like that. After adding points, he can clearly sense it if there is any. Do you remember our first meeting at the pavilion in the center of the lake? That time you were bitten by a mosquito, and you asked me to apply it for you. What do you want to do? I wasn't bitten by a mosquito. Mo Yutong's face was already red all the way to her ears. Tear. Oh. Mo Yutong said that she really liked the sofa here. Because the elasticity of the sofa is really good. It's genuine leather. It's very comfortable to sit on. Jiang Chu also likes it very much. This sofa is so high-end. It also has automatic massage. Sit on it and lie down. Look up. A look of enjoyment. I want a sofa like this in my future office too. Okay, I must be satisfied. Go try that boss chair. It has wheels underneath. It's quite spacious. I can push you to fly. Hate. In fact, Mo Yutong still likes the large glass floor-to-ceiling window the most. Chapter 90 Li Wenjing's program was removed from the shelves. Mo Yutong stood next to the floor-to-ceiling glass, eyes looking at the distant scenery. Now it is undergoing a massive construction. Across the street is a tunnel. Huge trucks loaded with goods shuttled back and forth. She was very excited. I can already foresee the prosperity here in the future. Buying this place will definitely increase its value a lot. Don't save me money on the decoration. Just decorate it however you want. Do you like a big bed? I like it. Do you like the automatic massage sofa? I love it. Then buy them all, no matter how expensive they are. You have to be comfortable to be worthy of yourself, understand? Jiang Chu was so good to her. It brings different surprises every time. I was so moved that I wanted to cry. I stood there for half an hour, wearing high heels. The long legs are a bit overwhelmed. She felt a little dizzy. For safety, finally she sat on the sofa. Jiang Chu, hasn't the milk tea you ordered arrived yet? It's almost here. It should be here soon. Dong dong. Jiang Chu opened the door. The security guard handed him 2 cups of milk tea in his breathless hands. Mr. Jiang, this is the 7 grams of milk tea you requested. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. I'll go down first. The security guard entered the elevator with a puzzled look on his face. Are all rich people so picky? It was just a cup of milk tea, but he insisted on buying it from the store opposite the main entrance of Shida University. It took me more than an hour to get a taxi there and back. But fortunately, rich people are generous and gave me 300 yuan directly. After deducting the taxi fare, I still have more than 200 yuan in my pocket. I can smoke good cigarettes for a few days, hee. During the day of the school celebration, the school is already bustling with activity. Major online media and provincial radio stations all came to the school to broadcast the program live. The simple stage that I originally wanted to build casually. With the strong support of sponsors, the school changed to a stage that took 2 days to build. We rented high-end sound equipment and lighting. We also invited professional makeup artists and so on. Fuck, the school is really rich this time. This school celebration is like a concert. Don't mention it. Our class had put together a good program, and we thought we had a chance to get into the top 3. But when we heard about the big event, the program was directly rejected. This shows how much pressure there is to perform this time. It also means that the program must be exciting enough. You're right. I heard that except for He Shiyun, the other 4 of the school's top 5 beauties are all scheduled. Ji Mingxi is the host, and the other 3 are performing talent shows. I'm looking forward to it. This is the first time in history. I heard that many students from other schools and even some people from society want to sneak in to watch the performance. Therefore, the entrance and exit of the school gate are very strict today. You need to show your student ID or invitation letter. Not only the school beauty, but also the school hunk Wu Xiaoqian will be on the show, as well as that super transfer student Su Kuan, who will be on 3 shows in one go. Wow, so awesome. What about Jiang Chu? He has also recently risen to the ranks of the most handsome boys on campus. It is said that he is quite popular among the girls. He's not as handsome as Su Kuan, and he can only play basketball and act cool. I'm telling you, I've seen Sukun rehearse, and his singing, dancing, and rapping are all awesome. He's simply crushing other shows. I guarantee that he might be in the top 3. Everyone looked at the boy in front of them with disbelief, who was grinning smugly with his cap pulled down. Who are you? Why haven't we seen you before? The boy hurried away. 8 dormitories. David, wearing a peaked cap, sneaked in. Master Cohen, I just went out to ask around, and now people are saying that you are going to perform on stage. I believe that as long as Master Cohen performs stably tonight, it will be just a matter of time before you win Miss Li Wenjing. That's a must. Military advisor, you have also made contributions. However, I think it would not be good if all 3 of my programs took the top 3. After all, she also had a program, and it seemed that she played the piano. Why not give her a break and let her take second place? Master Cohen really cares about Miss Li and thinks of this. Not bad, not bad. I'm sure Miss Li will be very touched when she knows this. Ha ha ha, military advisor. Are you sure there won't be any Jiangchu in tonight's show? I feel like I'm unlucky every time I meet him. I don't want anything to go wrong in such an important segment. I must not let him steal the spotlight again. Su Kuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. David patted his chest. Don't worry, I've checked all the program lists, and his name isn't on them. In addition, I can secretly tell you a piece of good news. The nationally popular female star Zhao Xiying, who is known as an all-round music and dance star, will be airborne as a judge. If you get her praise, you can strike back at Miss Li 100 times, hee. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. You think Zhao Xiying will come? Not only is she great at music and dancing, she's also very pretty, and she doesn't need to dress up or smooth her skin. I offered her 5 million to have dinner with her, but she refused. When I inherit the Su family, I'm going to throw money at her until she's in bed. Since she's in the entertainment industry, why is she pretending? Maybe after watching your performance tonight, Master Kuan, she will take the initiative to throw herself into your arms. Ha ha ha, you are really good at talking, military advisor. By the way, my parents. Don't worry, Master Kuan. If everything goes well this time, I will arrange for you to meet Miss Li Wenjing tomorrow. Then you can play the hero and save the beauty, and you should be able to win her heart. Even if your family knows, you can just find an excuse to delay for a while and win Miss Li's body. Su Kuan nodded with a smug look on his face. He thought of Li Wenjing's cold temperament and beautiful face. He didn't know how great it would be if he could get her into bed. I am increasingly looking forward to being the center of attention tonight. Jiangchu stood outside the piano room. He quietly looked at Li Wenjing, who was rehearsing for the last time. The black and white keys on the piano. Under her scallion-like jade fingers. Her interpretation of the song Castle in the Sky evokes endless reverie. This is how Jiangchu wrote songs for Zhou Xini and choreographed for Mo Yutong. But the only reason he didn't do anything for Li Wenjing. From a professional perspective, she's already flawless. There is no need to add unnecessary details. He came several times quietly. I still haven't figured out why Li Wenjing didn't get on stage in her previous life. Could it be that the history of this life was changed by him? Wow, Wenjing, you are so amazing. Every time I hear you play the piano, I can't help but be mesmerized by it. If I hadn't known you for so long, I would have thought you were a piano master from somewhere. Yes, senior sister, please accept Luan's knee. Stop making trouble. Senior, I noticed that you were smiling the whole time today. You are so beautiful. It would be great if you smiled more. Are you in love? Which handsome guy has this honor? Li Wenjing's eyes were lost in the memories of last night, and the smile on her face became even sweeter. Jiangchu outside touched his nose. Talk about me again? Oh no. A girl rushed in. Why are you so flustered? I don't know why, but Wenjing's show was suddenly taken down. What do you mean by being fired? The others were horrified. Even the calm and composed Li Wenjing frowned tightly. Chapter 91. They actually asked him to be a security guard. What this means is that Wenjing can't go up to perform tonight. It's absolutely outrageous. How can the school do this? They just quit without saying anything. They should at least give a reason. That's right. Senior Wenjing has been practicing for the show for a long time. This is too much. No, I must go to the school to seek an explanation. Otherwise, I will put up a banner to protest during tonight's live broadcast. Yes, add me in. Li Wenjing suddenly spoke. Don't be like this. Thank you. You have worked hard during this period. I think I know why the school did this. It's not their fault. It's because of my family. The girls looked at each other in confusion. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Li Wenjing stood up. Jiangchu hid immediately. Li Wenjing, wearing a white floral dress, walked to a deserted place. He looked around and made a call. Hey, Grandpa. Haha, my dear granddaughter, you miss me. Grandpa, did you ask someone to take down the show I was going to perform? Well, Grandpa is doing this for your own good. You are Grandpa's sweetheart, and Grandpa doesn't want you to show up and be hurt by some people with ulterior motives. But Grandpa, Jinger, you asked Grandpa to let you study at Shida University before, and Grandpa made a great effort to agree to it. But you promised Grandpa that as long as your identity is discovered, you will come back to Grandpa and listen to Grandpa's arrangements. Remember? Not long ago, a boy named Su Kuan came to your class. He is the second son of the Su family, and his purpose was to get you, Jing. He thought that others didn't know, but in fact, his family also knew about it, but they acquiesced to his behavior. Humph. The Su family wants to get involved in my beloved granddaughter. So, Jinger, your journey to Shida University will end here. It just so happens that Qin Hao, who grew up with you as a childhood sweetheart, has returned from abroad. He is now a handsome man with good looks, talents, and character. Grandpa will send someone to pick you up tomorrow so that you can meet and reminisce about the past. He has been talking about you to me, and Grandpa can see that he likes you. Li Wenjing was shocked. Grandpa, I won't go back. I will graduate in a year or so. It would be fine if you just let me finish my junior year. No. You promised Grandpa that you must come back after your identity is revealed. Grandpa, give me another 10 days. 3 days. This is the final concession. 3 days is enough for you to say goodbye to your classmates and friends. Also, don't think that your grandfather doesn't know about that kid named Jiang Chu. When you ran to Shida for him, Grandpa strongly opposed it, but you said you would not take the initiative to have any intersection with him, so Grandpa agreed to let you go. Now you are not only friends, but also, in short, his status is not worthy of you, understand? In 3 days, Grandpa will send someone to pick you up. You must come back. Otherwise, you know Grandpa's methods. If you don't leave, then Grandpa will let him go. I understand, Grandpa. Alas, Grandpa is old. You are the only person Grandpa cares about. Grandpa is doing this for your own good. Beep beep. Looking at Li Wenjing's back, slightly lowered his head. I can feel endless loss and sadness. Jiang Chu heard the conversation clearly. He wanted to go over and give her a hug. Tell her he's not afraid. But he knew. With Li Wenjing's personality, I will definitely go back by myself tomorrow for him. Jiang Chu frowned, clenched teeth and clenched fists. No matter what the Demon City Li family is, or what Qin Hao and Su Kuan are, I will never allow anyone else to get involved with my woman, Jiang Chu. Fuck, I finally found you. I couldn't get through on the phone. Xiang Hua panted and punched Jiang Chu on the shoulder. Jiang Chu was confused. My phone ran out of battery while I was reading a novel. Why are you looking for me? Too many people came today. Just now, they suddenly said that a popular star would be airborne tonight, and they urgently need a group of tall and mighty volunteers with good appearance and temperament to do on-site maintenance. The salary is 300 a day. Fuck, don't even mention 300. Even if it's 3 million, don't come to me for this. I'm a god. The instructor specifically called you to go to the girls' locker room and makeup room to maintain order. Jiang Chua, I'm telling you, I'm not short of those 300 people, but this arduous task is so challenging. I'm telling you, I've got to find the right people. Xianghua's face was full of contempt. Oil Depot live broadcast team. Mr. Liu, I still don't understand why we have to come to a university in a poor province to broadcast live. How much popularity and traffic can it get? It's just a performance by a group of college students. How good can it be? Yes, Mr. Liu, although they spent a lot of money to build the stage, it is still a school celebration after all. As for why we have to go so far to do a live broadcast, I think the maximum number of people online for today's live broadcast will be 100,000. 100,000? You overestimate them. I bet it's 10,000. If it's more than 10,000, I'll eat noodles while standing upside down. Mr. Liu's eyes twitched. He can't say that he came to live broadcast because he was paid. He was only in charge of a small section of the oil depot. Anyway, the headquarters now supports live broadcasting. The only equipment they brought was a car. As for what traffic? He never thought about it at all. Okay, what are you talking about? This is a task assigned by the higher-ups. Just do it well. Like Tudo Yu voice, you can just take photos as you like after receiving money. There is no hope of filming any hit show. Fruit Province TV station. Old Fei, what's wrong with the station director? He has to do this school anniversary live broadcast. It's not that serious. I've asked before. You said that since so many online media outlets are here to broadcast live, how can we not come as a TV station? Anyway, we are just small minions in the station. The higher-ups asked us to come here just for show. Who cares? Do you want to film some large-scale evening party? It's not our turn. You said we are in the same predicament. We are already in our 30s, and I don't know when we will be able to shoot some hit shows. There's no hope for tonight anyway. At about 6 in the evening. There is still an hour and a half before the show officially starts. The outside of the building behind the stage was sealed off. The classroom rooms inside are used as changing rooms, makeup rooms, etc. Wow, this security guard is so handsome. A girl shouted like a crazy fan. Hey, isn't this our school's idol Jiang Chu? Wow, he looks so cool in this outfit. Really, it's really Senior Jiang Chu. So handsome. Senior, I was cheering for you during the game you played. It was awesome. That's right. Jiang Chu stood tall in a maintenance uniform. Under the hat is a handsome and resolute face. It's an instant kill for most girls in school. Jiang Chu had a proud look on his face. Really? Thank you, Junior. Can I take a picture with you, Senior? Sure. I want it too. The passage that was originally crowded with people was now filled with all kinds of girls because of Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu was surrounded by people and enjoyed all kinds of pleasures. Chapter 92. Do you want to murder my master? Because most of the girls who can participate in the performance have a beauty score of more than 75 points. There are even more than a dozen of them who are ranked above 80. Sexy exotic dance costume, wrapped in pearl accessories. It is about to burst out, sparkling. Unique national costumes. After a simple modification, they also take the sexy route, and the bells on the long legs are very attractive. European and American-style ballet costumes, Latin dance costumes with straps. Jiang Chu was dazzled by what he saw. I just said it was worth it. During this time, I also saw Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini. The former just rolled his eyes at him and went in. Zhou Sini smiled and made a heart shape with her hand stem. Get out of the way, everyone, get out of the way. A domineering and impatient voice sounded. I saw two tall bodyguards rudely driving away all the girls outside. Behind her was a woman with long hair and a cap. Another good-looking young woman supported her arm. Impatience and disgust were written on his face. What are you doing? You've torn the skirt I just finished making. That's right. It made me have to go back and put on makeup again. It's Zhao Xiying. I'm not seeing things. It's really you. I didn't expect that the big star Zhao Xiying is here too. Oh my god, you're my idol. Really? I'm your fan too. I'm not dreaming. My idol actually appeared in front of me. And you're much prettier in person than on TV. I heard that a celebrity would be dropping in. I thought it was just an 18th tier celebrity or an outdated singer, but it turned out to be Zhao Xiying. Oh my god. I heard that the TV station wanted to invite her to participate in the Heavenly Singer program, but she refused. I didn't expect that she could be invited to our school celebration. I'm going crazy. Get out now. I want an autograph. The scene suddenly became agitated. Everyone in the classroom who was halfway through putting on makeup wanted to squeeze out to see what was going on. Seeing so many people surrounding those people and making it difficult for them to move. Everyone be quiet. Zhao Xiying, in the middle, finally spoke. I have to say, being a popular star means you have influence. Everyone fell silent. I'm Zhao Xiying. I'm sure all the students here know me, so I won't introduce myself to you. I was invited by my mentor to be a judge tonight. It was a last-minute decision, so I came a little suddenly. Thank you for your enthusiasm and support, but the passage here is very small. In order to avoid causing harm to everyone, please be rational so that tonight's show can go smoothly. I know you have been practicing for the performance and waiting for tonight. I promise you that I will give you a fair and just score for your hard work. Thank you, everyone. Some people moved. Cleared part of it. But there are still a lot of people who haven't moved. Even Zhao Xiying was stunned. This kind of thing happens often. Usually, as soon as she opens her mouth. Basically, they will make way. I didn't expect it to fail today. I just can't figure it out. The school had already arranged several professional security personnel, but they were all called to the main gate. Who knew Zhao Xiying could sneak in another way? They were also caught off guard. On the way now, Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei saw that the group of girls who had not left were all looking at a security guard. Their eyes lit up at the same time. The first reaction is, so handsome. Then I felt that this security guard was young, tall, and calm. She has the potential to enter the entertainment industry. Maybe we can cultivate an idol star. Jiang Chu smiled at the girls. You go in first and be obedient. Hey, Senior is so handsome, I will listen to you. Senior, let's go in first. I'll leave the big star to you. Goodbye, Senior. I'll come out to see you later. The passage that was just congested. It was unobstructed in less than a minute. Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei were stunned by this. I've heard that people in the Fruit Province don't really chase stars. It really lives up to its reputation. Even a security guard's words were more effective than hers. It's incredible. Zhao Xiying couldn't help but pay more attention to Jiang Chu. And Jiang Chu looked at her unceremoniously. Zhao Xiying, favorability 5. A big wave under the peaked cap. The oval face has a beautiful and high nose. Almond eyes. There is a twinkle in the eyes. Lips are painted with crystal clear lip gloss. Under the denim jacket is a belly-bearing tube top. She has a slim and graceful figure. The white rabbit is probably about the same size as Mou Tom. She wore tight jeans and a pair of sneakers on her lower body. This kind of dress is ordinary. I guess it's to avoid the paparazzi. Ding. Zhao Xiying. Age, 22. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 48. Appearance, 89. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 5. Zhao Xiying's dressing room is next to it. It was a single room, specially reserved for her alone. Only the makeup artist and her agent followed her in. Soon, several professional security guards arrived. They just stood outside the dressing room where Zhao Xiying and the others were. Look at that standing posture. I guess he was returned from the army. After what happened just now. Plus the show was about to start. Jiang Chu became bored instead. I just found a chair and sat down. He was sitting with his legs crossed, looking very leisurely. He looked at the security guards and the 2 bodyguards nearby with disdain. How can this be called security? It's obvious that a big man has come. Jiang Chu doesn't care. He just came here to play. Master? It's really you. Jiang Chu heard the sound and looked over. The person who came was actually He Shiyun. Why are you here? Don't you have any show? He Shiyun smiled. I heard that Zhao Xiying was here. I'm her fan, so I came to see if I could get an autograph. I didn't expect that you, Master, would be here too. This is the girls' locker room. Did you go in and take a peek? TSK, am I that kind of person? He Shiyun gave her a look that said, you are the one. I have to say, Master, you look so handsome in this outfit, and so powerful. Many girls must be flirting with you. Of course I am. I am loved by everyone. Flowers. Bah, you are shameless. Just shine as brightly as you can when you are given some sunshine. Jiang Chu turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to her. Aren't you looking for a big star? Yes, go straight. Turn left, I won't see you off. How can you be a master like you? How can I get in if you don't see the security guards there? How about you show your skills and beat them up, and then take me in? Jiang Chu looked at He Shiyun as if she were a fool. Do you think it's you who is sick or you who is sick? I have. He Shiyun didn't react immediately and almost got tricked. Master, you are sick. I don't care. If you want to help me get Zhao Xiying's autograph, I can help you like I did that night. Jiang Chu. Then his face darkened in a second. Aren't you the daughter of the He family? Go and figure it out yourself. His will is very firm. Stupid master. I won't be your apprentice anymore. Thank you very much. Just treat me to a farewell banquet. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be angry. Jiang Chu turned his face away and didn't want to pay attention to her. He Shiyun's eyes revealed a cunning look. He took Jiang Chu's hand and ran away. Come with me. Why? Where are you taking me? Fuck, this is a girl's bathroom. Are you crazy? Are you trying to murder your teacher? Jiang Chu lowered his voice and said, Chapter 93. Can you give me an autograph? Unexpectedly, He Shiyun actually pulled him into the toilet cubicle. This is obviously the men's room. I'm not blind, and there's no one here right now. He Shiyun disagrees. You know nothing. This building is full of girls. In order to avoid too many people queuing, girls are allowed to use the men's restroom as well. Jiang Chu thought of the Golden Week, when men's toilets and tourist attractions were shared by both men and women, and some were even monopolized. There's not many people in the women's restroom outside. Don't worry, no one will come in. I don't want to argue with you. Why did you call me here? I want to tell you something serious. I have good news for you. Is there anything you can't say outside? This is a business secret. Master, didn't you ask me to get the fruit agency rights? I asked them to find someone abroad, and then they got the general agency rights for 7 provinces in the south. Our people didn't get the rights in the north because a prince from the capital took the initiative. Now we have spent almost 100 million yuan, and many of my family members say I am a fool. Master, do you think I am? Jiang Chu smiled. If I admit that you are a fool, then I am a big fool, right? It doesn't matter. Let them talk. They will regret it soon. Yeah, I think so too. They are already mass-producing according to the orders overseas. It is estimated that they will be shipped next week. They are now thinking about how to advertise and promote it. So soon. Jiang Chu was slightly surprised. I shouldn't have entered the domestic market so quickly in my previous life. I guess the time process has accelerated in this life. You guys can handle the advertising and stuff. I'll transfer another 100 million to you later. Remember, get as many products as possible and keep an eye on those channels. Master, I find you so charming when you talk about this. Also, the same goes for when you fight, especially the last time when you beat that Jean something so hard that he knelt down and begged for mercy. You were so domineering and majestic. Don't think you can calm me down by flattering me. He Shiyun's eyes rolled half a circle. A hint of cunning flashed across his face. I understand what you mean, Master. Understand what? What are you going to do? Onaji? The other party held his head. Don't move, someone is coming. Jiang Chu, who had sharp ears, suddenly heard a sound coming from outside. Seeing, I told you not to drink so much milk tea, but you insisted on drinking it. Pepe, I'm thirsty. This is a school, not a company. The dressing room doesn't even have a separate bathroom. What if you run out like this and get blocked again? Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei went to the toilet together. When I turned the corner, I found a long queue in the women's restroom. Why are there so many people? I can't hold it anymore. I'll go get them to go away. You go ahead. No. What if they say we are being arrogant? Besides, queuing is polite. Deng Peipei was speechless. Just stick to your principles. If you come to attend the school celebration secretly now, you will definitely offend Mr. Zhang. He might get angry and hide you away. Okay, let's not talk about this now. I really can't hold it in any longer. Wait, I see there's a sign saying the men's restroom is also available. I see there's only the security guard standing there. The others should be girls. Let's go there. The two sneaked into the men's restroom when no one was watching. It's really empty here. No one is in this room. Seeing, you go to this one. I'll take it as well. Bang. Oh, it's Zhao? He Shiyun widened her eyes in surprise. Unexpectedly, an uninvited guest came. And it's the big star Zhao Xiying. Looking at He Shiyun, who said nothing. Jiang Chu frowned slightly. Crash. Seeing, that college student volunteer, would you consider asking him to leave us his contact information? He is indeed quite handsome, and he doesn't have any makeup on his face, unlike the male artists in our company who wear more foundation than the female artists. He looks good, but I don't know what his character is like. And, I have high standards. If it's just looks, it won't work. He has to be good at least one of singing, composing, dancing, etc. He's a college student who hasn't even entered society yet, so he shouldn't be that bad. As for your talent, if he had it, he wouldn't be volunteering as a security guard. He would definitely be performing on stage. Yeah, what's the matter? Pepe, are you attracted to this handsome boy? No way, don't talk nonsense about you. By the way, Seeing, are you really not going to give it a try with Lee Juntai? He is a top male star in South Korea, and his company is owned by his family. It can be seen that he should like you very much. I don't have that idea right now. He's not my type either. Besides, have you forgotten about Master Shiman? Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go out and get ready. It's almost time to start. Rustle the sound of putting on clothes. Branches. Cough, cough. Damn master. I'll kick you to death. Boom. The toilet door was kicked open. Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei, who were outside, were startled. Then he turned his head and looked back. My eyes widened and my mouth opened wide. A look of shock. There is a man in the toilet. And there is a girl wiping her mouth behind the man. Although I don't know what they are doing. But sneaking around is definitely not a good thing. The key is, they were in the toilet just now. Wouldn't that mean the man in front of me heard everything? You are the security guard? You are so dirty. Zhao Xiying's face was instantly filled with anger. I had a little bit of affection for him, but now I instantly hate him. Zhao Xiying, favorability 50. WTF. This drop is too drastic. That's right. It's clearly written outside that this is a toilet for girls. How could a man like you come in? You're such a pervert. I'm going to call the police and sue you for peeping and molestation. Deng Peipei was also furious. I wanted to take my cell phone, but realized I didn't have it with me. Jiang Chu's face darkened. Say it. This is clearly the men's restroom. You can go and see what the sign outside says. If there are too many people in the women's restroom, you can use the men's restroom. Yes, borrow it. Where is it written that boys are not allowed in? Is it wrong for a man like me to go to the men's restroom? Deng Peipei and the others didn't expect Jiang Chu to be so confident. They were clearly at a disadvantage. But if you think about the sign carefully, it does say that. Zhao Xiying suppressed her anger. But why are you two men and women running to the men's restroom? You're just doing dirty things. There's no law that forbids having sex in the bathroom. Deng Peipei stopped Zhao Xiying. Okay, you guys talk about your own things, but I have to tell you in advance that you can't reveal a single word about what happened today, otherwise I will sue you for indecency. Xiying, let's ignore them. Deng Peipei pulled Zhao Xiying out. Wait a minute, can you give me an autograph? Chapter 94. The party officially begins. Zhao Xiying and the other turned their heads and widened their eyes. His face was full of surprise. How thick-skinned is this guy? It's all like this. You even want an autograph. You still want my autograph? Don't let me see you again, you dirty man. He left angrily. Jiang Chu spread his hands and looked at He Shiyun with an innocent expression. I've asked for you, but they won't give it to you. He Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. It's over. I can't get Zhao Xiying's autograph. It's all because of you, Jiang Chu, you bad guy. With his hands on his hips and his mouth pouting, he looked very fierce. Who pulled me in? Who put him in? Stinky Master, you're so ungrateful after getting the advantage. I feel uncomfortable talking now, cough cough. He Shuryun looks pitiful. WTF. This is He Shuryun. Changes you say. Faster than turning pages of a book. Jiang Chu's frown suddenly relaxed. Forget it. Since you've been so nice to me, I'll teach you some kung fu when I have time. Really? Really? That's great. He Shuryun instantly threw herself into Jiang Chu's arms happily. There was a hint of cunning in Jiang Chu's eyes. Kung fu. There are also many types. Come on, I'll take you to get some water. Humph, you're not ashamed to say that. It all smells like you. At 8 o'clock, the party officially begins. Ji Mingxi was feeling nervous and anxious. With the microphone in hand, wearing silver high heels, wearing a gorgeous white dress. Follow the two professional TV hosts in front and step into the center of the stage. Yes, because the school attaché's great importance to this party. Especially let her, the most beautiful girl in school, be one of the hosts. Although we have gone through several rehearsals, but the huge spotlight still made her squint her eyes. It took me a while to get used to it. As they appeared, there was warm applause from the audience, resounding through the heavens and earth. There was a huge crowd of people surging above. Oh my God, I've never seen so many people. When I heard the school leaders talking, there must be at least tens of thousands of audience members here tonight. This is the result after streamlining most of the students. The cameras in the row below were all pointed at them on the stage. Although as a rich second generation, I have seen a lot of the world. But this is live broadcast at this moment. A bit nervous. TV host. Dear. Now, let's welcome the mysterious guest of this evening party with warm applause. She is the popular star who is proficient in music composition and is known as the new generation of diva, Zhao Xiying. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xiying, wearing a white tight tube top miniskirt and high heels, walked into the center of the stage while waving. Huh. There was thunderous applause from the audience. There were countless people shouting Zhao Xiying's name. Oh my God, it's Zhao Xiying. I felt like I wasted 4 years of my life by choosing this crappy school, but now that I see Zhao Xiying showing up at the party, I feel like it's all worth it. It's unbelievable that Zhao Xiying would come to our school's party. She is now a top star. However, I am her super fan. Zhao Xiying, I love you. Oh my God, I said it was worth it to climb over the wall to get in this time. It turned out to be Zhao Xiying. She is the goddess of my dreams. I didn't expect to see her in person. I will play for you tonight and win 5 consecutive games with AD shooters. The two people on the provincial TV station's live broadcast immediately jumped up from their chairs. Fuck, Lao Fei, it's really Zhao Xiying. How come you didn't hear anything about it? I don't know either. Hurry up, comrades on the front line, cheer up. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Find a good position and point the camera at Zhao Xiying. I immediately picked up my phone and reported the incident to the main station. The station director was only slightly surprised. Oh, is that so? We will arrange for other provincial TV stations and major media to promote this live broadcast. Even though I am just a judge, it will at least generate some traffic. Oil Depot live broadcast background control vehicle. President Liu, fuck. It's Zhao Xiying. Tell the headquarters immediately and ask them to put the live broadcast ad on the homepage. Even if Zhao Xiying is just a judge, it's really cheap for a first-line celebrity to attend this kind of school celebration. This is a hot topic in itself. Hurry up and create it. Look how many people are watching online now. Mr. Liu, it's more than 10,000 now, and it's still increasing. Remember, you will have to eat noodles upside down later, haha. Let's eat. It's just Zhao Xiying. If we come to a small place like this to attend the school celebration, the traffic will be at most 500,000. If it exceeds that, I will run naked around the school track tonight. Hee, it's a bit difficult for you to run naked. I don't know what Zhao Xiying's company was thinking, actually allowing her to participate in such a small program as the school celebration. MODU Brilliant Entertainment Limited. Zhao Xiying, do you know what you are doing? I order you to cancel your participation in this event immediately. No, Mr. Zhang. I've already promised my mentor that I'll just be a judge. You, Zhao Xiying, do you know what that is? An ordinary university celebration. Is this something you, a first-tier star, should do? Mr. Zhang, I said it when I signed the contract that I would only insist on singing and composing, and the company has no right to interfere in other matters. Okay, you're using the contract to pressure me. Beep beep. Bang. A middle-aged man in a gray suit and smoking a cigar slammed his cell phone on the table. Make a loud noise. Even the ashtray jumped up. At this moment, his anger was like a volcano erupting. Who does she think she is? The company spent so much money to build her up, not to let her do whatever she wants. Director Chen Wei. Boss Zhang, please calm down. Only Deng Pei knows about this. None of us know about it. Yeah, you're right. Deng Pei is really something. Zhao Xing doesn't usually ask about these things, but how can she, as an agent, not know how to attend such a school celebration? How can we negotiate high-value contracts with those big brands in the future? One of them was wearing a black, shiny, tight miniskirt. The young woman in black stockings and high heels gloated and said, I told you that we shouldn't let her do whatever she wants. Sooner or later, something bad will happen. Look, it's happening now. That's right. If the company had invested resources in Xiao Biqi, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Next to the woman, a seductively dressed man named Andy was trimming her nails with a pair of nail clippers. The tone of his voice was very gloomy. Notify the public relations department immediately and have them urgently research a solution. As for Zhao Xing, arrange for Master Shiman to meet with her. If she refuses, she will be hidden from the public. We have tolerated her for a long time. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Biqi and Andy's eyes lit up at the same time. A proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 95, It's Kuan. Now, please invite our judges to rate the folk dance, Dancing in the Fields. The next program will be performed by the school's super popular student, Su Kuan, who will bring us the song, It's Kuan. Please come on stage. Whoosh whoosh. A large group of people in the front of the stadium held up Su Kuan's fluorescent sign with both hands. There are also special beautiful cheerleaders who shout loudly. Su Kuan, you are the best. The judges below were also discussing the issue. I heard that Su Kuan was once an idol trainee. This time, he participated in 3 programs by himself, singing, dancing, and rapping. He seems to be a hot favorite for the top 3. Yeah, I'm quite optimistic about him this time. Deng Pei stretched her neck next to Zhao Xing and sighed. After all, it's a performance by college students. It's really boring. Many of the previous performances seem to be rushed and messy. I'm sure Mr. Zhang will scold me when I go back. I think our career will end here. They all seem to be very optimistic about Su Kuan. He seems to have some talent. But why does this name sound familiar to me? There are so many people with the same name. We have never been to Fruit Province, so how could we know each other? Besides, the other party is a college student. Seeing, I think you are overthinking it. No more talking, just watch the show carefully. Su Kuan still had his hair parted in the middle and appeared in classic overalls. The people in the front row below were shouting and yelling frantically. It's just like crazy. Seeing, is Su Kuan so popular? Why do I feel like the people behind you are comparable to the fans at your concerts? Su Kuan proudly introduced himself on the stage. Then he nodded to indicate that the music could begin. Since I met you, I am Kuan the trainee who loves you. I am Kuan. Still the same people. The whole song is full of crazy shouting. Uncle Hong, why are you here too? David was among that group. I have to come to our Master Kuan's performance. Louder. Whoever shouts the craziest will get more money from me. Most people complained after hearing this. What the hell? What kind of song is this? It's so terrible. How can they still perform at this level? Yes, the lyrics were written by an elementary school student, and the way he sang it was like ghosts crying and wolves howling. It's being broadcast live on TV. Are you sure you won't get beaten for singing like this? Provincial TV station live broadcast backstage. Fuck, Lao Fei, this is a college student celebration? This song is probably at the junior high school level, right? You underestimate middle school students. I've seen a few middle school students who sing really well. But this guy was on stage halfway through singing, and the ratings, which were originally due to Zhao Xing, dropped by half. Damn, the teacher who selected the program is either blind or deaf. Oil Depot and other online media. Lao Huang. See, I told you, even if Zhao Xing came, the number of people online would not exceed 500,000. Just now, 400,000 was the highest. Now this guy drove away 200,000 people with just one song. What a fool. The following 6 judges. The 5 judges were all applauding. Only Zhao Xing frowned. Deng Pei was confused. What the hell is this? Is this a song? Why are all the judges cheering? Thank you Su Kuan for singing the song, It's Kuan for us. Please give us your score. The next program is from Zhou Sini. She will also sing a song called Little Apple. Please come on stage. Master Kuan, your singing was very successful this time. Everyone in the audience was shocked by you. I think this will definitely get higher scores than the previous performances. David mysteriously appeared backstage, next to Su Kuan. Su Kuan looked very proud. Ha, of course. Whether I am in Magic City or Fruit Province, I am as bright as the bright moon. On stage, Zhou Sini walked out gracefully. She didn't have twin ponytails this time. Instead, it was changed to black long straight hair. And in her hair, she wore white embroidery. Wearing the white wedding dress that I bought with Jiang Chu last time. The long legs are also wearing lace-patterned stockings, plus a pair of white wedding high heels. The whole person looks pure and cute. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Sini. Now I will sing for you an original song written by Chu Han, Little Apple for Everyone. I hope everyone can be as happy as an apple every day. As expected, she is the school beauty. Zhou Sini's outfit today will capture the hearts of all kinds of otakus. A large group of people below, especially the boys, were cheering and whistling. This girl is pretty, and her outfit is unique and thoughtful. I wonder how she sings. Zhao Xiying rarely spoke up for praise tonight. As the music prelude sounded, Zhao Xiying's eyes lit up. I felt that all the musical cells in my body were awakened. I planted a seed, and finally it grew into a fruit. You are my little apple, and I can never love you enough. The audience students couldn't help but jump up and down along with the music. Many people can even sing after humming a few lines. The result is, when it came to the climax later, the 20,000 students below were singing and dancing along. The shock can be imagined. Zhao Xiying couldn't help but stand up, with eyes shining. Oh my God, the arrangement and lyrics of this song are simple, easy to understand and catchy. It must be written by a God-level person. Deng Pei was also surprised. That's right. With my years of experience as an agent, I think this song will be a big hit if it can be promoted. Moreover, the girl above is very pretty and has great singing skills. She is much better than the singers trained by the company, and she has her own unique voice. If she is packaged, she might become a star. Pepe, after this is over, you must find out who this Chu Han is. I must know. Provincial radio station. Lao Fei, this song is so beautiful. I want to jump up after listening to it. Lao Fei stretched his neck, widened his eyes, and pointed at the data on the screen. Look, the ratings have risen to 2.055. Holy crap, this is already comparable to our province's large-scale evening parties. Lao Fei, I feel like our hard times may finally be over, haha. Oil Depot. Fuck, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu reached out to stop the other person from speaking. Dancing on the side. He usually has no other hobbies, except to go square dancing with the older ladies at night. Now when I hear this song, I can't help but jump up. He still felt unsatisfied until the song ended. There are already more than 600,000 people online, and it's still increasing rapidly. The topics discussed above are all about guessing who wrote this song. And this girl named Zhou Sini has gained a large number of fans. Many people want to find a way to follow her and strongly urge her to open a personal account. Chapter 96, another song. Mr. Liu clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. This song is definitely going to be a big hit. I'll ask the editor to separate the song and put it on the homepage right away. Over 600,000 people are online, which is already overfulfilled. It's a pleasant surprise. If there are one or two more programs like Zhou Sini, this trip to the Fruit Province might allow me to be promoted to the headquarters. Mr. Liu, please remember to help our own people when the time comes, hehe. Mr. Liu shook his head and sighed. Well, it's just a joke. It's a great fortune that there is a song called Little Apple in Zhou Sini. It's good enough for such an ordinary university to have one. But someone is going to run naked tonight. Mr. Liu turned around and looked at Old Huang in the corner with a gloating look. Old Huang was furious. This is definitely an accident. If it can exceed 1 million, I will run naked while shouting that my illness is cured. Damn, I don't believe it. After Zhou Sini finished singing, she bowed to the audience again to express her gratitude. Su Kuan and David looked very proud. I can't wait to hear the host read out his singing score. What is Little Apple? It sounds so ugly. Just then. One more. One more. One more. The people in the audience were shouting in unison. Even the host on the stage was a little confused. Because the next words could not be read at all, they were drowned out by the voices below. Ji Mingxi was so excited when she saw this scene standing on the stage that she was speechless. In the student union, she is in charge of not only sports but also culture and entertainment. She put a lot of energy and sweat into this party. I hope to see a good result. But the previous shows were all mediocre. Many are even worse than in previous years. No way. This was basically everyone's first time experiencing live streaming. And the time for rehearsal is so short. It would be good enough if nothing goes wrong. Unexpectedly. Now it seems that things are looking up and it's so popular. This is all thanks to Zhou Sini. Especially that song. She thought it was great. Ji Mingxi, did you hear that? Nod your head if you heard it. An anxious voice came from the backstage through the earphone monitor. Go ask Zhou Sini if she can sing one more song. Any song is fine. Sing it quickly and then we'll go to the next show. Ji Mingxi understood. She happened to be standing next to Zhou Sini. I immediately whispered to her. The other party nodded. Handed a USB flash drive to Ji Mingxi. Host, everyone please be quiet. The whole place fell silent instantly. Just now, we asked for Zhou Sini's opinion, and she said she could meet your request and sing another song. Thousands of people in the audience were cheering and jumping for joy. It's also an original song written by Chu Han, Fleeting Time. Please applaud and welcome it. The crowd was even more excited. Provincial Taiwan. Lao Fei, quick. Tell the front line to find the camera. We need to shoot it better this time. No mistakes are allowed. Media managers such as the oil depot PPT also instructed frontline staff to be on high alert. Su Kuan was so angry that he wanted to find a cup to throw. I found that I didn't have it. Then he took the disposable cup and threw it on the ground and stomped on it. Fuck. Why should I ask her to sing one more song? She can't even sing better than me. What's the big apple and the little apple? If anyone mentions the word apple to me again, I will never forgive him. David had just peeled an apple and wanted to give it to Su Kuan to moisten his mouth. After hearing this, I was stunned for a moment. Swallowed his saliva. He immediately put it behind his back and threw it into the trash can. An awkward smile. Hey, that's right. Singing is so bad. It's just a waste of everyone's time. Master Kuan, we are not in a hurry. Just wait for one more song. Su Kuan exhaled and stretched out a hand. My mouth is a little dry. Give me some fruit to moisten my throat. David. Back to the stage. As the music sounded. That's a completely different style from the previous song. Zhao Xing frowned. Wouldn't it be nice to continue with the same style? How come it changed so suddenly? But the next second she was shocked. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye? All the students and audiences were intoxicated by the singing, especially the lyrics. It makes me think of the person I love. Time flies. We are all in those fleeting years. If I can't have red eyes when we meet again, can I still have a red face? Zhao Xing stood up again without knowing when, with both hands on the table and eyes fixed. So shocking. Incredible. This song is so well written, and Zhou Sini can actually sing in a different kind of graceful and lingering voice. Yes, people in our industry know that it's great for a singer to have one hit song. Zhou Sini is still just a college student, but I feel that these two songs, as well as her singing skills, are enough to make many entertainment companies scramble to sign her. Seeing, do you think we should ask Mr. Zhang for advice? At this time her phone rang. When I see a call, it's Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Are you guys at the Shida anniversary performance now? Deng Peipei glanced at Zhao Xing. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you. No matter what, do whatever you can to sign Zhou Sini and get the copyrights of those two songs. I'm sure the other rival companies have already sent people out, and you guys just happen to be there. It's simply God's help, huh? Is Xing next to you? Let her answer the phone. Deng Peipei handed over the phone. Mr. Zhang. Xing, I was a little impulsive before. I said it in anger. Don't take it to heart. I did this for your own good. I just told Peipei to sign Zhou Sini and get the copyright of the song. If it works, I will pretend that this incident never happened. Let's do our best. Okay, hurry up. Beep, beep, beep. Provincial Taiwan. Yes, master. I will ensure that the task is completed successfully. Haha. No, this is not my credit. It's your foresight that predicted that this insignificant school anniversary would bring such great gains. Thank you, master. I will always remember your cultivation of me. Lao Fei hung up the phone. His face was filled with excitement. Well, what did the master say? Haha. The director said that this live broadcast set a new record, with an audience rating of 2.395, which is almost comparable to the National TV Spring Festival Gala. He said that after this mission is successfully completed, he will consider me more as the next director candidate. Great. I'm finally going to make it. Huh. Oil Depot. 900,000 people are online. Holy shit. This is incredible. That song. Mr. Liu, there's no need for you to tell me. I've already put it on the homepage. I believe it will become a hot topic with the promotion. Mr. Liu and the others all looked towards old Huang in the corner. The other party was trembling. Don't be complacent. I haven't lost yet. Not even 1 million yet. Okay, Lao Huang, stop struggling. The data is still rising. It's only a matter of time. See if you should find a mask in advance. You have to run naked. Cover your face. It doesn't matter how big your penis is. No one can recognize it anyway. Everyone laughed. Old Huang gritted his teeth. Chapter 97 Senior, I'm sorry. Thank you to Zhou Sini for bringing us these two beautiful songs. I believe this will become a milestone in the history of the University of Hebrew that will be remembered by everyone. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Okay, now, let's read out the score for the last show, Su Kuan's performance of It's Kuan. David was excited. Master Kuan, here I come. Su Kuan looked very proud. His total score is 90 points. He is currently ranked first. Let's give him a round of applause. After the host finished speaking, Zhao Xing frowned. She gave it 40 points. This is because she thinks that the other person is just a favor on a college student show. Otherwise, you can give 10 points directly. I didn't expect the other party to get 90. I looked at the judges next to me. Big Belly. You don't have to think about it to know it's an inside story. This is common in the circle. But I didn't expect to meet him at the university's anniversary celebration. The crowd in the front of the stadium was cheering and applauding loudly. But the more than 10,000 people behind him booed. Fuck. If it's a concert, I'll just ask for a 10-to-1 refund on my tickets. It's so bad, but it got 90 points. Are the judges blind or deaf? That's right. I remember that middle-parted suspenders maniac from the last time we played basketball. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I didn't expect that he would have the nerve to go up to the club, even though he's such a bad singer. There is definitely something fishy going on. I heard that this guy is some super transfer student. Maybe he was bought with money. Whether it is or not, we will know after we look at Zhou Sini's score. Oil Depot. Mr. Liu picked up a cup of tea and took a sip slowly. This one got 90 points. They are indeed the judges from the school. Not professional at all. Luckily, this guy is not here. Otherwise, he would affect my traffic. At this time, the host on the TV screen spoke. The next show will be our classmate Su Kuan, and the show will be the rap. What are you doing? Please come on stage. Phew. Mr. Liu sprayed Mr. Huang next to him in the face. Fuck him. Su Kuan still appeared handsomely in middle-parted overalls. What are you doing? I'm wearing my overalls, and I have to be cool on stage. You guys have to hold on, and don't be mesmerized by my handsomeness. The people in the front have shouted themselves hoarse. Speak louder, or I'll charge you more. Su Kuan waved with great satisfaction and ran onto the stage, his hair parted in the middle and taking off. There was a lot of scolding in the backcourt. Fuck. The first 3 words gave me goosebumps all over my body. Is this the reincarnation of Uniquely? The lyrics rhyme, but what the hell is that guy singing? He's still twisting his body. I have the urge to go up and beat him up. Is this singing or rap? I can't tell the difference. Oil Depot. Mr. Liu slapped his thigh and said angrily. It's dropped. The number of people online is dropping rapidly. It was over 900,000 just now, and now it's dropped to 600,000. Holy shit. God, how could you do this to me? Old Huang gloated over the misfortune, as long as it didn't exceed 1 million. Provincial Taiwan. Lao Fei was so angry that he smashed his phone. This Su Kuan is a disaster. The ratings that were finally going up are now plummeting. The other employees shook their heads and sighed. Hey Lao Fei, please watch the show later. Lao Fei took a look at the program. Next 2 shows. It's Su Kuan again. The list fell to the ground. He stepped on it and cursed. Shit, shit, shit. This is damn. This is definitely a shady operation. Are those review teachers blind? If I don't become the director this time, the culprit will be Su Kuan. Thank you Su Kuan for bringing us such a wonderful show. Now, I will announce Zhou Sini's score. It is. The host was stunned for a moment, frowning. Instantly relaxed. After all, he is an old host. The ability to control changes on the spot is still relatively strong. But this score is a bit unbelievable. Zhou Sini and many other girls who were congratulating her were looking forward to a good result. Zhou Sini, the final score is 88 points. Currently ranked second, let's give her a round of applause. More than 10,000 students booed in the audience. This is absolutely a shady deal. That's right. How could Zhou Sini only get 88 points? The judges must be deaf if they don't give her a score of 95 or above. What a bunch of crap judges. Isn't Zhao Xiying here? Where's the fairness and impartiality we promised? Zhao Xiying frowned. Aside from some of the live sound quality flaws in Typhoon, she, who is usually very strict in grading, gave it a score of 97. If Su Kuan's previous performances all scored 90, then Zhou Sini's number cannot be lower than this number. The inside story has been confirmed. Zhou Sini in the backstage looked a little gloomy after hearing the score. She felt that she had performed very well this time. Most importantly, these 2 songs were written by Jiang Chu for her. She wanted to get first place. She also wanted to prove to Jiang Chu that her efforts were not in vain. What? Those judges are so mean. Sini, how could you only get 88 points? Sini, don't be sad. There must be something wrong. Maybe we missed a judge's score. Everyone can see how good your singing is. No, I'm going to ask the school leaders for an explanation. This is too outrageous. Don't want. Zhou Sini grabbed the girl. I know you are all doing this for my own good, but the results are out. After all, I am now second. I am very satisfied. I never thought I could get such a high score. Thank you for your support. I am a little tired, so I will go downstairs to rest first. Everyone looked at Zhou Sini's back. A little lonely. There was a quarrel on the Oil Depot platform. The entire message was basically dominated by the 2 words, black curtain. There were also some words to cheer Zhou Sini up. In my heart, Zhou Sini is the cutest, the prettiest, and the best singer. She will always be number 1. From now on, Zhou Sini is my song Ztao Yyds. Give my wife back her first place, and get that dungarees maniac out of here. Mr. Liu. Although the number of online viewers has dropped, the clicks on Zhou Sini's 2 songs on the homepage have exceeded 3 million. It's only been less than half an hour. The traffic is comparable to that of some celebrities. Zhou Sini has a bright future. Weibo, Wangyi, and other platforms have noticed Zhou Sini's popularity. Many people called to check her personal information, invite her to open a personal account. In addition, it also alarmed countless entertainment companies. Some gold medal producers even publicly stated online, if Zhou Sini signs with their company, we'll write songs for her for free. This also caused Mr. Zhang from Zhao Xing's company too. He called again and asked them to capture Zhou Sini. Zhou Sini slowly walked towards the locker room. The bright white high heels on my feet now seem a little heavy. Her face lacked the usual liveliness and cuteness. Why? You're so sad about not getting first place. Zhou Sini heard the voice. Suddenly raised his head. His big, bright eyes looked at the handsome security guard who was sitting on a small stool with his legs crossed. Senior, I'm sorry. Chapter 98. Zhou Sini is also a student who knows me well. I could have endured it. After seeing Jiang Chu, I couldn't help myself anymore. She threw herself on him and sobbed. Wait, there are a lot of people here. Zhou Sini wiped it on the corner of her eyes. There were no tears shed above, but pursed his lips. I don't care. I just want you to comfort me, senior. Then he took Jiang Chu's hand and left. Fuck, this again. That's right. Zhou Sini pulled Jiang Chu into the men's restroom. What do you mean this again? Zhou Sini raised her head and pouted. He looked at Jiang Chu with suspicion. I just came to the bathroom. If I think you sneaked in here to peek at the girls using the restroom, right? Jiang Chu, do I look like that? Zhou Sini said as she was about to lift up her skirt with both hands. Fuck, what are you doing? Jiang Chuanaji? Phew shhh. What else can you do in the bathroom? Wait, this is the men's room, and I'm a man. You dragged me here, and you said you wanted to pee? Jiang Chu's eyes widened, with a shocked and confused expression. And look at her gesture. Yes, not taking off. Oh shit. No way. Zhou Sini showed a wicked smile on her face. Senior, let me tell you a secret. I am actually a man. Senior, you are so handsome. Do you want to? Who knew Jiang Chu calmly gave her a pat on the head. His eyes seemed to see through everything. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stop messing around, or I'll kill you right here. Zhou Sini pouted and stomped her feet angrily. Humph, it's not fun at all. Can't you just pretend to be scared by me and make the Luan family happy for a while? Jiang Chu didn't let her finish. He pinched her little fleshy chin and kissed her. Soon, Zhou Sini forgot everything. I put my whole heart into it. He even put his arms around Jiang Chu's neck. During this verbal battle, from time to time, I heard someone running in to use the toilet. This made Zhou Sini nervous and excited. Bad senior, you didn't even say hello to your relatives first. That being said, Zhou Sini was smiling. Her jade hands gently stroked her face. There was blush and shyness there. You feel better now. Well, senior, the song you wrote is so good, and I didn't win first place. Won't you blame me? How can I blame you? You sing very well. You don't know how popular you are on the internet. The front page of the Oil Depot is full of videos of you singing those 2 songs. I heard that many entertainment companies are ready to come and sign you. Really? I didn't know that. You don't pay attention to those. However, I have a request here, and I hope you can agree to it first. Oh. Zhou Sini looked at Jiang Chu's burning gaze. They were now alone in the bathroom again. And we just kissed. The internet says, boys who have kissed are easily impulsive. Then I'll think further. Senior, do you want to be in this toilet? But, this is her first time. I've imagined anywhere. But I never thought that it would happen in the boys' bathroom. This is a bit too hard to accept. But what if the senior can't help it? Zhou Sini closed her eyes tightly. In the end, it seemed like he mustered up a lot of courage. Okay, I promise you, senior, but this is my first time. Jiang Chu smiled and said, Of course I know this is your first time. Don't worry, I will teach you. I can't say that I can make you famous overnight, but I can guarantee that you won't be bullied in the future. Zhou Sini's face was so red that water could be squeezed out of it. Senior, you are too direct. I promise that I will not be bullied in the future. Is this the promise he made to her? Although it's a bit weird to say this in the toilet, but it still seems a little romantic. Well, senior, wait a minute. It's inconvenient for me to wear stockings inside. I'll take them off first. Zhou Sini put her hands down after saying that. Jiang Chu. Sigma. No. What are you doing? Omega? Take off your stockings. No. Why are you taking off your stockings? Zhou Sini said shyly. Senior, don't you want it? It will be more convenient if you take off your stockings. Jiang Chu slapped his forehead. You misunderstood. What I meant just now was that you should not sign contracts with those companies. I will open an entertainment company specifically for you, so that you won't have to worry about being taken advantage of. What are you thinking? Oh, I thought you. Zhou Sini finally reacted. It turns out that I was wrong. Suddenly, I felt a little lost. I've been so proactive. Could it be that the senior has no interest in her at all? But we just kissed. The kind that is very involved. Jiang Chu was extremely conflicted. It's not that I don't want to. The party is about to end. There will definitely be a lot of people there. It will definitely be discovered. It doesn't matter if he makes a fool of himself. But I can't let Zhou Sini get involved. What's more, she is now a minor celebrity. Jiang Chu saw something from the other person's expression. He held Zhou Sini's face with both hands and kissed her. You just said it was your first time. Let's find a suitable place next time, okay? Now that you've mentioned it, how can I not go along with your wishes? Hey. The resentment in Zhou Sini's heart melted instantly. At the same time, shyness appeared on her face. Find a suitable place. Definitely going to the hotel. Thinking of doing that with my senior. I wonder if the senior likes her wearing cosplay uniform. Come on, let's go out first. I still have to go back to my post. Senior, you have so much money, yet you still come to be a volunteer, hee. Zhou Sini returned to her cute and playful self again. Alas, I can't help it. There are so many beauties here. Who else can take on this important task except me? You are so conceited. You just want to catch all the beauties in one fell swoop, hee. The one who knows me best is classmate Zhou Sini. Haha. Master Kuan, I told you that you would definitely be number one. Master Kuan is so awesome. Master Kuan is so awesome. David followed Su Kuan, who had just finished his performance, with a flattering smile on his face. Of course, but I don't know if Li Wenjing has seen it. Her show is suddenly gone. It's really strange. Hee, don't worry about that. As long as you get first place, that's enough. The real show will be tomorrow. Well, I was expecting Li Wenjing to see my admiring look. But to be honest, this guy is too handsome. There's really nothing I can do about it. David's eye twitched. Yes. At this time, the voice of the stage host came. Okay, next, let's invite the school idol Wu Xiaoqian to come on stage. He will also sing a rap song called Eating a Big Bowl of Noodles While Standing on a Sewing Machine. Fuck. This Wu Xiaoqian actually sings rap. What's going on? Isn't it said that there is only one style of rap? Su Kuan pouted, looking angry. Master Kuan, this should be a temporary change. Look, the program above says it's a song. I don't care what it is, even if it's rap. So what? It won't be as high as mine. Let us announce that the score of Su Kuan's previous song, What Are You Doing, is 92 points. Let us congratulate him for breaking the first place score again. Haha. See, Master Kuan, I told you that you would definitely win first place. Su Kuan crossed his arms across his chest, looking stern. Seeing Wu Xiaoqian coming down from the stage. Chapter 99 Mo Yutong's Pure Land of Bliss. She even shook her middle-parted hair provocatively, full of provocation. Wu Xiaoqian turned her face slightly with an earring on it. It was a look of disdain and contempt. Cut. Su Kuan's eyes widened instantly. Pointing at Wu Xiaoqian, he rushed over. David stopped him by hugging his waist. Who the hell are you cutting? If you have the ability, you can take first place. What a joke. A show just ended at this time. Next, I will read out Wu Zhao's score for the show. It's 95 points. Congratulations to him. He is currently ranked first. Wu Xiaoqian curled up the corners of his mouth provocatively. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he showed disdain for Su Kuan. What's up? You, a rapper, can you freestyle SKR? Then he put his hand across his neck. He shook his head and walked out arrogantly. Su Kuan was stunned when he heard the score. He grabbed David's collar with both hands, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. 95 points. How is this possible? Damn, he actually got my first place. What's going on? Master Kuan, don't worry. There must be something fishy going on. Just let Uncle Hong check it out, and we'll know. Yes, there is definitely a conspiracy. Otherwise, he would not have surpassed me in score. Call Uncle Hong immediately. This Wu Xiaoqian dared to provoke me. He must be killed. Su Kuan was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. David found a deserted place. Take out your phone. Lao Hong, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that all the judges except Zhao Xing were fine? Now young Master Kuan is very angry. Stop talking. This Wu Xiaoqian must have contributed a lot behind the scenes. Damn, he paid more money than me. I just found out about this. Don't worry. Master Kuan still has another show. I guarantee that he can take first place. Some of the audience outside were already shouting that they wanted to leave. Fuck, this is too bad. It's fine if it's just Su Kuan, but now there's Wu Xiaoqian. What the hell is this? I didn't even understand a word of his singing, but he got first place. I won't watch it anymore. This judge has definitely taken money. There's no point in making a ranking. Why not just put a donation box up there, and whoever donates the most money gets first place? Let's go. Let's not watch it anymore. It's boring. Wait, I also want to see the Pure Land. This is the dance performed by the school beauty Mo Yutong. It's not too late to leave after watching the school beauty. Maybe there will be some surprises. Okay, I'll listen to you. The school bell must support me. Deng Pei had a bored look on her face and was almost falling asleep. Seeing, there's actually a show by Su Kuan later. Tell me if it's funny or not. This is almost like his solo show. There's something wrong with this school celebration. Since I have agreed to be a judge, I will be responsible for every program. Zhao Xing stood up excitedly when Zhou Sini was singing. The rest of the time, I sat straight and serious. These scenes were occasionally captured by the live broadcast. Viewers online also expressed their appreciation for it. Host, hello everyone. The next program is finally not singing. This is not just a dance. It is said that the song and choreography are all original works by a man named Jiang Shuai, and the singer of this song is Zhou Sini, whom we just got to know. When I heard Zhou Sini, the lifeless audience and students in the audience, my blood immediately started boiling as if I had been injected with chicken blood. Provincial Taiwan. Here it comes. Another song by Zhou Sini. Hunchy Pig Squeal. Lao Fei just fell asleep while listening to those rubbish songs. He was suddenly awakened by his subordinates. Where is she? Where is she? Where is Zhou Sini? Hurry up and broadcast it from all angles. Old Fei, man, it's not like we're in a TV station, so it's not comprehensive. But you see, as soon as Zhou Sini is mentioned, the ratings start to rise again. I hope I can create a legend this time. Oil Depot. Boss Liu, the number of people online has started to increase again, and now it has reached more than 800,000. Zhou Sini's influence is really amazing. I bet that after tonight, there will be many companies scrambling to find her to sign a contract. I don't know who will win. It's only over 800,000. It would be good if it could reach over 1 million. Mr. Liu glanced at Mr. Huang next to him. Old Huang shook his head, his tone very firm. Boss Liu, 1 million? That's impossible. There are only 2 shows left. It's absolutely impossible. Deng Pei looked disdainful. Here comes another original creation, and he can even choreograph. Is this true or not? Host, let us welcome the beautiful ladies from the Art Academy dance troupe to perform the wonderful world of Pure Land of Bliss for us. Please give them a round of applause. As soon as the words fell, 9 young ladies walked out of the stage. They were in groups of 3. All of them are beautiful and have long legs. The clothing styles are different. A set of Cheongsam high heels. One set is the Fruit Province ethnic sexy version design. The group in the middle, that is the 3 young ladies that Mo Yutong is with. They were wearing specially designed hanfu. Especially Mo Yutong. I tied my hair into a high ponytail today. Her long hair was tied with a long and wide white jade silk headband. The top of the dress was changed to an off-shoulder design. Under the stage lights. Round and shiny. Delicate clavicle. Wearing a pink tube top similar to a belly band. The wide waist holds the slender figure tightly, showing off her graceful figure. It makes the top look huge and tall. There are 2 long sleeves at the bends of the arms, almost down to the calf. The lower body skirt has a long skirt that reaches the ground at the back. The front completely exposes 2 extremely long legs. Now she is wearing white stockings with lace and white, thick-soled high heels, coupled with Mo Yutong's unique temperament. The overall feeling is both fairy and royal. The audience in the audience was already boiling with excitement, especially the boys. The pairs of extremely long legs on the stage are comparable to those at a talent show. It made my mouth water. Oh my god, these are all super long legs. I love them so much, especially Mo Yutong's. She is worthy of being the school beauty. Her figure is so amazing. Teacher Long Zhe is a piece of trash. I can't bear it. The dance hasn't even started yet. I wish there was a hole in the ground I could crawl into and give me a roll of tissues. Fuck. Hey, whoever you are, what do you mean by covering it with your coat? Take your hands out immediately to prove your innocence. I said my zipper was broken. Do you believe it? It was really broken by human power, but not by my hand. As the dynamic music sounded, Zhou Sini's singing brought the atmosphere of the whole venue to an unprecedented climax. When the moon rises, the red lanterns are lit, and the festival music is the secret code. Mo Yutong and her friends' unique and dynamic dance steps and gestures accurately hit every beat of the music. Wonderful dance performance. Mo Yutong and the others have good looks. It is even more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 100. The dance I learned for 4 million. The melody and rhythm of the song Pure Land of Bliss are full of dynamics, coupled with Zhou Sini's beautiful and unique singing voice. All the audiences in the audience were excited. For a time, I don't know if it was the music that inspired the dance, or is it the dance that moves the music. Although they were completely immersed in it and enjoyed it immensely. Even some young ladies who studied artistic dance couldn't help but want to dance along on the stage. One of the boys even danced more gracefully than most of the girls. Zhao Xing stood out from the crowd of judges. After watching it once, I was able to imitate the gestures of the pure land of ultimate bliss very vividly. Everyone was immersed in the lively sea of music and dance. This scene, it was broadcast live by the provincial TV station and major online media, whether it's on TV or online. The audience all said that not being able to see the show in person was a lifelong regret. This dance is so beautiful, and this song is so lovely. Any big shot at the scene, I strongly request that a pure enjoyment version be released as soon as possible. 895,975 inch. What kind of evil genius can choreograph such a beautiful dance? It's so addictive. 14,586 inch. I love that girl standing in the center position so much. I can play with those super long legs for 5 years. Within 1 minute, I want to get all her information. 416,752 inch. As expected of songs sung by goddess Zhou Xini, 3 songs. Each one is a classic, and now there's also a phenomenal dance. Korean and ghost styles are all rubbish. The hot topics list on Weibo. Dear Zhou Xini, Little Apple, Fleeting Years, The Pure Land of Bliss. Zhao Xing actually went to participate in the school celebration event. They dominated the top 10. It even suppressed some topics that some first-line stars wanted to create. Wang Feng, I announced that the release of the new song will be delayed. These songs even topped the music download charts of Kumao, Kuda, and Baidu. Jay Cho, oh, these songs are all good. I said before, Korean music is the best. After dancing to Little Apple Paradise, it would be better to have a cup of Yulimi milk tea. Provincial Taiwan. Lao Fei looked at the historical ratings created. He laughed out loud and didn't stop. 2.532. This is almost breaking the popularity of the most popular national TV Golden Theater back then. Director, you said that the position of director is now secured, right? Thank you, director. Thank you, director. Lao Fei and his friends were in tears. I thought it was just a boring job. Unexpectedly, it was the peak of their lives. Oil Depot. More than 2 million are online. It's really great to get the money and get a promotion at the same time. Mr. Liu, what money? What? Who said money? Old Huang. Over 2 million. Are you convinced this time? I'll approve a camera car for you. How about live streaming your naked streaking? Old Huang's face turned green and he gritted his teeth. It was incredible that a school anniversary celebration could generate such a terrifying amount of traffic. The show is over. Zhao Xing still felt unsatisfied. Pepe, this dance is so well choreographed, and this song is so good. No matter what, I have to find this Jiang Shuai. I didn't expect that I could meet 2 top music creators on this unintentional trip. It's really worth the trip. I must meet them and see who they are. Deng Peipei waved her hands helplessly. Look how happy you are. You don't care about anything else, but when it comes to music and dancing, you are as excited as if you were injected with chicken blood. There is really nothing I can do about you. After the next sketch, the host read out the final score of the program. Pure Land of Bliss was 90 points. Ranked 4th. The result is nothing to say. This caused a lot of scolding from the audience. Various paper balls flew to the judges' table from unknown directions. This led to the school leaders giving advice directly on the radio. There are all kinds of insults on the internet. The trend is to expose the judges. Host, after the wonderful music and dance, let's welcome tonight's finale. It is said that this dance was created by the top team in South Korea and cost 4 million Chinese yuan. This is really shocking for a university anniversary. How wonderful is this dance? Let's welcome it again. The host suddenly got stuck. Logically, she would not make such a mistake. But the situation off the court made her stunned. The crowd behind them had already turned into a huge crowd, and a large group of people left. Even if the school leaders stressed on the radio that we cannot leave, it also cannot stop those people from leaving resolutely. The host stopped talking nonsense and quickly finished reading, otherwise everyone would leave soon. Please welcome Su Kuan and his dance troupe to sing and dance. Remember your Taiwanese girl. When Su Kuan appeared, he saw that the crowd was originally dark, but now more than half of them had left. I was so angry that I wanted to smash the microphone. Fine. A large group of people in front were holding up signs with his name on them. Even if my voice is hoarse, I am still shouting. He was really touched. Remember you Taiwanese girl. No, just because you are a Taiwanese girl. At the beginning of the song, Su Kuan even held a basketball and brushed it on the top to look cool. Then he threw the basketball. Almost got thrown onto a judge who was paid. The big fat pig was so scared that he quickly raised his hands to cover his face. Then Su Kuan began to nod, shake his head, shake his hands, and push his shoulders. All the movements are done in one go. At this moment, those people who left messages in the online live broadcast room were already laughing. Fuck, what the hell is this bitch dancing to? And that song, fuck you, stop it, huh? 3 shows in one night. All of them were middle-parted overalls, plus a chicken your sister. People call you a middle-parted overalls chicken, identification completed. 112,545 inch. Although the singing and dancing are not that good, you can consider going for a funny character. It's so funny, especially the shoulder lifting. It's so magical. You haven't watched his previous basketball games, the shoulder foul, that old bull. Unfortunately, you can't find those videos of him online now. A lot of them have been deleted. Some are even mosaicked. The internet experts immediately came up with a funny animated picture. Why are you doing middle-parted braces? GIF. Even Zhao Xing in the audience couldn't help but cover her mouth and hold back her laughter when she saw the hot comments on the laptop screen. This dance move. For million. Maybe it will become popular. But it's the kind that was hacked. At the end of the party. Unsurprisingly, Su Kuan's Remember Your Taiwanese Girl won first place at the show with 96 points. Wu Xiaoqian was defeated by magic. After all, Su Kuan spent 4 million to learn this move. Except for Zhao Xiying, all the judges in the audience made a lot of money. But when they went on stage to receive the award, most of the audience had already left. Because Su Kuan took all the first and third place. Wu Xiaoqian won the second place. So they were the only 2 left in the front row on the stage, winking at each other. Tisk school honk, what's the point of singing that? In the end, Su Kuan, still got first place. Su Kuan gave Wu Xiao next to him a contemptuous squinting look and a crooked mouth, looking extremely proud. Congratulations on getting first place. The trophy presented by the principal, the certificate presented by Ji Mingxi, and they also shook hands. Wu Xiaoqian clenched his fists beside him, gnashing with hatred. He won first place, just for the moment, when Ji Mingxi presented the award. Let the other person remember and admire him. Now it was another girl who presented him the award. Su Kuan, you better remember this. In the locker room. After taking the group photo, the girls all ran back to change their clothes. Each one shows off a graceful figure. Chapter 101 Chu Han, Jiang Shui, I want to know who they are. On the fair back are straps of white, black, red and other colors. The screen is full of snow-white long legs. It makes people full of reverie. Those of you who read the book and give it a 5-star rating can even turn on the God's perspective mode and read whatever you want. Is Zhou Sini here? The girls turned around. Isn't that Zhao Xiying's agent Deng Peipei? I am here. Can you go next door for a while? Xiying wants to talk to you. The girls suddenly became agitated. While the famous star Zhao Xiying specifically asked for you, Sini. She must have been impressed by the song you sang. Sini, can you help me get an autograph later? Yeah, get one for me too. I want it too. Zhou Sini felt a little embarrassed. Well, I can only say I'll try my best, but it may not be possible. Thank you, Sini. I love you so much. When you walk out, seeing that the chair outside the door was empty, Zhou Sini was puzzled. Weren't the seniors still here just now? Into the next door? There was only Zhao Xiying inside. That's a big star and her idol. It would be a lie if Zhou Sini said she wasn't nervous. Hello, sorry to call you here. Zhao Xiying took the initiative to speak with a smile on her face. Hello, I'm sorry about what happened today. I don't know how those people who gave you the ratings came from, but I'm very satisfied with your singing and performance. I can say that you're better than those talented singers I've seen, so I gave you the highest score of the whole audience. In addition, I'm very curious about how you learned. A voice can be naturally talented, but there are some areas that require guidance from an expert. I wonder who your teacher is. Suddenly being praised by my idol. Zhou Sini was happy and excited. At the same time, I thought of my singing ability which had improved by leaps and bounds. Those were the times when Senior Jiang Chu came over to correct her. But every time I can say it, it benefited her a lot. Sometimes I really doubt that Jiang Chu is not a college student. But he is some peerless hidden master of singing and composing. Well, my teacher doesn't let me say his name. Really? Then I won't ask anymore. I want to know about the 2 songs you sang. No, it should be 3 songs. Who are Chu Han and Jiang Shui? I'm very curious and want to meet such a master. Sorry, I promised you not to tell anyone about this. Zhao Xiying was stunned for a moment. Then he continued to ask, do you know how popular the 3 songs you sang are now? And so is that dance. Many companies will definitely be vying to sign you. If you believe in me, I hope you will consider signing with our company. I will stand on your side regarding the price and contract content and help you negotiate the best treatment and conditions. Even ordinary stars should be able to earn more than 10 million yuan a year. In addition, I want to buy the copyrights of those 3 songs as well. Do you know how much revenue those 3 songs can bring? At least more than 2 million. So, I want to know those 2 masters and give them a chance. I thought. A college student heard millions of. You should be shocked. Then he accepted her conditions smoothly. Certainly. She is not just making empty promises. This is a fact. Who knew that Zhou Cini in front of her was only slightly surprised? I put my hands and fingers in front of my waist and pinched them together, feeling a little uneasy. Senior Seeing, you have always been my idol. I believe what you say, and you won't lie to me. But, I'm sorry, I don't plan to sign a contract right now. Also, I can't tell you who wrote the song because I promised not to tell anyone. Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei were both stunned. I thought it was going smoothly. Unexpectedly, I was rejected decisively. Cini, do you think our company is not good? Or do you have other requirements? We can discuss them. No, I already have a company I'm interested in signing with. Thank you, senior. What? You are interested in signing a contract with a company. You haven't signed yet, right? Which company is so quick? Have they approached you before? Let me tell you, you weren't famous before, so the contract they gave you definitely wouldn't be that good. Besides, our company is definitely stronger than theirs, so don't do anything stupid. Deng Peipei suddenly became anxious. If it's not signed, then the company hasn't been established yet. Deng Peipei patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you haven't signed it. Wang Defa, the company hasn't been established yet? You must be kidding. Cini, if you really want to refuse, just say so directly. There's no need to find such a ridiculous reason to deal with us. Zhou Cini didn't know how to explain it for a moment. I'm telling the truth. Oh no. Oh no. Seeing, your fans have already rushed through the school gate after knowing you are here, and now a large group of people are running over here. Hurry up, or it will be too late. The woman was Zhou Cini's personal makeup artist. She pushed the door open hurriedly and shouted. Zhao Xiying and Deng Peipei stood up at once. Deng Peipei even helped Zhao Xiying put on the baseball cap and denim jacket she had prepared. Didn't they say that people here don't chase stars? How come they even broke through the school gate? Locals are only a small minority. Those fans all drove here from other places after knowing that you, Seeing, are a judge here. Now the roads within a radius of several kilometers are blocked. Even the airport intersection is jammed with cars. Zhou Cini had envy on her face. Is this the influence of becoming a big star? Zhao Xiying smiled. Student Zhou Cini, I also suggest that you leave quickly. Maybe some people are here for you. You are causing quite a stir right now. Oh. Zhou Cini covered her open mouth with her hands. Then they really heard some people shouting Zhou Cini's name amid the noisy shouts outside. I didn't expect that she is also a star chaser now. Hurry up, the back door is this way. In the dark campus, Deng Peipei hid from place to place with Zhao Xiying, who was wearing a baseball cap pulled down. I originally wanted to hide in Zhou Cini's dormitory. Unexpectedly, a group of female fans had already been squatting downstairs of her girls' dormitory. Zhou Cini is fine, but they couldn't go in. Never underestimate the IQ of fans. For idols, you can even overclock your brain. Look, is that Zhao Xiying? I just saw she was wearing a denim jacket and a New York cap. It must be her. Go after her. How come these people came here so quickly? Deng Peipei pulled Zhao Xiying up and ran away. Look, there she is. A large group of people were chasing after Zhao Xiying, who was wearing a denim jacket and a baseball cap. After they all left, raise a cloud of dust. Another Zhao Xiying walked out from a dark corner on the road. Chapter 102. Don't think you're really big just because you're a big star. At this moment, Zhao Xiying was only wearing a mask but no hat. My coat is gone. Only a tight, gray vest remained. The eyes revealed on the mask were slightly proud. Over the years, I have already mastered the skill of replacing one thing with another. I looked both ways. Walked to the back. Who knew I would get lost while walking? After all, we are in college and it is already 0 o'clock. It was so dark that I couldn't tell the direction. I took a few steps and saw a large group of people running towards me. She ran back quickly, but the pursuers came from behind. It's over. This time he was definitely besieged by fans. Seeing that group of people were about to come here, a hand reached out from the darkness. He grabbed her arm and dragged her into a corner. She was so frightened that she almost lost her soul. I opened my mouth wide and instinctively wanted to scream. But a hand covered his mouth. No matter how hard she shouted, she couldn't make a sound. Don't make any noise if you don't want to be discovered, etc. Why does this voice sound so familiar? No. Important points. This shameless dirty man. Her face felt hot for a moment. I shouted but couldn't make a sound. I could only struggle hard for a while. But I found that I couldn't get away. This made her frown tightly. I feel like I have no strength at all. Don't move. After seeing that group of people running away, The other party loosened his hand slightly. She turned around and wanted to slap him. Rogue. But the other person held his arm with one hand, and he couldn't move at all. It was me who saved you, and you wanted to hit me if you didn't thank me. Believe it or not, I can shout that Zhao Xing is here right now. When Zhao Xing turned around, she had already seen the other person's face clearly. It turned out to be the dirty security guard I bumped into in the toilet before. How dare you? Who told you to? Don't think you're really big just because you're a big star. Zhao Xing was so angry that she almost died. Forget it. If you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll just consider it as my saving you for nothing. I'm leaving now. Jiang Chu waved his hand and left. Zhao Xing looked around. I don't know where to go out. This stinky security guard is a college student in the school and should be very familiar with the environment here. Wait a moment. Jiang Chu didn't stop. Zhao Xing didn't expect that the other party didn't care at all. After all, I am a big star, right? But I can't care about that now. I looked around and saw no one. So he followed. What are you doing? You don't want me to help you, but you're following me. How could I follow you? Do you think you are the only one who can walk on this road? Jiang Chu was clearly walking on the grass. Where's the main road? Jiang Chu, right? Help me out, and I'll sign an autograph for you. How about that? Jiang Chu stopped and looked at Zhao Xing like a fool. Why do I need your autograph? I'm not a fan. Speaking of this, he remembered that he sure Yun seemed to want an autograph. Zhao Xing didn't expect that the other party would not eat or eat at all. So what will you do to help me out? Give me money. Why do I need your money? He is so rich. Talk to him about money. So what do you want? Zhao Xing was also getting a little impatient. How about this? I was a little anxious just now, and I don't feel anything, you let me. The words are not finished yet. The slap came again. Rogue. He caught it firmly. With a wicked smile on his face. Hee, it's just a joke. Don't hit people at every turn. You are a big star. What if someone takes a picture of you? Who are you kidding? Zhao Xing blushed. I was actually touched by a stinky college student, and I actually felt something. It's just crazy. Give me a few autographs, and I'll help you out. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Zhao Xing curled her lips. Didn't you just say you didn't want my autograph? Why do you want it now? It's not me who wants it. It's my friends who want it. 10 minutes later. Zhao Xing has a black line on her forehead. We agreed on a few, but now we've signed 30. Is this the end? That should be enough. I'm just worried that there won't be enough to share in the future, so I'm just in case. I didn't realize you had so many friends. Jiang Chu smiled. He took Zhao Xing's hand and left. Where are you taking me? Why is it all grass? Zhao Xing was held by the hand by a man. I have an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. This Jiang Chu also made her confused. Alone in the bathroom with a pretty girl. I just touched her there again. But his eyes were so clear. Unlike those people in the circle who look at things with a purpose. You know, she is a big star. Suddenly they found that they were getting farther and farther away. We came to a place where we couldn't see a single person, or even a place where we couldn't see our hands in front of us. Zhao Xing quickly pulled her hand out. I couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Look alert. You, why did you bring me here? Hey, what do you think? You're a big star, and you're so beautiful, and there's no one in a place like this. What do you think I can do? Jiang Chu's tone was a little bit mean. Zhao Xing forced herself to calm down. But I was still very nervous because I had never encountered such a thing before. You are still very young. You can't do those stupid things that are illegal, you know. But you're so beautiful. I can't help it. What should I do? Seeing the other party approaching step by step, Zhao Xing became even more nervous. I can help you. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. You help me? How? I don't know what I haven't done. You can teach me. Just don't let me do that kind of thing. Bang. Zhao Xing didn't realize that she had retreated to a wall. There is no way back. It's over. She is a big star. The innocence of this life. Escaped the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. But I didn't expect it to be destroyed in such a place. That's a good idea. Then hold me. Hug him. Hurry up. Zhao Xing gritted her teeth and could only hope that the other party wouldn't go too far. I closed my eyes tightly and hugged him. But I found that the other person had his back to me. I can touch his belly with my hands. So strong. He even has abdominal muscles. Fortunately, I didn't force him. Otherwise, how could I be his opponent? What does he want to do? Could it be that he wanted to? Oh my God. This is too shameful. But no matter what, it's good that the other party doesn't have that kind of thought towards her now. The other party's tone seemed a little impatient. Zhao Xing frowned and turned her head away. Just die? Fuck. Jiang Chu was shocked. Chapter 103, I am sick and I give up treatment. This is going to cause trouble. Didn't you tell me to put it there? Why are you blaming me? I asked you to put your hands around my neck. What's wrong with you? You're touching me randomly. Oh, Zhao Xing didn't know why the other party asked him to hug his neck. But you can only do it. It just feels a bit strange. Would the neck be more comfortable? Hold on tight, don't let go. Oh. At the moment when Zhao Xing was stunned, I just felt the other person's body bent down. He also carried her on his back. He held her legs with both hands and lifted her up. It's quite heavy, probably around 200 kilograms. You only weigh 200 pounds, and I weigh just over 90, okay. It turns out that women's weight cannot be said casually. I was scared to death just now. When I said this, I immediately forgot about my situation. No matter what, you have to say something back. In fact, Zhao Xing regretted it the moment she blurted it out. This is just to provoke the other party. But why is he carrying himself on his back? Jiang Chu enjoyed the squeeze and warmth from the big white rabbit behind him. It's so comfortable. Hold on tight. What? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xing only saw the wall in front of her falling down continuously. No, it should be said that Jiang Chu was actually climbing the wall behind her back. She had just seen it. This wall must be more than 3 meters high. This is crazy. What if you fall? When I think of this, she felt like she was on the wall. You can see a road below, with the dim street lights. The row of shops opposite had already closed. Zhao Xing finally reacted and said in surprise, "Just now, you carried me on your back and climbed up this 3-meter-high wall. How did you do it?" Jiang Chu said with a frightened tone. "When I saw you were plotting something bad towards me, I was so scared that my inner universe exploded and I came up in a flash." Zhao Xing slapped him on the back again and said angrily, "Why don't you just say you were Superman?" And whoosh. "Besides, it's obviously you, the rascal, who is plotting against me. You are the thief, crying thief. But you took advantage of me." Zhao Xing frowned. "I have never seen anyone in the world more shameless than you." As soon as the words fell, they heard a passionate shout coming from the distant runway, and he kept repeating the same sentence. "I'm sick. I'm giving up treatment. I'm sick. I'm giving up treatment." By the dim moonlight and lamplight, plus they are in a high place, it can be clearly seen that it is a nearly naked man running on the track, running and shouting. There was another car following slowly from behind, with loud noises of joy coming from inside. Zhao Xing covered her eyes and turned her head away, saying it was too hot for her eyes. What kind of people are these? Dirty and shameless. Jiang Chu was watching with great interest, with a proud look on his face. "Who said I was shameless just now? Now I have it, he." Until the man ran a circle and got on the car. Zhao Xing was filled with indignation. "It's so high now, how can I get down? I haven't finished talking yet." Zhao Xing saw Jiang Chu actually jump down with her. I screamed out in fear. After landing, I found that there was nothing unusual. It's just that the white rabbit is a bit painful when pressed. "You're yelling so loudly. Aren't you afraid that the group of people over there will hear you?" Jiang Chu complained. But in my heart, I was happy thinking that the big star shock absorption system was really comfortable. Zhao Xing soothed her chest with her hand. Still in shock. "Can't you give me a heads up before jumping? You scared me to death." Who knew that the other party would actually have such a contemptuous tone? "TSK, who was so bold as to touch me just now? Where are you taking me now?" Zhao Xing saw Jiang Chu walking towards a deserted road. "Of course I'm taking you to find a car. Because of your celebrity status, the school gate is now completely blocked. Now we can only hope that this side is not blocked by your stupid fans." "Dirty man, you are not allowed to say that about my fans." After finishing speaking, I found that she was still on his back, because I was so nervous before, so I didn't feel anything strange. Now I can feel a different kind of opposite sex. This has never happened before. And the other person was a dirty man who had touched his bear. I really want to ask him to let me go, but my body sincerely hopes to be carried all the time. I feel very comfortable, very safe. "Hey, there's a couple over there, go ask them." A dozen young men and women were walking towards us not far away. After saying that, a little girl with yellow hair and a short skirt walked towards them. Zhao Xing quickly buried her face in the other side of Jiang Chu's neck. The yellow-haired man spoke in a smug tone. "How do I get to the Shida campus gate?" "Jiang Chu, why are you asking this?" The little girl in the short skirt started to speak. "We are fans of Zhao Xing. We heard that she is very popular, so we wanted to go and see if we could meet her and ask for her autograph." Zhao Xing didn't expect that she was actually her fan. I couldn't help but get more nervous. I wish I could put my face on Jiang Chu's neck. Jiang Chu could feel the tingling sensation from the other person's breath beside his ear. "It makes me itchy." Her lips were pressed against his neck. Soft, lubricated. It's no different than being kissed. But the other party didn't seem to notice anything unusual. The yellow-haired man said impatiently, "Nima, why are you being so polite to him? Did you see the group of people behind us? They are with us. Just tell me when I ask you." Jiangchu stopped and said, "Go straight ahead for 500 meters, then turn left for 50 meters. There is an eye clinic there. If you can't get treatment, come out, and there is a blind massage next door. There will always be a treatment that suits you." Huang Mao became furious the moment he realized what was happening. He took a step forward and rushed over to fight. But he was stopped by the girl. "Xiao Bao, don't make trouble. If I don't see Zhao Xiying, I will never let you go." Huang Mao immediately gave in. Yes, but that boy is too arrogant. I just want to teach him a lesson. Don't be angry. And I tell you, a man carrying a woman on his back in the middle of the night, both of them are definitely not good people. Shut up. Well, you can't. Jiang Chu pointed to a huge signpost next to him and said, "Do you know how to read? Isn't it written on it? And you still say you're not blind." Phew. Zhao Xiying behind him couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and farted. Huang Mao rolled up his sleeves. "Oh, are you making fun of us?" Jiang Chu, remove the word ma. I fuck you, I can't kill you. Hurry up and leave. Yes. You are lucky, otherwise I would kill you for the sake of my dear He Jia. After the group left, Zhao Xiying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't that funny? Haha. Didn't you hear what the woman called the man, Xiao Bao? The man with yellow hair, tattoos, and a scar on his face, who should be domineering, was actually called Xiao Bao. Moreover, there was such a big signpost there, but so many of them didn't see it. It's really funny. Chapter 10 for Isn't This the Li Wenjing I'm looking for? Jiang Chu was speechless. This woman has a really weird sense of humor. Aren't these all your fans? The celebrity you were looking for was right in front of you, but you couldn't recognize him. Zhao Xiying immediately shut up and glared at him. At this time, Zhao Xiying's phone rang. "Xiying, where are you? The whole university is looking for you. I'll drive in to pick you up now." "No need, Pepe, I'm already out." You're out? That's great. I almost couldn't squeeze out. How did you get out? Where are you now? We'll come pick you up right away." Zhao Xiying had just looked at the road sign and reported her location. Then he hung up the phone. "Why are you standing there? Come down. How long do you want me to carry you? Just go ahead. Why are you so fierce? There are so many people lining up to carry me, but they can't," Zhao Xiying said stubbornly. But after getting off Jiang Chu's back, I don't know why. I feel a little bit sad. It was as if something had been lost all of a sudden. At this time, an enticing fragrance wafted over. It smells so good. She was a white-haired, wrinkled grandmother about 80 years old, riding a tricycle with great effort. There is a stove behind. There are some roasted sweet potatoes and taro on top. "Hello, would you like some sweet potatoes? They are freshly baked and guaranteed to be sweet and sticky." Jiang Chu, "Mother-in-law, give me 2 servings of sweet potatoes. Why are you selling sweet potatoes so late? It's early morning now." The old woman showed a kind smile and skillfully took out a paper bag and stuffed the sweet potatoes in with a clip to pack them up. "Young man, I was about to go to sleep when I heard the young man next door say that a big star came to our university and many people want to chase him. I immediately got up and roasted dozens of sweet potatoes, thinking that I could sell a few while there were so many people. I just ran into you guys here. Are you also going to chase the star?" Zhao Xiying, "But old lady, that celebrity will probably be back at the hotel soon. Once the news spreads, everyone from the university will probably leave soon." The old woman looked only slightly surprised, but her smile did not diminish at all. "Is that so? Haha, I roasted more than 50 sweet potatoes and thought I could sell some. It's okay, I'll go around, and if I'm lucky, I should be able to sell some. But it's already early in the morning. How long do you plan to sell it? Aren't you going to go home and rest? Girl, these dozens of sweet potatoes have been put into the oven. If you don't sell them all and go back to rest, you won't be able to eat them after a while." The old lady was smiling throughout the whole process. It can be seen that he is a very positive and optimistic person in life. Jiang Chu suddenly said, "Oh, Granny, I suddenly remembered that I have a lot of friends here, and they all came here to chase stars. It's so late now, and they must be hungry. How about this? I'll buy all the sweet potatoes you have, and you don't have to pack them one by one for me. Just use a big bag and pack them in several bags." The old woman was obviously stunned for a moment. Then she looked happy. "Really? Young man, how many friends do you have? Can they finish all these sweet potatoes?" "Don't worry, I have a lot of friends. The sweet potatoes you have here may not be enough for them to share, don't you think, Xiying?" Yes, we have many friends." Zhao Xiying looked at Jiang Chu with a little surprise. "I didn't expect this wretched man had this side. Xiying, I remember Ahu next door said that the big star coming tonight is called Zhao Xiying. You have the same name as her, haha." Zhao Xiying smiled awkwardly but politely. With the help of Jiang Chu, the old woman, soon all the baked sweet potatoes were packed into several bags. "Young man, there are so many. How can you carry them all? How about I use my car to help you pull them all over?" Jiang Chu waved his hand and smiled. No need, old lady. We have a car. Car. As soon as the words fell, an alpha drove up and stopped beside them. Seeing, I finally found you. Aren't you that dirty security guard? Seeing, why are you with him? Deng Pei recognized Jiang Chu as soon as she got out of the car and shouted. Jiang Chu gave the other person a smile in an unpleasant tone. Zhao Xing quickly pulled her aside. It's a long story. He helped me get out of this. This dirty man didn't do anything to you, did he? No, what are you thinking about? Thinking about what happened before, my face turned red. Let's go. I've already made arrangements at the hotel. Deng Pei grabbed Zhao Xing's hand and wanted to get in the car. Wait, let them help carry the sweet potatoes to the car. Sweet potatoes? Are these roasted sweet potatoes? No wonder they smell so good. At this time, Jiang Chu also paid the old woman's bill. The old woman said with a smile. Before, I thought you were pitying me and bought all of them on purpose. Now I see you drove here. It seems you really have a lot of friends. I am relieved now. Although these sweet potatoes are not worth much, they cannot be wasted casually. Jiang Chu smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Deng Pei and others who got off the car were all confused. But they just did as Zhao Xing instructed and packed the sweet potatoes and put them in the car. The old woman said goodbye to them and went back happily. Finally, it was Zhao Xing's turn to get on the bus. She looked at Jiang Chu. Are you going back to school later? What else? Wait a minute. Give me the sweet potato in your hand. Jiang Chu took it in his hand. Zhao Xing was unhappy. Isn't this for me? What did you eat after you took it? Jiang Chu was surprised. You have dozens of them in your car. How many more do you want? You can eat whatever you want. I paid for it anyway. Zhao Xing stamped her feet in anger. Seeing Jiang Chu holding 2 copies, he seemed to understand and said, Are you going to deliver it to the girl who was just in the bathroom? No, it's another one. Let's go. But, another one. Zhao Xing looked at the security guard who walked in such a casual manner. I didn't expect this dirty guy to be such a playboy. And he said it so openly. Really? After receiving the news that Zhao Xing had returned to the hotel, the school and the surrounding areas were suddenly deserted. The school gate didn't close so early today, because this security uniform is issued by the school. Jiang Chu walked in openly. All I saw was a mess on the school road. He walked to the main door of the girls' dormitory. Tonight, because of the school anniversary and Zhao Xing's fans, the lights were still on in most dormitories. All sorts of giggling and noisy sounds came from above. Jiang Chu frowned. I don't know if Li Wenjing is asleep. I have to wait for a reply when I send a text message. Just call them directly. Just wanted to take out the phone. But I found a beautiful figure standing alone beside a tree in the grove not far ahead. The Sharpie Jiang Chu saw it at a glance. Isn't this the Li Wenjing that I'm looking for? Chapter 105. Of course not sleeping on the grass. She was still wearing the floral dress that I saw this morning. And he remembered that was the place where she kissed him that night. He put his phone down and walked over. Student, it's already this late. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and rest? Li Wenjing was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice. Then he turned around and threw himself into Jiang Chu's arms without even looking. Hold him tight. A unique body fragrance wafts into my nose. The delicate body in my arms is as soft as jade. How do you know it was me? Jiang Chu put one hand around her waist and stroked her hair with the other. It's your voice. I can recognize it naturally. Jiang Chu, my show tonight has been canceled at the last minute. Yeah, I know. I came to see you as soon as I finished my work. Look, I brought you some delicious food. Jiang Chu took out the sweet potato in his hand. Even in the darkness, one could still see the surprise on Li Wenjing's originally sad face. I was wondering why I felt something hot touch me. It turned out to be a roasted sweet potato. Come to think of it, I really haven't eaten all day. I'm really hungry. Besides, I love baked sweet potatoes the most. Can you give me both? Well, all for you. Li Wenjing took the still hot sweet potato, broke it open, and started eating it. Enjoy your meal. Eat with gusto. If her roommates saw this, they would be shocked. Li Wenjing, the school beauty who always eats slowly and swallows carefully. There is actually this side. After a while, I actually finished eating a sweet potato. I also started working on the second one. This time she didn't open it directly. Instead, she used her scallion-like jade fingers to gently peel away the outer layer of skin, revealing the tender red flesh. Then the seemingly small mouth. Open those lips. I was able to slowly put more than half of it in. Certainly, the latter is just a taste. The white teeth took a light bite. Seeing this, Jiang Chu was so eager that he couldn't help swallowing. Li Wenjing covered her mouth and smiled when she saw Jiang Chu's expression. You must be hungry too. I'm actually quite full. I'll leave the rest for you. Jiang Chu nodded, because she has already peeled it. So he finished it in 2 bites. You eat too fast. It's okay. I'm a little hungry too. Do you have tissues with you? I ate a little too fast just now. Jiang Chu smiled and said, There's no tissue. Do you remember the ice cream? Li Wenjing lowered her head slightly in shyness. Jiang Chu couldn't help but kiss her. Last time it was ice cream flavor. This time it tastes sweet like sweet potato and maltose. Wait, what's in your pocket? It's making me uncomfortable. Jiang Chu suddenly realized. Oh, I forgot about that. I bought a bottle of water, thinking you would need some water to cleanse your mouth after eating the sweet potatoes, but now it seems unnecessary. Li Wenjing smiled. I am a little thirsty. You should have said it earlier. I gave you a little more just now, You're just a jerk. Jiang Chu took out a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed the lid for her. Watching her gulp down 2 sips. Those lips are so sexy. And the goose neck. It's really beautiful. Thank you, Jiang Chu. Are you feeling better now? Well, it's a pity that I couldn't go on stage and play the song I practiced for you. Li Wenjing didn't expect that she would leave suddenly, and she felt extremely regretful. It's easy, follow me. Jiang Chu took that soft hand and ran away. The piano room is on the 1st floor. Jiang Chu, the door is locked. I don't have the key, and you bring me to this window. Li Wenjing suddenly stopped talking. His mouth opened wide as Jiang Chu used his hands to pry open the 2 finger-thick steel bars of the window, creating a large hole. A look of shock. How come you are so strong? Hey. Come on, come in. Jiang Chu climbed up first, and then stretched out a hand. Li Wenjing held up the hem of her skirt with one hand, and held Jiang Chu's hand with the other. Then he raised his leg and stepped on the window railing and was pulled up by Jiang Chu. At that moment, a touch of pure white inside glanced at Jiang Chu's eyes. Do you want to turn on the light? No, the security guard will see it soon. Jiang Chu had already found a seat and sat down. Holding his chin up, he quietly admired Li Wenjing sitting beside the piano. Black hair hanging down, long skirt fluttering. As charming as a fairy fallen from the earth. The castle in the sky played slowly. Even without the lights, Jiang Chu could tell that the other party had made no mistakes. On the contrary, in the hazy night and quiet environment, I can concentrate on appreciating every note played by Li Wenjing's delicate hands. Lao Zhang, why do I hear the sound of a piano over there? Yeah, I heard it too. Who would practice piano so early in the morning? Let's go and take a look. When the 2 security guards walked out of the piano room, there was no movement. I checked the door with a flashlight. Found nothing unusual. Then I found that the window was open. I looked around inside but didn't see anyone or anything suspicious. That's weird. I clearly heard a noise just now. The window is not closed. Maybe some wild cat ran in and took a stroll. Let's go. Stop being suspicious. There are so many people coming into the school tonight. There are still many places to check. On the other side, Jiang Chu ran for a long time carrying the shy Li Wenjing in his arms before stopping to rest. The security guards were here, and you actually put the 2 steel bars back. You almost got discovered. I am also a security guard, but I am a little more handsome than them. Jiang Chu looked slightly pleased. Jiang Chu, I don't want to go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight. Li Wenjing's voice was so soft that she almost didn't hear it. But Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. The happiness on her face was not concealed at all. Still pretending to ask, where else can I sleep if I don't go back to the dormitory? Of course not sleeping on the grass, you wish. Go get a room outside. The school gate must be closed now, if you can find a way to get out. This is not a small matter. But he would not take Li Wenjing to climb the wall again, even if you climb out, or to get a taxi in the middle of the night, especially when Zhao Xing came. Even if there is a tool like Didi, you will definitely not be able to get a taxi. He didn't want to be in such a beautiful time. Taking Li Wenjing with me, we walked to find a hotel. So he took Li Wenjing to his Ferrari. Are you planning to drive out directly? But the school security. Jiang Chu nodded and smiled, and just asked the other party to get in the car. Chapter 106 The Presidential Suite. When we arrived at the gate, the electronic barrier had indeed been opened and closed. The security guard at the door saw a Ferrari about to drive out in the middle of the night. If it's daytime, it's fine. But he was worried that it was a thief, and he couldn't afford it. So I still want to go and have a look. Who knows, he hasn't come out yet. The other party came over first. And look at what he's wearing. Isn't this the security and maintenance uniform that the school distributed tonight? Brother Ming, are you on duty tonight? You are Xiao Jiang. Oh, who are you? Why are you going out in the middle of the night? Yeah, I have something to discuss outside. Have you finished smoking that pack of Huazi last time? I still have 2 packs. Brother Ming, you've worked hard. Let's keep you alert tonight. Hey, Xiao Jiang, why are you being so polite to me? I still have the cigarettes I gave you last time. After all, they're Huazi, and we usually don't want to smoke them. How can I be so embarrassed to ask you for cigarettes now? No. I have to say that the pockets on Lao Ming's clothes were a bit big, just enough to fit 2 packs of cigarettes. Then he opened the door for Jiangchu with a smile. He waved and said, "Just give him a call when you get back." Jiangchu returned to the car and saw Li Wenjing giggling nonstop. She didn't expect that Jiangchu had become so familiar with all the security guards. "I can't help it. It's too popular. You're just a talker. Take Li Wenjing to check-in. Then you have to go to the most expensive hotel." When we got there, we found that there were quite a lot of luxury cars. The security guard at the door saw Jiangchu and the others. His face was full of confusion and envy. A rich second-generation man came out of the hotel with the woman he just picked up. 10 minutes today. More than yesterday's 9 minutes. Successfully achieved the goal. A very happy face. I didn't see the woman next to me looking disgusted. These 10 minutes also include the time to take off clothes and take a shower. I don't know what to be proud of. If it weren't for the other party's wealth. She's not coming. The rich second generation suddenly looked confused as Jiangchu and the other man walked into the hotel hugging each other. Fuck. Am I dazzled? A lousy security guard actually brought such a beautiful goddess in. Oh my god, what a handsome security guard. He actually drives a Ferrari. The woman's eyes lit up, and she felt something opening up again. Fuck, he's wearing a security uniform. How can he drive a Ferrari and hold hands with a goddess? Do I have to be a doorman for others? I quit. Air, have a red tower and talk. Don't get carried away. There's a big star coming tonight. Cheer up. What do you expect from a security guard who earns 4,000 yuan a month? Yeah, hee. Sorry, there are no regular rooms left. Just tell me what other rooms you have. Hello, we only have one presidential suite left. Then the presidential suite. The price tonight is 200,000 because... Bang. Jiangchu placed a black card that was later reissued by the bank president himself on the counter. The other party immediately shut up and smiled brightly. After swiping the card. Hello, this is your room card, sir. I will take you upstairs in person. No, we'll go on our own. Jiangchu looked at the system and saw that not a cent had been credited to his account. I couldn't help cursing a few words. Because it was opened with his ID card. So it doesn't count as spending money on the goddess. So stingy. Forget it, he is worth tens of billions. I only lost 20 million. It's worth it to spend this wonderful night with the ice goddess. Jiangchu and his friends met many people wearing caps or bucket hats in the elevator, holding SLR cameras for taking photos. It's obvious that he is a professional paparazzi. I spent the whole night trying to find her, but I couldn't figure out how Zhao Xiying got out of the school even after scratching my head. Me too. I've been following her agent. I didn't expect her to show up directly at the hotel later. However, Zhao Xiying personally gave sweet potatoes to her fans. This is good news. Don't mention it. Just do as I said. Cheer up, and you'll definitely be able to catch her. Those paparazzi came out of the elevator with Jiangchu, Li Wenjing, and the others. After Jiangchu went out, he took a look at the fire escape map on the wall. There are only 2 presidential suites on this floor. They went the other way. Good fellow. I felt that this paparazzi had a good income. You can even stay in the presidential suite. Jiangchu led Li Wenjing in and closed the door, but he had no intention of appreciating the luxury inside. He couldn't wait to hug Li Wenjing's slender waist and kiss her. If you were still hesitant in the piano room before. Here, he can do whatever he wants. Etc. Li Wenjing pushed Jiangchu away lightly. You're all sweaty and smelly, go take a shower first, okay? I didn't have time to take a shower tonight, so I'll take one too. Although a little reluctant. But Jiangchu still nodded and agreed. By the way, I joked. I want to wash too, and you want to wash too. Why don't we wash together? Li Wenjing pursed her lips and lowered her head slightly shyly. Just when Jiangchu thought she would definitely refuse. Li Wenjing's voice is as thin as a mosquito. Jiangchu heard it clearly. Is this true? Li Wenjing confirmed again. Wait, I'll go check the room. Okay, I'll get you a towel. What a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. Even the presidential suite. In order to ensure safety, Jiangchu. I also checked every corner inside, including the ceiling, bathroom, etc. He felt satisfied and relieved only after he found nothing unusual. Then the mood is full of passion. Quite exciting. The hot water in the bathroom has been turned on. Even in summer. Girls are also used to taking hot water showers. This is understandable. But Jiangchu saw a scene outside that he couldn't blink. Li Wenjing didn't know where the hair tie came from. She put her long straight black hair up. From the side. The delicate white ears and the sexy goose neck were revealed. A tall and straight nose and big eyes with long eyelashes under willow eyebrows. And the slightly upturned lips and the slightly fleshy chin. It was an almost perfect profile. Next. She put her hands behind her neck. With a swish sound, the zipper is gently pulled from top to bottom, seemingly noticing his burning gaze. Li Wenjing lowered her face with an indescribable shyness. It reminded him of the amorous feelings. At last, as the two round white shoulders were released, the dress slipped gently from her body to the ground. What a graceful and attractive figure. This picture of beauty and shyness is extremely tempting. Chapter 107. Who is knocking on the door? Jiangchu, the water should be hot now. Aren't you going to take off your clothes? Li Wenjing gently reminded. Jiangchu was stunned for a moment. Ahem, take it off. I'll take it off right away. When she was talking, she started to take off her clothes. In no time, only a pair of pants was left. The parasol has been put up. Li Wenjing was so embarrassed that she turned her face to the side. Then she walked in first. Jiang Churen followed behind her. Watching the peach buttocks wrapped in white moving gracefully with the other person's gentle steps. Which cadre can withstand such temptation? Just entered the bathroom. Jiangchu couldn't wait to embrace Li Wenjing from behind. Kiss the neck. The other party also turned his head, for lips facing each other. The water from the shower head rushed down. I don't know when. There was a white Reese bra on the hook. The size was surprisingly large. There is also a small but sexy piece of fabric. Li Wenjing raised her head. The water kept washing her long hair from her forehead and over her tightly closed eyes. The cherry lips sometimes purse. Sometimes I open my mouth slightly to feel comfortable. There is nothing more relaxing than taking a shower after working up a sweat. And you don't have to do it yourself. It's just this water. A little hot. Li Wenjing stopped Jiangchu from taking the next step. Jiangchu, take a shower first and go to bed later, okay? All right. Wash. Must be washed clean. Don't miss any place. Jiang Chuheng picked up Li Wenjing, who was shy after drying her body. He walked to the big bed in the room and gently put her on it. The whole body is white and rosy, especially the cheeks, delicate and voluptuous. Jiangchu couldn't wait to kiss her again. After some tenderness, about to break through that final distance. Jiangchu. Li Wenjing seemed to have something to say. Jiangchu frowned and looked out the window. A cool breeze blows. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Li Wenjing, who's knocking on the door? Jiangchu frowned. Who would come here in the middle of the night? Waiter? The one who sends out cards? Free service? Oh shit. He doesn't need anything, okay? This is all the presidential suite worth $200,000 costs? Definitely going to complain tomorrow. Don't worry about him. He probably got the wrong room. Jiangchu didn't want to care. But the knocking on the door continued. And it's getting louder and louder. Otherwise, you can go and take a look, in case something urgent happens. Jiangchu suppressed his anger. I put on a bath towel and closed the door. Now that he has the ultimate fighting skills, he is not afraid of home invasions or the like. Now it's getting hot. If you meet better, I'll beat him so badly that his mother won't be able to recognize him. The other party is still knocking. Jiangchu didn't look at the cat's eye either. He opened the door directly, opening his mouth, ready to curse. Who knew that a beautiful figure would suddenly appear? The long hair even touched his naked upper body. Jiangchu could sense that there was a camera not far away taking a picture. But he was confident that he did not show his face. He just opened the door. Sorry, I need a place to hide, huh? The other party closed the door. I patted my chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and saw Jiangchu was shirtless. I almost screamed out. He covered his mouth with his hands in time. 8-pack abs. That's too manly. Look at the other person's face again. It's you. The two shouted in unison. Jiangchu reluctantly put down his raised fist. I didn't expect to be so unlucky. Even here I can meet this big star Zhao Xiying. I really can't bring myself to do it. Jiangchu remembered that there was also Li Wenjing in there. He lowered his voice and scolded. Are you sick? Look at the time now. Why are you knocking on the door? Zhao Xiying was not so nervous after seeing that it was an acquaintance. I'm just curious how I could bump into him here. You have a nice figure. Didn't you go back to school? Why did you come here and even book a presidential suite? She looked around. I found that besides the security uniform the other party was wearing, there is even a dress. He immediately opened his mouth and pointed at Jiangchu. Oh, you are here. Jiangchu immediately covered her mouth with his hands. Shut up. If you have anything else to say, get out of here right now. Zhao Xiying moved Jiangchu's hand away with a wicked smile on her face. Is it the girl in the bathroom, or the one who sent the sweet potato? Let me see how pretty she is. Ah. I accidentally looked down and saw the huge parasol. I couldn't help but scream. It was too late for Jiangchu to stop it. What happened, Jiangchu? Li Wenjing heard the noise and decided to come out to take a look. At this moment, she had put on her bathrobe, with only her head sticking out of the door. But you can see some of the SAI'd ones that are exposed. Zhao Xiying was stunned when she heard this. What a gentle and peaceful voice. Seeing Li Wenjing's stunning beauty, I wondered how there could be such a beautiful woman. No wonder Jiangchu was so determined to take her sweet potatoes away when he left, just to give it to the person in front of me. I don't know why. She has always been indifferent to her appearance. Now I feel a little envious and jealous. Then I saw the other person's pair of big white rabbits. She was even more surprised by the huge. No wonder Jiangchu said she was small. In contrast, it's indeed a little smaller. But it's bigger than many women's. You are Zhao Xiying? Li Wenjing recognized Zhao Xiying and showed a slight surprise on her face. Zhao Xiying was also curious. Most girls get very excited when they see her. I didn't expect that the other party was only slightly surprised. Well, I'm Zhao Xiying. Sorry to bother you. I just happen to live next to you, but that place is blocked by those paparazzi, and there are paparazzi chasing behind. So, it's okay. Is there anything we can do to help you? Well, I guess they'll leave after a while. Zhao Xiying was actually not sure either. In the past, when she stayed in a hotel, the hotel company would specially arrange people to guard the intersection to prevent the paparazzi from coming up. But this time she came here privately with Pepe. So there was no defense. Can we ask the hotel staff to drive them away? No, I tried. Their hotel just sent someone to negotiate with the other party. The paparazzi were not afraid at all. They said that this was their personal freedom, and there was nothing they could do to them. Zhao Xiying was at a loss. Li Wenjing looked at Jiangchu. Chapter 108. Why are you so stupid? We can't let him stay here overnight. Of course Jiangchu didn't want to either. I don't know how many times I cursed Zhao Xiying in my heart. He picked up the phone and dialed. After a long time, a buzzing sound was heard. Hey, why are you calling me so late? My mouth is still tired. You were in the bathroom. Why does this guy say everything? Jiangchu immediately said, Ahem. I'm here to talk to you about something. I remember that Loading International Hotel was opened by your family. Yeah, what's wrong? Who are you going to get a room with? The voice on the other side seemed to wake him up a lot. A questioning tone. Listen, your idol Zhao Xiying lives here now. Ask your people to drive those paparazzi away. I will help you get an autograph. What? You're not going to get a room with my idol. Jiangchu, you're too awesome to even invite me to such a good thing. Jiangchu? No, we just happened to meet. Do you still want an autograph? Yes. I'll call the store manager right away. Remember to ask for a few more. Jiangchu hung up before she could finish her words, looking at Zhao Xiying, who was stunned. How about this? A signature helped you solve the problem. Here you go. Didn't I give you dozens of autographs before? Do you want more? That was before. This is now. Just decide whether you will give it to me or not. If I don't give it to you, get out of here. I don't want to bother with you. Zhao Xiying signed her name with gritted teeth. A few minutes later, there was a voice at the door. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the manager of the hotel. We have already driven away the paparazzi outside. Please express my apologies to Miss Zhao on my behalf. Just leave after saying that. Did you hear that? You can go back now. I didn't realize you were quite capable. Thank you very much. Zhao Xiying rolled her eyes at the super shameless guy in front of her. Then I'll go first. You guys continue. Hurry up. Jiangchu pushed her out directly. Slammed the door. Zhao Xiying outside was so angry that she stamped her feet. I have never seen such a rude person. Come on, let's go back to bed. Jiangchu was so excited that he carried Li Wenjing horizontally to the bed again and put her down. Then I closed the window and drew the curtains. When I came back, I saw Li Wenjing with a worried look on her face. Jiangchu, there is something I want to tell you. Jiangchu took a deep breath and nodded. It must be that incident. Come here. She motioned Jiangchu to lie down next to her. After Jiangchu went up, the smooth body clung to him like a loach. Li Wenjing's bright eyes flashed as she looked at him. Jiangchu, you have to promise me that I will give you my first time tonight and you will never come to see me again, okay? I know there are many girls around you, and I think that one less person like me is not a big deal for you. Jiangchu was stunned for a moment. The eyes and pupils suddenly enlarged. I thought it was just a simple farewell, but I didn't expect that Li Wenjing was planning to say goodbye forever. After a moment of silence, his brows tightened and his pupil shrank. He said in a deep voice, Is it because of your grandfather? Li Wenjing also opened her eyes wide with a look of surprise. How do you know that? Could it be that Grandpa and his people have already looked for Jiangchu? Based on our understanding of Grandpa's character, if they do find him, they will definitely use both intimidation and bribery. I heard you talking on the phone outside the piano room that day. I see. Jiangchu, I was kidnapped when I was a child, and my family found me later, So my parents and grandpa have always loved me very much. Now my grandpa wants me to go back, so I have to go back. There were still some things she hadn't said. If she didn't go back, her grandfather would definitely take action against Jiangchu. Jiangchu suddenly realized that he had never understood why Li Wenjing, who came from a big family in Shanghai, went to the same primary school as him. It turned out that she was abducted. Go back if you want, but why do you want me to never look for you again? Jiangchu tried his best to keep his tone calm. Jiangchu, I know you have some money, but you can't imagine what kind of status our Li family has in the Demon City. When I go back this time, they will train me as their heir. My grandfather will never agree to us being together. Moreover, if you don't leave me, they'll find someone to deal with me, right? Jiangchu said coldly. Wenjing, look at me. I just want you to answer me a question truthfully. Do you really like me? In fact, the system's favorability has already explained everything. But he still wanted to hear it from the other person's mouth. Li Wenjing and Jiangchu looked at each other firmly. I feel a little guilty. She wanted to lie. Yes. If Jiangchu still doesn't agree. She could only say more heartless words to hurt each other. But now Jiangchu actually asked her this question. I like you. She didn't want to deceive herself. Even if this does not change the outcome of the separation, just think of it as a confession to Jiangchu before leaving. But Jiangchu came over and held her in his arms before she could finish. I know you like me, otherwise you wouldn't have asked me to come here to get a room tonight, and it's your first time. You just asked me to promise, if you give it to me, I won't be able to look for you in the future. Then I'm telling you clearly now, I don't agree. Li Wenjing's eyes were filled with confusion and puzzlement. She made it so clear. I thought Jiangchu would also be happy to accept it. Jiangchu held her two soft hands. He looked into her deep eyes with great determination and said, I don't care what your grandfather said to you, and I don't care how powerful the Magic City Li family is. No one can take away the woman that I, Jiangchu, have chosen. Wenjing, give me some time. Soon I will use my strength to prove to your grandfather and your Li family that I, Jiangchu, am worthy of you. I am even someone they need to look up to. Li Wenjing looked at the determined and courageous eyes in front of her. The image of the little boy who bravely stood up to help her in elementary school came to my mind. It was the same look at that time. Facing a group of people, he rushed forward fearlessly. Even if you end up covered in bruises. When she arrived at university, she promised her grandfather not to contact Jiangchu. But that night, as fate would have it, Jiangchu took the initiative to find her, breaking the shackles of the past 2 years. Jiangchu looked very shy at that time. Later, I went shopping with them. I don't know where the money came from. It made her extremely curious. Drinking milk tea, visiting school, first kiss, amusement park. These unforgettable scenes seemed to allow her to witness Jiangchu's rapid growth. But she was hesitant to let go because of the relationship between her family and her grandfather. Now, I finally made up my mind to say goodbye to him. However, she didn't expect that the other party would be so determined to make a promise to her and ask her to wait for him. I was deeply moved. All these years of perseverance and hard work have finally paid off. Jiangchu, why are you so stupid? Chapter 109, I believe in you. Jiangchu hugged her tightly in his arms again. I'm not stupid. Why would I step forward to pay for you and be so stupid as to give you that thing? I'm not stupid. Why would I go with you to steal the kid's wooden horse and eat your leftover ice cream? I'm not stupid. Why would I face the difficulties and snatch you from your grandfather and your Li family, even though I knew there were so many difficulties ahead? The jade finger stopped Jiangchu from speaking any further. Li Wenjing, favorability too. At this moment, Li Wenjing was smiling again. Stop talking. It would be fine if you didn't mention the gift you gave me that time. It's such a heavy atmosphere that I want to laugh when you bring it up. I don't know what you were thinking at the time. This may be God's will. You see, you will be gone the day after tomorrow. I won't allow anyone to touch you, and I won't be by your side. If you feel lonely, this will come in handy. What are you talking about? You're asking for a fight. Li Wenjing bit her cherry lips lightly, her face flushed, and she lightly hit Jiangchu's chest with her little fist. Jiangchu smiled and quietly watched her act coquettishly in his arms. When she was tired and didn't want to move, he hugged her and said, I'll come to you soon. Yeah, I believe you. Next time you come to the Li family in Magic City to look for me, I will give you my first time. Also, I don't care how you flirt, but don't go after all the bad relationships. You have to be clean, okay? And you can't be promiscuous, and you have to be responsible for others. If I find out, I won't let you touch me. Jiangchu, Omega, LL, He has always been very responsible to all the goddesses. Isn't this the ideal he has been striving for all his life? No matter how difficult and dangerous it is. Go forward bravely. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the great people who read this book? This night, Jiangchu was worse than a beast for once. Morning. It was because Jiang Chu couldn't control his hands and mouth at all. Finally, I couldn't help but feel dizzy. After much request, Li Wenjing agreed to use the bone-melting hand skill. Jiang Chu was also very eloquent. Finally, they slept in each other's arms until almost noon. She said she wanted to experience more of the campus before leaving. So Jiang Chu took her back to the school cafeteria to eat. By chance, I met Zhou Sini, who was wearing a white Lolita skirt with twin ponytails, and Mo Yutong, who was wearing a small vest and denim shorts. So now the four of them just sit at one table. 3 school beauties plus Jiang Chu, a school idol. Moreover, Zhou Sini and Mo Yutong have become celebrities since the school celebration last night. Their area was the only one in the huge cafeteria that was filled with people. The school beauty smiled and said nothing. Chew slowly in your mouth. But Zhou Sini and Mo Yutong kept looking at Jiang Chu, who was smiling awkwardly. Jiang Chu was feeling extremely conflicted at the moment. The Shura field in other people's novels is just an occasional coincidence. He is fine. All of them came at once very suddenly. The only one missing from our school is Shurian. Ha, Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to come to the cafeteria to eat. Suddenly a voice sounded. Ahem. Jiang Chu was choked. This is really what you wish for. All your wishes will come true. Everything will go smoothly, and you will have good luck. The last 3 are for the great people who read this book. Shurian came to Jiang Chu and the others with a high ponytail and light steps. Jiang Chu thought it was okay. There's no room next to it. Get out of here. I didn't expect Shurian to greet a boy at the next table. Hello, can you give me a seat? That boy saw the school beauty. Shurian actually greeted him. Suddenly I was at a loss. He stood up quickly. He even put the lid of the lunchbox he had just eaten halfway back into his hand. Okay. I'm almost full. You please. Thank you. You were such a gentleman. Boys. You're welcome. This is what I should do. After saying that, he left happily. Jiang Chu? Damn it. Where's your backbone? Wenjing, Sini, Yutong, you're all here. What a coincidence. Among the top 5 beauties in our school, only Ji Mingxi, who is ranked first, is not here. Master, you were so lucky. Why don't you bring up something that's not relevant? Jiang Chu even wanted to seal Shurian's mouth on the spot. Mingxi, listen to me. That Su Kuan definitely cheated. He was behind the scenes, and he bribed the judges. Otherwise, how could he get such a high score when he sang so poorly? You have to believe me. Wu Xiaoqian, I just rejected your invitation to dinner. There's no need to explain so much to me. But you promised me last time that if I could get first place, you would consider having dinner with me. Now, you didn't get first place. Okay, I'm going to eat. Don't follow me anymore. Jiang Chu thought. Good fellow. This Shurian is also a crow mouth. Fortunately, he had nothing to do with Ji Mingxi, and he had his back to the other person. It shouldn't be recognized. However, I didn't expect that Wu Xiaoqian was actually pursuing Ji Mingxi. Really? Ji Mingxi walked by and just glanced at Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini. Her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. There was no intention to speak. Isn't this the talented Jida? You didn't even accept the invitation to dinner from the school hunk. You are still so arrogant. Mo Yutong took the initiative to speak teasingly. Jiang Chu slapped his head. How could I forget this guy? The two have always been mortal enemies. Ji Mingxi, who was wearing a white shirt and short skirt in a campus style, stopped. She smiled and glanced at Mo Yutong. Then he saw Jiang Chu, who was eating with his head down. His eyes were obviously stunned for a moment. Wu Xiaoqian, don't you want to have dinner with me? I'll give you a chance now. Go get me some food, and then I want to sit here. Ji Mingxi's tone left no room for doubt, and he pointed to the position opposite Shurian. Wu Xiaoqian's eyes lit up, and then he glared at the 2 boys sitting there. We are full. You sit down. The 3 boys in the seats immediately left. Shurian held her face with her hands. As if that was the case. Ji Mingxi sat down opposite Shurian without any hesitation. Wu Xiaoqian went to get food for Ji Mingxi with a smile on his face. After he walked past, his face suddenly darkened. It's Jiang Chu again. The 5 most beautiful girls in the school are all here. Let's see how he ends up, huh? Jiang Chu could already feel countless gazes from all around him, trying to kill him. Certainly. There are also girls who are jealous in various ways. After all, he's not bad. A table not far away. That is the iron triangle of the anti-Jiang Chu alliance. Liang Dequan. Damn Jiang Chu. He actually sat down to eat with my goddess Mo Yutong. Lu Zixiang, didn't you say last time that uploading the video online would ruin this guy's reputation? I only saw him become the hottie of all the girls in the school. Lu Zixiang looked aggrieved. You can't blame me for this. Look, my Wenjing is sitting next to that bastard. I want to feed him a bowl of rice and stab him to death with a spoon. Wang Erbo said nothing, but the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Zhou Sini is so obedient and cute in front of Jiang Chu. He must have been severely bullied by Jiang Chu. He stood up with a spoon in his fist. He looked like he was going to fight. Chapter 110. Let's continue reading the novel about the CEO falling in love with Cinderella. Lu Zixiang quickly grabbed him. Fuck, you can't go. Why? You haven't seen Jiang Chu's strength. He knocked down the 3 thugs I brought with him in just 2 moves. If you go over now, you'll only make him look more powerful. Hurry and sit down. Bang. Wang Erbua slammed the spoon on the table. The anger is hard to calm down. Then tell me, what should we do? We can't let this bastard ruin all the beauties in the school by himself. To tell you the truth, I have already found a gangster named Black Dog. He has more than a dozen men under him, all of whom are ruthless. Wait till tonight and ask Jiang Chu to come out. I don't believe he can beat more than a dozen men with knives. I will make sure he gets what he deserves. Yang Dequan and Wang Erbua Odi looked expectant. Over here. Ji Mingxi replied unyieldingly. You danced well, but unfortunately your score was a little low, and you didn't make it into the top 3. Otherwise, I would have liked to present the award to you in person. Mo Yutong was already unhappy because of this matter. I was thinking of looking for Jiang Chu for comfort today. I couldn't say anything when I saw him with Li Wenjing. Now he was mocked by his mortal enemy Ji Mingxi. How could she bear this? What did you say? You were just like those judges in the audience. You were as stupid as a fool. The chopsticks in my hand are held tightly. If Jiang Chu hadn't been here, she would have been able to explode with her inner world. Ji Mingxi wanted to fight back. But now there are so many people watching in the cafeteria. He swallowed his anger back. This was the first time Jiang Chu saw 2 school beauties bickering. Isn't this just like any other girl? I have to say. It's nice to eat melon. Just don't bring it up with him. Ji Mingxi changed his target. Jiang Chu, you don't care whether Mo Yutong is your girlfriend or not. Jiang Chu? There are 10,000 excited sheep running through my heart. No need to look. The 5 most beautiful girls in school were all staring at him, waiting for his answer. Where the hell is the Shura field? It's like an atomic bomb explosion. Lu Zixiang and his friends not far away were already laughing. All kinds of gloating. Ha ha ha. I want to see what Jiang Chu will do. The 5 heads are not human. This is the consequence of having your feet on too many boats. You can't even stand still, and you will fall into the river. Wu Shaoqian had already prepared the meal. Now he sat next to Ji Mingxi and gave Jiang Chu a look of contempt. The boys and girls around them looked like they were enjoying themselves. At this time, Li Wenjing spoke up. Said calmly. Jiang Chu is free to do whatever he wants. I would like to ask you a question. What is Jiang Chu's relationship with you? What qualifications do you have to control him? Ji Mingxi was stunned. The other 3 school beauties were also stunned. Unexpectedly, it was the cold school beauty Li Wenjing who spoke up for Jiang Chu. It's simply incredible. Then you speak for him. What is your relationship with him? Ji Mingxi asked bluntly. Li Wenjing looked at Jiang Chu and said, I am his woman, and so is Mo Yutong. Oh shit. Everyone was stunned. A look of shock. I didn't expect that these words were spoken by the cold school beauty herself. It's incredible. Ji Mingxi also opened his mouth wide. The first mouthful of rice in the spoon stopped in midair. I can't get it into my mouth. Mo Yutong was extremely excited. She had never known how to talk to Li Wenjing about her relationship with Jiang Chu. Because at first she hated Jiang Chu, but later she found out that Jiang Chu was a rich second generation. I secretly did a lot of tricks without telling her. And she secretly informed Su Kuan and the others. It made her feel uneasy. I feel extremely guilty. Now Li Wenjing has personally admitted her relationship with Jiang Chu. The knot in her heart disappeared by half. And my fondness for Li Wenjing reached an unparalleled level. Li Wenjing didn't care at all about Ji Mingxi and the people around her staring in shock. Continue to look at Zhou Sini and Yi Shiyan. If you want to join me, I welcome you. Zhou Sini's eyes lit up. I didn't dare to speak before. It's because Li Wenjing's aura is too strong. She felt completely breathless. I think I have no chance of winning against a goddess like Li Wenjing in the competition for Jiang Chu. Unexpectedly, it was Li Wenjing who opened the door herself. How could she miss it? He immediately raised his hand and said happily, I'll join, okay. Li Wenjing smiled and nodded. She has the air of a queen. Yeah, thank you, senior sister Wenjing. I love you so much. Zhou Sini has 2 ponytails duong duong. Wang Erbua, who was far away, was so angry that he was fuming. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Just throw the spoon away and walk away. Yang Dequan also snorted coldly and followed him out. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Lu Zixiang's eyes. Jiang Chu, just wait and see. Walk away with a disapproving look. Li Wenjing looked at Yi Shiyan. With a smile on your face. Yi Shiyan was actually a little afraid to look into the other person's eyes. You know, she is the daughter of the He family. But now he is actually at a disadvantage in front of Li Wenjing. Even she herself found it a little unbelievable. She never considered confirming her relationship with Jiangchu, although they lived like that. But it was all because of her competitive spirit. I think I can take down Jiangchu. Now suddenly she is asked to choose. I panicked all of a sudden. She can choose to escape, but I don't know why. Seeing Li Wenjing's eyes, it seems that if I don't make a decision now, then it will be difficult. I should have known not to join in the fun. Well, can I think about it first? Of course you can. If you didn't really like Jiangchu, I wouldn't agree to let you join. Jiangchu, you heard it. She said she would think about it. If she comes to you in the future, no matter what she does, she must get the consent of the three of us. Otherwise, the three of us will leave and you can have her. He Shuyin's eyes widened instantly. There are three of them and only one of them. Even a fool knows which side Jiangchu will choose. Never mind. Anyway, it was just a verbal promise. Just let Jiangchu be a little proud. Wait, I'll join in. Is it okay for me to join in? Are you sure you really like Jiangchu? Be sure and be certain. The people around him were petrified. Especially the boys. They felt that this was the most difficult meal they had ever eaten at school. How can Jiangchu get the 4 school beauties to become his women? Isn't it just that he looks more handsome? Can't you just play some basketball? Isn't it just a little money? No. Think about it. I have nothing. Never mind. No more comparison. Live your life honestly. If you make money, you have everything. And those girls who originally had a crush on Jiangchu, one by one, they were eager to volunteer. They want to join, too. Compared with the school belle. After seeing how cute Josini was. Look at Mo Yutong's long legs again. He Shuyin's family background and abdominal muscle vest. Li Wenjing's is as huge as an E. All right. They should just continue reading novels about the president falling in love with Cinderella. Jiangchu. From the initial confusion to the current excitement. Chapter 111 The Second Genius Girl on Wall Street. He said nothing. The atomic bomb fell to the ground and did not explode. And he solved the troubles of the 4 school beauties. It's so cool //. At this moment, I really want to pick up Li Wenjing and give her a big bite to thank her profusely. Li Wenjing looked at Ji Mingxi again, who was in shock. You can see it. There are 5 school beauties here, but you are the only one who is not qualified to manage Jiangchu. Of course, you can choose to join, but from what I know about Jiangchu, even though you are ranked first, he doesn't like you at the moment, so none of the 4 of us will agree. You have to be able to get past Jiangchu first. Ji Mingxi's face was already showing a hint of anger. Isn't this equivalent to saying that she doesn't have that kind of charm and Jiangchu doesn't like her? She ranks first in grades, looks first, and is also the vice president of the student union. Even the principal praised her highly. And the family foundation is not bad. How many people wanted to pursue her, but she ignored and rejected them. Next to him is the rich second-generation school idol Wu Xiaoqian. What's wrong with her? Why does Jiangchu look down on her? Etc. Last time, I asked Jiangchu to sign. She had clearly taken the initiative to offer her first kiss. But the other party actually avoided it. Could it be? Do you really look down on her? It's strange that Jiangchu likes such a proud and arrogant person like her. Mo Yutong crossed his arms and turned away with a look of disdain. There are still many people who like seniors. Isn't Xiaoqian a senior? He's also very handsome. Josini said with an innocent look on her face. Wu Xiaoqian was secretly delighted. This Josini not only sings well, but also. He almost caught up with senior Jiangchu, so I like senior Jiangchu a little more. Phew. Wu Xiaoqian almost spit out his food. Hold the spoon tightly in your hand. A face full of anger. Minchi, I know your family is well off, but compared to my family, there is still a small gap. Come on, at least. Wu Zhao's signing is pretty good. He Shuyun said it indifferently. I won't eat it anymore. It tastes terrible. Ji Mingxi stood up and walked out. You can see that the little fist is clenched tightly. Wu Xiaoqian was stunned. He cooked the meal. The other party didn't eat a single bite. Just say it tastes bad? It's all Jiangchu. From beginning to end, I didn't dare to say a word. Why are the 4 school beauties willing to pay for it? How's he worse than the other party? But it's okay. Ji Mingxi is still his. Take this opportunity. Maybe I can take her down. Wu Xiaoqian chased after him. Next, Jiangchu was taken care of by the 4 school beauties. Successfully obtained meals for 5 people. This made him so happy that he wanted to cry. Jiangchu returned to the dormitory. What Li Wenjing just said was still lingering in my mind. Before I leave, I'll help you solve a problem. You promised me that you would come to the Li family in the Magic City to find me. I don't want you to be too distracted by these things. From now on, they will take care of you on my behalf. Of course, this is also a good thing for you, a bad guy. At this time, Mo Yutong called. Jiangchu, tell me quickly, how did you win over Wenjing? I was so shocked by what she said just now. I didn't expect that she actually said that. Well, I won't tell you. Hate it. I'll punish you by not letting you touch me for a week. Really? Then I'll go find the other three. Jiangchu. Okay, you win. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up now. Wait, yes, it's business. The company's design plan has been finalized, and I found the best decoration company. I asked them to finish the office and conference room first. Because the previous decoration was quite good, there is no need to change it. It can be used the day after tomorrow. Other places will take a little longer. The investments you mentioned before have been transferred. Now, apart from decoration, I am really blind and don't know anything. Moreover, I am the only one in the company, and I don't even have anyone to order around. How can I be like a boss? So, I decided to recruit someone. Do you have any suggestions in this regard? If you want to experience it, it's easy. You are now a major shareholder of those companies. If you are bored, go hang out with them and experience the special treatment. Jiangchu remembered the last life. The small shareholders of his company are all very powerful, not to mention the major shareholders. As for recruiting, you can just offer a salary 5 or even 10 times the market price, and naturally there will be plenty of talent coming to you. Remember, as long as they are capable, you can afford to pay them any amount of money. But if they are just good-for-nothings and boastful, just let them go. Okay, I'll start posting it right away and recruit a few people for important positions first. That's it. Bye. After last night's events, Jiangchu decided that he must buy a house of his own. Otherwise, good things will always be ruined. It's not a big deal to go to the hotel all day. I picked up the phone and called Ming Luan. I was wondering why there was a magpie calling this morning. I thought there must be some happy event. It turns out that it was you, Mr. Jiang, who came to see me. Haha. No, I just want to ask you for a favor, Master Luan. I want to buy a house, preferably a single-family villa. I wonder if Master Luan has any good recommendations. A single-family villa? You found the right person. I happen to know a friend named Xia Yanran. She bought the villa less than 3 years ago and now needs cash flow. She plans to sell it for 30 million. It's located halfway up the mountain in Xiaoshan Scenic Area. Let me tell you, young Master Jiang, the people who live there are either provincial officials or super rich people. He Tianan from the He family, that is, He Shiyun's eldest brother, also has a house there. Xiaoshan Scenic Area is indeed a good place. Jiangchu had only been there to climb mountains before. I was envious of those villas. It's not like he hasn't thought about buying it there. But this resource has already been occupied. It is something you can only encounter by chance. I didn't expect to meet you now. Since the people living up there are either rich or noble, why would she be willing to give it up? Xia Yanran used to be very beautiful. She had served as the CEO of a company and was even more extraordinary in financial investment. She got a master's degree from Massachusetts at the age of 18 and was known as the second genius on Wall Street. He Tianwen bought a house there just to pursue her. Even I couldn't help but want to curry favor with her. But later, due to an accident, her parents, who were known as the Condor heroes of the financial world, passed away. The company was hit hard by competitors and owed a large amount of debt. She was deserted by her friends and relatives. She also had a scar on her face and became disabled. Now she can only sit in a wheelchair. She plants flowers and grass at home every day, but no one cares about her. It's really sad. As for the sale of the house, the news was just released. Since you asked, young Master Jiang, I just mentioned it. Of course, if young Master Jiang can accept a cheaper townhouse, our Ming family has a ready-made property, and the He family and Gu Yin also have one. That's it. If you want to go and have a look in the afternoon, you can. Chapter 112. Oh my god, 30 million. Of course, but I have a board meeting this afternoon, so I can't go with you, Mr. Jiang. I can leave you a phone number and you can contact her directly. Well, thank you, Master Luan. You're welcome. He's also my friend. We're just helping each other. If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know, Mr. Jiang. Okay, that's it for now. The sun was very bright in the afternoon, so Zhou Sini dressed very coolly. Senior, why did you call me out? Are you missing your family? Zhou Sini still has twin ponytails. Just put on a hat. Even his face was wearing a mask. She was wearing a JK short skirt. The white short-sleeve top has a pink bow tied at the collar. The skirt is pink with white horizontal edges. On her long, white legs, she wore short cotton socks and black leather shoes. It's so pure and sexy. Why are you wearing a hat and a mask? And you're calling me senior, huh? Zhou Sini stuck out her tongue mischievously. Brother Jiangchu, is this okay? Jiangchu thought about it and nodded. Since the day after the party, there have been people who claim to be company agents, scouts, etc. coming to me, and some say they are my fans, so I have to wear a mask and a hat. Oh, that's great, you've become a star. Brother Jiangchu, are you making fun of me? No, get in the car first. I'll take you somewhere, bring your ID and stuff. Zhou Sini saw that Jiang Chu did not go to the Maserati. Instead, he opened the door of the Ferrari next to him. Mouth opened wide, with a look of surprise. Oh my god, brother Jiang Chu, you didn't buy this car too, did you? Well, do you like it? I'll give you one someday. Zhou Sini waved her hands quickly. No, this is too expensive. That Martha was the one I gave to Yutong. Then I want one too. 3? Jiang Chu smiled and shook his head. Zhou Sini was a little overwhelmed when she drove a sports car with scissor doors for the first time. Jiang Chu helped her open it in a gentlemanly manner. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu. The other party stuck out his tongue and acted naughty and cute. Then she rolled up her short skirt and sat on it. Yeah, I'm in a sports car, woohoo. He shouted while raising his hands and feet. Jiang Chu, attracted by JK's long legs, accidentally saw a SpongeBob SquarePants. Who says adults can't enjoy watching animation? Fasten your seatbelts. Boom. Xioshan Scenic Area is actually very close to the school. It only takes 10 minutes to get there. Follow the directions. There are 2 routes to go to the villa area and to travel and climb mountains. The sun was shining brightly. After going up the mountain, there are all kinds of tall trees and green shade. Even the air became unusually fresh. No wonder those rich people like to go to the mountains. This kind of environment is very helpful both physically and mentally. Along the way, they occasionally passed by many single-family villas. Each one has a huge gate. Just seeing part of it from the outside is enough to make one marvel at its luxury. Zhou Sini opened the window and lay there to admire. Oh my god, these villas are so big and beautiful. What kind of people can live here? It would be great if I could have a chance to go in and take a look. Brother Jiang Chu, are you taking me to climb the mountain and see the scenery? I have been to Xioshan several times, but I have never walked along this road. What Zhou Sini was thinking was, last time Jiang Chu told her, when I want to do that with her, I'll find a better place. She had always thought that they would go to the hotel. Brother Jiang Chu, does he want to find a scenic spot? This is too shameful. Jiang Chu certainly didn't know what Zhou Sini had been thinking about. While driving, pay attention to the terrain and orientation. It takes about 5 minutes to go up the mountain. The car stopped at a large European-style copper door about 5 meters wide. The house number is 3. Brother Jiang Chu, you brought me to this place. You're not going to say this is your home, are you? Zhou Sini was shocked. No, but it will be soon. It's our home. Jiang Chu got out of the car. There are video phones and cameras installed outside. Soon after Jiang Chu dialed the number, the door slowly opened, fully automatically. The other party told him that there was a parking lot inside. So I drove straight in. Wow, this place is so huge, it must be as big as a football field. Plus this building, oh my god. Zhou Sini couldn't help but exclaimed after getting off the car. Pavilions, towers, small bridges and flowing water, and a small garden. This place is so cozy it would be great if I could wear my cosplay costume and take photos here. Are you Mr. Jiang? The person who came was an old woman who was about 50 years old. She looks a little haggard and judging by her clothes, she should be a nanny or a housekeeper. When he saw Jiang Chu, there was surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect she was so young. Well, I'm Jiang Chu. I don't know what your name is. Oh, you can just call me Aunt Chen. Mr. Jiang, take a look at this place. It's very nice. Aunt Chen walked in front and introduced the villa has 3 floors in total, and there is a basement underneath. Just like where you parked your car just now, it can park 3 or 4 cars. There is also a wine cabinet under the basement, which is quite large. This is the first floor, with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Over there is a swimming pool, a sports room, and a nanny's room. There are 5 bedrooms and a living room on the 2nd floor. This is the master bedroom. Wow, it's so big. This bedroom is bigger than my whole house. This bed is probably 3 meters long. I can even roll around on it. There's also a study room, a big dressing room, a big bathroom, and a balcony. Also, it smells so good here. It must be a beautiful lady living here. Forehead. Aunt Chun was stunned for a moment. Then she sighed softly, looking a little lonely. Jiang Chu saw it all. Let me show you the 3rd floor. There are also 3 bedrooms here, which can also be used as guest rooms. This is the piano room, which is soundproofed. This is the home theater, which is also soundproofed and uses the best speakers at the time. And then there's this balcony. Woohoo, this balcony is too big. Wow, you can see our school. It's so beautiful. The one who can live here must be a fairy sister. Aunt Chin continued. There is also an observatory upstairs. That's what the lady behind needs to build. She likes to stay up there and watch the stars every night. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this place? There are many other places you can visit. Also, Master Luan told you the price before, 30 million, not a cent less. No need to look at it. I'm quite satisfied. Money is not a problem. But before I buy it, I want to meet your young lady. This. Miss never meets people easily. If you like this villa, Mr. Jiang, just tell me directly. When Aunt Shun said that the price must be no less than 30 million, she thought the other party would bargain. I didn't expect that they would say no problem right away. That's great. But suddenly he said he wanted to see the lady. Suddenly he looked embarrassed again. Oh my god, 30 million. Brother Jiangchu, you are not going to buy this villa, are you? Zhou Sini opened her eyes wide, a look of disbelief on her face. It's not certain yet. I have to meet the owner of this villa first. Jiangchu originally just planned to buy a house. But Xia Yanran was so amazing after being described by Mingluan. He couldn't help but be curious and had to meet her. Chapter 113. You are far behind those second-generation foreign investors. Enchen was confused. People who came to see the house before would never make such a request. But I just felt that the house was too expensive, so there was no further progress. It's been hanging out for more than a month. Couldn't sell it either. It's time to pay back the money. A bit anxious. This young man was introduced by Master Mingluan himself. Said that if he liked that price, there would be no problem at all. Okay, I'll go talk to the young lady. Mr. Jiang, you guys wait here for a while. By the way, our young lady's face was disfigured due to an accident. If she agrees to meet you, please don't be scared. Don't worry, I know some medical skills, maybe I can help her. Mr. Jiang also knows medical skills. Aunt Shun was only slightly surprised and did not think Jiang Chu's medical skills were that great. The young lady had invited the best doctors in China and abroad before, and they came to the conclusion that her face could be repaired, but only half of it could be restored because the wounds were too deep, and her feet were even more beyond repair. For this reason, the young lady gave up the idea of treatment and became depressed every day. After Aunt Chen left, Zhou Sini finally had the opportunity to talk to Jiangchu alone. Brother Jiangchu, why did you bring me here to buy a house? Do you like it here? Of course I like it. This villa is in a great location, big and luxurious. Don't be fooled by the simple decoration inside. I just found out that the furniture is made of pear wood and other things. They are very valuable. Moreover, there are so many rooms inside that even senior sisters can stay in any room. But 30 million, I can't even dream of buying a house like this. Jiangchu smiled. This little girl really won his heart. I touched that cute head with twin ponytails. As long as you like it, I plan to buy this house for you. Bought it for me? Zhou Sini was shocked. Well, would you welcome Wen Jing and me to come and play? Of course you are welcome, but... She was still shocked. Brother Jiangchu, why did you suddenly give me a villa? Jiangchu curled his lips and looked into her eyes. Because you are my Jiangchu's woman, and besides, didn't you say last time that you wanted to find a better place? This place is pretty good. Zhou Sini's two big eyes are watery and lively. Because she is Jiangchu's brother's woman. So he gave her a villa worth 30 million. This is something that can only be accomplished with great trust and love. Besides, after the party, she lived in the dormitory and was often harassed by girls from the school. There are also various people coming from outside. It annoyed her to no end. I was just thinking about renting a house outside. I was thinking about discussing it with Brother Jiangchu. Unexpectedly, the other party had already thought about it for her, and I bought it all at once and gave it to her. I was deeply moved. Zhou Sini, favorability 194. Just thought. Brother Jiangchu said he found a better place last time. Is this hinting at something? Zhou Sini's face flushed. I bow my head in shame. I don't know when I'll wear those cosplay uniforms. Would he like? At this time, Aunt Chin was pushing a wheelchair at the gate. There sat a woman. It makes people feel amazing at first glance. Long hair shawl. She wore a black veil on her head, covering her forehead and nose. But you can also roughly see a pair of bright eyes. The exposed cherry lips are neither too thin nor too thick, with the corners of the mouth slightly tilted. The face shape that reaches the chin is as perfect as if it were drawn by an artist. With her fair and rosy skin, this alone is enough to make people imagine what a stunning beauty the whole face is. Under her white goose neck was a black satin robe, with a thick hem hanging down in a V shape, revealing the delicate and bony clavicle. She was wearing a black tube top underneath, wrapped in that huge like top, with a belt tied around the waist. Even when she is sitting, you can still see her graceful figure. The overall look is similar to Hanfu, but the sleeves are not that wide, and the two exposed hands are slender and long, comparable to Li Wenjing's jade hands. The lower body is a long skirt, because she is sitting in a wheelchair. All you can see is a pair of white shoes. This must be the Xia Yanran that Ming Luan was talking about. If I hadn't known in advance that the other person's face was disfigured, even wearing a veil is enough to amaze most people. No wonder even a super second-generation guy like He Tianwen would buy a house just to pursue her. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the owner of this villa is such a beautiful lady. Xia Yinran's body trembled slightly after hearing the praise. Caught by Jiang Chu's eyes. Xia Yinran. Age, 22. Height, 168. Weight, 45. Appearance, 78. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 0. Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment. This is disfigurement and disability. The appearance score is still 78 points. If nothing unexpected had happened, she would have looked so beautiful. Are you planning to buy my villa? The voice was pleasant, but the tone was unusually cold. You are Xia Yinran, right? What else did Mingluan tell you? Since you are known as the second most talented person on Wall Street, how could you have fallen to the point where you had to sell your house? Aunt Chen, Mr. Jiang, this is none of your business. But I'm just curious. If you can tell me, I can immediately transfer the money to buy this villa. I never thought you were so strong at such a young age. He Tianwen was a bit behind you back then. However, you are still far behind the second generation of foreign investors. Jiang Chu smiled. I thought to myself, how can this be called being depressed? He is clearly a guy who is even more arrogant and spoiled than Ji Mingxi. How would the other party know that he was a wealthy man who owned the system? You have no say on my strength. However, it's a pity that a genius like you is buried here because of an accident. How about you come with me, and I will pay you a high salary? What do you think? Xia Yinran seemed to have heard a joke. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. You are quite courageous. Even He Tianwen himself doesn't dare to say such words to me. What ability do you have to make him follow you? Besides, with my ability, it is not difficult to make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. You have the ability, but you don't do it. That means you have reservations. Am I right? I didn't expect you to be so smart. Since you're here to buy a house, just be direct and stop talking nonsense. Yes. Contract, account number. Aunt Chin was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the other party to turn so quickly. Here is the contract, with the bank account number written on it. Jiang Chu looked at Zhou Sinny. Sinny, sign your name. Brother Jiang Chu, are you really going to buy it for me? Chapter 114, Why should I help you? Obedient. Oh. Zhou Sinny obediently picked up the pen and signed. He pretended to take out his cell phone and made a call. Asked the finance department to transfer money to a certain account. Soon Xia Yanran received a text message on her mobile phone. Pretty fast. I underestimated you. Don't you need to call the bank to verify it? If you bought it for yourself, I would check it out, but you're giving it to this little sister now. I think you're pretty good. It's good, but it doesn't necessarily increase your favorability? Liar. Did you really buy it? Zhou Sinny was still a little confused. 30 million. This villa will belong to you from now on. When the time comes, you can ask Mingluan for help with some formalities. You don't even have to go to the real estate exchange in person to handle it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Brother Jiang Chu, you are so good to me, love you mua. Zhou Sinny stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Chu on the face, completely ignoring the other people present. Instead, Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment and felt a little embarrassed. Aunt Chen, pack up, we'll move out today. Xia Yanran pushed the wheelchair with both hands and turned around and left. Miss? Alas. After Aunt Chen sighed, her face showed deep reluctance. Wait, are you sure you don't want to follow me? Maybe I can help you, and you don't have to leave here. Xia Yanran stopped what she was doing. Turn your head slightly. The son's tone was cold, and there was also some disdain in it. How do you think you can help me? I can get you back on your feet, and perhaps even restore your appearance. Will you remove your veil so I can see your face? The other person's body shook noticeably. It's ridiculous. Even the Chinese Dr. Gu Hui and his colleagues are helpless against this. How can a little brother like you cure me? Jiang Chu smiled confidently. Gu Hui, he has to call me master. Arrogant and ignorant. The great Chinese medicine Dr. Gu Hui is almost old enough to be your grandfather, yet he actually said that you are his master. I don't have time to listen to your jokes. Since you said Gu Hui treated you, you must have his phone number. You can call him now and ask who I, Jiang Chu, am. Xia Yanran was originally disdainful and would never believe such a lie. But the other party was confident and said that if he could really cure her, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, you have to try it. Okay, I'll call him right away. If you're a liar, I won't sell this villa. I won't do business with a liar. Jiang Chu stretched out his hand and gestured for invitation. Xia Yanran took the phone from Aunt Chun and dialed the number. Hello, is this Mr. Gu? You are? Xia Yanran, the little girl with a disfigured face and disabled legs. It's me. I didn't expect that you still remember me, Mr. Gu. Haha, of course I remember. I always keep in mind any patient I couldn't cure. Since you called me, I just happen to have something very good to tell you. Your leg may be able to be cured. For the first time, Xia Yanran showed a little excitement. Mr. Gu, is what you said true? Can you cure my leg? That's right. I just got a set of acupuncture techniques that have been lost for a long time. If you take some medicine after acupuncture, it should be possible to cure you. But I just got this set of acupuncture techniques, and I am still practicing it. I estimate that in half a year or a year, I should be able to treat you. Half a year or a year. Xia Yinran's tone suddenly became a little disappointed. But some hope is better than no hope. Little girl, I'm old now, so I'm naturally a little slow to learn. If you want to be cured soon, I'm afraid you can only find my master who can do that. Maybe he can even restore your disfigured face. Click. Xia Yinran suddenly pressed the hand on the side of the wheelchair and held it tightly. You can see that he is extremely excited. Really? You said your master can restore my appearance. Well, master's abilities are unfathomable. Even I can't guess his strength. By the way, little girl, I remember you are living in Nan City now. Yes. That's great. My master is in Nan City right now. I'll give him a call right now to see if he's willing to treat you. Nan City. Xia Yinran glanced at Jiang Chu, who was pursing his lips in boredom. Could it really be him? Wait, Elder Ge, I want to ask, what is your master's name? Is it Jiang Chu? Hey, little girl, do you know my master? Has he shown you his face? That shouldn't be the case. Even if his appearance can't be restored, his ability to heal your leg should be more than enough. Xia Yinran couldn't even describe her shock at this moment. The little brother in front of her looked a year or two younger than her. He is actually the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Ge Hui. Could it be that they just happen to have the same name? Master Ge, listen to me. There is a man named Jiang Chu next to me. He claims to be your master. I thought he was a liar. Next to you? Isn't he handsome? A 20-year-old college student with a cocky look on his face, and very arrogant. Jiang Chu. He can actually hear it. The old man was getting more and more outrageous, and couldn't help but curse. You old man. Who are you calling old man? Am I that old? And whoever is so arrogant and domineering, if you don't want to be my apprentice, get out of here right away. Haha. It's him. It's my master. I can recognize his voice even if it turns to ashes. With my master taking care of your illness, I don't have to worry about it. But he is soft-hearted. Girl, you should have a better temper. Whether he is willing to treat you depends on your ability. But, beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chu. Even through the veil, you can see the sparkle in her eyes. Her cherry lips slightly opened. Everyone could feel Xia Yinran's shock and disbelief. Can you really heal my legs and restore my appearance? Xia Yinran, favorability 20. Hey. Having the skill of a miracle doctor can still bring many benefits. Jiang Chu pretended to say, there's nothing wrong with the legs, but I need to take a look at the appearance first. Xia Yinran pondered for a while. I hope I don't scare you. After that, hands gently lifted the black veil. The first thing that comes out is the tall and flawless nose. A pair of phoenix eyes under the handsome eyebrows. The bright and deep eyes inside look very wise. Above, there are 2 scars on his forehead as big as a baby's palm. It was covered with centipede-like scabs. Looks extremely ferocious and terrifying. It completely ruined this angelic face. Although Zhou Sini had already prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help but be scared. Brother Jiang Chu. She hid behind Jiang Chu and buried her head in his back. Xia Yinran was used to this reaction. I just saw Jiang Chu frowning. It seems that. Still no hope. But the other party said that he could cure her leg. That is something worth being happy about. I can heal your face. Xia Yinran went from being disappointed to being shocked. There was a sly look in Jiang Chu's eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. But why should I help you? Chapter 115. See if you know you are wrong. Xia Yinran's eyebrows tightened. I can help you make money. 10 billion in 3 years. She thought that since Jiang Chu could pay the full amount of 30 million in one go, I guess his family background must be not simple. But even for some big families in first-tier cities, 10 billion is also a huge number. In addition, it is also within her ability. The other party should have no reason to refuse. If it were someone else, they might have agreed. But now it's Jiang Chu. Not much else. Money is the last thing we lack. So he shook his head and refused. I only have one request. Be my Jiang Chu's woman and help me do things. Xia Yinran was stunned for a while. Then he fell into deep thought. If it was her before, if the other party dares to make such an unreasonable request, he will certainly fly into a rage. At the beginning, I don't know how many heirs of capital tycoons wanted to befriend her. She rejected them all. But since the accident that disfigured her, the family is even more destitute of property. Those who claimed to love her all ran away faster than rabbits. Later, she became even more disillusioned with the so-called love. All that remains is body and soul, and a heart of revenge. Now she faces a choice. The other party can heal her legs and restore her appearance. Then maybe she will regain her former glory and confidence in the near future. She belonged to him alone. even become his tool. But she can also quietly develop her strength. Get revenge later. But if she refuses, or go back to the life I have now, it's even worse. Not to mention revenge. What is the use of this body? Choose the former. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Miss. Okay, I promise you. But you have to promise to heal my legs and restore my appearance. Before that, you can't touch me or do anything to me. In addition, you can't force me to do anything that goes against my conscience. Jiang Chu was a little nervous at first. Originally, he just wanted Xia Yanran to help him run a company. But after seeing her, I changed my mind. First of all, Xia Yanran has an amazing appearance. After the cure, she will be the most beautiful woman in the world. Then, with all kinds of experience and vision. Although he is a reborn person, he can know which industries will develop rapidly. But when it comes to detailed management, he is still confused. Unless you use points to buy things like business management, can be divided into two parts. There is no need to take care of everything yourself. His mission is to make money and give the goddess more love. Get more favorable upgrade system. So, if not now, when will I take her in? In addition, the trust he can give now comes from the other party's favorability. He knew that any woman with a favorability of over 90 would hardly betray him. To this end, I want to entrust some important and crucial matters to Xia Yanran. The best way is to make her his woman. Fortunately, she agreed. Okay, I promise. Jiang Chu smiled and stretched out his hand. The other party hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand to shake it. Soft as if boneless, yet with a hint of stubbornness. You are so shameless that you asked me to be your woman in front of your girlfriend. It's rare to see you like that. Jiang Chu smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. Zhou Sini stuck half of her head out from behind. Sister Yanran, let me tell you, brother Jiang Chu has 3 other women, all of whom are prettier than me. Of course, if you are cured by brother Jiang Chu, you will definitely be the most beautiful one. Jiang Chu didn't expect Zhou Sini to speak up for him. Just wanted to feel proud. Hiss. He just felt a hand twisting his thigh from behind. I don't know how many degrees it has rotated. It didn't hurt at all for him. But he had to pretend. Otherwise there will be worse ones in the future. He's sister Wenjing told us that if we find out that brother Jiang Chu has found another woman outside, we have the right to punish you and see if you know you are wrong. Hee. Regarding this extremely deterrent threat. Of course Jiang Chu looked bitter and begged for mercy repeatedly. Okay, let go, it hurts. Xia Yanran noticed the little movements and expressions of the two people. Of course she could tell that Jiang Chu was pretending. But I won't expose it. Maybe I can use this to control it in the future. How can you believe that I will do it in the future? Jiang Chu looked confident. Ming Luan said you are a man of your words. Xia Yanran understood. He and He Tianwen are both too self-righteous. Sometimes, the more beautiful a woman is, the less you can trust her words. After saying this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I have another question. Why don't you go make money yourself? With your ability, since you can bring me 30 billion in 3 years, it shouldn't be difficult for you to do it yourself, right? Speaking of this, Xia Yanran's eyes were filled with hatred. I shouldn't have said this, but since you're about to become my man, I have to remind you. You'd better just covet my beauty, but don't ask me to help you, because it might bring you harm. This is why Lien He Tianwen and the others didn't dare to come to me later, and it wasn't just because of my disfigurement. The accident 2 years ago was man-made. My family's power threatened those people's status, so they carefully arranged a seemingly unexpected disaster. They wanted to kill us all, but because I was in China, they didn't dare to come over so blatantly. In the end, they swallowed up all our company's assets and left me with tens of millions of debts. Even though I was disabled and disfigured, in order to lower their vigilance, I could only stay at home all day and not go to the market to make money. Once they find out that I have the intention to make a comeback, with their strength, they can kill me before I even have the buds. I tell you this, if you are afraid, it's not too late to regret it now. Jiang Chu frowned. After a long silence, he suddenly said righteously and seriously, Humph, there is not even a word for fear in my Jiang Chu's dictionary. Oh, really? They are so powerful that you can't even imagine. They can even control a small country if they unite. It would be easy for them to kill you. Jiang Chu's expression froze. Then you should just treat me as Jiang Chu's woman, and you don't have to worry about making money. Hee. Aunt Chen and Zhou Sini almost fell down. Even though he talks so arrogantly, he is still a coward in the end. Xia Yanran couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Jiang Chu's choice was within her expectations. The combined power of those capitalist tycoons can even destroy a small country, not to mention the bottomless financial field. She wanted revenge, so she could only lie dormant, secretly accumulate good strength, then suddenly attack and give the opponent a fatal blow. Chapter 116, Because You Are My Woman. All this takes time. And Jiang Chu. It just became her springboard to hide. But I didn't expect that the other party was quite humorous and witty. Xia Yinran, favorability 5. Sister Yinran, you look so beautiful when you smile. Zhou Sini completely ignored the ferocious expression on the other person's forehead. Just look at the smile below. Like spring breeze. If you are my Jiang Chu's woman, smile more in the future, otherwise people will think I am domestic violence against you. That depends on whether you have the ability to make me laugh. When you heal me, maybe I will laugh for you. Well, although I can cure it, your condition has been going on for a while, so I need some time. Plus the recovery period, half a year should be enough, okay? Half a year. It does take a long time, but it's acceptable. At least he has the confidence that he can cure it. Brother Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to know medical skills. You are really amazing. Miss, congratulations. After waiting for so long, someone can finally cure your illness. Aunt Chen burst into tears. Xia Yinran gently stroked the other's calloused hand. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Chen. Now, you are the only person I am close to. Don't worry, you will have a man as upright as me, Jiang Chu, in the future. Jiang Chu held his head high with an unruly and arrogant look. Xia Yinran shook her head slightly to express her speechlessness. Isn't he just a little brother? Even Mingluan and He Tianwen are more mature than him. I didn't expect that she would become this kind of little brother's woman. Since we have some time now, I will give you an injection first, and then once every other day. Then I will get some medicine and boil it for you to drink. Shall we start now? It's okay if you want to come later. Xia Yinran? No. Okay, let's go to my room. Aunt Chen, take this sister Zhou Sini around. How long will it take? Jiang Chu, about an hour. Sini, wait for me outside. Okay, can I go upstairs and watch a movie? Sure. This time it was Jiang Chu who took the wheelchair. In order to facilitate Xia Yinran to go up and down, even the third-floor building has an elevator installed. Pushed her into the room. When Jiang Chu was closing the door, he saw Aunt Chen looking back worriedly. Aunt Chen seems to be very concerned about you. How long have you been working here? Xia Yinran didn't know why Jiang Chu asked about Aunt Chen, but she still said, Aunt Chen bought this villa for me when my parents were still alive, and she has been taking care of me ever since. After the accident, she stayed with me in the hospital day and night, and has been taking care of me until now. To me, she is the only one left in this world. Jiang Chu kept pointing at himself. Xia Yinran? And you? Jiang Chu then smiled with satisfaction. How do you want to give the needle? Because you've been sitting for a long time, many of your meridians have been blocked, so I have to give you acupuncture all over your body. Xia Yinran frowned. You mean you can only give me acupuncture if I am naked? You could say that. Jiang Chu couldn't hear any change in the other party's tone. Suddenly, I thought of Cheng Qianma, who gave me acupuncture last time. He hadn't seen the other party come to see him during this period of time. Why are you standing there? Carry me to the bed. Do you think I can move by myself? Aha. Jiang Chu smiled awkwardly. When I hold you, your noses are very close to yours. Can smell the faint body fragrance of the other person. It's definitely not the smell of perfume or shower gel. The body is soft as if without bones. Lay her gently on the bed. Then I took my pulse and felt which parts needed special treatment. Now comes the difficult part. Xia Yinran saw Jiang Chu sitting there like a wooden man. I couldn't help but joked. There are so many women, but they are so timid. You still think I am too ugly now, and you can't do it. Jiang Chu was not in a good mood. He was just distracted by admiring the other person's graceful figure. I can't see it when I'm sitting. But after lying down and straightening up, the exquisite beauty is perfectly presented. The mountains are undulating, the valleys are deep. Golden ratio. Xia Yinran thought Jiang Chu didn't dare. Those two delicate hands pulled the belt off by themselves. The black satin robe was unfolded. Although I've lost a little weight, the skin has also lost some of its redness. But still a top-notch product. A pair of long legs are tightly closed together. She tried to lift her body and put her hands on the back of her bra. There was a slight snap. The mountain shook slightly. I can't reach down there. No, this is fine. It's already this time. Jiang Chu could only tell himself like he did last time. He is just a doctor. Pull out the silver needle from the bag. Eyes narrowed. He started to give acupuncture quickly on Xia Yinran's body. Xia Yinran was surprised. Although she doesn't know medicine. In the past, famous doctors including Gu Hui had given her acupuncture. But no one can be as fast, accurate, and ruthless as Jiang Chu. Looking at Jiang Chu at this moment, he has changed his previous frivolous attitude. His eyes were extremely focused. She didn't feel any pain every time the needle was inserted. Only the soreness and numbness after being angry. In just 1 minute, there were more than 20 needles on her body. From head to foot. Especially the legs. Never felt it before. Thought it was completely scrapped. Now I can actually feel the slightest gas flowing. This gave her a boost of confidence. Okay, I'll get the needle out for you later. Then Jiang Chu took out his cell phone and dialed. Manager Meng. Yes, it's me. I want to buy some medicine from you. Yes, the price is fine. I want the best quality. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chu put down his phone. By the way, how much did you pay back? 50 million, 30 million was paid back this time. And after a while. Hey, Yutong, please transfer another 20 million to the account I just used. Right now. Buzz. Xia Yanran immediately received a text message of the money arriving. I was stunned after seeing it. How can you transfer money just like that? Because you are my woman, it's only 20 million. Pay it back quickly. It will be good for your physical and mental health. Xia Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. After carefully examining the man who forced her to be his woman. He is handsome. He just has a sloppy personality and is not serious. Xia Yanran, favorability 5. 20 million plus 5. He is indeed a man who has seen the world. That's all. Take your time. When the time is up, close the needle. Xia Yanran was so comfortable that she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jiang Chu gently helped her tie her clothes. I just didn't have time to appreciate it. Now I take this opportunity to feast my eyes. The whole body is well proportioned, with the slow rise and fall of breathing. Long eyelashes. Chapter 117, I finished watching a full-hour movie. It's a pity that there are 2 hideous spots on the forehead. Once you watch it, it will be deeply engraved in your mind and will never go away. Only Jiang Chu himself can accept it, because he was sure he could cure it. Cover her gently with a blanket. Then he closed the door and went out. Aunt Chen has been waiting outside. Aunt Chen, Yanran has just fallen asleep. There's no need to disturb her. Okay, thank you, Master Jiang. I haven't seen a young lady fall asleep during the day for a long time. Master Jiang, you are really a great doctor. I don't deserve it. I just learned a little bit to keep fit. You don't have to move out now. You can still live here. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. Of course Aunt Chen was happy. I've been living here for a long time and I'm used to it. Originally, I planned to let the young lady live in her old house in the city. It's best not to move now. However, I will have people come to redecorate some places here. Aunt Chen, please bear with me when the time comes. Cindy and I will go back and pack our things and move in tomorrow. We will live on the 3rd floor first. Here is 100,000 yuan. Aunt Chen, you can use it first. If there are more people living together in the future, please make sure you use the best living expenses. If you don't have enough, ask me for more. Enough is enough. This is too much. How can this be tolerated? Aunt Chen, please go ahead and do your work. I'm going to go watch a movie with Cindy. I'm a little tired after working for so long. I remember there was a sofa bed in the home theater. Yes, then I won't bother you, Mr. Jiang. I'm going to be busy. Watching Aunt Chen enter the elevator. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Push the heavy door and go in. The sound equipment inside is really good. Panoramic surround. There is no extra noise. Zhou Sini sitting on the massage chair. Now, a pair of long legs has taken off the small leather shoes to reveal the feet, wearing white cotton socks. It was very comfortable to put on the chair in front. Holding potato chips from nowhere. He was eating with a smacking sound of his mouth. Watch it very carefully. He didn't even know Jiang Chu came in. Jiang Chu walked up to her. Suddenly, he covered her eyes with his hands. Guess who I am? The other party was just slightly startled, then smiled. Big bad guy Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu let go of his hand and said angrily. Okay, you actually said I was a bad guy. Wait and see how I punish you. Both hands moved to tickle each other's chicken coop. Zhou Sini was laughing nonstop. The twin ponytails fluttered. Oh, chuckle, stop. I surrender, brother Jiang Chu, I surrender. After playing around for a while, they sat in the same massage chair. Of course Jiang Chu was sitting below. Zhou Sini sat horizontally on his lap and watched. Feed him potato chips from time to time. He enjoyed extraordinary treatment. I have to say, the quality of this massage chair is really good. It feels so comfortable to touch. What movie are you watching now? You're so absorbed in it. Jiang Chu suddenly asked. But the other party did not answer. A pair of big eyes stared at the screen with great concentration. There was a slight shyness on her face. Just now, his attention was focused on the long white chair. Now look up. WTF? On the huge screen. That's the actor Tony Leung Chiu-wai and Tang Wei acting together. I forgot the name of this film. But this picture, it's definitely the uncut version. Liang Chao-wei is worthy of being the best actor. The attack was simple and crude. His expression was as calm as that of a real big shot. Just looking at Tang Wei's torn white and pink pupils. Brother Jiang Chu, that little sister was bullied by a bad guy. She's so pitiful. Yeah. Zhou Sini watched the movie. There was a blush on her face. I guess I was too absorbed in watching it. Jiang Chu was a little tired from the acupuncture just now. The massage chair is really comfortable. Let him relax. Certainly. He also did not forget to let Zhou Sini relax physically and mentally. That's an ancestral method. Jiang Chu had watched this movie countless times in his previous life. So there is no need to guess what will happen next. He was so bored that he started to study why white shirts have 7 buttons and their solutions. The front is slightly simple. The latter is a little more complicated. There are several different permutations. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation in high school. Otherwise, how could I get into Qing Bei with such a high score? When the problem is solved successfully, the joy of victory is beyond words. But the last 2 buttons are the ultimate challenge. It's also because he was such a poor student after entering university. Even after adding the point attributes, now he can only grope around in vain, seeking answers. He remembered that many of his classmates in high school were afraid of functions, especially in the 3rd year of high school. Functions associated with geometric figures are even more terrifying. In fact, there is no need to be afraid. Functions also have a positive and beautiful side in life, especially ones with cute cartoon characters like SpongeBob SquarePants. Young people should not only focus on the present, but also look to the future. This statement is not entirely correct. If you only look into the distance while walking, what should you do if you encounter a sewer? After his rebirth, Jiang Chu realized that life is not easy to come by, while being extremely cautious. Also be brave enough to take risks and explore. Brother Jiang Chu, that bad guy started bullying that little sister again. This time he beat her even harder than last time. Her mouth was bleeding. It must be very painful, It seems that I can't stand this kind of scene. Zhou Sini frowned tightly. Jiang Chu held the other's cute face with both hands and kissed it. Give comfort. No, it was only temporary. The bad guy never beat her again after he trusted her. He treated her very well. The girl in the movie sacrificed herself for the final victory and successfully infiltrated the enemy to obtain important intelligence. Well, that is, the young lady is very comfortable afterwards. Yes, see, this time the little sister was not bullied. Yes, and this time she actually took the initiative. Judging from her expression, she must be quite comfortable and not being bullied. Be happy now. Sini, do you like to tie your hair into ponytails? Twin ponytails are cute, right? Brother Jiangchu, do you like them? Of course I like it. It's so cute. Come, let me give you a massage. I'll lower the gear. It's my first time sitting on such a high-end massage chair. I don't even know how to turn it on and off. It's quite comfortable. Brother Jiangchu really didn't lie to me. Of course, I'll help you with the gear later. I'll set a time. The movie is still going on. The two watched with great interest. It is indeed a home theater. Tang Wei's voice could be heard clearly. Zhou Sini was so embarrassed. But this was her first time watching a movie with Jiang Chu. Excluding the time I spent watching it myself, they later watched the entire hour-long movie. Chapter 118. We are definitely more professional than professional actors. Zhou Sini was very tired. Finally, she fell asleep in Brother Jiang Chu's arms with a beautiful smile. Zhou Sini, favorability 2. Power bank 1. Ding. The system detects that Zhou Sini's favorability is 96, which has exceeded 95 and reached one of the system upgrade conditions 3/5. 5 points are added, and 56 points are left. Jiang Chu gently stroked the cute twin ponytails, with a smile on your face. Then he glanced at the door behind him. Through the gap below, you can see the light coming in and being flashed by something. He curled up the corners of his mouth. The look in his eyes was meaningful. I just walked around the house. We found that many places had secretly installed cameras. Only Xia Yinran's room has a bathroom and toilet, but the cinema here doesn't have one. It seems that those people have never given up their vigilance against Xia Yinran and arranged a guy who was so hidden. I wanted to find an excuse to get rid of Aunt Chun. But then I thought, without Aunt Chun, those people might wipe out the entire clan. He has no problem protecting himself with his own strength. But it's hard to say about the women around me. So he just proposed the renovation. I guess Aunt Chin will find time to remove those cameras today. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you were discovered. Now, I can only pretend that I don't know about this. This Aunt Chin is probably just an eye. I don't have much strength. So there is no problem for Zhou Sini to live here. As long as the other party doesn't think Xia Yinran has the intention of making a comeback. He just created a Playboy image for the other party. It means that he can't do anything except picking up girls. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to take down Xia Yinran as soon as possible. Thinking of that exquisite body. Another headache. I gave you that little money. You should pay it back. And there is still 1 million left, which is enough for you to live on. Alas, it's really hard to get a woman back when she didn't even call her man's name. And she also lost tens of millions of family assets. Jiang Chu looked at Xia Yanran, who had just woken up. He shook his head and sighed. Xia Yanran pursed her lips and tried to smile. We're leaving first. Bye. Remember not to miss me. Jiang Chu turned his head, looking very depressed. Jiang Chu, thank you. After hearing the voice, Jiang Chu straightened up immediately, smiled, and took a proud step without caring about his relatives. Xia Yanran, favorability 5. Jiang Chu took Zhou Sini out to eat bamboo rice. The other person ate with gusto. After all, I just consumed a lot of physical energy that needs to be replenished. Sini, have a good rest tonight. Pack up tomorrow, and then go find Mo Yutong when you have time and discuss setting up an entertainment company with her. She will provide the capital, and you can be the boss. Zhou Sini's chopsticks were suspended in midair with the food in them. Shock appeared on his face. I just gave away a 30 million villa. Now she is allowed to start a company. She is only a freshman. If you get scared too much, you will become mentally ill, right? Brother Jiang Chu, when you asked me not to sign the contract, were you planning on letting me start my own company? Yeah, isn't it good to start your own company? You can be your own boss. There are no hidden rules. You can sing when you want to sing. You can act when you want to act. How free. But let me make this clear first. You can come up with the name. I don't care. I'm only responsible for providing the investment money. Brother Jiang Chu, what does your family do? Why do you have so much money? Jiang Chu smiled and clapped his hands at her. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Oh. Zhou Sini pouted and touched the place where she had just been hit. As for recruiting, go talk to He Shiyan. The He family should know an HR who is good at this. Ask her to introduce them. As expected, you have to worry about everything. Talent is scarce. The phone suddenly rang. It's Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu, if you are free tonight, I would like to invite you to take a walk together. Of course I am free. See you later then. The school has 8 dormitories. Su Kuan is dressing up carefully in front of the mirror. Finished the powder puff and adjusted the elegant middle part. I adjusted my shoulder straps with both hands, showing great satisfaction. Master Kuan, tonight's Hero Rescue Beauty show has been arranged. Although this routine is old, it is very effective. Find out that Li Wenjing will go for a walk in Tianqing Park. When the time comes, those hooligans will come first. When the opportunity comes, Master Kuan, you will appear in time to beat them away. Then, Master Kuan, you can have a date with Miss Li alone, hee. David shrunk his neck and rubbed his hands, with a smug look on his face. Well, make sure those people are strong. I'm worried that I won't be able to control my strength and send them to the hospital. Su Kuan is ready to go. Master Kuan is so powerful. In a restaurant. Lu Zixiang, have all your people arrived? I asked a friend and heard that Li Wenjing and Jiang Chu will go for a walk in Tianqing Park tonight. This is a great opportunity. Liang Dequan said in a deep voice, feeling extremely angry. This Jiang Chu was too hateful. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. We will definitely beat Jiang Chu so hard that he will piss his butt and curse his parents. Lu Zixiang's mouth twisted with pride. Wang Erbuan narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, his face full of resentment. We must cripple him. In the evening, 2 groups of people appeared on both sides of Tianqing Park. One of them is the actors invited by Su Kuan. Each one was dressed like a gangster. But the tattoos on my body are all pasted on. They are actually a group of unemployed vagrants who like to act. Remember, your mission tonight is just acting. Don't take it seriously. If you hurt my young master, you won't get a penny. Uncle Hong said domineeringly with a cigarette in his mouth. One of the yellow-haired ones said, Don't worry, we are definitely more professional than professional actors. Let's not talk about others, just him, Heisey. A young man with a worn-out face and a silly smile came over happily. I have played the role of a dead body 18 times. I would not move even if a knife fell on my body. And Mule, a professional stunt double. If your young master attacks him, he will definitely fly backwards 5 meters on his own. Besides, okay, don't waste your time talking to me. Anyway, you guys should do it tonight. 1,000 per person, no problem, right? Huang Mao patted his chest and said confidently. A question. Another wave. 7 or 8 professional evildoers. Everyone was smoking. He was dressed in black and wore a vest with his tattoos exposed. There are also a bunch of long guys wrapped in newspapers. The old men and women walking in the park saw me from afar and turned away. Brother Black Dog, you called all these brothers here just to get a college student. It's not that serious. Yeah, you're overestimating him even though you've got all the equipment. I can easily take him down by myself. Black Dog took a puff of cigarette and exhaled slowly. Of course I know that I don't need so many brothers to get a college student, but the other party clearly stated the price. We can get as many people as we want. 2,000 each. I have rich brothers, and we can all make money. Hee, I see. Big brother is still considerate of his brothers. We've made a lot of money this time. That's right, following Brother Go, eating delicious food, drinking spicy drinks, and picking up girls. How cool is that? I hope I don't run into that guy on the bridge last time. His skills are too freaking weird. Speaking of this, even Black Dog was shocked and still had a lingering fear. Chapter 119, I am willing to live and die with my brother. By the way, Brother Go, what does the guy we are going to get look like? What's his name? Don't worry, here are his photo and name. I just took a quick look at him, and he looks quite handsome. But it's a pity that he's going to be crippled by us, hee hee. Black Dog pulled out the photo from behind his jeans. My hands trembled. One of the photos actually fell under the bridge he was leaning on. I watched the rushing water wash it away in an instant. The Black Dog was stunned for a moment. It's okay. There's another one. It's of that woman. Hey Go took out Li Wenjing's photo. Fuck, Brother Go, this girl is hot. Even prettier than the one I saw on the bridge last time. Yeah, Brother Dog, can we? The Black Dog laughed. They just told us to cripple that guy, but they never told us not to touch that woman. Everyone showed their ugliness, all hee-hee. No matter what, remember this woman. They're just two people taking a walk at night. If you see a handsome guy, just fuck him hard, and that's it. Okay, dog. Jiang Chu knew that Mo Yutong had gone to the company to check on the progress of the renovations in the afternoon. After they had their meal, they drove Zhou Sini over to chat with them. I had planned to go back and take a walk with Li Wenjing at a good time. But I never expected that I encountered a traffic jam on the road. At this time, no matter it is a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, it can only move slowly. Wenjing, I encountered a traffic jam on the road here, and I think I will be late. Yeah, it's okay. I'll wait for you. Li Wenjing specially wore the white t-shirt and pleated skirt she bought with Jiang Chu. She was wearing Gucci shoes. Very simple, but she has gained infinite charm. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but look sideways. There were one or two brave ones who came over to chat with me, but she rejected it coldly. Walking to a tree-lined path. There is no one around, only tranquility. A few birds were startled from the bushes not far away. It flapped its wings and flew to a tall tree in the distance. Then they looked back at those who were disturbing their love. That is a yellow-haired one. With his hands in his pockets, he walked with a reckless pace. Following behind were 5 or 6 arrogant-looking gangsters. Ahaha, I found a beautiful girl ahead. Haizi immediately rushed over. Big Pot, will you come up? Huang Mao chuckled. With a wave of the hand. Haizi and the others walked forward quickly. Li Wenjing couldn't help but frown when she saw it. Want to retreat? I found that there were 2 people behind me blocking my retreat. What do you want to do? I didn't expect to encounter hooligans while strolling in the park. Huang Mao touched his hair. He said arrogantly, what kind of gods are we? You said we are gods. Of course we are robbing people of their money and sex. This is a park. Aren't you afraid that the police will come and arrest you? Ha. Ha. Police. Where there is light, there must be darkness. We are on the dark side. If the police come, the worst that can happen is we run away. Haizi whispered. Boss, you sound very unimpressive when you say that. The other party doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Huang Mao, shut up. Ahaha. Hurry up and take out the valuables on you. Otherwise, you see, there are so many brothers among us, and you alone won't have enough to share he. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the mule came out. A man walked up to Li Wenjing like a madman. Haizi, boss, this scene wasn't in the rehearsal, right? Huang Mao, that's because Mule was too involved and added it himself. Oh, the mule looked lewd. Miss Hua, what are you talking about? What are you doing? At this time, a man with a middle-parted hair and wearing overalls strode over from the side. Then a shoulder grew larger and larger before the mule's widening eyes. At the same time, his mouth opened wide with horror on his face. Boom. The mule was knocked off the ground. Then Haizi and another accomplice tried to catch the mule, but the mule flew over with such force that the 2 men carried the mule back more than 5 meters before falling to the ground. The black man who was pressed down spurted out pig blood for a full 10 seconds, spraying blood and saying, Who is coming? He is using the long-lost martial arts skill Taishan Lin. It can transfer power to the back. Poof. After Haizi finished spraying, he opened his eyes, tilted his neck, and then died. Haizi, why did you leave so suddenly? We want to avenge you. Huang Mao and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Huang Mao, where is Nan? It's Taishenko. Then my Sharingan. The mule whispered, Boss, the Sharingan is from the Naruto theater. You are wrong. Oh, then isn't that the nemesis of my Leshan Dao? Mule, don't be afraid, boss. We still have many brothers. He is alone. If we defeat him, Beauty and the Beast, beauty and money will all be ours. Huang Mao, brothers, come on. Kill him for me. Su Kuan watched them perform for several minutes. The key point is that his speech is as slow as reciting poetry. I almost couldn't help but go up and kill them all. Now he finally came to kill me. Wenjing, please step back first. Leave this to me. Li Wenjing frowned and took a few steps back. This matter always feels a bit strange. Su Kuan saw Li Wenjing retreating and thought she was scared. It really won his heart. He is very much in his heart. I was so excited. Ah, here I come. The actors rushed over. They were all knocked down by Su Kuan's 2 punches. I don't know where the BGM of Remember Your Taiwanese Girl came from just now. Remember your Taiwanese sister? Don't. Huang Mao glanced at Su Kuan with sharp eyes. Take a deep puff of the cigarette in your mouth. He fell to the ground and was stepped on. Roll up your sleeves and be as powerful as a boss coming out of the mountains. Rushed toward Su Kuan. I thought it was a scene of a century-long duel. Unexpectedly, the running yellow-haired man suddenly knelt on his knees. He slid all the way down the cement road to where Su Kuan was standing, with both hands clasped together and head lowered. Brother, you are so awesome. I, Lesan Dueo, admit defeat. I will stand up and let you sit down. We will follow you from now on. We are willing to live and die with you. The others also knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. I am willing to live and die with you, big brother. Su Kuan looked confused. What the hell is this? But seeing that the other party had just slid 5 meters on the concrete ground. There were even 2 holes in the knees of my jeans. There was even blood coming out. One of them flew 5 meters. Then there is another one who has died and never blinked an eye. This horse is really hardworking. The spirit is commendable. And through the bushes, behind them was another group of black dogs who had just arrived. Brother go, it's definitely this woman. We want to go after the man with the middle-parted suspenders. Judging from his appearance, he's definitely a traitor. I can chop his head off without paying any more money. Chapter 120, it's no use counting to 100. Brother go, I just heard that group of people calling him Big Brother. Their number seems to be about the same as ours. What should I do? The black dog sipped his water and said with a crooked mouth. With this bunch of misfits, can they beat us? However, the guy with the middle part just now looks pretty awesome. Let the brothers bring their weapons and knock down the others, and then go and deal with him together. I don't believe that he can be so awesome with his bare hands. Oh, and watch out for his shoulder. Okay. Superior. Su Kuan just looked very proud and wanted to take credit from Li Wenjing. Kill. I was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw. Another group of people came. This group of people are all tall and strong. He still has the weapon in his hand. I thought that this military advisor was really willing to spend a lot of money. I have to reward them well when I get back. Who are you to dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, Su Kuan? Huang Mao and the others were confused at first. It was only after Su Kuan spoke that I realized. It turns out that this is also an invited actor. These guys are so professional. The acting is so real. They all looked ferocious and carried props. Mule, brother, is there any extra money for this last-minute extra scene? Don't make a fuss. I'm just trying to make the performance more realistic. That's what professionalism is. Do you understand? Yes. A thug suddenly rushed up to the mule and punched him in the face with a fist as big as a sandbag. He was knocked out with a bang. He covered his face and screamed in pain. Fuck you. Are you really going to fight? We're in the same business. Is it necessary to hit so hard? If you are a colleague, you must fight to the death. Either you die or I live. Huang Mao. Brother, I want to ask you, how much do they give you? 2,000. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened. Fuck, 2,000. No wonder he is so professional. A knife slashed across his hand. Even the knife is so real. Death. No fuck. It's bleeding. It's a real thing. The actors who were beaten all realized that the other party was not acting at all. He is actually a real gangster. They all started running away. Brother, we will never meet again. Su Kuan saw that Huang Mao and the others had all left at once. That was a confused look. He didn't even play. And what happened to living and dying together? This is fun. But seriously, the blood that flowed out was just like the real thing. There is much more pig blood than before. Brother go, there's someone lying here. What should we do? Black Dog was shocked. What the hell? Who told you to kill someone? A group of people looked at each other. We didn't do anything. He just laid here the moment we got here. The Black Dog breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it wasn't us who did it. Hurry up and complete the task. A group of people approached Su Kuan fiercely. Hey kid, it's your bad luck. Someone wants to buy your legs. Just blame him when the time comes. We are just doing the job for money. Su Kuan put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha. I've never been afraid. Do you know who I am? I'm Leshan Dueo, 2A, I'm Su Kuan. With me here, no one can hurt her. Oh, you are so arrogant, and you are so arrogant. Brothers, go ahead. 2 thugs holding machetes twisted their necks and walked over with cold eyes. That posture definitely shows that he often fights. Even Li Wenjing couldn't help but take a few steps back. Su Kuan is even happier. It's okay to be afraid. The military said, the more Li Wenjing fears his success rate, the higher it will be. If he pretends to be injured, maybe Li Wenjing can help him take off his clothes and apply medicine when he gets back. Then the two of them looked at each other affectionately. Just, TT. Hee hee. Su Kuan almost laughed out of pride. David, who was hiding not far away, felt something was wrong when he saw Black Dog and his friends coming out. I think it was arranged by Uncle Hong. It took 2 calls before I got through. What? You said you didn't arrange those people? Then who else is there? I don't know. I only gave those people 1,000 each. If it was 2,000, it was definitely not ordered by me. Shit. That young Master Kuan is in danger. I'll call someone right away. Let young Master Kuan run first. Don't. No. I think you should just call an ambulance. David quickly hung up the phone and shouted. Master Kuan, those are not our people, run. David ran away, so as to avoid getting into trouble. Su Kuan is feeling proud. After hearing David's words, I found that David had run away and only a Black Dog was left. There was a look of confusion on his face. Aren't you here to act? The Black Dog laughed. Acting? Who the hell has time to act with you, kid? Get him. Look, there's a chicken in the sky. Su Kuan ran away. At this time, who can care about Li Wenjing? Saving your life is important. Dog brother. Catch him up, 2 legs. Yes. Half of the people rushed over and chased after Su Kuan. Only Black Dog and a few of his men were left at the scene, surrounding Li Wenjing with a lewd look on their faces. This person is even hotter than the photo hee. Yeah, brother go, this idea is bigger than anything I've ever seen. Damn, I found a treasure. Li Wenjing retreated to a big tree with her back, with nowhere to go. He frowned and said nervously, what are you doing? My man will be here soon. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, he will not let you go. The Black Dog raised his head and laughed. Ha ha, your man. He came here alone to deal with several of us. Do you think it's us who won't let him go, or he who won't let us go? As long as you behave. At this time, a cold voice sounded from behind. Kneel down now and admit your mistakes to my woman, and I can let you leave with your hands and feet intact. Li Wenjing opened her eyes wide when she heard the voice, her face showing excitement. It's Jiang Chu. He finally came. But these hooligans were ruthless. Now I'm so close to her. It would be bad to worry about using her as a threat. That's right. The one who came was Jiang Chu. He walked over with his hands in his pockets. Fuck, you are so arrogant. You even asked us to kneel down. Do you know who we are? Do you know who our Black Dog brother is? The 4 thugs immediately walked towards Jiang Chu, looking ferocious and ready to fight with knives in hand. I'll count to 3. 1. Ha ha. It's no use counting to 100. You're dreaming if you want us to kneel down. 2. Plop. Everyone heard the sound of someone kneeling down heavily. The 4 gangsters looked at each other. It turns out it wasn't one of them. On the other side, there was only a standing Jiang Chu and a dead body. Could it be? At the same time, turn your head back. They found out it was their boss, Black Dog. At this moment, he actually knelt on the ground with a flattering smile on his face. All 4 of them opened their mouths and eyes wide. A look of shock. Brother Dog, are you okay? Did that woman do something to you? Or are your legs numb? Chapter 121. Acting as a corpse requires professionalism. When Black Dog saw Jiang Chu, he immediately recognized him as the Sha Shun he met that night. I didn't expect the world to be so big. I bumped into him again. He almost offended his woman. WTF. Isn't this courting death? Of course he thought about whether to use Li Wenjing as a threat. But the girl was just as pretty last time. How long has it been since I changed to another one? Prove what? Prove that they're just playing around. Threats are useless. It's better to just obey. He didn't want to be beaten again and embarrassed in front of his brothers. Now those 4 are still there, idiots who don't understand the situation. He was furious. Kneel down. Oh. The 4 of them were confused. I told you to kneel down. Did you hear me? Do you know who he is? He is the god of death by Qi I mentioned before. Fuck. The 4 of them started to tremble when they heard the god of killing by Qi. Dingling clang. 4 fruit knives were thrown on the ground. Then they knelt down. Please spare my life, god of killing. We are only doing the job for the money. We have no intention of doing anything to my sister-in-law. We are protecting her. Yes, we are here to protect my sister-in-law. It is only natural to protect her. Just now, there was a demon with a middle part who wanted to do something bad to my sister-in-law, but we chased him away. In order to prevent him from having accomplices, we stayed to protect him. Black Dog thought to himself how damn clever he was to have come up with such an idea. Oh, Wenjing, is that so? Jiang Chu looked at Li Wenjing. Oops. Hago didn't expect the other party to ask her directly. They just teased me. It's over. Li Wenjing felt relieved, and now she was about to smile. She probably understood all this in her heart. The previous part was probably directed and acted by Su Kuan himself. The purpose is to pick her up. This group of people was probably brought here by someone else. Just happened to meet him. Although Jiang Chu is very powerful. But the other party has a knife. If you push it, even if you can beat him, you will inevitably get hurt. And the other party is a local gangster. If you offend them, this will more or less leave some hidden dangers for Jiang Chu in the future. Then let's forgive them this time. Li Wenjing nodded. Yes, they are all here to protect me. But I want to know, who asked you to do this? This. The black dog looked embarrassed. The rules of the underworld are to take money from people. Jiang Chu frowned. I'll tell you, a man named Lu Zixiang paid us to do it. Lu Zixiang. Jiang Chu didn't expect it was him, the second richest man ranked second on the school's rich list. Besides, yes, there is another one, Wang Hai from Wang Group. He gave me 100,000 yuan to buy a pair of legs from a man named Jiang Chu. I saw that it was the same person, so I took the job. The four hooligans were surprised. Fuck brother, you didn't tell us about this? Of course, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. After all, the other party is from the Wang Group, and they are even more ruthless than us. Jiang Chu frowned, and his eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. This Wang Hai must be related to the Wang Jiang incident. But they have their own team. Now we are looking for the black dogs. I guess he wanted to conceal his tracks and leave no evidence. After all, we are currently cracking down on gangsters and eliminating evil. He looked at the black dog and smiled. Do you know who I am? I am Jiang Chu, the one whose legs he wanted to break. Oh. The black dog looked horrified. They have to deal with. It turned out to be a killer god. Certainly. He just called him the god of killing on a whim. But he was very clear about Jiang Chu's strength. The attack was quick, accurate, and ruthless. They also checked on the woman last time. She is indeed the daughter of the He family. I almost offended a big shot. Compared with the He family. What is Wang Group? Master Jiang, please spare us this time. If I knew it was you, I would rather die than do it. Then how are you going to report back? Well, anyway, we have already done what he said and hit one. We will insist that it is the middle score. The other party will not dare to do anything to us. Of course, he could tell that Li Wenjing was speaking sarcastically. In order not to push the other party to the edge of desperation. Hurt Li Wenjing. He just took it seriously. Alright, you guys beat people up too. I just saw that middle-parted maniac was beaten by your guys to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. And you specifically hit him on the shoulders. You guys were really ruthless. Hee, brother killer, you're too kind. Mainly because I saw him use his shoulder to send a person flying several meters. I guess my brothers were hesitant, so they took off that thing first. Hurry and go. Okay, Mr. Jiang, let's go now. The black dog stood up and waved his hand. Several people ran away in shame. Jiang Chu gave Li Wenjing a hug. I'm sorry I was late. Fortunately, you weren't hurt, or I would have blamed myself to death. I'm fine. Su Kuan directed and acted out a scene where he was a hero saving a beautiful girl, who knew he would get himself into trouble. Li Wenjing, favorability 1. Those guys just now looked ferocious. Why are you scared when you see them? Jiang Chu touched his nose. I encountered them once before and beat them up. I guess they recognized me. Li Wenjing looked up and saw a dead body lying not far away. That Wang Group. Don't worry, if they provoke me, Jiang Chu, they won't be able to stay alive for long. Jiang Chu, someone died. What should we do? Should we call the police? Jiang Chu shook his head. He took her hand and walked to the side of the lying Haizi. A light kick. Get up, stop pretending, everyone has left. The other party remained motionless. Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing looked at each other. He's pretending? Then why doesn't he get up? Jiang Chu thought about it. Suddenly I thought of something. Crack. The black man lying on the ground suddenly blinked his eyes. After adapting for a while, I sat up. A look of pride. Well, I played the corpse pretty well. I tell you, it has to be professional. As long as the director doesn't say cut, I will never get up. Phew. Li Wenjing couldn't help but laugh. Okay, it's done. You can go back. Okay, these bastards run really fast. After watching Haizi leave, Jiang Chu shook his head. Suddenly, my eyes looked behind a bush. Then he held Li Wenjing's hand and started walking in the park together. I bought the water. Thank you. I forgot to bring it. I'm really thirsty. I don't know if Su Kuan is seriously ill. Fuck, it hurts so much. My whole body hurts. Hurry up, go to the Magic City and call for help. I want to kill those country pigs. I saw a group of nurses carrying a stretcher. Su Kuan, who was lying on the bed, was wrapped in bandages all over his body, especially the shoulders, which were as high as 2 mountains. Uncle Hong was deeply distressed. Don't worry, Master Cohen. I will definitely avenge you. But now you have to cooperate with the doctor to heal your wounds first. After sitting for a while, Uncle Hong's cell phone rang. When you see the caller ID, sweat broke out on his face instantly. Chapter 122, I will go to Lee's house to find you soon. Lady, Su Hong, how did you protect Kuener? How did he get hurt so badly? Who did it? Su Hong didn't know how to answer for a moment. He had no idea where those people came from. Only David and Kuan were present at the time. And young Master Kuan received the news just a few minutes after entering the hospital. It seems that the lady already knew about their coming. Ma'am, I'm still investigating this matter. I'm sure I'll find out who it is soon. Humph. If anything happens to Kuener, you, Su Hong, won't have to do this anymore. His shoulders and legs are shattered and fractured. He must be transferred to the Magic City right away. The hospital here is the best. I've already called a private helicopter. You can arrange it there. Yes, ma'am. After Su Hong hung up the phone, wiped the sweat off my head. How come these people are so vicious? Breaking a leg is understandable. What the hell is it to hit the shoulder specifically? There's something wrong with this horse. 38th floor of Su Family Group building in Shanghai. After Morong Yin hung up the phone, he angrily threw the tall red wine glass in his hand onto the expensive carpet. Bang and shatter. Even if the wine splashed on her, she didn't dodge at all. Two beautiful maids came over and knelt on the ground to wipe her trouser legs. But she kicked one of them down. The maid's hand rested directly on the broken glass. Bleeding soon. But he dared not say a word. Continue cleaning up. Who on earth dares to hurt my Kuener? Morong Yin said with a gloomy expression. Lanner, you have to go there in person and find out who did this. Yes, ma'am. Morong Lan, dressed in a black leather jacket and leather pants, immediately left the office. She had just gone out. That graceful figure and steps appeared on the display screen of an office desk upstairs. Opposite him sat a man wearing a high-end custom-made gray suit. Looks to be around 30 years old. The hair is slicked back. It is combed meticulously and shines. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed and a defiant look on his face. The fingers of one hand were tapping on the tabletop. With a cigar between his lips, his mouth was tilted high. Holding the phone in his other hand, he said. That old woman asked Morong Lan to take action. Are you sure there won't be any omissions? Don't worry. She won't suspect me even if she comes. Besides, I will pin all the evidence on that guy named Jiang Chu. I will just let him be the scapegoat. Ha, you are worthy of being the Wulong military advisor. This old woman Morong Yin thought she had a sure win, but she didn't know that I showed her how I did it. Now that I've crippled that useless brother, I really want to see how furious she is. However, military advisor, I still don't understand why you didn't just beat him to death. It's easy to kill this loser, but once he dies, Morong Yin will definitely take action to take down the group. This woman is much more difficult to deal with than Su Kuan. It's better to keep him alive and let Morong Yin be cautious. The military advisor is right. It's me who is anxious. Do as I say, and the Su family will definitely fall into your hands in the end. At that time, you, the military advisor, will definitely be the biggest contributor. David on the other end hung up the phone. His face darkened instantly. Then he made another call. Well done, but Wang Erbois, Su Kuan has no deep hatred against you. Why did you do this? Shouldn't you hate Jiang Chu? A sinister voice came from the other side. I hate Jiang Chu. I thought I could beat him up today, but I didn't expect that he actually knew that group of people. However, Zhou Sini's love for Jiang Chu made me understand one thing more clearly. Without money, you are nothing. Where's the 500,000 yuan you promised? Hey, I just like dealing with people like you. I'll transfer the money to your card. That's right. David also met Wang Erbo by chance. Then he was asked to provide the information obtained from Lu Zixiang and his team. Only in this way can we know ourselves and the enemy and win every battle. Like this time, they also used Lu Zixiang and others. Want to cripple Su Kuan and Jiang Chu. He even secretly replaced the photo Lu Zixiang gave him with Su Kuan's when he asked Wang Erbo to pass it on. As for why Jiang Chu was involved, first, he can give an explanation. Second, Su Kai also intended to take down Li Wenjing. Jiang Chu is a big threat. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. I didn't expect that Jiang Chu knew the other party. I can only think about it slowly later. It was already 8:30 in the evening when Jiang Chu and Li Wenjing returned to school. Park your car. Jiang Chu naturally reunited with Li Wenjing. Sweet Jade do. As the saying goes, when love reaches its deepest point, I can't help wanting to climb higher. But he was stopped by Li Wenjing. Don't move. Your car is eye-catching enough. There are people outside now. Jiang Chu could only shrink back in dismay. I'll take you to the dormitory. Li Wenjing did not stop it. Holding each other's hands, we walked back together. There's only one day left. No matter what, we should cherish this opportunity to be together. But when they were about to return to the dormitory building, a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a license plate from another province stopped on the road. Li Wenjing was stunned when she saw it. I couldn't help but let go of my hands. Wenjing, those are the people sent by my grandfather. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. A tall young man in a dark suit walked towards them. His steps were steady, his face was chiseled, his temples were prominent, and he showed no emotion at all. Jiang Chu saw it at a glance. It's definitely a special one. And that look was sharp and cold. Many people must have died at his hands. Miss, the old man asked us to take you back. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu was not afraid of the other party's gaze at all. Collide with each other. Good. The other party only left 2 words, cold. Didn't my grandfather tell me to give him 3 days? What? Someone has endangered your safety, so he ordered you to come back with us immediately. Jiang Chu frowned. I didn't expect what just happened here. You'll know right away. The Li family is indeed not simple. Li Wen looked at Jiang Chu with a sharp gaze. I didn't expect the separation to come so suddenly. Jiang Chu took the initiative to hug Li Wenjing with a smile on his face. The young man narrowed his eyes. But it didn't stop. You've been prepared for this for a long time, haven't you? Remember the agreement between us. I will go to the Li family to find you soon. Jiang Chu, I will wait for you. Li Wenjing got into the car reluctantly, and the door was finally closed by the driver. The young man walked behind. Suddenly he stopped and looked back at Jiang Chu. You can't imagine how powerful the Li family is. I think you should be pretty good at fighting, but I advise you to forget about the young lady. She is not someone you can marry for a country boy like you who lives in a remote area. Any of those young masters who pursue the young lady can kill you. So be careful. After saying that, he turned around and continued walking. Jiang Chu, what's your name? Chapter 123, take you to the bar to show off. You don't need to know. Then let me tell you. One day, I will become someone that your Li family will look up to. The young man snorted coldly. Get in the car. Jiang Chu watched the Rolls-Royce go away quickly. Finally, it disappeared around the corner. Jiang Chu clenched his fists. Wenjing, wait for me. You are my Jiang Chu's woman. No one can control you, not even the Li family. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Chu heard the discussions of passers-by. The transfer student Su Kuan was beaten and seriously injured. I was transferred to the Magic City. Now he couldn't feel happy at all. Back to the dormitory. Seeing Xianghua, who would normally get excited whenever he saw me. I don't know what happened today. Just sitting there playing games. I made all kinds of mistakes and was scolded by my teammates. He didn't react at all. This is so abnormal. What did you do? Jiang Chu couldn't help but ask. You're back. Nothing much. I just feel that Wang Wei hasn't paid much attention to me these past few days. We had planned to hang out tonight, but when I called her, she said she had something else to do and declined. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't get stuck? Oh, never mind. I just happened to be in a bad mood. It's only 9:30 now. Have you ever been to a nightclub? I'll take you out to have some fun. Xianghua W°O°W. Stand up instantly. Really? Get ready and dress casually. Why? I was planning on wearing the brand of clothes you gave me. If you go wearing branded clothes, they'll all surround you at once, which is boring. Let's go wearing ordinary clothes first. Let them look down on us for a while, and then... Oh, I see. Playing the pig and eating the tiger. Isn't this a little old-fashioned? It's a bit old-fashioned for me, but you haven't tried it yet. By the way, I'll let you see what human nature is. We're all in a bad mood today, and we don't want to take the initiative to find trouble, so let others take the initiative to find us. Hey, that's a good idea. Do you have enough money? Jiang Chu smiled and patted Xianghua on the shoulder. An expression that says you understand. It was 10:30 in the evening. In order to have enough spirit and happiness, Jiang Chu and Xianghua even slept for half an hour. Be prepared to stay out all night. The moon is dark and the wind is high. There are few people on the school road. But there were 2 idiots who made obscene laughter from time to time. It closes at 10:30. It's all your fault. You overslept. We were supposed to climb over the wall to get out. Why did we go this way? Come and get the car. Yes. Jiang Chu told Mo Yutong that he wanted to use her Martha CEO tonight. Mo Yutong even went to get a key for him to use the car. He considered looking for a designated driver after drinking. So it is not convenient to drive a 2-seater Ferrari alone. The 2 men walked up to the Maserati and Ferrari. Fuck, I recognize this logo, Maserati, a luxury car. And this, a Ferrari, damn, I don't know who is so awesome that can drive this thing. Xianghua didn't know this was Jiang Chu's car. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing Jiang Chu walk over and pull the door of the Ferrari, He shouted hurriedly. What are you doing? This is a car worth millions. I know you have some money, but if you damage it, can you afford to pay for it? Jiang Chu said unhappily. Don't bother. This is the key to the Maserati. You haven't driven for a long time. It took me a while to get used to this Ferrari. You can drive the Maserati tonight. Xiang Hua took the key with a look of shock on his face. He stared in amazement as he watched Jiang Chu open the car door and sit in the driver's seat. Fuck, is this really your car? It's a Ferrari. Hurry up, get in the car too, don't waste time. Then Martha is yours too? I'm afraid you didn't steal her, did you? Jiang Chu didn't want to talk and wanted to turn himself into a dog and throw it to Xiang Hua. I've already given you the keys, why would I lie to you? But this car is from me for MOU Tong. Watch out for it some other day, and I'll give you another one. Now hurry up and get in the car. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Boom. Xiang Hua looked at the key in his hand for a long time, with a grin on his face. I tried it, and it opened the door. Then he sat on it. I looked around and was very excited. In one word, cool. But I didn't have time to look carefully. Hurry up and get back the feeling of driving his father's Mercedes-Benz. Boom. Also drove out. All the way I thought about the gate being closed. How does Jiang Chu plan to get out? How could I know that when I reached the gate? He was surprised to see Jiang Chu squatting with 2 security guards smoking. Several people were chatting happily. My brother is here. I'm leaving first. But, goodbye, Mr. Jiang. If you need to open the door when you come back, just give me a call. The door was opened immediately afterwards. The Ferrari drove out first. Xiang Hua followed closely. How many secrets does this guy have that he doesn't know yet? This is so cool, hee. Nightclub. This is a very famous nightclub in Nan City. The luxuriously decorated door is full of neon lights shining. Even from hundreds of meters away, you can clearly see the 2 big signs of night. There were also many luxury cars parked outside the door. Because it's not the weekend. Most of them are BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Land Rover. In 10 years, those who can afford these cars are considered rich. It can attract many girls. When Jiang Chu and his friends drove over in their Ferrari and Maserati, there were not many people outside. The main problem is that the parking place is a bit far away. There were only a few bad boys with shamat hairstyles squatting outside, smoking cigarettes in their mouths. When he saw the car, he widened his eyes with envy. Jiang Chu and the others got off the car and walked towards the door. That's not cool. There's no girl with this god-level equipment at the beginning of the game. Let's go. There are lots of girls inside. 2 tall and mighty security guards stood at the entrance of the nightclub. There were several young ladies wearing makeup and sexy clothes standing in a row next to them. They were severely scolded by a woman in front of them who was wearing a red suit uniform. If you don't meet your targets this month, get out of here. You all act like you're worth a fortune. Do you really want me to support you? The woman said as she walked in, swaying her plump hips. The group of young ladies breathed a sigh of relief. They picked up their phones and started making appointments. Fuck, the girl in the middle is so hot. Jiang Chu looked over. The girl in the middle is very tall. A big wave. Look at the northeastern side. Only the girls there are tall. Fair skin. A silver collar round his neck. She was wearing a silver, shining bra. There is a deep groove in the middle of the wrapped headlight. Water snake waist. Under the silver shiny miniskirt is a pair of top-notch, flesh-colored long legs. The silver pointed high heels set off her slim and graceful figure. Zhao Cece. Age, 24. Height, 174 cm. Weight, 58 kilograms. Appearance, 83. Charge, 1. Favorability, 0. Good. Beautiful is beautiful. There seems to be a trace of sadness between his brows. I guess he was just scolded. You like this type? Jiang Chu asked. Chapter 124, I was also nervous for a moment. Hey, who doesn't like a beautiful woman? They walked to the door. The handsome Jiang Chu still attracted the attention of several young ladies. I cast a flirtatious glance boldly. Others took the initiative to ask. 2 handsome guys, would you like to have a drink together? Jiang Chu saw that the system gave him a score of 74 and 73. Okay, but he didn't want to waste his time on these people. Is she your friend? Jiang Chu was referring to Zhao Cece, who had remained silent. Cece, the handsome guy is looking for you. The 2 women lost interest when they found themselves rejected. They just flirted with Jiang Chu because they thought he was handsome. But you can tell from his clothes that he is not a rich man. Zhao Cece then took a look at Jiang Chu and the others. Looking for me? Well, I'd like to buy you a drink. How about that? Zhao Cece hesitated for a moment before saying, okay, since you're handsome, I'll have a drink with you guys. Do you want to go to the bar or the restaurant? Let me make it clear first. I can only accompany you for a while. If there are too many people later, I'll have to entertain other guests because I have to meet my sales targets. In her opinion, the 2 people in front of her looked like college students. That is to experience the nightlife. You can sit at the bar whether you want to buy something or not. There is a certain amount of consumption required for the scattered tables and booths. Go up and you will become a VIP. Every bit of money you earn is good. You're quite direct. Well, we haven't booked yet. If you still have VIP, please open one for me. Zhao Cixi was stunned for a moment. Do you know what the minimum VIP fee is here? 3,000 Chinese yuan. 3,000? Damn it, Jiang Chu. This is my living expenses for half a semester. Zhao Cixi smiled. He is a college student indeed. He doesn't know anything, and yet he asks for VIP. 3,000? Go open one. Don't worry, I can afford it. Okay, wait a minute, I'll ask. Zhao Cixi was slightly surprised. Jiang Chu didn't look like he was joking. I said with some regret after making a phone call. Sorry, we don't have VIP seats anymore. We have one more booth, but the minimum spending is 1,000. Then let's take a booth. Jiang Chu also knew that sometimes there would be no booths left at this time. Not forced. After Zhao Cixi ordered it, walking in front and leading the way. Those people I have an appointment with tonight may not come. It would be nice to have a booth. Along the way, Xianghua's eyes never left Zhao Cixi's graceful figure, especially the high and plump buttocks. When walking, he sways from side to side. A unique style. It seems that his brother is really interested in this woman. Just entered the inner field. The huge music was deafening and excited the whole audience. That was a song called Poker Face by Lady Gaga. This woman with strange and bold outfits has become popular all over the world this year. On the front stage, a female DJ wearing sexy and revealing clothes was standing there with her hands raised and her waist twisted, swaying to the music. Behind him was a young man with a crew cut and wearing a riveted jacket. Holding the microphone, the host shouted to liven up the atmosphere in the venue. Normally, various night shows will start around 11 to 12 o'clock. Most of the private rooms and booths are full of people, under the shining, colorful spotlights. A casual glance at the past shows all kinds of long white legs wearing sexy high heels. There are many cute girls jumping around. Some come to relax with friends and colleagues. Some of them were twisting and turning around some paunchy uncles for other purposes. In conclusion, there are all kinds of people in nightclubs. They were in the middle of the field, sitting on the leather sofa. The view from the stage is very good. It was clear off the court as well. Jiang Chu felt quite satisfied. Xianghua looked around like a grandmother entering the grand view garden. From time to time, he would stop at Zhao Cixi who was sitting next to him. The long legs and flesh-colored high heels are casually raised to one side. It makes people want to reach out and touch it. Zhao Cixi talked to a young man wearing a uniform jacket and vest. The other party glanced at Jiang Chu and nodded. Good evening, distinguished guests. Here's the list. Please take a look and see what you would like to order. Jiang Chu just glanced at it and gave it to Xianghua. This should be his first time to come to such a place. Let him know what's here. Give me some. Well, whatever you want. Xianghua just looked at it for a while and his eyes widened. Normally, a box of beer outside of school only costs a few dozen yuan. There are hundreds of cases here. Snacks costing dozens of yuan. Not to mention that those foreign liquors cost thousands or even tens of thousands. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to order a dozen beers to start the show. Jiang Chu didn't say anything, as he wished. Only Zhao Cixi shook her head slightly. He smiled with his lips pursed. Then the eyes continued to look elsewhere. Jiang Chu didn't mind. Most people like Zhao Cixi who have achieved good results only care about money. The wine came quickly. Zhao Cixi helped open it and poured each of them a glass. Just pick it up and do it. Is this your first time at a nightclub? Zhao Cixi took the initiative to talk. The one I'm looking at is Jiang Chu. Seeing Jiang Chu turned his head away from her. Then he looked at Xianghua. Yeah, look at me. I don't know anything. Please give me some advice. Haha, college students really speak differently. Please give me more advice. I'm not as good as you at teaching cultural knowledge here, but we can still discuss other cultures. Come on. Cheers, his name is Jiang Chu. What about you, handsome guy, what's your name? Xianghua, Xiang as in Xiangyu, Hua as in Huaxia. What about you? Jiang Chu did not interrupt. Xianghua asked the standard 3 questions at the beginning. Asking my name, my hometown, why I came to work here. Zhao Cixi would joke around. She would not answer until Xianghua had a drink. Next, when it comes to work, it's storytelling. Either the family is not good, or life is forced. Otherwise, it's about being abandoned by a boyfriend or something like that. Certainly, there is some truth and some falsehood in these words. It's up to you to choose to believe it or not. It is obvious that Xianghua has already started to comfort the other person from his perspective. Sorry, I have something to do over there, so I'll leave for a while. You guys play first. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Zhao Cixi said, and walked away in her high heels. Xianghua also followed for a while. Sighed. The beauty is gone. Why don't you say anything? I'm the only one talking. Jiang Chu knew that the other party walked away because he felt that they had no consumption potential. He ran off to greet other guests. When Xianghua saw Jiang Chu, he just smiled and said nothing. I felt a little nervous when being stared at. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? I told you something before. I brought you here to have fun, but don't get too involved. You know, some of these things are just stories for you to listen to. Xianghua pondered for a moment, then scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Hee, I was also nervous before. After all, it was my first time in a place like this. Jiang Chu said nothing more, because another little sister came. Chapter 125. You win. I'm yours tonight. It looks like it's a warm-up. He greeted me actively and sat down. After 2 drinks, I was chatting happily with Xianghua again. You guys chat first. I'm going to the bathroom. He found a target. I didn't speak before. I have been using the system to observe whether there are suitable candidates around. While enjoying life, it would be best if you could earn rebates and gain favorability. That was on the bar. There was a young woman with heavy punk makeup drinking alone. A dashing short hair. Wear big earrings. Gray tight vest. And a pair of camouflage trousers and work shoes. Single ice. Age, 23. Height, 167 cm. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 87. Charge, 0. Favorability, 0. Jiang Chu was a little surprised. From the outside, not that amazing either. The system actually gave it 87 points. After being picked up countless times after his rebirth, he already felt that he was thick-skinned enough. At worst, you will be rejected. On the way to the bar, he saw Zhao Cici, who had just walked away. At the moment, she is talking with a few uncles and her colleagues. Ciqing, why are you here? Aren't you going to accompany the handsome guy? Come on, one is a virgin. She kept staring at my chest. She sat there for a long time before ordering a beer, and the handsome one didn't say anything. It's boring. If I don't complete the task this month, I will be deducted from my salary. Well, that's so miserable. Fortunately, I didn't answer it just now. This uncle is not bad. He drives a BMW. Jiang Chu just shook his head slightly. I went straight to the bar and sat next to the single ice. This hasn't started yet. I was actually approached by a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and black-framed glasses on the other side. Beauty, are you drinking alone here? Sean Ebing put down his glass and glanced at the other person. Why, you want to pick me up? Picking me up is expensive. The middle-aged man was obviously stunned for a moment. I guess I didn't expect a woman to be so direct. But he's obviously a veteran. It is impossible to be frightened by a single word. Keep smiling. My name is Fei Yuqing, the director of Qianli Culture Media. My income is not very high, only a few $100,000 a year. I wonder if this is enough to have a drink with you, beautiful lady. As expected of a veteran. Don't just say bubble. Just say drink. At the same time, it is also a way to test the other party's needs. Dan Ebing smiled slightly. You're quite good at talking. I'm bored anyway, so I want to see how you pick up girls. Wait a moment. Jiang Chu had to speak up. This is his prey. How could I allow it to be taken away by someone else right before my eyes? I would also like to buy you a drink, beautiful lady. Is that possible? Fei Yuqing frowned. I am a little unhappy with this Cheng Yaojin who showed up unexpectedly. However, Jiang Chu looked like a college student at first glance, with disdain in his eyes. Dan Ebing looked at the handsome guy in front of him with a little surprise. Unique hairstyle? The outline of perseverance. The corners of his mouth showed confidence. Although the clothes on my body are of poor quality, but it's also clean. Her eyes, which were shrouded in black smoke, widened slightly. You look like the one in Fairy Sword, Tang Yu Xiaobao. Really? Thank you for the compliment, beautiful lady. You want to drink with me too? On one side is a director who earns hundreds of thousands a year, and on the other side is a good-looking young man. This makes me feel so embarrassed. Pick up a cocktail with ice and drink it slowly. It means you guys decide for yourself. Fei Yuqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he smiled and handed Jiang Chu a business card. I am the director of Qianli Culture Media Company. I wonder what job you do now, little brother. Jiang Chu sneered inwardly. Does this mean you just need to work hard? Didn't answer. The other party could only take it back. But there was no change on his face. Very patient. I'm still in college, a junior, and I haven't graduated yet. The other party pretended to be surprised. You haven't graduated yet, so why are you spending your parents' money to come to this nightclub to experience it? It's fate that we met. I want to buy this beautiful lady a drink. You can also come and sit with us. How about it? Most people would really think that he was asking out of kindness. But in fact, if you agree, then he wins. Because he is the master. You are a guest. That's not necessary. I have my own booth. I just heard this beautiful lady say that it's very expensive to date her, so I'm a little curious about how expensive it is. However, I'm a little disappointed that a small director can be invited to drink. What did you say, kid? Fei Yuqing's face suddenly turned unhappy. I found myself overexcited. Just a cold snort. You said I am unworthy of being a small director. What qualifications do you, a college student who has not even graduated, have to say such things? Jiang Chu ignored him. Instead, he looked at Donnie Bing. Sorry, I'm a bit blunt. Miss, it's your freedom to drink with whomever you want, so I'll let you choose. Dan Yibing's slender fingers with black nail polish held up the wine glass and shook it slightly. I told you, hooking up with me is expensive. Since you guys have already opened the table, let's do this. I'll take the order and order the drinks, and you'll be responsible for paying the bill. Whoever quits first loses. Of course, I'll go to the winner's side and drink with him. How do you think? Boy, let me ask you if you dare. Fei Yuqing sneered. I can't wait to trample the person in front of me to death. Just a college student. Judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich guy. Winning is a matter of minutes. Jiang Chu helplessly spread his hands. Okay, let's compete. The heart blossoms with joy. Then pay the bill. My favorite. They returned to their respective positions. Fei Yuqing was sitting in the VIP box. The location is slightly higher than Jiang Chu's. On the other side, right face to face. Jiang Chu, where have you been? It's been so long, and the young lady is gone again. It doesn't matter. There will be a bunch of them coming over soon. Jiang Chu raised a confident smile. At this moment, the music suddenly stopped. The host on the stage began to speak. Readies, guys, before tonight's show starts, we have to watch a shocking showdown. There are 2 VIPs on the scene, and they are making a bet to win the favor of the beautiful lady at the bar. The rule is that the beautiful lady will order the food, and they will each pay for it until one of them voluntarily withdraws. The winner will get the beauty. People in the field rarely watch the excitement. There were all kinds of cheers. Now, let me introduce 2 handsome guys. One is Mr. Fei, who is sitting in our VIP room. He is also a regular customer here, so please give him a warm welcome. There were all kinds of cheers from the audience. Mr. Fei is mighty. Mr. Fei will win. Boss Fei, if you win, I'll be yours tonight. There was a plump middle-aged woman in scantily clad clothes, waving her huge bra and shouting. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Fei is already taken tonight, so just stay away. Ha. Chapter 126. One word, twice as cool. Fei Yuqing also stood up. He waved and greeted everyone with a proud look on his face. Don't forget to raise your glass to the single ice on the bar to celebrate in advance. The host saw that it was almost done and continued to introduce. The other one is the handsome guy Jiang Chu, who is sitting in our card bag. It is said that he is still a college student. Oh, I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out he's just a college student. I don't think there's any need to compete. Mr. Fei is sure to win. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. As a college student, it is understandable that they are young and impulsive, but it is not good to be arrogant and show off. Boss Fei, if you can't even get this done as a college student, don't hang out in nightclubs anymore. This little brother is quite handsome. How can you say that about him? I support you, little brother. It doesn't matter if you lose. I will be sad with you. Xiang Hua slammed his fist on the table. It's so abominable that no one supports us. Calm down. I told you we're here to show off tonight. Now if he jumps around a little bit, he'll fall hard. Okay, our beautiful lady at the bar is ready. To be fair, they have arranged a waiter on both sides who can pay by credit card directly. I declare that the duel officially begins. Woohoo! The music was deafening again. Certainly, when the host is speaking, the volume will be lowered appropriately. Let's see what the beautiful lady picked first. It was the ace of spades. The ace of spades was worth 8,800 at the beginning. It seems that the beautiful lady was intentionally giving this handsome college student a break. As far as I know, 8,000 is a lot for an average college student's living expenses for a semester. This is to make the handsome guy give up. Is this going to decide the winner in the first round of this duel? Wow, our Mr. Fei has successfully placed an order. Congratulations to Mr. Fei. Please welcome our beautiful lady. As the host finished speaking, a row of young ladies entered the venue in sexy high-heeled uniforms. The person in the front was holding a fluorescent ace of spades model with a bottle of ace of spades wine on it. The people behind also held fluorescent props in their hands. After going around the entire table, it was finally delivered to Fei Yuqing's table. The crowd in the stadium cheered in various ways. As expected of Mr. Fei, he swiped the card without blinking an eye. Look at that college student. He probably wants to go home. Hey, young people. If you act cool, you have to accept some social punishment. Otherwise, they think they are so awesome just because they read a few books. College student, if you want to admit defeat, just say so. Don't waste time. Jiang Chu and his team. It's not that he doesn't want to pay. The card machine was broken. I temporarily replaced it with another one. Payment successful. The waiter here immediately contacted the host and backstage through the intercom. Wow, 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 it's incredible. Our handsome college student is not to be outdone and successfully paid the bill. Let us congratulate him for passing this round. Once again, please welcome our beautiful lady. The same pattern, until the young lady put the wine on their table. There were very few people cheering, only a few people teasing. I guess most people think they are just holding on. Shan Yibing looked at Jiang Chu with some surprise. That's right. She started ordering the ace of spades, which was not expensive but was not affordable for most people, just to make Jiang Chu give up. After all, she is also a college graduate. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Seeing Jiang Chu's calm and composed look, seems to be hiding his strength. In this case, then she is not polite. The purpose of playing is to have fun. Come on, let's go back to our beautiful lady at the bar and see what we ordered this time. Oh, bye, ga. Is the young lady going to play so hard this time? She ordered a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII without hesitation. 68,888. Now the pressure will be on the two handsome guys in the audience. Fei Yuqing frowned slightly. This beauty actually jumped to Louis XIII in one go. Boss Fei, come on. Let that kid see the world of the rich. My friends at the same table have already started to make a scene. It's just Louis XIII. Mr. Fei drinks a lot of it, right, Mr. Fei? That kid will definitely cry when he hears the price. The beautiful lady sitting next to him said proudly. But just as he finished speaking, then came the host's voice. It just made her speechless. Oh my God, the handsome college student paid the bill first this time. Did I hear that correctly? At this time, the group of young ladies entered the scene and confirmed that it was true. Fei Yuqing quickly swiped his card as well. Our Mr. Fei has also paid the bill. I have to say that young people's fingers are faster. Congratulations to our two handsome guys. The whole audience cheered again. This time, I can't tell who has more support. But there are fewer doubts. At the same time, one or two smart young ladies had already gone to Jiang Chu's seat to drink with Jun. Looks young and handsome. I can still sell more than 70,000. He is richer than most people present. Brother, you are awesome, huh? Xianghua was so happy. A young lady also took the initiative to chat with him and kept sticking to him. The perfume smell, that elasticity, that tender and smooth. Xianghua? One word, twice as cool. Dan Yibing at the bar looked surprised. With a smile on your face. Round 3. Wait, what did I see? 3 ace of spades, Shenlong suits. Oh my God, this lady is really ruthless. 1 Shenlong suit is 88,888. 3 suits are more than 200,000. It's just like what she said at the beginning. If I want to pick her up, it's a bit expensive. Next, the pressure will be on Mr. Fei and Mr. Zhang again. I wonder if they can decide the winner this time. Who will win? This host can also. Now we are not called college students. Just call him young Master Jiang. Fuck, Jiang Chu, what kind of wine is this? Over 200,000 yuan, are you crazy? Drop. Card swipe successful. What did you say? I didn't hear you just now. Jiang Chu really didn't hear it. Because the music was too loud. Xianghua said nothing. Just gave a thumbs up. Look at the mouth shape. It should be new beer. Our young Master Jiang took the lead again in this round, with over 200,000 yuan for 3 sets of spade ace dragon suits. Mr. Fei should be starting to feel a little pressured. This college student is not just an ordinary college student. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so rich. This is too much. Look, many beauties have already taken the initiative to run to young Master Jiang's booth to show off their charm. Of course, Jiang Chu and his group were just 2 men. Now there are 8 or 9 young ladies surrounding them. Some of them are little bees. Some people also come to the nightclub to play by themselves. But each system score is around 80. Plus makeup. She is a rare beauty. Including Zhao Sisi, who just left and came back. With the advantage of previous familiarity. Successfully sat between Xianghua and Jiang Chu. Chapter 1, 27 Dragon Suit. Various active and enthusiastic topics are raised. This time she didn't mind Jiang Chu not talking. Instead, he took the initiative to get close to Xianghua. Several times, she rubbed Xianghua with her silk thighs. This made him very happy. But the claws are honest. Dare to look, but not to touch. Jiang Chu, Xianghua, and the others were having a blast. Various wine toasts. Jiang Chu used to be a winemaker in his previous life. The wine in the nightclub. Want to get drunk. It's a bit difficult. But he won't drink too much. I also told Xianghua not to drink so much. This is just the beginning. I still have to watch the show later. On the other side, there were also many beautiful ladies sitting in Fei Yuqing's VIP seats. But it's a little quiet at the moment. Just because I saw that Mr. Fei in front of me had turned pale with anger. More than 200,000. Adding the previous amount, it's more than 300,000. My annual income. Just to get her over for a drink. It may not be possible to win. This is too bad. But what's important now? Not a woman. But I lost face. Women are easy to find. But how can I meet people after losing face? Amid the cheers of the crowd. Grit your teeth. I swiped the card anyway. As expected of Mr. Fei, he is indeed very courageous. Once again, please welcome our beautiful ladies. Many young ladies also came over. Fei Yuqing was not happy at all. Those young and beautiful ones went to Jiang Chu's place early in the morning. Those who are here now are not a little older. It's just that her appearance is a bit chilling. She can only look passable with makeup. I don't even know how ugly I look without makeup. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing a gray shirt and trousers, came over with a cigarette in his mouth. There was a girl next to him with her arms around his waist. Why? Were you bullied by a college student? Mr. Wang, why are you here too? Please take a seat. Fei Yuqing immediately stood up and bowed. I didn't expect that my company's boss would also come. Such an embarrassing thing happened to him. Tip: as a man, if you lose money you can earn it, but if you lose face you can never get it back. Yes. Fei Yuqing cursed inwardly. It's not you who pays. What a sarcastic remark. If you need funds later, tell me. I can sign and give you the bonus in advance. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, since you are here, that college student will definitely run away in disgrace. Look, the college student took the initiative to run up to the bar and said something to the beautiful woman. I guess he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, it's more than 300,000 yuan. It's hard for Mr. Fei to handle it, not to mention that he is a college student. Even the families of ordinary rich second generations would not allow him to squander like this. That's right, as expected, Mr. Wang. You dominated the situation as soon as you arrived. Awesome. Ha. Come on, open the wine. Over at the bar, Jiang Chu did run up. What? Are you sure? If Jiang Chu's performance had surprised Shan Yibing. Now she was just shocked. Well, be direct. I don't have that much time to waste on him. I'd rather sit down and have a drink with you. Shan Yibing hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Then he called the host over and said a few words. The host's eyes widened when he heard this, looking at Jiang Chu in disbelief. Master Jiang, are you sure you want to do this? Ha. That college student has gone back. Did you see that? That beautiful lady has already taken the order away. Even the host is communicating with the backstage staff. He must have given up. Let's see how it ends. Fei Yuqing finally felt proud. Finally I won. Hand holding up a glass of wine. Boss Wang, you are really my lucky star. Let's all have a toast to you, Boss Wang. Ha. You're welcome to tip me. You're a lucky guy in my company, so I have to support you. Come on, do it. At this moment the music suddenly stopped. The host spoke up. Ready and gentlemen, the most exciting moment of the night has arrived. Originally, our beauty wrote 5 bottles of Louis XIII in the 4th round. Fei Yuqing took a deep breath. 5 bottles. More than 300,000. Fortunately, that guy admitted defeat. Otherwise, you have to buy it to win. Where does he get so much money? After tonight, I will probably stay at home for half a year without going out. This woman is really asking for too much. Is her seafood inlaid with diamonds? This much money is enough for him to pick up as many girls as he wants. And it's the kind that can be used. Fine. But just now, our Master Jiang said that this competition was a waste of time, so he asked the beautiful lady to change the content. Listen carefully. The content is for all the handsome men and beautiful women who have reserved tables here, a total of 26 tables. Each table will have a set of spade, ace, dragon suit. A total of 2.3 million. The beauties are treating, and Master Jiang will pay for it. Let's cheer for Master Jiang. Whoosh whoosh. Fly. Whistle. Suddenly the whole place roared and boiled over. Those girls wearing skirts don't care about being exposed at all. Hugging my best friend and jumping for joy. At the same time, those who thought they were somewhat attractive all went to Jiang Chu. Puff. Fei Yuqing just took a sip of wine and spit it out. It just happened to spray Mr. Wang across the street. The other party froze in the middle of drinking. His face suddenly darkened. The corner of my eye was twitching. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I didn't mean it. Fei Yuqing immediately took a few tissues and stood up to help him wipe it. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. The other party didn't give him a chance at all. Turn around and walk away. The woman who had just come with him and a few others also followed him. Fei Yuqing wanted to curse out 1,000 MMPs in his heart. Didn't you just boast that you support him? This guy runs faster than a rabbit when something happens. Mr. Wang muttered as he walked down the stairs. 2.3 million. I must be sick to give you that much bonus. The whole process continued to boil. The beautiful women in the field were very busy. This is probably an experience they have never had before. Give each table the spade, ace, dragon set. And all paid for by one person. Ha. I came to the right place tonight. This is the Shenlong suit. I can actually drink this on my first time at a nightclub. I'll tell my classmates about this, and they'll be envious. Don't mention your first time. I've been here for so many years, and every time I dared to order beer and look at beauties at the counter, the ace of spades was just something I could only sigh at, let alone the dragon suit. Come on, brother, let's have a drink together. The Shenlong suit. Ha ha ha. Quickly call them over and let them see what a real rich man is. Oh my god, that Jiang Xiao is so handsome and rich. Isn't that what I want? No, I want to go over and ask for his phone number and give birth to a baby for him. Thank you for driving me to experience the nightlife in your BMW. But after getting here, I realized that your BMW worth hundreds of thousands is not as expensive as a few bottles of wine. I'm going to go find Master Jiang to see if there's any chance. But Fei Yuqing seemed to have lost his soul. Chapter 128: The kind of person who doesn't need to take responsibility. He didn't even notice that the beautiful woman beside him had left. Only 2 friends who came with him were left. Even the plump middle-aged woman who said she wanted to sleep with him at the beginning ran away to Jiang Chu's side. Hello, this is the Spade Ace Dragon suit for you. A group of beautiful young ladies said with a smile on their faces. That guy ordered it for us too? One of the men asked in surprise. Yes, there are some on every table. Please enjoy them, VIP. There is a pile of wine on the table. Fei Yuqing felt like he was being slapped in the face when he saw this. He said helplessly, let's go back. What about these wines? Fei Yuqing was in no mood and walked away without even turning his head. Another man shouted, waiter, please save the wine for us. There is no doubt that Jiang Chu won this duel. Fuck you. That's over 2 million. Jiang Chu, you're awesome. That's awesome. Xiang Hua was stunned. His father's annual income from running a factory is only this much. Because of strict family education. So he didn't have much money. This is a fucking treat, and the whole place is gone in a flash. He didn't know what to say. Single ice routine commitment went down. Jiang Chu's booth was already filled with people inside and outside. There are not only various sexy and beautiful girls. Glancing over. Not rough waves. There are long white legs everywhere. They all rushed to toast with Jiang Chu and Xiang Hua. Especially when toasting, everyone would press their body down as much as possible. That picture. Xiang Hua covered his nose and turned his head. He couldn't help but stare straight ahead. Some even go straight to your breasts and legs and let you touch them, trying to stick to the 2 of them. Xiang Hua felt embarrassed at first. I felt a headache. There were other tables who came to thank Jiang Chu and wanted to toast him. This also includes the person who manages the nightclub. After all, Jiang Chu spent so much. It's a super big customer. At least you have to come out and say hello and get to know each other. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'm the manager of this club. Our boss will be here soon, and she really wants to meet you, Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. I just came here to have a drink. Single Ice is here. Those little sisters who have hidden thoughts. Even though he was reluctant, he took the initiative to make way for her. Shan Yibing nodded in thanks and sat next to Jiang Chu. Single Ice, favorability 40. It cost more than 2 million. Only 40 favorability points were added. This is too little. On the contrary, the beautiful girls around me. There are also many with a score of 80. When you come here, your favorability will be over 80 or even 90. Of course, the system judged that the initial favorability was too high. Does not meet the requirements. Jiang Chu didn't have time to come up with any tricks to reduce the other party's favorability. There are many women. Just focus on the best. I can't believe you, a college student, have such ability. Shan Yibing praised. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I'm not a rich man. I can't give you much more. The people around me rolled their eyes at me. Spending more than 2 million and still saying that he has no money. Even Principal Wang is not so Versailles. Beautiful lady, you are so lucky. Young Master Jiang spent a fortune on you. We can only envy and hate you. A beautiful woman with long black hair said sourly. Yes, I have never seen a man as handsome and rich as Mr. Jiang in my life. If Mr. Jiang asked me to be his girlfriend, I would agree immediately. Forget about a girlfriend. I'll be satisfied as long as I can spend a good night with Jiang Xiao. Mr. Jiang, you see I'm still a virgin. Do you want to try it out the kind where you don't have to take responsibility? Jiang Chu Omega. He could tell at a glance that it was artificially repaired, but I don't want to expose it. He just smiled and ignored them. Look, so many young ladies are taking the initiative, but Master Jiang is only looking at you. He doesn't even know your name, beautiful lady. Although Zhao Sisi was surrounding Xiang Hua, but he still wanted to take advantage of Jiang Chu. The woman in front of her is her biggest threat. From the outside, you can't tell how pretty this woman is. Dressed in such a different way. I am much better looking than her. Shan Yibing certainly saw through Zhao Sisi's little thoughts. But she looked at Jiang Chu. What about you? Don't you want to know my name? Jiang Chu smiled. He picked up the glass, clinked it with hers, and drank it all in one gulp. Is it important? Just come and drink with me. Donnie Bing was slightly surprised. You spent so much money, and your ultimate goal was to seduce me, but now you don't even want to know my name. I'm a little confused. Ha ha. When life is going well, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Why think so much? Come on, let's have a drink together. Come on, do it. Xiang Hua quickly accepted the reality. Just because Jiang Chu is his brother. No need to ask anything. Just believe it. At this time, the night show also kicked off. The beautiful women in bikinis sing and dance. The host controlled the atmosphere. Plus, there is a set of Shenlong suit on each table. The atmosphere is even more carnival-like than on weekends and holidays. Jiang Chu and the other girls who felt they had no chance also left on their own initiative, looking for other prey. But there are still 7 or 8 beauties with the highest scores sitting there. Sometimes. Not this time. It would be good to make myself familiar with him so that I can continue next time. Shan Yibing chatted with Jiang Chu and found that he was not an aggressive young man. Gradually, the topic started to change. Jiang Chu found that this single ice lacked knowledge of daily life. But he is good at talking about entertainment and film topics. Could it be that he is engaged in some kind of work? Zhou Sini just happened to be in need of talent in this area. In the case of, you can dig it up. Xiang Hua also got along well with Zhao Sisi and those young ladies. Playing truth or dare there. Just when I was happy, Xiang Hua was suddenly stunned, looking into the distance. His face changed in an instant. Jiang Chu also discovered this anomaly. Following the gaze, a girl wearing cute Lolita clothes opposite, holding hands with a big-bellied uncle. The direction of entering is the bathroom. Yes, they went into the bathroom together. Jiang Chu certainly knew what was going on. I heard some noise nearby and turned around to see. Xiang Hua had already run in that direction. It was too late for him to stop it. Never mind. That's fine. It's better to let him give up than to continue being kept in the dark. Jiang Chu, what happened to your friend? Shan Yibing asked. It's okay, I saw someone I know. Did you see someone you like, or your girlfriend? Are you the one who just went to the bathroom together? Zhao Sisi was the first to notice that something was wrong with Xiang Hua, so she also noticed it just now. Soon Xiang Hua came back. He was in low spirits. The excitement I had before was completely gone. His whole face was calm. He sat back in his seat, picked up the wine and drank it. Jiang Chu frowned. I wanted to make my brother happy. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. It seems that. Next I have to help my brother. Chapter 129. Wang Wei is anxious. Is it her? Wang Wei. Actually, I saw it at the school gate one night. I wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell you. I'm sorry, brother. Xiang Hua looked at Jiang Chu with a little surprise. So you said that to me on purpose, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I can handle it. That being said, but Xiang Hua was still unhappy. The beautiful lady next to him also kept saying words of comfort to him. Jiang Chu, do you want to avenge your brother? Shan Yibing suddenly said. Single Ice holds a bottle of Spade Ace in one hand. While holding Jiang Chu's hand, he ran to the wash basin outside the men's bathroom. Are you sure you want to go in? Jiang Chu didn't expect Dan Bing to be so bold. I actually thought of using a bottle of Ace of Spades as water to throw. I'm not afraid of anything. So what are you afraid of? Dan Yibing said with disdain. After they went in, Dan Yibing followed the toilet door and listened attentively. Don't look for them. They are here. As soon as Jiang Chu came in, he heard the mysterious voice. I didn't expect that my brother would be cheated on so soon. Conversation in the toilet. Did you put it in? Fuck, why are you talking like that? I've been moving for a while. Puff. Shan Yibing almost couldn't help laughing. He quickly pulled Jiang Chu into a toilet nearby. Carry me up. Oh, hold me, otherwise I can't reach it from such a high place. The top of the toilet is empty, but it's so high that most people can't reach it. But this did not bother Jiang Chu. But Dan Yibing insisted on going there himself. Have no choice. Jiang Chu squatted down. Holding her long legs, he lifted her up. I have to say, the skin is really good, tender and smooth. I can even smell a hint of exhaust. I'll slow down. Shan Yibing lost his balance and hit Jiang Chu's face with the dent. One hand held his head and held it down. Soon, there were gurgling and splashing sounds of water nearby. Bang! This guy even threw a bottle of wine in there. The sound of shattering everything. This was followed by a loud roar of cursing. Damn it! Who? Who did it? Fuck you. I'm all wet, Stop yelling and put on your clothes quickly. Damn it. Don't let me know who did it. I'll kill him. The two people next door had already run away after committing the crime. I laughed all the way back to my seat. What were you doing? You're laughing so happily. Nothing. It's your turn, brother. Xiang Hua. Two people came out of the toilet, soaking wet. cursing and swearing. I definitely can't stay at the nightclub any longer. The only choice is to go back. Wang Wei also secretly cried out that she was unlucky. How could this happen? As soon as I walked out the door, I saw a familiar person standing there. I was stunned. Xianghua, why are you here? Xianghua asked calmly. Who is this person and what is his relationship with you? Xianghua, please listen to my explanation. Who is this, your classmate? Boy, I don't care who you are. Now please get out of the way. Mr. Gua, he and I are just friends. Classmates. Wang Wei, we held hands and kissed, and now you say we are just classmates. Xiang Huan suppressed his excitement and said, in fact, both hands were already clenched into fists. Xiang Hua, since you have found out, I have nothing to say. Yes, I just think you are a nice person, and I am just playing with you. I need money to buy bags, branded clothes, and cosmetics, and you can't satisfy me with these. Do you understand? Mr. Gua drives a Mercedes-Benz, a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you've probably never ridden in one. Of course, it's not your fault. After all, we're both college students, but this is my choice. The fat pig face of Mr. Gua was full of pride. Hear me, kid. If you don't have money, don't try to date a girlfriend like others. It's strange that a loser like you would be liked by any girl. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Let's go. You have to put out the fire for me tonight. Fatty Gua was about to leave when he pulled Wang Wei's hand. Hey, Huazi, did I hear it wrong? A fat pig actually said that you don't have a girlfriend and called you a loser. Zhao Sisi happened to walk to Xianghua's side, then hugged his arms, just like a couple getting intimate. Huazi, is this the Wang Wei you mentioned? She's not that good looking, and she has no figure. Look at these two people. I don't know if they were fished out of the toilet. Damn, they stink. What did you say? Say it again if you can. Mr. Gua started to curse. But I have to say, Zhao Sisi's appearance after dressing up is simply better than Wang Wei beside him. Whether it's the big white rabbit or the super long legs, there is no comparison. Fat Pig Gua cursed inwardly that such good cabbage was taken away by a pig. I drive a Mercedes-Benz no matter what. How about you guys? Do you ride a bicycle or walk? Xianghua, it's useless. You still have no money no matter what. This will only make me hate you more. Is driving a Mercedes-Benz so cool? It's hilarious. Zhao Sisi said disdainfully. Wang Wei, you know that you gave up a mountain of gold for a pig. Of course, the mountain of gold is mine now. Wang Wei snorted coldly with disdain. Just pretend. At this time, a young man came over riding an electric scooter. Who called the designated driver? This. Xianghua, who had been silent, spoke up. He took out a key and gave it to the other party. Jiang Chu just exchanged keys with him. Nothing was said. Just let him out. Now he knew that everything was arranged for his brother. Wow, I didn't realize you actually have a car and asked for a designated driver. What kind of crappy car is that? A Geely? A Bid? Or a van? Ha ha. Mr. Guo was not yet satisfied with himself. A Maserati President was driven out. Stopped beside Xianghua. The front door opened. The person who came down was the designated driver who had just arrived. He ran over with a flattering smile on his face and opened the back door for Xianghua. Hey, boss, this is a luxury car worth nearly 3 million. I've never driven one before. If you're not satisfied, you can always tell me. Mr. Gua and Wang Wei were stunned. A look of shock. Even Zhao Sisi was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. Because Jiang Chu didn't tell her about the car just now. Just let her act, and all the money from the card pack tonight will be counted on her. The commission alone is over 100,000 yuan. It made her so happy. I didn't expect Xianghua to act like a straight man in the film. He actually drives a Maserati Quattroporte. Refreshed her cognition again. 2. Those who can be brothers with Jiang Shao? How can the family be poor? Be sure to seize this opportunity. Well, who was just saying his Mercedes was so awesome? How dare he show off a junky car? I might as well tell you that our Huazi is a hidden super rich second generation, and his family has plenty of money. Zhao Sisi's face was full of pride. Wang Wei was immediately filled with jealousy when she saw this. Xianghua. Wang Wei was anxious. She knew this Maserati President very well. Nearly 3 million cars. There is no comparison with a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Xianghua had told her before that his family owned a factory. I thought he was lying to her. I didn't expect it to be true. Chapter 130, She is my woman. Wang Wei, what do you want to do? Come back here. Mr. Guo wanted to hold her back, but failed. Wang Wei had already run to Xianghua. Hold his hand. A pitiful look. Xianghua, I'm sorry. Actually, the person I like in my heart is you. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, okay? Xianghua sneered. Xianghua, that's enough. We're done here. Ruthlessly shook off her hand. Wang Wei fell to the ground and cried. Xianghua got in the car. I breathed a sigh of relief. What he didn't expect was that Zhao Cixi also got into the car. Huazi, let me take you for a midnight snack. The seafood there is delicious. In the nightclub? Why don't you go and see for yourself? Shan Yibing looked at Jiang Chu. No, my brother can handle it himself. You're very good to your brother. Single ice, favorability 5. Jiang Chu smiled. In the previous life, Xiang Hua and he had a life-and-death friendship. I'm not pretty, and the ones sitting next to you just now aren't bad either. You spent so much money to date me, is it worth it? Jiang Chu saw that the system had nearly 3 million new points deposited into its account. Worth. Must be worth it. If I wasn't worried about the impact. He wishes he could make tens of millions. Jiang Chu just smiled. You're different from them. How is it different? Donnie Bing's big eyes are curious. You dare to use the ace of spades as water, but they don't dare. Hee hee. Dan Yibing covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't say it. As soon as you say it, I think of the scene just now. Do you know what I saw? That fat pig was so small that I couldn't even see it. Puff. Jiang Chu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of Wang Laoji. Ha ha. Dan Yibing even kept slapping his thigh and laughing. Since you've spent so much money on me, I'll give you a chance. If you can guess my last name, I'll go get a room with you right now. You only have 3 chances. Jiang Chu was stunned. Dan Yibing looked very proud, because she felt that basically no one would guess her last name. I guessed right. You want to go to a hotel with me? Are you sure? Jiang Chu is laughing. Isn't this the same as having it delivered to your door? The system has already displayed her name. Is there any need to guess? Shan Yibing felt a little flustered when he saw Jiang Chu's smile. No way. Does he know himself? Impossible. My memory is not bad either. Those who have seen it cannot fail to remember it. Plus I put on heavy makeup tonight. Even her best friend couldn't recognize her true self when she went out. Not to mention others. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, can you let me see your palm? No way. You're actually using fortune-telling. Such an old-fashioned way to pick up girls. Okay, I'll show you. Shan Yibing stretched out a slender hand. Jiang Chu was not polite either. He grabbed it with both hands and pretended to look at it. Well, I not only know your last name, I also know your first name. Zunda fake do. Your surname is Shan. Your given name is Yibing, Shan Yibing. Looking at Jiang Chu's curved mouth, Dan Yibing looked incredulous. He actually guessed it right. Impossible. Have you known me for a long time? Why, you want to deny your debt. It's not impossible, but I can guarantee that I never knew you before tonight, let alone knew your name. Shan Yibing kept staring into Jiang Chu's eyes. Very clear. It doesn't look like a lie at all. But, do I really want to get a room with him? I never thought that the other party would guess it. Because she came from another place to play. Just yourself? How could anyone here know her? Let's go. Let's get a room. Who's afraid of who? Jiang Chu was also stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to agree so quickly. This is not what he thought. After all, the favorability is only 45 now. It shouldn't have reached that level yet, right? Sexual happiness comes so suddenly. Jiang Chu called the waiter over and asked. They have restrooms for VIP guests. I immediately requested one. Then he pulled in a single piece of ice. The room is quite big and clean. There is also a large bed. After entering, Dan Bing was a little nervous. Well, it's not too late to regret now. Jiang Chu joked. It only takes him a few minutes to find a woman. What matters is favorability. Shut up. I'll take a shower and remove my makeup first. You wait for me in bed. I'm going to take off my clothes, and you're not allowed to peek. Jiang Chu smiled. I lay on the bed and watch TV. But there's nothing to watch on TV at this late hour. There are advertisements all over the place. Soon there came the sound of water. He didn't think that much. But then he felt something was wrong. There was only the sound of water, but no movement. It was also his fault that he drank a little and was careless. I can sense when the other person has slipped away. Jiang Chu opened the door. As expected, it was empty. He was stunned for a while before he smiled and shook his head. I know it's not that easy. When I was about to go back, but I found a Motorola mobile phone on the cabinet at the entrance. It seems that guy must be running in a hurry. Forgot about this. Hello, motorcycle. The phone suddenly rang. Someone actually called her so late at night? To answer or not to answer? Never mind. If your family is worried, it is better to talk about it. At worst, you can just say you found it. Jiang Chu, who had made up his mind, answered the phone. Boss Sean, have you considered the conditions I'm offering? 50 million, not a cent less, or you agree to be my woman and give me 51 of the shares of my company. Otherwise, your Iceberg Media company will have to go bankrupt to pay the money it owes and the penalty for breach of contract. I only give you 1 week. How about it? Are you listening to me? Wang Jiang. This guy again. Today, when we went to find He Go and the others, there was Wang Hai's shadow. It must be because I angered Wang Jiang when I bought the building last time. Snort. You came just in time. I just like to see you guys are so angry but can't get rid of me. Wang Jiang, right? The voice on the other end didn't seem to expect to be a male voice. Who are you? Where is Danny Bing? You don't need to care who I am. She's already asleep on the bed next to me. Also, she's my woman. Get away from me if you know what's best for you. You are. After saying that, Jiang Chu hung up, then shut down. No wonder Dan Bing was indifferent when he saw him spending so much. It turns out that he started his own company. It's also a media company. Looks like we have to find a way to get her here. Put away your phone. Jiang Chu suddenly heard a loud noise downstairs. Something must have happened. Then he walked out. The hall that was bustling just now. Now the music has stopped. All the guests ran to the corners. Watching a play. Some timid ones just left. He was holding the ace of spades in his hand. Jiang Chu walked over. When those people saw that it was young Master Jiang coming, they all made way. He found that the middle of the hall was empty. Now there are two groups of people confronting each other. Chapter 131. People die for money, birds die for food. The comparison of the number of people is horrible. One of the ways was a bald, middle-aged man standing at the front. There were more than 30 people behind him. Basically, everyone has a weapon in their hands. Opposite them were only a dozen people. Some of them were wearing the security uniforms here. Even though they were tall and strong, they still felt a little panicked when facing so many people. The others were also hooligans, and although they were quite aggressive, but it is obvious that the other side is more arrogant. And standing in front of them, it turned out to be a girl with long, black wavy hair and big earrings. A beautiful lady wearing a small black leather jacket, a white tube top, and a black leather miniskirt. Jiang Chu recognized this person at a glance. It was Zhou Jiqing, who I met and invested in last time. I never thought that this nightclub was hers. Zhou Jiqing, I don't know where you got the money to take over the place, but I was once your partner after all. Half of the credit for this place belongs to me. Now I want to take what belongs to me. Is that okay, he? The bald man was very arrogant. Zhou Jiqing was not to be outdone and snorted coldly. Bald King, don't try to play tricks on me. I gave you the money when the place started to make a profit. You were just trying to destroy my place so that I can't continue. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. My people will come soon, and you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Ha! The bald king laughed out loud, as if he had heard a joke. Your people? I have bribed your people a long time ago. Otherwise, why haven't they come in such a long time? Ahwa! A man stood out from the crowd at the back. Zhou Jiqing's eyes widened instantly. This person is none other than Mo Chihua, who has been following her from scratch until now. Ahua! You betrayed me. Bald King gave me a lot of money. My mother needs that money for medical treatment. I can only say that I'm sorry. What about Biaozi and the others? Did they betray like you? No, they refused to help no matter how much money I offered. I had no choice but to lie to them and tell them that you were trapped in Beihu Lake and ask them to bring people to rescue you. Zhou Jiqing narrowed her eyes. You are such a jerk, you are a traitor. Bald King. Zhou Jiqing, you should know my attitude towards you. In the past few years, many people have come to me to make a fortune, but I didn't go. It was all for you. Why don't you understand my painstaking efforts? Zhou Jiqing snorted coldly. Painstaking efforts? Painstaking efforts mean withdrawing funds and trying to take over the place. Painstaking efforts mean making my subordinates betray me. You really have the nerve to say that. Jiqing, in our line of work, morals and conscience are all bullshit. Money is king. As long as you obey me, I, the bald king, promise to help you run the place well. How about it? Stop talking nonsense. I would never be with someone like you even if you kill me. If you don't accept my toast, then I'll punish you. Come on. Dozens of people behind him raised their weapons and rushed forward. Zhou Jiqing and the others all frowned. A look of serious preparation. But many people couldn't help but take a few steps back. The strength of the enemy and us is very different. I'm afraid I'll lose some arms and legs. Some even ran away. It also affected morale. Zhou Jiqing didn't expect that she had found the money after all the hard work. The other party is still so deliberate in trying to bring her down. I really should have listened to Master Jiang. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let the other person go. Seeing that group of people approaching. At this critical moment. Wait. Jiang Chu's roar shocked all those people. The bald king frowned. Seeing that the other person was just a college student and he was alone. Showing disdain on his face. TSK. You are tired of living. This is none of your business. Master Jiang. Zhou Jiqing recognized that this person was Jiang Chu who gave her money. Just now, the store manager here told her that there was a young master named Jiang who was very good at making moves. Because she said, whenever you meet such a rich man, you must tell her. Let her come over to get familiar with each other, so as to maintain the relationship. When he heard that the other person's surname was Jiang, he hurriedly dropped what he was doing and rushed over. But he didn't expect that the bald king would lead his men to force him to abdicate. The bald king didn't expect that Zhou Jiqing actually knew the handsome boy, and the way he looked at the other person was obviously different. No wonder he was rejected repeatedly. It turned out that I met a little puppy. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Zhou Jiqing, I was wondering why you always reject me. It turns out you have a little puppy outside. It's okay. He looks pretty handsome. I'll show you how I destroy him and make you scream. Jiang Chu didn't expect that he would become a little puppy. Not angry. Instead, he looked at the person behind the bald king. Black Dog, how many of these are your people? That's right. Jiang Chu saw that He Go was among the group of people from the beginning. The Black Dog smiled calmly. Stand up. Hey, young Master Jiang, most of these are my brothers. How much did he give you? The bald king was instantly furious. Boy, what do you mean? Jiang Chu ignored him, waiting for Black Dog's answer. Master Jiang, the bald king will give us 5,000 each. I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan. All you need to do is make sure that bald king and Ahua don't walk out of this door. The Black Dog's eyes lit up instantly. 10,000. Haigu, what do you want to do? You've already taken the money. Do you want to go back on your word? Besides, he's a college student. How could he give you so much money? He must have been deceiving you. The bald king was a little panicked. Black Dog, tell me your bank account number. Black Dog hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Ding dong. In less than a minute, I immediately received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. The Black Dog's eyes suddenly widened, with a bright smile on his face. Although there is only one Jiang Shao in front of him, but the fighting power was obviously too strong. Rather than risk my brothers getting hurt, might as well get more money. Dog brother. The Black Dog gave a look and nodded. The subordinate waved his hand. 7 or 8 people held knives to the necks of Bald Wang and Ahua. Black Dog, you. The bald king didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. He tried to struggle, but was held tightly by several people. Bald King, you're the one who said, people die for money and birds die for food. I will return the money to you. Don't worry, I'll even give you interest. Master Jiang, I, Black Dog, am quite loyal, right? Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of guests here, and I don't want them to see some bad scenes. Certainly. The Black Dog waved his hand. The gang of hooligans carried Bald King and Ahua out. Master Jiang, please forgive me, I was wrong. Jiqing, for the sake of our many years of working together, please ask them to forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Boss, Sister Zhou, it's me, Ahua, who has let you down. I have no complaints if you want to kill me or chop me up. Zhou Jiqing will never be soft-hearted this time. He said, I will pay for your mother's medical treatment. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Chapter 132, which one smells better, the tea or my lips? The scene at the nightclub returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The Black Dog ran towards Jiang Chu. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be here too. Black Dog, there's something I didn't get to ask you before. You were a soldier, right? The Black Dog looked embarrassed. Yes, Master Jiang, you can see that. You usually take those brothers to do private jobs everywhere? Don't you have a fixed job? Hey, we don't have the ability to find a job. We were oppressed by capital before, and then we ended up like this. We don't want to be in jail for a few months or half a year from time to time, which is also uncomfortable. I can guarantee that except for occasionally flirting with beautiful women, we have never done anything against the law. Most of the time, it's just a bunch of thugs eating each other. The women of my brothers are all willing, and they are never forced. Would you like to consider working for me? I will invest in a security company for Ms. Zhou. She will be the boss, and you will be the vice president. The brothers will still follow you. How about that? There will be salary. Huh. The Black Dog clapped his hands. That's great. I trust Mr. Zhou, and he's well known in the underworld. But it costs a lot of money to set up a company. Money is not a problem. Your salary will be set at 30,000 yuan a month, and the other brothers will be paid 8,000 yuan a month. They will be covered by all 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. They will be responsible for maintaining the safety of Mr. Zhou's place. When needed, the injured brothers will not only have their medical expenses reimbursed, but also enjoy family subsidies. How about that? The Black Dog disagreed. The group of hooligans behind heard this and shouted, Brother, go, and quickly agreed. This is better than trading your life for money every day. Okay, Master Jiang, although I, Black Dog, lack some morals, I still understand some principles. From now on, I will call you Master Jiang, my big brother. Brother, a group of thugs at the back shouted in unison, rising up in excitement. Jiang Chu waved his hand. You should just call me young Master Jiang. I like to keep a low profile. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chu gave He Go another million. Take this money first. Remember, I have only one principle and bottom line. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch. The Black Dog was so happy. 1 million is enough for them to spend for a long time. Don't worry, Big brother. No, Master Jiang. I, Black Dog, have always hated touching those things. I'll kill anyone I see. At this time, Zhou Jiqing walked over slowly in black leather high-heeled boots, looking at Jiang Chu in front of him with a charming smile. I didn't expect that a little brother who is younger than me. In the situation just now, he was still able to remain calm. Stand up for her. It would be a lie to say I'm not moved. Having seen many big events, she was a little nervous at the beginning. Unexpectedly, her most trusted subordinate betrayed her. If Jiang Chu hadn't appeared, the consequences are disastrous. Zhou Jiqing, favorability 30/80. Sorry everyone, the first time I was with Zhou Jiqing in the bathroom, I should have had an increased affection for her, but it was deleted because it was reviewed, so I would like to explain it here. Mr. Jiang, thank you. I didn't have time to thank you properly for helping me last time, and now you saved me again this time. I don't know how to repay you. Haha. Young Master Jiang is handsome, rich, and has great kung fu skills. Mr. Zhou, no, sister-in-law, you can try it when you have time. Before Black Dog left, he certainly did not forget to help his elder brother. But the kung fu he was talking about was Jiang Chu's real kung fu. But Zhou Jiqing understood it as that kind of skill. After watching the Black Dog take those people away, on the domineering face of the big sister, there was even a blush on her face. You're welcome. After all, there's some of my money in here. Last time I asked you to come to my house, but you were not available. Should it be possible today? Just now, Master Jiang. It seems that you were stood up by a beautiful woman. Jiang Chu couldn't help but touch his nose. An awkward smile. I didn't expect that the other party didn't notice it. Then go check on your cat. However, I've been drinking. It's okay, I'll drive. Jiang Chu led Zhou Jiqing to the Ferrari. The other party opened the car door. The long legs and sexy buttocks in the leather skirt moved to the main driving position. Simple action, yet extremely tempting. Ferrari is like a wild horse in Zhou Jiqing's hands. All kinds of indulgence. Jiang Chu didn't expect the other party to be so good at driving. I guess he plays with cars a lot. Zhou Jiqing's home is in a townhouse in Fujian community. The garage can accommodate 2 cars. She drives a GTR. It turns out that her taste is different from that of ordinary women. Open the door and go in. A cat covered in black ran over and jumped into her arms and was caught steadily. Then 2 golden eyes looked curiously at Jiang Chu who came in with them. You really do have a cat. Jiang Chu's tone was slightly disappointed. Well, what else? Do you think I'm lying to you? It can backflip? Puff. Zhou Jiqing pursed her lips to smile, but did not answer. Then he put the cat down. Hey Hua, go play by yourself. Zhou Jiqing brought a pair of slippers to Jiang Chu. She lifted 1 foot herself. First I took off my black leather boots, wearing black socks underneath. When Jiang Chu squatted down to take off his shoes, I accidentally saw a glimpse of white in the darkness that was lifted up. He quickly lowered his head to hide his embarrassment. Probably because I live alone. This villa is not too big. Duplex structure, European style. Below is the hall, kitchen, and nanny's room. The second floor has 4 bedrooms. Tea or coffee? Tea. You just drank some wine. Let me make you a cup of honey tea. Zhou Jiqing, wearing slippers, walked to the coffee table and sat down. The onion-like jade fingers are very pleasing to the eye during the tea-making process. Sit down. Why are you standing? Where do I sit? Jiang Chu was a little confused. The sofa is over there. I guess she's the only one taking tea at this table. So there is only one big rattan chair. Zhou Jiqing smiled with her big red lips. Of course you sit next to me. Is Mr. Jiang afraid of a young lady like me? Afraid? That's impossible. Jiang Chu unceremoniously sat down next to Zhou Jiqing. A faint scent of tea and the other person's perfume came over. Zhou Jiqing poured a cup of tea. The big red lips took a sip first. Well, it's okay. Come on, try it. He actually handed the cup to Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu put it in his mouth without hesitation and took a sip. Good tea, especially after being touched by Mr. Zhou's lips. It is even more fragrant. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Hee hee. Zhou Jiqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Mr. Jiang is really good at talking. So, which one smells better, the tea or my lips? It's hard to say. We have to try them separately. Then try my lips first. Zhou Jiqing offered her tenderness and dominance without hesitation. At first, the 2 of them just sat separately. In less than a minute, Zhou Jiqing threw away her little leather jacket. Very domineering and condescending. Chapter 133. Are you provoking my sister? Zhou Jiqing once again launched a war of words against Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu also put up a tenacious resistance. Finally, launch a counterattack. Both of them are offensive. It all depends on who is the brave one. Jiang Chu felt that this place was really inconvenient. He lifted her up and stood her up. Zhou Jiqing hugged Jiang Chu's neck with her arms. Her long legs were also wrapped around his waist. The verbal fight did not stop. In this way, Jiang Chu brought her to a massage chair not far away. Then turn on the manual massage mode. I have to say one thing. This massage chair is really useful. It seems that I will have to put one in every room of Zhou Sini's villa. You can use it when you feel tired of sitting. Jiang Chu couldn't help but pull open the cloth covering the TV screen. Zhou Jiqing's TV is quite big. He held the remote control and pressed it. That was the correct way to turn on the TV. What caught my eye was a Crayon Shinchan movie. This episode is set on the beach. A Shinchan with a life buoy and two beauties are swimming. The novice held up a thin piece of fabric with thread. It's still that familiar voiceover. Miss, is this the clothes you are wearing? I found it in the sea. My bikini was torn off, and a little kid found it. How embarrassing, but thank you anyway. I'm an adult now, and I have a lot of Superman electronic toys at home. If you have time, come to my house and play with me. Thank you, little friend. Hey miss, your pants fell out too. Crayon Shinchan holds a black one in his hand. Little sister Omega. Do you usually like to watch Crayon Shinchan? Zhou Jiqing does like to watch Crayon Shinchan. Especially that lewd little devil. It's so cute. But, in this episode, Crayon Shinchan gets spanked by his mother when he returns home. It hurts, Mom, don't get hot. Zhou Jiqing saw it with her own eyes and felt pain in her body. With his brows furrowed, he could not help but speak. Can't you be gentler? He's just a kid. It's his first time making a mistake like this, and he got beaten like this. It hurts once, and it's gone. I was often beaten by my parents when I was a child. I felt it hurt the first time, but I felt uncomfortable after that. Zhou Jiqing's face turned red enough to look like water was dripping out of it. But, after she figured it out, I feel like I'm slowly getting used to it. I even understood what Jiang Chu said. Just like herself. Sometimes I can't help it. They will also attack their own subordinates. It's really fun to play. So, she likes to be bossy. Jiang Chu, do you want to see my cat do a backflip? See now? But I don't know where it went. Don't look at it, look at me. Look at you. Just when Jiang Chu was stunned, Zhou Jiqing, who was lying on the massage chair, somehow found the strength to turn over. Jiang Chu was thrown down. She was looking down at him from above. Two bright eyes full of arrogance. There was a proud and domineering smile on his face. Jiang Chu is a wimp. This girl is so fierce. This backflip gave him a lot of experience. It's still possible. It seems that the backflips in other novels are all fake. But, to be honest, he was quite tired, too. After all, I drank all night. It's also nice to lie down and enjoy an automatic massage chair. Zhou Jiqing showed her pride. Looking at Jiang Chu's handsome face below, it is definitely a spiritual double enjoyment. This is a man waving hundreds of millions of dollars. And he helped her twice when she needed it most. I have nothing to repay you for. Only, I've been looking at handsome guys for a long time. Turning back to look at Crayon Shinchan, the queen crossed her legs. Follow your heart. I don't know when it happened. I accidentally touched the massage chair and the setting was a bit high. I wonder how Jiang Chu could endure such a long test. At the same time, it is also admiration from the heart. The opponent's strength is indeed as Black Dog said. It's bottomless, it shows his skill. They watch more than 50 episodes of Crayon Shinchan in a row. This big-head guy brings her different surprises in every episode. She used to be alone. Watch it with Jiang Chu today. It is really satisfying. Zhou Jiqing, favorability 10. Power bank, 1. Appearance, 287. Ding. The system detects that Zhou Jiqing's favorability has reached 90 and rewards 20 attribute points, 76 points remaining. These attribute points can be used. Jiang Chu gently caressed Zhou Jiqing's delicate face in his arms. You stinky little brother, my body is about to fall apart. Don't you like to take control and take the initiative, sister? 3. That's because I feel sorry for you being my younger brother, younger than me, so this is where I, as your older sister, should sit. Then how can I thank you, sister? You are punished to carry your sister to take a bath. You should take a bath yourself as well. You will stink of alcohol and sweat and will dirty your sister's bed later. Brother, you have no choice but to obey. Zhou Jiqing showed a triumphant expression. The eyes are proud, arrogant, as if conquering a great man. Jiang Chu smiled. I picked up the smooth Zhou Jiqing and went to the bathroom. Crash. Water. A bit big. The phone rang early in the morning and kept ringing. It's Xianghua. I don't know where he went last night. Morning. Fuck it, Jiang Chu. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Xianghua's voice was deliberately lowered, and it sounded like it was in the bathroom. What's wrong? Please explain clearly. I was slept with. What? No. I mean, I accidentally slept with someone. I was drunk. Fuck, you didn't rape some girl without her consent, did you? Jiang Chu was also startled. This is a big deal. Zhou Jiqing was also woken up. I don't know either. I had supper with her last night and drank a few bottles of beer. Then I blacked out. I only remember that she sent me to bed in a daze. And then something unspeakable happened. I really don't remember anything else. Wait a minute. Who is that she you mentioned? Zhao Cixi, the one I drank with last night. Jiang Chu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it was Zhao Cixi. You almost scared me to death. I thought you had committed a crime. No, I didn't do anything wrong. The important thing is that it was my first time. My first time was lost in such a mess. Jiang Chu could imagine Xiang Hua over there looking like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. I find it kind of funny. At this time, a female voice came from the other end of the phone. I knew it was Zhao Cixi as soon as I heard it. Xiang Hua, are you in there? Are you done? I want to go to the bathroom. I'll wait. What are you doing? Don't kiss that. Beep, beep. Phew. Zhou Jiqing, who was a little worried at first, burst out laughing after hearing this, revealing her neat white teeth. It's Zhao Cixi. I know her. Her boyfriend ran off with a rich woman, leaving her with hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. She just started working at Yi's not long ago. Your brother has picked up a treasure. There is a beautiful sister who can help him get familiar with the route. Jiang Chu smiled meaningfully. So where do you like to go on the road? Zhou Jiqing propped herself up with her arms. With her chin slightly raised, she looked at him with pride. With the other hand, she lifted her wavy hair and let it fall behind her back, her eyes full of aggression. Are you provoking my sister now? 3. Chapter 130, For I'm a Man. Jiang Chu looked from the face to the bottom, and his pupils instantly dilated. No. Were you bitten by a mosquito? Why is there such a big bump? It looks like you were bitten not long ago, and the color is so bright. Zhou Jiqing was stunned for a moment. Really? No wonder I feel a little itchy. I heard that saliva can kill bacteria. I'll help you apply it on the key points. Haha. Zhou Jiqing couldn't help but tilt her head back slowly. The big waves also fell, revealing the white and bony chin and goose neck. More than an hour later. Zhou Jiqing, favorability 191. Noon. Zhou Jiqing stood up by holding onto the wall. A stubborn face. No matter what, I will personally make him a bowl of egg noodles. Jiang Chu had to admit. It really has a good color, aroma, and taste. Eat with gusto. Zhou Jiqing had a proud look on her face. How is it? My noodles are delicious, right? Jiang Chu praised as he spoke. It's delicious. It has to be delicious. But I'm curious how you made the egg noodles taste like seafood. Because I put some shrimp powder in it. Jiang Chu, are you really planning to set up a security company? Jiang Chu nodded. Well, you are more familiar with this than I am, so I let you be the boss of the company. In addition to your own place, you also know that I have let Mo Yutan's company invest in Gu Yanqingming's companies, including her own company. They all need a stable situation to develop, so we must train a group of our own people to maintain security. Setting up a security company is just the beginning. My requirement is to recruit more capable veterans with high salaries, especially special forces. The more capable and technical talents, the better. You don't have to worry about the money. He knew that many talented people in China retired every year. He admired this very much. Instead of letting those people change their careers and become mercenaries, some can only fight with the security guards in the residential area. It would be better to take them in and train them as our own people. He has plenty of money. It can be considered as doing something good for the country in them. Zhou Jiqing didn't expect Jiang Chu to think so far ahead. As expected, the children raised by big families have different character. Not to mention, now he is her little man. Okay, I'll listen to you, but don't cheat when I ask for money. Then Zhou Jiqing received a transfer of 100 million yuan. It startled her. So much. Not much. The company address can be a little off the beaten track, but find a bigger place so you can use it for training. You can also spend money on equipment and cars when the time comes. Jiang Chu saw that the other party seemed a little worried. He smiled. Don't worry. We have some, but we need to be subtle about it so as not to make the country doubt our loyalty. I can open so many bars and nightclubs, so I know a lot about this. Zhou Jiqing looked over Jiang Chu domineeringly, as if trying to see through him. I don't know how strong this little man is. Jiang Chu returned to the school dormitory, seeing Xiang Hua sitting in front of the computer with a silly smile on his face. The game had already started, but he was still hanging out at the fountain. Are you stupid? Xiang Hua looked up and saw that it was Jiang Chu. I immediately jumped up and grabbed his arms with both hands. Excitedly said, Fuck you, brother, I'm a man now. Jiang Chu gave him a look of contempt. Could it be that you were a woman before? No, you know what I mean, ha ha ha. Look how happy you are. Congratulations. Do you want to treat me to a big meal to celebrate? Is snail noodle okay? Jiang Chu, you're not treating them to snail noodles for lunch, are are you? No, I didn't. After I got up and told her that the car wasn't mine, she said she had something else and left. I didn't have time to ask her to have dinner. Aren't you sad? Jiang Chu was slightly surprised. Xiang Hua scratched his head and laughed. Of course there is some, but I figured out that feelings are something that can't be forced. Jiang Chu nodded and patted him on the shoulder to show his appreciation. Do you want to buy yourself a car? Xiang Hua's eyes widened. The little chicken nodded. A luxury car can take a beautiful woman to a hotel. Of course he wants it. You're going to send me off? I can give it to you, but you have to get Zhang Yunle first. Then I'll give you one for less than 5 million. You can pick anyone you want. Xiang Hua. Duh. Is this true? But why do I have to date that Zhang Yunle? She's so pretty, she definitely wouldn't like me. That depends on your ability. Didn't he give you safflower oil before? Maybe he likes you too. These are two different things. But I'll try. At this time, Jiang Chu heard the ringing of his cell phone in his pocket. Jiang Chu took out his phone and looked at it. No, that's not it. Oh, it was the cell phone that Dan Ebing had forgotten last night. I took it out and saw the caller ID was from the company. Hello. Who are you? Did you find my phone? You have half an hour to return it to me, or I'll call the police. You're so fierce, so what if I don't return it? Who said he would get a room last night and sneaked away alone? It's you? Ahem, Jiang Chu, right? I thought my phone fell on the road, but I didn't expect it to be with you. Well, I had something urgent to do last night, so I left. Jiang Chu smiled, but he couldn't find a good excuse. What's the emergency? You owe someone 50 million. Your company is going to go bankrupt, right? The other party seemed a little surprised, and his voice was raised a little. How do you know that? Never mind how I know this. Do you want me to help you? You? The other party hesitated for a while. Okay, come to Iceberg Media, which is my company, and find me. Just tell me my name. See you later. Jiang Chu drove directly to the downstairs of Bingshan Media. It was a commercial office building. Iceberg Media is on the 22nd floor. The elevator opened, and we walked 2 steps to the company's front desk. There sat a young lady in her 20s, wearing black-framed glasses and a ponytail. She felt someone coming and raised her head. Seeing a handsome young man in front of me, his eyes suddenly opened wide and brightened. Show a sweet smile. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Single Ice. Ah, you're looking for Mr. Dan. Do you have an appointment? No, but she asked me to come. Oh, wait a moment, I'll give her a call. The young lady made a phone call, said a few words, and then hung up. You are Mr. Jiang, right? Mr. Shan, please go in and sit for a while. She has something else to do. This way. The young lady personally led Jiang Chu into the company. Jiang Chu glanced along the way. The office area is large. There are an estimated 34 computers. But now there are only 7 or 8 people to be seen. Most of them are women. But there was a trace of worry on their faces. And doing nothing. My name is Zhang Xiaofeng. You can call me Xiaofeng. Please sit here for a while. I'll go get you a glass of water. Jiang Chu nodded. Chapter 135. What I like most is development. Zhang Xiaofeng wore a white shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt on the lower body. The legs are pretty good, straight and slender. The system score is 79. It's quite beautiful. She had just walked out of the client room. Several young ladies of similar age and 2 men surrounded her. Chirp, Xiaofeng, who is that guy? He's so handsome. Yeah, wearing LV brand clothes. He must be a rich second generation. Don't make a fuss. How should I know that he is here to see Mr. Shan? It's over. Another handsome guy is going to fall into the hands of our boss Shan. What can I say? Mr. Shan's appearance, even without makeup, is much better than ours. Even Wang Jiang, the second prince of the Wang group, came in to pursue Mr. Shan. Do you think Mr. Dan would choose Wang Jiang or that handsome guy? It must be Wang Jiang. He is the prince of a large group, and his elder brother Wang, who is a politician. The position of the future heir of the group will definitely fall on him. The market value of the group is tens of billions, and he is not bad looking either. The guy just now was just a little more handsome. Just a door away. Of course, Jiang Chu heard the conversation outside clearly. I didn't expect Wang Jiang to come too. Bang. Suddenly, there was a sound of a cup breaking not far away. He could hear a female voice arguing with a man. And the sound was just that of a Single Ice. Stood up. I don't even wait for Xiaofeng anymore. Just go straight inside. Shan Yibing, I, Wang Jiang, have been tolerant of you time and time again because I respect you and want you to be my woman. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Who will save your company? The compensation deadline will be in a few days. If you can't come up with 50 million, not only will the company go bankrupt, but your property will also be liquidated and you will be homeless. Do you understand? Jiang Chu has already arrived at the door. From the gap, you can see that Donnie Bing now has long straight black hair. I guess she was wearing a wig before. She looks a bit like Fan Bingbing. Big eyes, tall and beautiful nose. The figure is not inferior to others. Delicate and graceful. Now I am wearing a white suit jacket. Inside is a white tube top with translucent lace material on the bottom. The tall headlights are vague and sexy. The lower body is casual trousers. Even so, you can still see a pair of slender legs. Wearing white high heels. An aura of a workplace CEO came towards me. He was completely different from the one I saw at the nightclub that night. It was hard to relate to that punk girl. Now she was standing and was forced into a corner by Wang Jiang. Even if my company goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with you, Wang Jiang. Please get out now. Wang Jiang snorted coldly. His mouth twisted and wrinkles appeared on his face. You are the woman that I, Wang Jiang, have set my eyes on. You can't escape from my grasp. If you agree to my terms and follow me, not only can you continue to be your CEO, but you can also enjoy the pleasure that I, Wang Jiang, bring you. Despicable. Don't be so frivolous. Even if you don't agree, after your company goes bankrupt and you are penniless, I, Wang Jiang, may not be willing to let you be my woman. But before that, I have 10,000 ways to get you into my bed, believe it or not. Wang Jiang said with a sinister look in his eyes. Then, step by step, he approached the single ice. The other person's face was a little pale. She can call for help. But what then? As Wang Jiang just said, after going bankrupt, Wang Jiang is the kind of person who is capable of doing such dirty things. Wang Jiang saw the other party's eyes were hesitant and struggling. The corners of his mouth curled up proudly. Control over people's hearts. He always gets it right. After investigation, I found out that the other party has never had a boyfriend. It should still be under development. He's in real estate. What I like most is development. So, for the best quality single ice. He is determined to win. Come on, why bother struggling? You have to find a man anyway. Only someone as outstanding as me can be worthy of you. I will never treat you unfairly. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door stunned the two people inside. Jiang Chu pushed the door open and walked in. With a smile on his face, he walked to the single ice. One hand goes around the other's waist and pulls. Pull her into your arms. The growth of single ice eyes and mouth. His face was full of surprise. Wang Jiang was confused from the beginning. Suddenly, a man who was much more handsome than him came. Snatched the woman he wanted from him. Still holding it in my arms. His brows tightened. The veins on the forehead popped out. My back teeth are almost broken. Jiang Chu ignored him and asked, Honey, who is this person? Why is he so rude to you in your office? Dan Yibing was stunned. Honey? When did she become the other person's beloved? Jiang Chu wanted to help her out. But now it's not just her problem. There is also 50 million owed by the company. At present, only Wang Jiang can help her. But Wang Jiang's purpose was also very clear. Not only did he want to take over the company, and want to occupy her, putting her in a dilemma. What did you say, kid? Who is so rude? Who allowed you to come in here? Wang Jiang roared. Jiang Chu. He is the second prince of the Wang group, Wang Jiang. After all, I stood him up yesterday. Today, someone took the initiative to help her out. Reveal Wang Jiang's identity. It would be better to let him give up when he realizes the difficulty. What? Who do I need permission to come in here? Shan Yibing is my woman. I can come in if I want. Jiang Chu slapped his head. Oh, by the way, you are the one who called and disturbed us last night, Wang Jiang. I am saying, you are a person who called in the middle of the night to disturb our love? Are you crazy? Who the hell are you? How dare you scold me? Wang Jiang rolled up his sleeves and strode over to attack Jiang Chu. However, Shan Yibing took the lead and stood in front of Jiang Chu, shouting, Wang Jiang, what do you want to do? Are you going to hit someone here? You're such a jerk, Shan Yibing. You actually slept with that bastard outside. Since you're not a virgin anymore, you're no different to me than those girls on the street. Just wait for the company to go bankrupt and get liquidated. Wang Jiang looked towards Jiang Chu, a hint of ruthlessness flashing through his narrowed eyes. Boy, you will soon know the consequences of offending me, Wang Jiang. After saying that, he just walked out the door. A group of employees outside saw Wang Jiang coming out angrily. They walked away like animals driving away birds. Dan Yibing forced himself to take a deep breath. Then he turned to look at Jiang Chu. Unexpectedly, the other party put his arm around her waist and hugged her. Her eyebrows tightened. What are you doing? He's already gone. Let me go. No matter how hard the ice struggles, it's useless. Instead, it stimulated Jiang Chu. Plus Jiang Chu looked down from above. I can gaze upon the bottomless abyss. How can I not be full of vigor and vitality? Rogue. You yourself promised to sleep with me last night. What? Is it wrong for me to ask for it back now? And I even offended a second-generation rich man who would do anything to get what he wanted for you. Shan Yibing looked at him suspiciously. You knew his identity long ago? Yes, he called you last night and I answered the phone. Otherwise, how would I know about your company? Now that Wang Jiang is gone and knows that I had a relationship with you, it's impossible for him to come back and help you. What do you want? Can you help me pay back the 50 million? Jiang Chu looked at her and smiled wickedly. Chapter 136. At this moment, she is just a little woman. Jiang Chu thought for a moment. Should we take over this company or poach all the people? Because I just saw that there are only a few people left in the company. There seems to be no use in coming. Shan Yibing thought Jiang Chu didn't have that ability and snorted coldly. Although you were very generous in the bar last night, it is still difficult for you to take out 50 million at once. If I can come up with 50 million to help you, so what? Jiang Chushao asked with a meaningful smile. I have to say, this small waste. It feels really good. If you can really come up with 50 million, I will do as you wish and agree to go to a hotel with you. Jiang Chu said unhappily. This is what you agreed to last night. Don't you think it's a bit too much to bring it up as a condition now? Besides, this is 50 million in exchange for one night. Let alone 50 million. Even if it's 10 million, I will give it to any celebrity who won't lie down obediently. You? What exactly do you want in exchange for helping me? And why should I believe that you have the ability to help me? The single ice makes me angry. Compare her to those stars. She is still a virgin after all, and she is much more beautiful than most female celebrities. Let me think about it. Not only do I have to pay 50 million, but I also offended Wang Jiang for you. I want you to be my Jiang Chu's woman. Is this not too much? Moreover, with the style of those people in the Wang group, they will definitely come back for revenge. You are a single weak woman, and you will never be their opponent. Nothing happened between us last night. Why did you say that just now? Aren't you afraid that the other party will seek revenge on you? Afraid? If you were afraid, I wouldn't have asked you to be my woman. So, have you made up your mind? Here's your bank card, right? As Jiang Chu was talking, he saw a small wallet inside the LV bag. I opened it and saw several bank cards inside. Then he picked up his phone, typed the text message and sent it. What are you doing? Dan Yibing was surprised. Transfer money to my woman. You want 50 million. This is your phone. I'm returning it to you. Shan Yibing took the phone. I just received a text message. It was sent by the bank. Open it and take a look. Stunned. 100 million. A look of shock. What is this operation? She even called the bank to verify it. No abnormalities were found. 100 million indeed. It's unbelievable. Jiang Chuqing said calmly. Well, 50 million is for you to pay off your debt, and the remaining 50 million is an extra gift for you as my woman, Jiang Chu. Dan Yibing was deeply shocked. I didn't react at once. But I haven't promised you yet. I have already transferred the money to you, and you already owed me a promise to book a room. You can't escape from a woman that I, Jiang Chu, like. Jiang Chu smiled confidently. Dan Yibing is in a complicated mood at the moment. The same two domineering men wanted to take her down. But the former Wang Jiang made her feel extremely disgusted. So many things happened in the company before, probably the other party was involved. Aggressive. This Jiang Chu in front of me. Although it is also very domineering. But what the other party said was also correct. I promised someone last night, but didn't do it. Now he gave her 100 million without saying anything. First of all, in terms of trust, Wang Jiang is simply no match for him. And thinking about the pranks we played together last night to punish the bad guys. Very happy. He also helped his brother. It can be said to be full of affection and righteousness. I looked up at the other person's eyes and couldn't help asking, aren't you worried that I'll take your money and then deny it? Jiang Chu frowned. It seemed like I should be a little worried after hearing what she said. But next, he held her face in his hands. Then before she could react, he bent down and kissed her, on her lips that tasted forbidden fruit. She subconsciously tried to break free, but the opponent's strength didn't allow her to struggle at all. I can only watch the other party occupy it. The moment she opened her mouth, she was taken advantage of. A tingling sensation arises spontaneously from the heart, spreading all over the body. My hands seem to have lost strength. No more resistance. This guy is too domineering. But she is not someone who can be easily bullied. Immediately returned the favor. Just when she was thinking about being proud, the other party left the battlefield and looked at her with a smirk on his face. Take care of the company's affairs, and then ask me to get a room. I'm leaving. His hands suddenly let go of her. That warm and safe body also left her. I don't know why. At this moment, I actually felt very lost. Seeing that Jiang Chu had already opened the door and was about to go out. Wait a moment. Shan Yibing didn't know why he couldn't help but call him. Jiang Chu turned around in confusion. Well, I didn't have lunch. Can you come with me to eat something? Jiang Chu saw that the other person's eyes were filled with expectation. I couldn't bear to refuse. Open your arms. Smile. Okay. Sean Ebing couldn't help but run over and hug the other person tightly again. Maybe it was because of the 100 million transfer that I was grateful for. Or maybe I want to feel the warmth in your arms again. No matter. At this moment, she is just a little woman. Not the CEO of some company. She just wants a strong person to care for her, hold her in his arms, and bring her a sense of security. Single ice, favorability 20. Including Xiaofeng and other employees from outside the company. Seeing their CEO Sean actually walked out holding the hand of that handsome man. There was still joy on his face. They were all stunned at the same time. Oh my God, our CEO Sean was successfully seduced by a man who came for the first time. That young Master Wang has come here so many times, but has returned empty-handed, bringing flowers and gifts. I heard he wants to help the company through its difficult times. How could Mr. Sean not want such a good man and choose this pretty boy instead? It's over. The company is going to be finished. I guess Mr. Sean has given up and doesn't want to manage the company anymore. At this point, he still has the mood to fall in love. How can he care about the lives of us? He should find another job as soon as possible. The company is just bankrupt. Maybe Mr. Dan still has a lot of money. Wouldn't it be nice for him to find a gigolo to live with? For those of us at the bottom of society, we should just accept our fate when encountering such a situation. Pessimistic sentiment once again spread throughout the company. Many employees and even senior executives heard the news and began to seek other ways out without telling Sean Ebing. Xiaofeng watched Jiang Chu take Dan Ebing away, back to the front desk. After seeing that there was no one, a phone call was made. Hey, Mr. Wang. In the president's office of Wang Group. Bang. Wang Jiang slammed the phone on the table and cursed. Fuck. Jiang Chu. It's this bastard again. He robbed my building, caused me to lose hundreds of millions, and now he's trying to steal my woman. Where's Ahai? Tell Ahai to come over. Okay, Mr. Wang. Soon Wang Hai came in. Seeing his brother's angry face, his face turned black. Chapter 137. When did you figure it out? Brother, what happened? Why are you so angry? Wang Jiang glared at Wang Hai angrily. Have you finished what I asked you to do, huh? Wang Hai was confused. Brother, what did you say? Damn it. I asked you to cripple the guy who stole the land from my building. That guy named Jiang Chu ran to Bingshan Media alive and well today and stole my woman. Ahai. Do you think you have been having too many women recently? Your body is not good anymore. You can't even handle a college student. Wang Hai suddenly realized and got angry when he talked about this. Brother, listen to me. Last time, I bribed Black Dog and the others as you said, and asked them to break the boy's legs. But I didn't expect them to make a mistake and beat up someone else. I didn't expect this, brother. Wang Jiang glanced at his younger brother. The anger subsided a little. When will you be able to calm down and let me trust you to take care of the real estate business? I'm sorry, bro. I was wrong. I'll give you one more chance. Think it over carefully. Jiang Chu has been against our Wang Group time and time again. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I cripple him. And we can't let outsiders look down on us. Okay, brother. Don't worry. The decoration company they found happens to be my cousin Wang Qian's. They will delay their progress for a month or two and prevent their company from opening on time. After we figure out the relationship between Mo Yutong and He Shiyun, we will see how to deal with them. He won't be able to stay here for long. A hint of viciousness flashed across Wang Hai's eyes. In a snail noodle shop close to the street, Jiang Chu and Sean Ebing sat in a row by the window. You said you would treat me to a meal, so you brought me here? Dan Ebing was still looking around the store. Simple decoration. Small table and small bench. The stainless steel bowl is filled with snail noodles. On it you can see sour bamboo shoots, sour beans, bean curd sticks, peanuts, etc. I don't know how much material is inside. There is a thin layer of chili oil floating on the surface. This was her first time coming to such a place. I used to eat at restaurants. I always feel that these little places are unhygienic. But don't say it yet. In this small shop, you have to queue up to eat noodles. It took more than 10 minutes before it was their turn. Why? You've never had snail rice noodle. Try it, it's delicious. Jiang Chu doesn't care about that. As a native of the fruit province, since I was a child, I ate a lot of noodles. Snail rice noodle is his favorite. He started talking without any hesitation. Sean Ebing's brows were tightly furrowed at first. Very curious. Jiang Chu is a second-generation man who spends 100 million yuan. He was so down-to-earth when eating. It was in stark contrast to the calm and relaxed demeanor he displayed while spending money lavishly at the bar last night. But she was hungry. Although the smell is a bit bad. But Jiang Chu didn't mind. She didn't want to think so much anymore. I picked up the disposable chopsticks and tried to put some into my mouth. He frowned and chewed a few times. His eyes suddenly widened and his brows relaxed. The aftermath was out of control. Start feasting. She is from Hunan's side. This is not a problem at all. I never realized that snail noodles taste so good. Mmm delicious. After saying that, he took a sip of the watermelon juice he had just packed from outside. Yeah, you're hungry, eat quickly. My mango juice won't quench your thirst. Jiang Chu pushed the mango juice he had taken a few sips of over to him. Then he took the watermelon juice and drank it directly into his mouth. Shan Yibing looked at the other person holding the straw he had just drunk from, slightly lowered his head, and sipped the noodles. A faint blush appeared on her face. Single ice, favorability 5. Jiang Chu, why didn't you let me tell the company about the transfer first? I'm not a professional, but when I went in, I saw that most people didn't care about the company's survival at all. Some were even looking for other jobs. The lower-level employees can understand this, but the senior executives sitting in the office also have this attitude. They can't stand up and retreat with the company. It's useless even if you tell them. Those who want to leave should leave quickly. Besides, maybe many people in your company are already Wang Zhang's people. As for this, Jiang Chu is very clear about Wang Zhang's style. But if they all leave, what will happen to the company? Even if it is saved, it will just be an empty shell. I only know that if you have money, you won't have to worry about not finding employees. As long as you are willing to spend, there are plenty of talents in China. Jiang Chu, you don't know that the company's biggest problem right now is that we have no orders. In the past, I ran around to get all the orders from the government and other companies. But recently, for some reason, they are unwilling to cooperate with our company. I even suspect that it is Wang Zhang's doing. But no matter what, without orders, even if the company is saved, it will be difficult to develop healthily. Jiang Chu smiled. That's it. It's not a small problem. It's just an order. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it when the time comes. Shan Yibing's eyes widened, his face showing joy. He couldn't help but put his hand on Jiang Chu's thigh and asked, do you know any high-ranking officials' children who can introduce me to a big order? It's not that Single Ice doesn't have that ability. But in reality, we have to receive such a big order. Either the background is strong enough, or you pay a lot of money to get on the pirate ship, or it means dedicating the body. So she could only run the business honestly. It doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. Jiang Chu shook his head. No need. I'm planning to open an entertainment company, and I'll inevitably have to find a media company or even multiple media companies to cooperate with. I can hand this important task over to your company, but you have to put aside some of your soft-heartedness and take this opportunity to reorganize the company. You want to open an entertainment company? But this is in the Fruit Province. You may say that my hometown is good for this, but this. Don't worry about it. Just take the orders. Hire more people in case you can't handle it. Eat now, then go. Delivered the Single Ice to the underground parking lot downstairs of her company. She didn't mean to get off the car. Pursed lips. An expression as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's wrong? Well, I stood you up on purpose last night. I'm sorry. It's okay. It won't happen again. If you don't want to, just tell me. There's no need to lie to me. Jiang Chu, thank you for helping me when I was in the most difficult time. But regarding booking a room, can you let me think about it for a few days and make sure I am mentally prepared before? Jiang Chu looked at Shan Yibing with curiosity. The other person looked puzzled when he was stared at. Of course, you don't need to worry about it. I'm helping you because I trust you and you're excellent and have the potential. I'm also very busy right now. When you figure it out, you can come back to me. Chapter 138, I'll find you again when I figure it out. But I have to tell you in advance, you are my Jiang Chu's woman. You are not allowed to look for someone else. Shan Yibing was embarrassed again by the other party's words, his woman. She didn't agree, okay? Dan Yibing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chu insisted that she do that today, she probably had no reason to refuse. But that was her first time. I don't want to make it into a deal. Compared with Wang Zhang's aggressive attitude, this Jiang Chu is both domineering and generous. The mind is also open. Single Ice, favorability 5. What are you usually busy with? You must be busy picking up girls everywhere. Hey, how did you know that? I only have one hobby, picking up girls. Oh, and another one, which is spending money. How shameless. Then I'll go back to the company first. I'll come back to you when I figure it out. The last few words Dan Yibing said in a very low voice. My face is all red. Just as I was about to open the car door and get out. Wait a moment. She turned her head. What came towards me was the other person's handsome face, kissed directly on the red lips. After a minute or two, she reluctantly let the other person leave. Go ahead, bye. Dan Yibing pursed her lips and nodded. In the supermarket full of goods, Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini were buying some daily necessities. While pushing the shopping cart, he called Jiang Chu and said, Jiang Chu, I want to ask your opinion on something. When Jing is gone, and usually a lot of people come to the dormitory to ask about me, can I live in the villa with Zhou Sini? Yes, brother Jiang Chu, although Aunt Chen and Xia Yanran are there. I am not familiar with them. You have a lot to do. If senior sister Yutong can accompany me, I won't be so scared alone. Jiang Chu hesitated for a moment. What is a person? I'm going to move there too, okay? But he was also very excited. As for what ideas? What do you think? Okay, I was originally planning to buy you another house, but there's no rush. If you find a good house in the future, I'll give you another one. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu Mua. Are you moving there too? Do you want us to buy you some daily necessities? Well, thank you for your help. By the way, Jiang Chu, I posted a job posting and selected some people. I will interview them this afternoon. Do you want to come and take a look? What's so interesting about the interview? Just make your decision. Oh, really? I specially selected a few pretty girls to be my secretaries. Why don't you come and see if you like them? Mo Yutong teased. Jiang Chu. But I thought about it and realized that you lack some experience in this area, so I'd better go over and help you check it out. Poochie brother Jiang Chu is so bad. He says one thing and means another. Then you can just go directly to the company at 2:30 in the afternoon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chu showed a little smugness on his face. This Mo Yutong really won his heart. Secretary, please help me. Fine. 2:30 p.m. Jiang Chu drove the car to the downstairs of the company on time. Now the door has been renovated. 2 words. Style. There are signs everywhere saying that the place is under renovation. The materials were neatly arranged. Last time he came to see it. At this time, a bunch of workers should be busy at work. But now there is no one. Very strange. I'll go up and ask Mo Yutong what's going on later. There were originally 3 elevators, but there are 2 who are reinstalling the high-end ones. So now there is only one left in use. Just got on. While Jiang Chu was waiting, 4 other people came. 2 men and 2 women. He scanned the area. The eyes are enlarged. A man probably under 30, about 1.78 meters tall, with a big backcombed hair, gold-rimmed glasses, high nose, deep eyes, a straight figure, a high-end twill dark blue suit. The lining is a white shirt and a purple tie. He wears a Rolex on his wrist. The other guy was about the same height as him, about 30 years old, short hair, but he's handsome. But he had no attraction to the 2 women opposite him, because those 2 girls are equally beautiful. One has short hair that reaches the earlobes, oval face, peach blossom eyes. There is a small mole like a black dot at the corner of the eye. She wears a high-end LV necklace around her neck. The same is the high-end black professional suit for OL. Inside is a silver satin shirt with a pointed collar. Under a pair of long legs are black high heels. The other is a bun on top of the head, wearing frameless glasses, a pair of deep and bright eyes. Necklaces and earrings are both expensive accessories. She wore a high-end custom-made white suit and white skirt on her graceful figure. The lining is also a white shirt. White high heels. The watch is Omega. Yu Xiaoqian. Age, 23. Height, 166 cm. Weight, 47. Appearance, 86. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 0. Zhao Wenna. Age, 24. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 47. Appearance, 87. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 10. As for why Jiang Chu was surprised, that's because these 4 people all have the same stern face. Chin up. The man put his hands in his pockets. The woman folded her arms across her chest. They all looked extremely proud. I didn't even have a resume in my hand. WTF. Is this person applying for the position of CEO? Are you also applying for a job at Magong Investment Company? The man with slicked back hair couldn't help but look at Jiang Chu and ask. There was no way of concealing the contempt in his eyes. Just because Jiang Chu is a bit handsome. But he is too young and doesn't look like he has graduated yet. Then he was dressed very casually, although it is also a LV brand. But compared to the high-end designs of the 4 of them, that pair of pants costs more than his entire suit. Jiang Chu was already used to this kind of prejudiced look. Super rich people too. If Ma Yun wears an old man's training suit and cloth shoes, no one will say anything bad about her, because everyone knows his background. But Jiang Chu prefers to keep a low profile. Wasn't Ma Yun also forced to travel around later? Well, I'm here at Magong Investment Company too. Jiang Chu replied with a smile. The man with slicked back hair shook his head slightly. I advise you to give up. This company is not suitable for you. That's right. Although you are handsome, you don't meet the requirements at all. I don't know how you read the recruitment information. So, don't waste your time. You will only embarrass yourself if you go. Zhao Wenna also spoke, her tone cold. Jiang Chu was a little confused. Confused, he asked, what are the requirements? I didn't really look at the job information carefully. As soon as the words came out, the 4 of them all covered their mouths and laughed softly, especially the guy with the back hair. The look of contempt became even stronger. The way he looked at Jiang Chu was as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. You are such a talent. You didn't even read the job posting carefully before applying for the job. Sigh. Chapter 139, I told you that you would not enter Mo Gong. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Fong Bin, 30 years old, an MBA graduate from Massachusetts, and currently working at Suzhou Yuanhang Investment and Culture Company, Limited, as the marketing director. He said it with pride. Yuanhang Investment, good. The short-haired man curled up his lips with pride. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Su Lu, 29 years old, a graduate of Cambridge with a master's degree in financial investment. I worked at Poster Investment Company on Wall Street for 2 years and just returned to China. The slick-back man, who had been looking very proud, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. This Poster is known as the Whampoa Military Academy in the investment industry. All of them are famous navigators. The two women opposite also looked surprised. Since you have all introduced yourselves, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Wenna, 25 years old, and I just graduated with an MBA from Massachusetts. I am currently the HR director of my father's Chongjin Investment Company, but I have previously worked as a marketing director, investment manager, and other positions. Both men were shocked. Longsword Investments has tens of billions of assets. If it's your father's business, why are you applying for a job here? My dad's company was operating steadily, and I didn't have much to do throughout the year. I prefer to find something challenging to do. The recruitment notice said that the CEO of this company is a beautiful woman, so I'm quite interested. Jiang Chu touched his nose. What exactly is written on it? At this time, Yu Xiaoqian spoke cautiously. Hello everyone. My name is Yu Xiaoqian. I'm 24 years old. I graduated with an MBA from Qingdao University. I just finished my internship at Tianhai Investment, and I came here to try my luck. However, the three of you are all great people. I don't think I can make it through the interview. Yu Xiaoqian is very pretty. So the two men did not despise it. Instead, he comforted her. It's okay. This is a newly established company. We are hiring for all kinds of positions. There will always be one suitable for you. Fong Bin. Yes, and the boss of this company is very wealthy. I saw that the lowest position has an annual salary of 1 million and above, and this is just the salary, not including commissions and performance. You know, for the same position, other companies only offer a starting salary of 300,000 or 400,000, which is considered a lot. So I came back from abroad specifically for this interview. Su Lu, have you noticed that the position of the CEO's secretary is recruiting 2 people, and the annual salary is also 1 million? My goodness, I have never seen a secretary in a company that is so valuable. Moreover, the requirement written above is that you must obey any request. I even suspect that it is an unspoken rule. I am afraid that you two are not here to apply for the position of CEO's secretary. Yu Xiaoqian lowered her head shyly and remained silent. Zhao Wenna was frank. Yes, I came here to be the CEO's secretary because I have never done it. However, as far as I know, CEO Mo Gong, who is also today's interviewer, is a beauty. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. I only like challenging jobs. Yu Xiaoqian, thank you. What about you? You haven't introduced yourself yet. The 4 of them looked at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu touched his nose. As for me, I'm at Shida University in Nan City. I'm a junior now, and I haven't graduated yet. Everyone fainted. Su Lu pursed his lips and tried to laugh. Are you afraid you have come to the wrong place? Shida-san. Zhao Wenna put her face close to Jiang Chu and looked at him. Jiang Chu could see the smooth, flawless skin and long eyelashes. Little brother, you are very handsome. Can you leave me your contact information? If I am successful in the interview today, when you graduate from your senior year next year, I can consider having you work in my department. How about it? He is a graduate of Xi'an University, and he is good enough to work as a cleaner in the company. We all graduated from famous universities. I feel ashamed to work with such a person. Fong Bin put his hands in his pockets and turned away with disdain. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. Don't worry, we will never be in the same company. I can tell fortunes, do you believe me? I can guarantee that you, Fong Bin, will never be able to join Magong Investment. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. If I didn't know that the company's president is a woman, I would have thought you were the CEO. You are so arrogant. If I, Fong Bin, can't get into Mo Gong today, I will walk out of this building standing upside down. That's what you said. The elevator just arrived at the interview area on the 11th floor. There are still more than 10 minutes until the official interview at 3 o'clock. But there were already more than 20 people sitting in the temporary reception hall outside. There are all kinds of men and women. But the common feature is youth. Handsome men, pretty women. The person in charge of the reception turned out to be Mo Yutong's roommate Zhang Yunla. Jiang Chu suddenly realized. The security guards have hired 2 new young guys. Looks tall, mighty, and spirited. Zhang Yunla, who was wearing an OL uniform, saw Jiang Chu at first sight. I greeted him hastily, then continued to work. After all, there are too many things to do. The other party didn't know that Jiang Chu had invested in the company for Mo Yutong. Fongbin frowned. Humph, so he knows an employee here. I was wondering why this guy is so arrogant, but what's the use of that? Can a small employee really influence the CEO's decision? The others didn't speak, because they are well versed in workplace rules. Except for the college student who just didn't graduate. Anyone here could be a competitor. It is best not to easily stand with anyone and not to speak casually. Trouble comes from the mouth. At this time, a voice came out. Notice to everyone, the interview has officially begun. Before that, I announce President Mo's decision. Fongbin, you can go back now. Magong Investment will keep your information on file and will never hire you. Now let's start with the first interviewee, Li Feiping. Please ask Mo Jie to get ready. The interviewees were surprised. Someone was eliminated before it even started. The competition for this $1 million job is really fierce. Only Su Lu and the other two looked at each other. Seems like he thought of something. Why? Fongbin asked angrily. Boss Missouri has not even met me in person yet, but he has excluded me from the interview. Isn't this just kidding me? Why did he call me to come for an interview? I'm sorry, I'm only responsible for delivering Mr. Mo's message. I have nothing else to say. Also, we will reimburse you for all the expenses you paid for the interview, as we said before, and you will receive a transfer notification soon. Thank you. Fongbin did not get the answer he wanted. He was furious. But two tall security guards had already come up to him with indifferent expressions. I told you that you wouldn't enter Mo Gong. At this time, Jiang Chu came over from nowhere. So, are you going to fulfill the bet you just made to walk out of this building standing upside down? Fongbin was furious when he saw the smile on Jiang Chu's face. Those eyes seemed to spit out fire. Chapter 140, he is also my Mo Yutong's man. Fuck you. Fongbin grabbed a stainless steel garbage shovel next to him. With his hands raised, he rushed towards Jiang Chu. You can't make me do a handstand. I'll cripple you first. Everyone was in uproar. Some women have covered their mouths with their hands, as if he didn't want to see the bloody scene. But Jiang Chu remained calm and looked at the other person with his arms folded across his chest. Bang, bang. Ah. Two tall and handsome security guards suddenly appeared next to Fongbin. A blow to each thigh. Fongbin fell to the ground, screaming. The garbage shovel also fell to the side. Then the two of them simply grabbed each other's hands and dragged them out. Just wait and see. One day I will crush Magong Investment under my feet. Fongbin's eyes were red. Say something harsh. Jiang Chu just smiled and ignored this kind of person. Just incompetent barking. This is a small episode. The others had nothing to say after seeing that the matter had been settled. It's just Fongbin's fault for being too pretentious. He hit a wall. Jiang Chu did not participate in the initial interview. Mo Yutong's interview is not like other companies. She decided on the spot whether to approve it, because she didn't want to waste too much time on this. So when Jiang Chu saw the recruitment poster, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good fellow. Every job starts at $1 million. And young ones. If he had to change this condition in his previous life, the kind that I don't even dare to look at, or else I think it's a scam. Regarding the results of the interview, some are happy, some are sad, but most of them are still happy. After all, because it is a new company, there are still a lot of vacant positions. Mo Yutong basically kept all the truly talented people. There were also a few people who tried to get away with it by pretending to be qualified, but were rejected. Su Lu also passed the interview. I was assigned to the investment management department, currently serving as interim deputy director. This made him very happy. Congratulations, Manager Su. Zhao Wenna and Yu Shaoqian congratulated together. Thank you. Mr. Mo is really decisive and efficient. He doesn't drag his feet at all. I tell you, just like what those who passed before said, you have real talent and knowledge. As long as you show enough loyalty, you can pass. It can be seen that Mr. Mo attaches great importance to these two words. And Mr. Mo is really beautiful and young. God, it's so cool to be able to get a high salary and see beautiful women in this company. Yu Shaoqian was slightly excited. In order to get this position, she can do anything. Zhao Wenna was very calm. He adjusted his glasses. He held out two large headlights with both hands and said, "Aren't we beautiful women?" At this time, Zhang Meili came out wearing high heels. Jiang Chu, Zhao Wenna, it's your turn. Su Lu and the other three were all shocked. I don't understand what it means at all. Two people going in for an interview together? Jiang Chu nodded. Zhao Wenna also glanced at Jiang Chu and took a confident step, walking towards the interview room in high heels. Jiang Chu walked behind her. That black full skirt is so sexy. Go inside. The first time Zhao Wenna saw Mo Yutong, she was amazed. Then young. She is younger and prettier than her. This is a little hard to believe. Zhao Wenna, right? Please take a seat. After Zhao Wenna sat down, she realized there was only one seat. Where does Jiangchu sit? Turning around, he watched Jiangchu walk to the seat next to Mr. Mo and sit down. Then he smiled at her. She was confused. What is going on? Mo Yutong didn't give her much time to think. He asked directly. Zhao Wenna, I've read your information. Your father also runs an investment company. How did you think of applying for a position in our company and for a secretary position? I'm sure you've also seen the requirements I wrote above, which is that all instructions must be strictly followed. Zhao Wenna answered without hesitation. I can do it, as long as it does not violate the bottom line of the law. What if I asked you to go on a business trip with the person next to me, and we had to sleep in the same room? Oh shit. Even Jiangchu was stunned for a while. This is too direct a question. Mo Yutong pursed her lips and gave him a look. I mean, it's not for you yet. Zhao Wenna frowned. Although I know this situation exists. But I didn't expect it to be so direct. To be honest. She is not short of money. But I just want to see that the starting salary for each executive position in this newly established company is so high. And the secretary is paid millions. In the family business, she was taken care of by her two brothers who loved her very much. It's none of her business. I just wanted to come here to challenge myself. And her two brothers and her father's secretary also do the same things in private. After all, sometimes you encounter some situations outside. It's always better to find someone you know than to set a trap for an outsider. Finally, she glanced at Jiangchu. I struggled for a moment. With a surge of excitement, he nodded and agreed. I can do that, too. Mo Yutong directly put out the contract. The other party signed his name without any hesitation. There is no internship period. Become a formal employee directly. Welcome to join the Ink Attack. Mo Yutong smiled and stood up and held out his hand. Zhao Wenna also stretched out her hand to shake hands with him. You are now officially my secretary, so you don't have to go out. Just stand next to me. Jiangchu nodded secretly. Mo Yutong's momentum has greatly improved. It seems that it was right to let her visit those big groups during this period. Next is Yu Xiaoqian. Same problem? She hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Because she had made preparations before she came. Being able to get this job with an annual salary of 1 million is more important than anything else. Finally, she got what she wanted. With excitement on his face. The remaining ones are also very beautiful. But the appearance is only about 75 points. The education and experience are not as good as those of Zhao Wenna and Yu Xiaoqian. But they are also talented. And they agreed to that request. In fact, the request was made for Jiangchu. On the one hand, it is to test loyalty. They were assigned to the secretary's office. Even if the salary is reduced, it is still 600,000 yuan a year. This is already very high for them. That's right. This was Jiangchu's special request. The purpose is to cultivate more of our own people. There will be more and more companies investing in the future. It would be impossible to handle the workload with just 1 or 2 secretaries. The whole interview process was quick. It took 2 hours to interview more than 20 people. 12 remained. There are 5 secretaries alone. 2 of them are the president's personal secretaries. That is Zhao Wenna and Yu Xiaoqian. They went to the 12th floor together to hold the company's first high-level meeting. First, self-introduction and job arrangement. Everyone exchanges contact information and establishes QQ groups. Mo Yutong deliberately left Jiangchu to be introduced last. Since you are all members of the company, let me introduce you to this person, Jiangchu. He is currently a junior student at Shida University, just like me. Everyone below opened their mouths and eyes wide. A look of disbelief. This domineering and beautiful CEO goddess is actually a junior student? Mo Yutong took in all the reactions below. She's used to it. Because when she went to those big groups to introduce herself as a major shareholder. Sometimes there are even thousands of people with the same expression. In addition, he has another identity. He is the largest shareholder behind the scenes of this Magong company. At the same time, he is also Mo Yutong's man. So, handsome guys here, don't even think about hitting on me. Chapter 141. Killing the chicken to frighten the monkey. Shock. This was the look on everyone's face. This handsome young man is actually the company's largest behind-the-scenes shareholder. And this is the man whom they just confirmed as Goddess President Mo. Sula patted his chest and thought to himself that he was lucky that he didn't say anything to offend the other person. He was wondering why a junior who hadn't even graduated came to the interview, but he didn't expect that the other person was the big boss behind the scenes. Zhao Wenna looked at Jiangchu, who was calm and composed, with a strange look in her eyes. When she was interviewing just now, she roughly guessed that the other party should have a close relationship with Mr. Mo. But I didn't expect that he was the boss behind the company. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The middle jade finger adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a bright light flashed. He is quite handsome. If the strength is also strong, it's also a good challenge to tame this little brother. Yu Xiaoqian was so shocked that she blushed. I thought I would get $1 million annual salary. The person you need to accompany is an old man or even an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. He is more handsome than the school hunk in their school. This wave is totally worth it. After reacting, immediately, some people who are good at flattery started to make a fuss, saying that President Mo and President Jiang are a perfect match. But more people began to question the company's future. This is an investment company after all. Both Mr. Mo and Mr. Jiang are so young and look completely inexperienced. Who knows, maybe some rich second generation from some family came up with some kind of business idea on a whim. He knows nothing and can only spend money and give orders blindly. Even with an annual salary of 1 million, the company will probably not last long and will go bankrupt. For them, having this kind of failure hanging on them. Even if you change jobs in the future, you will be ridiculed by your peers. Jiang Chu took in all of this. As someone who had been at the bottom of society in his previous life, he could probably guess what those people were thinking. But for this, there is no use explaining. Only through repeated successful battles can they feel truly at ease and reassured. Now, our company has made several investments. Mo Yutong briefly introduced the projects that he had invested in. President Zhang's identity and the above information are all top secrets of the company. You have all signed a confidentiality agreement, so you know what to do. After hearing this, the people below began to discuss. Someone immediately raised his hand to ask a question. That was Yin Hegua, the interim head of the investment department. Mr. Mo, we can all understand investing in real estate. After all, it seems to be an industry that can make money and not lose money. But we don't understand investing in Apple phones and Happy Group buying. The former is going up against the world-class overlord Nokia. As far as I know, hundreds of group buying companies have already withdrawn from their own apps. And the Me group buying has a big capital like Mayan behind it. This is simply a case of hitting a rock with an egg. There was also Shou Jiqing's bar. But that was Jiang Chu's direct investment in the other party, so it was not in the company's project. Others all agreed with Yin Hegua's statement. They all nodded. Mo Yutong frowned. His whole face sank. That's enough. I just said during the interview that I want your loyalty, not to question the company's decisions right away. How the company's money is invested and who to invest in is decided by our board of directors. The current board of directors is me. If you have any objections or feel that you don't want to stay here, leave now. His sharp eye swept over everyone. The people below were silent. Yes, they made a big mistake. I think Mr. Mo is too young. But the president is the president after all, holding the power of life and death. If I want you to leave, just leave. Yin Hegua, I don't care how outstanding you were in other companies before, but since you chose to come to Magong, you should obey the arrangements. If a commander has to explain everything to soldiers like you, then why are you here? If you have the ability, go start your own company. This is not a formal meeting, so I won't pursue it for now. But if any of you dare to question my decision in this kind of situation next time, I won't tell you to leave. Yes, Mr. Mo. After Yin Hegua finished speaking, he lowered his head slightly, looking convinced. Others stopped discussing this matter. Mo Yutong saw that it was almost done. A faint smile appeared on his face again. Although I am the decision maker of the company, the specific execution still depends on you. I hope you are worthy of your real talents and knowledge. If I make a wrong decision, then of course I will lose my own money, and I will be punished for the failure. But if it is because of your poor execution that the company loses money, then it will harm everyone, and I will never allow it. Don't blame me for being too ruthless when the time comes. Of course, let me make it clear that the company has clear rewards and punishments. I will give the department head with the best performance this year a small villa worth no less than 1 million yuan, and all the employees in his department can get a car worth no less than 300,000 yuan. Everyone can drive a BBA. The people below immediately became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although they earn millions a year. But if you can get a villa for free, you should not miss it. Department employees can also get cars. This is not to worry about the people below not working and being lazy. Everyone works for money. Boss Missouri is so powerful. From now on, we will shoot wherever Boss Missouri points his gun and resolutely carry out Boss Mo's orders. That's great. We will resolutely follow President Mo's instructions. Everyone has experienced President Mo's decisiveness and domineering attitude. Seeing that the desired effect has been achieved, Mo Yutong heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Jiang Chu with gratitude. This time, thanks to him. It was he who took the initiative to find Yin Hegua and arrange this drama of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. After beating him, give him carrots. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me as the president to establish my authority in the company. Certainly. This trick is only temporary. In the end, it all depends on the performance of the investment. No one would doubt a victorious general, especially the victorious general. After the meeting, Jiangchu asked Mo Yutong what was going on at the construction site. The other party also looked confused and said he didn't know, frowning slightly. Judging from Mo Yutong's reaction, he is still happy about recruiting people for the company. I didn't realize there was anything wrong with this. He didn't say it right away. Instead, let Zhao Wenna get in touch and find out the specific situation. Finally, Mr. Mo asked Ma Gang to invest in all employees. Went to the most luxurious restaurant for dinner. Jiangchu didn't go. For now, it is better to let everyone focus on Mo Yutong. I specifically reminded her to drink less. The other party didn't care. Jiangchu shook his head slightly. Mo Yutong had never seen the flattery and loyalty shown by his subordinates at the wine table. I secretly told Zhao Wenna. That's about it. Zhao Wenna has seen all kinds of situations. The mind understands. After a brief contact, she could still feel that Mo Yutong was a novice in many aspects. The handsome man in front of them who didn't let them reveal it was the real boss behind the scenes. He also made the decision to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. This made her wonder at such a young age. Yet he acted so decisively. Even her father's group couldn't just invest 100 million yuan. We will definitely invest separately and gradually according to market conditions. This kind of person. Either the foundation is thick enough. Several hundred million is the money his family gave him to train him, so he can spend it at will. Or a fool. Don't understand the market. Shooting birds randomly. Even if you achieve some success, you can go back and take credit for it. I couldn't help but look down on Jiangchu a little. Zhao Wenna, Favorability 20. Chapter 142 and Na. Are you free tonight? Thinking of her qualifications as a secretary. Although Mo Yutong didn't say it explicitly. But they must obey Jiangchu unconditionally. Putting aside IQ. Handsome and rich. She thought it was acceptable. At least not those old guys. She wondered if she could sleep with him then. Don't do such stupid things. Jiangchu had already arranged for someone to tidy up the villa and add a lot of furniture. Even the cameras and system door locks were all replaced. They just need to bring some clothes and daily necessities. Even if it is 5 seats. In the trunk. The car was still packed. Looks like I need to buy a few bigger cars. I was busy for a while. Enshin had already prepared dinner for them. While my favorite dishes are beef with mushrooms and mapo tofu. Because I have physical education class in the afternoon. So Sho Sini is wearing a set of sportswear now. White short-sleeved t-shirt, blue sports shorts, and white sneakers. I was busy for a while after arriving. But this foodie is starving. Enjoy your meal. Jiangchu was sitting opposite her. They ate at a small stone table outside. The location is a bit low. Every time Zhou Sini bent down to pick up food, it would increase Jiangchu's appetite. Wang Wang is overwhelmed. It's a feast for the eyes. Zhou Sini even picked up some food for Jiangchu. His face was so happy that his eyes curved and his little tiger teeth were exposed. Brother Jiangchu, do you think it tastes good? You didn't even express your opinion. It's delicious. It's big and white. It must be delicious. Zhou Sini noticed Jiangchu's lustful gaze. He looked down at his collar. He immediately covered it with his hands and said angrily, I hate Brother Jiangchu. What are you looking at? Xia Yanren just frowned slightly. He pretended nothing happened and continued eating slowly. Enshin just smiled awkwardly. Then he stood up and said, Master Jiang, I'm full. You guys take your time eating. I'll go make your beds. Zhou Sini stood up quickly with a mouthful of rice in her mouth and said, Enshin, no need. We can do it ourselves. It's okay. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Enshin just left. Jiangchu's cell phone rang. It's Zhao Wenna calling. Boss Jiang, I have a rough idea of what you asked me to investigate. The decoration company that Boss Missouri found before is called Home 2 Decoration Company. The boss is Wang Qian, and he asked those people to stop working and go back. I learned from the security guard that a man named Wang Hai asked them about you and Boss Missouri. He is the third prince of Wang's group in Fruit Province, and Wang Qian is Wang Hai's cousin. Does Boss Missouri have any grudges with the Wang family? Jiangchu's face suddenly darkened. It's Wang Hai again, and it's the Wang family again. The incident of letting the black dog attack him in the park yesterday is not over yet. Now I come to the construction site again. Mogong Investment was just established. Aren't those people questioning the company's strength? It's just right to use Wang Group as the first drop of blood for the new opening. This Zhao Wenna is also quite good. She was a person from another province, but she was able to find out so many things in such a short time. Having a secretary like this can save you a lot of worries. Tell President Mo to find another decoration company right away. Also, tell her that the company's first battle is about to begin, and that is to take down the Wang Group. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wen's voice was slightly excited. After Jiang Chu hung up the phone, he saw the two women staring at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there food on your face? Brother Jiang Chu, I just saw your expression and your words. You were so domineering. Zhou Xinyi clasped her hands together in front of her chest, eyes full of pink bubbles. Xia Yanren looked at Jiang Chu with a little surprise. The cherry lips slightly opened. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Chu probably guessed what the other person was thinking. The current dude is still very useful. A quick search on the internet revealed some information about Xia Yanren abroad. In addition to the honors I learned about before, she is just like her parents. I like to play the game of big fish eat small fish. Use various financial and economic means to defeat opponents. He is a true militant. In addition, she has advantages that her parents don't have. He was able to manage the company in an orderly manner at a young age. Even better than the master. This caused the capital giants to regard their companies as threats. Then do whatever it takes. The mall is like a battlefield. Sometimes reality is just so cruel. He just said that on purpose. Just to see if the other party's ruthlessness has been worn away over the years. Although she didn't express her opinion. But the subtle reaction in her eyes betrayed her. I'm full. Xia Yanren pushed her wheelchair away by herself. Go get ready. I'll give you the acupuncture later. The other party stopped for a moment and continued walking. A faint blush appeared on Jiang Chu's face, which he couldn't see. At 8 p.m. Jiang Chu was talking to Zhou Xinyi about being a star. The automatic door opened. His Ferrari drove into the villa. The driver's door was opened. It turned out to be Zhao Wen who came out. She walked quickly around the front of the car in her high heels. The passenger door was also pushed open. That's Mo Yutong. First, a pair of black high heels and white calves stepped on the ground. Then he stood up holding the car door. On the already beautiful and delicate face. Now it is as red as an apple. Zhao Wen quickly held his arm and supported him. Boss Missouri, please slow down. Sister Yutong, have you drunk too much? Why is your face so red? Zhou Xinyi also quickly stood up and went over to help support the other side. But Mo Yutong shouted. Let me go. I'm not drunk. Really, I just drank a little too much. I'm not drunk. Jiang Chu looked at Zhao Wen. Boss Jiang, I tried to persuade Boss Missouri, but it was useless. After you called me, Boss Missouri immediately told everyone about this matter and asked them to go back to the company right after dinner. Then she said that today was such a happy day, but that bastard Aquaman ruined her mood. She got angry and drank a whole cup of wine. As a result, Mo Yutong broke away from the two people who were supporting her. She staggered in front of Jiang Chu on her high heels. Jiang Chu, I'm really not drunk. I can drink a lot. If you don't believe me, I can still fight you for 300 rounds. Puff. He fell drunk into Jiang Chu's arms, unconscious. Weina, are you free tonight? When he heard Jiang Chu suddenly ask him this question, he seemed a little embarrassed. Zhao Wen was stunned. In fact, she had anticipated this before she came. Mr. Mo drank too much. Will President Jiang let her stay tonight and play her due role? I didn't expect it to come so soon. This is what you have to do on your first day at work. Even if she lets go. It was a bit unexpected. My heart was pounding and I was very nervous. Chapter 143. It can't be her. Seeing Mr. Jiang's handsome face. I thought that this day would come sooner or later. Just die. Zhao Wen pursed her lips and nodded shyly. Mr. Jiang walked towards her with a smile on his face. Just drive my car back. Zhao Wen's eyes widened, with surprise on her face. As if I heard wrongly. Didn't he want her to stay with him? Why let her go again? I had thought of all the possibilities before coming here. She is a secretary. What needs to be done has been made clear today. But when it comes to choosing, she was conflicted. Mr. Mo drank too much. If she sent her over. If Mr. Jiang needs to find someone to discuss life, she will definitely be kept. I finally decided to come over tonight to sleep with Mr. Jiang. But Mr. Jiang now asked her to drive back? Could it be because of the beautiful and lovely little sister next to him? I felt a little lucky. Also a little lost. The other person is indeed better looking than her. No, but please go back and check on the company and ask them to go back before 10 o'clock so they can rest early. Okay, Mr. Jiang. I'll be leaving first. Jiang Chu directly carried Mo Yutong horizontally to the third floor. Put it on the bed. Let me help Sister Yutong take off her clothes. Brother Jia Chu, aren't you going to give Sister Yin an acupuncture? I'll do it here. Zhou Xinyi took the initiative to come over and help undress. Jiang Chu smiled meaningfully and said to her, Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Jiang Chu shook his head and sighed as he walked to the door. By the way, Brother Jiang Chu, your room is next door. Anshin has already tidied it for you. Jiang Chu Omega, what about you? Sister Yutong and I sleep here. Jiangchu. Don't worry, I will take good care of Sister Yutong. /o/ Cindy, you are awesome. Kiki. Xia Yin ran, who was lying on the bed, saw the door being pushed open. Jiangchu walked in with an angry look on his face. Put down the needle back. Then he brought a cup of black medicine and placed it on the bedside table. Drink the medicine first, then give the injection. Are you angry? Xia Yin ran, who was helped up by Jiangchu and leaning against the head of the bed, asked. It's not obvious. Why bother asking? If it were me, I would do the same. Jiangchu looked surprised. So you support me? You are my man. Shouldn't I support you? Jiangchu instantly showed a happy smile on his face. You are all my women, so you are better. This medicine is a bit bitter. Drink it slowly. Jiangchu picked up the cup and brought it to the other person's lips. I'll get it myself. Huh. Xia Yin and put down her raised hand. Jiangchu smiled again. Then I fed the medicine slowly. I guess it was to facilitate the needle application. Xia Yin was wearing a silk silver nightgown. The slight ups and downs when taking medicine attracted Jiangchu's attention. Browse to somewhere. I found the key point directly. Good fellow. I don't know if the dark side has been covered up. Do you want to give me the acupuncture now? Jiangchu helped her lie down. Xia Yin gently pulled the silk ribbon around her waist with her own jade hands. Jiangchu's eyes were instantly filled with white light. The point is that existence cannot be ignored. It's a pity that the dark side is still covered by white. But it had already stunned him for a long time. No wonder people who often give acupuncture. The blood and qi will be more abundant. Take a breath slowly. Acupuncture treatment should not be sloppy. His eyes narrowed slightly. The silver needle in my hand fell exactly where it should go, as if it had eyes. Xia Yanran's eyes suddenly widened with surprise. I can feel my legs. Jiangchu immediately covered her mouth with his hand. He glanced seriously at the door. Then he looked at Xia Yanran's frowning eyes. Nodded at her. Your legs are a little worse than I thought, but it's okay. It should be fine in half a year. Now, as your man, can I collect some interest first? Hee. Take your hand away from your mouth. With a squinting look on his face. What do you want to do? Xia Yanran didn't expect that the other party would grasp her weakness so quickly. Seal her mouth. This was her first kiss. Couldn't this damn guy have said something in advance? I know that one day, sooner or later. I thought I would wait until she was cured. Kiss her when she looks best. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. Doesn't the other party dislike her current ugly appearance? After the disfigurement. No one of the opposite sex would look at her in the face after seeing her true appearance. Can stay for more than 10 seconds. Some of the more vulnerable ones even ran to vomit. But this Jiangchu, he is simply a sex-hungry ghost. I pushed him hard with my hands. It's of no use at all. Suddenly I thought of a sentence. If resistance is useless, then just enjoy it. Slowly. She gave up struggling. The teeth loosened slightly. The city has been breached. Kiss. For her who was disfigured, it was simply out of reach. Now I am blending with another person. Play beautiful music. The other party seized her weakness and refused to let go. Make her feel itchy. I couldn't help but curse out loud. Strangeness. Wasn't the attack just now very strong? Why did they suddenly retreat back to the city? I opened my eyes and saw Jiangchu's eyes were looking at the door, distracted. I see. Arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Let me, your sister, teach you a lesson. Jiangchu was about to raise his head, but two strong arms grabbed the back of his neck and forced him down. He wanted to say that the people outside had already left and there was no need to act anymore. But it just gave the other side a chance to break into the city. Go forward, with the bravery of Mu Gue. Attack, with Mulan's domineering spirit. Despite its small size, it managed to defeat Jiangchu repeatedly. The more you focus on the key points, the more the other party pursues. In the end, Jiangchu was forced to pick up his weapon and scare the other party away. No, you promised I would give it to you only after you cured me. You think I want to? I could have controlled myself. I wanted to tell you just now that they had left, but you still came. 3. Xia Yanran pursed her lips and wanted to smile. Looking at Jiangchu's aggrieved look, those who didn't know would think that he was being bullied. Stop pretending. Tell me what happened just now. How did you know someone was eavesdropping outside? Who was it? Jiangchu rolled his eyes at the other person in annoyance. She's also a genius girl. Xia Yanran frowned and thought for a while. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. You don't doubt. Jiangchu curled up his lips and said calmly. You don't really think that your enemies will let you go after you become disfigured and disabled, do you? I know they won't, but I don't believe it's Aunt Shan. It can't be her. When I first came to this villa, I found that there were many cameras installed here. They were removed when I asked them to renovate it. Also, when I said I could cure you, someone didn't seem very happy. She was standing outside the door when I gave you the acupuncture for the first time, and this time too. Chapter 144. Why is he isolated and unable to sleep? But this doesn't prove that Aunt Shun is theirs. She might just be worried that you might do something to me. Speaking of which, Xia Yinran opened her mouth but didn't utter another word. Because if Aunt Shun was worried that she would be violated or something, then why didn't you knock on the door to stop them? Could it be true? Jiang Chuxiao looked at her meaningfully. Come on, why don't you continue? Xia Yinran looked unhappy, thinking back to the past. At that time, she and her parents fled back to China to avoid being hunted down by those people. I thought I could sleep peacefully, but I didn't expect that the family would encounter a chain car accident when they went out for a drive. They didn't say anything. Only Aunt Shun. Impossible, impossible. Xia Yinran murmured, her brows tightly furrowed into a chan shape, but her eyes slowly became clear. I found a friend and asked him to check Aunt Chen's background for me. She has a son who is a senior executive of a domestic company. Later, he was tricked into gambling and watching and owed a debt of 5 million. The other party threatened to chop off her son's hands and feet if he didn't pay back the money. Later, someone suddenly came to Aunt Chen's house and said he could give her money. Jiang Chu took out a bill. The above is the bank statement of Aunt Chen's son. In February 2007, he received 5 million, and in March he received another 3 million. Xia Yinran took the bill and read it over again. The accident happened to their family in mid-February 2007. It's not like she didn't doubt Aunt Shun. I also checked her bank card statement. Nothing suspicious was found. Unexpectedly, the other party directly transferred the money to her son's account. But didn't Aunt Shun say that her son had died a long time ago? Because of this, the family felt sorry for her and asked her to be a nanny. But I didn't expect. Faced with this fact, Xia Yinran found it hard to accept it all of a sudden. She has always regarded Aunt Shun as her only relative in the world. But the other party turned out to be sent by her enemy to monitor her. It is even possible that the information she revealed led to her parents' death. The kind smiles of my parents appeared before my eyes. Xia Yinran couldn't hold it anymore. Tears filled my eyes instantly. Jiang Chu opened his arms. Indicates whether you want a hug or not. Xia Yinran was originally very sad and glared at him unhappily. This idiot. That was a clever thing to say. She couldn't move her legs. This guy was sitting so far away. How could she possibly hug him? Jiang Chu saw that the other person was crying peacefully, but stared at him inexplicably. I still find it strange. Is it wrong to comfort? Then he looked down and saw the other person's long legs. Then it dawned on me. He immediately smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. Then take the initiative to go over and hug the other person in your arms. Xia Yinran didn't cry, but finally couldn't help but let out a laugh. This guy is so stupid. Unfortunately, Xia Yinran's face was resting on Jiang Chu's shoulder. He didn't see it. They could have asked Aunt Chen to kill me. Why didn't they do that? If I'm not mistaken, you should have something else that they must have. Something I must get? But they took away the company and all the assets left by my parents. Only this house is left. Aunt Chen has been here for so many years. She should have looked for everything. She even helped me take a bath. What else could she hide? I don't know about that. Otherwise, they would have no reason to let you live. I don't think they would be merciful. Xia Yinran looked at Jiang Chu and said, why did you tell this? You don't have to get involved. This could cost you your life. Jiang Chu smiled. He looked at the hideous expression on the other person's forehead. I touched it with my hand. Then it slid all the way to the other person's exquisite and beautiful chin. Two completely different feels. Then he raised the corner of his mouth, looked into her eyes, and said, I still say the same thing, because you are my Jiang Chu's woman. Xia Yinran turned her head and said, don't think you can move me by saying that. Xia Yinran, favorability 20. Jiang Chu, woman. Anyway, I've said it all. What's coming will eventually come. But I, Jiang Chu, have never been afraid. Even if they don't come to find me, I will take the initiative to find them in the future because they are my woman's enemies. Xia Yinran's eyes were slightly moved. The tone remained unchanged. Humph. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for them. You keep saying such depressing things. Don't you want to avenge your family? That's my own business. You can't even deal with Aunt Shun, and you still want to take revenge on your own? Xia Yinran felt a sense of frustration. My every move is monitored by the other party. There's no one around to rely on. How about revenge? Don't worry, you still have me now. I'm your man, stronger than you think. You'll understand after a while. Jiang Chu patted his chest and said confidently, are you really not afraid? I'm afraid it's a puppy. Xia Yinran pondered for a while. Come here. Jiang Chu stretched his face forward with doubt. How could I know that it was the other party who offered her the pink lips? Gently. Very soft. Too cold, Boneless hands held his face. That's because she wanted to kiss deeper. That fragrant tongue. Actively attacked. Jiang Chu, I want to show you my most beautiful side after my appearance is restored. Is that okay? Jiang Chu nodded. What a sin. Brother, please be patient. Xia Yin ran. Favorability 20. All right. For the sake of goodwill. Spare you this time. Xia Yin ran lay in Jiang Chu's arms. He grasped the key point and said, also, I want to tell you that I can actually heal your leg in a week, but the scar on your forehead will take a little longer, maybe half a month. Really? Oh, dirty hands. The words are still so choking. But he did not stop it. Seductive eyes. Xia Yinran enjoyed the pleasure both inside and outside her heart. She knew Jiang Chu would not lie to her. Xia Yinran, favorability 10. Now Aunt Chen's son is missing. I have asked someone to help me find him. If I can find him, I will see if I can control Aunt Chen. So, during this period of time, you still have to pretend. I know that even if we drive Aunt Chen away, they will still be worried and will send someone else over. In order to avoid Aunt Chen's suspicion, after Jiang Chu applied his special ointment to Xia Yinran's forehead scar, I still have to let go of the warmth in my arms. Returned to his own room. Went in and took a shower. Sitting on the bed and looking around. Everything is sorted out indeed. But I just felt that the room was empty, as if something was missing. There are 3 beauties in the villa, but he is the only one who. He is a wealthy man and all 3 of his women are his own. Just now, Xia Yinran's cannon has been loaded with bullets. Why should he be isolated and unable to sleep? Jiang Chu turned off the lights. The door of the room was opened a crack. A furtive head popped out, then revealed the whole body. The cameraman walked to the next room. Looking out the window, the lights were off. Grass. It's only 10 o'clock. These 2 guys go to bed so early. Reach out and gently turn the door handle. Card owner. It's locked. Chapter 145. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will continue to explore. But think about it. Just now he was in Xia Yinran's room. The 2 of them were staying on the 3rd floor by themselves, and it was their first night. It is inevitable to lock the door for safety reasons. The corners of his mouth curved up in a cunning way. Hey, this can still be difficult for me. Back to my room again. Then he jumped over from the balcony at the back. Without making any sound. Then gently push open the bay window sliding door. Slipped in. Ha-hoo-ha. Just by listening to the sound, I knew it was Zhou Sini. Faint light. Jiang Chu could clearly see the 1.8-meter tall bed. 2 beautiful women with perfect bodies were lying down. On the right is Mo Yutong. At this moment, she was lying on her left side. The smooth, round arms rested on his head. She was wearing smooth pink pajamas made of silk. A pair of snow-white, smooth, and long legs swung out from the pajama dress. On the left is Zhou Sini, wearing a set of Sailor Moon cotton pajama shorts. This guy was actually sleeping with his hands propped up on his stomach. The peach buttocks are raised high, turning his head towards Mo Yutong. As the mouth opens and closes slightly, a hoo sound is made. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he was drooling. I don't know what kind of beautiful dream I am having. Where should I start? Mo Yutong drank too much. It shouldn't be that easy to wake up. Zhou Sini was sleeping soundly. He reached out his hand and gently pulled the cute little warrior girl. The white edge of the small bow comes into view. 1 step away from success. At this time, Mo Yutong suddenly coughed violently twice. Jiang Chu was so frightened that he instantly retracted his hand. Then he saw Mo Yutong actually sitting up. I rubbed my eyes, which were not fully opened yet. I saw a figure standing in front of me. Mo Yutong's eyes widened instantly. My mouth also became an O shape, wanted to shout out. But Jiang Chu was quick to cover it up. Shoo, it's me, Jiang Chu. Mo Yutong heard a familiar voice. At this moment, Jiang Chu's face was close. See clearly. Who else could it be if not my own man? I felt the other party was relieved. Jiang Chu then let go of his hand. Why are you here suddenly? The door is locked. I was scared to death. Mo Yutong patted his chest and said, Hey, this is hard for me, your man. Aren't you drunk? Mo Yutong saw the balcony door being pushed open and suddenly realized something. You came from the balcony? It's so dangerous. If you want to find us, you can just knock on the door and wake us up. I'm drunk and vomited, so I just need to sleep for a while. Jiang Chu had an expression that said, I want that too. I can tell what you're thinking by looking at your expression. However, you are not allowed to touch Sini tonight. She had physical education and cleaned the room this afternoon. She also helped me a lot just now. She must be exhausted. Most importantly, she's having her period. I have to go to the bathroom. Mo Yutong hurriedly got up, put on her slippers, and ran to the bathroom. Is that coming? Fortunately, I didn't come yesterday. Otherwise, you can only sigh at the movie. Reluctantly, he pulled the beautiful little warrior up again. Thank you, brother Jiang Chu, for the big chicken drumstick. It's really delicious. How? Even talking in sleep. This guy? Jiang Chu smiled and shook his head. There was also the sound of running water in the toilet. It lasted about 20 seconds. He really drank a lot. Come here for a moment. Mo Yutong lowered his voice and shouted from the toilet door with half of his head sticking out. As soon as Jiang Chu reached there, he was dragged in by the other party. Then she put her hands around his neck. Send a kiss. A long time. Mo Yutong looked at Jiang Chu and said, Jiang Chu, thank you. I admit that I am a money-worshipping woman. I chose to follow you for your money. During this period, I have done many things that I never dared to dream of before. I visited various group companies and received respect and applause from countless people. I was scared at the time, but I was very excited inside. Today, I have my own company. All of this makes me feel unbelievable now. In addition, you saved my father's life and helped our family. I know that all of this was brought to me by you, Jiang Chu, my man. I now realize that I lack a lot of things and need to learn, but I will work hard. Since I have been labeled a gold digger, I will make a lot of money for you, Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu scratched her nose with his fingers. Don't overwork yourself, because you have more important things to do. Mo Yutong opened his eyes wide and blinked, full of confusion. Something more important? Jiang Chu gave a wicked smile. Pressing the plump peach with your palm. What do you think? Hate? I'm talking to you seriously. Jiang Chu then kissed him. The road is long and arduous, but I will search for it up and down. I don't know who renovated this bathroom, but this large glass mirror won his heart. The person in the mirror had long black hair falling down to his waist, like a waterfall, covering the large gourd-like whiteness. But it can't stop those slender and perfect long legs. You are so beautiful. Really? Take a look. Let Mo Yutong turn around. Look in the mirror. It is indeed beautiful. I don't seem to know when. She has become more beautiful than before. I used to envy Li Wenjing's LV4 level. Now my own is not bad at all. Is this Jiang Chu's credit? Handsome, rich, still working so hard, persevering, and even risking his life to make her happy and joyful. When people are happy, they feel refreshed. How can I not make her more beautiful? His face turned red, and water seemed to be dripping out of it. His brows were tightly furrowed, lips tightly pursed. That guy, Cindy, will be woken up. Mo Yutong said in a low voice, because Mo Yutong was not wearing shoes. So Jiang Chu could only carry Mo Yutong and walk out. The long legs are like the tentacles of a giant octopus. At this moment, Zhou Cindy was actually sleeping sideways. The little mouth is still slightly open. Make a ha-ho sound. Mo Yutong wanted to laugh, but could only hold it back. That guy Jiang Chu, I'll beat the shit out of you. Ha-ha. Poochie. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Cindy suddenly moved. Turned over. The other two didn't dare to move. Mo Yutong was terrified and could only speak. Jiang Chu, there is a large balcony outside. I haven't been there to see the night view yet. Jiang Chu? This request is not excessive at all. Mo Yutong stood in front and looked out. Breeze. Blowing her long hair. Scrape his cheek. Smell that fragrance. From here. She can see the whole picture of Nanshur New District. At this moment, only a few lights are left among the thousands of houses. But some high-rise buildings still have neon lights shining. It just looks a little shaky. At last. Worried about catching a cold outside. They returned to Jiang Chu's room. Sweet, sweet. Sleeping in each other's arms. Early the next morning. A ray of sunlight came through the gap in the curtains and shone onto Mo Yutong's long, white, smooth legs. The corners of Jiang Chu's mouth curled up slightly. With a wicked smile. Chapter 146, are you short of money? Do you want me to transfer a few $100 million to you? Hate it. I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. You continue to sleep. I usually do some exercise in the morning. I promise not to disturb you. Are you short of money? Do you want me to transfer a few $100 million to you? Didn't you just give $200 million yesterday? I have a lot of money, hee. When I was about to transfer the money, Jiang Chu's ears were sharp enough to hear the sound of the elevator coming up. This early morning. Who wants to come up? Then I heard the sound of wheelchair wheels turning. Xia Yinran? Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Chu, are you awake? Oh, just woke up. Jiang Chu didn't open the door, but a head popped out from the window curtains. Seeing Xia Yin and sitting in a wheelchair outside. She was alone, showing an awkward but polite smile. You got up so early. What do you want from me? Xia Yinran's eyes showed doubt. Why don't you open the door? Why are you in such a mess? Ahaha. I'm used to sleeping naked, and I haven't put on any clothes yet. What's the matter? Hiss. Mo Yutong's eyes were cunning. Disturb her sleep. See how to retaliate severely. Xia Yin and saw Jiangchu frowning. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I've heard from Master Gu before that people will feel a little weak after receiving too much acupuncture. You are not treating me these past 2 days, so... Comfortable. No. I just feel a little, deeply angry. The kind that's burning with anger. Xia Yinren suddenly realized. I came here early in the morning just to tell you this. I heard what you said on the phone last night. If you want to defeat the Wang group, I can help you. That's great, but aren't you afraid of being discovered? No, when the time comes, just say you want to take me out to play, she won't find out. Okay, I'll let you know when I've made arrangements. Jiangchu. Xia Yinren pondered for a while and said, Tell Mo Yutong that I will only operate behind the scenes and will not affect her prestige as the president of the company. She heard it. No, I'll tell her. Seeing Jiangchu's strange expression, it seems that he is in a bad mood. Last night she also stopped the other party from taking the next step. But never having done it doesn't mean you don't know it's bad for men to hold back. So, she still has some responsibility. I can't help feeling a little guilty. Jiangchu, if you feel unhappy, don't hold it in. How do you know I'm holding it in? No, I'm not unhappy at all. I'm very happy now, really. It's okay. Xia Yanren shook her head gently. If you are too concerned about your reputation, just bear with it. Then I'll go downstairs and make breakfast. Hurry. Well, I'm hungry too. Xia Yin had just walked 2 meters with the cart. Gurgle cough. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yanren felt a little strange when she heard the voice. She paused and looked back at Jiangchu. Are you really okay? Jiangchu said quickly. No, I'm a doctor myself. I just feel a little sad because I transferred hundreds of millions of dollars. Hiss, it hurts. How many hundreds of millions? If you had that much money, it would be much easier to take over the Wang group. Don't worry, I'm here, so you won't lose anything. Yes, it's not a loss. I'm very strong, hee. Xia Yinren shook her head and felt a little puzzled. Then I got into the elevator. Jiangchu was inevitably beaten and kicked, begging for mercy again and again. Jiangchu, Mo Yutong, and Zhou Sini all got up. The 3 of them went down to the first floor together. I ran into Aunt Chin, who had just come back from shopping for groceries. The other party greeted them. Good morning. Have you all had breakfast? Have eaten. Mo Yutong replied immediately. After saying it, I realized that it was wrong. Zhou Sini and Xia Yin, and who had just come out, were looking at her. She lowered her head in shame. He reached out and pinched Jiangchu's thigh flesh from behind, cursing in a low voice. It's all your fault. Jiangchu put his hands in the pockets of his shorts, looking up and whistling. The air here is really good. After waking up and taking a few deep breaths, I feel refreshed, just like having had breakfast. Yes, that's what I mean, but I don't know how to express it. Mo Yutong secretly gave Jiangchu a thumbs up. Why don't I feel that way? I'm still hungry. Zhou Sini was confused. You are a little foodie. You even ate a bunch of snacks before going to bed. Mo Yutong gritted his teeth. Zhou Sini stuck out her tongue mischievously, feeling a little embarrassed. Come on, let's have breakfast together. Great. Wow, pork trotter noodles, and soy milk and fried dough sticks, they're all my favorites. Zhou Sini rushed over directly. Pick up one, put it in your mouth and start drinking. It's so big, I almost couldn't put it in. Mo Yutong's face was filled with embarrassment. The high-heeled shoes under the table kicked Jiangchu. Wang group building. Cousin, I did as you told me and stopped the construction, but the other party didn't even come to negotiate with us. Instead, they directly changed the decoration company. This is a big order, and now we haven't made a penny. Wang Qian complained to Wang Hai, who was sitting opposite him. Wang Hai was also very angry. I didn't expect the other party to hire a special lawyer to study the contract, because it was Wang Qian and his team who stopped the work without any reason. So the exchange is well-founded. Cousin, I know about this. Don't worry. After the commercial building behind our Wang's collective is developed, the decoration will be done by you. That should be fine, right? Only then did Wang Qian smile. Hey, cousin, you also know that it's not easy to support a group of people. But how did you get involved with that Magong investment? Wasn't it just established? Wang Hai was also depressed. Then he told him about his previous encounter with Jiangchu, the robbery of the building, and the robbery of his second brother's woman. Humph. You dare to snatch me from our Wang group and get a Zhang's woman. You were tired of living. You were just a country bumpkin. You don't know. I suspect the He family is involved in this Mo Gong, because I have investigated and found that Mo Yutong and He Shiyun have been together before, and Mo Yutong even went to He Shiyun's company specifically. The He family? So what? Cousin, are you soft-hearted because that girl is pretty? She and that Jiangchu don't have any background. They have been together for so long, they would have done whatever they wanted to do long ago. Why are you still feeling sorry for her? Just find someone to kill her and be done with it. Have you been a little timid because you haven't taken action for too long? Wang Qian said with a hint of contempt. Cousin, what are you talking about? I, Wang Hai, have never been afraid. Wang Hai's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. He slapped the table and said, Okay, let's send them both to see the king of hell. Wang Qian also clapped. That's right. Don't let others think that our Wang group is easy to bully. I support you in this matter, cousin. Wang Hai nodded heavily. Mogul Investment recruited more people in a short period of time. There are more than 100 people in total. It has already begun to take on the scale of a large company. Each project department has also started to operate. Mo Yutong was busy all day long because she had to stamp and sign it. You also need to learn and become familiar with various reports and data analysis. All of this was directed by Zhao Wenna. Yu Xiaoqian is specifically responsible for some of the more trivial matters. That night, when Mo Yutong said that the company's first battle was to take down Wang Group, those people shouted victory. But most people scoff at this. The company has invested hundreds of millions of dollars but has not seen any return. Now they are planning to take over Wang's group. They are obviously an investment company, okay? Chapter 147 Evidence that's what the hat needs. How come they are doing things like mergers and acquisitions? Everyone thought that this was just a random excuse made by President Mo to provoke them. But this is too much. So I agreed verbally. But they started to do their own things and secretly look for so-called investment projects. Want to find the right time to ask for money and take credit. Mo Yutong had no experience, so of course she couldn't tell. I think that as long as I keep talking about it, people will do it. Although Zhao Wenna could roughly guess some of it. But she has never been the head of a company. The overall vision is still lacking. Not to mention, now she spends most of her time in the office to teach Mo Yutong. It is rare to know the situation of the people below. At noon that day, Jiangchu came to take a look. By the way, have lunch with Mo Yutong and the others. The renovation is in full swing now after a change of personnel. I'm sure it'll be done soon. You've been waiting for too long. There are too many things going on in the company. I can't handle it. The Masha CEO drove out from the underground garage with the rear window lowered. Mo Yutong, who was wearing a white custom-made OL uniform short skirt. Now she doesn't look like a college student at all. Mature and steady, like a CEO's sister. Quite elegant. The school also gave the green light because they knew she had opened a company. As long as you don't fail the final exam, it's okay even if you don't go back to school. Besides, they have few dance courses to begin with. It will be tiring at first, but it will be much better once you get used to it. I see from your face that you didn't get much sleep last night. You sit in the back and I'll drive. Zhao Wenna, who was sitting in the main driving seat, had a slightly surprised expression on her face. Mr. Jiang could tell at a glance that she didn't sleep well last night. But, Mr. Jiang. Jiangchu gave a look. Zhao Wenna could only do as she was told. Go to the back and sit with Mo Yutong. Jiangchu sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Remember, don't drive while tired. I'll find you a driver in the next 2 days. I remembered that Haiga said he knew some friends who were retired Special Forces soldiers. Take some time to have them come over and meet you. Got it, Mr. Jiang. Jiangchu stepped on the accelerator and drove out smoothly. Not even 2 minutes left. From the rearview mirror, I could see that the two people behind me were already fast asleep. It seems that he is really tired. Jiangchu tried to drive slower, so that they can have more rest. After about half an hour of driving, waiting for the red light at an intersection. There are a few cars here. Looking at the numbers counting down in front of me. Jiangchu didn't know why. I felt a little uneasy, but I can't say anything. Just a sense of danger. It has something to do with his strong mental strength and ultimate fighting skills. The traffic light has turned green. Jiangchu stepped on the accelerator to start the car. Keep your eyes on the surroundings at all times. Nothing seems to be happening. When the car is about to pass the intersection, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dump truck driving madly from the right. Even when the traffic light turned red, I didn't brake. On the contrary, it is accelerating. The direction he was rushing towards was exactly where his car was about to drive past. He could even see a fierce look in the driver's eyes. This is definitely directed at them. Normal people wouldn't be able to react in this situation. It will definitely be hit and crushed by a dump truck. But Jiangchu was the one who had added points. The reaction is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Not to mention, just now when he was waiting for the traffic light, he felt the danger. I immediately bought the ultimate vehicle driving skill in the system mall. It cost 6 points. Anyway, I have to buy this thing sooner or later. Bought it just in case. I didn't expect that I would actually use it. Jiangchu narrowed his eyes. The eyes are more serious than ever before. The senses of the whole body are radiated out. Step on the accelerator. At the same time, the steering wheel is turned to the. Black smoke was coming out of Martha's butt. Jiangchu, what happened? Mo Yutong and the others were awakened by the loud sound of burning tires. Then they saw a dump truck rushing towards them madly and screamed. Sit tight, Jiangchu shouted. Seeing that the dump truck was about to hit us, the driver's mouth twisted into a look of malicious pride. The two women behind even covered their eyes. It happened in a flash. In just 1 or 2 seconds. Maserati drifting in place. It rushed out like a spring. Avoided the collision with the dump truck. The driver of the dump truck lost his target and panicked. Turned the steering wheel sharply. I still want to continue the hunt. However, the maneuverability of large vehicles is far inferior to that of small vehicles. Under the strong inertia, the entire dump truck flipped over. It dragged on the ground and created huge sparks. Finally, it crashed heavily into the roadside wall, causing it to collapse. Jiangchu and his companions, who had escaped the disaster, stopped by the roadside and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangchu, what happened? We were scared to death just now. Jiangchu said gloomily. Someone wants to kill us. What? Who is so cruel to do such a cruel thing to us? Mo Yutong's face changed drastically. Zhao Wenna quickly calmed down. This kind of thing had happened to her father before. But I didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and cruel. I looked at Mr. Jiang with lingering fear. At such a young age, he was not afraid of danger in the situation just now. The unusually calm handling saved them from disaster. On this point, it's much better than those rich second generations who just eat and do nothing. Zhao Wenna, favorability 40. Jiangchu said coldly. I don't know yet. Let's go back first. Boom. Useless. This didn't even kill them. What a waste. Wang Hai threw the cigarette he had just lit to the ground and said angrily. Brother Hai, what should we do next? Will they find out that it was us who did it? Wang Tai is from the same village as Wang Hai and is now the leader of the construction team. My friend, what are you afraid of? You need evidence no matter what you say. It was just one of our workers who made a mistake while driving due to fatigue. No one was injured. Even the traffic police have nothing to complain about. Don't worry. That's true. Then this vengeance. Let's wait and see. If we keep attacking, the hat guy will get suspicious. Good. They are lucky. They won't be so lucky next time. Come on, buddy, some hot girls are here today. I'll ask you to go and relax. Thank you, brother Hai. Jiangchu and his friends went straight back to the downstairs of the villa. Master Jiang, I inquired about it. The driver was called Ma Lungzi, a migrant worker from the Taiyu construction team. The foreman was Wang Tai, who was from the same hometown as Wang Hai and his team. According to what you said, it seemed like Wang Hai's style. However, now they only judged that Ma Lungzi was driving due to fatigue. Since no one was injured, they directly deducted points and fined him. There is no evidence, so there is nothing they can do. There was a cold look in Jiangchu's eyes. Evidence. Evidence is what the hat needs. If anyone dares to attack me and my woman, then there is no need for the Wang group to exist. Also, Wang Hai and his family must die. Chapter 148, It's okay to hurry up. Master Jiang, are you planning to bring down the Wang group? Their total assets are almost 5 billion, and they are a listed company. It is not easy to bring them down. Should we take a long-term view on this matter? Our Ming group has always had a grudge against them. If we plan carefully, we should be able to tear off a piece of their flesh. Ming Lun almost said it was impossible. But now Jiangchu is the victim. It can't be said so directly and obviously. Master Lun, you don't have to worry about this. My family asked me to come out and gain experience. If I can't even do such a small thing, how can I go back with dignity? Ming Luan's eyes flickered when he heard this. He thought that Jiangchu really had an extraordinary background. The fact that he had come out of his family to gain experience gave him so much capital. More importantly, his eldest brother had found a powerful person to help investigate the other party's identity, but he knew nothing about it. Apart from the fact that his family was engaged in farming, there was no clue at all. Even his birth certificate showed his elementary school, junior high school, and high school status clearly. This shows how terrible its background is. Jiangchu just lied casually. Otherwise it would arouse suspicion when he took action next. Anyway, family doesn't exist. Let outsiders guess. Mr. Jiang is Mr. Jiang. If you need to come to my side, just ask. I, Ming Luan, am not someone I'm afraid of. Then thank you, Master Lun. Jiangchu just hung up the phone. Seeing Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna beside him both clenched their fists. Full of anger. Jiangchu, what should we do? We don't have any ID, so there's nothing we can do to them? This Wang group is so despicable. Boss Jiang, after you said that, I paid attention to the relevant information of Wang's group. We still have 200 million in our company's account. But if we want to give the other party a small loss with this little money, it will be no problem if we arrange it well. However, if we want to take them down, I think it is a little unlikely. Zhao Wenna said truthfully. In fact, she would rather believe that Jiang Chu was trying to comfort them. That's why I said that on purpose on the phone. Jiang Chu didn't say anything. Instead, he looked toward the gate. The door opened automatically. Then a brand new Alpha drove in. Mingqing opened the door and got out from the main driver's seat. He walked up to Jiang Chu with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, the car you requested has arrived. Until you find a suitable driver, I will be your driver. Mr. Lewin is too polite. He actually asked you, a manager, to drive for me. Master Jiang, you are good friends with Master Lewin. It is my honor to drive for you. Jiang Chu didn't know what to say, so he just smiled and nodded. Then I looked up to the second floor. At this moment, Xia Yanran was sitting in a wheelchair, looking down at him. Jiang Chu smiled back. Yanran, it's time to go out and relax. Zhao Wenna was surprised. Because Xia Yanran always wears a veil. So Zhao Wenna didn't know her origins. Do you just think of her as a friend or a woman of Jiangchu? The president's office on the 12th floor of Magong building. The huge desk was filled with documents. Xia Yanran, who was sitting in a wheelchair, dropped the last stack of paper. Said coldly, it's too perfunctory. These materials can be found directly on the internet. They are useless. It's understandable that they are a new company, but since they are paid such a high salary, they have to live up to the job. Mo Yutong's eyebrows tightened. Xiao Qian, notify all executives immediately that the meeting will start in 10 minutes and no one is allowed to be absent. Okay, Mr. Mo. Xia Yanran continued. The company must find an excellent and professional team of lawyers, not only domestic but also foreign laws, and a network security maintenance team, security, public relations. Xia Yanran immediately pointed out many of the company's shortcomings. Zhao Wenna, who was a little unconvinced at first, was impressed after hearing it. Who is this young woman in a veil? If I hadn't seen Mr. Jiang standing next to him with his hands in his pockets and looking so nonchalant. She even suspected that the biggest boss behind the entire company was this veiled woman. I want to ask, why is the company's registered address not in the Manx? Whose idea was this? It's a reasonable tax haven. Xia Yanran saw that Mo Yutong was looking at Jiang Chu. Then she looked over as well. Jiang Chuqing said calmly, I am happy to pay taxes for my country. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna couldn't help but purse their lips and wanted to smile. Xia Yanran's eyes also flashed with a slight surprise, but she said, lots of money. Jiang Chu didn't care. You just need to tell me how much money it will take to bring down the Wang Group. They are a listed company. I have studied the domestic financial market over the years. If we rely on the 200 million in the company's account, it will be no problem to spend 2 weeks to sink their stock price to deal with a company with a market value of only several billion. The other party also has construction companies, real estate companies, and other companies. As long as their capital chain is broken and some news comes out, it will form a chain reaction. By then, even if they don't go bankrupt, they will be close to it. However, the other party's methods are vicious. They can't find the manipulators behind the financial situation, but in reality, they will guess that it was us who did it sooner or later. The worst-case scenario will be a situation where both sides will be destroyed. Xia Yanran said very confidently. Mo Yutong was stunned by what she heard, but she always felt that the other party was very awesome. At the same time, I also discovered more and more of my own shortcomings. Zhao Wenna is experienced, although I don't know where the other party came from. But from just a few simple sentences, it can be known that Xia Yanran is definitely someone with rich experience in this area. Otherwise, the idea would never be so clear. That's right. Some large groups seem to be impregnable. But in the financial sector, once you find the gap, a fatal blow to the other side could sink the entire group. It's hard to imagine someone so young. I can actually do this. She herself doesn't have that confidence. It's becoming more and more mysterious. Looking forward to it. In the next stock market and financial market sniper war. How awesome is this Xia Yanran? What Xia Yanran didn't understand was, Jiang Chu in front of him was still frowning. She said she could bring down the Wang Group. And now there is only her. To have the power to bring it down. Is he doubting her ability? Jiang Chu, what does that expression mean? Don't you trust me? Jiang Chu waved his hand. No, I think 2 weeks is too long. I don't want to see them jumping around for so long. This time it was a car accident. Who knows what they can do next time? It doesn't matter if they deal with me, but what if they deal with you? Can you go faster? Zhao Wenna's eyes widened. An incredible one. Xia Yanran's words that she could destroy a large group in 2 weeks with 200 million yuan were shocking enough. Now this Mr. Jiang. You still think it's too slow? Can you please stop talking nonsense if you don't understand this business? It is not certain whether someone else could defeat them with 200 million. Zhao Wenna, favorability 5. Xia Yinran, who was wearing a veil, had no expression on her face. But she sat up slightly straighter. Just tap your fingers. After a moment's silence, he said. It's not impossible to hurry up. Chapter 149 must obey unconditionally. But it requires more funds. If I have 500 million to command, today is Tuesday, and I can bring down the other party's stock price before the weekend closes. The prerequisite is that everyone in the company must listen to my orders and cooperate with me in the attack unless there are any major mistakes. 500 million. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna were both shocked. The company has just invested several hundred million, including the 200 million in the account. Those were all taken out by Jiang Chu. How is it possible to come up with another 300 million? You know, Jiang Chu is just a junior student. Only a 1,000-year-old family can afford to give a younger generation so much money to play around, right? Boss Jiang, I think it's amazing that Miss Xia can defeat Wang's group with 200 million. Zhao Wenna couldn't help but speak up. But Jiang Chu looked back at him with a sharp and oppressive gaze. Directly dumb. My heart was shocked. In the past, she had met many CEOs of billion-dollar corporations with her father. It didn't make her shrink back or get nervous. Unexpectedly. Now she is being stared at by a younger brother who is younger than her and dares not speak. Jiang Chu stretched out 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 billion yuan. I want to see Wang's group wiped out this week. The other 3 were shocked. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna opened their mouths so wide that a fried dough stick could be stuffed in. Even Xia Yinran, who was always calm and composed, held the wheelchair tightly with both hands. Then the corners of the cold cherry lips slowly curled up. A smile like a demon being unleashed. To be honest, she used to control battles worth more than $10 billion on Wall Street. The unit is knife, not Chinese currency. So she was asked to direct this small game worth 200 million yuan. A bit disdainful indeed. But she couldn't rush. Just start slowly. I didn't expect that Jiang Chu in front of me. Her man. They can actually come up with $2 billion. On the one hand, she was confident that she could defeat the Wang group within 3 days. On the other hand, this shows that there is a powerful person behind Jiang Chu. Maybe I will have the opportunity to go abroad for revenge in the future. How could she not be excited and thrilled? Okay, if you can come up with 2 billion, I guarantee that Wang's group will go bankrupt before Friday. Crazy. Zhao Wenna felt that the 2 people in front of her were simply crazy. A boaster. One who dares to believe and guarantee. He glanced at Mr. Mo. The other party was just as shocked as she was. But at this time, he looked accustomed to it. This. Is she wrong? In less than 2 minutes. When Mo Yutong received the text message. Haven't had time to watch yet. The bank called right away. The purpose is to tell Mo Yutong. The account levels of her and her company were upgraded accordingly. The bank will personally send her China's highest level bank card later. 5 Claude Golden Dragon Supreme Black Card. Mo Yutong's face was filled with excitement again. But it soon calmed down. Nodded to Jiang Chu. 2 billion has arrived. Hiss. Zhao Wenna was shocked again. I couldn't help but take a breath. The whole person was petrified. This is actually true. How is that possible? 2 billion. Even her father. It is impossible to come up with these 2 billion at once. Not to mention transferring money within 2 minutes. This is a special happy bean. Wrong. It should be the game coins that give you a 99.99 critical hit with 1 strike, right? Unlike Zhao Wenna. Xia Yinran actually showed a faint smile. Yes, it seems that I still underestimated you. Jiang Chu looked very proud. The same expression as the guy in that movie where Shen Maoding showed his hand. I asked Zhou Jiqing to open a security company. They said some nimble experts have come recently. I'll go take a look later. As for this side, it's up to you. This is also the company's first battle. We must fight beautifully. Even if we lose some money, we can't leave any hope for the other side. Since they don't want me to live, and they dare to touch my woman, then there is no need for them to exist. Jiang Chu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and dominance. The eyes of the 3 women next to them turned into pink bubbles. Mo Yutong? This is my man. For me, he dares to be an enemy of a group and even defeat them. Zhao Wenna, I underestimated and misunderstood Mr. Jiang before. Besides being handsome, he is also so rich. He must have a super rich family behind him. As Mr. Jiang's woman, I can be so happy. As Mr. Mo's secretary, I am asked to share his burden when he needs it. Doesn't that mean I am also Mr. Jiang's woman? It's great. I'm looking forward to the time when I can have nothing to do with. Xia Yanran? Her man? He is a bit fickle, but he is quite reliable. Zhao Wenna, favorability 60-75. Xia Yinran, favorability 5. Jiang Chu didn't expect that pretending to be cool could increase his popularity so much. It turns out that Mo Yutong's last point is not so easy to improve. But now the favorability is 99. Almost till death. When the amount reached 100, he still missed a large part of the refund. Don't worry. Now there are only 3 that meet the system 95 condition. Li Wenjing scored 97, Mo Yutong scored 99, and Shou Xinyi scored 96. You need to raise 2 more to level up. We still need to continue to donate millions of love. At this time, Yu Shaoqian walked in through the door with her high heels clicking. I was stunned for a moment when I saw the expressions of the 3 women inside. Still don't understand what happened. Boss Missouri, it's time. Mo Yutong nodded. Although she lacks experience and is like a rookie. But don't be discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit and looked confident. Just because there is a mysterious and powerful man behind it. With a master like Xia Yanran, there is nothing to be afraid of. The money matter should be kept secret. Xia Yanran spoke. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wen both nodded. Then she stepped on her high heels and strode towards the meeting room with a confident and domineering step. In the meeting room, a dozen executives have arrived. They were talking among themselves about the content of today's emergency meeting. I've only been working for a few days. I don't know what could be so important. Even if Mo Yutong and Zhao Wen walked in together. The conference room was still noisy. Bang! Mo Yutong threw the document in his hand to the ground. His expression was dignified and indifferent. The crowd below suddenly became quiet. Sit upright. At this time, Mo Yutong spoke coldly. Next time if I hold a meeting like this again, the secretary will ask him to leave directly. If it happens 3 times, he will leave on his own. The last thing I want to say is that tomorrow no one is allowed to ask for leave or be late. In the next 3 days, all employees who will participate in the battle, including you, must live in the company. The beds have been arranged. During this period, everything must be kept confidential. There are no questions about the instructions issued, and they must be obeyed unconditionally. If anyone dares to fail in the company's first battle, I will hold him accountable. Chapter 150 Chao Luoxin, codenamed Nine-Tailed Fox. A group of senior executives were already worried. I didn't expect that President Mo would actually do this. The executives started to arrange the work without any hesitation. They're all ultimers. Now is a great opportunity to prove their abilities. After all, they are now serving as deputy positions. The full-time jobs are all vacant. It could be them. But if they fail to do well and fail to satisfy Mr. Mo, then it may drop at any time. In conclusion, they all have to give it their all. But it's only been 3 days. What can be done in 3 days? Everyone has the same question in their mind. Xia Yanran continued to stay and explain the work. As calm and orderly as a commander of an army. From time to time, he would give Mo Yutong and Zhao Wen a brief explanation. The 2 of them praised Xia Yanran's erudition and wisdom. As for the person involved, Jiang Chu, he slipped away early. It is better to leave professional matters to professionals. He drove to one of Zhou Jiqing's bars. The car stopped at the door. Zhou Jiqing, He Go, and a tall, handsome middle-aged man were already standing there waiting. Jiang Chu came out of the Ferrari. Zhou Jiqing nodded to a subordinate next to her. The man came over, took the car keys from Jiang Chu's hand, and helped him park the car. Boss. Young Master Jiang, you've been in the underworld for too long and you haven't changed in an instant. The black dog scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Chu, this is my brother, Zhou Jining. Zhou Jiqing introduced. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have heard a lot about you. Zhou Jining walked up to Jiang Chu and extended his hand with a smile on his face. Hello. Jiang Chu also extended his hand to shake hands with him. Feel the calluses on my hands. And the other person's temple is raised. There was a fierceness in his eyes. It seems that he is also a martial artist who travels around the world. Come on, let's sit inside and talk. They were sitting in the VIP box in the bar's lobby. Because it was daytime. It was not open for business. Zhou Jinting's sitting posture is very elegant. Legs side by side. With a cigar in hand. Plus he has a slicked back hair. Wearing a suit vest. He is comparable to Su Wenxiang from Shanghai. Thank you, Master Jiang, for helping Jiqing out last time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. We didn't expect Huazi to betray us and collude with the Bald King. It's also my fault that I was soft-hearted at the beginning and didn't guard against the Bald King's ambition. You're welcome. Jiqing's business is my business. Jiang Chu's words meant that Zhou Jiqing was his woman. The black dog laughed on the side, thinking that the boss is the boss and speaks in such a domineering manner. Zhou Jiqing, who was usually domineering and direct, actually lowered her head slightly and looked shy. Even Zhou Jinting was a little surprised, but there was no change on his face. My sister has been spoiled by me and my dad since she was young. She is very impetuous and does whatever she wants. Sometimes even I can't control her. I hope you, Mr. Jiang, can take care of her in the future. This obviously means letting go. Do whatever you like. We have been paying attention to what you mentioned before, Mr. Jiang. Zhou Zhenting nodded to one of his men in the distance. Soon 7 people came out. Each step is steady. The posture is upright. The clothes they wear are all camouflage uniforms. But you can see the strong and powerful figure inside. And he found that there was actually a woman inside. But the common expression on their faces was reluctance, disdain, and a hint of resentment. One is a strong man in a gray vest. He walked straight up and stood behind Zhou Zhenting. The man next to me is my brother who has been through thick and thin with me. He is also my childhood friend. His name is Chu Feiyan, and he came from there. I was abroad that night, and he was also tricked by Huazi to go somewhere else. Otherwise, the bald king wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. I have always wanted to take care of the brothers I met there, but the place is so small, and sometimes I am powerless. I don't want them to work in this field after they come out. After all, for ordinary people, this is a bit embarrassing. Now I heard that you are going to set up a security company, and there are policies specifically for special people like them. I am very happy. I'm not very good at talking. Anyway, I, Zhou Zhenting, will remember your kindness, Jiang Xiao. Brother Zhenting, you're welcome. This is what I've always wanted to do. Jiang Chu said with a smile. Zhou Zhenting glanced at the dozen or so people standing in a row and said, Feiyan. Chu Feiyan nodded. He walked to the front of the row of people and looked at the first person with admiration and pride. Xiaolong, there are some things I didn't have time to tell you before. This is Master Jiang. He is going to set up a security company and wants to find a few trustworthy people to be around him. I recommended you to him. Now, come and introduce yourself to Master Jiang. The man took a step forward, looking at Jiang Chu. There is something extraordinary between his eyebrows, but there was a hint of disdain and disappointment in his eyes. Master Jiang, my name is Xiang Xiaolong, and I gave myself the code name Longmu. Due to the confidentiality system, I cannot tell you where I came from. I am the captain of their team. Everyone else, please introduce yourselves. Yes. The second one came out next. It's actually a woman. And she is very beautiful. Short hair. Sword-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes. A tall and beautiful nose. The lips are very sexy. But because I hold it tightly. So there is a hint of seriousness. But her figure is quite hot. The high ridges on the camouflage uniform are as arrogant as her current expression. The long pants cover the long legs. But the buttocks at the back are very sexy. It's just that the voice was a bit cold and contemptuous. Xiao Luoxin, codename Nine-Tailed Fox, deputy captain, good at computers, intelligence analysis, and spy disguise. Forget it, you won't be able to do it if I tell you more. Xiao Luoxin. Age, 24. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 54. Appearance, 86C. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 30. Jiang Chu was confused when he saw the 30 favorability. What's going on? Is it wrong to be handsome? The third one is a big guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. A body of muscles. Mengshan, codenamed Saber-Tooth Tiger, is good at heavy weapons and martial arts. The fourth and fifth look very similar, like twins, especially their eyes, which are very sharp. But one of the eyes has a layer of white cataract. Yin Bei, codenamed Hawkeye, sniper. Yin Nan, codenamed Eagle Falcon, is also a sniper, but he is usually Yin Bei's observer. We are brothers. The only difference between them is there is a long scar on Yin Bei's face. It looked like it was grazed by a bullet. Hey, my name is King Kong, codename is Beryl, Demolition Man. This person looks silly with a silly smile on his face. After their introduction, Jiang Chu was quite shocked. What a small team. And so young. Why did you retire? This shouldn't happen. Chapter 151. I still have many tricks to use. Seemingly seeing Jiang Chu's doubts, Chu Feiyan said, Master Jiang, there are some things that I cannot explain to you too much. Anyway, these guys are much more reliable than those professional bodyguards, so you can rest assured. Jiang Chu nodded. Feiyan, Xiaolong, and I trust you, so we brought them here to find you. We originally thought that if we followed you, even if it was a little dirty and tiring, at least we were all comrades. But this guy in front of us, if I'm right, should be a playboy. You want us to follow him? Even if we are injured, we are not reduced to the point of working for a loser. Xiao Luoxin couldn't help but speak. His tone was very unfriendly. Xiaolong did not speak. The others also had a hint of anger. No. Chu Feiyan was also a little confused. He has a straightforward personality. I heard that they couldn't find a job after retiring. The family needs to make a living. Knowing that Master Jiang was going to set up a security company and offer such a high salary. He also said that he was looking for talents, so he hurriedly asked them to come over. Unexpectedly, it backfired. Listen to me. Young Master Jiang is not the person you think he is. Xiao Luoxin snorted coldly. How much do you know about him? What can a 20-year-old college student do besides having some money given by his family? Xiang Xiaolong also spoke. Luo Xian is a bit blunt, but he does make sense. We need money, but we don't need to work for a rich kid without knowing right from wrong. I'd rather be a neighborhood security guard. All right. Jiangchu narrowed his eyes. It is said that everyone who comes out of there has a hot temper and is unwilling to be inferior to others. It really lives up to its reputation. Nor is he angry. He has a natural respect for this profession. But this is a scene that only happened in Soldier King. I didn't expect it to be performed in a bar now. You think you're awesome, right? How about this? Just pick someone to fight me. If you can beat me, you can leave. I'll also give you 1 million each. Do whatever you want. But if you lose, you can just follow me. How about that? You must be joking. How could we lose? Don't think that you can challenge the people inside just because you learned a few tricks of kung fu outside. Even if we're injured, you can't be our opponent. Xiao Luoxin said disdainfully. Others also felt that Jiang Chu looked like he had never seen anything like this before. They are very confident in their skills. Mr. Jiang, out of respect for you, I would like to remind you that they are not ordinary people. Each of them has ranked in the competition inside, and it is easy for them to accidentally hurt you. What is there to sit down and discuss properly? Chu Feiyan hurriedly persuaded him, but his words also meant to persuade Jiang Chu not to ask for trouble. He was a young master, so why would he do that? Zhou Zhenting didn't say anything, although it was the first time I met Jiang Chu. But the other person didn't give him the impression that he was the kind of person who was easily impulsive. But to say that we can defeat the opponent, he has no faith in his heart. It was originally mixed up. He could tell at a glance that the pressure from the people opposite him was no less than that from Chu Feiyan. You know, Chu Feiyan is known as a gold medal fighter. How could Jiang Chu have that ability? Jiang Chu, you. Zhou Jiqing also quickly spoke up to persuade him. She had to admit that Jiang Chu was very good at that. But now it's a competition. Moreover, what the other party practiced was not just fancy moves. They are all killer moves. Ever since Jiang Chu helped her. And inside is the shape of Jiang Chu. She found herself unable to stop lusting after this young, handsome brother. Satisfy all her fantasy needs. It's just awesome. So have to worry. However, Jiang Chu just waved at her and nodded with a smile. It's okay, trust me. Are you sure we won and gave us 1 million each? Xiang Xiaolong asked. I don't know where the other party gets his confidence from, but if they had the money, you can do whatever you want. The sky is high and the sea is vast. You can fly freely. Good. Okay. If we lose, we'll all work for you. Is that okay with you? Xiang Xiaolong looked at several teammates. Agree. Agree. Jiang Chu smiled, stood up and said. Okay, who'll go first? Mengshan stood up and said. Let me do it. I'm the best among them. After all, this is a matter of honor, so I won't let you down. Okay, if you want to fight, do your best and don't let me down. Jiang Chu also laughed. The black dog squinted his eyes and smiled confidently. Among this group of people, he was the only one who had seen Jiang Chu's power. At first, he was deceived by the other party's youth and casualness. Only after he took action did you realize how terrifying Jiang Chu was. Everyone stepped back and made room for the two. After polite greetings, the two of them were on the verge of a fight. Mengshan started the game by doing a cannonball step and punching Jiang Chu in the chest. For ordinary people, even if you put your hands across your chest to block it, there is still a risk of fracture. After all, most of what you learn in there are killing skills. Now Mengshan already has some strength left. The other party is a rich second generation. If you kill them, not only will you not get any money, you might even be involved in a lawsuit. Jiang Chu dodged easily and sneered. Not enough. Use all your strength. Mengshan frowned. The other party dodged with ease. I didn't expect he was actually a master. No wonder he is so confident. No longer hide your strength. I showed what I learned in the army, but whether it is a direct attack or a feint followed by a feint. The fight lasted for 5 minutes. He couldn't even get the slightest advantage in front of Jiang Chu. Xiang Xiaolong and the others outside the arena were all shocked. Mengshanko was the second-place winner in the martial arts competition at the training ground. Even if I'm hurt now, it is impossible for it to be like this now. It was impossible to tell what style the opponent's movements were from. More importantly, so far, the enemy has not yet taken the initiative to attack. It's all defense. Jiang Chu saw that it was almost done. Then it's time to end. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. It's my turn. Seized the opponent's weakness instantly. Kicked him in the chest. He was kicked 2 meters away and fell to the ground. Mengshan. Xiao Luoxian hurried to check his injuries. I'm fine. The other party held back. I can't beat him. Mingxin looked dejected. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Chu, who was calm and composed. There is a lack of confidence in the eyes. Only the black dog looked as if it was true. The boss is the boss. It's really awesome. Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Zhou Jiqing ran to Jiang Chu and hugged his arm. Praise with a smile on his face. What do you mean by unexpected? Haven't you experienced how powerful I am? Zhou Jiqing saw Jiang Chu's evil smile and kicked him with her high heels. Hands on hips. Humph, don't be complacent. I still have a lot of tricks to use. Ahem. Zhou Jinting immediately interrupted his sister. A face full of embarrassment. Chapter 150 Humanoid X-Ray Machine. Xiang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Chu and said, I didn't expect you to be so talented. We are willing to accept defeat. Jiang Chu waved his hand. If there wasn't a bullet lodged in his right chest, I don't think I could have defeated him. Of course he said this out of modesty to give others some face. Xiang Xiaolong's eyes showed shock. The same goes for others. How do you know he had a bullet wound in the right side of his chest? Jiang Chu smiled. I know some medical skills. Maybe I can cure him and make him back to normal. Xiang Xiaolong and Mingxin on the ground suddenly opened their eyes wide. Can you cure him? But even the most famous doctors in China and abroad were helpless, saying that there was only a 30% chance of success in taking the bullet out. If you were not careful, it could be fatal, so they gave up and left the bullet inside. How could you? To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Chu's abnormal martial arts performance just now, they will both think the other is talking nonsense and blowing cannon. Jiang Chu didn't answer him directly. Instead, he continued. You, Xiang Xiaolong, were shot in the head, at the back of the left head, and another one at the base of the right thigh. You, Trao Luoxian, were shot on the left side of the chest, 1 centimeter away from the heart. Fortunately, the bullet had a long range and the impact was not that great, but it also affected your normal life, such as the inability to concentrate and forgetfulness. As for you two brothers, Yin Nan, you must have touched a landmine. And there are a lot of marbles on your thigh that you haven't taken out. Yin Bei, you have a problem with your eyes, probably stimulated by some poisonous gas, so you can only see with one eye now. As for you, King Kong, well, you probably got your internal organs injured by the explosion, and now you can't do any heavy work. What do you think? Am I right or not? Jiang Chushao glanced at each of the other people's faces meaningfully. Their expressions now all look like their mouths are wide open enough to fit an egg. Yes. Xiang Xiaolong and the others were now in shock, because the young master in front of him said it exactly. It's like having an X-ray machine in my eyes. And he also clearly deduced the reasons. After they were released, they never told anyone about their injuries, even Chu Feiyan. Therefore, there is no possibility for the other party to know in advance. Your injuries are so serious. What on earth is going on? Chu Feiyan seemed to feel the same way and couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. It's either bullets or shrapnel. What kind of mission is it? They could actually make their entire team become like this. But fortunately, not one of them died in the battle. It's a miracle. Feiyan, there are some things we can't tell you. Xiang Xiaolong said in a deep voice. His face looked a little unhappy, his eyes flickered, as if he was trying hard to forget that scene. The others also clenched their fists. Bite the bullet. Jiang Chu was also extremely curious. Chu Feiyan nodded. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chu. Walk quickly to him and hold his arms. Master Jiang, you just said that you can cure Mingxin's injury, so can you cure the others as well? Feiyan, watch your emotions. Zhou Jinting scolded. Chu Feiyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly let go of her hand with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was just excited at the moment. I didn't mean it. It's okay. I understand how you feel. Jiang Chu swept his eyes across the burning gazes of that group of people, and smiles appeared on both sides of his mouth. I can heal all your injuries. Shock. Petrified. It was these injuries on their bodies, which were life-threatening, that allowed them to withdraw from the place early. No longer able to carry out missions and serve the country. This is their greatest pain. It took a long time, and I spent all my money by wasting my time, before I had to find a job to make a living. During that time, they didn't know how many masters they had visited. People abroad are also asking about it. But the final result was only disappointment. Almost everyone has accepted their fate. Unexpectedly. And this inconspicuous young man, the person they just despised. There is actually a way to cure their diseases. How can I not be excited? After Xiang Xiaolong realized what was happening, he walked up to Jiang Chu and asked excitedly. Master Jiang, are you telling the truth? Jiang Chu nodded. To these lovely people. Of course he would do his best to help them. Nothing in return. Okay. If you can heal our wounds, Master Jiang, I, Xiang Xiaolong, will follow you all my life and work for you. As long as you don't do anything to let the country down, this is our bottom line. Jiangchu patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you are also people whom I, Jiangchu, respect very much. A playboy like me can live such a carefree life because of your silent efforts. You don't have to call me young Master Jiang. It makes me uncomfortable. Just call me Jiangchu or call me brother. I'm still young anyway. Xiang Xiaolong looked embarrassed. He had just called the other person a dandy boy, but now that he was willing to help them, he was not angry at all. It seemed that they were the stingy ones. Then we should just call you boss. After all, you will be the one supporting us in the future. Jiangchu touched his nose and smiled. Xiaolong actually managed to get a trick for this. Okay, boss, you can ask for whatever salary you want. I'm a very generous boss. Ha. Everyone laughed as well. A smile can end all grudges. Xiao Luoxin also looked at Jiangchu with flickering eyes. The stubborn lips slightly opened. But the words on the tip of my tongue just couldn't come out. Xiao Luoxin, favorability 70-40. Next. Jiangchu continued to talk about the main business. He talked about the plan to take over the Wang Group. Zhou Jinting and the others were all shocked. 1 week. Take down the Wang Group, one of the 8 major groups established over decades? How is this possible? Jiangchu, are you kidding us? Zhou Jiqing found it unbelievable. Do you think I would joke about my life and the life of my woman? Jiangchu briefly talked about Wang Jiang and Wang Hai. Yes, I, Black Dog, can testify to this. It was indeed Wang Hai who came to me personally. Moreover, Wang Jiang was also involved in the rebellion of Bald Wang. As far as I know, Wang Hai, Wang Jiang, and their father have harmed countless innocent female college students. They have engaged in fruit loans and other such activities. As for other women they see on the street, if they are unwilling to pay, they will force them to take drugs. They use various means. For those who hinder their fortune, they will beat them to death. These people are going too far. We fought hard on the battlefield, even sacrificing our comrades, not to let them harm the country and the people. There was a hint of murderous intent in Xiao Luoxin's eyes. Xiang Xiaolong put his hand on Xiao Luoxin's shoulder. Nine-tailed fox, things in society are very complicated. There is a small group of people who have lost all conscience. Let's hear what the boss has to say. He won't let those people have an easy time. Chapter 151. Someone came to your dormitory twice to look for you. Guess who it is? Zhou Jiqing's face darkened instantly, and she slapped the table with her hand. The tea in the cup shook out. This is too much. This Wang Jiang, Wang Hai, and their whole family are all vicious. I don't know how many lives they have taken and how many women they have harmed. They actually dared to attack you. Brother, we must help Jiangchu. Zhou Jinting nodded, but his eyes did not fluctuate much and he remained rational. Brother Jiangchu, are you sure you can bring down the Wang Group this week? Jiangchu smiled confidently. I'm sure. The only thing I'm worried about now is that the other party will do something desperate or run away with the money. Either we don't fight, or if we do, we must root out the problem completely. Good. Zhou Jinting slapped the table with a smile on his face. I'm afraid that you want to spare their lives, Brother Jiangchu. Keeping such people will cause trouble sooner or later. I will personally take charge of this matter and will not let any of them miss out. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Zhou Jinting's eyes. Jiangchu nodded. It can be seen that the other party is a ruthless person. Evil people like Wang Jiang need special ruthless people to deal with them. If you need money, tell me anytime. Eliminating harm to the people is what Zhou Jinting likes to do most. After the Wang Group was established, they still have a lot of territory. You can take it. Just consider it as a small gift from me to Jiqing. Jiangchu threw a coquettish glance at Zhou Jiqing and said. The other party also responded without showing any weakness. Who was afraid of who? Zhou Jinting's eyes lit up. He originally wanted to let Jiqing talk about this matter later. Wang Group not only controls those companies, and the construction team under him occupied a lot of territory. Normally, they are in charge of their own areas. But in the past 2 years, the other party has been very arrogant because of his wealth. They kept causing trouble here and even stealing their resources. He was thinking about whether he could gain some benefits or take over some territory or something. Unexpectedly, Jiangchu directly said to take all of them. Not a cent. He was very happy. Jiqing, you found a good man. You must cherish him, okay? Brother, what are you talking about? This is bias towards outsiders. Haha. How could a sister not understand her brother's thoughts? I have no interest in business. But he still has great ambitions for domination in certain areas. The Wang Group has always been the biggest enemy. If you can get it. No one in the entire Nan City will dare to underestimate us anymore. This Jiangchu. It brought her too many surprises. Zhou Jiqing, favorability 191. Jiangchu thought that this trip was not in vain. A lot of harvest. Brother Xian, where do you live now? We just got here and haven't found a place to live yet. I thought Chu Feiyan would make arrangements. But they didn't expect so many things to happen all at once, which caught them off guard. Jiang Chu nodded. He looked at Shou Jiqing and said, Jiqing, Master Luan told me before that he has a fully renovated villa that is ready for moving. You can buy a bigger one from him and let Brother Xiang and the others live there. Then see if he has any good cars in stock and get 2 for them. If there is anything else that needs you to arrange. Jiang Chu immediately transferred 20 million to Shou Jiqing. Enough to spend. Shou Jiqing nodded in agreement. Boss, how can this be? Xiang Xiaolong and the others were all shocked. This work hasn't even started yet. Just give a villa and a car as a gift. Isn't that too extravagant? It's okay. It's nothing. I'll let you work for Jiang Chu. Giving you the best environment is the most basic thing. Don't say anything else. Once you have a place to settle down, it will be convenient for me to treat you. After all, he is a person who has made contributions to the country. What's wrong with him being a little willful because of his wealth? Xiang Xiaolong wanted to refuse. When they heard that the other party wanted to treat their illness, they didn't say anything. Then we thanked the boss. Well, the war is imminent, and I need you to protect the women around me. After all, they don't have much ability to protect themselves. Several people looked at each other. This is worthy of being Master Jiang. There are other women, but they couldn't ask, because they had protected the wealthy people in the capital before. Having a dozen girlfriends is perfectly normal. But before that, I have to trouble you to take action. I need to know the movements of the important figures in the Wang group. Xiang Xiaolong said easily. That's nothing. Then he looked at his teammates. Everyone nodded in response. Jiang Chu originally wanted to continue to have a deeper discussion with Shou Jiqing. I didn't expect that guy to be so enthusiastic after knowing that he was going to attack Wang's group. No matter what, you have to participate in the plan. It seems that she had been disgusted by Wang Jiang and his people before. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much resentment. Everyone is busy. Only Jiang Chu became bored. Let's go back to school to see Xiang Hua and pick up Shou Sini and take her back to the villa in the evening. Because she seemed to be accepting an interview from the provincial TV station. It was carried out at night. Jiang Chu drove directly to the school. Just entered the dormitory. Xiang Hua showed surprise on his face, stood up and punched Jiang Chu. Fuck, I thought you forgot about me. Say, I've only been away for 2 days. If you hadn't done that with Zhao Cici, I would have suspected that you were gay. Go away. Xiang Hua gave Jiang Chu a look of contempt. Do you want to come live with me? Forget it. A pair of them is called a light bulb. Go to hell with you. I'm a searchlight. I'll explode if I overheat. I won't humiliate myself. Oh, you are very self-aware. Have you made a date with Zhang Yunla? You know what? I just sent her a text message last night, but she replied to me right away and even asked me if I was free to buy her some milk tea. Then I agreed. We were hanging out at school last night, and I said I wanted to give her a gift, but she told me not to spend money recklessly. That's not all. This afternoon, she actually went out and bought me a 1080 graphics card. Holy shit. I was shocked at the time because this thing costs $2,000. But it really suited my taste. Now I can drive the car with the maximum pixels and need for speed. Hee hee. Xiang Hua became more and more excited as he spoke, and his saliva was spitting out. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. Yes, you are one step closer to a sports car. TSK, I'm that kind of person. I chose her because she is pretty good. Jiang Chu, then why are you still looking at the introduction of sports car models? There are more than a dozen web pages about models. Xiang Hua didn't expect to be exposed, and he just laughed. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. You haven't lived here for the past 2 days. Someone came to the dormitory twice to look for you. Guess who it is? Who? Ji Mingxi, the most beautiful girl on campus. You never expected that. Oh, why did she come to see me? Chapter 152, I allow you to chase me. I am the most beautiful girl in the school. I don't know about that. The other party just said that it was because your grades were not up to standard. You failed the level 4 test, and you missed classes. In short, he said a lot of things to persuade you to study hard and make progress every day. The last time he came to ask me for your phone number, which was at noon today. Jiang Chu felt a cool breeze blowing. Just then, the phone rang. There was no note on the number. Hello, Jiang Chu. I'm Ji Mingxi. Are you in school now? I want to see you. I have something to tell you. What can't I say over the phone? I'm not available right now. You. The other party didn't seem to expect to be rejected so decisively. I could even hear the deep breathing coming over. I guess he was forcing himself to calm down. Jiang Chu, don't forget that you are still a member of the school team. As the vice president in charge of sports, I have the right to give you grades. You missed classes, failed the level 4, and failed the final exam. You can't even get a diploma without enough credits. But I can help you get some points in basketball with the school as long as you. Don't threaten me. What does it have to do with you whether I graduate or not? It's fine. I'm hanging up. It's boring. Jiang Chu hung up the phone directly. Speechless. Ji Mingxi, favorability 5. Jiang Chu? Omega? Haha. Xiang Hua couldn't help laughing so hard that he choked on the side. This Ji Mingxi is so funny. Don't even mention telling those things to Jiang Chu. It's useless even if you tell them to me. This idiot student was not made in one day. He must have been polished through many years. This is worse than my mom's nagging. By the way, speaking of this, our class instructor is sick and has applied for sick leave. It seems that they are going to replace him with a new teacher. I don't know if he is strict or not. I'm afraid I will really have to go to class every day. Kill me. Jiang Chu thought that this was not a solution. Picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Principal Chi, I'm Jiang Chu. Yes, that's what I told you last time. As a member of the school, of course I have to make some contributions within my ability, so I plan to donate 1 million to the school to help those poor college students in need, such as our class, several of whom did not get the national quota. Yes. Oh, this is a piece of cake. My parents have taught me to be grateful and give back to society since I was a child, and to contribute to the strength of the motherland. Haha, really, I will transfer the money to the school's public welfare account in a while. No. But Principal, Mo Yutong and I, and Xiang Hua from our class, are planning to open a company outside. Yes, that Mo Gong, you know it too, right? So sometimes I'm too busy with study, you see. Okay, don't worry. I will work hard to pass the final exam and the level 4 when I come back. So thank you, Principal. Okay, goodbye, Principal. Jiang Chu hung up the phone with satisfaction. Done. Xiang Hua was stunned when he heard this. Just now, I was laughing nonstop and even in an obscene way. It's Principal Chi? Fuck, you donated 1 million just to skip class? Jiang Chu frowned. How can you talk like that? What do you mean by skipping class? Xiang Hua, yes, it's for those poor students. Jiang Chukai looked very satisfied. I told the principal that you also want to start a business with me. Tell me what kind of company you want to start. I'm in a good mood, so I'll help you. Xiang Hua had a look of contempt on his face, but was still very excited. Anyway, it would be fine if I could just skip class. My family runs a garment factory. How would I know what to do? I can do nothing except playing games every day. What he said was justified. Games? This reminded him of League of Legends, which was first launched on the Chinese server in September 2011. Directly dominated the gaming industry for many years. It should still be in time now. Then you can go make games and start an internet company. Xiang Hua seemed to have heard it wrong. What the hell? I'm going to start an internet company? Well, it's settled. After I finish my work these few days, I'll take you to find Mo Yutong and ask her to invest in you to start an internet company. Jiang Chu ignored Xiang Hua's stunned expression. Go directly to pick up the car. However, he saw a graceful figure next to the Ferrari. The long hair and the pink ribbon on it also fluttered in the wind. Under the white gauze dress is a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, revealing the white and delicate feet. But that's not who Ji Mingxi is. Jiang Chu felt a headache. I don't know what the other party is trying to do. Still walked over. Jiang Chu, it was very rude of you to hang up the phone so suddenly just now. Jiang Chu originally wanted to say, it's none of your business. But the other party's tone actually had a little bit of grievance. So he changed his words. Tell me, what do you want from me? Ji Mingxi lowered her head slightly and bit her pink lips. Cross your hands and place them in front of your abdomen. Tap your thumbs lightly. It seemed that he mustered up the courage to say, I want to tutor you in your subjects, math, English, or even communications engineering. I guarantee you'll pass that. Jiang Chu was ashamed. I've never seen such persistence. Just donated 1 million. He paid for it himself. Pure assets. Thank you, but I really don't need it. You can directly purchase the highest level in the system mall. Isn't this a waste of time? He is a wealthy man who can make hundreds of millions of dollars every minute. Also, aren't you from the business administration department? How come you also study communications engineering? Are you kidding me? Ji Mingxi quickly said, I have a strong learning ability. I should be able to understand the book after reading it once. I can teach you while I learn. Jiang Chu looked into the other person's eyes seriously with a hint of expectation. It seems that you are not joking. But he really doesn't need it. Ji Mingxi, I admit that you are recognized as the most talented girl in the school, but I am very busy now and have many things to do. For example? Well, like picking up girls and spending money. Don't look at me like that. These are 2 subjects, and the pursuit of knowledge is endless. These are also my only 2 hobbies. The other party hates these 2 types of boys the most. I thought I should give up when I saw difficulty. Who knew that the other party's eyes would light up? Without hesitation, he said, I allow you to pursue me. I am the most beautiful girl in the school. I am prettier than the other 4. After saying this, she tiptoed slightly and showed a slightly proud smile. Ji Mingxi, Favorability 5. Jiangchu was a little confused about the school beauty in front of him. Can this increase favorability? On the basketball court in the distance, Wu Bo, who was playing basketball in physical education class, noticed the situation here. Fuck, Xiaoqian, you've been cheated on. Wu Xiaoqian missed all 3 shots, frowned, and looked a little angry. How can you talk like that? Who is being cheated on? Look for yourself. Wu Bo pointed. Chapter 153. What do ordinary couples do after watching a movie? Wu Xiaoqian looked in the direction he was looking at. He saw his goddess Ji Mingxi at first sight. Now he is chatting and laughing with his archenemy Jiangchu. He was so angry that he threw the ball to the side. How dare you steal my girl? Wu Xiaoqian also stopped playing basketball. Walked directly towards the two of them. Cough, cough. Jiangchu almost choked. Is this what Ji Mingxi said? Stop it. I don't have time to joke with you. You're the school beauty. There are so many people who like you. You don't need one like me. That guy, the school hunk, likes you, right? Go find him for tutoring. Him? He's nothing but a rich second generation with some money. He sticks to me like a dogskin plaster all day long. It makes me annoyed just by looking at him. Ji Mingxi spoke in a loud voice. Wu Xiaoqian, who was not far away, stopped and was stunned. The corners of his handsome face began to twitch slightly, until the back teeth are bitten hard. I guess even my steel teeth would be broken by him. Wu Bo beside him swallowed his saliva, pursing my lips. I didn't expect that Wu Xiaoqian would be treated as a bootlicker by Ji Mingxi. That's a bit ridiculous. Jiangchu shook his head and sighed. I don't want to get too involved with her. I opened the car door, got in, and started the car. Who knew Ji Mingxi would walk over quickly? She opened the passenger door and got in, rolling up her skirt. Jiangchu frowned and looked at her. What do you want? Do most couples start their shopping journey by going shopping? Take me shopping. Shopping? You're going to wear this. Jiangchu looked at the other person with a puzzled look. There's nothing wrong with the skirt. But those high-heeled sandals. Why? Is there a problem? Jiangchu was helpless. Started the car directly. It's good to make a little money, but the main thing is to see what Ji Mingxi is planning. The car made a beeping sound. Jiangchu turned and looked at her. The other party looked confused. I can only stretch my head over there. Fasten her seatbelt. You're not a rich second generation, but you look like you've never even ridden in a car. I usually sit in the back seat and don't need to wear a seatbelt. Ji Mingxi was a little nervous. In front of me is Jiangchu's resolute facial features, and the faint fragrance that can be smelled. That was her favorite jasmine flower. I don't know why. My heart beat a little faster. Ji Mingxi, favorability 5. Jiangchu thought about it, and it made sense. I didn't worry about it anymore. Boom. The car drove out. Wu Xiaoqian watched the scene of fastening the seatbelts without missing a single second. The veins on my forehead are about to burst. The 2 eyes seem to spit out fire. Gnashing teeth and clenching fists. Jiangchu, you bastard. Wu Xiaoqian, will never coexist with you. Jiangchu and his friends still arrived at the commercial plaza. Thinking, since Ji Mingxi is a rich second generation, that must be expensive. So I took her directly to the gold jewelry store. Jiangchu, let me tell you, there is actually only one carbon element in diamond, but because of the arrangement and combination, it is a relatively hard substance. Jiangchu B. Ji Mingxi thought Jiangchu was surprised by her talent and continued. The current market price of gold is 305 yuan per gram. It is a hard currency. There is a saying that gold is best bought in troubled times. Although China looks peaceful, most countries in the world are in the midst of war. I believe that it will appreciate in value in the next few years. Jiangchu continued to be confused. Isn't the purpose of shopping to buy things? You don't need to be surprised at all. Economics explains a lot of things very clearly. Seeing the market essence behind things is the foundation of our profession. Jiangchu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. She pursed her lips and forced a smile. As expected of a talented woman, amazing. I'll give you a gold necklace. It will increase in value when you wear it. You don't have to do that. I'm not a materialistic girl. You don't have to give me those expensive things. Jiangchu? What use is there for you? Finally, under Jiangchu's strong persuasion, successfully gave away a very commemorative osmanthus watch from a local brand in Nan City. The value is up to 199 Chinese yuan. I treated her to a meal of snail rice noodle which she said she had never eaten before. Worth 9 Chinese yuan. Fine. Gained a little favor from the other party. Otherwise, after walking for more than an hour, just listen to Ji Mingxi talk about economics. Ji Mingxi, favorability 10. Let's go watch a movie. Alice in Wonderland seems to be quite good. Jiangchu, I don't like watching that. I couldn't help but speak my mind. But I like watching it. Shouldn't a boy be willing to watch something a girl likes with him? That's someone else. If you want to watch something, watch Inception. I'm not interested in anything else. In fact, he had watched Inception twice in his previous life. One was TC, and the other was a free high-definition video that came out online. If you have to choose, it's not a bad idea to go to the cinema and watch it to make up for the regret of being a poor single guy back then. The name of this movie sounds a bit weird, but I'll watch it with you. Jimingshi smiled. Jiangchu was speechless again. It was obviously him who came to accompany her to the movies. Their venue was packed with people. I bought the ticket late. You can only sit in the last row. Jiangchu was eating popcorn boredly. Jimingshi, on the other hand, looked very serious and interested. I didn't expect this movie to be so good. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Leo was in the movie? Jiangchu gave the other person an unpleasant look. Such a big poster is there. Are you blind? Maybe it was because Jiangchu ate with a crunchy mouthful of food. This aroused Jimingshi's appetite. Her scallion-like hands also began to reach into the popcorn bucket to take out some to eat. Once she was so engrossed in watching, Jiangchu's hand just reached in at the same time as hers. Then hold it directly. Eye smooth, soft, and boneless. The other person's eyes were still on the big screen. The hands did not resist or struggle, pushing the limit. Jiangchu then began to play with it boldly. Scratch her palm. I actually saw a blush on the other person's face. I couldn't help but be curious. What happened to Jimingshi, the #1 campus beauty? Jiangchu, what do ordinary couples do after watching a movie? Jiangchu was stunned. He turned around and saw Jimingshi's face facing him. Beautiful face. Clear eyes. Under the white light of the big movie screen, the flawless face with a little fleshy chin was reflected, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised a sexy arc. You want to know? Jiangchu hooked his finger. The other party showed a puzzled look. Bring your face closer. She thought Jiangchu wanted to tell her something in private. Who knew that the other person's hand would pass through the back of her neck and between her hair, hold it right behind the neck. At the same time, his face came directly over. It turned out to be. Jimingshi's eyes slowly opened wide the moment she was kissed. Just stood there in a daze. Omega? Chapter 154. Who do you like better, me or Mo Yutong? Jiangchu didn't expect it would be so easy to touch the pink lips. I could feel the other person's body tremble slightly. So soft. Jimingshi frowned when she realized what was going on. The first thing he wanted to do was to push Jiangchu's chest away. But I am weak and powerless. The opponent is too strong. And Jiangchu's palm was already pressing on her neck. How could he do this? He kissed me without my consent. Jimingshi thought a little angrily. I am a school beauty, not some random person. There was a train of people chasing her, but never touched by anyone. Now this Jiangchu kissed her without even asking. It's so overbearing. Jiang. As soon as she opened her mouth, she knew she was wrong. The other party showed no mercy at all. She wasn't even given a chance to speak, despite her efforts to resist. But he can only be bullied like a weak rabbit in front of a wolf. But, doesn't seem that bad. That tingling feeling. I've never tried it before. It seems to touch the heart. She imagined herself as a seagull in a storm. Face challenges head-on and never give in. Flying freely. Kissing can be so wonderful. When she was in high spirits, the other party actually left. The movie is over. Oh, I see. As soon as I finished speaking, the light came on. Fortunately, no one else saw it. But there is a kind of insatiable sense of loss in my heart. Jimingshi, favorability 1060. Let's go. Jiangchu took the initiative to hold her hand. It seemed to give her a little relief. At this time she discovered that there is no reasonable explanation for this in the book. Economics and finance are all useless. Jiangchu bought some snacks and took her to a nearby park. Didn't you ask where people usually go after watching a movie? Most people would choose to take a walk, right? In fact, he didn't say. You can also go directly to book a room. Oh, that's right. We've been sitting in the movies for so long. It's time to go out for a walk. Seeing Jiangchu still holding her hand, Jimingshi felt a little proud. Last time Li Wenjing said that there is no way Jiangchu would like her. Now, isn't it still about accompanying her shopping, watching movies, and walking hand in hand? And kissed. But Jiangchu's hands are so big and powerful. Wanna eat? There's still one left. Jimingshi looked proud and stretched out her hand to take the hot dog like a princess. But when he was about to reach it, Jiangchu suddenly put it in his mouth. I ate most of it in one bite, and it was gone in another bite. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. It smells so good. Jimingshi pursed her lips slightly in anger. If you don't want to give, don't give. I've never seen such a stingy boy. Shake off Jiangchu's hand. Turn your head to the side. Feeling angry. From an economic point of view, scarcity makes things valuable. Jiangchu said with a smile. Then, like magic, he took out another hot dog. It was placed in front of Jimingshi. The other person's eyes lit up. I was curious about how the other party did it. But I didn't ask. Asking this will only make the other person more proud. So, I ate the one I just ate, and there's only one left. Did I save the most expensive one for you? Jiang Chu raised his chin slightly. An expression that looks like he's about to praise me. Humph, you are artificially creating scarcity in the market, deliberately hoarding goods, and raising prices. Ji Mingxi grabbed the hot dog after saying this. I took a delicious bite. People like you are called profiteers. Jiang Chu was also happy. A profiteer is a profiteer. Whatever you say is true, it is true. The two walked for a while until Ji Mingxi finished eating the hot dog slowly and carefully. It was already dark and quiet at this time. They just walked to a pavilion. Did you bring water? Jiang Chu shook his head. Where's the tissue? Jiang Chu gave a wicked smile. Do you need it? When Ji Mingxi was confused. That domineering aura came over me again. This kiss. She did not resist. Only. A bit 666. That slight feeling of loss was filled again. I don't know why. She enjoyed this brutal attack very much. There is a warm hand on my lower back. Suddenly it disappeared. Where did you go? Ji Mingxi pushed it away hastily. No, it's too fast. Jiang Chu didn't say anything. Just look at her. She didn't dare look the other person in the eye. Well, it's too late. If you don't go back now, the school will be closed. Jiang Chu took out his cell phone and took a look. 10 o'clock. It should still be in time to go back now. He took Ji Mingxi's hand again and left. Wait. My feet hurt a little bit. I think they're rubbed. Let me see. Jiang Chu squatted down. It was a pair of delicate white and tender bamboos. The perfectly curved bottom is slightly bony, next to the straps of the transparent high-heeled sandals. It did rub off a little bit of skin. Don't wear this when you go shopping next time. You hear me? Feet up. Oh, let me take off your shoes. If you move your feet in them, they will hurt. Ji Mingxi lifted her feet. Bow slightly. One hand supported Jiang Chu's strong and broad shoulders. With the other hand, I pushed the hair that was hanging down in front of me from the tip of my ear to the back. The handsome boy in front of me. He is regarded as a male god by many girls in school. Jiang Chu, who even the four most beautiful girls in school want to be his woman. Now he was actually taking off her shoes gently, especially when being touched by the other person's hand. I felt like I was getting an electric shock. From below spread all over the body. My face turned red. It's a little hard to believe. A little touched. But it also made her feel a little proud and complacent. Ji Mingxi, favorability 5. Take the shoes. Jiang Chu turned around and still squatted on the ground. Come on up, I'll carry you. How can this be so embarrassing? That being said, but Ji Mingxi happily threw herself on Jiang Chu's neck like a little princess. Jiang Chu then stood up and held the two long legs. Then walked back. Ji Mingxi on his back thought very proudly. Mo Yutong, you didn't expect that Jiang Chu, the one you like, would take the initiative to carry me on his back, hee. Jiang Chu, are these four really willing to be your women? What else? Which of them do you think you like best? Come on, come on, come on. 3? I like them all. Ji Mingxi's eyebrows tightened. Very dissatisfied. Your answer is too perfunctory. No. Then, who do you like more, me or Mo Yutong? Of course it's Mo Yutong. Why? Omega. She is my woman. And I am not. I didn't seem to see you join that day. You? But you just kissed me. Force is mutual. You kissed me too. Ji Mingxi was speechless for a moment. Did he want her to admit that she was his woman? Impossible. She just wanted to prove that she was no worse than those four people. Especially Mo Yutong. Besides, she just wanted Jiang Chu to like him to prove that she was more attractive. It must not be said out loud. What if I am your woman? Chapter 155. I'll do this disgraceful thing. She joined earlier than you. What? Is this love based on first come first served? Ji Mingxi was completely speechless. I want to ask you, when I first saw you guys at the pavilion in the middle of the lake that night, you actually did that kind of thing there. Didn't you feel disgusted? What? Disgusting? How can something like this be disgusting? Why isn't it disgusting anymore? I don't want to argue with you. Wear it someday, and I'll give it a try so you know if it's disgusting or not. I'll give her a try. Rogue. No boy is good. Jiang Chu? Omega? It's just tearing a pair of stockings. Isn't this just a little bit of love in life? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I think you are just obsessed with that vixen Mo Yutong. If you say anything bad about my woman again, get off by yourself. Ji Mingxi gnashed his teeth. He glared at Jiang Chu fiercely from behind. The 3 words, pervert, were uttered by her lips. Thinking that I was kissed by this guy tonight. But it didn't seem to achieve the effect she wanted. She would feel better even if the other party said something bad about Mo Yutong. When Jiang Chu drove and saw the school gate. It's over. The school is closed. It's all your fault. I carried you on my back for 2 kilometers. What should I do now? If I don't go back to bed, they will definitely think that I'm staying out with some boy or something. Then it's as they wish. You wish. You have only solved the first question. There are still 3 more big questions to come. Ji Mingxi specifically checked those books. Written on it are 3 difficult questions: kiss, touch, and sleep. She added one herself. That is to let Jiang Chu choose only her. This is the 3rd problem. Solve this. Let's talk about the issue of sleep. Jiang Chu was stunned. 3. Isn't it just second base and third base? Could it be taking an unconventional path? Think of a solution quickly. How about we go climb the wall? I heard that you guys are really good at climbing walls. Jiang Chu shook his head helplessly. Now that we've come to this. Then he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Then the school gate slowly opened. When you go in, Jiang Chu also greeted the handsome security guard enthusiastically. Ji Mingxi was stunned. Did you bribe the guards? How can you talk like that? We are establishing a friendly cooperative relationship. Ji Mingxi rolled her eyes at him. Delivered to the girls' dormitory. Watching Ji Mingxi tiptoeing back carefully, she turned around and waved to him. Jiang Chu was about to drive. Slap your forehead. Oops. I forgot to pick up Zhou Sini. I picked up my phone and looked at it. There is a text message on it. Brother Jiang Chu, Sister Yutong, went back to school to do something and pick me up. You don't have to come. Jiang Chu smiled. The phone suddenly rang. It's Callahan. Boss Jiang, we found the driver. His name is Erlangzi. He had committed a lesbian crime before. The victim was a girl. He committed suicide out of shame. I don't know why he was released after only 2 years. He is fine now. He is now. Xiao Luoxin said fiercely. Jiang Chu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Crazy enough. After doing this kind of thing, go to that kind of place immediately. I see. Why don't you let us take action? Although you have retired, I will still do this dishonorable thing. Xiao Luoxin, favorability 10. It was almost midnight. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Jiang Chu followed the instructions and came to a place. It was a 5-story standalone shop. There is a huge neon sign on the door. Purple Bamboo Pavilion Health Club. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass door, you can see pink lights on inside. There were several scantily clad women sitting on the sofa, watching TV idly. He didn't go in through the front door, but came to the back of the building. Looking at the water pipes and air conditioning cabinets, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. In the dimly lit red room, a man with a bandage on his head was lying on a bed. She was covered with a white bath towel. A beautiful woman in a suspender skirt stood at the head of the bed and placed her hands on the man's shoulders and gently rubbed them, and said in a charming voice, Brother Lungzi, how long has it been since you last came to see me? I miss you so much. You little bitch, you see I just went to the hospital today. I was supposed to be hospitalized, but when I saw those nurses I thought of you, so I came to find you right away. What? Are you thinking about my strength, or the little money in my pocket? Erlangzi said, but his hands kept rubbing. The woman twisted her body and used her legs to block the other man's next move. But it made Erlangzi even more excited. I am such a person, you, Lungzi, are so fierce that you make me happy every time. It's really great. Erlangzi became even more proud. Brother Lungzi, I like a set of clothes. It's a bit expensive, more than 1,000. You little slut, you still say you're not after the money in my pocket. But you're really lucky today. As long as you serve me well, clothes are not a problem. Really? It's a deal then. After saying that, the pattern opens. The fool's hands ravaged it severely. Brother Lungzi, I bought some stockings. Erlangzi's eyes lit up. Quick, go get it and put it on, so you can see how powerful I am. Okay, wait for me. I'll be back soon. The woman went out and closed the door. The idiot lying on his stomach was so happy. Hummed a little tune. I can't afford to be hurt. Suddenly I felt someone standing above my head. You little slut. You miss me so much that you came back so soon. Let me see your slutty look. Erlangzi raised his head and opened his eyes. But I found that the person in front of me was a young and handsome man, and sneered at him. You know how to enjoy yourself. After seeing clearly, the fool's eyes widened. You are. Let me go. Before he could finish, Jiang Chu grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. He asked sternly, Tell me, who told you to drive and kill me? I don't know. Humph. Even if you don't tell me, I know it's Wang Hai. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't use it. So, go and die. Erlangzi panicked when he saw the other party's cold eyes. I want to beg for mercy. But the card owner couldn't breathe. Not to mention speaking. He felt extremely regretful. Why didn't you say it right away? Jiang Chu took out the silver needle. Under the other party's wide eyes, he pierced several acupuncture points. Then pull it out. Jiang Chu let go of his hand. The other party could only cover his throat with his hands and stammer, but couldn't utter a single word. His face was full of fear and pain. It was as if he saw the girl who was harmed by him in the past reaching out to him to take her life. Chapter 156: Wang Hai's Evil Deeds. Then from the eyes, nose, ears, mouth corners, slowly bleeding. This was his first murder. But I don't feel guilty or sad at all. The scene changes. Jiang Chu has returned to the ground outside. Then I heard a shrill female scream from upstairs. The next day, Jiang Chu sent Xia Yanran and the others to the company early in the morning. All employees are ready to go. Mo Yutong, who was dressed in black and gold-rimmed OL, wearing Bluetooth headphones on ears. He was surveying the crowd below like a military commander. The real decision-maker behind the scenes, Xia Yanran. He was sitting in a wheelchair in the president's office, watching the stock market trading chart on the big screen. Certainly. It's not opening time yet. The time is almost up. Xia Yanran opened her sexy lips slightly. Start. Mo Yutong below also shouted at the same time. Begin. On the Wang Group building. In Wang Hai's office. A good-looking college girl wearing a white dress and white shoes. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa with his hands and feet tied. The pupils of both eyes are dilated. There was fear in it. Trembling, he looked at the two scary men in front of him. Brother Hai, this girl is still a virgin, so I'll leave her to you. Wang Tai gave a lewd smile, then walked out and closed the door. Please, let me go. I will pay you back. The girl begged. She couldn't afford the tuition. Then I heard from a friend that I could use my identity card to get AZ loan. Just take a picture without clothes on. She agreed without thinking. Who knows that the loan of 5,000 yuan was agreed upon? I only got 3,000. The 2,000 is actually the handling fee. And that 3,000 yuan increased to 20,000 yuan in less than half a semester. She is a college student from the countryside. Where can I come up with 20,000 yuan? Pay back the money? Now the price has risen to 30,000. What are you going to use to pay it back? Wang Hai was recently scolded by his second brother because of Jiang Chu's matter. I get angry every day. The only thing that can reduce fire. The only thing I can do is find some young girls to relieve my worries. Push your hand. Push the girl directly onto the sofa. That's so pitiful. This strongly stimulated Wang Hai. The corners of his mouth twisted in an evil way. Just serve me well, and I can waive your loan if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, not only will you have to pay me back, but I will also send your photo to your family to see what their good girl is doing outside. Bang. Wang Hai showed no mercy. With a ferocious look. Scream at me again. The woman was stunned by the slap. I guess my mind has gone blank. Wang Hai laughed. This trick is always effective against these women. I also turned on the recording function of the DV camera next to it. This is also one of his hobbies. Then he stretched out his claws. Brute force cracking. The woman could only scream. Tears flowed down my cheeks. Wang Hai had no intention of stopping. With a ferocious face. Like a demon. The woman struggled to break free. In addition to crying. There was nothing she could do. Wang Hai was very satisfied with the masterpiece in front of him. You better know your place. The girls made a final resistance. Until I was almost out of strength. She felt it was over. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Hai frowned. Who comes to spoil his mood at this time? I didn't want to care. But the door kept knocking. He walked over angrily. The pants are not worn properly. Opened the door directly. I saw it was Wang Tai who had just left. You better be in a hurry. Tell me now. Wang Tai was out of breath. Hi, Brother Hai. Uncle and the others asked you to come over immediately. The group's stock price has been falling. Hurry. Fuck, isn't it just a drop in the stock price? How low can it go? Isn't my brother here to support me? Don't get in the way of my work. No, Brother Hai, your brother is there too. He's furious and wants to find you. Hurry up. Wang Hai looked at the meat he had gotten, but didn't get to eat it. He said angrily, fuck, keep an eye on her for me. I'll deal with this stinky cousin when I come back. In a van opposite Wang's building, Xiao Luoxin and Xiang Xiaolong were looking at the laptop screen in the car. The scene displayed inside was exactly the room where Wang Hai had just been. Is the video ready? Yes, I copied all the videos on Wang Hai's computer. Okay, Meng Shen, it's your turn now. Make sure to rescue that girl. Receive. After Wang Hai left, Wang Tai. The remaining girl was shivering, looking pitiful. The clothes on the body are already naked. With a laugh. Walked over. Don't come over. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you before Brother Hai comes back. I just want to give you a taste of the sweetness. Hee hee. Wang Tai had already unbuckled his belt and zipped up his pants. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Wang Tai thought the other party was scared. But I saw a figure in the other person's pupils. Bang. Before I could react, he was knocked down by the masked man behind him. Don't make any noise. I'm here to save you. The girl nodded gratefully. The man took off Wang Tai's clothes and asked the girl to put them on. When Wang Hai rushed to the office upstairs, there were already a bunch of people standing inside. Not only his eldest brother, but also his father. Even several shareholders who were usually not seen came. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their face. This is something I have never seen before. Hi, what on earth is going on? Why did our group's stock price suddenly drop so drastically? Wang Hai majored in finance. When I saw the trend chart, my jaw almost dropped. There was a long green line as soon as the market opened. It fell straight to the bottom. Simply put, the stock price dropped to the limit as soon as it opened. What to play? This is not taught in the book. Dad, is this monitor broken? Or is there something wrong with the software? Wang Hai said cautiously. Otherwise, even if Kunan came, there would be no way to explain it. You bastard. Wang Da kicked Wang Hai. Kick him to the ground. Open your eyes and see that this is the case in our group. The data of others is completely normal. Wang Hai thought angrily. I am your fucking son. I have dog eyes. Then what are you? Dio, think of a solution quickly. If the stock price continues to drop like this tomorrow, the group will really be in trouble. Yes, our family's hope for retirement lies in this. What are you arguing about? Are you the only ones who are anxious? This is my life's work. I am more anxious than any of you. Wang Dao's loud shout shocked everyone. Jiang, you are the chairman. You are in control of the group now. You have to give an explanation to the uncles. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Chapter 157. Who are these people? Why have I never heard of any of them? Wang Jiang frowned. Dad, our style of doing things has always been approachable. No one should have the guts to do these things behind our backs. Could it be from another big group? The Ming group? Or the He family? It can't be them. They can make our stock price drop to the limit at the opening. It's impossible without hundreds of millions of funds. The He family doesn't have to do this to us. The Ming group is currently making a large investment layout, and they don't have the funds. Think about it again. Has anything special happened recently? I know the bad habits of you two brothers. Wang Jiang then looked at his brother, who was sitting on the ground. The two looked at each other and said in unison, Jiang Chu, impossible. He's just a country bumpkin. He definitely doesn't have the ability to do that. Besides, Mo Yutong's company has just been established. I heard that they only have 200 million in their account. How could they make such a big fuss? Wang Jiang immediately vetoed it himself. Hi. The guy you had someone beat up by mistake last time was called Su Kuan. He seemed to be from the Magic City. Could this be revenge from there? It's possible. Humph. How many other things have you two done that I don't know about? Fortunately, the other party is not familiar with stock market operations. Otherwise, if they are determined to fight with us for a whole day, we don't know how much money we will have to invest to save the market. Now, take out the company's excess funds and make sure to pull the stock price back tomorrow. The other party has already invested more than 100 million, and they must be planning to take a bite and leave. They want to take advantage of my Wang group, and they are not afraid of losing their lives. Investigate. Get moving immediately. Investigate who is behind this. Find out and kill him. There was only cruelty in Wang Dao's eyes. Yes. Wang Hai returned to the office angrily. I found the door wide open. Wang Tai was shirtless. He also took off most of his lower body and fainted on the ground. The girl has disappeared. Fuck. Get up. Wang Hai kicked him twice, but the other party didn't react at all. But he seemed to be still breathing. You bastard, you tried to steal my food while I was away. And you actually let her get away. You deserve it. After saying that, he still felt unsatisfied and kicked a few more times. Magong Investment Company. All the employees were stunned by Mo Yutong's command. At the beginning, he spent 200 million. Directly smashed the stock price of Wang Group to the limit down. What kind of weird operation is this? I thought you were going to kill me. What psychological tactics? This is too simplistic and crude. But the company has only 200 million yuan in funds. Now it's all smashed down. How to play later? In fact, Mo Yutong was confused. But he could only pretend to be mysterious on his face. Next, you continue to collect information on all assets under the Wang Group and the flow of funds in their hands. Mo Yutong and Zhao Wen returned to the office. Xia Yanren was staring at the foreign stock markets in a daze. I'm back. Good job today. Those guys executed really well. I know you all have doubts, but sometimes the stock market is just that simple. Next, they should mobilize funds to push up the stock price. Tomorrow will definitely be a good day. Yutong, the main source of income for the Wang Group is real estate and construction teams. Have someone contact those people who were persecuted and forced to sign the documents, and tell them that the opportunity for revenge has come. Spend some money and find media from other provinces to interview them. It would be best if they were released before noon tomorrow. Yes, Xiaoqian. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Yu Xiaoqian walked out in high heels. When I passed by, I curiously glanced at Mr. Jiang, who was reading a novel on his phone. He is probably the most idle person in the entire company. Yutong, I asked you to recruit more people in the marketing department before. How are you doing now? Jiangchu suddenly asked. Well, there are now 20 employees in the marketing department. The marketing department needs so many people? Xia Yinren couldn't help but ask. Jiangchu smiled mysteriously. I asked them to help me investigate the market. Speaking of this, I want to ask my man, what are your considerations for investing in fruit phones and group buying software? I can't find any information on this in the company. My feeling is that you just threw the money away when you had a flash of inspiration. Jiang Chuqing said calmly. A flash of inspiration, that's a good word. I just voted because I wanted to. I don't need too many reasons. Xia Yinren was not angry either. I have seen this kind of people in this world. They don't have much professional experience, but they have a talent that no one else has. They only make one choice in their life, and then they plunge into it, and finally achieve great success. For example, Bill Gates, who was once the richest man in the world. But I don't think you are that kind of person. Jiangchu touched his nose. It doesn't matter what kind of person I am. I just know that I have a lot of money, and even if I fail, I can try again. Capricious. Thank you for the compliment. Yutong, arrange for those people from the marketing department to go down. Here are the names and information of the people I want them to investigate. Once they find the places, report back to me immediately. Jiangchu handed a piece of paper to Mo Yutong. There are a bunch of names, places, etc. written on it. Mo Yutong looked at it curiously. Zhang Dalong? Funan University of Science and Technology? Wang Zheng? Cheng Wei? Zhang Yiming? Wang Tao? Who are these people? How come I have never heard of any of them? Remember, you have to release this list separately. Everyone is only responsible for you. It must be kept absolutely confidential. You must not leak it either. Mo Yutong had known Jiangchu for such a long time, but this was the first time she saw him explaining something so seriously. Nod. I see. Xia Yin and Zhao Wen both looked surprised. Jiangchu ignored all the matters concerning Wang's group this morning. But I am so concerned about this matter. I am so curious. There's nothing to do now. I'll go back first, otherwise Aunt Shin will worry. The Wang group will definitely send someone to investigate this matter. Just do as I say and have them throw smoke bombs for them. Mo Yutong nodded. Mingxin came up and sent Xia Yinran back. Mo Yutong finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Xia Yinran put too much pressure on her. I was afraid of doing something wrong in front of her. Boss Missouri, I'll go down and tell them what to do. Good. After Zhao Wen left, Mo Yutong finally became herself again. In novels, CEOs always have a glamorous life, but it turns out they have so many things to take care of. Jiangchu smiled and said, Why, do you regret it? Not really. Although it's a bit tiring, I learn a lot every day, and it's very fulfilling. Mo Yutong regained his confidence. Really? But I always feel like you're still a little short of that. A little bit worse. Mo Yutong? Jiangchu walked over with a smirk on his face. Chapter 158. Investing in an internet company for Xianghua. Jiangchu said as he walked over. He picked her up horizontally. Seeing Jiangchu walking into the bedroom with a smirk on his face. Mo Yutong had no idea what the other party was planning. No, it's working hours, you bad guy. It's also my working hours. Since it's called working hours, the meaning of the first word should be emphasized. Hate. Bang. Kick the door shut with your foot. The bedroom inside is very big. This was designed by the two of them together. The bed is 2.2 meters long. There are also automatic massage chairs, automatic massage sofa, television, separate bathroom, toilet, etc. Today, Mo Yutong has her hair tied up in a bun. She was wearing a black OL haute couture suit with a gold-rimmed collar and a white shirt underneath. Under the knee-length skirt, the smooth and white calves are exposed. Wearing a pair of Valentino studded high heels. After being president for a while, my whole temperament has improved a lot. Very charismatic. Jiangchu's eyes are now full of desire to conquer. Yutong, you look really elegant today. Humph, you just want to see those two little fairies, you Xiaoqian and Zhao Wena. Don't think I didn't see them. I'm testing their attitude towards work to help you relieve your worries. Not only does he help me with my worries, but he's also considerate, right? When Jiangchu was laughing, the last puzzle has been solved. There was a no-entry signal light inside. Mo Yutong's face was already flushed. This has become more and more intense during this period. As long as Jiangchu beckons, she will start to have wild thoughts. Jiangchu. Mo Yutong took the initiative to kiss him. He clasped Jiangchu's neck with both hands. Jiangchu explained some truths to Mo Yutong. Don't just look at the present moment. To understand the key points, when traveling by plane, please fasten your seatbelts. Otherwise, if you encounter a violent airflow layer, it will cause huge turbulence to the fuselage. Sit tight when you're on a boat. It is best to sit cross-legged, because the hull will shake from side to side when encountering waves. Mo Yutong saw that her face in the full-length mirror was already red. After sitting for half an hour, she felt very tired. My feet are numb from wearing high heels. I couldn't help but cross my legs. I found that I actually have the temperament of a queen. Bad guy, you've been lying there for so long. Get up quickly. I haven't even had time to use this massage chair since I bought it. Hey, why didn't you say it earlier? You've been looking at the mirror the whole time. I thought you were going to ask Mirror. Mirror, who is the most beautiful woman? What kind of joke is this? It's not funny at all. Mo Yutong lay down. Technological modernization is good. Fully automatic. Delicious. You are the CEO now. You need to be more open-minded, understand? Speaking of me, why are you so impulsive? Can't you be more steady? My man's shoulders can bear the responsibility. What about yours? Jiang Chu laughed evilly. Anti-play year. Mo Yutong said that now is the time to study hard. Jiang Chu had no choice but to put the knowledge he had accumulated during this period of time into practice, instilled in each other. While the two were communicating in the bedroom, Zhao Wenna and Yu Shaoqian were waiting in the office outside. Hearing Jiang Chu's profound knowledge, they couldn't help but eavesdrop a bit. Finally, I found that I had not touched upon this area of content. With shyness on his face, I can only walk away unwillingly and wait. Watching the passage of time, they finally understood the extraordinary qualities of Mr. Jiang. No wonder CEO Mo put forward that condition when recruiting a secretary. But does she really not mind? Sister Na, what do you think of our CEO Jiang? Shaoqian, be careful. Just tell me about this kind of thing, but don't gossip about Mr. Jiang or Mr. Mo outside. Yu Shaoqian, holding the folder, stuck out her tongue and nodded. I understand, Sister Na. Zhao Wenna crossed her legs. He adjusted his glasses with his slender middle finger. I glanced at the closed door of the bedroom. In fact, she was uneasy. I wonder if President Jiang and President Mo will call them. If you call, will I choose Yu Shaoqian or will I choose her? A secretary as well. She felt that she was much more capable than Yu Shaoqian. Even in this regard, I also want to compete for first place. But Yu Shaoqian's advantage is that she is young, cute. Maybe Mr. Jiang would like this. One day Shaoqian will climb above her head. This was something she didn't want to see, and she wouldn't allow it to happen. In the bedroom, Mo Yutong lay on the bed with a ruddy face. The sweat on the forehead slightly soaked the hair beside it. She feels very tired now, especially a pair of legs. Too soft. I could only use my hands to grab a wet towel to wipe the sweat off my chest. Jiang Chu came over with a loving look on his face and helped wipe the sweat off her forehead. She almost got slapped in the face again. You bad guy, you already have 8-pack abs. Can you get any stronger? Jiang Chu touched his nose. Embarrassment appeared on his face. Is this wrong too? Well, I haven't finished what I said yet. Mo Yutong waved his hands quickly. Quilt cover head. Don't talk to me anymore. I'm really exhausted. I need to get some sleep. The two of them must be outside. If you have anything to say, just talk to one of them. Close your eyes for a short while. Breathing gradually stabilizes. I really fell asleep. It seems that she was really tired. Jiang Chu originally wanted to talk about investing in an internet company for Xianghua. This time is urgent. We must quickly send people abroad to investigate and negotiate with Iron Fist Company. The companies here also need to be established as soon as possible. Wen Na has been really busy these days. He saw it all. So I decided to tell you Shaoqian. Put on your pants and clothes. Help Missouri Yutong close the door. Although it is a bedroom, but the inside is also separated. It is also connected to the sports room next door. This also retains the previous design. I guess it's to make it easier to be checked. Zhao Wenna took a sip of freshly ground coffee outside. As I was lost in thought, Mr. Zhang's voice was heard from inside the room. Shaoqian, come in for a moment. Click. Yu Shaoqian, who was also drinking coffee, was stunned for a moment. A blush instantly appeared on her face. Even if you are prepared. But when I called her, I couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Wenna next to him for help. At a loss. In order to recharge herself, she borrowed a few movies from her bestie to watch these 2 days. Cram at the last minute. But I only learned a few words of Sakura language. I should have asked Sister Na for advice earlier. She must understand this. Zhao Wenna was already confused at this moment. What you fear will come true. It was really not her that Mr. Jiang called first, but Yu Shaoqian. The feeling of loss in my heart suddenly filled my whole head. She is better than Shaoqian in every aspect. The appearance is not bad. Why not her? Busy. Mr. Jiang's voice was heard again. I'm not busy. I'll be right there. Chapter 159. You are reliable. I feel more at ease. Yu Shaoqian hurriedly adjusted her clothes and skirt, pursed her lipstick-covered lips. Take a slow, deep breath. walking towards the door of the exercise room, next door in high heels with trepidation, because the sound came from there. Opened the door carefully. Then he walked in, seeing that Mr. Jiang was sitting alone on the sofa drinking tea, because this is the sports area. In addition to some sports equipment, the simple layout only has a sofa for rest, a coffee table, and a wardrobe. There is also a simple changing room inside. Her first time? Do I have to explain it here? Although simple, but it's also quite special. The main reason is that Mr. Jiang is handsome. Now he was only wearing a white cotton coat and beach pants. The figure outlined is so good that it is explosive. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang, who looked gentle and polite. The figure inside is so good. Her figure is even more perfect than that of the director of the school's sports department, whom she had a crush on before. There are already a lot of pink bubbles in my eyes. Yu Xiaoqian, favorability 20. Come and sit down. Jiang Chu patted the sofa next to him and gestured. Yu Xiaoqian nodded shyly. Just when I was about to walk over, the door of the room behind me suddenly opened. This startled her. Jiang Chu also frowned and looked at the person who came. It's Zhao Wenna. I saw that her face looked a little strange. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Sister Na, what are you doing? I didn't think I asked you to come in. Jiang Chu's tone was a little angry. That's because as a secretary, he didn't even knock on the door before entering. Zhao Wenna seemed to realize her own recklessness. He bowed his head slightly and nodded. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was impulsive just now and didn't knock on the door. It's my fault. Jiang Chu saw that the other party's tone was sincere. I guess it was because of some emergency. Now that you've apologized, he forgives the other person once. Well, this won't happen again. If you have anything to say, tell me. Seeing that President Jiang didn't blame her too much, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Yu Xiaoqian. He said, Mr. Jiang, I know I shouldn't question your choice. It's my duty as a secretary, but I can guarantee that I know more about this than Xiaoqian does. I'm sure I can satisfy you. Please give Xiaoqian more time to prepare. Yu Xiaoqian didn't expect that Sister Na actually broke in because of this matter. He must have seen the look in her eyes asking for help. So I was willing to take risks. I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I'm really not ready yet. Worried about being scolded if I don't do well. Jiang Chu glanced at the anxious Yu Xiaoqian. Sure enough, it's still a bit awkward. After all, I just graduated. This is understandable. But what he wanted to explain was not that complicated. They don't have to do it themselves. Is it because he is now Mr. Jiang? So he has some domineering aura. Scared her? Zhao Wenna actually said it with courage. After a long time without getting an answer from Mr. Jiang, I feel a little regretful. Does President Jiang really not like her? But why did she pass the interview? Is it just her ability that is needed? But someone who looks down on her. But the spirit of never giving up and never admitting defeat has always stimulated her. Wenna, I didn't call you because I thought you had done a lot of things these days and must be very tired. I wanted you to rest more. I didn't mean anything else. Zhao Wenna's eyes lit up. With the excitement on his face, he said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not tired. For me, those things are not even 1/5 of what I did in my father's company before. I'm really not tired at all. Even if Mr. Jiang needs, well, it's no problem to talk for another hour. When she finished speaking, Zhao Wenna couldn't help but lower her head. She had no idea of an hour. But I heard from my best friends. It is already very powerful for a normal man to last half an hour without eating or using. But just now Mr. Jiang was able to chat for more than an hour. It shocked her directly. Yu Xiaoqian on the side widened her eyes. The look in Zhao Wenna's eyes was full of admiration. This Sister Na is indeed better than her in every aspect. She was exhausted after watching a movie at home for more than half an hour. They said 1 hour is no problem. She is truly a role model. I must learn more from her in the future. Jiang Chu was confused. No, it will probably take about 10 minutes to explain everything, but you will probably be tired for a while after that. 10 minutes. Onaji? Zhao Wenna widened her eyes in surprise. Just 10 minutes. Can it make her tired for a while? This is not about time, but about speed, right? But think about it. Mr. Jiang has just talked with Mr. Mo for such a long time. They can talk each other to sleep. Just now, I was considering her situation. 10 minutes is a considerate way of saying it. Any questions? If you feel tired, you can really let Xiaoqian do it. Oh no, no problem at all, no problem at all. Zhao Wenna said quickly. This was an opportunity she had fought so hard for. How can I let it out? Well, since you insist so much, then you can stay. I feel more at ease with you because you are reliable. Jiang Chu nodded to Xiaoqian. Yu Xiaoqian patted her chest, then walked out quickly and closed the door. He drank a sip of tea. Come, sit down. Zhao Wenna walked to Mr. Jiang with her high heels clicking and sat down. 2 long legs in black silk are placed side by side. Place your hands in front of your abdomen. A little nervous. It It was also the first time she saw Mr. Zhang's figure. Those broad and strong shoulders. Show off your explosive biceps. And at such a close distance. I couldn't help biting my lips. Too manly. Especially after being busy, he is still so stubborn and tenacious. As if to break free from the shackles. I couldn't help swallowing. The air conditioner just turned on. Do you feel hot? Let me make you a cup of tea. This is a gift from a friend. It's pretty good. As he spoke, he started to make tea. Is Mr. Jiang hinting at her? Two. Even if two people are alone in a room. But you should always speak more elegantly. Grit your teeth. Hands on the buttons of black shirt. Jiang Chu thought of how Chinese medicine actually included drinking tea in health preservation. I still have some insights into some aspects of the tea ceremony. Make tea carefully. I didn't pay much attention to what I heard from Zhao Wen next to me. After all, the room here is a bit stuffy. The last step is completed. Seeing the fragrance wafting out, Jiang Chu couldn't help but put it to his nose and smelled it. Not only the fragrance of tea, it was also mixed with the scent of Zhao Wen. Come, have a taste too. He brought over a cup of tea. Zhao Wen next to him was stunned. How did you? There is a color. It is a mysterious color that never goes out of style. There is no color at all, but it can make people feel like they are falling into the abyss. You are staring into the abyss, and the abyss is staring back into you. This abyss. A bit big. Chapter 160 Boss, the eagle has been released. Zhao Wen lying on the sofa. Behind the half-frame glasses, her eyes are already charming. Her face was red and beautiful, holding the lamp with both hands. The Imperial Guard is still ashamed. What a nice human world. Jiang Chu finally understood what Mo Yutong had just said. It seems she had made arrangements. For him. It is also painstaking. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to suddenly come to us today, so I didn't have time to prepare. Could you please speak more slowly? Jiang Chu smiled unhappily. Get up first. The tea has just been brewed. Drink it first. He helped Zhao Wen up with one hand. Drink the tea in the cup. Then he kissed those flaming red lips. Turn out to be. This is the tea I drink. This was the first time Zhao Wen tasted such delicious tea. Sweet and delicious. The fragrance is pleasant. And he is very domineering. Let her be intoxicated. She never gives up easily. There is no resistance to this tyranny. I thought of the plot of the overbearing president in the novel. As if I were the heroine. I feel the same way. Weina. Actually, I just wanted to ask you to arrange some things. Looking at the handsome Mr. Jiang with a faint smirk on his face. Zhao Wen knew that she had misunderstood the other party's meaning from the beginning. But it has come to this. She felt a little stuffy. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Zhao Wen really wanted to say no, but the mouth moved forward willfully and actively. This is a rare opportunity. No matter what, I have to get ahead of Xiaoqian. If she refuses this time, I will definitely not call her first next time. Jiang Chu was a little surprised. The temperature in the room is back to normal. Zhao Wen also slowly adapted to the current atmosphere. Boss Jiang, you have a great body. 8-pack abs, so firm that you can't even see them from the outside. How did you train to have them? Zhao Wen's eyes showed pink bubbles. Zhao Wen, favorability 5. If you want to know, let me tell you the correct way to use those equipment. Jiang Chu had a wicked smile on his face. Zhao Wen saw several sports equipment nearby. My face turned red. But thinking about being able to exercise with Mr. Jiang, this seems to be quite challenging. It turns out that I came to the right place. She nodded shyly. Mr. Jiang taught me. First, the sit-up machine. Jiang Chu was lying head down. Zhao Wen came over and helped him stretch his legs. In this way, Jiang Chu did 30 sit-ups in 1 minute. Without a breath. The explosive muscles made Zhao Wen scream. Love bubbles kept coming out of his eyes. After Jiang Chu demonstrated, it was Zhao Wen's turn. How could this thing seem so simple? But Zhao Wen couldn't do any of them. Because she couldn't use any strength at all. In contrast, Mr. Jiang is really amazing. Only half an hour had passed. Zhao Wen felt like she was about to fall apart. She just made such a bold statement. 1 hour is no problem. The reality slapped me in the face. I finally understood Mr. Mo's good intentions. If she were in his place, she would also have to find a secretary like this. Didn't you say it's okay to chat for an hour? Seeing Mr. Jiang's evil smile and teasing, Zhao Wen wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I was wrong, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Wen, favorability 5. Zhao Wen, age, 24. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 47. Appearance, 862. Power bank 1. Favorability, 85. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Is this tea I made myself delicious? Zhao Wen's face was so red that water could drip out. Seeing Mr. Jiang's proud face, she had a mischievous mind. He gently adjusted his glasses. There was a devilish smile on his lips. It's delicious. I've never tasted such fragrant tea. Mr. Jiang, how about you try this cup? I made it for you. Pick up a cup of tea again. Drink it into your mouth. Then he kissed Jiang Chu. Feel the unusual fragrance in your mouth. Jiang Chu's eyes revealed a bitter smile and helplessness. Turned out to be. In the end, I had to bear the consequences myself. Oh, at last. Jiang Chu instructed Xiang Hua to set up an internet company and have someone go out to negotiate with Iron Fist Company. Zhao Wenna, who was lying on Jiang Chu's thighs, nodded and agreed. Boss Jiang, I have a question in my mind, but I don't know whether I should talk about it or not. Jiang Chu gently pinched it. Zhao Wenna's eyebrows tightened. Seductive eyes. He smiled and said, I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that it's useless to explain it to you now. You will know the answer in the future. You just need to listen to me and do it. Zhao Wenna suppressed her curiosity. The other party said so. It seems that the sleeping suit plan has no effect at all. I blame myself for being too sensitive. He surrendered in half an hour. President Jiang can be said to be much more capable than those foreigners her bestie mentioned. But is this also true for investment? She was looking forward to it. On the second day of the king's destruction plan, Jiang Chu received a call early in the morning. Boss, the eagle has been released. Well, keep an eye on their every move and don't let them get away. Yes. I hung up the phone. Jiang Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. Looked gloomy. In the president's office of Wang Group, Wang Dao put his hands behind his waist and looked down from the large French window. There was a huge crowd of people at the underground gate of the building, holding various banners. He could hear those people shouting even though he was on the 24th floor. He turned around and glanced at everyone present. Furious. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. When will it be the turn of these idiots to stir up trouble at the headquarters of our Wang Group? Jiang, why hasn't Wang Tai brought anyone here yet? Let our people break the legs of those dogs. They like to bark so much, so let them sit on the street and beg for food from now on. Wang Zhang's face was also full of anger. Dad, after my subordinates reported the situation to me early this morning, I called Tai right away, but he didn't answer the phone. I don't know what he was doing. Beat him. Keep beating him. This bastard failed me at this time. If I can't handle it well, I will replace the construction team manager. Yes, I'll call the others right away and ask them to look for it. Wang Hai hesitated to speak. It was seen by the sharp-eyed Wang Dao. Hai, tell me what you have to say. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment. He said quickly, Dad, did you guys hear something last night? Wang Dao, Wang Jiang and other shareholders looked at Wang Hai with confusion. What's the matter? If you have to fart, do it now. Yes. Wang Hai glanced at Wang Jiang. Then he briefly explained the previous arrangements for Erlangzi. Humph, a college student messed you two up like this. It's really embarrassing for me. He should have been killed a long time ago, but I let him jump around for a few more days. What's the result? What does what you say now have to do with what's going on next? Chapter 161 Wang Group. End. Wang Hai swallowed his saliva. Erlangzi was found dead last night. Died in a health club. Wang Dao and the others were all stunned. This fucking hospital keeps running around, and in the end a dead woman dies in her belly. Isn't this good enough? Just give some more money to his family and let them go. No. Dad, listen to me. He didn't die at the hands of a woman. His death was horrible, with blood coming out of all his orifices. Even when the police came later, they couldn't find out the specific cause of death. The forensic doctor only said that it was caused by high blood pressure caused by excessive excitement. Wang Dao was so angry that he almost lost his temper. You've said a lot of shit, but it's all about the dead woman's belly. Hi, when did you become so slow in doing things? I'm so disappointed. Yeah, brother, the most important thing now is the stock market that will open soon, and those people down there. Why are you talking about a stupid idiot? It would be better if he died. Wang Dao and the others didn't notice. One of the shareholders clenched his fist tightly. Gnashing of teeth. There are signs of an impending outbreak. We found Wang Tai. Wang Jiang answered the phone and said, this guy was looking for a woman last night. He was drunk and didn't even bring his cell phone. Now he's been asked to bring his men and their guns here. Wang Dao nodded. Remember, don't let any of the people below go. I will make them regret being born into the wrong family in this life. Don't worry, Dad. Dao, hurry up and check the screen. The market is about to open. We have already invested 1 billion yuan of the company's entire capital. We must push the stock price up to the daily limit today, so that the other party's 200 million yuan can be used as breakfast for us. Ha! One of the major shareholders laughed happily. Yes, if you dare to go against our Wang Group, your fate will be even worse. Dad, why do we have to invest so much money? Aren't we going to use this money to buy land? Brother, you don't understand. After what happened yesterday, apart from the person behind the scenes, Other retail investors are also waiting to follow suit. Dad wants to take advantage of this opportunity to reap a lot of profits. By then, 1 billion will go in, and tomorrow we'll probably have 1.3 billion or even more. This is much faster than making money in real estate. Wang nodded, a look of pride and satisfaction as if he had mastered a strategy successfully. Wang Jiang didn't know much about this. He glanced at his proud brother. There was an imperceptible malice in his eyes, but there was still a smile on his face. Brother, you are awesome. Everyone stared at the big screen with smug looks on their faces, watching the time go down to the last second. Brush. The screen moved. That lovely red color did not appear, but the most terrifying green. And the one it was a super scary green one. Same as yesterday. Green all the way. The stock price hit the limit down at the opening. Shock. Confused. Petrified. This was the expression on the faces of the dozen or so people present. Some people even don't realize that their cigarettes have fallen into their crotches. Wang Dao couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Hi. Please check quickly to see if there is something wrong with the monitor or the computer software. Wang Hai swallowed his saliva. Wasn't that his line yesterday? Dad, the data of other companies are still moving. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We invested 1 billion yuan, so we can definitely make some splash. How can the stock price drop to the limit right after the opening? Wang Dao completely exploded and yelled loudly. The veins on his forehead were bulging. The other shareholders' faces turned livid. This is more painful than killing their parents. Some even fell to the ground trembling. Dao, what should we do? All our hard-earned money has been invested in this. Uncle, my dad has just been hospitalized and needs a lot of money for treatment. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Dao, we need to think of a solution quickly. The stock price is falling today, and tomorrow the bank may come to our door and ask for early repayment of the loan. Now our money is all in the stock market, and there is really no money left elsewhere. Oh no. A subordinate hurriedly pushed the door open. They are Wang Dao's right-hand men. Why are you panicking? Be quiet. I, Wang Da, have seen so many storms and waves, but you are so scared by just this little thing. If you have anything to say, just say it. The subordinate glanced at Wang Hai. Boss, this is a video that was just posted online. It has caused quite a stir now. Many small shareholders and partners of other companies have expressed their willingness to stop cooperating with our Wang Group. Wang Dao doesn't know how to use a mobile phone. Directly put it on the big screen. The videos above were all about his two beloved sons, and Wang Tai illegally lending money, blackmailing college girls, forcing them to have sex, etc. The girls were of course blurred, but Wang Hai and the others knew every hair on them clearly. Look at the angle of the video. Or Wang Hai took the photo himself. Wang Hai was shocked beyond words when he saw it for the first time. His entire face turned pale in an instant. He replays his own stuff all day long. It couldn't be clearer. Now it's been posted online. There are only 2 words in my mind now. It's over. Wang Jiang gnashed his teeth in hatred. This damned guy doesn't even know his brother. He was even photographed. In the past, he was always asked to keep some chicks, then call everyone out. I didn't expect that despite all the precautions. But I didn't expect that it was my own brother who did such a stupid thing. Now there is no way to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Wang Dao hasn't finished reading yet. With his hands on his chest, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Dao, what's wrong with you, Dao? Several people rushed over to support him. Wang Dao lay down and pointed at Wang Hai with wide eyes. With blood in his mouth, he cursed. You bastard. How could I, Wang Dao, give birth to such a stupid son like you? At this time, a phone call came. Wang Dao saw the caller ID. I endured the discomfort and accepted it. Wang Tai and his men have been arrested and have confessed everything. The suspects have been dispatched, so run as far as you can. Beep beep. Our Wang Group is finished. Wang Dao's eyes twitched. Grit your teeth. His eyes were full of resentment. On the rooftop of the building opposite to Wang's building, Yin Bei was observing with a telescope. In the field of vision, several cars quietly drove out from the back door of Wang Group. What they don't know is, each car has a tracker on the bottom. Longmu, the rat has come out of the hole. Longmu received. The others continue to monitor closely. Receive. Mogong headquarters. A news interruption was playing on the big screen outside. The stock price of Wang Group has hit the limit down since the opening of the market these 2 days. Although insider sources said that the company has invested 1 billion to rescue the market, it still could not escape the fate of hitting the limit down this morning. And just this morning, a lot of news suddenly appeared on the internet about Wang Jiang, the president of Wang Group, and his brother Wang Hai, who were suspected of setting up an illegal online loan company, defrauding more than 200 female college students of fruit loans and forcing them by blackmail and threats. Now, the relevant authorities have officially issued a wanted notice for several important suspects of Wang Group and are conducting a citywide manhunt. Anyone with information, please. Oh my God, we won. We really did it. The first person among the employees started cheering. Chapter 162. What do you know? Jiang Chu is amazing. The others also started to get excited. Oh my God, the Wang Group has really been defeated. It's incredible, and it only took 2 days. Only 2 days. Boss Missouri is so awesome. I thought yesterday's operation was simple and crude, but I didn't expect that this morning. He used only 200 million to directly defeat the opponent's 1 billion, and he didn't even have to jump around. It's simply too awesome. From now on, I will only respect Boss Missouri. Yesterday, President Mo and the 2 secretaries stayed in the office for most of the day before coming out. I thought they had given up, but I didn't expect that this is what we call a master plan. I thought the battlefield was only in the stock market, but President Mo actually shot thousands of arrows from behind and shot the other party into a hedgehog. So awesome. Boss Missouri is awesome. After today's battle, I can brag loudly when I meet my peers in the future, huh? Mo Yutong had a triumphant smile on his face. But there are some words in my heart. I don't know whether I should speak or not. She didn't do anything like shooting arrows from behind. It should have been penetrated by Jiang Chu's various Italian cannons. She returned to the office. He expressed his gratitude to Xia Yanran in person. In stock market operations, this is the first merit that is well deserved. Don't look at the simple operation. But in fact, Xia Yanran had been issuing instructions from last night to this morning. Spread the news to private equity funds and various well-known tycoons. Those people would rush over and bite you madly as soon as they smell blood. So, this morning they only spent a small amount of money to defeat the Wang Group's 1 billion. As for why the money Jiang Chu gave was not used, in Xia Yanran's words, can kill people with bullets. There is no need to show the atomic bomb to others. There are still many things that Mo Yutong and Zhao Wenna don't understand. For example, how did Xia Yanran know the contact information of those institutions and tycoons? You know, they are not stupid enough to be fooled by just a few words from others. But Xia Yanran did it. Then there is the news just now. Xia Yanran was sitting in a wheelchair. How can you be so capable? Can you get those videos? After probing the other party's words, she said she didn't do it. Mo Yutong thought about it for a moment and then believed it. The first person she thought of was Jiang Chu. It must be him. The Wang Group wants to harm them. He also said that he wanted to make the other person disappear. This man in my family has always been very calm. Elusive. I guess his shadow must be behind all those things. Looks indecent. Sloppy. The scoundrels are everywhere causing trouble to beautiful women. I didn't expect everything to be arranged. He is the one who is planning everything. He is her, Mo Yutong's man. Xia Yanran looked at the man in front of her with his legs crossed, leisurely reading a novel on her phone, the guy who claims to be her man, playing with the corners of his mouth slightly. How many little surprises are there that she can't expect? Xia Yanran, favorability 5. The news of Wang Group's collapse was also received by the other 7 major groups. Everyone was shocked. It's only been 2 short days. The arrogant Wang Group disappeared just like that. He also ended up being wanted by the whole city. It is really sad. At the same time, more people shouted that it was refreshing. After all, we are all doing business peacefully. The Wang Group has used many despicable means to compete with them. Ha. So cool. This young Master Jiang is really amazing. I thought he was just joking when he said he would wipe out the Wang Group within 2 weeks, but I didn't expect it to be true, and it only took 2 days. This method is not very sophisticated, but he grasped the weak spot of the Wang Group and killed it with 1 blow. It's really awesome. Ming Luan was overjoyed when he heard the news. Who exactly is this young Master Jiang you're talking about? It seems like I need to find some time to get to know him. A handsome man with a slicked back hair and a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Brother, I've already told you that young Master Jiang has an extraordinary background. If we get to know him well, he might be able to bring some surprises to our group. Well, I wasn't very optimistic about the investments you told me about before, but now his strength is in front of us. At least he is a rare talent in terms of layout and control, and he is unexpected. Even if we can't make friends with such people, we can't make them enemies. Otherwise, it's too scary. Minglu tapped the desktop with his finger. How about this, Mingluan? You arrange a time. Got it, bro. He family courtyard. He Tianwen was playing chess with his grandfather He Yaohua. Brother. He Shiyun strode over. Interrupting He Tianwen's train of thought. The other party frowned. Sister, I've told you so many times, stop making such a fuss. You're not a child anymore. I thought you'd be more stable after founding a company and becoming the chairman, but it seems like you haven't changed at all. He Yun pouted her lips and made a contemptuous face towards He Tianwen. Then she hugged her grandfather's arm with both hands, shook it, and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, look, my brother is scolding me again. You have to have a good talk with him. He is so young, but he talks like an old man." No wonder Xia Yanran looked down on him back then. This touched upon the pain in He Tianwen's heart. In those years, he was successful in the business world, become a dazzling and eye-catching existence. But he failed miserably in pursuing Xia Yanran. Although the other party had an accident, he also lacked interest and found another partner. But this is also a shadow that cannot be shaken off in his heart. Even though Xia Yanran's face was disfigured, she never even looked at him straight in the eye. It's such a failure. Now this sister. You are really bringing up something that is not relevant to the topic. I'm so angry. How can you talk like that? Believe it or not, I will take back all the dealers under your company. Grandpa, look, my brother is mean to me again. Ha ha ha, Shiyun, you came to us in such a hurry. Do you have something important to say? He Yaowa asked with a kind smile. I don't mean to blame He Shiyun at all. He Tianwen had an expression that showed he knew it. I can only shake my head and sigh. Grandpa, let me tell you, the Wang Group has really collapsed in just 2 days, and now several of their main culprits are being wanted everywhere. Oh, He Yaowa showed a rare surprise on his face. That Jiangchu you mentioned before? Are you sure he was the one who caused the collapse of Wang's group? You are the dumbest person to believe what others say. Just think about it, and you will know it is impossible. Even if I do it myself, it is impossible for me to defeat Wang's group in 2 days. He Tianwen usually doesn't speak so directly. This only happens when he has this troubled sister. What do you know? Jiang Chu is amazing. If he says he can do it, then he can definitely do it. Chapter 163. Jiang Chu. Let him sit in a wheelchair in his next life. I admit that he has unique insights in some areas, but let's not talk about other things. Just take the investment in your company. I won't talk about whether this iPhone is profitable or not, but he actually said that it can beat Nokia. It's just to fool young girls like you who have just graduated. What are you talking about? What's wrong with me making an iPhone? The products are on the way, and they will prove that we are right. I believe in my judgment. Humph. Don't ask me to help you when the time comes. Please? Are you dreaming, sister? You. All right. You two siblings always quarrel when you meet. Tianwen, it's rare that Shiyun is willing to do something seriously. As a brother, you should give her your greatest support. You can't laugh at your own people. He Yaowa's tone was very calm. But when He Tianwen heard this, he could only nod. No matter what kind of Jiangchu Shiyun described, the collapse of Wang's group is a fact. You can't just look at the surface of the problem. Go check the specific information now. Sometimes seeing how others were defeated is a warning for yourself, and you can take precautions early. What if it is really Jiang Chu who did it behind the scenes? Such people are worth learning from. Your only shortcoming now is that you have always won small victories and have never tried to fail, so you have not been able to get out of the circle of the fruit province. Compared with the children of the second-tier and first-tier families, you still have a big gap. He Tianwen kept a low profile. As for Grandpa, he never dared to ignore. Yes, Grandpa, I was wrong. I will go and find out about this matter now. He Yaowa looked at He Tianwen's back. He smiled and nodded, able to accept criticism and be humble. This is also the greatest advantage of his grandson. Shiyun, you should stay at home and play chess with Grandpa these days. Why? He Shiyun looked dissatisfied. She was just thinking about going out to find a cheap master. This guy made a profit from his words twice. I haven't received a call in such a long time. It pissed her off to death. And I promised to teach her kung fu. Big liar. I have to go to him in person to discuss the matter. But Grandpa actually let her stay at home. How can this be possible? Shiyun, Wang's group is different from other groups. Although the company is gone, the people are still there. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and sometimes a dog will bite you when it gets angry. If you go to him now, you might get into trouble. Even if you are a member of the He family, the other party will not care about so much when it comes to a desperate situation. Grandpa is doing this for your own good. But wouldn't Jiang Chu be in danger if this happened? Silly granddaughter, didn't you say he was very good at martial arts? If you go to him now, you might just distract him and end up doing more harm than good. Okay, then I'll give him a call and remind him. He Yaowa looked at He Shiyun, who ran away quickly. He shook his head helplessly. After all, it's a bargain for outsiders. Master, you haven't come to see me these past few days. You must have been out there messing with other beauties. Why? Am I, your disciple, not as good as them? Jiang Chu put his phone far away. Because He Shiyun yelled too loudly. How can a disciple speak to his master in such a tone? Ugh, you know you're my master, and you promised to teach me martial arts, but you didn't keep your word. I even drank your milk tea twice. If you have something to say, tell me now, or I'll hang up. Jiang Chu looked at Xia Yanran, who was looking puzzled. How dare I let He Shiyin continue talking? I really dare to say it. So loud. Wait. How dare you? Let me ask you. Was it you, master, who did the Wong group thing? How can I be so capable? If you say so, then it must be you who did it. Jiang Chu is parallel to. Do you know this well? My grandfather said that although the Wong group has collapsed, they will definitely seek revenge on you. So you better be careful. Jiang Chu suddenly realized. So this is what I wanted to say? Got it. Thank you for reminding me. I'll treat you to milk tea next time. Stinky master. Jiang Chu hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to start cursing. What kind of milk tea is it? Is it delicious? Xia Yinran heard the two of them mention milk tea more than once. I couldn't help but feel curious. I don't know, but she should like it very much. Omega, LL. Really? Then buy me a drink some other day. Jiang Chu glanced at Xia Yinran's super sexy pink lips with a hint of indifference. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. It's not impossible. In a deserted corner of the road, a young woman wearing a peaked cap and a high ponytail. Great figure. Wearing a gray short-sleeve tights and shorts. The headlights are proudly on top. Slim waist and hips. At this moment, I am on the phone and making a call. All you can see is a pair of sexy and cold cherry lips. Madam, I found out that the young master was beaten by a gangster named Black Dog. There were two people who paid him. One was Lu Zixiang, a college student, but he has transferred to another school and his whereabouts are unknown. The other was Wang Hai, the third son of Wang Dayo from the Wang group in Nan City. They originally wanted Black Dog and his men to beat up the college student named Jiang Chu, but for some reason, the young master happened to be there and was beaten by mistake. Humph. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. Whoever hit Kuiner must die. Those guys, as well as that Black Dog and Wang Hai, make them all disappear. Jiang Chu, who stole my Kuiner's woman, let him spend his next life in a wheelchair. Yes, ma'am. The woman put away her cell phone, disappearing in the street like a normal person. That afternoon, Zhou Jinting was busy taking over the Wang group's territory. Black Dog is busy setting up a company. After all, it is to be whitened. Jiang Chu told him not to worry about gains and losses. Take the long view. He still obeyed the advice on this point. A subordinate rushed into the office in a hurry. Oh no, Brother Go, Ah Yin and Ah Bao were killed. What? The Black Dog stood up from his seat in shock. The people from the Wang group found out that we did it so quickly? That's impossible. We didn't even get involved in this matter. Did the two of them do something behind my back? The subordinate patted his chest and assured. Absolutely not. We have been given money these days. We listened to you and didn't go out to provoke anyone. We played cards together every day. They lived in the same rental house. When we went to find them playing cards at noon today, we found that they were dead. The scene was very clean, and there was no sign of a fight. Both of them were killed with a sharp weapon in the throat. The person who came must be a master. Chapter 164 Beauty. It's so late, it's very dangerous to be alone. The Black Dog frowned. It is hard to imagine when they have ever offended such a powerful person. Except for their current eldest brother Jiang Chu. But it certainly wasn't him who did it. He wouldn't have to bother with that if he wanted to take action. Brother Go, do you want to talk to the boss? No, don't bother him for everything. It makes us look incompetent. And don't think I don't know how many lives these two bastards have on their hands unless you tell me. I've wanted to sort them out for a long time. If they die, they die. Find some brothers and find out the details. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Okay, dog. The Black Dog didn't know why. I felt a little uneasy, but I can't tell. I'll ask Zhou Jinting later. Maybe someone from their side robbed the other person's nest. Maybe one or two powerful characters escape and take revenge. Evening. Mo Yutong stayed in the company to attend the celebration dinner. Jiang Chu arranged for Yin Nan to protect him secretly. I went to school to pick up Zhou Sini and took her back to the villa. Xiaolong and Mengxin were also at the villa. So, he felt relieved only after sending Zhou Sini and Xia Yinran back to the villa. I wanted to check out the single ice. But when I called her, she said she was back home for work. I guess safety is no problem. Jiang Chu received a call from Xiang Xiaolong. Boss, the mice have gone to build their nests separately. Tell Zhou Jinting the address, and keep Wang Hai. I want him to feel the fear of being wanted and hunted by enemies. When the search for him is relaxed, I will kill him myself. As long as he is still in the city, don't worry about him. But if you find that he is trying to escape, tell me immediately. Okay, boss. In a house in an old town in Nan City. Wang Hai glanced at the shabby room. A musty smell made him feel very uncomfortable. Although I have escaped the pursuit of the hat here, and the enemy is hard to find. But just half a day made him feel extremely uncomfortable. From childhood to adulthood. When have I ever been so humiliated? Thinking of the scenery of the past. When you are angry, you can find a woman to put it out. I can't stand it. This is not a place for people to stay. Xiao Chang, quickly call a few girls to come over. I'll treat you. Xiao Chang's eyes lit up. But then it turned gloomy again. No, brother Hai, we are wanted by everyone now. We threw away our phones a long time ago for fear of being located. Wang Hai frowned. He said impatiently, then go out and find one. There are so many people living around here, there must be a lot of women. As long as they are not too ugly, find a young one. It's a death sentence anyway, so I don't mind having one or two more. But brother Hai, this is not good. Xiao Chang thought to himself, it's you who is sentenced to death, it's none of my business. Why? You saw that the group collapsed and you wanted to rebel, right? Wang Hai saw Xiao Chang looked unhappy. Know what the other person is thinking. With a cold snort. If you don't go, I will. I'll bring her back later, so don't be jealous. Brother Hai, your dad said it's best to stay hidden and not go out. What if? I'm not even worried about you. Who would find such a damn place? I'll just wander around here. Wang Hai left as soon as he said he would, completely ignoring his reluctance. Xiao Chang's eyes were filled with viciousness. Calling you brother Shanghai really makes you feel awesome. But thinking of Wang Daio's promise to give him 500,000 yuan later, he followed him out anyway. Wang Hai saw Xiao Chang following him out. I felt even more disdainful in my heart. In the final analysis, I just can't help it. This alley is pitch black. Every door is closed. Some even heard the sound of dogs barking. Of course he didn't dare to risk going in. What a rubbish place this is. There's not even a single person here, let alone a woman. Wang Hai cursed. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a lewd smile on his face, because he actually saw a man wearing a peaked cap and with long ponytail hair not far away. Excellent figure, wearing a sports vest, revealing a large piece of white wrapped in a pair of huge. She was wearing tight shorts underneath, revealing a pair of bright, white, strong long legs that can be seen even at night. That but is extremely sexy. My mouth is watering. I couldn't help but stick out my tongue and lick my lips. In a place like this, I can actually find such high-quality products. This is really God's will. Let him be very lucky. Ha ha. Brother Hai, we seem to be lucky, hee hee. Even Xiao Chang drooled at the sight of that beauty. I said I didn't want it before. It's because of the fear of being caught. Now seeing this exquisite product, fear has long been forgotten. Wrong. It should be said that now we should start thinking with our heads down. Seeing the beauty coming over, Xiao Chang stepped aside to block the way, and Wang Hai also went around behind her. A beautiful girl. It's so late. It will be very dangerous to be alone. It would be terrible if you accidentally meet bad guys like us. What do you want to do? What? I just want you to come over to my place, have a cup of tea, and do what we both love to do. The beauty raised her head. Wang Hai's eyes widened when he saw the other person's appearance. Astonished by the gods. This horse is too good. He played with so many women. In addition to Li Wenjing and Mo Yutong who I met before. The woman in front of me is the most beautiful. And with indifference on his face. It must be super fun to play. The woman under the cap did not seem to be panicking, but said calmly and indifferently, "You are Wang Hai." Wang Hai, who was still feeling proud, was stunned. How did the other party know his name? Then he saw an incredible scene. Obviously, they were two grown men surrounding her. But the other party raised a sneer of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Just looking at it makes me feel a chill in my heart. Who the hell are you? Wang Hai couldn't help but take a step back. Be prepared to escape in time. He kept looking around to see if the other party had any accomplices. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a woman like her to be so calm. It doesn't matter who I am. It was you who had our young master beaten up, so go and die. The woman spoke coldly. He took action before he finished speaking. A cold light flashed in his hand. Wang Hai discovered that it was Xiao Qiang behind the woman. Suddenly, he covered his neck with his hands. Eyes widened. The corner of my mouth wanted to speak, but could only stammer. Blood gushed out. Then blood began to flow from the place where his hands were covering. Before I could even open my mouth, he fell straight down. Wang Hai was stunned. His eyes were filled with fear. How could this person in front of me be some kind of voluptuous beauty? He is simply a murderous demon. Watching the enemy approaching, Wang Hai turned and ran away. But before I took 2 steps, I just felt a sharp pain in my legs. Plop. He fell directly to the ground. I saw a dagger stuck in the back of his thigh. I fell deeply into it. He put his hands on his thighs. He kept pushing the ground with his only remaining leg to move backwards, and he could hardly speak clearly. Please, please don't kill me. Who is your young master? I have never heard him. Are you mistaken? I can pay for his medical expenses. Any amount is fine. 1 million. No, 5 million. 10 million. Please, just don't kill me. Any amount is fine. Wang Hai was so scared that his pants were wet. Chapter 165, I want to celebrate with him tonight. The woman shook her head. I just want your life. Wang Hai only saw the other person's mouth slightly raised. Another gleaming dagger suddenly appeared in her hand from nowhere. Whoosh! With a wave of the hand. That was the last movement he saw before he died. Then I felt a sticky liquid coming out of my neck. He covered it desperately. But it's no use. Puff! The dagger on his thigh was also pulled out. The pain came again. But my throat was blocked. He could only make gurgling sounds. I felt that things in front of me were slowly becoming dim. That is a pair of favorite snow-white long legs. Ruthlessly stepped over his head. The expression after death is still open. Reluctance, regret, pain. It happened in a short time. When Meng Shun rushed over, he only saw the bodies of 2 people. His eyes showed surprise. In addition to them, there are other people who attacked the Wang family. I have to tell my boss about this right away. When Zhou Jinting and his men arrived at Wang Daio's hiding place, there was no one there. Yanbei looked surprised. He had been watching there and found that Wang Daio and his companions never came out after they went in. Finally, a tunnel was found inside. As expected, the cunning rabbit has 3 nests. He actually let him run away. Wang Daio boarded the boat with lingering fear. Finally, I can escape from the dead. Standing at the bow with fists clenched. His eyes were sinister. Zhou group, remember this, as long as I, Wang Da, am still alive, I will make sure you don't have any peace. Squeak. A sharp knife pierced Wang Daio's chest from behind. Blood immediately flowed out. Enduring the severe pain, he turned his head slowly, seeing Wang Gang with a sinister smile on his face. He was his most trusted brother who founded the Wang group with him. The corners of his mouth twitched. Slowly raise your finger and pointed at the other person. You, how come? The other party smiled crookedly. His eyes were full of hatred. How could I kill you, right? I have no choice. You know too much, so if the organization wants you to die, you must die. I wanted to spare you because of the many years of brotherhood between you and me, but my own son died at the hands of your 2 sons. By the way, my son has a nickname, Erlangzi. Wang Daio's eyes widened. You are actually a ghost. My mouth was stammering, and I couldn't utter a word. Finally, he fell heavily on the splint. Die with eyes open. After Wang Gang turned and left, no one noticed that Wang Daio had a bug in his pocket. Yanbei stared at an abandoned factory building from afar. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The flames shot up into the sky. The people inside will definitely not survive. Yanbei frowned, then left. Then the firefighters came. There are several people hiding inside. It was burnt when it was found after the fire was out. On site, 2 men in hats and uniforms were examining the body. One of them was a young man, about 30 years old. Wearing white gloves, he examined all the marks on the body. His expression was solemn. The other was a young woman. I wore a gray shirt as lining. Wearing a tie. You can see the huge structure propped up high. A beautiful face. It's hard to imagine that she is doing this job, although wearing black trousers. But it still can't cover up a pair of slender long legs. The fact of having an amazing body. Hey, isn't this the famous crime solver Zhang Gaoyuan? How could such a small matter alarm your provincial team? Another young man in plain clothes who got off the jeep just now. He walked up to Zhang Gaoyuan with a few of his men while talking, and stretched out his hand. Hello, Wu Kai, the city's criminal investigation team leader. Zhang Gaoyuan stood up and shook hands with the other party. Zhang Gaoyuan. Wu Kai glanced at the person next to him. I can't move my eyes away anymore. I didn't expect that there would be such a young and beautiful colleague in their line of work. This is... Oh, she is Qin Bingshuang who just graduated and came here to intern with me. Qin Bingshuang also stood up and said with a cold expression. Hello. Wu Kai suddenly realized something and showed his big white teeth. Oh, you are the new policewoman on our line, and you are also a top student in criminal investigation in college. You are also the daughter of Director Qin. I heard that you are still single. I wonder if I have this chance. This is a live broadcast. Please be serious. Wu Kai was suddenly choked by the other party. Embarrassed face. Yes, but according to regulations, this kind of case should be handled by our city team, right? How? Zhang Gaoyuan spoke. The deceased is confirmed to be Wang Jiang, the president of Wang Group. Together with Wang Hai and Wang Daio, their whole family is dead. In addition to this explosion, Wang Daio should have been killed by an acquaintance. Wang Hai was killed with a single knife, which is exactly the same as the method used to kill the 2 gangsters before. It was done by a trained master. Another deceased is called Erlangzi. Although the death is judged to be due to excessive stimulation during pee, causing high blood pressure, dying with blood coming out of all 7 orifices is unheard of. The most important thing is that he is also related to Wang Group. These cases are special, so the province sent me and Bing Shuang to investigate together. Captain Wu, please cooperate. Here are the documents. Wu Kai took it and took a look, with a smile on his face. Haha, Since this is the arrangement from above, we will definitely obey and actively cooperate. It is also my honor to be able to cooperate with the policewoman. I wonder if you have found out anything now. We are now planning to start our investigation from the past, where Wang Hai and those two hooligans have made enemies. We will have to trouble you in this regard. Haha, you're welcome. We are all serving the people. Right, Comrade Xiao Qin? Qin Bingshuang turned her head away and ignored him. Wu Kai could only laugh to himself. It is said that this cold policewoman is only interested in investigating cases. It seems to be true. Want to take her down? Then just show off his ability to investigate cases. After making up my mind, Wu Kai signaled his men behind him to start working. Even you guys didn't realize who did it? An organization? What the hell? Okay, I get it. Jiang Chu hung up the phone, frowning. Could it be another enemy of the Wang group? Organize? Ghost. The man used a dagger. Generally, only specially trained killers will often use this weapon, especially when the opponent is killed with one blow. The distance control is not something that most people can do, so it is possible that those people in the Wang family know too many secrets. Silenced. If you can't think of it, don't think about it. The Wang group has committed many evil deeds. If you die, then die. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to kill Wang Hai myself. It's a good deal for him. Brother, why haven't you arrived yet? Zhou Jiqing called Jiang Chu before. They said they had taken over a lot of the Wang group's territory. Fruitful results. Make her so happy. I was thinking of meeting him tonight to celebrate. Chapter 166. If I don't have anything to sell, why open a store? As the saying goes, when you are full, you will think about what. After having dinner with them in the villa, Jiang Chu had nothing to do. Zhou Sini needs to read books and review for the final exam. After giving Xia Yanran an acupuncture, Xiao Chu was ready to take action. It's almost there. There's a traffic jam on the road. Just step on the accelerator as hard as you can and knock out the cars in front of you. That way the traffic jam will be solved. I don't know if the car can be knocked open, but it will definitely take off. Also, I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. Come and take a look and you'll know. Zhou Jiqing's voice came from the phone, full of magnetic temptation and teasing. Jiang Chu now wishes she could be like the mermaid in the movie. Get out of the car, grab Mr. Mao's jet, and fly over. Fortunately, we passed the congested section soon. I stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Chu arrived at the door of Zhou Jiqing's villa. Twist your hand. You can drive straight in through the door. The lights were off inside, and it was pitch black. Changed shoes. When I walked lightly to the corner of the hall, a pair of long legs wearing black high heels with red soles and black stockings with letters kicked up high. Jiang Chu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. One hand was raised and the sexy calf was easily grasped. Huh. The other party didn't give up. A powerful white fist smashed towards his face. While you are trying to murder your husband, just to slap him in the face. Jiang Chu shouted. The other hand also easily grabbed the other person's wrist. Just pull it gently. At this time, the opponent was also unstable. She took the opportunity to throw herself into Jiang Chu's arms. This can't even hit you. How come you are so powerful? Zhou Jiqing said with a smile. Jiang Chu looked at the high heels that were taller than his head. I admired it very much. Not bad, strong and powerful, yet sexy. She is indeed the best in the world. I turned on the light. Zhou Jiqing's outfit today made his eyes light up. A black leather collar is worn on the white goose neck. It highlights the delicate and bony clavicle. Black leather tube top. The folds are raised high. Explosion is about to happen. The depth is bottomless. Below is a black leather hip-wrapped miniskirt. Leather black silk long legs high heels. At the end of the white arm, he was wearing a pair of black leather gloves. It fits perfectly with those slender 5 fingers. Jiang Chu is a wimp. It's only 10 points away from being copyable. It's too imperial. My eyes were stunned. Hurry up and admit your mistake to your sister. 3. It's impossible to bow your head. My sister is so beautiful today. It would be bad if I bow my head. If you don't bow your head, then let me beat him. It depends on whether you have the ability to do this, sister. Okay, you actually underestimated me. Jiang Chu didn't wait for her to finish. Just pick her up horizontally. Zhou Jiqing's graceful dark figure is perfectly displayed. One side has high wavy hair. On the other side are those long legs with high heels swaying, one high and one low. At the moment, there are endless beautiful scenery with ups and downs to appreciate. I dare not underestimate my sister. She is not small at all. Haha, you're good at talking. Are you going to watch Crayon Shinchan again this time? It's not impossible, as long as you like it. I prefer you to call me sister loudly. Jiang Chu couldn't wait to kiss those sexy red lips. Isn't that the massage chair from last time? Why has it gotten bigger? Seeing Jiang Chu's surprised expression, Zhou Jiqing smiled and nodded. How about this? I bought a new one with more functions, and I want you to explore it together today. As he spoke, the hand wearing a black leather glove pushed Jiang Chu down. The fingertips are still in the air, sexy mouth corners slightly upturned. Full of charm. Jiang Chu, Zhou Jiqing. The whole person bends down and lowers his back to form a 45-degree angle with his long legs. From the back, those are a pair of superb long legs held up by high heels, until the top becomes round, plump, and raised. Jiang Chu's eyes were fixed on the TV. The TV in Zhou Jiqing's house is, again, the signal is a bit bad. A white screen appears. You can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient. Jiang Chu smiled. You are so serious. Are you going to interrogate me? That's right. I'm going to interrogate you today. Remember, if you're honest, I'll treat you leniently. If you resist, I'll treat you severely. I don't understand that. I only know that the truth is within the range of the canon. Zhou Jiqing, tell me the truth. How many women do you have? Are they as pretty as I am? Jiang Chu focused his eyes on the key points and said with a smile, Miss, you are so fierce. I think I will be under a lot of pressure later, so I will be forced to tell the truth. Actually, you are all good looking, but for now, you are the most beautiful. Ha ha ha, men's mouths are deceitful. Women are so scary. I'd rather watch cute crayon Shinchan. Jiang Chu's hand. Only the TV responded. There is also a set-top box. I have to say that watching TV is troublesome now. The other hand. It was a slightly embarrassing scene. It's channel 88. Not Jiang Chu. It took a lot of effort. Finally switched to 88. Zhou Jiqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Her face was already rosy. It's like water dripping out. On the TV screen, Crayon Shinchan is walking on the street. Then we walk to a shop. Boss, do you have light soy sauce for sale? No, kid. Do you have any fuel for sale? No, kid. The boss is a very patient adult who seems to like children. Xiao Xian turned around and walked away, muttering something. If you don't have anything to sell, then why open a store? The boss couldn't help but clench his fists, furious. I sell fruit here. How can I sell the things you mentioned? This episode is very classic. Jiang Chu had seen it many times. Never get tired of watching it. Zhou Jiqing was busy with other things. So I can't laugh. Jiang Chu was lying on the massage chair with his hands resting on the back of his head, looking up at the huge crystal chandelier. An incredible enjoyment. But some people can't stand him being lazy. Bring those sexy pink lips closer. The eyes were still staring at him, as if accusing him of being lazy. Have no choice. Jiang Chu could only kiss him. A lot of talk. In addition to 88 units. The 96th one is pretty good too. Hello. I'm fine. Hello everyone. We're here. We're here. Jiang Chu held Zhou Jiqing upright. The oncoming sense of oppression. It almost made him unable to breathe. Zhou Jiqing was climbing hard, holding Jiang Chu's head with one hand. The other hand was raised high, trying to reach one of the broken bulbs in the crystal chandelier above. It's just one that's broken. It won't affect so many of them. If you don't care, and one of these things breaks, it will ruin the aesthetics. It turned out that she wanted to change the light bulb, but I can't choose this time. Is it more challenging? Chapter 167, Killer Muronglan. Zhou Jiqing was twisting the light bulb in her hand and was not afraid of being electrocuted at all. But my body felt like it was electrocuted. Grit your teeth. Her eyebrows were furrowed. The eyes look at the light bulb, but her eyes are as charming as silk. Every time I stretched out my hand with all my strength, I had to use up all my strength. It took more than 10 minutes to replace the light bulb. This little Jiang Chu's physical strength is too good. With eyes full of fascination and sparks, he held Jiang Chu's cheeks with both hands and asked, Are you hungry? Carry me to the kitchen and I'll make you some noodles. Jiang Chu actually had a doubt. Why do the heroes and heroines in novels, regardless of whether they are rich or poor? Anyway, as long as I'm at home. Basically, it's all boiled noodles. Until he and Zhou Jiqing went to the kitchen together. She held the edge of the stove with her hands to cook noodles for him. Jiang Chu suddenly realized. It turns out that she can handle both the living room and the kitchen. In the kitchen, you can appreciate each other's craftsmanship and the following amazing techniques. No matter how domineering Zhou Jiqing is. Finally, I fell on the bed exhausted. Exhausted. Even when I was sniping at people during the day, I had never felt so tired. Jiang Chu used his fingertips to gently lift up her long wavy hair that was covering her face. The confident smile on the corner of his mouth suggests that he still has some energy left. Your strength is too abnormal. I can't even beat you. Zhou Jiqing. Favorability 193. Jiang Chu smiled slightly. While she was testing his strength, he was also trying to find out the other person's strength. If you want to beat me, you'll have to work harder in the future. At this time his cell phone rang. Black Dog? You must be calling me so late because it's urgent. It's me. Boss. Black Dog. Almost won't be able to see you anymore. Just now someone came to kill me, but luckily I met Xiaolong who came back and saved me. He is now chasing him out. I didn't see him because it was too dark. I only know that he is an expert with a dagger. 2 of my men died during the day, and I suspect she did it. Boss, you have to be careful. I don't know if the other party is from the Wong group and will come after you. Okay, I get it. Arrange some more people to protect yourself and Mr. Mo and the others. I've let the brothers pass. Jiang Chu hung up the phone, frowning. He was well aware of Black Dog's strength. Almost lost his life. And I didn't even see the other person's face. After thinking about it, decided to go back and see for myself. You want to go back and take a look? Zhou Jiqing asked. Well, arrange a few more men over here. That man is an expert. Okay, don't worry. Jiang Chu put on his clothes and drove towards the villa. When passing a narrow intersection, there was no one on the street. When he stopped at a red light, bang, 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 bang. The passenger window was smashed in 2 blows by the dagger handle. Then a hand reached in and forced the door open from the inside. A bloody figure came in. At the same time, one hand was holding a shining silver dagger in front of Jiang Chu's chest. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. He gasped and said indifferently, Drive quickly, or I'll kill you. Jiang Chu glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Under the peaked cap and high ponytail is a delicate, beautiful, but sweaty, pale face. The sports vest was soaked with sweat. The other hand covered his abdomen. It has been stained red with blood. The woman didn't look at Jiang Chu. Instead, he kept staring at the front of the car. Morong Lan. Age, 23. Height, 168. Weight, 53. Appearance, 88. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 0. I saw 2 people running towards me across the street. She became even more nervous. I said drive. Didn't you hear me? Oh, okay. Jiang Chu had already seen that the 2 people were Xiang Xiaolong and Meng Shun. I suddenly understood something in my heart. He could completely counterattack the opponent at this moment and take him down. But he wanted to know who was behind this. So he stepped on the accelerator. The car whizzed out before the red light even ended. Xiang Xiaolong stretched out his hand to stop Meng Shun and said, Stop chasing me. Isn't that the boss's car? Meng Shun was puzzled. Xiang Xiaolong nodded. Well, considering the boss's skills and the fact that the other party was seriously injured, he shouldn't be held hostage. There must be other intentions. Let's go back to prevent someone else from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Good. Seeing no pursuers, the woman heaved a sigh of relief. The dagger in his hand was still tightly grasped. Where are we going now? You're seriously injured. Do you want us to take you to the hospital? No, not to the hospital. Jiang Chu looked puzzled. Finally, following the other party's instructions, came to a closed pharmacy. After threatening him to get off the car together, the woman took out a piece of wire from somewhere, put it in the door lock and searched a few times to open it smoothly. Then let Jiang Chu lock the door. I turned on the light and looked around for medicine or something. Then back to the car. He once again coerced Jiang Chu to drive the car to a dilapidated factory building in the suburbs. I saw some escape supplies inside. It seems that the other party has deliberately stepped on this spot. She first injected herself with a shot of morphine in her arm. Then he pulled the clothes up, revealing the firm but blood-red belly. Jiang Chu could see that it was a knife wound, because it's close to the chest, so you can still see the black lace edge. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Jiang Chu pretended to be scared and waved his hands quickly. No, I just want to see if I can help. Your wound is quite serious, and you are bleeding too much. You will die if you don't go to the hospital. The woman's face and lips are extremely pale now. She knew the man in front of her was right. What's hateful is that the task assigned by the lady has not been completed yet. The black dog was not killed, and the whereabouts of Jiang Chu was not found. That's right. She is Murong Lan sent by Murong Yen. I was abducted by human traffickers and taken to a place located abroad when I was young. A place that specializes in training killers, like hell. They only teach various killing skills there. The training process was not only painful, just train them like machines. Many children her age died every day in the process. Describing the beauty of the outside world to her best sister, we agreed to find an opportunity to escape from this hellish place together. Due to a management oversight, they escaped, but it was discovered later. Being hunted down, her sister died on the road. She was also seriously injured. When I was about to die, I met Murong Yen who happened to be passing by. It was Murong Yen who saved her. She was only 8 years old at the time. Murong Yen treated her very well later. He let her study and learn all kinds of knowledge, and he trusted her very much, letting her stay by his side as a personal secretary. She did not stop training in her spare time. It can be said that Morong Yen is her only relative in this world. She needs to improve her strength to protect her. This time, the mission was completed smoothly. I didn't expect to encounter two super masters when I was killing the black dog, although the other party has old injuries. But she couldn't handle it alone, although I managed to escape. But he was also stabbed by the other party. Can't go to the hospital. It will definitely attract the attention of the hat. She was worried that the case would be traced back to Morong Yen. Am I going to die here like this? Gritting my teeth, I tried to open a pack of Yunnan powder, but I couldn't do anything. The dagger in the other hand also had no strength left. I couldn't hold it, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 168 Killers Should Not Have Tears. Do you want me to open it for you? Jiang Chu walked over and looked at her and said, Why don't you leave? Morong Lan asked in disbelief. She couldn't move now. The other party could take this opportunity to escape. At this time, she also had the opportunity to see the other person's face clearly. I have to say, a bit more handsome than her young master. It's just that her smile is a bit lewd. Is he thinking now? I advise you not to have any thoughts about me. Believe it or not, I can kill you before I die. Morong Lan said coldly, who knew that the other party was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked her up and down with great interest, especially staying for a long time at her towering point. You are quite pretty, especially that lamp. TSK, I wonder how it feels to hold it in your hand. Oh, do you want to try it? Then come over here. Morong Lan's voice was weak, but still full of temptation. Jiang Chu touched his nose. He smiled and said, Well, I was just saying it casually. The other party snorted and laughed. Why? You have the desire but not the courage. That's right. Didn't you just say that you could kill me before you died? I'm not that stupid. My life is more important. It won't be too late for me to try again after you die. Am I right? You. Morong Lan got so anxious that she gritted her teeth in pain as the wound was pulled. The eyes were like spitting fire, wishing to kill the wretched man in front of him. But I didn't have any strength in my body. I can only watch the other person look smug. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. There's a saying that goes, it's still good to be a ghost under a peony flower. On the other hand, isn't it good for you to be a little romantic before you die? Asshole, I regret not killing you just now. Morong Lan said viciously. Kill me? This dagger is quite sharp. Without it, I wonder how you can kill me. Jiang Chu calmly picked up the dagger under the other party's gaze. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it again and again. There was an imperceptible hint of viciousness in Morong Lan's eyes. Yes, I really can't kill you if you take the dagger away. I've also thought it through. You're right. It's not bad to have some fun before you die. Come here and let me have a taste of what it feels like. As she spoke, she raised the corners of her mouth, slightly opened her cherry lips, stuck out her tongue a little bit, and her eyes were blurred. One hand was still using the remaining strength to polish in front of the lamp. Very tempting. Jiang Chu's eyes were filled with joy. Rub your hands together. Really? That's great. Then I'll do something nice for you before you die. After saying that, he really came over. Looking at Morong Lan's slightly raised chin, there is still some stubbornness on the pale face. From a high vantage point, you can even see the bottomless Great Rift Valley of East Africa. The mountains rose and fell with she was breathing. Jiang Chu was almost drooling at the sight. With eyes wide open, 5 Fingers Mountain fell from a height. Morong Lan couldn't help but hum. Seeing the other person's squinting eyes, the eyes went from being blurry at first to turning cold in an instant. The corners of my mouth were slightly raised, and slowly took it back. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. One hand slowly lowered down. Suddenly her pupils widened, full of incredible things. Hey, are you looking for this? Jiang Chu looked proud. Another hand was raised. I don't know when a dagger appeared. Just press it gently. Tongue. The sharp blade popped out with a sound. Morong Lan couldn't pretend anymore. His face instantly turned into anger. How did you find out? You're so smart to put a dagger in your panties. Do you usually solve problems with a dagger? This is too special. Asshole. Kill me if you dare. Why should I kill you? You're going to die anyway. If I kill you, I'll be charged with murder for no reason. I'm not stupid, but I do want to ask if you have any last words, like if you want to taste a man or something like that. Hee. Maybe I can satisfy your request. Bah, that's what you just wanted. Why bother pretending to be a gentleman? But if you can really do me a favor, I can fulfill your request before I die. Oh, tell me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. No, I will do my best. The more Morong Lan looked at the person in front of her, the more she felt that he was despicable and hateful. It forms a sharp contrast with that handsome face. But now the task is not completed, and the phone is not with me. The only one who can tell the lady the news. There is only this person in front of me. Do you have a cell phone? Just give me a call, and I'll agree to anything you ask for. Is it that simple? You're not going to call your accomplices and tell them that I killed you? What if they come looking for revenge on me later? Humph, you are quite smart, but don't worry, I won't do that. Really promise me anything I ask? What if you break your promise? I'm almost dead, there's no need to lie to you. Besides, I can swear that if I break my promise, I will be punished by heaven and earth. Is that okay? Moron Lan was almost getting impatient. This person is not only annoying, still dithering. Okay, I only have one request, and that is that you stay by my side and be my servant from now on. You must listen to me and not disobey me. Moron Lan frowned. Shouldn't the other party be asking her to do that with him? She's going to die. What else to talk about later? She was made a servant. What special hobbies? Okay, I promise. Now you can give me your phone. She could feel herself getting weaker and weaker. I don't want to bother with this person anymore. Jiang Chu nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out his cell phone and handed it over. But it retracted halfway. Since you are my servant, call the master and let him listen, and I will give you the cell phone. Moron Lan was almost angry to death, looking at the other person's smiling face. She gritted her teeth and said, Master, hey, this sounds really good. Jiang Chu looked very proud. Then he gave the phone to the other party. Moron Lan input a string of numbers. Lady, Lanner, how is it going? I'm sorry, madam. I killed the two people who beat up the young master, as well as Wang Hai, but I couldn't find Jiang Chu, and I couldn't kill the black dog either. There were two masters around him, and I was injured before I escaped. But now, I'm afraid I can't go back to see you. I just want to say thank you in person. Thank you for saving me and giving me so much. What? You can't even complete this little thing, Lanner. You disappoint me so much. Lady, there's no evidence left. It will definitely not involve madam. Alas, you have been helping me all the time. I thought I would see the day when you become Koener's wife, but it seems that is impossible. I'm sorry, ma'am. Beep beep. The other party has actually hung up the phone, but she felt she still had a lot to say. A killer shouldn't have tears. This is the sentence I heard most often every day in the concentration camp. But now, her eyes were moist. In the haze, she saw a handsome face appear before her. Chapter 169, Hiring a Killer as a Servant. It was that bastard's face. Why was he smiling at her? And what is the other person holding in his hand? Isn't that her dagger? I saw red liquid flowing out of that arm. He actually cut his wrists? What does he want to do? Shouldn't we take her now? With confusion and doubt, a wave of dizziness came over me. I can't hold on any longer. She had a dream. A very long dream. In her dream, she was taken back to the horrible concentration camp again. He was a man with pigtails and a long scar on his face. He gave her a ferocious sneer. He is the girl's instructor, Koichi Sato. There is no telling how many girls died at his hands. She had a natural fear of seeing him. I couldn't help but retreat. Until a corner. There is no way back. She could only curl up and cry pitifully with her legs hugged. In front of him was the man with the terrifying smile. There are dozens of girls training together, including her sister. Everyone has a hideous smile. His eyes glowed green like a jackal at night. Don't come over here, please. Don't come over here, Wu. She is weak, helpless, and pitiful. But those people had no sympathy or mercy at all. She was desperate. I saw Moron Yen in another direction. He looked surprised as if he had found a life-saving straw. Shouted, Madam, help me. Moron Yen turned his head suddenly when he heard her shout. On a loving face. His mouth opened wide instantly, baring his sharp teeth. His hands ran towards her like claws. No, don't. She was completely desperate. She didn't know why even her only relative treated her like this. Just as Moron Yen, like a monster, rushed to the front and opened his mouth to devour. Suddenly a figure appeared, brandishing a dagger. For a time, limbs were flying all over the house. The blood flowed like a river. That Sato Koichi, those girls, and the monster Moron Yen all turned into pools of blood. She stared blankly at the incredible scene before her. The man slowly turned his head, looking at her with a smile. Hand over a bottle of water. It's okay. I'm here. You must be thirsty. Drink some water. How could it be him? It turned out to be that lewd man. She shivered. I really want to take that bottle of water. Because she felt very thirsty. She wanted to drink more. But I really don't have the strength. I can only watch him open the bottle. Pour the water slowly into your mouth. Like sweet raindrops. Like nectar. Sweet. Salty. When she regained consciousness. Try to open your eyes. It was a white ceiling. There was a large 3-blade ceiling fan hanging above it, turning slowly. A refreshing cool breeze blows. Turn your head slightly. I saw a window next to me leading to the blue sky and white clouds outside, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Is this the place you go after you die? Pretty. Lift your body slightly. I felt some pain in my abdomen. I can't help but feel tired. Hold your tongue. Wrong. Will there still be pain after death? I saw a person sitting on a chair not far away, looking at his back from behind, just like the domineering man who saved her in her dream. It should be him. I guess she is still dreaming. He saved himself. Since I'm dreaming, don't think so much then. Quietly admire his tall figure. When you don't speak, still quite handsome. Only, at this moment, put your hands under your belly and move them back and forth. What is he doing? Besides, he seemed to be looking at something, so serious and absorbed, but it was blocked by his broad back. She can't see anything. Just then, a soul-stirring voice came. Yashimoji. She was stunned for a moment, because she understands the language of cherry blossoms. Moved a bit, looking sideways. The scene before her shocked her. It turned out that he was looking at the computer monitor, and the picture inside is actually. Look at the man's hand movements at this moment. Oh my God, he actually did it in front of her, while watching a movie. Clothes. As the ending note rises higher, the two people on TV stopped moving. He also stopped what he was doing. Moron couldn't help but curse. Dirty. He turned his head and touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. It was indeed him. You woke up pretty quick. Not as fast as you. Moron Yen blurted out. This made Jiang Chu very embarrassed. I didn't offend you. And how do you talk to the master? Omega, well, you are looking at this kind of thing in broad daylight, and your hands are. At this time, Jiang Chu had already turned around. Moron saw that the other party was holding a thick, black object in his hand. The other hand holds her dagger. There is a singing bowl in front. It seems to be used to scrape that thing. She immediately knew that she had misunderstood the other party. I was speechless for a moment. What are you doing in your hand? This isn't donkey hide gelatin stick. This thing cost me 100,000 yuan. It's for replenishing blood, you know. When your medicine is ready, just put the powder in and drink it. Also, you've been sleeping for 2 days. I couldn't fall asleep in order to save you. This is a rural area. Fortunately, I met a brother who has the same hobbies as me. He has a computer with some movies. They're a bit old, but Mamatani Eri is still a classic. We can discuss it together when you get better. Who wants to discuss this with a dirty man like you? No, I'm dead, right? Moron lowered her head and pulled up her clothes. I saw that the wound on her abdomen had been sewn up. A layer of herbal medicine was also applied and wrapped in gauze. Just a slight movement. The wound was pulled and the pain came again. You are my servant. How could I let you die? Who is your servant? Don't talk nonsense. She really wasn't dead. Really still alive. This is incredible. Without going to the hospital for blood transfusion. There's no way she could survive. That's right. Blood transfusion. She seemed to vaguely remember that before she fell into a coma. The dirty man in front of him cut open his arm. Blood flowed from it. Could it be? Frowning, she looked at the dirty man who continued to shave off his powder. Why did he do that? Why? You said before that you would accept any request I made, and you also agreed and swore an oath. Moron was stunned. She said, I also swore. But that was when she felt she was going to die. I agreed to this in order to get a cell phone to call my wife. Well, you remember now. Of course, it's just an oath. It's no big deal. You can break your promise. Moron turned her head to the side. Humph, I will do what I promised. Really? Then call the master and let him listen. Jiang Chu smiled evilly. Moron frowned. His eyes caught sight of the dagger on the table beside him. Let her be the servant of this dirty man. It would be better to just die. I advise you not to do this. You still have a task that your wife has assigned you to complete. If you die, who will do it? Yes. The things that the lady asked her to do have not been completed yet. If I want to die, I will wait until I kill that black dog and break Jiang Chu's legs. But I had promised this dirty man in front of me. I feel extremely conflicted. At last, still think that it is important to complete the task. Compared with the kindness of the lady, one's own personal honor and disgrace do not matter. She held it in for a long time, then shouted awkwardly. Owner. Chapter 170. If you are afraid, you can call the master to help me. Hey, shout again. Owner. Jiang Chu looked proud. Not bad, not bad. I finally saved you. I, your master, had to endure several short movies before I saved you. Moron couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes. Just sit still and don't move. I'll go get the medicine first. After the other party went out, he quickly returned with a bowl of medicine with a strong medicinal flavor. Then add the powder you just scraped off while it's still hot. Stir it with a spoon. Straight to her mouth. Drink this and I guarantee you'll be full of energy in 2 days. Moron glanced at the other person with a little caution. Don't worry, it's not hot. I've tried it. Onaji? After drinking it, give it back to her. She looked down and saw one of the other person's arms. It was a deep and long wound. My heart can't help but feel warm. This wretched man was actually willing to do this just to save her. Moron Lawn, favorability 30-30. Moron Lawn still slightly opened her cherry lips. Let the other person slowly raise the bowl and pour the soup into it. The bitter and sour medicine made her frown. After finally finishing the drink, I coughed a few times. But, I have to say, this medicine is really amazing. My body was weak and cold. Now a warm current spreads throughout my body. Warm and cozy. Very comfortable. Are you a doctor? Jiang Chu frowned. Call me master. Moron Lawn pursed her lips and said reluctantly. Master, are you a doctor? I'm not a doctor, but I know a little bit about medicine, which is just enough to save you. Jiang Chu said as he lay down on the bed without taking off his shoes. His head rested unceremoniously on Moron Lan's pair of firm and elastic thighs. With a satisfied smile on his face. Moron Lan was stunned. This guy is too shameless. I never asked her if she agreed. Just when I wanted to push him away. Jiang Chu spoke first. Your name is Moron Lan? Lanner. Well, this is a good name. So I will call you Xiaolan from now on. I'm older than you. Understood. You are the master. Yeah, sensible. Your master, am a little sleepy and want to take a nap. If you're hungry, there are sweet potatoes in the pot outside and water in the kettle. If you want to watch a movie, go and watch it yourself. If you're scared, you can call me, master, too. I don't watch that stuff. Then tell me the story. Tell a story? Moron Lan glanced at the wound on the other person's hand. Eyes flickering. The other party has closed his eyes. There were no other improper actions. She looked out the window. Once upon a time, there was a little girl. I didn't finish the first sentence. The other party was already breathing heavily. I fell asleep so quickly. Moron Lan looked at the dagger beside her and took it in her hand. Looking at the sleeping dirty man, his eyes fixed. After hesitating for a while. In the end, I couldn't do it. Sighing softly, she carefully moved the dirty man's head off her thighs and moved the pillow over to place it on top. I looked around. I saw 2 network cables and electrical wires running from inside to outside the door. She walked out slowly. Outside is a rice field and next to it is a forest. There is only one house here, but it is a detached villa. But the location is indeed in the suburban countryside. There is a wood-burning stove on the sidewalk. On top of it was a medicine pot. I looked up at the wall opposite the door. It even has a camera installed. It is impossible for her to go out now. My strength has not yet fully recovered. I can only go back to the room. I turned on the computer. As soon as I clicked the mouse, I heard the sound of Hash communicating. Seeing that white picture, her face instantly turned red. Turn it off immediately. Then I found the location of the surveillance storage. From the very first screen, seeing that wretched man carrying the unconscious girl in his arms. I gave a bunch of money to an old lady and told her a few things. The aunt walked away happily. The camera's viewing angle is just enough to see part of the scene inside. After the wretched man put her on the bed, he unbuttoned her clothes, revealing exquisiteness. There was a lewd look on the other person's face. I stared at it for a long time. Moron Lan clenched her fists, with anger on his face. I actually let the other person see me naked. It's really hateful. Keep reading. He took out a bag from his pocket. He took out the silver needle and gave her acupuncture. Chinese acupuncture. She knew a thing or two about this. Seeing the serious look on his face, she calmed down a bit. It took about half an hour. He cut his wrist with a dagger. The blood flowed out, directly into her mouth. The self in the video seems to be somewhat conscious. He kept opening his mouth slightly and drank it. This process lasted for several minutes. This must be about 700 to 800 milliliters of blood, right? After the other party finished, he gave his own wound a needle. The bleeding stopped immediately. Then he started giving her injections again. Another half hour passed. Then the old lady came back. I had a lot of stuff in my hands. It should be herbs or something like that, including that black donkey hide gelatin stick. Then he went out and disappeared for half an hour. When I came back, I had a lot more firewood in my hands. Soon the fire was started. From making medicine to cooking medicine. I stayed up all night. When the water is boiled away, continue to add more. He almost fell asleep several times. A piece of charcoal fell and burned his leg, causing him to jump up. Phew. Moron Lan finally couldn't help laughing. The main reason is that the wretched man's actions were so funny. The next day, I applied medicine to her again. I fed her the medicine in small sips with a spoon. Sometimes he was so impatient that he probably wanted to just pry open his mouth and pour the medicine directly into it. But later I had no choice but to give up and could only eat it one spoonful at a time. Then she saw the other party pick up a dagger and cut open the wound that had just healed. Blood flowed again. Feed it into her mouth. This time, it continued for several minutes before stopping. This made her stunned. She knows the structure of the human body very well. The other party lost almost 2 liters of blood in 2 consecutive days. A normal person would have fainted long ago. There is even a risk of shock. It can be seen that the other party was a little shaky when he stood up later. Then I took the black stick. Sit in a chair. Turn on those movies. While watching, he kept scratching with his wounded hands. Then it was time for her to wake up. Moron turned around and looked at the nagging man sleeping on the bed. No wonder I can fall asleep in seconds. Even when she was normal, it is impossible for it to hold on for so long without falling down. At this moment, I don't know why. It's a bit sad. Why? Why did he make such a great sacrifice? Was it just to save her? Is he a fool? She had even thought about killing him several times before. Moron, favorability 50-80. Chapter 171 Master, did they just call you boss? Moron lay on the bed, looking closely at that handsome face. The outline of perseverance, high nose bridge, and the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. This is a quiet, handsome man, just a little pale. Thinking of those funny pictures on the surveillance camera just now. Moron smiled with her lips pursed. A feeling of sleepiness came over me. After all, she had just recovered a little. After letting down your guard, I soon fell asleep. When I woke up again, she felt someone lifting her clothes. I stood up quickly on instinct. Put your hands in the position where you usually draw your sword. But the knife was not there. The one who touched her was that nagging man. Don't move. I'm changing your medicine. Moron took a look and saw that the other party was preparing to apply medicine to her wound. You can wake me up. The other party looked at her unhappily. She blushed. Master, you can wake me up. Yes, that's right. I'm just letting you rest for a while. Do you think you are me, in great shape? Moron checked the time. This wretched man only slept for 2 hours? Watching him carefully change her medicine, Moron said, Thank you, Master. Not bad. I have some awareness. Jiang Chu felt so happy when he heard the name Master being called out. What puzzled him was, after sleeping for a while, the other person's favorability increased so much all of a sudden. Could it be that while he was sleeping? I opened the short film. Then he secretly observed Xiao Jiangchu, moved by his domineering side, discovered the meaning of life. What's with the alphanumeric S1 scar on the back of your neck? Moron's eyes widened. Master, this was burned on me when I was a child. Jiangchu looked surprised. Oh, can you tell me a little bit? I want to hear it. Moron looked conflicted. This is her biggest secret. Only the lady knows. Never mentioned it to anyone else. But I have already promised the other party. Become his servant. Yes, master. Moron seemed to have gotten used to calling out these 2 words. After all, she didn't know the other person's name. You can't call a wretched man a nagging man. If you promise, you must do it. This is her principle in life. Next, I briefly talked about my life experience. Every batch of people in the training camp has a final exam, and the scores are divided into S, A, B, C, and D from high to low. S1 means that I am the first in the S level in the training camp. People with a score of D are eliminated directly, which means death. I see. I didn't expect you to have such a complicated life story. I will avenge you when I have the chance. Moron smiled. Just treat it as a casual joke. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine was heard outside. Bang, bang. Then there were 2 door slams. Then there were the sounds of 2 people walking. Sounds like a steady pace. Moron narrowed her eyes. He quickly picked up the 2 daggers beside him and held them in his hands. He hid beside the door with a look of vigilance on his face. Why are you so nervous? Master, they must be looking for me. Those 2 are very powerful. I am not sure I can defeat any one of them. You should leave through the window first. Jiang Chu smiled. Since you call me master, even if I come to find you, I have to protect your safety, right? Having said that, he strode out. Is the master stupid? Moron gritted her teeth. Then he followed her out. When I saw someone coming, Moron's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, they were the 2 people who attacked her the night before. He quickly walked in front of Jiang Chu to block him, and took a fighting stance, saying sternly, The person you are looking for is me. He is just a doctor I kidnapped. Let him go. Xiang Xiaolong and Meng Shun, who had just arrived, looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chu behind him in confusion. Boss, what's going on? Nothing's wrong. She's my servant now. It's fine. Servant. The 2 were even more confused. This boss came up with so many tricks in just 2 nights? Moron was even more shocked. Look at Jiang Chu, who came out from behind. Master, did they just call you boss? Jiang Chu nodded. Yes, they are my people, so they call me boss. Also, the black dog you want to kill is now also my subordinate. Your master's name is Jiang Chu, the one you want to put in a wheelchair. Moron went from being bewildered to being shocked beyond measure. How is this possible? She wants to kill someone. It turned out to be the master's subordinate. And she wants to break her master's legs. Wrong. There should be a task first. Only then there is a master. You clearly knew my purpose, so why did you risk your life to save me? Besides, you could have killed me several times. Murong Lan's eyes flickered, and she had too many doubts in her mind. Because you are my servant, and I am your master. What's the explanation? There is no master who would almost sacrifice his life to save his servant. Well, since I am your master, this matter ends here. No, I promised my lady that I would complete the task. Jiang Chu's face was gloomy. Humph, madam, you heard the phone call last night yourself. She hung up before you could finish your words. She didn't care about your injuries, but only asked if you had any evidence pointing to her. You actually worked for such a person. Murong Lan was indeed disheartened after the phone call last night. But she refused to believe it. The lady will not want her. There must be something unspeakable that he didn't have time to say. It must be like this. Okay, you promised to be my servant, so you have to listen to me. I won't force you to make a decision right now. Since the other party has already regarded you as dead, she doesn't care whether you complete the task or not. Even if she wants my legs, she will definitely send someone else. You follow me first, and I will go with you to talk to her face to face when we find a time later. Jiang Chu's tone was overbearing and unquestionable. Murong Lan thought for a moment and decided that this was the best solution at the moment. I'll explain it to my wife later. What do you two want from me so urgently? Boss, your phone was turned off early this morning. President Mo and the others were worried that you were in danger, so they asked us to come out to look for you. It took us half a day to find you. Xiang Xiaolong explained. By the way, Aunt Chen's son has been found, but... Explain. I don't know when that guy got addicted to drugs. He gambles and smokes all day long. I don't think he can hold out for long. He also robs and kills people because he has no money. Also, our investigation found that Aunt Chen's long-divorced lover Guo Minghua had a son under his name. After identification, it was confirmed that he was Aunt Chen's biological son. They had a quarrel a few years ago, so Guo Minghua lied to her and said that the youngest son was dead. In fact, he secretly took the son back to his hometown and let others raise him. You see, Jiang Chu took the photos from Xiang Xiaolong. The eldest son no longer looks like a human being. He must be close to death. After thinking for a moment, tell Aunt Chen about the situation and find a way to make her make a choice. Chapter 172. If you want to punish someone, just punish me. It has nothing to do with them. Okay, boss. Leave this matter to me and the nine-tailed fox. We are good at this. Well, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chu got on his Ferrari. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. The words were spoken to Murong Lan. The other party bit his silver teeth lightly, striding over. Then he got on the passenger seat. Jiang Chu originally planned to find a place to settle Murong Lan first. After all, she is a killer and an unstable factor. But after seeing that her favorability reached 80, he felt relieved. In order not to worry Mo Yutong and the others, go back to the villa first. Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini and Xia Yanran were already waiting downstairs on the first floor. Seeing that the man in my family is fine, they felt relieved. First is Zhou Sini. She opened her arms and jumped up and down, swinging her ponytails. He rushed over, shaking the towering mountain. He jumped up and put his hands behind the neck of Jiang Chu, who had just got off the car. The white silk legs are hanging straight on the waist, no matter the white smile under the skirt. He kissed Jiang Chu fiercely on the face. Brother Jiang Chu, I miss you so much. Jiang Chu hugged her and said with a smile, I've only been out for 2 days. I don't care. I'm bored to death when you're not at home. Let me tell you, Brother Jiang Chu, I haven't even shown you the costumes I bought for you last time. Okay, I'll let you show off tonight. Yeah? Can I treat you to ice cream today? No, Brother Jiang Chu, you can't eat now. Jiang Chu? Omega? Brother Jiang Chu, what's that expression on your face? No, I mean, you look cuter when you wear those cosplays and eat ice cream. Really? Really? I think so too. I'll wear it to show Brother Jiang Chu when I can eat ice cream. Omega? Jiang Chu gave a thumbs up. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran were completely speechless. This Zhou Sini is so cute. In contrast, Jiang Chu is simply a bad guy. The kind of person who cheats people and then asks them to help count their money. Wrong. Why does it seem like he is talking about me? Kurika. Omega? When they saw another person coming down from the co-pilot seat. And she is a beautiful woman whose figure and appearance are not inferior to theirs. A bit indifferent. Kind of cool. Several people were stunned. Jiang Chu, this is... Oh, this is my servant, Murong Lan. You can call her Xiaolong. Servant. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran were both shocked. What is going on? Servant, that's great. I also have a female costume. I can also be Brother Jiang Chu's servant. Good morning, master. Please have a good sleep. Are you satisfied with the way Xin served you today? Zhou Sini immediately entered into the role. Jiang Chu and the others all had black lines on their foreheads. This Zhou Sini is so cute. Jiang Chu, be serious. Xia Yinran couldn't help but say, I'm serious. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Well, he is my master. Morong Lan nodded and admitted it with gritted teeth. Jiang Chu pretended not to see it. There was a smug look on his face. Mo Yutong and Xia Yinran were both shocked. Eh? Xiaolan, let me introduce you to these three women. They are your master's women. This is the invincible and lovely Zhou Sini. This is the domineering CEO Mo Yutong. And this is the resourceful and cunning Wall Street. Shut up, my name is Xia Yinran, hello. Jiang Chu was directly retorted by Xia Yinran. He touched his nose with a sullen expression. Okay, you can rest assured now that I'm fine. Xiaolan, I'm a little tired. I'm going to go upstairs and wait on my master until he goes to sleep. Hello, hostesses. Morong Lan gritted her teeth. This guy didn't give her any face at all. As soon as I come back, I have to help him sleep. Although I promised to do it. But there's no need to be so blatant. It angered her. At worst, I could just wield a dagger to kill her, and then she could commit suicide. Wait a moment. Xia Yinran suddenly spoke. Jiang Chu, I don't care what happened between you and Xiaolan. Let her call you master. But since you brought her back, she should be on an equal footing with us. Xiaolan, don't worry about him. He's just talking. He actually treats you as his woman, just like us, so you don't have to call us that. Xia Yinran pushed the wheelchair to Morong Lan's side. Mo Yutong also walked over to Morong Lan and took her arm. He said righteously, That's right. I support Sister Yinran this time. Jiang Chu, you can't treat Xiaolan like this. From now on, she is my Mo Yutong's good sister. If you dare to bully her, I will not allow you to touch me for a week. After saying this, he pursed his lips and raised his chin. One hand on waist. Put up the headlights. Standing proudly. Even Zhou Sini looked at both sides. He jumped to Morong Lan's side with a smile. With her hands behind her back, her head tilted, her twin ponytails slanted, her tongue stuck out, and she looked a little embarrassed. Brother Jiang Chu, there are three of them, and you are the only one. I will lose on your side, so I came here, Jiang Chu TT. This is collective rebellion. Where's the happiness you promised? Morong Lan was flattered for a moment. All along, she only listened to Morong Yin in the Su family. In addition to handling the company's daily. Then you just have to keep training yourself. He is also ruthless in assigning tasks. So there won't be any friends at all, let alone besties. Loneliness is her daily compulsory course. But now, suddenly, there were three more people supporting her. And we just met. The seed of indifference in her heart seemed to sprout quietly. Seeing Jiang Chu, who was frustrated and upset. When he bullied her before, he was still arrogant. She couldn't help but purse her lips and wanted to smile. But, since she had promised to be his servant, she will do it. Thank you. Morong Lan showed gratitude. But I promised my master to be his servant, and I will keep my word. Jiang Chu. The three women, led by Xia Yinran, stared at Jiang Chu. He felt guilty, but he couldn't back down. If we back down, these women will destroy our home in the future. All right, he said seriously. I know what I am doing. Are you trying to rebel now? Zhou Sini was the first to lower her head. Mo Yutong was the second person with the expression, I was wrong on his face. To Xia Yinran. Although I am not convinced and want to be strong. But think about it in front of Jiang Chu. She didn't seem to have much capital to negotiate. After all, she had promised him to be his woman. It was Morong Lan who spoke up at this time. Master, don't make things difficult for them. They are all doing this for my own good. This incident was caused by me. If you want to punish someone, just punish me. It has nothing to do with them. Ah, Xiaolan, are you still injured? Mo Yutong accidentally touched the other person's wound. Morong Lan frowned and couldn't help but snorted. She just discovered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chapter 173, Is This What Home Feels Like? It's okay, the master treated me. Jiang Chu's originally serious expression. Finally, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked up to the four of them. I, Jiang Chu, clearly distinguish between rewards and punishments. If you feel you have done something wrong, please stand up. Morong Lan was the first to stand up. Zhou Sini is the second one. Mo Yutong is the third one. Xia Yinran sighed. I also pushed the wheelchair forward a distance. Very good. Since you are wrong, you must be willing to accept the punishment. Jiang Chu said coldly. Several people remained silent. Jiang Chu took a glance and spoke. My punishment for you is that each of you must kiss me first for more than 3 seconds. No, 5 seconds. The nervous expressions of the women suddenly became happy and smiling. This is not simple. Zhou Sini was the first to rush over to punish Jiang Chu. Standing on tiptoe, he started to eat fiercely. If Mo Yutong hadn't pulled her away, I don't know how many 5 seconds it will take. The second one was Mo Yutong kissing him. No more, no less. Exactly 5 seconds. Although I have experienced a lot. But it was the first time I kissed him in front of so many people. Naturally, I felt a little blushing and shy. The third one is Xia Yinran. Because she is in a wheelchair. So Jiang Chu bent down and cooperated. Shameless, she said. But he still took the initiative to kiss for 5 seconds. Jiang Chu looked very proud. This kiss also has its own merits. Zhou Sini is naughty and cute. Mo Yutong asked for it generously. Xia Yinran's shyness hides a domineering side. Now the only one missing is Murong Lan. She didn't know how those 3 women could kiss each other so easily. This was her first kiss. But others have done it. She won't cheat. After all, their punishment was caused by her. Murong Lan has already stood in front of Jiang Chu. I just felt my heart pounding. Increased body temperature. Looking up at Jiang Chu, he had a smile on his face and was a little proud. I gritted my teeth, stood on tiptoe, and kissed her. Who knew that she would feel a tingling sensation as if she had been electrocuted when their lips touched? It was just a kiss like a dragonfly skimming the water. Sister Xiaolan, this 1 second is not enough, it doesn't count. Zhou Sini said on the side. Murong Lan actually knew in her heart. But the feeling just now made her feel flustered. Like a fawn running wildly. How could she kiss him a second time? Xiaolan, if you are not ready now, I won't force you. When speaking, Murong Lan felt her hand being pulled up and held in the other person's palm. It was a warm feeling. Large. Feel safe. She saw the deep wound on Jiang Chu's arm. The bits and pieces of the past 2 days come to mind. The master has given so much for her. It's like giving her a third life. What's a kiss? Murong Lan took a deep breath. Lift your head. Looking into Jiang Chu's deep eyes. I closed my eyes and kissed him. In order not to leave immediately this time. She even clasped Jiang Chu's neck with both hands. Press firmly. This kiss. The kiss expressed her deep gratitude. Melted the emotions that had been frozen for many years. And the desire to live. Murong Lan, favorability 5. Xia Yinran's words rang out beside him. How long do you plan to kiss? Do you still need to eat? Eat. Eat. I love eating the most, yeah. Murong Lan let Jiang Chu go. So shy that I want to stick my head into the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Jiang Chu took her directly into his arms. This will be your home from now on. Home. Murong Lan was stunned. I am totally unfamiliar with this word. In the concentration camp, no one cared whether you lived or died. Even after being rescued by the lady. Every day, I just mechanically accept instructions and execute them. She felt that this was what she should do. Although the lady would occasionally greet him. She knew in her heart. Murong Yin only has power, status, and young Master Su Koan. She even lived alone in a house. Eating alone. Sleeping alone. Despite this, she still felt satisfied. After all, there is still a relative in this world. But suddenly I was talking about home. Come on, let's go eat together. Jiang Chu took her hand and left. She did not refuse to resist. Because her head is still buzzing. This sweet and sour pork ribs is really delicious, Aunt Chen. Don't you want to eat with us? No, I've eaten before, so I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat. Xiaolong asked me to come over, so I'll go see what's going on. Jiang Chu glanced at Aunt Chen's back as she walked out. Eyes narrowed. I hope she can make the right choice. Xiaolong, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Why are you standing there? Mo Yutong saw Murong Lan standing behind Jiang Chu and spoke. I am a servant, and it is not my place to sit at the same table with my master. Jiang Chu was confused now. He stood up, then pushed Murong Lan to the seat and pressed her down to sit down. Murong Lan looked puzzled. Jiang Chu turned his face and said, I don't have so many rules here. From now on, you can do whatever you want when I don't ask you to do it. Just like they said, you are all my women, and everyone is equal. Poochie giggle. Mo Yutong couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chu's frustrated look is so cute. I picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for Xiaolan. Xiaolan, try this, it's delicious. I've already said that your master has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He just likes you, it's okay. Yes, Sister Xiaolan, Brother Jiang Chu is a very good person. He will agree to whatever you want and buy you a lot of delicious, fun, beautiful clothes and so on. Here, this is what I give to you, Sister Xiaolan. Zhou Sini also followed suit and picked up a piece of sauerkraut beef for Murong Lan. Xia Yinran directly took a piece of tofu. His heart. Eat it, and it's yours. Jiang Chu looked like he had surrendered. Ha ha. Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini laughed so hard that tears came out. Xia Yinran couldn't help but pursed her lips. Murong Lan smiled for the first time. My throat was a little choked up. Is this what home feels like? And at the same time I have friends. She knew clearly. This is all because of what the master brought her. Moron Lan, favorability 3. After dinner, Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini insisted on dragging Moron Lan out to go shopping. She said she wanted to buy her clothes. 3 goddesses go shopping. Of course Jiang Chu wanted to go with him. However, the 3 of them unanimously opposed it. It is said that Jiang Chu cannot move freely after going to Moron Lan. And he also needs to treat Xia Yinran. Have no choice. He could only transfer 5 million yuan with a wave of his hand. Let them do whatever they want. But they can only get the money back if they actually spend it. But for the current companies that easily invest hundreds of millions, these return points are a bit underwhelming. Jiang Chu went to the balcony on the 3rd floor and looked at the night. The sky is dotted with stars. Thinking about the serious pollution in a few years. Except for the moon and 1 or 2 larger Jupiters. There were no stars to be seen at all. He turned on the system. Check the earnings. Chapter 174, Ant Chen's Choice. Gu Yin and his team invested 400 million yuan before. The building was purchased for 300 million. 100 million is given to a single ice. The Wang Group actually used only 300 million yuan to manipulate the stock market. So the points he actually obtained now are more than 1.1 billion in surplus. The following car buyers can simply be ignored. If converted into Huaxia currency, you will definitely be a trillionaire. Certainly, he is not stupid enough to exchange so much at once. Let's not talk about whether it will cause inflation. The frightening numbers alone are enough to attract the attention of some people around the world. In order to suppress individuals, companies, or even countries that pose a threat to their rise, some countries, you can do everything you can. For example, Warwick in the previous life. The daughter of a wealthy family was detained for a long time on trumped-up charges. And now he has to grow up slowly. Wait until you are stronger and then slowly show your cards. The most urgent task is, in addition to transferring money to physical companies to control various industries, that is to improve the favorability. Upgrade the system. See what new features you can unlock. Boss. Xiang Xiaolong's voice sounded behind him. Jiang Chu turned around. See, the other party nodded. It seems that they have already dealt with Aunt Shun. The only source of unrest in the villa has finally been resolved. Where is she now? 1st floor, with Miss Xia. Let's go and take a look. In the living room on the 1st floor. Aunt Shun, who already had most of her hair white. Now there is no trace of black. At this moment, her face was full of tears, and he knelt on the ground opposite Xia Yinran, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Miss, I am sorry for you and the master of the family. In order to save my good-for-nothing son, I agreed to their request at first and said I would install a bug at home. They gave my son 5 million. Later, my conscience was tormenting me and I couldn't sleep every day. Finally, I couldn't help but confess everything to the master of the family. I thought he would expose me and put me in jail, or at least drive me away, but what I didn't expect was that the master of the family actually told me to keep me and let me do what those people said. He also told me that if they died one day, I must take good care of you. I asked them why they did this, and the master of the family said, only if we die, Yinran may still have a chance to survive. Xia Yinran, who is always calm. Now, even through the veil, I can also see tears streaming down my face. A pair of hands wearing black lace couldn't help but tremble. Aunt Chin continued. Miss, the master of the family made me swear not to tell you the truth. They are afraid that you will seek revenge after knowing it. They asked me to return this thing to you when I am unable to keep it. After saying that, Aunt Chin took out an old pocket watch from her bosom and handed it to Xia Yinran. Xia Yinran took it and opened it. It was a yellowed surface, and the pointer stopped moving. On the lid is a photo of Xia Yinran when she was a child, with her parents and their family of 3. All 3 of them had bright smiles on their faces. Xia Yinran couldn't help crying out loud. Although it is very small. Miss, I am sorry for your family. I was very happy when I saw you and young Master Jiang together that day. Miss, you are finally not alone. Young Master Jiang is a very good person. I am relieved that you are with him. I have also completed the task assigned to me by the head of the family. Phew. A knife appeared in Aunt Chin's hand at some point, and she inserted it into her abdomen. When Aunt Chin finished saying that, Xia Yinran felt something was wrong. He looked at the other party hurriedly, but it was still a step too late. I watched Aunt Chin insert the knife. Aunt Chin, Xia Yinran, who was sitting in a wheelchair, yelled. He stood up, but he lost his balance for a moment and fell to his knees again. Ignoring the pain, Xia Yinran quickly hugged Aunt Chin in her arms, seeing her hand still on the hilt. Blood was flowing. It dyed Aunt Chin's dark coarse cloth clothes red. Aunt Chin endured the pain and looked surprised. Miss, your feet. Yes, I can stand up today. Jiang Chu cured my foot. That's great. Before I die, I can see you standing up. It can be regarded as a comfort to the spirit of the master of the family. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see the day when your appearance is restored." After saying this, Aunt Chen fainted. At this time, Jiang Chu and Xiang Xiaolong heard the noise and came over. Xia Yanran saw Jiang Chu as if she had seen a life-saving straw and said anxiously, "Jiang Chu, you must save Aunt Chen, please." Jiang Chu nodded and immediately took out the silver needle he carried with him, peeled off the clothes on the wound, and inserted a few needles into it. Then he felt the other person's pulse. "Xiaolong, carry her to the bed. I'll go get the medicine." "Good. More than 3 hours." 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Chu finally rescued Aunt Chen from the brink of death. Aunt Chen slowly opened her eyes. "Am I dead? Why isn't this a villa?" "Aunt Chen, you are not dead. Jiang Chu saved you." Xia Yanran saw that Aunt Chen had finally woken up, and she held Aunt Chen's hand and said excitedly, "Miss, why don't you let me die? I am sorry for you." "Don't say that, Aunt Chen. I don't blame you. You promised my dad that you would take good care of me, so you can't die, understand?" "Miss." Aunt Chen had tears in her eyes. Then I remembered something. Look at Jiang Chu standing aside. "Master Jiang, thank you for saving my life." "You're welcome. You are Yinran's family, and you are also my family. I misunderstood you before." "Jiang Chu, thank you. You look a little tired. Your face is pale. Do you want to take a rest?" Xia Yinran spoke. Jiang Chu waved his hands with a proud look on his face. "It's okay. Your man is very powerful." Xia Yinran rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Not serious at all." Jiang Chu stood up and said, "You must have a lot to say. Aunt Chen, you need to rest more. Yinran, don't be in a hurry to stand up. Wait until you are stable in a couple of days. I'm going to leave first." Jiang Chu stood up and just walked to the door. Then I heard the chattering of 3 women. Then I saw Mo Yutong and the others walking over. "Brother Jiang Chu, we bought a lot of things with Sister Xiaolan. Look, these are all our spoils from the night." Zhou Sini happily raised the large and small bags in her hands. "Haha, is that so? This is the clothes we bought for Xiaolan. She put them on specially to show you, her owner. Come and take a look and see if they look good." Mo Yutong said happily. Because she picked out this dress for Xiaolan. Xiaolan said that she usually only wears sportswear and company uniforms. Never wore any other. So she bought a piece of sexy clothing that Jiang Chu liked. Murong Lan stood out shyly with her head lowered. Chapter 175. Brother Jiang Chu is fainted by milk? Jiang Chu looked around. Gray one-shoulder halter neck hip skirt. The 2 straps on the neck were enlarged into a rounded triangle. All the way around, both sides are sexy and tall. Good Kuan, so white. Only, why do I feel a little shaky? Jiang Chu, are you okay? Mo Yutong saw Jiang Chu was shaky. But Jiang Chu's eyes were fixed on Murong Lan. I heard nothing. The Great Rift Valley of East Africa can be seen in the middle. It started to become 2 or 3 lines. Then it started spinning. Jiang Chu, puff. Jiang Chu threw his whole face onto the cotton. The whole person fainted directly. Murong Lan held him in her arms. What happened to Brother Jiang Chu? Is he fainting from milk? Zhou Sini asked with a puzzled look on her face. Master, he must be too weak, that's why he fainted. Xia Yanran just saw it and hurriedly pushed the wheelchair out. He had been busy for more than 3 hours trying to save Aunt Chen. Murong Lan also said with guilt. In order to save me, the master has not rested for the past 2 days. He only slept for 2 hours. He also cut his wrist and let the blood flow for me to drink, so... What? Mo Yutong and the others all looked at Jiang Chu's wrist. There was indeed a long and deep scar on it. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Chu. I didn't know. I didn't mean to say that. Please don't die. Zhou Sini burst into tears after just a few words. Is Jiang Chu okay? Mo Yutong just felt a sense of falling in his heart, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. But I am powerless. Now I found out. It seemed that all the happiness and joy she had were given by Jiang Chu. If he is gone, what's the use of so much money? What is the meaning of life? Only now did she realize how important Jiang Chu was in her heart. Mo Yutong, favorability 100. When the favorability reaches 100, the points spent will be returned at a ratio of 1 to 100. Fortunately, Jiang Chu fainted. Otherwise, I would probably faint again after hearing this. Xia Yinran blamed herself even more. In the final analysis, this matter of Aunt Chen was caused by her. Don't worry, the master won't die. He just fainted temporarily. Just let him rest. I have the greatest responsibility. Let me take care of him tonight. Murong Lan directly carried Jiang Chu on her back. No one knew where she got so much strength. I also want to take care of Brother Jiang Chu. Zhou Sini followed. Mo Yutong and Xia Yanran looked at each other. Aunt Chen needs you to accompany her. I'll go now. It was already 6 o'clock the next morning when Jiang Chuyu woke up. In addition to the fact that my head felt a little swollen and my body felt a little weak. Everything else is fine. Ha hu ha. Hearing Zhou Sini's exclusive sleeping breathing, Jiang Chu turned around and looked. I saw a little head with 2 ponytails lying on its side with its hands as a pillow. Fell asleep with drooling. Jiang Chu struggled to sit up. Master, you are awake. Moron Lan stood up. She hadn't slept. Because I was worried that if Jiang Chu needed anything, someone would be able to help him. Although she was a little tired. But after training, that's nothing. Shoo. Jiang Chu saw Mo Yutong also lying on the other side. I am busy in the company during the day. I went shopping again in the evening. I guess he's exhausted too. I'm fine. Master, please have a drink of water. Moron Lan handed over a glass of water. Jiang Chu nodded, took it, and drank it in one gulp. I'm really thirsty. Do you want more? I'll go get another cup. No, that's fine. Jiang Chu said as he was about to get out of bed. Moron Lan came over quickly. He waved his hand to stop him. I'm fine. Come, help me carry them both to bed. Jiang Chu was now completely exhausted, and he could also see that Moron Lan's body had not fully recovered. Moron Lan nodded. The two of them carried Zhou Sini up. The other person sleeps like a pig. Totally unconscious. Just like the old man said. I don't even know if it's sold. Mo Yutong woke up when she was put on the bed. Jiang Chu, you're awake, are you okay? I'm fine. You go to sleep. I'll sleep next to you later. I'm going to the bathroom first. Mo Yutong looked at Moron Lan. The other party nodded to indicate that it was okay. Only then did I feel relieved. Well, I'll sleep a little longer. I have to go to the company for a meeting later. Jiang Chu felt dizzy again when he walked outside. Immediately lean on the wall. Master, I will support you. Moron Lanhai was wearing that sexy hip skirt, coupled with her unique and strong figure. Very hot. Jiang Chu wanted to say no, but the arm felt like cotton. So cool. He let her help him into the room. I'm going to the bathroom. Master, let me help you go. Jiang Chu, Omega. This is not good. Moron Lan's face actually turned red when she said that. Lower your head and be shy. It's okay, master. This is what I should do. Jiang Chu found that he really had no strength. Never mind. Anyway, the ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. Not to mention, he has a lot of capital. Sooner or later, the other party will be sincere. Jiang Chu walked to the toilet. I pulled the string of my shorts with my hands. How could I know I pulled to the wrong place? It's a dead end. I don't have much strength now. Master, let me do it. Moron Lan helped him untie the knot without saying a word. Before he let go, the other party has already taken the next step. Moron Lan turned her head slightly. As the pupil gradually dilates, there was surprise on his face. Jiang Chu suddenly thought of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. That helpless person, he was thinking. Of course, Liu Bei, a grown man, couldn't be helped. Try changing it to Jiao Chan or to Qiao. Help Jiang Chu back to bed. He lay down, comfortable. But Moron Lan lay on the edge of the bed. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Come up and sleep next to me. But I haven't showered yet. You don't listen to what the master says, do you? Moron Lan shyly took off her shoes and lay on the bed, 1 meter away from Jiang Chu. Come to sleep. Moved a little bit. Sleep next to me. Moron Lan closed her eyes and moved to Jiang Chu's side. Open your eyes. She opened her eyes, seeing Jiang Chu's face approaching, kissed her on the lips, and he held her with both hands. Go to sleep. Good night. She was stunned throughout the whole process. But after waiting for a while, I didn't see any movement from Jiang Chu. Instead, the sound of heavy breathing was heard. The master actually fell asleep holding her. The first time she slept with someone. And a man. I like it a little bit. Risk your life to save her. A man whom she called master. I don't know why. The feeling of being embraced. Looking at the slightly raised corners of the master's mouth. And the male hormones that are emitted. She couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Chapter 176. Don't worry, I'm very loyal. Moron Lan closed her eyes. Soon she fell asleep too. And had a very sweet dream. Moron Lan, favorability 290. Ding. The system detects that Moron Lan's favorability has reached 90 and rewards 20 attribute points. The current remaining is 98. Jiang Chu is not here these few days. The entire fruit province, especially Nan City, has undergone tremendous changes. After all, the Wang group is one of the 8 major groups. The sudden disappearance is bound to cause turf wars among all parties. Zhou Jinting and his team focused most of their attention on the competition below. Other large groups have divided up the previously visible market. Even the 2 large groups that had previously worked closely with the Wang group took advantage of the situation. We have gained more resources by leveraging the cooperative advantages we have. Therefore, the 8 major groups in Nan City have now become 7 major groups. The ranking also became He Ming, Zhou Huang, Gu Qing Zhao. Ming Group and Zhou Group also had a chance to cooperate because Jiang Chu informed them in advance. So they took over most of the resources of Wang Group. It can be said that he made a lot of money, especially the Zhou Group. It jumped directly from the bottom to the 3rd place, although they have little real economy. But the underground gray industry chain is now basically under our control. The strength should not be underestimated. And the behemoth He family still ranks first. This time, they also gained a lot of resources from the division of Wang Group. It's just a little less than the other two. Tianwen, do you know why you lost in this competition for resources of the Wang Group? He Yao was sat in the main seat in the He family's hall. Sitting upright in the first seat next to him was a middle-aged man with a square face named He Ho-chin. His expression is serious and looks very majestic, wearing a green uniform. Especially the pine branch and a star on his shoulder indicate his amazing identity. Tianwen, your uncle rarely comes home. Think about it first. The second pick is also a middle-aged man. They look similar. It's just that this person is wearing a simple polo shirt. Combed his hair back. Looks serious, but more romantic and suave. That was He Tianwen's father, He Shanhai. Yes, Dad. Uncle, this time it was my fault for not getting the information in time. No, I didn't listen to the advice of Grandpa and sister, which resulted in the key resources being taken by other groups when I took action. He Tianwen bowed his head and stood in the middle of the lobby. As he said this, he glanced at He Shiyun, who was standing next to him with a smug look on her face. Tianwen, the business world is like a battlefield. I, your uncle, can only lead troops to fight, but the principles are the same. Between you and your opponent, whoever can grasp important information earlier may often be the key to victory or defeat. A single careless move can lead to a huge mistake. From now on, you will be in control of the He family. I hope you will learn from this lesson. Listen carefully to your uncle's instructions. Well, you should learn from your sister Shiyun. Not only did she start a company before she graduated, she also won the agency rights for several provinces in the south. Regardless of whether she was successful or not, her spirit of pioneering and expanding her territory deserves praise. He Shiyun's eyes curved with smiles when she received the compliments. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. My cousin is also very capable. He became a colonel at the age of 36. He is much better than many of his peers. Haha, your cousin is so stubborn. He focuses on his mission all day long. He doesn't even have a girlfriend at his age. As your uncle, I'm worried about you. My cousin wants to build a career before getting married. If Bala were to take the initiative to marry him, there would definitely be a long queue. Uncle, look, my brother is also in his 30s and still single. Haha, Shiyun, you are such a talkative little guy. Yes, there are indeed many outstanding girls who want to pursue your cousin, but this guy doesn't like any of them. I, your uncle, can't do anything about it. I can't follow the old friend's way of arranging marriages. Speaking of your brother Tianwen, I don't worry about him. He is the same as your father. He is not married yet, and he may have already had children outside. Ahem. He Shanhai hurriedly concealed his inner embarrassment. Brother, why are you dragging me into this? Shiyun, you are a girl. Don't follow your elder brother and your father. Don't worry, I'm very loyal. He Shiyun stuck out her tongue and thought a little guilty. I am single-minded. But that arrogant master is not like that. Shiyun, since Big Brother mentioned your company, I, as a father, have to say a few words to you. You and your partner Jiang Chu, right? You have never done market research, and you are not professionals in that field. I strongly disagree with the practice of going all in on the fruit phone. This is a taboo in doing business. If the funds were not invested by the other party, I would suspect that you were deceived by them. How could this fruit phone shake Nokia's current status? It's ridiculous. He Shanhai reprimanded with a stern look on his face. He Shiyun's face immediately became unhappy. Dad, just now my uncle praised me for my spirit of expanding territory, but why do you make it sound like I'm doing something stupid? I believe in Master's judgment, and I also believe in my own vision, which will never be wrong. Humph. You've only known him for a few days, and you don't even know his background, yet you dare to trust him so much? Believe it or not, I will take back those sales channels in your hands. He Shiyun pouted. I complained in my heart. Who said that they didn't know the details? The background is very strong. And again, I've tasted everything. But when it comes to taking back those sales channels, although most of them are from MOU's side, but she has already stepped on the gas pedal and is ready to do something big. What could go wrong at this time? Her eyebrows tightened, and she immediately ran to her grandfather He Yaoguo with a wronged look on her face and hugged his arms. Grandpa, you see, Dad is just making unreasonable arguments. He denied my efforts before the results even came out. You must support me, Grandpa. He Shanghai looked unhappy. He can make all kinds of women obedient outside. I just can't handle this precious daughter. Just because she has a grasp on his Achilles heel, the old man. Really? He Yawa immediately smiled and comforted her. Okay, your dad doesn't support you, but I, your grandpa, do. If he dares to touch your sales channels, I will make him stay in the ancestral hall for a month and not go out to touch women. That's great, Grandpa. You are the best to me. Compared with my daughter's joy. He Shanghai wanted to die. No touching of women for a month. It would be better to just kill him. But I can't just let go of what I just said. Shiryun, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your grandfather is backing you up. I'll let you be willful this time. You invested 100 million, right? I don't ask for much. As long as you don't lose half of it, I'll consider you a winner. If you cross this line, you'll have to listen to me in the future. Don't touch business. Just find a boyfriend, get married, and raise your children. Chapter 177. He Shiryun's bet with her father. He Shiryun looked dissatisfied and put her hands on her hips. What do you mean? You're cursing us for losing money before we even start? What if I make money, and a lot of money? What then? He Shanghai had a look of disdain on his face. Even his daughter. If you really make money, not only will you be allowed to get involved in our he family's business, but you can also date any boyfriend you want. I promise not to interfere with you. No, this is too easy for you. You have no right to interfere with my boyfriend. If you lose, I will punish you by not letting you touch a woman for a month. He Shanghaied. Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. He Shiryun clapped her hands, straightened her head, and looked confident and proud. Ha ha Shanghai. Be careful not to step on empty air if you are too arrogant. Brother, I'm not as good as you in military affairs, but in business, this little girl is still a little greener than me. He Shanghai said confidently. By the way, Uncle, this is the fruit phone I'm the agent for. It's already arrived and is ready to go on sale in the market. I have a few here, and I'll give one to each of you. He Shiryun gave a mobile phone to each of the people present. He Yaogua. Shiryun, this phone doesn't have a keyboard. How do I use it? Grandpa, this is a brand new touchscreen with a keyboard inside. Let me show you. He Shiryun also taught them how to operate it on the spot. Who would use this thing? He Shanghai said disdainfully. But I still couldn't help but play with it for a while, and I felt a little confused. Haha, Shiryun is still the best. She knows how to give me some small gifts. Look, your brother didn't give me anything in the past 2 days since I came back. He has nothing. He Tianwen. I sent some tea leaves, but they were all thrown back. He also said he would not accept bribes. Shameless. Wait, Uncle, this phone is not given to you for use. It is given to you to take back and study. Oh, what do you mean? Is there some mystery in it? He Ho-chin looked puzzled. He Shiryun scratched her head, with a confused look on her face. I don't know how to put it. It was my master who told me that. I mentioned to him that you were a general. He Ho-chin's eyes suddenly became serious. He Shiryun immediately said coquettishly, Uncle, please listen to me. Don't use my name randomly anymore. I know. Continue. My master said that this phone was researched and produced in the United States. The core components, namely the chip and the system, are all from others. We must be on guard against them. He Ho-chin's eyes narrowed. The others were also stunned. Is the master you mentioned your partner? If so, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? He is indeed a partner, and he also invested in the company. But he also said that this is the general trend, and it cannot be stopped. We can only go with the flow and take the initiative in our hands. In addition, we need to let the domestic market understand and learn from others' shortcomings, and at the same time develop our own core technology, and so on. After He Shiryun finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. He Ho-chin nodded and said, although I don't want to admit it, sometimes I really have to do this. Our country also went from imitation to reference after the reform and opening up, and finally successfully had its own powerful military strength. During this period, we could only cross the river by feeling the stones and took many detours. Your master is only 20 years old, and you can think of making money while not forgetting to prevent and strengthen the country. You have a big vision and a long-term vision. The young are formidable. Good. He Yaowa rarely smiled and nodded. Tianwen, your uncle also said these words to you. I hope you will remember them in your heart. Tianwen remembers it. No matter where Jiang Chu comes from, his vision alone is worth learning from. As a person, you must be humble and keep making progress. I know, Grandpa. Shiryun, now that the Wang Group's affairs are almost settled, you can go out for a walk. It seems that your friend Mo Yutong is holding an opening ceremony. 3 companies are opening together, and representatives from other groups are going. You can bring some gifts and have some fun. By the way, remember to teach your brother more when you have time. He Shiryun's eyes lit up, and she was so happy that she wanted to jump up. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely teach my brother well. He Tian went, Do I still need you to teach me? But he didn't dare to say it. He is the one who feels the most aggrieved today. The president's office of Qianli Culture Media. A middle-aged man with a big belly sat in the boss chair, holding a mobile phone. His face was full of flattering smiles. Master Shiman, don't worry. Among all the media companies in Nan City, our Qianli Culture is one of the most influential. So far, no media company has dared to challenge our company. Especially when your name, Master Shiman, is mentioned, the CEOs of those companies would like to stick their faces on my butt. No. On your butt, hee. Well, the board of directors has given me the responsibility of developing the fruit province market. You have to build good relationships with the 8 major groups over there. No, now it's 7 major groups, especially the He group. They hold important resources and relationships. I have already told them. If you still mess up, don't come back to see me, you fat pig, and get out of here. Yes, Master Shiman, don't worry. I have already met with the right-hand man of He Tianwen, the future successor of the He group, and we have a good impression of each other. I have also personally visited other groups to establish relationships. I promise not to disappoint you. That's good. If you run the company well, you will definitely get some benefits. No, it's my honor to work for you, Master Shiman. Only after hanging up the phone did Wang Demu breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the beautiful secretary beside him said, Mr. Wang, we received an invitation letter from a company called Cine Media, inviting you to attend their opening ceremony. Wang Demu looked impatient. What is Cine Media? Who is Zhou Cine? I have never heard of such a person in this industry. How big is her company? Who is behind it? Reporting to Mr. Wang, this Zhou Cine is still a freshman at Shida University. She is the girl who became popular after singing Little Apple at the school celebration. It seems that the scale of her company now only has a few people. As for the relationship behind it, the company is invested by Mago. What? A company founded by a freshman invited me to attend its opening ceremony? Is she crazy and thinks I'm too easy to bully? It's just a song that became popular for a while. Even those second-tier stars in the entertainment industry have to call me Wang Demu president when they see me. Now, the CEOs of the media companies in Nan City all came to visit me in person and begged me for my permission. But she actually sent me an invitation letter. Who the hell is she? Wang Demu was so angry that he almost burst into tears. Just throw the invitation letter in your hand towards the trash can not far away. But he didn't throw it in. Boss Wang, there seemed to be a rumor that the collapse of Wang's group was somehow related to Mo Gong. Do you think that is true? Chapter 178. So what if they look good? Are they as good as me? What a joke. You actually believe this? How can a small investment like Ma Gong bring down the Wang group, which has a market value of billions and started underground? Only a fool would believe this. This is just a smokescreen put up by other big groups to divert attention. We in the entertainment industry have already used this method to death. But Mr. Wang, don't say but. You've been talking too much today. Are you questioning my judgment? I dare not, Mr. Wang. However, Cine Media opened a company right under my nose, but they didn't even pay their respects first. Hey, call Fei Yuqing over. Okay, Mr. Wang. The secretary turned around and was about to leave. Wang Demu's eyes lit up when he saw the plump buttocks wrapped in the hip skirt, etc. You can just call him here and ask him to come over. After saying that, he lay down and kicked his legs. The back of the boss chair slides open to create more distance between the chair and the desk. Her fat legs were spread open. The secretary smiled charmingly. He walked over slowly. Soon, Fei Yuqing knocked on the door and walked in happily. Seeing Mr. Wang lying on the chair with a relaxed look on his face. It seems that Mr. Wang is in a good mood today. Ever since the incident at the bar last time, when I sprayed Mr. Wang in the face. When he came back, he was demoted to a deputy position. Later, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of my entire fortune to give to this fat pig before I was able to get a permanent job. Later, he gave another 200,000 yuan. Call him today. There must be something good going on. Boss Wang, you're looking for me? Yes. A short-sighted company is opening. Tell the other companies that have also received invitations that you will represent our company tomorrow to congratulate them. If any of them are there, don't discuss cooperation with our company in the future. Remember, don't embarrass me like you did last time at the bar. Okay, Mr. Wang. I promise I won't let you down. The invitation is on the ground. Pick it up yourself. Fei Yuqing looked around. I just saw the invitation letter next to the trash can. It seems that Mr. Wang is really angry. I thought to myself that I must give that Zhou Cine a good warning tomorrow. Pretending to be something like this. He likes it the most. Especially for students who haven't graduated from university. Still a woman. It's like a sheep meeting a wolf. When he bent down to pick it up, he accidentally saw something under Wang Demu's desk. Almost made him scream out. No wonder Mr. Wang has that expression. Really fucking enjoy it. I don't know when I will be able to get what I want. School boys' dormitory. Early in the morning. Xianghua was woken up by a phone call from Jiang Chu. What the hell? It's so early in the morning. It's only 8 o'clock. Stop talking nonsense. Get dressed quickly and come down. I'll wait for you downstairs. Soon. Xianghua became the co-pilot of Ferrari. Eyes half closed. There is a chicken coop on his head. Where are we going? Jiang Chu smiled mysteriously. I'll give you a big gift. Crackling. That was the sound of fireworks and firecrackers that shook the heavens and the earth. The Mogong building is very lively today. On the top of the building were hung rows of congratulatory messages from all sides. Not only the gongs and drums were loud. A lion dance performance was also invited. Fuck, why did you bring me here? To attend a wedding? No, there's no wedding sign posted here. Xianghua in the car was confused. Jiang Chu drove the car straight in. Xianghua was immediately shocked when he saw a few familiar faces. Aren't those the two most beautiful girls in the school? Mo Yutong, Zhou Sini. There are 3 goddess-level beauties that I have never seen before. More importantly, Zhang Yunla is here too. Damn it. Sigma. Dad. No. Look at the men around them. Each of them is dressed in a neat suit and tie with oiled hair. Successful business people dress up one by one. And I didn't even wash my face. He was still wearing Bryant's number 24 jersey. It's about to pass. I quickly lowered my body and hoped that the other party didn't see it. Who knew Jiang Chu would stop the car? Not leaving. Why the hell are you shutting down? We're here. Where are we going? You did it on purpose, you big bastard. You've ruined my reputation. Jiang Chu smiled gloatingly. After all, it's not his home ground. I just want to be a low-key person behind the scenes. So he didn't dress too formally today. Just a simple shirt, trousers, and leather shoes. No tie on. But I unbuttoned the 2 buttons on my neck. Handsome and charming. Unruly. With that unique hairstyle. A walking hormone. As soon as she got off the car, the goddesses and other guests outside had pink bubbles in their eyes. Jiang Chu has always been wearing t-shirts and casual clothes. This is the first time I see him wearing something so formal. It's so handsome. So handsome, and he's driving a Ferrari with one hand. Do you know which group's prince this is? I don't know. I've seen the princes of the 7 major groups, but I've never seen this guy. He's so handsome. I'll go run into him later. Maybe he'll like me. Come on, look at President Mo Gong, President Zhou, and the others behind them. Each one of them is 100 times prettier than you. As soon as I saw the look in their eyes, I knew they also had bad intentions towards that handsome guy. So what if they look good? Do they have the ability to tickle me? Huh. Come out. Jiang Chu directly pulled Xianghua out of the car. The guy quickly covered his face. He acted as if he couldn't see me and didn't care that I was embarrassing myself. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Don't block it, everyone can see it. Xianghua now wished he could cut Jiang Chu into pieces. Otherwise, he would never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Take your hands away. Xianghua immediately became obedient when he heard the voice. Let go of your hand. Because the other party is Zhang Yunla. She had her hair tied up in a bun. She was wearing a white OL uniform with a white tube top underneath. Under the Hermes belt are white cropped pants. A section of the ankle is exposed with white high heels. During this period of time, I have been helping Mo Yutong. The aura of the whole person has also undergone a huge change. Looks very capable and elegant. Xianghua was almost unrecognizable. Why are you here? Xianghua couldn't help but ask. Didn't I say yesterday that I had a surprise for you? Surprise? Xianghua was confused. Jiang Chu explained. Didn't I tell you before that I would open a company for you today is the opening ceremony of your company. Also opening at the same time are Zhou Sini's Sini Media and Mo Yutong's Mogong Investment. Since there are so many people, we decided to open them together. I picked you up early in the morning so that you can come and be the company's CEO directly. Xianghua is now in shock and confusion. A mouth big enough to fit an egg. It took me a while to react. I am the CEO of a company? Who are my employees? Xianghua looked up and looked around the scene, seeing that row of goddess-level figures. You don't have to think about it to know that this is definitely not the case. There are currently only 2 people in your company. One is you, and the other is Zhang Yunla. Chapter 179 Opening Ceremony. Fuck. Are you kidding me? There are only 2 of us in the company. Xianghua was so excited that he jumped up and down. But immediately a hand reached out and twisted his ear. Why? You seem very unhappy about me working for you in your company. No, I am happy to do so. Why wouldn't I be happy? Xianghua gave up immediately. Ha ha. Mo Yutong and the others all burst out laughing. Mo Yutong walked over and said, Don't worry, the company has just been approved, so time is a bit tight. We are already arranging the recruitment. You have to thank Zhang Yunla for this. She has been busy with these things these days. Xianghua scratched his chicken coop head. Hey, of course I'm grateful. I have to thank you. Zhang Yunle couldn't help but laugh when he saw the other person's silly look. Take the initiative to hold Xianghua's hand. Come on, go in and change your clothes first. I'm ready. Watching the two of them go in. The car was also driven into the garage. Jiang Chu frowned. He looked at Mo Yutong and asked, why are there so few people? Haven't the invitations been sent out yet? It was sent out. Most of the companies in the investment community came, but the media companies that Cini invited seemed to have heard something and none of them came. At this time, Zhao Wenna said, those companies also received warnings from Qianli Culture Media, saying that anyone who came to attend the ceremony would be against them. So those companies didn't dare to come. Qianli Culture is a company from another province that moved here. It is said that the financial backer is a big family that has a lot of connections with the He Group and other groups here. Brother Jiang Chu, it doesn't matter if they don't come. As long as Brother Jiang Chu and Sister Yutong are here, I'll be very happy. Wanaji? No, today, Zhou Cini rarely changed her twin ponytails into high ponytails. And she wore a black suit and black high heels. When he doesn't speak, he looks much more mature and stable. But once he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. When she smiled, her two little canine teeth were exposed. Very cute. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded, and habitually reached out to touch the other person's head. But I found that the occasion was not appropriate, and took it back. As long as you are happy. You guys are busy, I'll go make a phone call first. Just after Jiang Chu entered, a Mercedes-Benz was outside, ignoring the security guard's obstruction and inspection. He drove his car to the open space inside the meeting place. Many people standing there were startled. Fuck, who is this person? He's so arrogant. He almost bumped into me. Exactly. I was just about to go find the handsome guy to ask for his phone number when this fucking Mercedes-Benz suddenly rushed in. Don't speak so loudly. This car belongs to Qianli Culture Media. What happened to Qianli Culture Media? I'm an investor. It's none of my business. Don't you know that Qianli Culture is now on good terms with the He Group and several other groups? And there is a big family in Shanghai behind it. Isn't your company planning to expand its business in Shanghai? Be careful not to be bullied. The man shut up immediately. It seems that the rumor that the invited companies didn't dare to come because of Qianli Culture is true. Now it's going to be interesting. Sister Yutong, that car is too much. It has no manners at all. How can it be like this? What if it hits someone? Zhou Cini said angrily. If it were in the past, Mo Yutong would have advocated keeping things quiet. But now Jiang Chu gave her unlimited confidence. So she looked gloomy and unhappy. Boss Missouri, these are people from Qianli Culture Company. They seem to have bad intentions. Do you want to tell Boss Jiang? Zhao Wenna reminded. Don't bother him. Just see what he's going to do. The Mercedes-Benz was opened. Fei Yuqing walked out proudly, glancing around. When I saw Mo Yutong and Zhou Cini, my eyes can't help but shine. So beautiful. After so many years of wandering among the flowers, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Still so young. I straightened my suit. He walked up to Mo Yutong and the others with his hands in his pockets, looking very arrogant. I'm Fei Yuqing, the marketing director of Qianli Culture Media. I'm here on behalf of the company to congratulate Mr. Zhou. It's so lively here, but I don't see any colleagues in the media industry. Oh, maybe I came too early and others haven't had time to come yet. Congratulations, but your driver is such a bad driver that he almost hit someone else. Also, it's fine if those companies don't come, but I don't care if a bad guy doesn't let them come home. Zhou Cini speaks with a cute voice, but also a little fierce. Fei Yuqing was even more contemptuous. With this, you still want to start a company? But she's pretty. If there weren't so many people present. He doesn't mind showing off his skills and picking up girls and demonstrating how easy it is to get them. Zhou Cini's good words don't mean Mo Yutong doesn't care. She said with a gloomy face. I don't care who you are. Apologize to us right now and drive that crappy car of yours as far away as you can. When Fei Yuqing heard this. Happy. Oh, you must be the CEO of Mo Gong, right? You haven't even graduated from college, but you're quite aggressive. Although we're not in the same business. Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend Qianli Culture Media? And you actually said my car is a junky one. Do you know Maybach over 2 million? Even if you're the CEO of a company, can you afford it? Huh? Mo Yutong sneered and asked. What kind of result is this? Is your lousy company more powerful than the Wang Group? I thought it was just an ordinary Mercedes. I didn't expect it would cost more than 2 million. I didn't see it at first. Almost made a joke. It seems that. I will learn more about this when I have time. But when I think of the 2 billion yuan lying in my company's account, not false at all. Come on, don't really think that your small, shabby company can bring down the Wang Group. If you have the ability, how come the CEO of a big company didn't come on such an important day? It's really ridiculous. Fei Yuqing took the cigarette handed to him by his subordinate. After lighting it, I took a puff and blew it out. It almost sprayed on Mo Yutong and the others' faces. Ahem, you. Don't you see that smoking is not allowed here? You are so uncultured. I will tell Brother Jiang Chu to punish you. Zhou Sini fanned herself with her hands and cursed angrily. The guests nearby were also angry but dared not say anything. And Zhao Wenna disappeared at some point. Fei Yuqing, right? You will regret what you have done in a while. Mo Yutong was also extremely angry. Fei Yuqing thought it was right to be angry. I like to see you angry and helpless. Continue to say. Haha, really? I'm here to make a statement today. You, Cine Media, opened a company but didn't even go to our President Wang to pay respects. You've lost his face. Even if you open the company, don't even think about getting any resources here. Of course, President Wang is very generous. If you go and apologize in person, President Zhou, maybe he'll be happy, and that's it. Chapter 180. Lan Xiang is not the only excavator. My old man Xiang Hua is just as strong. So what? A cold voice came from the side. Mo Yutong and the others' eyes lit up and they looked happy. Zhou Sini ran over with a wronged look on her face and hugged Jiang Chu, who had just walked out. I almost cried out. Brother Jiang Chu, this bad guy bullied me and Sister Yutong, and he even drove. Jiang Chu touched her little head and said, I know, don't worry. I'll show you how a bad guy cries later. Zhou Sini's eyes lit up. It's you. When Fei Yuqing saw who was coming, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked shocked and a little afraid. The last time I competed at a nightclub was with this unknown college student. It caused him to lose face at home. Very impressed by this. Only, why is he here? Could it be that Zhou Sini is his girlfriend? But think about it. He is here on behalf of Qianli culture. There are 7 major groups behind it. Not a bit timid. It's just in time to regain the face I lost that night. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive at the right time. I didn't expect to see you here, Jiang Chu sneered. I'm sorry, I embarrassed you that night. So I let you, a bastard, be so shameless here. Fuck you. Who are you calling a bitch? Fei Yuqing was instantly furious. If there weren't so many people. He just wanted to take action directly. Jiang Chu ignored him and looked at the uncanny Maybach in the field. Yutong, what you just said is very good. This is just a broken car. Boy, why are you pretending? This is a Maybach. If you don't understand, go home and play with your balls. Fei Yuqing shouted. But he had just finished speaking. Then came the rumbling and rattling sounds of the diesel engine and the crawler drive. Then everyone saw a huge excavator driving in from the gate. Give way. But the excavator was not moving very fast. The Maybach headed straight for the center of the field. Then, in front of everyone with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape, the huge hook smashed down from the sky towards the middle of the Maybach. Boom. One time. It just made a big hole. At this time, Fei Yuqing and the 2 subordinates reacted. That's their boss Wang's car. Fuck it. Stop it right now. Do you hear me? But the other party still didn't stop and continued. Boom. 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 Maybach, which was just so powerful. It was smashed directly into scrap metal. Fuck you. Someone come. Where's the security? Where the hell is the security? Why didn't anyone stop it and let it in? Fei Yuqing wanted to die. I just bought that car. How should I explain this to Mr. Wang when I get back? He turned around and saw 2 security guards at the door, turning their heads away and whistling. There were also a few people who took out their phones to take pictures. The other party gave him a look of disdain, as if to say, you looked awesome when you just rushed in by yourself. Now I remember to call security. Fei Yuqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. No way. I could only run to the excavator by myself. He angrily yelled at a man in a neat suit. If you're capable, come out here. However, the man in the suit laughed at him and said, you're such a fucking idiot. Can't you see I'm having a great time driving? The excavator isn't just Lan Xiang. I'm also Xiang Huaqiang. Haha. That's right. The person sitting on the excavator is Xiang Wabenhua. In fact, he and Jiang Chu saw the disgusting nature of Fei Yuqing from the beginning. Xiang Hua was so angry that his teeth itched. At that time, I wanted to rush out and fight. Jiang Chu stopped him. After all, Xiang Hua is the protagonist today. Don't go in because of a fight. As a result, he told Xiang Hua his plan. Originally, Jiang Chu had arranged for someone else to open it. As a result, Xiang Hua volunteered, saying that he had played with his uncle's big toy at home and could operate it without any problem. Of course, Jiang Chu just let him have fun. Having said that, I saw the excavator that had just stopped slowly start moving. In front of everyone's astonishment, it ran over the scrap-like Maybach. By, the excavator came suddenly and left in style. All that was left was a pile of scrap metal and a quiet scene. Poochie ha ha ha, brother Jiang Chu, sister Yutong. You two are really amazing. It really has become a broken car. I am dying of laughter, huh? Zhou Sini burst into laughter. The scene was filled with gloating. Such a big melon tasted so sweet, and everyone was glad that the trip was not in vain. Soon Xianghua came back with an excited look on his face. That's so cool, haha. You guys are so mean to come up with this idea. Sini, look, that guy is about to cry. Mo Yutong had no mercy at all, and even thought that the punishment was too light. Boss Fei, what should we do? How can we explain this to Boss Wang when we get back? How the hell do I know what to do? Fei Yuqing cursed angrily and turned to look at Jiang Chu and his group who were standing aside with smug expressions on their faces. Kit, I don't care how awesome you are. Today you have offended Qinli culture media. You are doomed. You know that. We have the 7 major groups behind us. Oh, really? Jiang Chuqing said calmly. As soon as the words fell, boom boom boom, the roar of the engine was heard again outside. Fei Yuqing was startled again. I thought the excavator would come again. But if you listen carefully, it's not the sound of a diesel engine. Rather, it is the roar of a turbocharged and multi-cylinder engine. I saw a row of luxury cars driving in one after another at the gate. They are all above several million level. Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce. A Ferrari F458 convertible and a bright red Porsche 911 were driven in front of Jiang Chu and the others. Minglu and Xiaofei got out of the car one after another. Then he walked up to Xianghua and Zhou Sini respectively. Hand the key to the other party with a smile. Xianghua and Zhou Sini were both confused. This is a special gift from Mr. Jiang to you to celebrate your opening. Minglu began to explain. How is it? I promised to give you a car. I'm keeping my word now, right? Sini, I also said before that I'd give you one. How about this as a token of my appreciation? Jiang Chu said with a smile. Fuck. Bro, are you serious? Xianghua was completely confused. Zhang Yunlin next to him was so happy. From now on, they will also have cars to drive. Yeah, thank you, brother Jiang Chu. I love you so much. Zhou Sini was so happy that she hugged Jiang Chu and kissed him fiercely. She forgot that she was wearing high heels and almost sprained her ankle. Slow down, there are so many people here. Zhou Sini, favorability 1. Haha, young Master Jiang is so lucky. Today is a great day with so many good things happening to him. Ming Luan, Gu Yin, Cheng Ming, and the others got out of the luxury cars one by one. They walked up to Mo Yutong and the others and congratulated them. The subordinates following behind also brought a lot of gifts. Oh my god, what did I see? It was Ming Luan, the 3rd prince of the Ming group. And the people from the Gu group and the Cheng group are all here. Yeah, how come I didn't hear anything about it before? Representatives from the 7 major groups, except for the He group, are all here. It looks like they have quite a close relationship with President Mo and the others. It's unbelievable. Chapter 181. I heard that you like smoking very much. Don't say they don't believe it. The most confused people at this moment should be Fei Yuqing and his group. There was nothing but shock on his face. Boom. Another car rushed in. Although it is just a Porsche 911. But it's full of vigor. And he rushed towards Fei Yuqing and the others. Scared them awake from their confusion. He stepped back quickly until he could no longer stand and fell to the ground. He also used his hands and feet to crawl back a distance. The Porsche 911 is also a great car. A drifting spin stopped right in front of them. Then the car door opened. He Shiyun walked down in a hurry. Today she has a high ponytail, wearing a pair of sunglasses, a white CK sports halter neck tube top, revealing the delicate clavicle and round and strong shoulders. Standing proudly, there are faint abdominal muscles and a small waist. The lower body is a pair of white casual trousers and white sneakers. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. Ming Luan and the others' eyes lit up. Haha, I didn't expect the He family's daughter to be here too. Didn't I hear that you were confined to your home? He Shiyun took off her sunglasses and looked proud. You are allowed to come, but I am not? My grandfather asked me to come. He Shiyun's grandfather. Ming Luan and the others looked at each other in surprise. I didn't expect that it was the order of the old man of the He family. Then another car came. It's not a luxury car. But when I saw the license plate 00002, everyone gasped. Especially Ming Luan and his friends. Incredible. When I saw that it was just a middle-aged man wearing glasses. It just saves the trouble of hiring a personal secretary. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But don't underestimate it. At least they are here to represent us. The middle-aged man just walked up to Mo Yutong and the others and said with a smile. Provincial Zhang is out of town, so he asked me to come and congratulate you. Except for Mo Yutong, everyone else looked confused. Thank you for your kindness. The middle-aged man finally came up to Jiang Chu and shook hands with him. Provincial Zhang said that young Master Jiang is a very busy man. He didn't even bother to give him a phone call after such a long time. Jiang Chu laughed. Provincial Zhang is so busy with his work, I dare not disturb him easily. The middle-aged man smiled, got in the car, and drove back. Everyone, including Ming Luan, saw this scene. Different thoughts. He actually has such a deep relationship with Provincial Zhang. Young Master Jiang is indeed not a simple person. Fuck. What did I see? The daughter of the He family is here. Even the Provincial Secretary Zhang came in person. Quick. I have to report to the headquarters immediately. Xiao Zhao, report the situation here to Mr. Zhang immediately and ask him to come over in person. Xiao Wu, please ask Mr. Qin to come over immediately. They are all powerful people. I have no right to talk to them here. In no time, the news spread everywhere. Those media companies that believe Qinli Culture Company did not come. I regret it so much that my intestines turned green. Many people cursed Wang Demu. CEOs of various companies were on their way with gifts. The worst-off people at the scene were Fei Yuqing and his gang. Sitting on the ground, getting up is not right, and not getting up is not right either. This is so damn shameless that even the daughter of the He family came in person. Each of them is not a lord they can afford to offend. Now it seems that everyone is on the side of Mo Yutong and the others. I thought it was a good job. Fei Yuqing is now regretting his decision to the point of death. Where did this shit come from? Zhou Jinting and Zhou Jiqing came over in person. Feiyun, have someone drag them out, and arrange for someone to clean up the ground they stepped on, so as not to dirty young Master Zhang's land. Yes. Chu Feiyun waved his hand. Several vicious thugs came over and dragged Fei Yuqing and the others out by their hands and feet. What are you doing? Is there still law? Fei Yuqing shouted. Slow. Jiang Chu suddenly said. Then he walked to Fei Yuqing, looked down at him, and sneered. I heard you like smoking? Pointing to the black dog beside him. The black dog laughed. He stuffed the whole pack of cigarettes into Fei Yuqing's mouth and lit it. Fei Yuqing's eyes were filled with fear, and he quickly shook his head and begged for mercy. Since you are here, you are a guest. Please smoke more cigarettes, or you will be accused of not taking good care of us. After saying that, the thugs continued to drag Fei Yuqing away. You want to call the police? Fine. Just say it was me, Zhou Jinting, who did it. Fei Yuqing was like SHD. Zhou Jinting. After destroying the Wang group, he is now the underground king of Nan City and even the entire Fruit Province. The means are not ordinary cruel. Even if he had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. Fei Yuqing was speechless, but tears actually flowed from the corners of my eyes. Yes, he actually cried. The two subordinates were not having a good time either. Crying and wailing. Those bastards don't care. They were quickly dragged into the van. As for where he went, the remaining guests did not dare to make any random guesses. Nor dare I have the slightest sympathy or pity. Instead, they are more gloating. How awesome you acted just now. How miserable it is now. Everyone saw Jiang Chu's handsome face with a hint of evil in his eyes. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. They all remembered what this person looked like. Never mess with him again. Mo Yutong saw her man was so domineering. For them, I vented my anger. He clenched his little fists and shouted happily. It feels so good. Zhou Sini's eyes were filled with pink bubbles, and she was so happy that she was speechless. Zhou Sini, favorability 197. The news of this unexpected incident spread quickly. The boss of the outside company doesn't care whether they are in the same industry or not. Various rumors came. Come uninvited. This made Mo Yutong and the others very busy. I've been receiving so many business cards that I can't even hold them all. Especially Zhou Sini. All of a sudden, she came into contact with so many people who were much older than her. In a rush. Fortunately, Mo Yutong arranged Zhao Wena for her. So most of the time, she just needs to say hello to the other person. Master Jiang, I can't believe how many beauties you have hidden in this golden house. If I'm not mistaken, all the goddesses here who can make those bosses blush are your people, Master Jiang, right? Mingluan smiled and said, although there was a hint of envy in his eyes. But compared to career and money, it is still a little bit worse. Besides, there are many women around him. Her appearance is slightly inferior to Mo Yutong and the others. In fact, I envy young Master Zhang's ability more. He is much stronger than me. Gu Yan's words immediately made several men present feel the same way. Mr. Jiang, I heard that you know some medical skills. Do you have any secret recipes passed down from your ancestors? We are all friends, so please share some with us. Yes, Mr. Jiang, my tigress. No matter how many gifts you give her, it won't be as useful as one extra minute. Hurry up and give her some pointers, hee. Cheng Ming rubbed his hands, with a lewd look on his face. Ming Lun calmly shook his head, looking nonchalant. You guys usually brag about being men who have sex 7 times a night, but you're just making young Master Jiang laugh at you. Master Luan, Stop making sarcastic remarks. If you have the guts, Master Jiang will give us something good, but don't take it. That is. Everyone nodded. Chapter 182. Master, I want to learn martial arts now. Fortunately, they are now sitting in a reception room in the hall. Otherwise, if others see the princes of the 7 major groups talking about this, it's definitely surprising. Jiang Chu touched his nose. Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. There is no secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. However, I can write a prescription for you. It will be fine to exercise for half an hour more. After saying that, he took a piece of paper and wrote it down. Several people rushed over to grab it. Mingluan shook his head and sighed. Haha, look at you guys. It's only been half an hour. More than half an hour. Jiang Xiao, we are the first ones to know each other. I should go first. Look, you're still pretending. Gu Yan scolded with a smile. Fuck. Stop fighting over it. Just give it to each of you and make a copy. Then everyone made a copy. He put it in his pocket as if it were a treasure. Jiang Chu chuckled and said, remember, don't drink too much. Yes, yes. The other people also showed signs of understanding. What are you guys talking about so happily? Why didn't you call us? He Yun complained loudly before she even got there. Zhou Jiqing also came with them. Ahem. A group of men immediately started coughing. Mr. Jiang, I suddenly remembered something. I need to go back to get some medicine and hold a board meeting. I have to hold a board meeting even though I'm not feeling well. Well, I'm leaving now. But Cheng Ming left in a hurry and did a few hip-thrusting movements on the way, looking very excited. Well, it seems that some women in my company also want to have a meeting. No, a women's conference. Fuck, it's just a meeting. Let's go. Guyan also left in shame. Haha, they are all busy at once. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll stay and chat with you guys. Mingluan said openly. Then as soon as I sat down on the chair, suddenly, his face turned bitter. Oh, I told you not to drink tea on an empty stomach in the morning. Now I have diarrhea. No, I have to go to the toilet and take some medicine. No, I have to take some medicine and go to the toilet. I'm not going to chat with you anymore, haha. Zhou Jinting looked righteous and shook his head. I'll go see if those guys are dead. All of them ran away at once. He Shiyin and Zhou Jiqing were stunned from beginning to end. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chu and asked with a puzzled look. They are. Oh, I wrote them a prescription for nourishing their bodies. I guess they are anxious to go back and experience it for themselves. Puchi. Zhou Jiqing understood immediately and laughed. Do you usually take that medicine regularly? Me? Why would I eat that stuff? Normally you can't stand it. If I eat it, you'll cry. Zhou Jiqing didn't expect Jiang Chu to be so direct in front of He Shiyin. Her eyebrows furrowed. I was so angry that I couldn't even speak. But what he said was true. Those times she was tortured to death. She obviously had the upper hand at the beginning. But later it was always her who begged for mercy. Could it be that this Jiang Chu is the legendary one who specializes in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction? Put your hands on your hips. Humph, I know you're great, but I'm not bad either. I don't believe anyone else can last longer than me. Jiang Chu pointed his finger at the gun, put his chin down, and looked up to think. Well, come to think of it, you should be the best. Zhou Jiqing then raised her delicate chin. A look of arrogance and pride. He Shiyin, who was standing by, was so shocked that she couldn't speak. They are not the same as her. Did we just meet at dinner that day? In such a short time. How many times have you seen him do a backflip? No wonder this stinky master never took the initiative to look for her. I originally thought that my elder sister Wen Jing was not here. One a day, except for Mo Yutong and Zhou Sini. Then it's her turn. I didn't expect there would be another Zhou Jiqing. There are also Zhao Wenna and Yu Xiaoqian outside. Who knows who else may not show their faces. No, she doesn't obey anyone except Li Wenjing. She can't let anyone else get on her head. Hey, Dad, do you want to go home right now? Okay, I'm almost done here. Zhou Jiqing hung up the phone. I have something to do, so I'm going back first. Come to my house if you have nothing to do in the afternoon. Recently, Heihua has added a few more moves. You can jump up and spin 360 degrees. Jiang Chu. Zhou Jiqing had just left. Jiang Chu saw that He Shiyin looked indignant and asked, What did you do? Master, I want to learn martial arts now. Jiang Chu was confused. Now, stop it. This is the opening ceremony. Learning martial arts is ridiculous. He Shiyin doesn't care about anything. He took Jiang Chu's hand and walked into the elevator. Bang. He Shiyin directly closed the door of Mo Yutong's office. Jiang Chu was even more confused. Why did you bring me here? There's no need to come to Yutong's office to learn martial arts, right? He Shiyin put her hands on her hips. Keep your head high and your chest out. Seeing Jiang Chu's gaze resting on it, proudly said, I don't care, you stinky master. Tell me the truth. What is my ranking now? Jiang Chu was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes returned to the fullness and looked at it for a while. If yours is D, you should be ranked 4th. He Shiyun was so angry that she couldn't help but say, "That's not what I'm talking about." "So what did you say?" "What I'm asking is, Master, where do I rank among your women now? I can accept Sister Wenjing being 1st, but I must be 2nd. He Shiyun raised her head proudly. How did you rank?" Jiang Chu would ask if he didn't understand. "Of course it's in your heart. You are all equal. There is no such thing as ranking." "Okay, let me put it another way. Let's do it that way. You said before that I was the first one to check into a room with you and sleep with you, right? Well, even so, I can still give it to Sister Wenjing. She's 1st, so I'm 2nd, right? Is this ranking important to you?" Jiang Chu didn't understand what she was thinking. "Brought him here just to discuss this? It's important. It has to be important. According to what you said, you should be ranked 5th now." "What? 5th? Why? I'm obviously the 1st. He Shiyun looked unhappy. "Your thing doesn't count. You're visiting relatives. But I helped you put out the fire. I was the first one to help you put out the fire, right?" I think so." Jiang Chu focused his attention outside the door. "Worried about someone coming. What topic are you talking about? Then should I be 2nd? "Yes, then you are 2nd." Jiang Chu didn't want to dwell on this issue. I don't know what this cheap apprentice is thinking. However, He Shiyun was instantly very happy after receiving the affirmation. It's like he's a completely different person from just now. "Is everything all right? I'm going out now." Jiang Chu put his hands in his pockets and was about to leave. But He Shiyun took Jiang Chu's arm and rubbed it coquettishly. "Master, please don't be angry. If you get angry, I will feel like I have to do something to let you down." Jiang Chu is a wimp. Coming again? Chapter 183, the bad guy who likes to sneak around behind people's backs. "Stop it, Before Jiang Chu could finish his words, He Shiyun grabbed his neck and forced him to sleep. This little Shiyun has the same personality as her. Capricious. Brutal. I also love sports. The track kept chasing Xiao Jiang Chu around in circles. Jiang Chu took a deep breath of the scent of Chanel No. 5. This is more contact with the goddess. In addition to his attribute, not only can you know what brand the other party is using, you can even smell how long the other person has been spraying. He Shiyun's neck is very white and beautiful. The ribbon with a bow tied at the back. Jiang Chu is now the same as he was in junior high school. I saw the string tied around the neck of the girl in the front row. I couldn't help but feel a little proud of myself for playing a prank. Then start analyzing the key points. "Master, it's so hot. Turn on the air conditioner quickly." Jiang Chu looked at the 18 degrees that had been turned on, with a faint smirk on his face. "I take back what I just said." What are you talking about? Yours should be more than just AD. There should be more signs, so you can be ranked 3rd. "Master, who's the 2nd one?" "Yutong." "Impossible. She was clearly wearing a size smaller than me before." Jiang Chu continued proudly. "You know that before, your master, in addition to being a great martial artist, also had a pair of medical skills. After my teaching, she has long since changed those skills, and now she is almost at E level." "Master, you didn't tell me about this good thing. I won't forgive you. I told you now, and we are carrying out active teaching, free of charge." He Shiyun was fierce just now, but now her eyes are misty and seductive. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chu saw a pair of long legs that were strong and sturdy, with skin that was smooth and slightly shiny. He Shiyun did not answer him, but I saw him sweating. Help him unbutton his shirt, then took his hand, walking to the high-tech boss chair next to Mo Yutong's desk. She sat on it herself. As the toes of the snow-white cotton socks lightly tapped the ground, the boss's chair turned around with a whoosh. He Shiyun put one hand on the armrest. The fingers of the other hand were placed next to the slightly opened pink lips. "Is this Sister Yutong's desk? It looks much better than mine." Then he said softly, "Master, I want to be the real 2nd. Jiang Chu walked over and looked down at her. "Now." He Shiyun said as she hooked her hands around Jiang Chu's neck. "Actively stick it to your face. Her breath smells like orchid." Jiang Chu couldn't help himself. "Kissed." He Shiyun's eyebrows were furrowed. "Biting my lips." My eyes were fixed on a short article about the first fruit on the computer screen. "Master, everything you see on the internet is a lie." "Otto, let me see it's true." Jiang Chu gave He Shiyun a comforting hug and kiss. "I don't believe it." 10 minutes later. "Well, do you believe it now?" No wonder Zhou Jiqing always wants to find you. You're telling me this good news only now. Jiang Chu, Omega, LL. "Master, can you please teach me martial arts?" He Shiyun's eyes are as charming as silk. "Of course, but you have to study hard." Try to do a horse stance first to see how good your foundation is." He Shiyun, Omega. "Just 10 minutes." He Shiryun's 2 long legs were shaking. This horse stance looks simple, but who can stand it for a long time? No, no, I have no strength left. Let me lie down for a while. How come Sister Yutong's chair has a massage function? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He Shiryun looked relaxed and comfortable when she lay down. Jiang Chu didn't look happy. You're so lazy, yet you still want to learn martial arts. Master, learning martial arts also requires gradual progress. Just like you just said, what you need is a profound and easy-to-understand mind method. Chinese martial arts are vast and profound. Stop talking. I didn't say those words. Jiang Chu. But you are doing this. Seeing her enjoying and showing off, Jiang Chu wished he could send this guy flying into the sky. Click, click. Jiang Chu, who had sharp ears, heard the noise outside. Whispered, someone is coming. He Shiryun was also shocked. He quickly picked up the shirt that Jiang Chu had placed on the chair and the clothes on the ground. Then the two of them ran into the bedroom and closed the door. They just went in. The outer door was opened. Then there was the sound of several pairs of high heels clicking on the floor. Please take a seat. Xiao Qian, wasn't the air conditioner on in the office just now? Why does it smell like a little bad guy? Mr. Mo, the air conditioner in the office is always on. I'll go pour a cup of black tea for Mr. Shan and Mr. Zhou. Go ahead. Mo Yutong. Mr. Shan, tell me what you think. Shan Yibing. Okay, my idea is to sign the copyrights of the 3 songs sung by Cindy as soon as possible and use her previous popularity on the internet to create a wave of publicity. A few people were talking outside. He Shiryun couldn't recognize Dan Yibing's voice. So I tiptoed to the door, bending down, looked out through the cat's eye. Dan Yibing was called by Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu watched from behind. There are ripe peaches on a pair of long legs. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. He walked over with his head held high. Stinky master. Dan Yibing was still talking. These 3 songs are still on the charts even after a while, especially Little Apple, which is the favorite of those square dance aunties. If we get the copyright, we can at least charge those big music software companies. Therefore, the most urgent task is to get the 2 people who wrote the songs to sign and sell the copyright, but I don't know if they are willing to sell it. Mo Yutong nodded and turned off the massage chair which had been powered on. Don't worry, that bad guy will definitely sell it. Bad guy? Shan Yibing looked confused. Sister Yutong, you said brother Jiang Chu is a bad guy? Zhou Sini spoke up. Yeah, if he's not a bad guy, then who is? And he's a bad guy who likes to sneak around behind people's backs. Forehead. Shan Yibing didn't know why President Mo suddenly mentioned Jiang Chu. Suddenly his eyes widened. Boss Missouri, did you just mean that those songs were written by young Master Jiang? Yes, brother Jiang Chu is amazing. Not only did he write those 3 songs, he also arranged the music, and he also choreographed the dance that Sister Yutong danced. It's super awesome. Zhou Sini danced with joy. He Shiryun also looked exhausted and surprised. I didn't expect you could write songs. Hey, your man is awesome. Chapter 184. Jiang Chu is a big bad guy. Single ice. However, Sini's influence alone is not enough to support a company. We need to cultivate 1 or 2 at least 3rd-tier stars, or recruit people from the entertainment industry. Mo Yutong, I was just about to tell you this. We plan to sign Zhao Xiying over. What? Dan Yibing's eyes were filled with shock. Sign Zhao Xiying. She's a top-tier celebrity. Signing her here will definitely help the company get ahead. But, hasn't she signed a 10-year contract with the company? It's only the 3rd year now. Regardless of whether she agrees or not, the penalty is more than 100 million. Shan Yibing felt that Mo Yutong probably didn't understand the entertainment industry. Just saying it casually. Mo Yutong sat on the boss chair with her long legs and black stockings. The slender and ruddy fingertips tapped the tabletop. A confident smile appeared on his face. 100 million in liquidated damages. Did you hear that, bad guy? Shan Yibing and Zhou Sini both thought that Mo Yutong was talking to himself. After all, the 100 million yuan penalty for breach of contract probably scared her. Then let's just make 100 million. Anyway, the bad guy made the decision and it's his money that's being spent. Are you crazy? Master, you have so much money. Give it to me. I will become a star. Jiang Chu seemed to be careless, but really serious. Work efficiency has more than doubled. He Shiryun, favorability 1. 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 Stinky master. O // Q. P.S. I was in the black room a few times before and it was harmonized. I turned on the small motor here to make up for it. Finally, it was set to 89. Are you crazy? This is also what Dan Yibing said outside. Boss Missouri, this is 100 million. We can use it to hire other celebrities, or even train several trainees and a mature team. Wait, you said this was Jiang Chu's decision. Well, it's settled. Zhao Xiying hasn't shown up since she went back from the school celebration. I heard that she also broke up with several big advertising contracts. It's very likely that she had a conflict with the company and was hidden by the company. I have sent someone to investigate, and there should be news back soon. Since it has been decided, I have nothing more to say. If we can recruit Zhao Xiying, the follow-up work will be much easier. I will go back to the company to prepare for the promotion. We will just wait for good news from you, President Mo. Okay, I'll take you guys there. Please, Xiaoqian, you can come with us too. Let the office be a little emptier so the bad guy's smell can go away faster. Oh, okay. Yu Xiaoqian was confused. What's wrong with Mr. Mo today? He keeps saying weird things. Bang. The door is closed. The anxious He Shiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, his face was so red that water seemed to be dripping out. Stinky Master, it's all your fault. Yutong must know something. Jiang Chu laughed evilly. He had heard it a long time ago. Who told you to fight for second place? Are we going out now? Didn't you say you wanted to learn martial arts with shoes? Now I'm teaching you without shoes. Stinky Master, the shoes are not useless. I don't want to practice martial arts anymore. It's too difficult next time. Next time, okay. //. But I see you're studying very hard. Don't you see where we are? People who learn martial arts can shout out loud, but I have to hold it in. How dare you say that? It was you who dragged me here. No way. He Shiyun sowed the bitter fruit of her own making. You can only do it yourself. He Shiyun, favorability 1. He Shiyun. Age, 19. Height, 168 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Power bank 1. Appearance, 872. Favorability, 90. Ding. The system detects that He Shiyun's favorability has reached 90, and you can get 20 attribute points as a reward. The remaining points are now 118. Jiang Chu and He Shiyun sneaked out of the bedroom. He Shiyun held onto the wall with difficulty. I moved forward to open the office door. Seeing Jiang Chu standing still. Why are you standing there? Hurry and leave now while no one is around. Jiang Chu shouted directly. Yutong, you can come in now. He Shiyun looked confused. Did he call the wrong person? Etc. Is it outside? Branches. The door suddenly opened. The person who came in was Mo Yutong, who was wearing a black OL uniform. Closed the door again. She folded her arms across her chest. Seeing He Shiyun's slightly bent figure, I think she wasn't much better then. Pursing lips to smile. Yutong. The expression on He Shiyun's face was so awkward. It was just a guess. I didn't expect to actually know what good things they were doing in there. Has it been harmed by this bad guy? He Shiyun was too shy to speak. Instead, Mo Yutong helped her to the sofa and let her sit down. Don't go out like this. Rest here for now. I've told them that no one will come in to disturb you. Thank you, thank you. He Shiyun originally thought there would be a verbal battle. After all, in the canteen. Although they all admitted that she was Jiang Chu's woman. But being caught in the act is also very embarrassing. Why are you being so polite? You are the daughter of the He family. I feel that you are wronged for following this guy. Forehead. Jiang Chu touched his nose. I'm not bad either. You are not bad, but you just harmed Shiyun and didn't even let her have a good rest first, but you rushed her away now. Ahem, well, don't blame him. He wanted me to rest. It was me who was worried and insisted on leaving. Look, Shiyun cares about you so much and even speaks well of you. Jiang Chu is like a child who has done something wrong. I could only give an awkward but polite smile. Mo Yutong poured her a glass of water. Thank you, Yutong, you are so nice to me. He Shiyun is sincerely grateful. That's right, we are sisters, and we are also the campus belle of the same school. But listen to my advice, this guy is very fierce. Every time after that, I have to walk with the help of the wall, and I have to fall asleep as soon as I lie on the bed, for fear that this bad guy will say do it again. He Shiyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. But don't say it yet. She had just experienced it herself. It's been more than an hour. That big bastard master is still in high spirits. What are you talking about? You're saying bad things about me to my face. Jiang Chu thought, is there anything wrong with being so fierce? Mo Yutong continued. So, if you ever do somersaults with him in the future, you can always call me if you need me. Puff. He Shiyun just took a sip and immediately spit it out. This Mo Yutong is too direct. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Are you serious? Of course, you have also seen my 2 secretaries. You said they were. Yes, this bad guy Jiang Chu is not only powerful, but also energetic. Who can stand his harm every day? Jiang Chu raised his hand quickly. All right, I surrender. You've made me think I'm really a bad guy. Hee hee. Mo Yutong and He Shiyun both laughed. Master, I have good news for you. Chapter 185. Master, do you have any reward? Oh, Master, I have good news for you. The latest Apple phone has arrived. Advertisements have already been released to promote the new phone. The plan is to hold a press conference this weekend to officially release it. You don't know how popular this phone is abroad. Even celebrities and politicians have one, not to mention young people who like fashion trends. This influence has directly affected the domestic market. When people heard that it was a US product and that it looked good, many people started to pre-order it before it was released. Haha, fortunately, we got a lot of it. He Shiyun talked incessantly, with a proud look on her face. Not bad, worthy of praise. Jiang Chu smiled and nodded. He Shiyun is really good in business. Then what reward do you have, Master? He Shiyun's face was full of anticipation and excitement. Jiang Chu gave a wicked smile. Again, stinky master. Hee. Mo Yutong covered her mouth and laughed. The president's office of Qianli Culture Media Company. Wang Demu sat and lay down, smoking a cigar, looking at the secretary sitting in the boss chair and working hard. That's a look of satisfaction. I had no idea what earth-shattering events were happening outside. Motorola. At this time his cell phone rang. I've been holding on for 4 minutes. At the critical moment. The record of 4.5 minutes will soon be broken. Wang Demu said impatiently. Leave it alone, don't stop. After the cell phone rang, the phone rang again. Fuck. It's not over yet. Wang Demu couldn't let it go after he finished scolding. He was so angry that his teeth itched. As soon as I picked up the phone, I started cursing. Which bastard disturbed me? Boss Wang, something terrible has happened. What a big deal. If you have something to fart, fart now. They went in. Bang. The door of the office was pushed open. Then 3 people came in. No. It should be said that it was a person who was carried on a stretcher by 2 people with bandages wrapped around his head. Oh. This scared Wang Demu and his secretary who was getting dressed inside. You, who the hell are you? You are so bold. Where are the security guards? Boss Wang, it's me. I'm Fei Yuqing, Boss Wang. Fei Yuqing screamed. Wang Demu took a closer look. That body, that clothes. Although in tatters. But it was indeed what Fei Yuqing wore when he went out in the morning. How did it become like this? Fei Yuqing, what the hell are you doing? He carried the 2 people and explained what happened this morning one by one. Wang Demu was so shocked that he almost lost his balance. Not only the princes and daughters of the 7 major groups went there. Secretary Zhang from the provincial government has also gone there. What kind of big Buddha did he offend? Thinking of what Master Shiman said yesterday. I have to explain it to the He family right away. Otherwise he wouldn't have to do it. Notify the driver to prepare the car. Mr. Wang, I'm the driver. The 2 guys carrying the stretcher were also beaten black and blue. Wang Demu didn't recognize him at all at first. Fuck. Go drive quickly. Mr. Wang, your car is broken. What? Wang Demu's eyes widened. This guy just bought a multi-million-dollar car, but he hasn't even picked up a single girl yet. Is he useless? I almost vomited a mouthful of blood. The whole person swayed twice and almost fell down. Boss Wang. Are you okay, Boss Wang? The 2 men carrying the stretcher threw Fei Yuqing to the ground. He hurried over to support Wang Demu. Fei Yuqing fell unconscious. If you're dead, carry me out here, damn it. Wang Demu calmed down and thought about it. I still called Master Shiman. Why? What do you want from me? Master Shiman, I have something to report to you. Wang Demu of course exaggerated and fabricated the story of Sini Media's tyranny and barbarity. And there were cases of cars being smashed and people being beaten. Humph. How ridiculous. Are you sure He Tianwen didn't go? Sure. Only his sister He Shiyun went there. Okay, I'll call him right away to find out what's going on. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. He Shiyun cannot represent the He family. Even He Tianwen himself has to give me some face. How dare a company run by a few women challenge me so brazenly? I will personally lead people over there and let them have a taste of what it's like to have dozens of people. Then I will respectfully welcome Master Shiman to come. On the other side, after receiving the news, He Tianwen also showed contempt for Jiang Chu. Let women take the lead in everything and be a coward. What about investment? He is nothing more than a prodigal son who uses hundreds of millions of dollars to pick up girls. In the matter of Wang Group, he found out. It just so happened that there were experts in the stock market who attacked the Wang Group stocks. In reality, most of them are operated by Zhou Group. It has nothing to do with Jiang Chu and the others. But this sister He Shiyun said it was Jiang Chu's credit. Joke. As a precaution, he also told this to his father. And it was recognized. As expected, you have high aspirations but low skills. After all, you are still a college student. Tianwen, the Shiman family is one of the 5 major families in Magic City, second only to the 3 giants, and their strength is extraordinary. Now we have the opportunity to cooperate with them. Our He group wants to expand its territory outside the province. They are very important. As for Yuan, I will advise her not to interfere in this matter. Yes, father. Why can't you let me go find master? He is my partner. Yuan said angrily after hearing her father's warning. Yuan, I usually pamper you, but that doesn't mean I will let you do whatever you want. Now that Jiang Chu has offended that Shimin Gongzi, he will definitely not let it go. You should keep your distance from him for the time being. What? Father, are you saying that master has offended that Shimin master from the Magic City? But Jiang Chu has never been to the Magic City. You know what? Qianli Culture Media is owned by the Shimin family. He beat up their people. Isn't this a slap in the face? Anyway, you stay at home during this period of time and don't go out. No, I'm going out to help master because I know he's in danger. No, master is so powerful. How could he be in danger? I'm going out for that Mr. Shimin you mentioned. If I could see him being beaten into a pig's head, wouldn't it be exciting? The corners of Yuan's mouth curved into a moon shape, with a wicked smile on his face. Shanhai couldn't believe his ears. You said Jiang Chu dared to hit Master Shimin? Are you crazy or have you lost your mind? Dad, I advise you not to underestimate my master. You don't know how powerful he is. Seeing Yuan's proud face, Shanhai was so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone. Okay, I'll see how capable you are as a master. Anyway, I've asked your brother to spread the word that our He family won't be involved in this matter, so you can't go to help him. If I don't want to go, then don't go. Anyway, there will be a mobile phone launch tomorrow, and I am not free. I believe that master will be able to beat that Shimin master so hard that he will piss his butt and cry for his parents. Humph. What about the press conference? Anyway, if you lose money, don't ask your father or grandfather for money. Even if I make money, you and my brother won't get a penny from me, humph. How could I give birth to such a daughter? Hemme. Chapter 186. Are you dazzled? Ji Mingxi is wearing JK? Night. After returning from the single ice ceremony, wearing silk pajamas. Highlight the key points. Lying in bed tossing and turning. I can't sleep at all. She recalled the various scenes that shocked her during the day. The princes and daughters of the 7 major groups are here. They were all big shots that she couldn't even meet when her company was at its peak. Although I went to congratulate Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhou, and Mr. Xiang. But she could see. The other party was just trying to save face for Jiang Chu. What is the origin? And she had always been worried that Jiang Chu was just after her beauty. But Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhou, even the daughter of the He group, seemed to be very interested in him. No wonder he didn't take the initiative to look for her and ask her to get a room to fulfill his promise these days. That day Jiang Chu said she was his woman, but she didn't agree. So she didn't rush over when she received the invitation. She is hesitating. Only when she heard the sound of the wind did she rush over. I want to know more resources. Although she is beautiful, many people who handed her their business cards just wanted to hook up with her. Until later, she accidentally revealed her relationship with Jiang Chu. Even the princes of the 7 major groups came to her on their own initiative to make friends with her. She was flattered. At the same time, I was very happy to be his Jiang Chu's woman. It doesn't seem too bad. Only, why hasn't that guy come to date her yet? What if I ask her out to get a room? So annoying. Single ice, favorability 2. Equally upset. There is also Ji Mingxi. At this moment, she, wearing a short-sleeved loose t-shirt as pajamas, showing a pair of long white legs, sitting on the bed listening to music and reading. But her mind was full of the image of that pervert Jiang Chu. It's been several days since I returned that night. Don't talk about the phone. Not even a single message was sent. She kissed him. Can't you be more proactive? Or, because she didn't let his dirty hands get the best of her. That's why I ignored her on purpose. That's definitely the case. That guy is accompanied by Mo Yutong and others. Especially Mo Yutong. She must have said bad things about her to Jiang Chu. Then she seduced him like a vixen. Don't let him come to find me. No, we must take the initiative and not let this vixen Mo Yutong succeed in her evil plan. Suddenly, I thought of the night when Jiang Chu met the vixen. The other person was wearing a short skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Snort. My figure and appearance are much better than that vixen. She can wear it, too. I don't believe Jiang Chu won't take the bait. Make up your mind. Ji Mingxi's eyes sparkled, full of confidence. Ji Mingxi, favorability 2. The next afternoon after class, there is always a group of passionate boys sweating on the school's basketball court. Fuck, look who that is. A man suddenly froze under the basket and shouted. Even if you get hit on the head by a basketball falling from the basket. I also had to keep my eyes open and look at a person on the school road not far away. The others also immediately turned their eyes over. She was a girl so beautiful that they could not imagine. She had long black hair tied up with a loose pink headband at the back. tied into a bow. Under the beautiful and exquisite face, a white short-sleeved sailor shirt with a pink collar and shoulders. A long bow tie hung on his chest. The lower body is a red and white plaid skirt that is just above the knee. Isn't this the perfect JK college style? On a pair of superb long legs. She even wore knee-length black stockings and a pair of black leather shoes. This is definitely an absolute domain. More importantly, this kind of JK temptation, which is known as the otaku killer, is hard to resist. It actually appeared on such a top-notch yowu as Ji Mingxi, the #1 beauty in school. Which boy can stand this kind of test? Oh my god, have I played basketball for too long and have low blood sugar? Am I seeing things? Ji Mingxi is wearing JK, absolutely in the field. In the past 3 years, I have seen her several times, always in a plain white dress, like a fairy from the world. I never thought I would see her dressed like this. But you know what? This is such a contrast. Just seeing her from a distance makes me want to. Where's the tissue? I need to hurry. It will be too late if I miss it. A group of boys were already eager to make a move, without even blinking. On the other side. Fuck. Wu Quan, look over there. Your Ji Mingxi looks stunning today. Wu Quan was walking with one hand on a schoolgirl's waist. The schoolgirl quickly let go of Wu Bo's hand from behind. After Wu Quan was rejected by Ji Mingxi, he immediately flirted with a schoolmate to vent his anger. Hearing this, he looked over. I was stunned immediately. I originally thought Ji Mingxi was beautiful enough. I didn't expect that when I put on JK, it actually has a unique flavor. Wrong. It was too much for his taste. Especially the extremely white thighs that contrast with the black. A gust of wind blew by. Long hair fluttering, beautiful like a fairy. Short skirt dance, mysterious temptation. His heart was filled with excitement. The little chinner who just went down is back again. Wu Quan, are you listening to me? Come on. Wu Quan raised his chin slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of confidence. Throw the schoolgirls aside. I adjusted the collar of my white shirt. Take a proud step. No more pretending. Last time, she said she prefers more direct guys. This time he wanted to confess to her directly. With his status as the school hunk. I've had so many meals with her. I also won awards. His most powerful domineering power will surely conquer her. Come on, Wu Quan, I'm rooting for you. Wu Bo had already hugged the schoolgirl from behind, flying with joy. But Wu Quan didn't see it. The only one in his eyes now is Ji Mingxi. Firm. Sure. As well as a femme. Boom. A red Ferrari suddenly stopped beside Ji Mingxi. Then the car window rolled down. She showed a face that he would never forget and hate. Yes, it's that Jiangchu again. And Ji Mingxi actually went around the front of the car. I went to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat in. Then it drove away right under his nose with a bang. Oh. Fuck you. Jiangchu, you bastard. Just wait for me. I will never get along with you in this life. The veins on Wu Quan's forehead were about to pop out, and he clenched his fists and spoke through gritted teeth. Wu Bo and the schoolgirl behind were taking the opportunity to kiss each other. I didn't expect to encounter this emergency. Wu Bo immediately patted the schoolgirl's hips in her short skirt. I also took the opportunity to touch it. The schoolgirl walked to Wu Quan reluctantly. She took his arms and comforted him. Wu Quan, don't be sad, you still have me. Wu Quan turned to look at the schoolgirl, touched her face, and said, You're still the best. I'll give you a treat tonight. I'll buy you the biggest one. The schoolgirl smiled. But I thought with contempt in my heart. No matter how old you are, it has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for the fact that I bought bags and drove sports cars. Who wants to mess with? Chapter 187 Who is the waste? It's clear at a glance. Jiang Chu was so persistent that Ji Mingxi kept asking him to do something. Finally, the opponent won with a slight advantage of a black silk thread. So he agreed to treat her to dinner. You know, he has been busy these 2 days. Xia Yinran's legs are now strong enough to walk slowly. But the scar on the face requires an extremely delicate surgery. It took him 3 hours. Morong Lan's wound treatment. At the same time, He Shiyun came to Jiangchu every day to report on her work for more than an hour. I was thinking of finding a reason. He tricked his cheap disciple Cheng Qianmao into coming over to help. When Jiangchu drove to the school to point out the location. When I saw Ji Mingxi wearing the JK Absolute Domain, everyone was stunned. Ji Mingxi, the school beauty and talented girl, actually wears JK black silk. Who dares to believe it? But the reality is right in front of us. Especially since Jiangchu had liked the other person's plain dress several times before. Suddenly, there is a strong contrast. The charming effect can be said to be doubled. When Ji Mingxi saw Jiangchu's surprised look, she was very proud. Ignore me for a few days. Regret it now. 3. Jiangchu drove Ji Mingxi to a high-end restaurant. It's called Yinyurinjia. It's a very poetic name. Ji Mingxi praised the big sign above the door when she saw it. I've eaten here once. The food and specialties are good. Let's go. Jiang Chu said and walked away. Ji Mingxi, who was originally standing next to Jiang Chu, she thought that he would take the initiative to hold her hand like last time, habitually stretched out and hung in the air. But I found that the other party had left, stomping his feet slightly. I'm so angry. Asshole. I muttered something and had to follow. Jiang Chu's handsomeness and Shida campus beauty Ji Mingxi, in JK uniform, as eye-catching as a talented man and a beautiful woman. He booked a seat by the window on the second floor in advance. He had placed the order in advance. The food was served quickly. Why did you think of wearing this dress today? Jiang Chu asked, also trying to find a topic. Ji Mingxi picked up a glass of lemonade and put it to her mouth. She licked the edge of the glass and took a sip. He put down the cup and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want a change of style and mood. Do you think it looks good?" Jiang Chu looked at him again and said, "The long dress you wore before made you look like a woman who doesn't care about worldly things. But this one today makes you look a little rebellious and sexy." Ji Mingxi smiled happily. It's not easy for a science and engineering guy like you to say this. The food here is pretty good. Ji Mingxi took a few bites and praised it. Of course, especially today's dishes, which are so pretty to look at. Seeing Jiang Chu staring at him while he was talking, Ji Mingxi lowered her head slightly in shyness. I was even more pleased. I feel like I have figured out Jiang Chu's preferences. We are not far from taking him down completely. At this time, an arrogant voice sounded not far away. Ha! If you follow me, Ji Mingran, I promise that you will have delicious food and drinks every day, and you will also have girls to pick up. That's right, in Nan City, everyone knows that our Master Ji is awesome. When we told our classmates that we were following you, Master Ji, they were so envious. Especially the girls, who knew that you drove a Porsche. They chased us and wanted to add us on QQ, hee. Where are you going to take us after dinner, Master Ji? Let's go to the nightclub. Master Ji is awesome. Mingran, why are you here? Ji Mingxi asked in surprise as she looked at the group of people passing by. Jiang Chu noticed from the beginning that her complexion was not right, and looked over. There were 5 young men, 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was walking in the middle. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with dyed yellow hair, wearing black earrings. He is quite handsome, wearing a white Givenchy t-shirt and shorts. In one hand, he was hugging a little girl who also had half her hair dyed yellow. The other 2 men also dyed their hair, dressed like a second-generation rich man. One of them also hooked a girl's neck. Everyone walked with a swagger and didn't recognize any relatives. Ji Mingran looked over immediately when he heard someone calling his name. Hey, this girl is pretty. Since you know her, invite her to the bar to have some fun. Ji Mingran slapped the guy who just spoke on the head. Anger said, Please, she's my sister. I'm sorry, Master Ji. I was wrong. That guy was flexible and didn't say a word even when he was hurt. Mingran, you haven't answered my question yet. Aren't you studying in the Magic City? Why are you here? And you're hanging out with these shady hooligans? Ji Mingxi asked a little excitedly. But Ji Mingran just glanced at Jiang Chu and his sister with contempt. Then he turned his head and said disdainfully, You don't have to bother me with where I like. I've already given up on that stinking university. It's useless to learn anything from it. Ji Mingxi was immediately ignited with anger. He slapped the table and stood up and scolded. If you don't study hard, how are you going to help your parents manage the company in the future? Go back here right now. Bang. Ji Mingran slapped the empty table next to him, his face full of anger. Whether I go to college or not, I can still manage the company well. It has nothing to do with you. You said I was hanging out with shady people, but what about you? Who is this stinking guy you're eating with? Aren't you a talented girl? Didn't you say you would never date or have a boyfriend in college? Shouldn't you be reading your crappy books at school now? You. Ji Mingxi was so angry that she was speechless. What are you talking about? You dressed like a good girl in front of your parents at home, but you didn't expect to be wearing JK stockings when you came out. I wonder how much you flirted with this loser behind his back. Damn it. Say it again if you can. Ji Mingxi was totally unable to win an argument with this outspoken younger brother. Who are you calling trash? Jiang Chu said coldly with a gloomy face. I'm talking to you. Don't think you can seduce my sister just because you're good looking. Do you know how big my family's company is? We have assets worth hundreds of millions. Get away from me if you know what's good for you, damn it. Jiang Chu, what are you going to do? Ji Mingxi saw Jiang Chu stand up and walk towards his brother's group. 2 men next to Ji Mingran came out, raised their chins, and said arrogantly, Master Ji told you to get out of here. Listen. Boom. Before I finished speaking, Jiang Chu kicked him in the chest and sent him flying backwards. It hit the wall behind it. You fucking. Boom. Boom. One person, 1 foot. The 2 men, including Ji Mingran, were also kicked out. All 3 of them sat on the ground, holding their chests and crying in pain. This was because Jiang Chu had deliberately held back to deal with this seemingly fearless second-generation ancestor. There's no point in saying so much. Well, it's clear who is the loser. Jiang Chu put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly. Chapter 188. Ji Mingxi goes to a nightclub for the first time. Fuck. You just attacked me by surprise. I don't accept your sudden attack. You're still quite stubborn, so I'm going to beat you until you surrender and teach you a lesson. Jiang Chu raised his foot and was about to step on Ji Mingran's face. Jiang Chu, stop it. He is my brother. You are not allowed to hurt him. Ji Mingxi hurried over and stopped Jiang Chu and said, Get lost. Who wants a woman like you to pity me? Not only did Ji Mingran not appreciate it, he also spoke viciously. Just shut up. Jiang Chu, for my sake, please forgive my brother this time, okay? Ji Mingxi hugged Jiang Chu's arm, seeing his cold eyes. Let her feel that the other person can really do it. I could only lower my voice and beg. Ji Mingran seemed to know that a wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him. After all, there were many people watching. He couldn't afford to lose face. He stood up by holding onto the wall. He staggered downstairs and ran out. The gangsters and girls who followed them also hurriedly followed them out. Ji Mingran did not forget to make some harsh remarks. Just wait for me. Don't let me see you again. I will never let you go when the time comes. Such a commotion. Jiang Chu no longer had the appetite to continue eating. Regardless of Ji Mingxi. Turn around and leave. Jiang Chu, don't go, wait for me. Jiang Chu, who paid the bill, opened the door and got into the car. Ji Mingxi also hurriedly opened the passenger door and sat on it. Boom. After a while, they came to the bridgehead of Wanglong Bridge. Jiang Chu stood by the bridge and looked out. Said coldly, Why are you following me? Ji Mingxi was in a state of inner conflict. But he still walked behind Jiang Chu and said, I'm sorry, he's my biological brother. I don't know why I ran into him. He's studying at a university in the Magic City. Humph, so what if he's my brother? If you hadn't stopped me, he would never have been able to speak again. I'm sorry, Jiang Chu, I know you're very angry. I'll find a time to convince him when I get back and ask him to come and apologize to you in person, okay? Apologize. Jiang Chu turned around and looked at the other party, sneered and asked, Your brother doesn't buy into your sister's words at all. Do you think you can convince him to apologize to me? Ji Mingxi lowered his head and remained silent. Put your hands down in front of your abdomen, fingers folded together. I didn't know what to say for a moment. So what do you have to do to forgive my brother? I'm just curious. Your brother treated you like this. Why are you still defending him so much? A brother-supporting demon? Jiang Chu thought, with evil amusement. No, my brother was not like this before. We were in the same school in junior high and high school. There were many boys who wanted to pursue me and made advances on me. But he always stood up for me and helped me. He often fought with others for this. He was actually very nice to me, and he also had good grades. He was admitted to Shanghai University. But after he went to Shanghai University, I don't know what happened, and he became like this. Jiang Chu thought back to Ji Mingran just now. Even if he knocks me down. But he still looked stubborn. I don't care if what you said is true or not, but he offended me, and I have to teach him a lesson, or else he will think I'm easy to bully. I know it's his fault. Can you please forgive him once? Ji Mingxi finished speaking. He took the initiative to walk in front of Jiang Chu. Stand on tiptoe. She kissed him on the mouth like a dragonfly touching the water. Then continue to admit your mistakes. Just this once. Jiang Chu said with a smile. He wasn't really angry. The kick just now has disappeared. Although there is still some strength left. I guess the other party must be feeling bad too. Ji Mingxi stood on tiptoe again after hearing this. He put his hands on Jiang Chu's neck. Kissed him. This kiss lasted for more than 10 minutes. Jiang Chu grasped the second big question. The other party just trembled slightly. And then it didn't stop. Jiang Chu felt the poetic and picturesque beauty of the most talented girl on campus. The mountains are high and soft. There is a bit of stubbornness in the pride. Ji Mingxi's eyes were blurred. There seems to be a hint of desire in it. You pervert. Can you forgive him now? It seems that you really care about your brother. However, you can't help him by doing this, and you might hurt him instead. Ji Mingxi held Jiang Chu's neck with both hands at this moment, and sat horizontally on Jiang Chu's thighs. Hearing Jiang Chu's tone soften, it seemed that he forgave him. Thinking of the warm hand just now, she felt her face was still hot. He succeeded so easily. Ji Mingxi, favorability, 570. I don't know what to do now, Jiang Chu. Do you have any way to help him? Jiang Chu's mouth curled up with an evil look. Why should I help him? He's your brother, not mine. If you can help me turn him over, I can promise to give you the same treatment as you and Mo Yutong did in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As Ji Mingxi was speaking, the scene of Jiang Chu burying his head in his chest came to my mind. I feel extremely ashamed. She felt extremely sick at that time. But now I don't know why. To say those words. I can't believe it myself. But if she could save her brother and keep him from going astray, she thinks it's worth it. The pavilion in the center of the lake. Jiang Chu's mind was on the matter of tearing the stockings with Mo Yutong. I took a look at Ji Mingxi's pair of long legs in the absolute area. Slender and rounded. Black silk can attract attention. Think about it. Hand-torn stockings of the top school beauty. It seems pretty cool. Okay, for your sake, I agree with reluctance, but you have to listen to me later. Ji Mingxi was very shy. He glared at the other person. He is so ungrateful after getting an advantage. She took out her cell phone and was about to dial. What are you doing? I called my brother and asked him where he is now. No need to ask. Didn't you hear what they said just now? Nightclub, let's go. Are we going to a nightclub now? But I've never been there before. Jiang Chu raised the corner of his mouth. That's perfect. I'll take you to have some fun. This time, the Ferrari drove right to the door and stopped. As soon as Jiang Chu and his friends got out of the car, a handsome guy came over and took the keys to help him park the car. A group of young ladies wearing sexy and revealing clothes stood at the door. When I saw the Ferrari, I rushed over. At first glance, he is still a super handsome guy. There are pink bubbles in the eyes. Of course, there are also some that use the Chinese currency symbol. No matter that Ji Mingxi, who Jiang Chu was holding, was prettier than them. They all gathered around. Be thick-skinned. Maybe there is one. Handsome, can we have a drink together? I can take it away after drinking. Handsome guy, your car is so cool. Can I go to your house for a ride tonight? Jiang Chu refused them one by one. How can these women be so direct? They are too blunt. Ji Mingxi said nervously. Do you think everyone gets this kind of treatment? It's because I'm handsome. TSK narcissism. The time came to 10 o'clock. The nightclub is already fully booked. Because this is also the property of Zhou Group. After becoming the dominant company, the business here is booming. This was Ji Mingxi's first time in such a place. Especially her beauty is now wearing a JK black silk. It's like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. Immediately, all kinds of malicious eyes were cast on him. Chapter 189. Ji Mingxi's brother was arrested. In addition, she also saw some girls around her age in the nightclub. Some are even smaller. Dressed up lavishly, some even revealingly. Just to please those big-bellied bosses or some rich second generations. Let them take advantage of you. In conclusion, everything seemed to be something she hated. If it weren't for Jiang Chu holding her hand, she probably wouldn't stay for a minute. There's no room left. What should we do? Why don't we just leave? It's okay, it will be ready soon. Let me buy you a drink at the bar first. They came to the bar, where there was only one high stool. Jiang Chu asked Ji Mingxi to sit down while he stood. At the same time, I scanned all directions. I spotted Ji Mingran sitting in a corner not far away. Did you see him? Ji Mingxi hurriedly followed Jiang Chu's gaze. Sure enough, I saw her brother. At this time, he was talking to the two hooligans and the little girl. There were 2 more men and 2 women drinking there. What do you want to do? Wait, I'll make a call. Jiang Chu picked up the phone and called Zhou Jinting. Master Jiang, what brings you here? I'm at the night bar right now, and I want you to do me a favor. Oh, young Master Jiang wants to help, so I have to help. Tell me. Jiang Chu suddenly saw a group of thugs walking towards Ji Mingran and his group with unfriendly faces. The corners of the mouth tapped slightly. No need. Someone has delivered it to my door. If something gets damaged in a fight, Brother Jinting, you can just put it on my account. That's all, bye. Jiang Chu hung up the phone. Just wait and see how things develop. Haha, you haven't seen Ji Xiao's sister. She is so beautiful. I dare say that there is no one here who is prettier than her. Shut up, monkey. Ji Mingran said unhappily. Hey, isn't this Master Ji? You have money to come to the nightclub to play? When will you pay back the 1 million you owe our brother Long? A few fierce-looking, tall and strong thugs pushed Monkey and the others aside. Then one of them was a man with a bald head and a dragon head tattooed on his neck. Went to sit next to Ji Mingran. Ji Mingran stood up immediately when he saw the person coming. But he was pushed down by the other party. Why? You want to run away when you see someone you know? Master Ji, you borrowed millions from me in Shanghai to pick up a girl, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to run to Nan City. This is really fate, haha. Aaron smiled. The younger brothers nearby all laughed. Do you know where this is? It's my hometown along. Tell me, you owe me 1 million. I'll give you 1.5 million including interest. When are you going to pay me back? What? I just borrowed it last month, and now I have to pay an extra 500,000 in interest. Aren't you cheating me? Ji Mingran shouted. Aaron narrowed his eyes and distorted his mouth. Humph, I'm just trying to trick you, so what? As he spoke, he slapped Ji Ming Ran in the face with his hand. I call you Master Ji, but you really are a fool, huh? You offended Master Shiman in the Magic City, and now you offend me, along, when you come back. How many lives do you have left, huh? Well, Master Ji, I have something else to do at home, so I have to leave first. You guys can chat slowly. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. A few men and women who had just been playing with Ji Ming Ran as brothers realized that something was wrong. Run away immediately. Ji Ming Ran could only watch them walk away. Brother Long, give me some time. I'll go back and ask my dad to give me the money. I'll pay you back right away. Is that okay with you? Aaron picked up a bottle of foreign wine and took a sip. Last time we were in Magic City, and now we are in Nan City. How can I believe that you will not go to some bar abroad tomorrow and make me and my brothers work so hard to find you? No, I won't. Next screen. Ji Ming Ran was taken by them to the back door of the bar and into a dark alley. Aaron grabbed Ji Ming Ran by the collar and said fiercely, either you pay me back today, or I'll leave you a finger as interest. Immediately, a gangster grabbed Ji Ming Ran's hand, pressed it against the wall, and pulled out a knife. No, don't do this, Brother Long. I will definitely pay you back. Please. Ji Ming Ran had never experienced such a scene before. My pants got wet right away. Ha ha. This guy was actually scared to death. A few thugs laughed wildly. Let my brother go. Ji Mingshi ran out and shouted. Jiang Chu followed behind. Younger brother? When Along and the others saw Ji Mingshi's exquisite face and JK's perfect figure, his eyes widened instantly and tears started flowing. Fuck, Brother Long, this girl is so hot, hee hee. She's actually this kid's sister. This is going to be fun. Sister, why are you here? Go. Call the police, or they won't let me go. Ji Ming Ran shouted anxiously. Bang. Just finished speaking. He was punched in the stomach by Aaron. The pain made him almost vomit out the wine he had just drunk. You dare to call the police and see if your brother's hands and feet are still useful? Aaron said confidently. What do you want in exchange for my brother being released? Let him go. He owes us 1.5 million. We'll let him go if you pay him back. Okay, I'll help him pay back the money, and you guys let him go. You help him pay it back? Where's the money? I'll give you the money in a few days. Aaron smiled and turned to look at his men beside him. Did you hear that? She actually said a few days. Ha ha. Bang. Aaron punched Ji Ming Ran in the stomach again. This time, the wine was spit out directly. Why are you hitting people? Ji Mingshi became anxious. Girl, do you think we look stupid, or you are just too naive? Why should I believe that you can pay me back in a few days? How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. We'll let your brother go back to get the money, and you just have to accompany us for a few drinks tonight. How do you think? Sister, don't listen to them. Ji Ming Ran didn't finish his words. He got punched again. You are shameless. No matter how stupid Ji Mingshi was, she knew what the other party wanted her to do. Shameless? If you don't agree, then I'll have to ask your brother's hands and feet to pay back the money he. Sister, please leave now. Don't worry about me. It's my fault. I shouldn't be so willful. You who are chasing my sister, please take her away now. Please. Yes, you are a bit useless, but you are very good to your sister. Jiang Chu walked out from the darkness behind with his hands in his pockets. The street light shines on half of my face. Can see the eye sockets in the darkness. And the evil charm with a slight smile on his face. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. Believe it or not, I will destroy you too in a little while. Aaron threatened fiercely. Jiang Chu, they're all bad guys. Just go away and don't worry about us. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble. Chapter 190. My sister is the first time for everything. Jiang Chu waved his hand to stop her from continuing. All right, you've had enough fun. Release her brother within 10 seconds, and I'll let you leave here standing. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. 10 seconds left. Do you think you're Mr. Zhou? There are 6 of us. What? Do you want to go 1 against 6, or 6 against 1? Huh. Ha ha. The group laughed contemptuously. Oh, so, the majority can bully the minority. Of course, if you have the guts, you can call someone over. Boom. A Kawasaki drove in directly. The person sitting in the car was wearing a black helmet, wearing a gray vest, revealing a lightning and sun tattoo on his shoulder. Then more than 200 thugs holding shiny silver weapons came out from various intersections in the alley. It was completely blocked and formed a circle all around. This damn feeling of oppression frightened the 6 of Aaron so much that they were shaking all over. And he could tell who was driving the Kawasaki at a glance. Sun lightning tattoo. There is only him. He took off his helmet, revealing an extremely domineering face. Just now someone said that the majority can bully the minority. Did I hear that correctly, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chu just smiled. Click. Aaron glanced at Zhou Jinting and the young man. They actually knew each other, or were acquaintances. It's over. Now I regret it so much. No, Mr. Zhou, I'm all along. You don't remember me, but I helped you with some things before. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. You're a traitor. You secretly intercepted my money and ran to the Magic City to lend money at high interest rates. Do you think I don't know? Plop. Aaron's eyes widened. The whole person immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. It's me, Along, who was blinded by money. Since I've done a lot for you in the past, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. The other 5 thugs also followed suit and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Along, you must have made a mistake. Now we are talking about how you offended young Master Jiang. She is Miss Jiang, and you just threatened her and her brother, who is young Master Jiang's brother-in-law. Not only did you want to cut off their hands and feet, you also wanted to take advantage of Miss Jiang. Tell me, how can I let you go? Aaron was stunned. He changed direction and kowtowed to Jiang Chu to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Master Jiang. I was blind and offended you. Please treat us as shit and forgive us this time. Ji Mingran had already walked to Ji Mingshi's side. Escape from death. Then I saw so many people coming to save him because of my sister's boyfriend. I was so excited. His eyes lit up when he looked at Jiang Chu. This was the first time Ji Mingshi encountered such a thing. Everyone here is evil. It made her shudder. One hand held Jiang Chu's hand tightly, and he felt full of security. Ji Mingshi, favorability 1080. Let you go? What did I say just now? I said that if you don't let me go within 10 seconds, don't even think about leaving here. Those 10 seconds have already passed. Jiang Chu took Ji Mingshi's hand and walked into the bar. Let's go. Some scenes are not suitable for you little kids to watch. Watching Jiang Chu and the others walk away, there were also hundreds of people who gathered around with sneers on their faces. Aaron and the others all had despair on their faces. Jiang Chu asked a younger brother to take Ji Mingran to change his pants. It's so embarrassing. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. Just now, when I saw them like that, they were all shaking with fear. It was so cool. I toast to you, brother-in-law. Ji Mingran drank the glass of wine directly, unable to hide the happiness on his face. I almost forgot that I peed my pants just now. Mingran, why are you yelling? Who is your brother-in-law? Ji Mingshi couldn't hold back the shyness on her face and said angrily, Ahem, your sister and I are just ordinary college classmates. We are from the same class. Ji Mingshi felt a little disappointed. We kissed and touched each other. It's just an ordinary classmate relationship. I don't care. You saved me from my sister, so you are my brother-in-law. From now on, I won't recognize anyone else but you. Jiang Chu touched his nose. Forget about my brother-in-law. There is a forest behind him. Mingran, his name is Jiang Chu. He has a girlfriend, and more than one. He is very fickle. Ji Mingshi was irritated by what Jiang Chu had just said about their classmate relationship. No matter who rescued them just now, directly dismantle the stage and say, more than one girlfriend. Ji Mingran's eyes widened instantly. Then his eyes were full of admiration. Fuck. Brother Jiang, you will be my Ji Mingran's elder brother in the future. I take you as my role model. You are so awesome. You have more than one girlfriend, and you can even win my sister. What's wrong with a man having more girlfriends, especially a man like you, Brother Jiang, who is handsome and knows an awesome guy like Zhou Jinting? If he doesn't have more than a dozen girlfriends, he'd be embarrassed to say it. You know, my sister's personality is such that she's never been interested in any man except books. If I hadn't secretly seen her reading those Liu Bei novels, I would have suspected that my sister was a lesbian. Jiang Chu suddenly found that Ji Mingran was quite good. Unique vision. Can speak. I really like him. Ji Mingran. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your sister. How can you say anything? Ji Mingshi was almost pissed off. Ji Mingran doesn't care. She continued. Brother Jiang, let me tell you, even though my sister is beautiful and has been the most beautiful girl in junior high school, and even college, I can guarantee that she has never dated anyone else and has never even touched a boy's hand. That's all thanks to me. Not bad, not bad. No wonder your sister loves you so much. Jiang Chu patted the other person's shoulder with relief. Ji Mingran's eyes sparkled, and he was extremely excited. Brother Jiang, this is the first time for my sister to do anything. You have to be gentle with her. Although she looks fierce, she is kind-hearted. Ji Mingran, you want to die, right? Ahem. Jiang Chu was really impressed by this old man. There is no need to even think about selling out his own sister. Tell me, what did you do with the 1 million you borrowed from someone? Mentioning this, Ji Mingran's face fell instantly. I tucked my fingers behind my ears. The whole body was twisted to one side. Mengshi, can you go buy me a pack of cigarettes? Ji Mingshi was confused. Buy cigarettes? Why should I help you buy cigarettes? I won't go. Sister, just go buy Brother Jiang a pack of cigarettes. Ji Mingxi then glared at Jiang Chu in anger. He walked out, looking back every 2 steps. Now Zhou Jinting's people are everywhere in and outside the venue. So Jiang Chu is not worried. Now you can tell, but I guess it's because of women. Jiang Chu smiled confidently. Ji Mingren's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Brother Jiang, how did you know? Chapter 191 I don't mind being a girl. You don't gamble or take drugs, and you're not doing it for money. You came to this place to spend money and only ordered 2 bottles of foreign liquor. The rest was beer. Tell me, apart from women, what else is there to talk about? Amazing. You are worthy of being my big brother Jiang. As you know, my family runs a technology manufacturing company, and we can earn tens of millions a year. We are considered rich here, right? Just like those people who just told me. They called me Ji Shaoqian and Ji Shaoho, which made me ignorant of the immensity of the world since I was a child. Until I went to Shanghai University for college. Compared with the rich second-generation princelings there, I was not even worthy of being a follower. In their territory, I had to keep a low profile, study hard, and get a few top scores in the exams, thinking that I could leave after getting my diploma. But I'm handsome. Of course, not as handsome as you, Brother Jiang. There were a few pretty girls chasing me. One of them was called Su Lele. She was very nice to me, so I agreed to date her. But one day, she said she had offended a few young men outside and asked me to help her. So I went over. Those guys were famous princelings in the university. No one dared to offend them. They threatened on the spot that she had to pay 1.5 million yuan before they would let her go. In order to save her, I took out 500,000 yuan from me and borrowed 1 million yuan from that Along. Later, Along and his gang came to me every day to ask for money, saying they would break my legs if I didn't pay them back. And those princelings also spread the word that anyone who dared to make friends with me at school would be against them. So I didn't have any friends at school. Even Su Lele broke up with me immediately and stayed away from me. I didn't dare tell my parents and sister at the time. Although my family had some money, my father was an old-fashioned man. He only gave me 20,000 yuan a month. If you know I owed 1 million, he would definitely beat me to death, so I didn't dare ask them for it. I kept it a secret from my parents and sister. After registering and paying the tuition, I never went to the school there. I lived in a friend's house in Nan City until today, when I met you. Jiang Chu also found it funny after hearing it. I didn't expect this yellow-haired guy. He is actually a top student. As expected, there is a sister. My younger brother isn't much worse. You said your family runs a technology manufacturing company? Yes, my parents made their fortune by opening a manufacturing factory. The 2 big factories are located in the province of industry and manufacturing. They mainly produce mobile phone accessories and the like. Part of Nokia's supply comes from my family, hee. So I also chose the manufacturing major, thinking that I can help my family when I go back. Ji Mingran was quite proud when he talked about this. Jiang Chu probably had a rough idea in his mind. I have some ideas in my mind. Half of the fruit machine sales channels are firmly in our hands. Next step. That is the production and manufacturing industry chain. This Ji Mingran. It did remind him of this. The money issue has been resolved. Are you going back to school next, or what? At this time, Ji Mingxi came back quickly, throwing a pack of huazi on the table. Sitting down on the sofa. Fold your arms across your chest. Said unhappily. Your cigarette. The 2 of them just glanced at each other and ignored her. Brother Jiang, to be honest, I have already finished studying those books in college. If I go back now, I will be laughed at by those princelings. So, can I hang out with you here? Don't worry, I will absolutely listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do, even if it means being your driver. What? Ji Mingran, do you know what you are saying? You have books, but you don't go back to study hard. You want to follow him around? Are you crazy? Sister, don't worry about me. Just follow Brother Jiang, and you'll be fine. Jiang Chuxiang pretended to hesitate for a moment. Well, it's not impossible. Ji Mingran showed joy and excitement. Grabbed Jiang Chu's arm with both hands. Really, I'm not finished yet. You can follow me if you want, but you have to go to a place first and stay there for a month. If you can persist and not quit, then I will let you follow me. Ji Mingran patted his chest and vowed. Okay, not to mention 1 month. Any longer is fine. Jiang Chu, what did you just say? Where are you going? Speak clearly. Ji Mingran, you too, you believe whatever he says, and you don't even know he sold you out. Sister, didn't you go out to dinner with Brother Jiang today? And you're dressed like this? If you don't agree or dare to tell my parents, I will tell them about what you read in Liu Bei's book. You? Shut up. Ji Mingxi quickly covered Ji Mingran's mouth. But Ji Mingran broke it open and continued to gloat over the misfortune and gossip. Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by my sister's aloof look. She secretly takes my Liu Bei book to read from time to time. Huh? Ji Mingran, you are dead. Am I your sister, or is he your brother? Watching the two brothers and sisters playing together, Jiang Chu smiled. At 12 o'clock at night, Jiang Chu's Ferrari drove to the school gate. Jiang Chu, where did you say you were going to send my brother? Oh, about that. A friend of mine opened a security company. They happened to be conducting some simple military training recently. I asked your brother to go over there just to give him some exercise. It's nothing. I see, it's just military training. This is a good thing for him. I'm sorry, I almost misunderstood you just now. Fine. Ji Mingxi lowered her head slightly and said shyly. Jiang Chu, I don't want to go back to school to sleep. Can I go to where you live? Jiang Chua, de. Ji Mingxi quickly waved her hands to explain. It's not like you think. I have to sleep with you. You are so rich, there must be more than one room in your house. I will sleep alone. The main reason is that I promised you before that you saved me and my brother tonight and helped him. I owe you, and I will keep my promise. Jiang Chu suddenly realized. I took a look at those long legs and black silk stockings. Ji Mingxi's. The first campus beauty. Not bad, not bad. You mean that? Why don't you just do it in the car? Why do you have to go to my place? What now? In the car. No, I have to go to your house. Don't you want me to go to your house? I'm a girl and I don't mind. So why do you mind so much? Okay, you can go if you want, but no matter what you see, don't scream. Ji Mingxi. Does your family live in an ancient tomb? Are there ghosts? Jiang Chu. You are a talented girl, shouldn't you believe in science? The end of science is still metaphysics. You're awesome. Jiang Chu and his friends drove back to the villa. The lights in the upstairs rooms were out. It seems they are all asleep. Chapter 192. Can you help me massage my feet? Jiang Chu, I didn't expect you to be so rich that you actually live in a villa in Xioshan scenic area. Even my dad can't afford it. It's the kind that's out of stock. It must cost tens of millions, right? After getting off the car, Ji Mingxi looked around and said with a little excitement, keep your voice down and don't disturb others' sleep. Ji Mingxi thought Jiang Chu was talking about his family. It feels like the first time I came to my boyfriend's house. And it was done stealthily. It's quite exciting. Jiang Chu took her directly to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Your master bedroom is so big, and the cloakroom is much bigger than the one in my house. Jiang Chu, why do you have so many women's clothes? The tags are not even taken off. They are brand new. Do you often bring girls home to sleep with you? So you specially prepared so many clothes. Ji Mingxi looked as if he was genuinely questioning her. I didn't buy this. I guess they bought it and put it here sometime. They care about you very much. They know you are a playboy. Jiang Chu was talking about Mo Yutong and the others. But Ji Mingxi thought they were Jiang Chu's family members. Can I wear it after I take a shower? Whatever. Ji Mingxi stood on tiptoe in the cloakroom to choose clothes. Behind her is long black hair that is as smooth as her waist and tied with a bow. The best figure and wasp waist. The plaid skirt on a pair of long black silk legs tilts to a certain arc as she stands on tiptoe, like a dark movement. In an instant, Jiang Chu's attention was completely drawn to it. Plus, they were alone in a room. I drank some more wine. Jiang Chu walked over and hugged Ji Mingxi from behind. I felt the delicate body in my arms tremble slightly. Just as I turned around and wanted to speak, Jiang Chu didn't give her a chance. He sealed those soft cherry lips with his mouth. He took a deep breath of the scent emanating from the other person. Intention, passion, revisiting the old place. Ji Mingxi pushed Jiang Chu away and couldn't stop panting. I was afraid that something might happen that I couldn't control. Jiang Chu, before we do that, do you want me to take a shower first? Take a shower? There's no need to go through so much trouble. But it's been a whole day. If you don't take a shower, won't it make you dirty, smelly? Actually, I really can't tell that you have this habit. Jiang Chu waved his hands and said with a smile. Yes, there is a smell, and some people even like this smell. It's just a little fun. If you really don't want it, it's okay. I won't force you. No, I promised you, and I will do it. In fact, what Ji Mingxi was thinking was, Mo Yutong can do it. She can do it, too. Walk to the bed and sit on it, with long black legs. Hands pressed on the skirt. Bring it on. An expression of being ready to die. Jiang Chu shook his head and smiled. It's just tearing a pair of stockings. As if to eat her. He walked up to Ji Mingxi and stopped, looking down from a high place. The black stockings that go below the knees form a sharp contrast with the snow-white and tender thighs. I don't know what she was thinking, and specially dressed like this. Is she here to seduce him? As soon as he moved his buttocks, Ji Mingxi suddenly opened up the situation. Jiang Chu was startled. Fortunately, he was close and in a commanding position. Otherwise, there will definitely be light at the end of the tunnel. This guy? And he said he agreed. Why don't you let him sit next to you? What kind of temper is this? The last stubbornness? Jiang Chu doesn't care. Just push a long leg away. Then sit next to her. Ji Mingxi was confused now. What are you doing? What am I doing? You can't let me sit here. No, shouldn't you be squatting? Jiang Chu looked surprised. You want me to squat for this kind of thing? Ji Mingxi thought. How can I do this without squatting down? Didn't you squat down when you were doing it with Mo Yutong before? Jiang Chu suddenly realized. It turns out this guy was competing with Mo Yutong. Well, you wore some underneath too, right? Of course I did. Ji Mingxi looked incredulous. Swallowed his saliva. Could it be that Mo Yutong isn't wearing anything? I wore it, otherwise I wouldn't have dared. Jiang Chu smiled, but now he dared. Ji Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why she agreed was, I feel like I'm wearing it. It shouldn't be so shameful. Jiang Chu stood up again, walked to Ji Mingxi. Then he squatted down. I have to say, straight and slender. A little bit of meat. Proper proportions. There is a mystery in the black. It is called the best. Looking up. Oh shit. Didn't she say she was wearing safety pants? But the fact is, Jiang Chu, can you hurry up? Oh. His gaze was forced to shift once again to the black silk calves. In my mind is that lingering touch of white. This guy actually lied to him. Even more cruel than Mo Yutong. I found a random spot with my hands and pinched it. Just tear it apart. But Ji Mingxi reacted instantly and lifted her feet up. Jiang Chu, what are you doing? Jiang Chu B. Tearing stockings, didn't you promise to let me do that? Tear up the stockings? When did I tell you to tear up the stockings? No, last time you were with Mo Yutong at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. You tore up her stockings? You two are really good at playing, are you? If there's anything else I don't know, tell me all at once. No, she was bitten by a mosquito that night and asked me to help her apply medicine. But it was inconvenient to wear stockings, so she asked me to tear open her stockings to help her apply the medicine. That's it. What else? Ji Mingxi almost wanted to make a portal and get in. She always thought Jiang Chu was playing the dog. The dog ran away. Now think about it. It must be because of the angle at that time. So she was wrong. So embarrassing. Didn't she get seen just now? Mo Yutong must have worn safety pants at that time. So Jiang Chu just asked. She said it out loud. You really can't blame him for this. So, this time I promised you that I would let you tear the stockings by hand, right? Yes. Ji Mingxi took a deep breath slowly. Forced myself to calm down. Okay, you sit down. Squatting is tiring. Jiang Chu sat next to her unhappily. I was told to squat. I'll ask you to sit down. Faster than turning the pages of a book. Forget it, I won't tear it up. Actually, I don't have that habit. Ji Mingxi looked at Jiang Chu's gloomy face, and it was obvious that he was unhappy. In the final analysis, she misunderstood the other party from the beginning. I feel guilty. But he also saw her secret. Angry. Don't be so stingy. Ji Mingxi thought about it for a while. Pursed her lips. Then the 2 feet rubbed against each other, and the shoes fell off. He lifted it up and placed it horizontally across Jiang Chu's thigh. What are you doing? Jiang Chu was surprised. How come this guy's tactics are exactly the same as Mo Yutong's? No wonder the two of them became enemies. Ji Mingxi actually didn't know why. Thinking of what the boy said about Mo Yutong's long legs being her best feature. So she thought Jiang Chu should also like to look at legs. Well, this is the first time I wear these little leather shoes with stockings. I walk for most of the day. Can you help me massage my feet? Jiang Chu? Chapter 193 Ji Mingxi and Mo Yutong face off. I took a look at that pair of long legs that are so good that they can be played for many years. The exquisiteness revealed. Not fat, but a little fleshy. You can see the pink inside through the stockings. Not skinny, but showing a hint of skinny when arched. That arc. Huang Zhong called it perfect. There is such a requirement. Sure, it must be possible. But he remained calm on the surface. He tried hard to show some helplessness on his face. Okay, I'll help you press it for a while. Jiang Chu took action directly. Start massaging your calves. After all, it is the ultimate Chinese medical skill. Of course, Ji Mingxi was completely subdued. I didn't expect you could really give a massage. It feels so good. Of course, I am known as a gynecologist. Jiang Chu discovered that. When his hand pinched her ankle, the other party was so comfortable that he hummed. And her face was rosy. When you pressed the button, just a touch, the other person's whole body was shaken as if he had been electrocuted. After I started massaging gently, it was even more amazing. Ji Mingxi's face was so red that water could drip out. Even when we just kissed and revisited the old place. Ji Mingxi didn't have such a big reaction either. He seemed to have discovered the opponent's weakness. Don't press it. After Jiang Chu stopped, Ji Mingxi collapsed and hugged him. My face was full of shame. I'm afraid even she herself didn't expect such an outcome. It took her a while to recover. Ji Mingxi, favorability 888. Good fellow. Before the kiss, it was only 5 o'clock. Now this one has added 8 points. It's already 2 o'clock. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday. It's all your fault. Jiang Chu was hit by a small hammer for no reason. Then take a shower and go to bed. I'll sleep next to you. Early the next morning. Even on weekends, Mo Yutong would get up early and dress up, wearing a white slim suit and ready to go to work. But I saw Jiang Chu's Ferrari downstairs. That's weird. He didn't come over to sleep with me when he came back last night. Did he bring another girl back, Zhou Jiqing or He Shiyan? Thinking of this, she decided to go up and take a look. Went to Jiang Chu's master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The door is unlocked. I opened it and walked in. Sure enough, I saw a long-haired woman sleeping on Jiang Chu's bed. His expression was a little angry for a moment. But where did Jiang Chu go? Did he go to the toilet? Mo Yutong wanted to go over to Jiang Chu and scold him. But the high heels she was wearing. I can't lower my voice at all. The woman sleeping on the bed immediately sat up, hugging the bullet after hearing the noise. Look at the person coming. The two looked at each other. The eyes and mouth both instantly grew larger at the same time. Shocked enough to scream. It's you, Mo Yutong. Ji Mingxi. Why are you here? Mo Yutong put his hands on his waist. I'm asking you. This is Jiang Chu's room. Why are you here? Are you? Ji Mingxi was not willing to be outdone. He stood up directly on the bed. He didn't care that he was only wearing Jiang Chu's white shirt, long enough to cover the panties, revealing a pair of long legs that glow white. Looking down from above, with hands on hips. That's right. We slept together last night. So what? Tell me, why are you here? I've always lived here. I don't believe Jiang Chu would sleep with you. I'll call him out right now. Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu. Click, click, click. Mo Yutong walked angrily into the bathroom and cloakroom in her high heels, but she didn't see Jiang Chu. Then he walked back, crossed his arms, and said proudly, Humph, I knew he couldn't have slept with you last night. Liar. Yes, Jiang Chu didn't sleep with me last night, but I kissed him and he even gave me a massage last night. Humph. Ji Mingxi also crossed her arms and turned her face to the side. Haven't you always looked down on our Jiang Chu? Are you chasing after him now? Shameless also, so what if we kissed? Jiang Chu and I not only sleep together often, we've also done somersaults several times, Lulu. What? How come you and him are so fast? Ji Mingxi thought to herself, no wonder she hadn't run into Mo Yutong at school during this period of time. I even quit my job at the student union. It turned out that he had moved here a long time ago to live with Jiang Chu. Huh. Zhou Sini put one hand to her mouth and slapped her newly woken face. The two big eyes were only half opened. Wearing SpongeBob's pajamas. The other hand was holding a chopper doll. A look of confusion. Sister Yutong, what happened so early in the morning? Who is this beautiful sister? Why is she standing so high on the bed? She looks familiar, but I can't remember her name. Ji Mingxi recognized Zhou Sini the first time she saw her. Shock appeared on his face again. The other party is like this. Obviously, he also slept in this villa. Thinking back to the last time in the cafeteria, Li Wenjing said that being Jiang Chu's woman. At that time there were 4. Mo Yutong is here. Zhou Sini is here. Could it be that He Shiyan also lives here? Humph, Jiang Chu likes me, and I like Jiang Chu too, so of course we'll be together soon. Sorry, great talent. Although you're number 1 in the school beauty ranking, in this respect, you're this. Mo Yutong extended a little finger to the other party. Don't mention how proud he was. I want to find Jiang Chu and ask him clearly. Ji Mingxi jumped off the bed and put on her shoes. Want to go out? I found myself without pants. I turned back to look for a pair of pants. But I found that except for Jiang Chu's pants, the rest were women's skirts and tops. What are you doing? These are the clothes I bought. Mo Yutong yelled. Don't look for it. There are no pants here. Besides, everyone in the villa is a woman except Jiang Chu. If you're afraid, just change into a skirt. Humph. Who said I was afraid? Ji Mingxi didn't care anymore. Just walked out like this. Jiang Chu, where are you? The villa is quite big. Even the 3rd floor is full of rooms. Ji Mingxi didn't understand where Jiang Chu was for a moment. Jiang Chu just woke up and heard the roars of Mo Yutong and Ji Mingxi from next door. I was listening with an attitude of watching the show. I didn't expect the fire to burn me. Hide quickly. Brother Jiang Chu, why are you hiding here? Senior is looking for you. Zhou Sini pointed out a clear path for Ji Mingxi. Jiang Chu thought Zhou Sini was so cute. I must reward her generously in the evening. Looking for me. I just woke up and don't know what happened. Jiang Chu had no choice but to come out. Said with a smile. Master, do you need my help? Murong Lan next door said coldly. This was her first time meeting Ji Mingxi, so there is no emotion at all. But Ji Mingxi saw another woman who was as beautiful as her. Shocked again. What did she just call you? Owner. Moron Lan repeated. Chapter 194. You have kissed me. You must be responsible. Jiang Chu, did you stir up a hornet's nest so early in the morning? You're making so much noise. Xia Yanran was also pushed out of the opened elevator in a wheelchair. Ji Mingxi was shocked again. Here comes another one. Although wearing a veil. But just the lower half of her face that was exposed was enough to make her stunning. But the other person is in a wheelchair. This guy Jiang Chu. Even the disabled are not spared. It's simply, I wanted to call you a beast. But on second thought, the other person was a beast, and she was kissing the beast. After the shock, I could only look at Jiang Chu and ask, Jiang Chu, do all these people live here? Get a positive answer. Ji Mingxi was stunned for a long time. You're not going to say that they are all your women. Yes, Senior Mingxi, we are both Brother Jiang Chu's women. Now Brother Jiang Chu has brought you here too. So aren't you also Brother Jiang Chu's woman? That's great. Our home will be more lively in the future. Yeah, Zhou Sini said happily. Then she ran to Jiang Chu and hugged his arm. Brother Jiang Chu, if you invite Senior Sister Wenjing and Senior Sister Shiyun to come, then all 5 beauties in our school will be here. Will it be like Dragon Ball, where you can make a wish? Jiang Chu smiled and touched Zhou Sini's little head. It's possible. Turning to look at Ji Mingxi. Don't say. Although his white shirt covered his lower body. But don't be tempted. Is there anything else you want to ask? Ji Mingxi's head was buzzing and she hadn't reacted yet. What's there to ask? She has seen everything she should see. I say, you talented girl, you should go back to school and read your books. Oh, it's already 8 o'clock, and I have to go to Shiyun's place to attend the shareholders' meeting later. Mo Yutong said quickly after checking the time on her watch. Do you want me to take you back to school? As soon as Mo Yutong opened his mouth, Ji Mingxi's brain started to work quickly again. Yes. Isn't Mo Yutong a junior like her? Haven't seen you for a while. She found that the other person was actually a bit more handsome than her. Especially the ruddy complexion. The professional attire I wear. The whole person's temperament has undergone a drastic change. I have only seen that in her mother's company, the vice president. Certainly, there is still some distance. But it's not far away. How so? She just said she was going to attend the shareholders' meeting? Who asked you to deliver it? Ji Mingxi frowned and asked. Mo Yutong, you haven't been back to school for a while, and you quit your job in the student union. Are you going to work outside? Before Mo Yutong could speak, Zhou Sini said happily. Yes, Senior Mingxi, Sister Yutong is now the CEO of Magong Investment Company, Limited. She manages hundreds of millions of dollars and has many employees under her. She is amazing. Even Brother Jiang Chu praised her for becoming more and more like a CEO, hee. Mo Yutong carries a Hermes bag. She walked to Zhou Sini in high heels. He imitated Jiang Chu and touched her head and said, Our Sini is not bad either. She is now the CEO of Sini Media and Culture Company. She has started recruiting people today. Soon, a group of people will call you CEO Zhou. Zhou Sini smiled shyly, revealing her cute little canine teeth. Then suddenly, his eyes enlarged instantly. Hey Mallard Recruitment. Sister Yutong, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that I had to go to the company to host a recruitment event today. No, I have to change my clothes quickly, otherwise I will definitely be late. He was in a panic for a moment and even entered the wrong room, then ran out again in a hurry. Mo Yutong was also happy and said, Don't worry, I asked Wen to go over and help you host it. It doesn't matter if you go later. No, I'm the boss of the company after all. I'll go and learn from Sister Wen. Ji Mingxi was completely shocked and confused when he heard this. The whole person stood there like a petrified man. My brain almost didn't react. It's been less than a month since we last met. Her mortal enemy, Mo Yutong. He is actually the president of a company with over 100 million in capital. Even if all the fixed assets of her parents' family were added together, it would only be worth over 100 million yuan. The funny thing is, as Mo Yutong's former rival, now I am still working towards the goal of becoming the president of the student union. I thought I could help my family when I got home after I had learned a lot. After a few years of training, you should be able to become an enviable company executive or something. Now, Mo Yutong reached the peak right from the start. How can we play this? She knew about Mo Yutong's family conditions. Compared to her house, the difference is like heaven and earth. In addition to her materialistic desire to find a rich second-generation boyfriend, whether it is now or after graduation, she has more advantages, etc. Boyfriend, rich second generation. Ji Mingxi glanced at Jiang Chu, who was yawning and scratching his messy hair while wearing a pair of large shorts and a loose white t-shirt. It must be him. Such a big change has happened since Mo Yutong followed him. The same goes for Zhou Sini, Li Wenjing, He Shiyun, and others. Now, Each of them either returns to their own company in Shanghai, or now you have your own company to run. And all this, it's all about Jiang Chu in front of him. Ji Mingxi, I have now withdrawn from the student union. We are no longer on the same track. Well, I should go to the company. Mo Yutong kissed Jiang Chu next to him, then took a confident step forward. Wait a moment. Ji Mingxi called out to Mo Yutong. But he looked at Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu, I want to move out and live here. Jiang Chu B. Mo Yutong was also stunned. I didn't expect that Ji Mingxi, who has always been talented and arrogant, would take the initiative to say such words. He smiled and said, Ji Mingxi, think carefully. Except for Aunt Shen, all of us here are Jiang Chu's women. If you want to rent a house, you can ask if there is a suitable one nearby. Oh, I almost forgot. There are single-family villas around here, and the community near the school is also good. Well, you don't have the final say. I'm asking Jiang Chu. Then I will be Jiang Chu's woman. Ji Mingxi was so angry that his teeth were itching. I almost blurted out these words. Jiang Chu said apologetically. Yutong is right. Mengxi, all the women living here are my women. If you move out, it might be a bit inconvenient. If you don't want to live in the school, I can help you find a good place. He usually does somersaults from time to time. Ji Mingxi can't be called his woman yet. Wouldn't it be awkward to live there? Ji Mingxi was stunned, seeing the smile on Mo Yutong's face, as if mocking her. Then he said angrily, No, I must come out and live here. Jiang Chu, you have kissed me. You have to take responsibility. Chapter 195. First meeting Qin Bingshuang, investigating Jiang Chu. I say, great talent. You are here to make fun of me, right? Jiang Chu has made it very clear that the people living here are all his women. Now you are asking him to take responsibility for a kiss. You? That was my first kiss. I wasn't as casual as you. Mo Yutong immediately exploded like ignited gunpowder. Mean, what did you say? You actually said I was casual? Yes, I have been with many rich second generations, but kissing him that night was also my first kiss. Okay. You are just jealous. Jealous that I am Jiang Chu's woman. Jealous that he opened a company for me. Oh me meh. Oh, who are you calling jealous? I'm talking to you. You're just a hypocrite, a nerd. If you have the ability, go start a company and let's compete. Who are you calling a hypocritical nerd? Just start a company. Jiang Chu, stop right there. Just saw 2 powder kegs explode there. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiang Chu quickly sneaked away. But I didn't expect to be discovered. Ji Mingxi shouted excitedly. Jiang Chu, if you agree to let me live here and open a company for me, I will agree to be your woman. Ji Mingxi is his woman? Humph. Everyone can brag, but I'm afraid that once I agree, I'll regret it right away. Mo Yutong crossed his arms and turned his face away with disdain. Whoever regrets is a puppy. Jiang Chu, if Mo Yutong can be your woman, so can I. If she can run a good company, I can definitely do better than her. Jiang Chu asked weakly. Would you like to reconsider this? No. I am very rational and sober now. I am sure and certain. No regrets. No regrets. Well, now that you've made your decision, you can choose any empty room you want whenever you plan to move in. I'm moving in today. I want to live next door to her. Ji Mingxi saw the indignation on Mo Yutong's face. I feel more and more that she made an extremely wise and powerful decision. My chin couldn't help but raise a little. Humph, even if you come, you'll still line up behind me. I will definitely earn more than you when I start my own company in the future. Ming vs. Being. Neither of them gave in to the other. Xia Yinran on the side looked at Jiang Chu and said calmly, Congratulations, you've ruined another school beauty. Jiang Chu looked up at the ceiling, an expression as if the wind was too strong and I couldn't hear anything. When Ji Mingxi went in to change clothes, Mo Yutong, who was very angry just now, walked up to Jiang Chu and said, Well, shouldn't you thank me for helping you get the most beautiful girl on campus here? Don't you dislike her? No, you don't know. This girl's temper is like a barrel of explosives. I can ignite it at the slightest touch. It's so fun. More importantly, you are amazingly destructive. You always make me want to do it. I must let her have a taste of this kind of unstoppable taste. Jiang Chu, Omega, LL. After Ji Mingxi came out, seeing that Mo Yutong was driving a Maserati President, I feel very upset. Jiang Chu, I want to drive your car back to school to pack my things. Do you need help? Unnecessary. Soon after Mo Yutong and the others left, the doorbell at the villa rang. There was a guest, but I didn't know who it was. Aunt Chun turned on the video doorbell. Excuse me, who are you looking for? On the display screen were a man and a woman wearing hats and uniforms, and they showed their relevant credentials. Hello, we are here to look for someone named Jiang Chu. Let them in. Jiang Chu took a look and said. After the two came in, They sat at the stone table outside. Jiang Chu sat opposite them. Hello, I'm Zhang Gaoyuan, the captain of the provincial criminal police team, and her name is Qin Bingshuang. Hello, my name is Jiang Chu. If there is anything I can help you with, please feel free to ask. Jiang Chu looked at the two people in front of him. Zhang Gaoyuan looks no different from an ordinary person. His eyes were deep and reserved, as if they could see through people's hearts. But he added a little more mental strength than ordinary people. The way the other person looks at me is probably like looking at a college student of the same age. Qin Bingshuang next to him really lived up to her name. A pair of cold eyes kept watching his every move. The whole body sat straight and motionless. But she has a really good figure. Even with clothes wrapped around it, it couldn't hide its huge size. She's also very beautiful. She would definitely be a campus beauty at Shida University. Qin Bingshuang. Age, 23. Height, 168. Weight, 52. Appearance, 88. Power bank, 0. Favorability, 0. The other party was also slightly surprised when he saw Jiang Chu for the first time. This is too young. He looks as awkward as a college student. We are investigating a murder case and need to ask you some questions. Do you know Wang Hai? Jiang Chu nodded. I know him. He came over to chat with my woman when we were having dinner at the department store plaza. I haven't seen him at other times. Then do you know Black Dog? We met. Once in a bar and once outside in the park. What is your relationship with him? It's the kind of friendship where we get to know each other through fighting. Then do you know Wang Jiang? I know him. He once harassed my woman and we had a conflict in the office above my woman's company, which is Iceberg Media. I heard that Wang Jiang and Wang Hai were brothers who did all kinds of evil. They were killed, right? This is great. They deserved it. Zhang Gaoyuan and Qin Bingshuang looked at each other, and the other nodded. Jiang Chu's eyes, tone of voice, micro-expressions, etc., plus the information they obtained from their investigation were almost the same as what he said. It seems that this person is not very involved in this case. I'm just a junior college student. Facing their questioning, he remained so calm. It also left a deep impression on them. Okay, we have completed the investigation. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Gaoyuan and the others stood up. Jiang Chu shook hands with them one by one. You're welcome. This is the duty of every citizen. Jiang Chu watched them leave. He glanced at Morong Lan, who showed her head upstairs. I didn't expect that Uncle Hat would find out about him so quickly. Qin Bingshuang, who was outside, got into the car and complained slightly. Another wasted trip. This college student is not simple. But he is still a college student after all. He doesn't look like a killer with such good skills. He can kill with one blow. Besides, all his information is well documented. His family is a farmer. Having said that, he gave me a very special feeling. The answer was too perfect. Qin Bingshuang also nodded in agreement. Let's focus on the man who killed Wang Dayo. Judging from the fingerprints at the scene, Wang Gang is a major suspect. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Gaoyuan answered the phone. His brows furrowed. I see. What's going on? Someone found Wang Gang's body in a pond in the suburbs. Forensic examination showed that he died from drowning after driving into the pond under the influence of alcohol. Qin Bingshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Dead? That's too much of a coincidence. Let's go. Let's go to the scene first. Chapter 196, treating Xiang Xiaolong and his team. The villa regained its tranquility. Xia Yanran went downstairs and performed walking recovery training alone. It's okay for her to walk slower now. Jiang Chu nodded. Well, you're recovering well, faster than I expected. Thanks. A kiss. Go away. Jiang Chu Omega. At this time a jeep drove in. Two people got out of the car. One is Xiang Xiaolong, wearing a gray short-sleeved casual suit and camouflage shorts. The other is Qiao Luoxin. High ponytail. A stern face. He was still wearing a camouflage vest, denim shorts, and a pair of yellow marten boots, revealing strong and fair arms. There was a little sweat on my neck and chest. I guess he did some morning exercises. Good morning, boss. Xiang Xiaolong greeted. Morning, boss. I'm here to report to you about my work. We are trying to find the people who controlled Aunt Chen's son, but they rarely show up, so we haven't made much progress. It's okay, you can take your time with this. The security company is almost done. You can go over there whenever you are free. We have arranged special training for Ji Ming Ran, the person you asked about yesterday. His performance was average today, but he has a good temper and refuses to admit defeat. I think he will get better after a few days of torturing him. Well, I'll go take a look when I have time. After that, Jiang Chu saw Qiao Luoxin standing aside with an expression that looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. What do you want to say? When will you start treating the captain and the others? Xiang Xiaolong frowned and scolded. Luo Xin. The boss has just recovered from his illness. He said he would only come to report on his work today. Yes, master, you have just recovered. You should take a good rest first. Moron Lan walked over and said. Xiao Luoxin lowered his head slightly and pursed his lips. I'm sorry, I was impatient. Boss, don't mind. We are not in a hurry. We can talk about it when you have recovered and have time. Jiang Chu waved his hand and said with a smile. It's okay. This is indeed my fault. I understand Luo Xian's feelings. I will start treating you today. But the boss. Xiang Xiaolong felt very guilty. I'm almost recovered, but I'm alone here, so you guys can only come one by one, okay? Xiao Luoxin's face showed joy and excitement. Of course, you treat the captain first, and we'll line up behind you. Jiang Chu only discovered at this time. No matter how capable he is, he can't handle everything by himself. It would be nice to have more helpers. Just as I finished thinking, the phone rang. At the name, it turned out to be Cheng Qianma. Jiang Chu's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't that perfect? Why did you think of me, your master? My internship is officially over. I want you to help me treat my illness. Have you figured it out? It just so happens that I am going to perform a few minor surgeries. You can come over and learn from me. I will pass on some of my experience and knowledge to you. When I am done, I will treat your illness. The latter sentence is meaningful. Cheng Qianma was almost speechless due to embarrassment. Giving acupuncture during exercise, I guess only this stinky master could think of it. You're going to perform surgery on someone? Which hospital? Ahem. Well, I'll give you an address. Come over and talk. Leave Moron Lan in the villa to take care of Xia Yinran. Jiang Chu got into Xiang Xiaolong's car, arriving at the villa where they lived. Unexpectedly, when I arrived, Cheng Qianma's Porsche 911 was already parked there waiting. She was standing outside the car and talking to Yin Bei. Boss, this girl said she came to see you. Jiang Chu nodded. Jiang Chu, you asked me to come here? Today, Cheng Qianma no longer wears a white coat. It's a tight black t-shirt. The D is wrapped up and ready to come out, with a perfect outline. The lower body is a pair of black casual shorts, revealing a pair of long white legs. Let's talk inside. All the members of the team were called over and sat on the sofas and stools. Based on your injuries, I decided to operate on Brother Xiang first and remove the bullet from his brain. What? Brain bullet removal? Jiang Chu, what's going on? Are you kidding me? Cheng Qianma was so shocked that she stood up and shouted. Jiang Chu just glanced at her and continued. Then there are Yin Nan, Yin Bei, and King Kong. Luo Xian, since the bullet is near your heart, I have to give it my all, so after treating them, I need to rest for a while and come back to you in the evening. Is that okay? What? The bullet is next to the heart. Jiang Chu, are you sure these are minor surgeries? Where are the x-rays? Let me see. Also, which hospital are you going to? How many people are needed? I know quite a few friends who can do it. Cheng Qianma was shocked again. These surgeries are extremely difficult in the medical field, okay? And it can only be done after several experts have discussed various plans and determined them. Why does it sound like a skin incision when Jiang Chu talks about it? Hospital? No, we'll do it here. No need for x-rays. I've already confirmed the bullet's location by feeling the pulse and observing and asking questions. You can just be my assistant. Brother Xiang, are all the things I asked you to buy ready? Well, everything is ready. Then let's start now. Everyone started to move and prepare. Only Cheng Qianma stood still. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide enough to swallow an egg. A look of shock and confusion. Remove the bullet from the brain. Remove the bullet next to the heart. Don't go to the hospital. Inside a villa. And she is the only one who is his assistant. This Jiang Chu. Is he crazy? Knowing that he is an amazing Chinese doctor. But this is surgery. What are you standing there for? Come here. You look like an idiot. Jiang Chu urged. You're the fool. Cheng Qianma followed. She wanted to see if the other party was joking with her. Finally, I went upstairs. Go to one of the rooms. It was actually equipped with the shadowless light, operating table and sterile environment found in operating rooms. Really? But she felt a little relieved. At least the most basic conditions are met. But this isn't a hospital anyway. Still think this is a bit too much of a joke? There were only 3 people in the operating room at this time. Xiang Xiaolong, Jiang Chu, Cheng Qianma. Among them, Jiang Chu and Cheng Qianma both wore masks. Jiang Chu, are you sure these are all you need for intracranial surgery? There are only simple surgical knives, tweezers, needles, and thread, and not even a blood bag. What if there is excessive blood loss? That's too hasty. After saying a lot of things. Until Jiang Chu got impatient and asked her to stop. Her scalpel and a pair of very small tweezers were soaked in a bottle of medicine. I don't know what it's for. Cheng Qianma was completely stunned. And Jiang Chu is not a medical major. Also non. Drink this. Jiang Chu gave Xiang Xiaolong a bottle of black stuff to drink. The other party drank it without any hesitation. Then he lay on the operating table. What is this? No need for general anesthesia? Chapter 197 Surgery. Have you heard of Ma Fei-san? Hua Tuo's Ma Fei-san. Is he kidding? Jiang Chu then began to give Xiang Xiaolong acupuncture. A lot of silver needles were soon inserted into the hands, feet, and some parts of the head. At this moment, Xiang Xiaolong looked like he had fallen asleep. I'll take out the bullets while you take out the needles from his hands and feet. Oh. Then Qing Qianma saw Jiang Chu slowly taking a breath and concentrating. He picked up the scalpel and quickly cut a certain part of Xiang Xiaolong's head. Immediately, a finger-sized cut appeared. There was no blood flowing as expected, as if time had slowed down. Qing Qianma exclaimed it was magical. Then Jiang Chu quickly changed a pair of specially made very small and long tweezers and inserted it into the hole. His brows tightened and veins on his forehead bulged slightly, as if he was bursting with strength, until the tweezers came out and picked up something and threw it on the stainless steel box. With a clang sound. Then the wound is sutured and the medicine is applied. The whole process actually took less than half a minute. Extremely smooth, without any pause. Qing Qianma was stunned and shocked. The accomplishment was beyond the common since she had ever learned. He has never made a film. How did you know where the old bullet hole was? Where is the warhead located? Why does the blood flow out so slowly? It takes less than a second for the tweezers to go in and out. How fucking precise and steady the control must be to be able to do this. You know. The best Western medicine she knew. It can be so steady and precise that you can use tweezers to quickly fold various paper cranes that can only be seen with a magnifying glass. But Jiang Chu gave her the feeling that he could pick up dust on the water surface without getting wet. That's awesome. It's simply a divine method. What are you standing there for? Take out the needle. Oh. Qing Qianma asked questions while taking out the needle. I thought Jiang Chu would ignore her. I didn't expect that she would say something that I didn't ask. You have studied Chinese medicine and should know the subtleties of the human body. Any abnormality in the body will actually show up. For example, where the bullet is in the head will cause those effects. This is through observation and questioning, and then by cutting, the specific location of the blocked meridian can be basically determined. And I will tell you the prescriptions and effects of those medicines later. Master, didn't you learn Chinese medicine? How come you were so good at surgery? Who said that Chinese medicine doesn't have surgery? How did Hua Tuo's bone scraping come about? He wanted to open Qiao Qiao's skull, but he was afraid of death and didn't dare to do it. Jiang Chu knew in his previous life. Many artifacts unearthed later showed that ancient surgical instruments were more diverse than modern ones. What he has learned and understood in the system now is only more. Qing Qianma was completely speechless. When Jiang Chu and the others walked out, the people outside immediately gathered around, their expressions tense and anxious. This is too fast. Are you encountering any difficulties? Boss, the captain. It's okay. Let him lie down for half an hour and the anesthetic will wear off. This is the bullet. After Jiang Chu finished speaking, he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. The process just now seemed very fast, but it takes a lot of energy. The people outside were extremely shocked. They were just like Qing Qianma at the beginning, with all kinds of doubts. But in the end, he chose to believe it after Xiang Xiaolong's encouragement, knowing that Jiang Chu is good at martial arts. But when it comes to medicine, they had only seen Xia Yinran's leg healed and Murong Lan's knife wound healed. I have always been feeling uneasy. Unexpectedly. Today was like witnessing a miracle. My master's surgery is simply breathtaking. Qing Qianma was still in shock for a long time, looking at Jiang Chu's eyes slowly. A bright light appeared. Then it turns into pink bubbles. Half an hour later, Xiang Xiaolong actually walked out by himself. Just a little soft when walking. Team leader. Everyone immediately gathered around and supported him. I'm fine. I guess the effect of the anesthetic hasn't worn off yet. Boss, you're amazing. I don't feel that dull pain in my head anymore. Xiang Xiaolong's face was filled with joy and excitement. You have just recovered. In this week, apart from taking medicine to heal the wound and remove the dirty blood, you cannot do any strenuous exercise. Got it, boss. Captain, look at this warhead. Xiang Xiaolong took a look at the bullet after it was cleaned and saw a clear letter Z on it. His face suddenly darkened. It's them. He held the bullet tightly in his hand. Jiang Chu just glanced at him. Thoughtful. With Xiang Xiaolong's success, others' trust in Jiang Chu's medical skills reached an unprecedented level. The following operations were also successful, especially the operation of picking marbles from Yin Nan's thighs. Qing Qianma was stunned and dazzled. There are actually more than a dozen embedded in the bones. But Jiang Chu didn't even use a hammer or anything like that. I just picked them out with a pair of tweezers at a speed of 2 per second. You know. Even ordinary people would drop peanuts when picking them up with chopsticks at such a fast speed. Those are smooth marbles. And it is embedded in the bone. Jiangchu's ability. Forget about surpassing those so-called geniuses in school. I guess no one in the world can match this. It's so fucking awesome. Pink bubbles kept popping up in Cheng Qianma's big eyes. Moreover, Jiangchu also taught her a lot of knowledge that she had never learned before. It benefited her a lot. It should be said that. I feel like I have wasted years of studying. 3 hours later. Huh. Jiangchu exhaled slowly. Wipe the sweat from my forehead. Luo Xin, given the medicine I asked you to make. No strenuous exercise is allowed for the next week. Acupuncture should be enough to consolidate the effect. Everyone was delighted to see that the pain that had troubled them for years was cured in an instant. Their faces showed excitement and joy. Yin Nan and Yin Bei even hugged each other. Thank you, boss. Although Xiang Xiaolong only said 4 simple words. But in his heart, he has already decided that he will do what he should do for Jiangchu in his whole life. If there is a chance. Perhaps. And I can take revenge. Xiao Luoxin was also very happy. A rare smile appeared on his face. Although hers has not been resolved yet. But the conditions of my comrades have improved, so there is nothing to worry about. And all this. It was all thanks to Jiangchu, who was handsome, rich, and had been badmouthed by her. She had always felt guilty. Now the other party not only solved their work problems. Given generous treatment, he also cured all their illnesses. It can be said to be a life-saving grace. Xiao Luoxin, favorability 10. Jiangchu nodded. I have to go to sleep. Don't bother me. Chapter 198 Xiao Luoxin's feelings. River. Xiao Luoxin wanted to apologize, but Jiangchu didn't give her the chance. Went straight upstairs. The mood is quite complicated. We'll talk about it before he treats himself tonight. She had made up her mind. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Luoxin had already made preparations. I took the medicine given by Jiangchu in advance. Cheng Qianma was not called in for this surgery. Jiangchu had taught her a lot of acupuncture techniques and Chinese medicine prescriptions before. This made Cheng Qianma very excited. It can be seen that she is still very interested in medicine and has great talent. The other party could also see that Jiangchu intended to train her as a successor. Very proactive. Let her go and give acupuncture to Xiang Xiaolong and others to consolidate their treatment and change the dressings. In the operating room, Xiao Luoxin sat on the operating table. Clothing. Xiao Luoxin's face flushed, gnawing the silver teeth. Take off the shirt. Jiangchu, who was standing by, stared at them without moving. She knew it wasn't over. Have to continue. But she is a woman after all. If it were someone else, she would probably be able to face it calmly. But I don't know why. Only in front of Jiangchu. She hesitated. On the one hand, I am shy. On the other hand, it's hard to say. Yes. After being shot, there was an ugly scar on it. And it's next to that part. But in the end, she put her hands behind her back, jumped open the final seal and lay down. She could feel the burning gaze of the other party. It seemed to be staring at the indelible scar. At this moment, I thought to myself with humiliation. He must be very disappointed. Jiangchu was indeed stunned at this moment. I only glanced at the scar. To his surprise, even when she lies down, she remains as aloof and independent as she is. It is even brighter and clearer under the shadowless lamp. It makes people want to taste it. My hand can feel your heartbeat speeding up, which is not good for the operation. Can you control it and have no distracting thoughts? Xiao Luoxin's face turned red to his ears. Although she also drank that Ma-Fei San. But I guess the drug hasn't fully taken effect yet. Now that guy is taking advantage of me again. How could she not have her heart beating faster? That's right. Jiangchu misjudged the efficacy of the drug. I couldn't help but be lustful. But I don't know that the other person still has feelings. After being discovered, I could only act as if nothing had happened. Go and cause harm openly. Until a few minutes later. The other person seemed to be asleep. I started to act only after I felt my heartbeat slow down. In the same way, Jiangchu placed a bullet on a stainless steel plate. When Xiao Luoxin slowly woke up, I feel a pain somewhere near my heart. It seems to be blocked by something. She turned around and saw Jiangchu, who was admiring her openly. Don't move, just keep lying down. Xiao Luoxin could only obey and do as he was told. At this time, I can slowly feel my body regaining consciousness. But the blockage became more and more obvious. She couldn't help but frown and grit her teeth. In addition, she saw Jiangchu's brows slowly tightening. Your blood vessels are blocked by blood clots. You need to let them clear on their own, otherwise your life will be in danger. Don't be surprised by what I do later, just feel it. Hearing this, Xiao Luoxin nodded. But then his eyes widened. Because the other party actually can't resist, can only feel. Her face turned red, extremely shy. I can even hear the strong heartbeat. Bang, bang, boom. The place that was just blocked suddenly became unobstructed. It can be said that, from the time I was injured until now, I have never felt so comfortable and refreshed. The other party also took his hand away. He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you can get up after lying down for a while. Wait, I want to ask, can you heal my scar? Yes, it just needs more treatments. Really? Xiao Luoxin looked happy. Jiangchu nodded and walked out directly. Excited for a moment. She realized that she didn't have time to apologize. Thinking of the shame just now and the clear eyes of the other party. My heart is still pounding, like a fawn running wildly. An inexplicable feeling quietly arises. Xiao Luoxin, favorability 2080. After Jiangchu walked out. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Although I know that my boss is a skilled doctor. But I still couldn't help but feel worried and nervous. Don't worry, it's okay. Everyone then smiled happily. Captain, if we can all recover as before, can we? Mengshin, I told you not to mention this matter again. We promised the boss that we would serve him for the rest of our lives. Mengshin and the others looked slightly gloomy and could only nod silently. Oh, you want to go back there? Jiangchu asked curiously. No, boss, it's impossible to go back there. After all, this is no joke. This matter is a long story and it also involves some secrets. All I can tell you is that Mengshin said he was going abroad to seek revenge on those people. I see. I think I understand. I understand your feelings, but if you act rashly now, you might lose your life in vain since you suffered such a heavy blow in your heyday. Since you chose to follow me, I promise that I will avenge you if I have the chance in the future. Xiang Xiaolong and the others' eyes lit up. Really, boss, are you willing to support us? Jiangchu smiled and nodded. Of course, those who hurt you must not be good people either. However, the most important thing for you now is to recover your body first, then make yourself stronger, and at the same time slowly collect information about the opponent so that you can know both yourself and the enemy. Okay, we'll listen to you, boss. Because we have to continue to treat them early tomorrow morning. So Jiangchu decided to stay here tonight. It's a big villa after all. There are still a lot of empty rooms. He had just come out of the shower when the phone rang. It belongs to Ji Mingxi. Jiangchu, where have you been? I have already moved out. I'm busy with something, so I won't be back tonight. If you have anything to ask, just go find Mo Yutong. I'm not looking for her. I tell you, this guy. Jiangchu hung up immediately. He didn't want to get involved in a war between women. Then there was another call. This deadly enemy is coming soon. Yutong, what's the matter? Where have you been? Ji Mingxi has come to your doorstep. Why don't you hurry up and kill her? Do you want me to help you use a needle too? Ahem, it's okay. I'm hanging up now. Wait, something's going on. Serious business. Explain. Today, Wang Demu, the president of Qianli Culture Company, called Cini. Not only did he not apologize, he also threatened that they had the support of the He family and that the Shiman family from Magic City was behind them. He also said that Cini's company would never hire any artists, nor would they allow the artists they trained to get any resources. He also told Cini to be careful when going out. Qianli Culture, Shiman family, actually dared to threaten my Jiangchu's woman. Jiangchu's face was gloomy. I will send someone to protect your safety recently. You and Cini should be careful and try not to go out as much as possible. Chapter 199. You promised to give me treatment. I know. You should be careful too. Jiangchu called Yishiyun. Master, why did you think of me? Are you going to teach me martial arts? Ahem, be serious. I want to ask you something. I know what you want to ask. That's my father and brother's business. They want to cooperate with the Shiman family to develop business outside the province. Master, don't worry. Although I'm under house arrest, I'm definitely on your side. Moreover, I promise that our He family will not do anything to hurt you. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. I seem to hear my brother say today that Mr. Shiman is coming in person. I don't know if he will cause trouble for you. If it's true, remember to call me in advance when you beat him, or take a video for me or something, so that I can be happy. And, after the last development, I compared it, and it really got a little bigger. Master, do you want to see it? I got it. Thank you. I'll hang up now. Jiangchu quickly hung up the phone. There is no one else. The raging fire that Xiao Luoxin had just ignited. It's even more prosperous now. I'm thinking of going back to the villa tonight. Just got up. There was a knock on the door. Jiangchu, are you asleep? It's Qing Qianma. Jiangchu opened the door directly. I saw her change into a set of loose pajamas. My hair is still a little wet. I guess he just took a shower, exuding an alluring fragrance. This lightly took a sip. Coupled with the other party's exquisite figure. Which cadre can withstand such a test? You looking for me? Can I come in and sit for a while? Random. Close the door. Ching Qianma sat on the sofa. His expression seemed to be hesitant to speak. There is also an indescribable shyness. What's the matter? Tell me. Didn't you ask me to help you treat them today? Have you forgotten my illness? Jiangchu suddenly realized. Sorry, I forgot. Now you are. No way, I committed a crime? But nothing unusual was found. Ching Qianma saw Jiangchu staring at him. He quickly covered it with his hands. No, it's just that I have to be very careful every time I do rehabilitation for them. Didn't you promise to treat me? So, I came to you now. Jiangchu was so happy that he flew away. This is really like sending a pillow when you were sleepy. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm and serious. Treatment? Huh? Well, let's get started now. Clothes. Ching Qianma is shy, turning his back to Jiangchu. Soon there was a pair of pajamas and black pants on the floor. At the same time, Jiangchu's eyes flashed brightly behind him. Fly. Attached picture throwing with both hands. GIF. When Ching Qianma turned around with her hands covering her face in embarrassment. Seeing that Jiangchu already had 9-pack abs, I am especially curious about how the 9th pack of abdominal muscles was developed. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide and exclaimed, Ah, Jiangchu didn't give her the chance to finish her shout. I have been a master for so long. Nowadays, it is rare for disciples to be active, hardworking, and studious. Of course, I have to teach her a lesson. For Ching Qianma, who rarely meets the opposite sex, the kiss must have been the first time. As a medical student, like kissing, hugging, somersaults, etc. I don't know how many times these nouns appear, and what kind of reactions and impacts will it produce. So, their profession. No matter male or female, I am more curious about this aspect and eager to try it than students from other majors. For someone like her who can hold on until graduation and still retain many firsts, there are very few. This is also because of her own chronic illness, as well as her love and dedication to medicine. It doesn't leave her much time to deal with those things. But she is also a woman, a normal woman. So when my roommates and girlfriends talked about those things, some people even kiss and hug their boyfriends in front of her. She was extremely envious and eager to possess it. It also led to her having several more hobbies. For example, eat some cucumbers, fruits, bananas, etc. These are her little secrets that no one knows about. Now, with Jiangchu's domineering kiss, with both hands tightly hugging the strong, broad, and powerful back. This Jiangchu, how come your skin is better than women's? She dared to feel those 9 abdominal muscles. My eyes widened instantly. As a medical student, in class, we are always taught that Chinese people are not as good as foreigners. If I could go back to that class. She must raise her hand to object, and threw a Jiangchu at the teacher. Harshly criticized the other party's ignorance and fawning on foreigners. Ching Qianma's illness progressed very quickly. His face was red as if he had a fever. The eyes are as blurred as eyebrows. Jiangchu. Seeing Ching Qianma's slightly panicked look, Jiangchu couldn't help but laugh. No way, you are a medical major, and you are afraid. Ching Qianma? Omega? Don't worry, I'm a professional. Jiangchu's words were too confident. Ching Qianma frowned. He bit Jiangchu's shoulder. This big liar. Omega? Jiangchu was also extremely embarrassed and quickly explained. I didn't mean to do that. It's really not his fault. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Here I wish all the big guys who see here. Everything goes well, the system hits you in the face, and everyone will be rich next month. Your shoulder is bleeding. I'm sorry. I'll help you find some medicine to apply. Ching Qianma apologized guiltily. Jiangchu wondered what medicine to look for at this time. No, the bleeding will have stopped by the time you find it. Phew. Ching Qianma actually laughed happily. Jiangchu couldn't help but laugh. Woohoo. This is the joy that comes from Jiangchu's heart. So much so that I forgot to give her treatment. And Ching Qianma's years of suffering seem to have been relieved as never before. All depression is gone. The rest? Only strings of pink bubbles emanate from her seductive eyes. Ching Qianma. Favorability 2. Ching Qianma. Favorability 2. Ching Qianma. Favorability 2. Ching Qianma. Favorability 2. Woohoo. This master. Kind of great. Oh // / Q. Ching Qianma. Age, 21. Height, 165 cm. Weight, 47 kilograms. Appearance, 872 Power bank, 1. Favorability, 90. Ding. The system detects that Qing Qianma's favorability has reached 90 and rewards 20 attribute points. There are currently 138 points left. This attribute point can be used. The next morning, Qing Qianma hit Jiang Chu's chest with her hammer, while scolding. "Stinky Jiang Chu, you promised to treat me." Chapter 200. The boss is really strong. Jiang Chu was so embarrassed that he begged for mercy. "Ouch, stop hitting me. I was just too absorbed in the moment and entered a rare state of selflessness. You didn't remind me in time, and you told me not to step on the brakes and to step on the accelerator." "Omega, go to hell. I never said that. It's early in the morning, and it's happening again. What should I do?" Jiang Chu laughed evilly. "We'll do what we have to do. Soon." The two experienced the Ferrari engine again. Certainly. This time, Jiang Chu did not forget to give acupuncture treatment in the middle of the treatment. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to treat the other person like a normal person. Properly keep a hand. Anyway, normal contact between the opposite sex will not cause those embarrassing things. But as long as Qing Qianma does a somersault. Qing Qianma, favorability 191, 141 points. There is a small garden outside the villa. "Luo Xin, you look like you didn't sleep well." Xiang Xiaolong asked with a smothered smile. Xiao Luoxin rolled his eyes at the other person. "You know the answer, but you still ask." King Kong on the side laughed and said, "The boss is really strong. I'll just let him do whatever he wants all night." Yen Bei, "Yes, he is a man." Mingshan, "Nine-tailed fox, I think you seem to be interested in the boss? After he cured you last night, you haven't looked at him since. But I can't blame you. The boss is so handsome, rich, has great kung fu, and is such a great doctor. I really don't know how that guy learned it. Don't talk nonsense. I just feel guilty about saying a few bad things to him before." Xiao Luoxin crossed his arms and turned his head to the side, thinking of the scenes of Jiang Chu treating her. Lingering. A blush appeared on her face. "Indeed. I have grown up so much till now." For the first time, I felt distracted. She now wished she could run 5 kilometers with weights to cover up her embarrassment. Luo Xin, although the boss has a lot of women around him, we can all see during this period that he is not as casual as other playboys. He values everyone very much, although he doesn't say it. Your family conditions are not good, so the boss is indeed a good choice. Captain, what are you talking about? For the first time, Xiao Luoxin showed the shyness that a woman should have. Everyone laughed happily. Xiao Luoxin, favorability 585. After the Fruit Machine launch conference, the market's response was unprecedented. Its own system is smooth and has ecology. With the support of many celebrity bosses, it has its own aura of worshipping foreign things. This caused people in the country to rush to buy it. There was also news report about a man selling his kidney in order to buy a mobile phone. In conclusion, the rich second generation who can afford it on the street use this phone to show off and give it to women. The working class is willing to spend 1 or 2 months' salary to buy this phone. From now on, I don't put my phone in my pocket when taking the bus or subway, and I am proud to show the Fruit brand logo. Certainly. This is a later story. Even so, even a powerful company like Nokia feels the pressure. MOU was once the agent of Nokia in the Fruit province. Now he is playing both sides, under strong pressure from the Magic City headquarters. Let him choose between the two. My dear Miss He, please stop making fun of me. I am under great pressure right now. Nokia asked me to choose between the 2 options, otherwise they will revoke my agency rights. MOU said with a sad face. He Shurian wore a white long-sleeved shirt, cropped pants, and black high heels today. Dry and neat. Smiling, Inin said. What's so difficult about this? If they want it, just give it back to them. The Fruit Machine market is bright now. They can't catch up even if they try their best. What's there to be afraid of? A person's energy is limited. Don't try to please both sides. Doing a good job in the Fruit Machine business will definitely make you earn more. That's true, but there are rumors that Nokia is also developing its own system. I heard that it is developed together with Microsoft and Soft. You have to know that these two are both overlords. I am worried. I have heard about this, but the current market reality is that our Fruit Machines have quickly captured the hind market and are now in short supply. We don't know when Nokia's so-called system will be released, and all their models on the market are still using the old Sabin system. Moreover, I asked my master, and he said that Fruit Machines are irreplaceable in the next few years. I believe him, and it's his business if he loses money, hee. Facing Hishurian's indifferent attitude, MOU could only smile awkwardly. He is not her. One wrong step leads to all wrong steps. In the end, you may die without a burial place. But what Hishurian said makes sense. Especially now that the Fruit Machine sales revenue has just started in the past week, it has already equaled the sales revenue he earned from Nokia as an agent for 2 months. Moreover, the market share is constantly increasing, and many scalpers are already scrambling to contact him to get second and third level agency status. Think again and again. MOU slapped the table. Okay, I'll trust Master Jiang just once. Let's play big. Don't worry, my master won't let you down. MOU gave his answer directly to the general agent of Nokia. This shocked and angered the other party. Originally, I just wanted to put some pressure on MOU to get him to discard the fruit machine and take back the market sales channels of the fruit province. Unexpectedly, this forced something into trouble, which was equivalent to pushing the comrades directly into the opponent's camp. To this end, Nokia's general agent can only use tough measures again. Put pressure on the fruit province family. Ask Shuryun, the southern general agent, to release the channels in his hands. Otherwise, they will fight directly with weapons. They hinted and threatened to suppress the He family's various related businesses within and outside the province. As the current head of the He family business, He Shanghai. After hearing the news, he flew into a rage at the shareholders' meeting and slammed the table. Humph, this Nokia is really going too far. One of the shareholders, He Zhongxin, said, Chairman, after all, Nokia is a world-class powerful company. Our He Group is nothing more than an ant in their eyes. If they really want to take action against our industry, with their powerful network of relationships, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, let Shuryun take a step back in exchange for their forgiveness. He Chaowei. Yes, Chairman, Shuryun is young and has no idea what a behemoth like Nokia is. Moreover, her current company is not under the name of our group and does not belong to our industry. Even if the fruit machine sells well, it is not our money. My suggestion is that if we choose to go against Nokia, it would be best to let Shuryun merge her company into the group. In fact, for her, it can also achieve more resource sharing. I agree with Chaowei's statement. If there is a fight, our He Group has never been afraid. After all, Nokia is mainly engaged in mobile phones, which is completely different from our main business. Even if they have a great influence, at most they can make us lose some money. But Shuryun's company must also return to the ownership of the group. We can allow her to buy back her shares at the current market value, so that she can also make money. I agree. Other shareholders expressed their support for the redemption.